Family, who understands? The moderator of the One Piece forum was sucked into a black hole by a mysterious voice to learn the Bagua martial arts. And when he woke up, he became Luffy. Before he could adapt, he encountered the plot, took down all Vita in a few moves, rescued Zoro, and even dug up a Bagua diagram of the Navy base to get mysterious information. This is an explosive start to the crossover. I tell you, 1 second, I was still cursing in front of my computer, and the next second, a weird voice echoed in my ear, saying, "Don't you like One Piece? Then go for it." At that moment, I had the same expression as an old man on the subway staring at his phone, thinking, what the hell? Where am I going? Then everything went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I was completely stunned. Sigh, this story has to start from the beginning. That day, I, an ordinary university student and the moderator of the largest One Piece forum on the internet, was busy creating content for the community. As soon as the class bell rang, I flew back to my dorm, powered on my computer, logged in, and got to work. My job sounds impressive, being the One Piece moderator, but in reality, I'm just a free cyber janitor. Every day, my work consists of answering thousands of repetitive posts like who is stronger, Luffy or Zoro, and dealing with ads that cost more than my university tuition. In between, I had to rush to the cafeteria to grab food. The cafeteria lattice hands trembled like she had Parkinson's for a meal costing $3.50. I had to use a microscope to find the meat. Without some soup, I could have choked on those 3 big bowls of rice. Family, who understands? In order to eat, I had to save videos of Luffy getting beaten up the most the moment I saw Blackbeard shouting, "A man's dream will never end." My rice would go down, and with the chicken blood, even the hard rice tasted good. But that day was even worse. Oda the old thief took another break. Whenever this master takes a break, I have to work overtime, brainstorming with a few brothers and sisters to come up with something to keep the forum from turning into a morgue. Whether it's a beautiful essay contest on which of Zoro's swords or Sanji's legs is tougher, or a meme challenge featuring Silver Fox Foxy, I tell you, I really stressed over this broken forum. My hair was almost falling out like Saw Thomas. I was busy until 3 in the morning, and my roommate's snoring was about to send me away. I thought I'd clear one last batch of advertising posts before bed, and then I saw a post with a ridiculously cringy title. Dare to click? Test your courage. I thought, who still plays this in 2025? This must be a new type of virus ad. I clicked into prepare to ban the account, and then boom, the computer screen went black. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. After that weird voice finished, I was sucked into a colorful black hole, surrounded by a bunch of random Bagua diagrams, like I had entered some cyber Taoist temple. I was completely dazed. I thought I hadn't done anything morally wrong, right? It's not like I didn't cut a deal on Pinduoduo. While I was lost in thought, suddenly, many little figures popped out from those Bagua diagrams and started boxing in my head. My body uncontrollably followed along and practiced, completing a set of moves involving yin and yang, the 4 symbols, and the 8 trigrams. Guess what? I felt like my body had lightened by 2 tails, and my blood was throwing a party. It was so refreshing. Just as I was enjoying it, I blacked out again. When I woke up, let me tell you, the scene was amazing. I found myself stuffed in a wooden barrel, surrounded by the smell of seawater. After I finally smashed the barrel and crawled out, I stretched and accidentally knocked out a few extras with knives beside me. When I looked up, I saw a pink-haired, bespectacled little weakling trembling like a leaf. My mind buzzed as a flood of memories rushed in. Something about the gum-gum fruit. Something about becoming the pirate king. What the heck? I really became Luffy. Isn't this Kobe? The plot has started. I immediately got into character, imitating Luffy's silly expression, and shouted, "My dream is to become the pirate king. For this dream, I don't mind dying." I tell you, saying that cringy line felt like I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. I thought I'd test the feel of my new powers, but when I stretched out my hand, the gum-gum rocket could only fly 3 meters, and I was immediately disappointed. Where's the protagonist's halo? Luckily, that set of Bagua martial arts still worked. I combined the elasticity of rubber with the spinning energy of Tai Chi, and boom, I got it. Facing the self-proclaimed most beautiful woman at sea, Alvida, I sent her flying with 1 move, the 2 instruments rotating cannon. The feeling was simply exhilarating. I took Kobe and got a small boat to escape, and just as I was savoring the thrill of that punch, I caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of my eye. Wow, isn't that Nami? Carrying a big bag, sneaking around, clearly just finishing a big score. I tell you, I was itching to rush up and shout, "Get on the ship, sister!" But I held back. A man who has read the script knows to stay calm. I knew it wasn't the right time to lock in her heart had to be pried open by me. After arriving at the Navy base with Kobe, wow, that little town looked exactly like I remembered. I even ran into that second-generation official, Helmipo, and seeing his arrogant look, I couldn't be bothered to respond. After all, I had Grandpa Garp to take care of him later. I tossed Kobe into a restaurant and said, "You stay here and help yourself and go to handle some business. Come on, how can I carry the whole scene with a dead weight?" I skillfully sneaked into that pink, flamboyant room, grabbed Zoro's 3 prize swords, and turned to the rooftop. I originally thought I could take down Morgan directly here to save time. But when I got up there, hey, the place was empty, even the statue had been chopped down. I looked down, and sure enough, the plot was auto-correcting. In the training ground, Zoro was tied up under the sun, and that little guy, Kobe, was there too, facing Morgan, who had his signature big axe, along with a bunch of little soldiers, all pointing their guns at him. At that moment, I had one thought. There's no time to explain, get on the wall. I found the right spot, swung my arm back, and yelled, "Gum Gum Rocket." I shot out with a whoosh. Just as they were about to fire, I silently recited the incantation, and the Bagua diagram in my body spun wildly. Goodness, accelerated like I had nitrous oxide, I shot forward with a whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets rained down on me, but what happened? They all bounced back. Family, who understands? The physical defense of the Gum Gum fruit is incredible. In the moment they were stunned, my blood started boiling and steam burst out. Second gear. That's right, I directly activated second gear. The feeling was exhilarating. My speed and power instantly maxed out. Morgan's eyes couldn't even keep up with my movements, and I'd already flashed to his back, twisting my hands into a braid and shouting, "Gum Gum Pistol." One move, just one move, and I knocked him from the air to the ground. KO. The remaining Navy soldiers, seeing their boss down, were more eager than anyone, happily dragging Morgan away. I, meanwhile, slipped up to the cross and untied Zoro's ropes, handing him the 3 swords. "Zoro, be my partner." He took the swords, and his aura immediately changed. The pirate hunter to become a pirate? TSK, that proud attitude. But I had a trump card. I pressed down my straw hat and said, "Do you want to be the world's greatest swordsman? Do you want to train with my hawk? Do you want to fulfill your promise to Kuina? Come with me, it'll take you flying. Because my goal is to become the pirate king." As soon as the words came out, Zoro's eyes widened. But he was a battle maniac. "All right, Captain. Let me take your first move." He immediately assumed his 3-sword style. I knew it. He wouldn't feel at ease until I defeated him. I casually picked up a rifle and turned it upside down to use it as a sword. Zoro looked at me in disbelief that I dared to face him in a sword duel, his little eyes filled with the look of someone seeing a fool. Onigiri. His move was indeed fast, but I wasn't worried at all. The Bagua diagram technique within me emphasized overcoming rigidity with flexibility. I drew a circle with a rifle in front of me. Clang, 3 swords, and a rifle collided violently. Zoro followed up with a move called Tiger Hunt, which looked imposing, but I easily deflected it. He was momentarily stunned, probably thinking, what kind of swordsmanship is this guy using? Just as he was dazed for that second, the opportunity arose. Using my rubber ability in conjunction with the 2 instruments' fist technique, I instantly restrained him. The battle was over. I patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, I'm not familiar with the way of the sword, but you're a genius. They'll pass on this set of mental techniques to you in the future." With that, I left him in shock, and then thud, he fainted from hunger. I had Kobe take care of Zoro and strolled back to the Navy base. Let me tell you, there was a voice in my head calling out to me. It felt very mysterious. I followed the feeling, weaving through a crowd of running Navy soldiers, and saw Nami again. This girl really doesn't miss any opportunity to make money. I ignored her and directly entered a large room. The feeling was getting stronger, coming right from the ground. I found a long spear and started jabbing it into the floor vigorously. And hey, I actually made a hole. Digging down a bit more, I found another Bagua diagram. Is this thing a series of blind boxes? The diagram showed that the next one was in Shimi village, and it had a line of text. The seed of the devil is the devil fruit, and there's information about the devil in the old tavern of Rotown. That's a lot of information. Just after I finished reading, the diagram emitted a beam of light and disappeared, but the information was already engraved in my mind. I quickly slipped back to the restaurant to feast with Zoro, who looked like he was starving. Just as we finished eating, the Navy arrived. It was showtime. I deliberately mentioned Kobe's former boss in front of them, that fat woman Alrita. Sure enough, Kobe got riled up and threw a punch at me. We rolled on the ground. "You dare hit me." I just did. After a passionate exchange, the Navy lieutenant declared he understood. "You guys aren't on the same team. Just get lost." So I pulled Zoro onto the ship. Looking back, I saw KB and a group of Navy officers saluting us in unison. At that moment, I felt like I really understood that being the Pirate King is all about this kind of carefree and spontaneous joy, with Nami as our top-notch navigator. Our little ship finally wouldn't be going in circles on the sea. Along the way, we actually ran into Buggy and his group of quirky crew members, who had just been completely robbed by Nami and even had their ship swindled away, which was hilarious. I pulled them onto the ship and listened to them complain about Buggy. They said Buggy was really nice to his own people, but a demon to outsiders. I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew Buggy the Clown well. But then I started to feel conflicted when I thought about Nami. Did I really have to follow the original plot and let her go back to the village to suffer before I swooped in as the savior? No way, absolutely not. My people, I have to protect them myself. When we arrived at the small town, as soon as we entered the street, a gigantic buggy ball flew over. I exchanged a glance with Zoro, and he understood immediately. He jumped up in a flash, and with a few swift cuts, he sliced the cannonball in midair into fries. As for me, I jumped straight into Buggy-S lair and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Red-nosed Buggy, come out, be my brother." The little lackeys below exploded with excitement. This guy knows how to court danger. The first to rush out was a unicycle-riding acrobat, followed by a panda man with a big lion. Zoro easily dealt with the acrobat, and it was even simpler for me. With Rubber Rocket into Rubber Hammer, I took down the panda man and the lion in just 2 moves, leaving them seeing stars. Buggy came out crying, and as soon as he saw the straw hat on my head, his eyes turned red. He must have been reminded of Shanks. I didn't care about that. As soon as he split and charged at me, I focused on his main body, those feet on the ground. I completely ignored the parts flying in the air and dashed over, scratching the soles of his feet vigorously. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't believe it, but the user of the chop chop fruit is actually ticklish. Buggy collapsed on the ground laughing. I stepped on him, Buggy, and told him to be my brother, and I wouldn't reveal your weakness. What could he do? He could only agree with tears in his eyes. After dealing with Buggy, I followed my memory and found Nami next to a small house. This girl was quite alert and tried to knock me out right away. I grabbed her and got straight to the point. "Nami, I know everything about you. Cocoa Village, Arlong, 100 million berries. Don't struggle. He won't let you go. Be my navigator, and I'll help you sort everything out." After I told her about how we took down Mont Blanc and Buggy, her defenses completely crumbled. Finally, with red eyes, she looked up and said, "If you can really defeat Arlong, I'll stay with you for life." "Deal." I smiled and said, "So, Miss Navigator, do you have the sea chart for the Grand Line?" With Nami, we quickly made our escape, and that feeling was exhilarating. On the ship, I called Zoro and Nami over for a small meeting. Our next stop was to get a ship, find a sharpshooter, and get a cook. After the meeting, I took Zoro aside. "Brother, you have exceptional talent, but you're still a bit lacking. Come, I'll pass my swordsmanship techniques to you. Understand them well. In the future, you'll be the one to fight my hawk." This guy really didn't let me down. Let me tell you, talent is truly unreasonable. When I practiced that set of Bagua diagrams, I was exhausted like a dog, but Zoro picked it up, and wow, he made it look so smooth. I just demonstrated a couple of moves, and he was able to seamlessly integrate it into his 3-sword style, even making the sword energy curve. I couldn't help but click my tongue in admiration. "All right, you're impressive. You're lofty. You're incredible." After a few days at sea, Zoro was in seclusion, Nami was counting money, and I was steering the ship. Soon, we arrived at Syrup Village, Usopp's hometown. Before going ashore, I held a pre-battle rally, clearly laying out Plan A and Plan B for them. I was heading into the fray alone while Zoro and Nami took the ship to another location to cut off the enemy's escape route. I directly used a flash to sneak into Usopp's secret base, which is just his little shabby house. There was no one inside, but I immediately spotted the slingshot on the table. As soon as I picked it up, I couldn't believe it. This thing is not just a slingshot. It's practically military-grade black technology, with all sorts of little mechanisms and an unbelievable level of toughness. This Usopp is definitely a grassroots inventor. I was pondering when a long-nosed guy burst in, pointed at my nose, and shouted, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing with my precious Mars?" I crossed my legs and didn't even look at him, directly exposing his background. "Usopp, son of Yasopp, your father is the sharpshooter of the Red Hair Pirates. And you brag every day in this village, secretly in love with a rich girl named Kaya, leading 3 little kids, dreaming of becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Your only weapon is that slingshot in your hand. Am I right?" I kept talking and directly silenced this guy, even burned out his CPU. His calves were shaking like they had a vibration motor. Stuttering, he asked, Who exactly are you?" I stood up, staring intently at him. "I am your future captain. Come sail with me, and I'll take you to see the real giants, to become a true sea warrior." And guess what? He actually rejected me. He said he had important matters to deal with and had to protect Kaya. I was shocked and asked him, "You already know about Crocodile-esque conspiracy?" He was even more surprised, not expecting that I knew this too. Then he told me something outrageous. He actually invented some gadget with clear heart grass that detected Kaya wasn't sick, but had been poisoned for a long time. Who understands this? In this day and age, even the bragging king is going for a technical route. Fine, since he knew, things got simple. He wasn't too confident in dealing with Crocodile, so he made a deal with me. As long as I helped him protect Kaya, he would join the crew and demanded to be the vice captain. Deal, Usopp, the vice captain. I reached out, and this guy was on board. What happened next was like hitting fast forward. I spent some time giving Usopp a crash course, teaching him the basics of the Bagua diagram for self-defense. And then it was the exciting part of sneaking into the rich girl's bedroom. We squatted down the stairs of Kaya's house, waiting for that bastard Crocodile to walk into the trap. When a midnight bell rang, Crocodile indeed appeared, forcing Kaya to write a will. I'll back Usopp. Signaling him not to rush, we needed the leading lady to see what kind of scum this butler was. Just when Crocodile was about to deal a fatal blow to that goat-headed butler, Usopp shot a bullet with gunpowder that precisely interrupted him. Now is the time. I charged out from the shadows, without even shifting to second gear, using the Bagua diagram's principle of borrowing strength, and with one rubber axe punch, I slammed Crocodile down. Instant kill, you understand? Just that simple and brutal. To eliminate future troubles, I disabled his hand tendons. Being merciful to the enemy is cruel to your own brothers. I understand this principle. Zoro and Nami also wrapped things up, bringing a bunch of Black Cat Pirates minions to join us. When they saw Crocodile lying there like a dead dog, Zoro's expression, let me tell you, was filled with disbelief. The captives were still chattering, and I found it annoying, so I shot them a glare, and an inexplicable aura emanated, and suddenly, the whole place fell silent. Zoro and Nami were stunned. I thought, could this be the legendary aura of a king? There is something to it. The next day, Miss Kaya, to thank us, directly gave us a ship. The bow had a cute goat head, the Going Merry, officially joining the crew. Once on the ship, Usopp unsurprisingly went emo for 2 days, sitting at the back of the ship, staring out longingly. But soon he revived and started studying the ship's cannons, even designing our pirate flag. Initially, he drew his long nose all over it, but after the 3 of us jointly vetoed it, he finally drew our classic Straw Hat Skull flag. Once the flag was up, the Straw Hat Pirates officially launched. Next stop, the floating restaurant, to get a cook on board. By the way, I also passed that set of techniques to Nami. Don't ask, it's equal treatment, definitely not because it's pleasing to teach a beautiful girl. As a result, after squatting at the floating restaurant for 2 days, instead of waiting for a cook to fight, we encountered a heavyweight character, Hawkeye Mihawk. That guy sat there eating like he was in a battle, but every move was fast and precise, with an overwhelmingly strong aura. I quickly held down the already about to explode Zoro. Bro, calm down. Let him finish his meal first. It's basic courtesy. Once he finished eating, Hawkeye's gaze swept over like radar, instantly locking onto Zoro. Let me tell you, when masters meet each other, the magnetic field is different. Zoro stood up suddenly, hanging 3 swords at his waist. The fighting spirit radiating from him was palpable even from 3 meters away. Hawkeye Mihawk, I challenge you with my sword. Hawkeye carefully examined him, his gaze like that of a real eagle scrutinizing its prey, and then slowly said, "State your name. My sword does not strike nameless individuals." Roronoa Zoro, the man who will become the world's #1. Wow. When Zoro said that the aura was simply explosive, Hawkeye was momentarily stunned, then smirked, interesting. Young man, come with me. With that, the 2 of them dashed out of the restaurant, and the aura felt like it was about to topple the entire place with their sword energy. I tell you in next second, the entire restaurant on the sea made a series of cracking sounds, and a giant deck rose straight up from the water, specially for these 2 gods to fight. Everyone in the restaurant, including the pirate chefs and that old man Redfoot Zeph, all ran out and surrounded the area, as if watching the World Cup final, afraid to miss a second. The 2 stood there, about 10 meters apart, neither moving. But the aura, let me tell you, was like 2 high-powered air conditioners blowing cold air at each other. We spectators felt a chill creeping into our bones. Finally, Hawkeye smiled first, and it felt like a homeroom teacher looking at a good student, saying, "Kid, you're not bad, worthy of me drawing my sword." Zoro didn't even glance at him, silently stuffing the white sheath into his mouth, biting down and striking a pose. That wasn't just a sword. It was his promise to his childhood friend, his dream of becoming the world's best. And guess what? Hawkeye didn't draw the giant sword from his back at all, but instead pulled out, I swear, a little thing that looked like a small butter knife. I was about to pop my eyes out. This guy was too arrogant, right? Who was he insulting? But Zoro wasn't angry at all. His gaze became even fiercer. In his view, if you look down on me, there is only one consequence, death. Onigiri. Zoro charged forward in a flash, the shadows of his 3 swords twisting like a braid. But Hawkeye? He casually blocked it with that little broken knife. With a clang, Onigiri was broken just like that. Zoro, not believing in evil, went insane with a furious attack, Toragari. A series of crisp sounds rang out, all blocked by that little knife. I was stunned. This was not a battle of the same dimension at all. Suddenly, all movement stopped. That small knife was steadily pressed against Zoro's heart. Mihawk looked at him and asked why not retreat. If you take a step back, you won't be pierced through the heart. Zoro grinned, his smile filled with bloodlust and an indomitable spirit. I don't know. But if I retreat now, all the boasts I've made and promises I've kept will just become empty words. How can I face myself if I live on like that? So would you rather die? Dying would be a relief. Goodness. After hearing this, Mihawk's expression changed. He withdrew the knife and slowly reached behind him. With a whoosh, the black giant sword, resembling a cross, was drawn. At that moment, Mihawk truly regarded Zoro as an opponent. Zoro also smiled, a hearty and uninhibited laugh. He crossed his 3 swords and began to spin wildly, transforming into a whirlwind of blades, shouting, 3-sword style, secret technique. 3,000 worlds. This was his strongest move. But Mihawk? He simply swung his sword at the whirlwind. Swish! In an instant, the wind stopped and the two were separated. Mihawk knelt behind Zoro, unharmed. Meanwhile, Zoro had a massive wound on his chest, deep enough to see bone, and blood sprayed out like a mist. He lost, utterly and completely. But Zoro stubbornly held on and didn't fall. He slowly turned around, sheathing his mouth and the sword in his hand, then opened his arms, exposing his entire chest to Mihawk. Mihawk was stunned. What are you doing? Zoro, covered in blood, smiled like a child. The wound on my back is a swordsman's shame. Well said, Mihawk shouted, swinging the great sword down again, adding another scar to Zoro's chest, creating a perfect X with the 2 wounds. Only then did Zoro fall straight down into the sea. Sanji, Usopp, quickly save him. I was so anxious I almost jumped in. Sanji and Usopp hurriedly pulled Zoro up. He wasn't dead yet, just barely hanging on. Mihawk looked at us, then at the rescued Zoro, and suddenly shouted with all his might, I am Dracula Mihawk. Kid, it's not your time to die yet. Go and understand yourself, understand the world, and become stronger. Roronoa Zoro, no matter how many years it takes. I will wait for you on the strongest throne. Try to surpass me. This shout was truly a hero recognizing another hero. Just as Mihawk was about to leave on his little boat, Zoro, who was almost unconscious, suddenly lifted his sword, the Enma, tears streaming down his face, and shouted with his last strength towards me, Luffy, can you hear me? Usopp wanted him to stop talking, but Sanji stopped him. Zoro spat out a mouthful of blood and then shouted, if I can't become the world's greatest swordsman, it would trouble you, right? I will absolutely not lose again. Before I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman, I will never lose a second time. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. I couldn't hold back my tears at that moment, and I shouted at him with a smile. No way. This guy's a real man. Hawkeye looked at our group, laughed, and said, what a great bunch of partners. Then he asked me, kid, what's your goal? To be the Pirate King. I shouted back. That's a path harder than surpassing me, he said, glancing at the straw hat on my head before turning to leave. As soon as Hawkeye was gone, I immediately rushed in front of old Zeph. Old man, I want one person from your ship to be my partner. Zeph glanced at Sanji, who was smoking and had a complicated expression, and smiled. As long as he is willing, you can take him any time. I turned to Sanji and said, Sanji, get on my ship. Let's go find a thing called All Blue. I refused. Sanji flatly rejected it. Damn, I'm so dumb. But looking at the eyes of that old fox Shifu, I knew he had a trick up his sleeve. I won't waste any more words. I directly carried the bandage-wrapped Zoro and took Usopp and Nami back to our Going Merry. As soon as we boarded the ship, the cooks on deck went crazy. They packed Sanji's luggage and tossed it around like garbage, finally throwing it onto our ship with a thud. Sanji wanted to rush back to argue, but Zeph kicked him away with a fierce kick. Sanji, you're fired. The food you made was terrible, just get lost. We don't need you here, Zeph shouted, pointing at his nose. Then, all the doors and windows of the entire sea restaurant slammed shut, and all the cooks took out their knives, aiming them at Sanji, looking like they were ready to chop someone up. I realized at that moment that these people were all about making you leave if they loved you. They were using this method to push Sanji to pursue his dreams. Sanji understood it too. This man, who usually acted all aloof, suddenly felt a pang in his nose and tears streamed down his face. He abruptly turned around, knelt down in front of the restaurant on the sea, bowed deeply, and cried out, Boss Zeph, all these years, thank you for your care. I will never forget this kindness for the rest of my life. Thank you. You bunch of bastards. Farewell. After shouting, he dashed onto our ship without looking back. As the ship set sail, Sanji, who had just been crying uncontrollably, fell into silence. We, on the other hand, watched him and wiped our tears. It was only a 3-day journey from the sea restaurant to Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village. The atmosphere on the ship grew stranger by the day. Zoro was recuperating, Sanji started fawning over Nami. Usopp was making little inventions on the deck every day, occasionally causing explosions, making him a real eyesore. As for me, I just enjoyed sitting on the figurehead and feeling the breeze. But Nami was becoming increasingly off. Finally, one day, with a crash, the cup in Nami's hand fell to the ground and shattered. She hurried to pick it up and cut her hand in the process. We all gathered around, not saying a word, just quietly watching her. Nami finally couldn't hold it in anymore, hugging her knees and sobbing. After she cried enough, she sniffled and began to tell us her story. Her adoptive mother, Belmere, was a Navy officer who found her and her sister as infants on the battlefield. To support them, Belmere retired and returned to the village to plant an orange grove. Life was poor, but especially happy. Until one day, a fisherman pirate crew called Arlong took over their village. Unable to pay the protection fee, Arlong shot Belmere dead in front of Nami. Before she died, Belmere smiled and told her, "Nami, I love you both." Later, Nami was captured by Arlong because of her ability to draw sea charts and became an officer in the Arlong pirate crew. But she always remembered Belmere's words, to live on with a smile and be strong, to save the village. She made a deal with Arlong. If she could gather 100 million berries, she could buy back the freedom of the entire village and herself. For these 8 years, she relied on this belief, stealing money from pirates and enduring great suffering. "But when I met you, you said, Arlong would never let me go." Nami looked up, her eyes full of despair, and I knew in my heart, but I didn't dare to believe it. Now, I don't know what to do. We all heard the sound of shattered dreams. Nami looked at us, at Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and finally at me, her voice trembling as she said each word clearly, "Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, please, help me." The four of us exchanged glances and simultaneously smiled, shouting at her in unison. Of course, after resolving the tension, the atmosphere on the boat instantly returned. We held a feast for a whole day until we finally saw the coastline of Cocoa West Village in the distance. The 5 of us stood side by side at the bow of the boat, admiring the picturesque little village. I made a decisive command. "Nami, you go back to the village with Sanji and Usopp, comfort the villagers, and make sure none of them run around. Zoro and I will go straight to their base. Remember, protect the villagers. That's your home." But Nami looked at the bandages on Zoro that hadn't been removed yet, worry written all over her face. Zoro's injuries are still not healed properly. But let me tell you, Luffy didn't look back at all. His tone was so calm, as if he were just talking about the weather, and he directly said, "Nami, don't you understand yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro stepped forward in a flash, standing side by side with Luffy, his gaze as firm as iron. Sanji also gave Nami a look, meaning, don't try to persuade them. Just trust them, and that's it. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy simply said, "Let's go." In a flash, he and Zoro dashed out like 2 arrows released from a bow. Oh right, before going ashore, he did something significant. He placed his precious straw hat, which was more important than his life, securely on Nami's head. Who understands, family? This was like handing the entire world over to her. The rest of us followed Nami to Cocoa Village. Goodness, on the way we passed through a village that was utterly devastated, completely flattened to the ground. It was said that a giant sea cow under Arlong's command did this. Nami's expression darkened immediately, but thankfully Sanji and Usopp were there to lighten the mood, which helped her relax a bit. When we finally stepped into the territory of Cocoa Village, Nami completely softened. She stood at the entrance of the village, arms wide open, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. The scent of orange blossoms filled the air. This was the feeling of home. It felt like a worker who had been drifting for 800 years had finally returned to their village, and even the air was sweet. We 2 big guys just stood by and watched without saying a word. In less than 2 seconds, a girl rushed out of the village and hugged Nami tightly. It was her sister Nojiko. The 2 were crying and laughing, while Sanji was beside them, his eyes nearly turning into hearts. Fortunately, our great Usopp was clear-headed and prioritized the situation, interrupting the spell. "Nami, let's handle the important matters first. Get the villagers to hide quickly." Sanji also snapped back to reality, looking serious. "Right, Nami-san. Don't let them get caught in the crossfire." Only then did Nojiko notice us, looking confused. "Who are these 2? Nami wiped her tears and proudly said, "They are my friends." We came here to defeat Arlong. I tell you, the look in her eyes was terrifyingly bright, a light that Nojiko had never seen in 8 years. Without hesitation, Nami grabbed her sister and ran into the village, notifying every household to hide properly. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro had already stormed into Arlong Park. I couldn't believe it. That lair was built like a fortress, resplendent, and obviously plundered from countless people. Luffy's anger flared up instantly. To him, corrupt officials and bullies were all the same. Bullying honest people, huh? Fine. Without a second thought, he threw a powerful punch, smashing that golden and jade-encrusted iron gate into pieces. Then he roared, "You little ones, come on, die." The fishmen lackeys inside remained surprisingly calm, probably used to being tyrants and thinking 2 humans were easy pickings. But in the next second, Luffy charged in like a tiger among sheep, throwing punches left and right, while Zoro was also slicing through with his sword, not caring about the minor injuries. The scene was like chopping vegetables. In just a short time, over 100 fishmen were lying on the ground. Luffy grabbed a terrified lackey, his fist hovering over the lackey's nose. "Go, tell your boss to come here. If I don't see him within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll tear this place apart." After saying that, he kicked the lackey in the rear, sending him off to deliver the message. Then, Luffy swaggered over to the grandest chair in the middle and sat down with a flourish, looking incredibly arrogant. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and whispered a few words into Zoro's ear. Zoro nodded, grabbed his sword, and jumped into a corner of the castle, not knowing what he was up to. By the time we settled the villagers, Nami still had over a dozen strong young men standing behind her who refused to hide. Along with us and Uncle Ayuen from the village, our group marched toward Arlong Park. Just as we left the village, we bumped into 2 of Arlong's subordinates, one called Black Belt and the other called Shu. Wow, with Arlong himself not around, this was like an appetizer for us. Sanji quickly assessed the situation and divided the tasks. "Nami, you and the uncles take care of the small fries. Usopp, that water shooter is yours." After saying that, he dashed straight for Black Belt, who practiced karate. As for Usopp, even though his legs were shaking, he didn't tee back down. He put on his goggles, took out his slingshot, and fired a deadly shot, Gunpowder Star. With a bang, it exploded right in front of Shu, covering him in dust. This made the water-shooting fishman furious. He puffed up and shot a water bullet at Usopp like a cannonball. Seeing this, Usopp thought, "Oh no, that power is too much. What if it hits the villagers behind?" Thinking quickly, he fired 2 gunpowder stars to push Shu back, then ran toward an empty area, pulling the battlefield away. Sanji was doing the same, fighting Black Belt, while leading him in another direction, kicking away several pesky lackeys along the way. The remaining 10 or so minor enemies were taken down by Nami and Uncle Ayuen in no time. However, Nami was still anxious because the strongest Arlong had not yet shown up, and she was most worried about Zoro and his injuries. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shout toward the distance, "Sanji, Usopp, hurry up and finish the fight. Luffy and Zoro are still waiting for us." A flamboyant response came from Sanji. "Got it. Nami-san, I'll handle it right away. I tell you, the power of love is great." Sanji, who had been trading blows with Black Belt, felt his anger spike upon hearing Nami's call, cursing his brother in his heart to not die. And then his whole leg turned red as he began spinning at high speed. The temperature made the air seem to distort. His ultimate move, the Devil Wind Kick. Usopp, on the other hand, wasn't as lucky. Shu had taken a position near a water pool, continuously shooting water bullets with great power and long range, keeping Usopp from lifting his head. But hearing Nami's words made him anxious. He fired gunpowder stars and lead bullets like they were free, but he just couldn't inflict a fatal blow. Suddenly, Shu took a huge gulp of water, his cheeks puffing out like a balloon, and then unleashed a massive water cannon. Usopp couldn't dodge in time and got hit, flying away like a kite with a broken string. In the moment of falling, a flash of determination crossed Usopp's eyes as he pulled out the last half bottle of industrial alcohol from his bag and threw it with all his might. Shu didn't take care at all, swatting the bottle and shattering it, soaking himself in alcohol. Seeing this, Usopp smiled as he landed. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shot a smoke star in Shu's direction, instantly enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. In the smoke, Shu's vision was completely obscured. Usopp took the opportunity to fire several more lead bullets and gunpowder stars into the smoke. Frustrated, Shu blew out a large amount of steam from his mouth, trying to disperse the smoke. Little did he know, this was just what Usopp wanted. As the smoke cleared and Shu, exasperated, prepared to unleash a bigger water cannon, Usopp grinned. A fiery red lead bullet, sparking from friction, shot toward him accurately. "Shu, looking disdainful, thought, what is this going to do? But the moment the lead bullet got close to him, it exploded, not with a shockwave, but with a large burst of flame. Usopp's ultimate move, Firestar. The flames ignited the damp, alcohol-steamed air around Shu, and with a boom, the water caught fire. The flames dove down his throat. Shu was instantly stunned, feeling an unprecedented terror from the agonizing pain in his body. Seizing the moment, Usopp pulled out a large iron hammer used for repairing the Mary and charged at Shu, yelling as he swung with all his strength, bringing the hammer down hard on Shu's forehead. With a dull thud, Shu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down. Having dealt with his opponent, Usopp let out a breath and sat down on the ground, but after resting for just a couple of seconds, he got up and ran toward Nami. Sanji's battle was also coming to an end. Without the advantage of water, Black Belt was just a sitting duck against the Devil Wind kick. Under Sanji's relentless barrage of kicks, Black Belt's bones shattered, rendering him completely useless. Sanji coolly retracted his leg, lit a cigarette, and was about to go to Nami to take credit when he saw Nami anxiously tending to Usopp's wounds with great tenderness. Sanji's jealousy flared up, his internal fire burning hotter than the one in his feet. When Nami came over to check on him, he was lost in a daze, only to see Nami's lips curl into a devilish smile, followed by a storm of punches and kicks, and finally a shoulder throw. She dusted off her hands and walked forward, feeling quite pleased. We quickly caught up, and now, there's only the final battlefield left. The scene cuts back to Arlong Park. Luffy is still sitting on that throne, unusually contemplating life. Suddenly, the door is pushed open, and a fishman over 2 meters tall walks in, with a jagged long nose and a fierce expression. Arlong has finally arrived. He looks at the fallen comrades all around him, burning with rage, and his gaze locks onto the boy sitting in his seat, picking his nose. Ah! Arlong roars in madness, trying to intimidate Luffy with his presence. He suddenly realizes that the pool next to him, which leads directly to the sea, has been blocked by hard stones. When did that happen? This kid wants to cut off my water supply? Naive. Arlong suddenly moves, his speed astonishing, covering the distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. His nose spinning like a chainsaw as it lunges towards Luffy. Luffy dodges with a quick move and counters with a powerful punch. The two engage in a flurry of attacks, colliding instantly. Arlong, relying on a strong physique, takes Luffy's sweeping kick head-on. With a loud bang, both take a step back, and Arlong is shocked. How can this human be so strong? Luffy doesn't give him a chance to catch his breath, maximizing the power of the gum-gum fruit as punches and kicks come from all directions. Suddenly, Arlong sidesteps and viciously slashes Luffy's arm with his nose, causing blood to flow. Luffy grits his teeth, enduring the pain, and forcibly twists his body in midair, delivering a heavy kick to Arlong's face. This round ends in a tie. Luffy tears a strip of cloth from his shirt to wrap around the wound, not even glancing at Arlong, his voice chillingly low. I never fight without a reason. Even if you spit at me, or pour your drink on my head, I could just laugh it off. But you absolutely cannot. Make my navigator cry. That's the only reason I need to beat you, and it's enough. As soon as he finishes speaking, Luffy squats slightly, places his right hand on the ground, and his blood starts to rush wildly, his skin turning red, steam billowing from his body. Second gear. Just at that moment, we arrived and saw the scene. Nami instantly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Sanji, anxious to rush over to help, was firmly held back by Usopp, who shook his head. This is the captain's battle. All we can do is believe. At that moment, Uncle Onin was the first to react, looking around and not seeing anyone. He panicked. Where's that guy named Zoro? He is not here. Nami, Usopp, you stay here. We'll split up to look for him. Let me tell you. When Sanji heard this, he was so startled that he almost ran off like a rocket, and in a flash, he disappeared with Uncle Ewan to find Zoro. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Luffy and Arlong were already going crazy in their second round. Luffy, who had activated Gear Second, I tell you, was steaming all over, like a little train, with his speed and power maxed out. But Luffy felt something was off. He thought he could go even faster and hit harder, but no matter how much he pushed, his body had reached its limit, and there was nothing he could do but keep going as he was. At this point, Arlong was completely stunned. His proud speed seemed like it was running at 0.5x speed in front of Luffy. With one jet pistol attack, it was like a machine gun, and Arlong was forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Just as Arlong was about to be beaten to death, Luffy's warning light also turned on. He could feel that the time for Gear Second was running out. If he didn't end the fight soon, he would be finished. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Nami and Usopp, and knew that if he said a word, they would definitely rush over to help. But he couldn't. This was the captain's battle, something he had promised Nami himself. He had to finish it on his own. Goodness, Arlong was also a seasoned veteran, having mixed it up in the Grand Line. As soon as he saw Luffy's state, he immediately understood. Ha, you taking a temporary buff, right? It has a time limit, doesn't it? While he braced himself, he started gathering his ultimate move, taunting wildly. Come on, pour all your last strength into me. You can't kill me. I'll take you down later. He felt Luffy's punches losing power. The balance of victory seemed to be tilting back in his favor. Luffy was getting anxious. He knew he had less than a minute left. Just then, hearing Arlong barking like a dog, Luffy's mind clicked. Oh no, I forgot. I still have the Bagua technique. I was so focused on using the gum fruit that I completely overlooked this. With that thought, Luffy smirked and shouted at Arlong, looking for death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luffy swung his arms back fiercely, and I tell you, their length broke the laws of physics, stretching to nearly 5 meters. Then, without even being able to see clearly, it was like 2 rows of Gatling guns, jet shotgun. Countless shadows of fists bombarded Arlong. Arlong was sent flying like a broken punching bag. But that wasn't enough. Luffy knew that with Arlong's tough fish skin and thick flesh, this little injury wouldn't take him down. He had to hit hard. He dashed right in front of Arlong, who by then was half conscious, barely holding on with the last bit of awareness, instinctively covering his head with his hands. Too late. Luffy planted one leg like a nail into the ground, while the other leg shot up to the sky. It stretched longer and longer, almost reaching 8 meters. The air around that leg was trembling and buzzing. Luffy's whole body turned red as blood rushed through him at high speed, and the wounds on his arms, just healed, burst open again, blood spraying out. That roar was unbelievable. Nami and Usopp nearby felt their hair stand on end. Gum, earth-shattering battle axe. I tell you, that scene was just like a tomahawk missile. That 8-meter-long leg came crashing down from the sky with a deafening roar that tore through the air. As Arlong just regained consciousness and looked up, the entire sky was darkened, completely covered by that foot. The only thought left in his mind was, it's over. If I had known, I wouldn't have dragged it out with him. I should have fought him right away. With a thunderous boom, the world fell silent. Arlong was directly planted into the ground by a kick from Luffy, with only his ugly fish head left sticking out. After finishing this round, Luffy's second gear was up. His eyes rolled back, and he went limp like a noodle, falling straight down. Nami and Usopp shouted and rushed over, with tears streaming down Nami's face like they were free, ripping off a large piece of Usopp's clothing to hurriedly bandage Luffy's wounds. Usopp, on the other hand, specialized in binding and quickly tied up Arlong's head securely. Just as they finished taking care of Luffy, Sanji returned carrying Zoro on his back. Good heavens! Zoro was also covered in injuries and had passed out. When Sanji saw this scene, with Luffy lying down and Arlong planted, he was completely shocked. Who understands, family? These two really dare to risk their lives for their friends. It's strange to say, Zoro had been holding on, but as soon as he sensed Luffy's presence nearby, it was like a heavy stone in his heart finally dropped, and he too fell into a deep sleep. Uncle Ayuan watched from the side, feeling so reassured. He entrusted Nami to these people and felt at ease. Oh right, the villagers also carried back a Navy soldier who looked extremely disheveled, having been chopped up by Zoro like a honeycomb. It turned out that Zoro found that ship and single-handedly dispatched an entire ship of Navy soldiers. Later, Luffy and Zoro were arranged to stay at Nami's house, where her sister Lily personally took care of them. The only doctor in the village came to check on them, shaking his head, saying these two had such good physical condition that there was nothing serious, just exhaustion. They just needed to rest. 2 days later, the village held a banquet, and it was a massive gathering with drums and gongs echoing everywhere. Nami stood in the sunset. Her smile was truly heartfelt. Her sister Lily and Uncle Yuan came to find her, saying Sanji was almost going crazy, urging Nami to hurry and join the feast. Uncle Yuan, however, sat alone in front of Belmir's grave, lighting a cigarette. This tough man cried for the first time. The banquet scene was incredibly lively. People from nearby villages came, bringing their best food and drink. Usopp jumped onto the roof, becoming a bard, playing an instrument he found who knows where, turning this battle into a song. Especially Luffy's classic line, "Even if you spit on me, I can endure it, but if you dare to touch my friends, be prepared to face my wrath." The villagers shouted along with him, releasing years of pent-up grievances. Nami and Lily secretly snuck back to Luffy and Zoro's room. According to Nami, at Luffy's bedside, there were 5 pounds of Sanji's special grilled beef. At Zoro's bedside, there was a large bucket of the oldest fine wine. I tell you, as soon as that aroma wafted over, the two of them sat up like they had been resurrected. One grabbed the meat and started gnawing, while the other picked up a barrel of wine and began to chug. Lily, who was watching nearby, was taken aback, then laughed and said to Nami, "You really know them well. For these two, meat and wine are the best medicine when they're injured. This little bit of food is hardly enough." Luffy had just opened his appetite, and Zoro had just rinsed his mouth. Hearing the commotion from the banquet outside, their eyes lit up. Luffy immediately jumped out of bed and ran outside, with Zoro closely following. After running a couple of steps, Luffy turned back and grinned at Nami, his mouth stretching wide like a basin. "Nami, the banquet is on." The two dashed outside side by side, and Luffy suddenly asked in a voice only Zoro could hear, "Zoro, how's that thing going?" Zoro nodded. Not a drop leaked. "However, are we really not telling Nami about it? Let's talk about it when we set sail." "It's not the right time now," Luffy whispered. "Come on, let's go have a drink." The way they were slinging their arms over each other's shoulders made Nami and Lily behind them feel a chill, finding it strange. At the banquet, Luffy and Zoro were competing in drinking, and Luffy ended up getting completely crushed. Zoro drank like it was water. Who could withstand that? After a few drinks, Luffy slipped away to gorge on food to replenish his energy. While eating, he suddenly thought of a very philosophical question. "I've been here for so long, but it seems I've never taken a big dump. Could it be that everything I eat turns into energy? Damn, what am I thinking about? How disgusting." With that thought, he took a big bite of ham. At that moment, Uncle Ewan sat down next to him, the little windmill on his head still spinning. He took the meat that Luffy handed over, took a big bite, then lowered his voice, staring intently at Luffy. "If I find out that you bully Nami in the future, I will fight you with all my might." Luffy also put away his playful smile and looked at him seriously. "Uncle, don't worry. As long as I have a breath left, I will never let Nami get hurt. She is my partner, and I will protect her even if I have to die." The two big men stared at each other, creating a heavy atmosphere. Just then, Nami and Lily, who had just come over, saw this scene and felt a wave of inexplicable chill again. Luffy suddenly smiled and pointed at Uncle Ewan's head. "Uncle, your windmill is really fun." After 3 days and nights of revelry, as dawn broke, Luffy called everyone up, preparing to set sail. That's right, to set sail. There were no farewells, no emotional speeches. Only Uncle Ewan and Lily came to see them off. The tattoo of the Arlong pirates on Nami's shoulder had been changed to her favorite orange and windmill. Everyone boarded the ship silently, leaving time for Nami and her family on the shore. After a while, Nami turned around and boarded the ship, making a face at the shore. "Don't worry. With so many partners, I won't be in trouble." As soon as the ship set sail, a large crowd suddenly rushed out of the village. All the villagers desperately waving at the ship, shouting for them to come back often. As the ship sailed into the sea, everyone was so tired that they all lay down on the deck to catch up on sleep. When they woke up again, it was already noon. Sanji immediately served Nami a heartfelt afternoon tea. As Luffy just woke up, he suddenly remembered something and said to Zoro, "Let's go release that guy. He's been locked up for several days and must be starving." Saying that, he rushed into the cabin, only to find that the octopus, Chopper, who was originally tied up there, was gone. Luffy was stunned, and a cold voice came from the doorway. "Luffy, it was you who told Zoro to hide him." It was Nami. When Luffy saw her, he felt relieved, knowing that Chopper was definitely fine. He nodded. "Yes, I asked Zoro to knock him out and bring him here. Chopper is not like Arlong and the others. He's not a bad guy." Nami fell silent for a moment, then looked at Luffy with a particularly complicated expression. "Luffy, I haven't asked until now, but I want to know now. There's a knot in my heart that I can't untie, and it keeps bothering me." Luffy sighed, knowing that this day had finally come. His little secret of foreseeing the future had been discovered by the observant Nami. "Let's go to the hall and talk." Everyone gathered around, and actually, everyone felt a bit uneasy. It seemed Luffy could always predict the future. Once everyone was seated, Luffy smiled and said, "Actually, I've been waiting for an opportunity to tell you. I originally wanted to wait until we stormed into the Grand Line to say it, but since Nami asked, then I'll come clean." He paused, looking at everyone, and said word by word, "Because in the East Blue, our Straw Hat Pirates have gathered the partners we need. We need a total of 10 partners. Besides us, we still need a historian, a ship's doctor, a shipwright, and a musician. As for why I know this," Luffy took off his most treasured straw hat and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from the lining. "This is a book I found in a cave when I was 11. How to put it? A spoiler about my own life. The book is called Monkey D." Luffy's Voyage Diary. At first, I didn't believe it, but later I found that everything written in the book happened one by one. I also learned the techniques I taught you from this book. At the end of the book, it says my mission is to find and eliminate the most evil demon. And you all are the partners written in the book who will help me complete my mission. I don't want the bad things in the book to happen. I don't want you to suffer any unnecessary harm. So, I made some arrangements in advance. Now that you all know, you can choose to continue adventuring with me, the chosen one, or you can choose to leave. I will have no complaints. After he finished speaking, the entire cabin fell silent. Everyone silently passed around the piece of paper, which briefly outlined each person's fate. Usopp looked at his part. His face turned pale. He thought about how dangerous it would have been for Kaya if Luffy hadn't known about Kuro's conspiracy in advance, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Sanji and Zoro felt the same. They finally understood that Luffy's seemingly strange decisions were all to protect them and their most important people. After Nami finished reading, she raised her head, quietly looked at Luffy, and slowly uttered a few words. We are partners who share life and death. I have to tell you, after Nami said this, I felt completely different. Before, she was still suspicious of me and couldn't get over the incident with the octopus, Little 8. But now, she rushed into the adjacent room, dragged out the tightly bound Little 8, and placed him in front of me. Luffy, she said, this is what I discovered earlier. I was really angry at the time, but I knew you must have your reasons. Now I understand that this guy isn't bad at heart. I'm leaving him to you. Goodness. Little 8 was almost out of breath, so I quickly untied him, poured a few sips of Sanji's hot soup into him, and let him rest. Now, everyone's heart was completely unburdened. However, the atmosphere at the dining table was still a bit strange. They all looked like mutes. I realized this wouldn't do, so I spoke up directly. What are you all thinking? Just say it, don't hold back. Zoro was the first to speak, his brows furrowed like a knot. Luffy, are we really going to follow what that comic book says? Usopp immediately backed down, saying, let me tell you, his survival instinct is practically ingrained in his DNA. Following the script is great. It shows all the pitfalls ahead. It's all about safety. Sanji rolled his eyes dramatically and made a greasy expression at Nami. What is the point of life then? It's like playing a crack game. It's boring. Nami, don't you think? Nami thought for a moment and slowly spoke, her words directly touching everyone's hearts. To be honest, I don't want to follow the script either. It's too boring. But if this is your decision, Luffy, I have no objections. After all, if we go step by step, it seems we can all achieve our dreams. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone looked at me, waiting for my decision. I scanned them and smiled. I made my decision and said word by word, the script is torn up. As soon as I finished speaking, that guy Zoro laughed like a blooming flower. Let me tell you, that smile was practically the most healing emoji of 2025. Of course, I continued, although we won't follow the script anymore. The places mentioned on it are ones we must go to, because there are our future companions. Not a single one can be missing. Also, I took out the black iron piece I got from Monka. The direction for our great voyage must listen to me. This thing seems to be pointing the way for me. After some discussion, everyone voted unanimously in favor. Now, the knot in our hearts was completely untied, and the atmosphere instantly exploded, immediately starting to prepare for a feast. At this time, the octopus Little 8 also woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw us, especially the sword on Zoro's waist, he trembled in fear and immediately got defensive. Who are you? How dare you capture me? I am an officer of the evil dragon pirates. Nami, you traitor. Nami began to explain everything from the beginning of the world to the atrocities of Arlong, all the way to how he wiped them out. Goodness, I thought if she kept talking, it would be dawn. I interrupted directly. Little 8, don't listen to her ramble. Next stop, I'll let you go back to the Sabati archipelago. Uncle Rayleigh is waiting for you there. Upon hearing the name Rayleigh, Little 8 was completely stunned. At this point, he finally calmed down and slowly integrated into our group. This guy's takoyaki was truly exceptional. Everyone enjoyed it at the feast. The ship swayed gently and arrived at Lowtown, the place where the Pirate King began and ended. We split up to take action. Sanji accompanied Nami to go shopping, and that guy was so happy he almost drooled, only to be punched awake by Nami. Zoro dragged Usopp to buy swords, while also completing Usopp's first battle as a brave warrior at sea. As for me, I was responsible for sending little Ocho off for the last time. At the dock, people came and went. I helped Ocho disguise himself and pushed him onto the boat home. I watched him board without saying a word. It wasn't that I didn't want to speak. I was afraid that if I did, I wouldn't be able to hold back the feelings of reluctance. I had thought about letting him come on the ship, but I knew the road ahead was too dangerous, and having him with me might not be a good thing. It would be better for him to return safely and open an octopus ball shop. But then that guy Ocho suddenly turned around on the boat and shouted with all his might, "You guys will come, right? I'll be waiting for you. You must come." My heart skipped a beat, and I silently vowed to his back, "I will go, I definitely will." On the other side, Zoro was pulling Usopp to hide in a corner. He insisted on seeing with his own eyes the female Navy who supposedly looked exactly like Kuina in the script. After a while, a girl wearing glasses walked over, looking incredibly pure. I tell you, Zoro was petrified on the spot, as if he had been hit by Medusa's skill. With his eyes wide open, that expression had 3 parts shock and 7 parts nostalgia. It was simply unbelievable. If Usopp hadn't desperately pulled him away, I reckon he would have stood there like a statue, longing for his wife. After sending Xiaoba away, I walked alone through several streets and arrived at the end of a dirty and secluded alley. There was a bar that was about to fall apart. I pushed the door open and walked in. It was empty inside, with only a hunchbacked old man wiping glasses behind the bar. I could sense that this place once belonged to a towering man. I just sat down, and that old man, with his back to me, said softly, "Finally here, huh?" I was completely stunned at that moment. No way, this isn't how the script goes. Does this old man know me? I didn't say a word, ordered a drink, and silently drank with him. After a while, the old man coughed a couple of times, turned around, and his gaze was sharp like a knife. "Kid, can I tell you a story first?" "Please go ahead, sir." "A long, long time ago," he began, his voice sounding as if it came from the dust of history. "This world was a place called Shangri-La, where everyone pursued freedom and dreams, until the appearance of a person who destroyed everything. That person was called the Demon." The old man paused, watching my reaction. I didn't say anything, but his next words shattered my worldview completely. That demon established an organization that is now the world government. Damn, I almost spit out my drink at that moment. To fight against the demon, the old man continued, the wisest group of people at that time created the ancient weapons. After a cataclysmic war, the demon was gravely injured, but the ancient weapons were all destroyed as well. Just when the demon thought it had won, the last controller burned out all of his life force to unleash the ultimate move, ultimate seal. Suddenly, the sky was filled with bagua patterns, which instantly tore the demon's body into countless fragments, scattering them across the world. Those fragments later became the devil fruits. The sacrificial person exhausted his final strength, transmitting his bloodline and mission. From then on, the descendants who inherited his will all shared a common codename, D. The mission of D is to prevent the resurrection of the demon. The last person who was closest to the truth was GOLD, Roger. He reached the end, only to find that the final clue was a trap. Once opened, the demon would awaken. He had no choice but to return, using his death to ignite the age of exploration. He wanted everyone in the world to eat the devil fruits, because the more the fruits were consumed, the less power the demon could reclaim upon resurrection. Roger told me all of this, and you, the old man, are staring at me intently, meaning that I am the second person chosen to inherit this mission. My head is buzzing, and it takes me a while to find my voice. "Are you sure it's me?" "Shanks." The old man spat out 2 words. "It was Roger who sent him to find a successor. He found you," he said, "because he saw the same look in your eyes as Roger. Of course, I also confirmed it myself, that Conqueror's hockey within you and the purest bloodline of D cannot be fake." After saying all this, the old man stared at me intently. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. Will you take on this burden or not? You can choose to refuse. We have a backup candidate. Although he is much stronger than you, Roger's final instruction was that you should do it, as the success rate would be the highest. Can I still say no? Let me tell you, old man, this ISNT choice you're giving me. You've clearly dug a pit for me. You've spilled all the secrets, and if I dare to say no now, will I just vanish into thin air?" I roll my eyes in my mind, but on my lips I firmly said yes. I must accept, but I'm not a fool. If I take the job, I need to be fully equipped, right? I grabbed the old man who was about to slip away. Hey, wait. You Haven T told me the most crucial part yet. What secret weapon did Roger ultimately discover? You can't expect me to go fight the final boss empty-handed, right? If Roger has already knelt, wouldn't it be pointless for me to go? And then the old man just shrugged and said to me, "How could I possibly know that?" My blood pressure shot up in an instant, and I almost couldn't help but give him a physical pressure release. When my temper flared up, I directly grabbed his collar, my eyes bulging like copper bells. He quickly waved his hands. Hey, my old bones can't take your shaking." Seeing him look like he was about to fall apart, I had no choice but to let go, feeling anxious inside. The old man, seeing that I was really anxious, finally leisurely added, "But Roger did leave a message." "Quick, say it." My eyes lit up. The old man cleared his throat and recited in a pretentious tone. Move forward in the direction of freedom and dreams. Everything lies in the journey. I told you. When I heard that, I had just one reaction. The subway old man looking at his phone. JPG, isn't this pure nonsense literature? Is he playing riddles with me? He even added insult to injury, saying Roger can understand the historical text, but I can't. I have to find my own way. I thought to myself, ISNT that just perfect? I have an archaeologist booked for my future ship. I took that tattered map and left without looking back, but before I left, I dropped the line, old man, you better live a long time. I'll come back to find you for a drink after I finish my business. As I walked away, the old man, who had just been so vigorous, suddenly slumped down like a deflated ball, leaning against the liquor cabinet, murmuring, Kid, I'm waiting to see if Roger S. choice is right or wrong. Of course, I couldn't hear any of that. Leaving the tavern and crossing the street, guess what I saw? The high execution platform in the center of Roger Town. Who in the family understands? That image hit me like a duong, a sea of people, and that man standing at the highest point, smiling more brilliantly than anyone else before his death. That phrase that marked the beginning of the age of exploration seemed to echo in my ears. In that moment, I felt as if I was possessed by Roger, and my mouth involuntarily broke into a grin, one that was fearless and carefree to the bone. In a moment of heat, I took off from the spot and jumped up to the top of the platform in just a few leaps. Standing there, overlooking the dense crowd below and feeling the sea breeze, the primal power within me could no longer be contained. I suddenly squatted down, took a deep breath, cupped my hand around my mouth, and shouted with all my might to the whole town of Rogue Town, I will definitely become the Pirate King. After shouting, I ran away. It was so thrilling. The sound of the Navy's whistles echoed behind me as I blended into the crowd, twisting and turning until I slipped away to the harbor and found the Going Merry. When I got back on the ship, everyone else hadn't returned yet. So to pass the time, I sat cross-legged and started studying my mysterious cheat, the Bagua diagram technique. As it turned out, this time I messed up badly. I tried to push for a new ability, but my head felt like it exploded with countless Bagua diagrams spinning rapidly and overlapping. My CPU overheated, and a wave of excruciating pain hit me. I screamed out in agony. Everything went black, and I knew nothing after that. When I opened my eyes again, it was 3 days later. I was lying on the deck, surrounded by Nami, Zoro, and the others, all looking anxious. Luffy, you finally woke up. You scared us to death. Usopp was crying with snot and tears, waving meat in front of my nose. I didn't react at all. This was so abnormal. As soon as I woke up, I blurted out a curse. Damn, I'm finally alive. It left everyone stunned, seeing that they didn't pay attention to what I said. I quickly chuckled and scratched my head. Sorry, didn't mean to worry you all. I briefly explained the reason for my fainting. It's because I got carried away with practicing the external enhancement technique. When Zoro and Sanji heard about the backlash from the technique, their faces turned pale. They said it usually takes at least 3 to 5 months to recover from something like this, but I got better in just 3 days, which is simply monstrous. Then, I stopped holding back and revealed everything the old man had told me about the truth of this world, the existence of demons, and the mission we bear in full detail. Guess what? None of these guys flinched. After hearing this secret that could shake the world government, their eyes were not filled with fear, but with light. That kind of excitement that says, brothers, something big is coming. Everyone understood that from now on. We had to work hard to become stronger. The ship drifted on the ocean, and time passed quickly, until a few days later. Nami rushed over like she had seen a ghost, clutching 2 maps. One was ours, and the other was the one we had taken from Buggy. She pointed at the maps, her voice trembling. Luffy, something big has happened. Look, all the normal navigation charts show that the entrance to the Grand Line is through a waterway at Reverse Mountain. But the map the old man gave you points to a mountain. It's a wall. There's no way through. Everyone gathered around to take a look, and indeed, our target point was marked with a huge cross on the wall of the Red Line, a barren area with no caves at all. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I asked. I nearly went blind looking at it. There's absolutely no way. Nami was on the verge of tears. The ship fell into a dead silence. Ahead was the towering, endless red line, like an insurmountable red cliff. I had only one thought at that moment. To hell with it. What is wrong with the mountain? What is wrong with the wall? Blocking the way? Then let us smash through it. I took off my straw hat, tied it back on, jumped onto the figurehead of the Mary, and turned back to them with a grin. Brothers, hold on tight. Let us charge. Everyone, including the timid Usopp, wore a crazy smile like mine at that moment. Charge. Mary, I tell you, that scene was simply incredible. The Mary was like an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for that towering red wall. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just 1 second before the bow of the ship was about to crash, a buzzing sound erupted from my chest, and a burst of azure light instantly enveloped the entire ship. Immediately after, the mountain wall opposite also lit up with the same blue light. Then, can you believe it? Our entire ship just zipped through the wall like that. It was like we had experienced some kind of quantum teleportation, appearing on the other side of the mountain without a scratch. A towering blue beam of light shot up into the sky from the place we disappeared like a signal. At the same time, at the peak of the world's power, Mary Geos, 5 old men, the legendary 5 elders, simultaneously opened their eyes in a dark room. One of them said in a deep voice, "It's here. Roger's game has finally begun." It began, I tell you, and not just them, the entire world. All the big shots with any kind of name in that moment seemed to have telepathically lifted their heads in unison. In the Sabati archipelago, the legendary Dark King Rayleigh was lazily drinking in a tavern just a second ago, and the next moment his eyes suddenly lit up like searchlights, muttering, "The captain's plan has finally started." His enchanting boss, Shaki, was shocked and asked him what was going on, and he just nodded, keeping his achievements hidden. Meanwhile, the red-haired crew was still having a party on some island. Shanta just put down a big wine bowl with a slap, frozen in place, gazing into the distance. His smile a mix of satisfaction and, how should I put it, like a father watching his son finally about to take the college entrance exam, murmuring, "Luffy, you have to hold on." But the funniest of all, the clown Buggy. I tell you, at that moment on his ship, his facial expression was something else. First shocked, then ecstatic, and finally he forcibly held it back, doing some mental construction. No, I've endured for 20 years. I can't let this moment slip by. Acting all dignified and enduring. The big shots of the world were all moving, all calculating. But guess what? In the eye of this storm, our main characters, Luffy and the others, were busy diving. I tell you, it felt just like sitting in a death submarine. The bubble wrap layer on the outside of the Going Merry was getting thinner and thinner, the color fading. And we could see it was about to pop from the water pressure. Our hearts were in our throats. But what happened? It didn't pop. With a huge bang, we crashed straight into a mountain wall. Can you believe it? We actually tunneled through a mountain. Right after that, the bow of the ship suddenly lifted, and we started shooting upwards like a crazy underwater roller coaster. The speed was much faster than when we fell. When we burst out of the water with a splash. Our families, who could understand? We were all dazed. This was no Grand Line. It was basically a giant mountain pool surrounded by the red Earth continent. The clouds in the sky looked like game textures, completely still. The whole scene was as fake as a large film set. Nami immediately took over the command. Zoro adjusted the sails, Sanji steered, Usopp kept watch, and we started navigating this unknown inland sea like professionals. But this place was strange. It was day and night. And our food was running out fast. There was no choice but to fish every day. That kid Luffy, with his big heart, was actually in the mood to train in such a creepy place. He sat cross-legged on the goat head at the bow of the ship, determined to comprehend his so-called Bawa diagram technique. What happened? He ended up going crazy. His head felt like it was about to explode, and the pain was unbearable. Just when he was about to give in, suddenly, from afar came the sound of bells ding 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 hey. Guess what? The sound of the bells was like turning on a calming aura, and Luffy's head instantly stopped hurting. Once he relaxed, he tilted his body and plopped straight into the sea. I was about to have my eyes pop out. If he fell, a devil fruit user would just be a lead weight, certain to die. Just as he was about to feed the fish, this kid came up with a clever idea. He flung his rubber arms backward like noodles, and with a slap, he hit the water surface, using the reaction force of the water. He pushed himself back onto the deck. This move was simply the water surfing version, plus he fell hard. His hands went numb instantly, but at least he saved his little life. Just then, a small black disc clinked and fell out from his arms. Luffy looked at that thing, and his mind went boom. He understood everything. Wow. So the invincible shield that could tunnel through mountains and dive was created by this unassuming little disc. It turns out this was the cheat that Roger left for him. Just like that, we drifted in this creepy place for a full 35 days, nearly turning into salted fish, and finally saw the shadow of land in the distance. Everyone on the ship went crazy, standing at the bow as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and the Going Merry seemed to be moving faster. When the ship reached the shore, we discovered that this place was another riddle. A dense forest completely blocked the village, filled with thorns, and there was no way through. We had to hack a path to get inside. At the village entrance, a wooden sign was crookedly written with 3 words, Shimi Village. But then a strange scene appeared. The entire village, let me tell you, was filled with children. There were kids from a few years old to teenagers running around playing, and each child had a strange black mark on them, about the size of teacup bottom. As soon as we appeared, the group of kids scattered and ran away, hiding in their houses to peek at us, as if we were some kind of monsters. Zoro, with his bad temper, wanted to grab a kid to ask about the situation, but Luffy stopped him. We had no choice but to brace ourselves and walk towards the center of the village. But the further we went, the colder our hearts became. The entire village, except for the children, had not a single adult in sight. With no other options, we decided to split up and search house by house, turning the whole village upside down, but we still couldn't find a single adult. All we found were some babies who couldn't even speak properly. This place was so eerie that it sent chills down my spine. In the end, we had no choice but to set up camp in the empty space in the center of the village, starting a fire to grill meat, hoping to wait for something to happen. I have to say, Sanji's cooking skills are top-notch. As soon as the aroma of the meat wafted out, all those hiding kids came over, looking at us with eager eyes. Sanji's heart softened, and he ended up sharing some meat with them. We were eating when suddenly, ding-dong. Ding-dong, that mysterious bell rang again. Right after that, I tell you, the most absurd scene in the world unfolded. From those empty houses we had searched countless times, a bunch of adults walked out, one after another. Men, women, old people, they all came out, and they had those black marks on them, but much larger than the ones on the children. Leading them was an old man named Oxy, who claimed to be the village chief. The black mark on him had spread all over his upper body, and it looked terrifying. When he saw us, he was first excited, then his eyes turned red. Nami couldn't hold back and directly asked, "Chief, what is going on? Where have all you adults been? And where are these marks on your bodies?" Chief Oxy sighed deeply, his face filled with sadness. He told us that this place was under a terrible curse. The light in the sky changes with the bells ringing. There's a kind of light known as the death light. If the black marks on someone grow to a certain size and are illuminated by this light, they'll be burned alive. So every time the bell rings, it signals the arrival of the death light, and all the adults must hide in the cellar. They can only come out for a breath of fresh air when the bell rings again, and it's safe light. Family, for 30 years, they have been living this dark, sunless life. We felt really uncomfortable hearing that. Nami asked again, "What about the children? Just leaving them outside? Aren't you afraid they'll be taken away by wild beasts in the forest?" Villager Oxy laughed at this and said, "Don't worry about that. We've sprinkled the potion made by our greatest mentor, the Master of Forgetting, around the village. Those wild beasts wouldn't dare come near." Wow, another new character has popped up. Who is this Master of Forgetting? Let me tell you, the village chief's expression when she is mentioned is simply one of deep admiration. He said this master is a mysteriously powerful female mage who not only teaches them how to survive in such a haunted place, but also predicted our arrival long ago, saying that those who follow the guidance of the formation would help them regain their freedom and dreams. Wow, it seems like the script was written in advance, right? You know, Luffy, as soon as he hears there is a curse to break, he was just about to ask for some details when a young man rushed over, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Village Chief, the banquet is starting." Let me tell you, in Luffy's mind, the priority of the word feast is top-notch. Any curses, any masters are instantly thrown out of the window. His eyes light up, and he is almost drooling. Well, let's start the feast then. The scene was simply incredible. These villagers who had been living underground for years went wild as soon as they were liberated, full of passion. The meat they roasted was, to be honest, uniquely flavorful. Even Sanji couldn't help but show off his skills. Luffy, of course, went all out, eating like a balloon. As for Zoro, let's not even mention it. He found his paradise. The villagers brought out a type of old wine that had been buried for over 30 years, brewed from wild fruits and beast bones. With a huge kick, Zoro's eyes glazed over as he hugged the wine jar, blowing into it like a bottle, focused on companionship, and by the end, he was already calling people brothers. Nami was the only one with a clear head. She didn't drink much and went over to the group of village women to gather information. Let me tell you, what she uncovered was brutally harsh. The children in this village have a growth rule that can only be described as hellish. Before the age of 5, they must live in a well-lit area so that the damn birthmark can grow to half their face. Then, from the age of 5 to 10, they must be locked away underground, not allowed to come out for even a day. These 2 steps cannot be missed. If they miss the first step, they have to live under the light for the rest of their lives. If they miss the second step, the moment they see light, they spontaneously combust into ashes. Who understands this? Isn't this the real-life version of being separated by yin and yang? As the village women spoke, tears began to flow, clearly having personally experienced such tragedies. Hearing this made my fists clench, What kind of situation is this? Nami couldn't take it anymore either. She quietly told Luffy, who was still stuffing his face. I saw Luffy's mouth, filled with roasted meat, suddenly freeze, and his expression changed instantly. The next second, he stood up and gathered everyone. Zoro, who was still drinking, Sanji, who was showcasing his culinary skills, and Usopp, who was boasting endlessly. An emergency meeting. The conclusion was simple. The feast is cancelled. Now, immediately, we need to resolve this cursed situation. We found the village chief, and Luffy's expression was so serious, it was frightening. He directly said, "Chief, thank you for your hospitality, but we must leave. Tell us how to break the curse." The chief was also intimidated by Luffy's presence, and told us that the only one who knows how to lift the curse is the Forgetting Master. However, this master has a strange temper, so we should be mentally prepared. Moreover, the chief secretly told Luffy that the master herself is also cursed, and much more severely than they are. Her whole body is turned black, so she is very sensitive about words like black, dark, and ugly being mentioned in her presence. Great, that's another taboo. After bidding farewell to the villagers, we set sail again on the Going Merry. To reach the master, we have to pass through a place called the Sea of Desire, which is a haunted area. Let me tell you, the surface of that sea is filled with huge whirlpools that could swallow a ship whole. Just looking at it makes my scalp tingle. But who is our Nami? The top navigator. She directly countered the situation, not dodging, and drove the ship straight into the center of the whirlpool. I was on the ship at the time, feeling like my soul was about to fly away. The ship was being swept up by the whirlpool at an incredible speed. Just when we thought we were about to be sucked in, Nami gave the order, and Zoro and Sanji quickly turned the sails and steered the ship. With the centrifugal force, the entire ship shot out of the whirlpool like a cannonball and landed steadily in the calm waters on the other side. I can only say, that was an incredible maneuver. Once we reached the island, we found a small dark room where the master lived. We knocked on the door, and a strange voice came from inside, telling us to come in and shut the door, forbidding any light. The voice, sounding like surround sound, said that we had no way to retreat, and that if we didn't complete the mission, we would die here. At that moment, I thought, who do you think you are, being so arrogant? Luffy was about to explode with anger. As the room gradually brightened, we could finally see that the person speaking was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, looking like she was on the verge of death. Goodness, where's that mysterious sorceress we were promised? The contrast was too great. The old woman sighed when she saw our confused faces and began to tell her story. It turned out she was the master of forgetting. She had become this way because for decades, she had used herself as a test subject to research the antidote, which resulted in her current appearance. Next came the moment of explosive information. Simply put, this place used to be a secret armory, and later accidentally sealed a fragment of a demon's aura. This aura was contaminating and corrupted some of the mentally unstable villagers, turning them into the demon's minions. Then, when that light in the sky changed, the good people were weakened while the bad ones were strengthened, and the good could only hide underground. The most infuriating part was that the root of all this was a traitor from their clan, a guy named Honda Jet, a double agent, actively sided with the demon and became its spokesperson. If we could take down this traitor, we could reseal the demon, and all curses would be lifted. Upon hearing this, Luffy's anger reached its peak, and his fists cracked ominously. Seeing our determination, the old woman gave us 5 vials of potion, saying that these would allow us to disguise ourselves in the enemy's city, and then pointed us the way. With the clues in hand, we set off without a second thought. I tell you, our entire team was burning with a fire in our hearts, marching like we were in a hurry, not stopping for a moment. We passed through a jujube grove, and under Nami's lead, we trudged through a thicket, directly charging into a vast desert. Just as we had been marching for over 10 hours, exhausted and thirsty, a green oasis appeared ahead. But unfortunately, a large group of sand foxes suddenly emerged in front of the oasis, blocking our path. The foxes looked at us with disdain and provocation in their little eyes. This fully ignited the powder keg. Usopp was the first to lose it, firing a gunpowder star that instantly took down the leading sand fox. He was stunned for a moment and shouted, "Damn, this is too weak." Immediately after, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and all of us unleashed all the pent-up frustration we had been holding back on those oblivious sand foxes. Nami even started calling for reinforcements, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Let me tell you, Nami summoning is no joke. It's practically a calamity. Lightning struck down as if it were free, and the 3 of us went berserk. Luffy's fists, Zoro's swords, Sanji's legs charged into the sand foxes like 3 meat grinders, and it was a chaotic slaughter. There were originally hundreds of them, but they didn't even last 5 minutes before we wiped them out. Zoro's final move, 3,000 worlds, was incredibly cool. Then the strangest thing happened. Right after the battle, all the pent-up energy inside us drained away, and we collapsed onto the pile of sand fox corpses, passing out instantly. When I woke up again, Luffy was sitting there pondering, saying something fell off with our condition, and it had to be that old witch's doing, but he couldn't figure out how she had done it. Just then, Sanji slapped his thigh and exclaimed he remembered. He said he smelled a faint fragrance on that old witch, which his old man mentioned before. It was a special spice that could unleash all of a person's potential, boosting their combat power for a short time, but the downside was that it would leave them utterly exhausted afterward, needing a long time to recover. Who understands this, right? We finally realized that the old witch never expected us to come back alive. She wanted us to be disposable cannon fodder, sacrificing ourselves to take that guy, Bondo Jet, down with us. Nami was furious, stomping her feet, saying that was just too malicious. But Luffy interrupted us, saying regardless of her intentions, since we decided to go for it, we must see it through to the end. After resting enough, Sanji grilled the pile of sand foxes, and to be honest, it actually tasted pretty good. After filling our stomachs and hydrating, we continued toward the center of the desert. The journey was far from peaceful. We encountered all sorts of monsters, which served as our practice partners. The funniest part was when we ran into a highly poisonous scorpion king, glowing purple all over. Clearly not to be trifled with. Zoro's eyes lit up, claiming it for himself, and then in a flash, he performed a drawing slash. One sword style. Lion's song. I'm telling you, we could barely see it coming, and the Scorpion King was sliced in half, showcasing pure violent aesthetics. Then it was Sanji's time to shine. He rushed over and extracted a meat lump from the Scorpion King's body, saying it was a natural antidote that could immunize against most toxins. In no time, he prepared us a plate of grilled meat lump. This guy even specially mixed a beauty tonic for Nami using the Scorpion King's heart blood, serving it to her with great enthusiasm. As soon as the three of us guys shot him envious looks, he disdainfully said, "You guys think you deserve this? Good heavens. How can we tolerate that?" Luffy, Zoro, and I immediately pinned him down and rubbed his face into the ground, so by the time he set off, there were several clear shoe prints on his handsome face. Amidst all the bickering and fighting, we finally caught sight of the legendary Amore City. The closer we got, the heavier the dark and oppressive atmosphere became. Fortunately, the alchemical potion the old witch provided was real. We each applied a bottle to ourselves, and the monsters controlled by the dark energy treated us as one of their own, completely ignoring us. Once we entered the city, we were all stunned. The city was incredibly grand, but it felt lifeless inside. The people walking around had hollow eyes, resembling zombies. Luffy's face instantly darkened, his fists cracking with rage. But he held back this time, knowing that acting impulsively wouldn't solve anything. Our main task was to blend in and find the seal location. We picked a deserted corner, swiftly took down a few puppets, and stripped them of their clothes to disguise ourselves. The most astonishing part was that when these puppets died, the dark energy dissipated, and they even revealed serene smiles on their faces. Usopp was bewildered, scratching his head, saying, "Could it be that by killing them, we actually saved them?" Just as we were infiltrating in the most luxurious palace at the center of the city, the final boss, Bondo Jet, was comfortably lounging on his pure gold throne. Suddenly, a few strands of dark energy representing the villagers' control marks dissipated from a large crystal ball in front of him. He sat up straight, his expression turning cold. "Are they coming?" He gently pressed a button next to his chair, and a muscular man named Zale entered, kneeling on one knee. Jet lazily said, "There are intruders. You guard the first floor. Let one through, and you know the consequences." Then he pressed another button, and a man covered in silver armor appeared. We had no idea we had already been exposed. We had been hiding and sneaking around, finally reaching the so-called sealing place. But what was this place? It was not a sealing site at all. It was a magnificent palace, with walls encrusted with various gems. Nami's eyes immediately turned into the shape of berries. Luffy shouted, "Go!" and we charged in. The guards at the entrance didn't even have time to react before the three of us took them down in an instant. However, as soon as we stepped into the hall, the door behind us slammed shut with a bang. An image appeared in front of us, and it was the man named Bondo Jet, smoking a cigar with a lewd smile. "Since you're here, let's play a game." He said there were 5 doors, for led to his capable subordinates, and the last one led directly to him. The rules were simple. Each person would choose a door and go in for a one-on-one fight. Without hesitation, Luffy walked straight to the middle door, clearly signaling that the boss was his. Zoro and Sanji, demonstrating their unique camaraderie. Each chose a door next to the middle one. This left the two outer doors labeled Heaven and Earth for Nami and Usopp. Usopp, let me tell you, is both cowardly and brave. He could clearly sense the stronger aura behind the Earth door compared to the Heaven door. So he pretended to be scared and rushed to say he would take the Earth door, wanted to leave the easy one for Nami. But he didn't know that Nami had already seen through his little scheme. She just didn't expose him. Using her ability, she created an illusion of a mirage, making Usopp think she had entered the Heaven door, while she quietly watched him tremble as he resolutely walked into the Earth door. Once Usopp's figure disappeared, Nami's illusion dissipated, and she turned around to enter the Heaven door herself. On Usopp's side, as soon as he stepped through the door, the scene changed to a huge open square. Standing across from him was a muscular man named Zale, who was furious, roaring loudly. Originally, the boss had wanted him to deal with our entire team, but now he was only tasked with taking on one person, which he felt was a sign of disrespect. He was simmering with anger. Usopp didn't care whether Zale was angry or not. He raised his hand and fired a deadly shot, gunpowder star. The lead bullet exploded in front of Zale, and as the smoke cleared, he was completely unharmed. In fact, he reached out, his hand instantly turning to rock, and he caught Usopp's second lead bullet in his hand, detonating it without even flinching. Too weak, Zale mocked, slamming his hands down onto the ground. The entire floor shook violently, and cracks and shockwaves surged toward Usopp. Terrified, Usopp ran for his life while frantically firing various lead bullets from his pockets at Zale. But Zale didn't even dodge. A thick stone wall rose up in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Although Usopp's barrage of attacks didn't hurt Zale, it did slightly slow down the speed of the ground fissures. Seizing the opportunity, Usopp desperately ran to the other end of the square. Knowing he absolutely could not let this stone man get close, he had to create distance. Seeing Usopp pull away, Zale's corner of his mouth curled in disdain. He swung his head, and suddenly his mouth spewed a large amount of stones like a Gatling gun. The coverage area was so vast that there was nowhere to hide. Several stones hit me directly, and I was sent flying with a bang, feeling like a broken sack in midair. However, let me tell you, in that split second, as I was flying backward, my hands moved as fast as lightning, secretly stuffing a small object into my mouth. And then I crashed to the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Seeing me heavily injured on the ground, that stone lump laughed heartily, his laughter sounding like the standard template for a villain, saying something about how a tiny ant dared to shake a big tree. Dude, isn't that line a bit too classic? He watched me fall and directly unleashed his full power, pressing his hands to the ground and shouting, "Stone, stone, crush." The ground beneath me suddenly came alive, with countless stones erupting upwards, clearly about to bury me alive. In this critical moment, I pulled back my slingshot without aiming and fired several explosive rounds in different directions. That guy had just been showing off, so he had let his guard down. This caught him completely off guard, and he had no time to dodge. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on his face. But he was tough. He chose to take my hits rather than stop his attack on the pile of stones beneath me. The next second, I was buried under the pile of stones, unable to see anything. Meanwhile, he was being bombarded by my explosive shots, making loud explosions, and his stone body became loose and flabby like a deflated tire. He surprisingly didn't die, staggering over to the pile of stones where I was. He placed his hand on the stone pile, feeling around, then let out that creepy, mocking laughter again, saying, "Oh, there's still some breath left?" He was about to exert more effort to completely crush me into dust. But just as he raised his hand, he paused, beginning to talk to himself, pumping himself up, saying he was the strongest warrior in Amok City, and that his abilities were indestructible, and that my little tricks couldn't hurt him. Folks, who understands? The villain dying due to excessive talking is truly an eternal truth. As he spoke, he channeled all his strength, and the essence of the stones around him surged into his body, causing him to swell up even more, looking harder than before. He said, "To die at my hands, you should be honored." Then he slapped down on the stone pile, shouting, "Stone, stone." Explosion. With a thunderous boom, the entire stone pile exploded into a cloud of dust. But at that moment of explosion, a shadow shot out from inside, and with a swift motion, I unleashed a series of even more powerful double explosive shots right in Zale's face. That's right, it was me. The guy who had just bulked up returned to his loose state again. This time, he learned his lesson and quickly stepped back while desperately absorbing the energy from the earth to recover himself. He stared at me, his face full of disbelief. Although I was also injured, my spirit was still high. I directly shot back at him with his own words. "Humph. Do you think your little attacks could take me down? What a joke. I am Captain Usopp with 8,000 subordinates. After saying that, I pulled back my slingshot and fired off dozens of explosive stars like they were free, thinking to myself, I won't believe it until I blow you into atoms. But as the smoke cleared, lo and behold, he had erected an absurdly thick stone wall in front of him, blocking all my attacks. He shouted from behind the wall, How did you survive? Tell me, and I'll leave your whole corpse intact. I was furious at that moment and shot back. I'll leave your grandma's leg intact. While I was cursing, I switched to a different type of ammunition. This time, it was a stinky egg swarm. Dozens of foul-smelling things flew over. The stone giant didn't take it seriously at all, thinking to himself, You can't even break my defenses with explosives, and you want to suffocate me with stinky eggs? He was shooting back at me from behind the wall, spitting stones and crafting stone shurikens in his hands, having a great time. I was sprinting around the field, dodging skills while secretly observing, calculating in my mind. It's almost time. I intentionally let him see me load a large amount of explosive stars into the slingshot, more than I ever had before. Seeing this, he became even more smug and thickened the stone wall by another layer, leaving just a small opening to look out from. I've been waiting for this opportunity. In the brief moment he was attacking, I suddenly raised my slingshot and shouted, Ultimate move flame explosion. A rain of lead bullets poured down like a torrential downpour. He was startled and quickly blocked the last small opening. And what happened? Those lead bullets smashed against the stone wall, exploding with a splat and releasing a foul odor. The thick liquid instantly coated the entire stone wall and seeped into the cracks. Behind the wall, Jaleh waited for a long time, but the expected big explosion never came. He sensed the atmosphere outside and instantly felt a great humiliation, cursing angrily. Damn it. After all this, it's still a rotten egg attack. He suddenly made a small opening in the stone wall, preparing to spray my face. Just as he was opening the hole, I casually said, The gas inside the rotten egg is flammable, you know? As soon as I finished speaking, my other bullet had already arrived. Ultimate move, fire bullet. A burning lead bullet turned into a firebird in midair and, upon hitting the stone wall, ignited the entire wall covered in rotten egg liquid into a raging sea of flames. That guy was still being tough. Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid of fire. I was incredibly cool at that moment, mimicking a Western cowboy, lightly snapping my fingers and uttering a single word, boom, 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 boom. Those explosive stars that had previously been mixed in with the stinky eggs were ignited by the flames and detonated all at once. This move was all about creating an information gap. The violent explosions shattered his proud stone wall to pieces, and a shockwave hit his main body hard. I thought this would finally be over, but it wasn't. In the ruins, that guy's body fragments actually reassembled again. This time, his entire body turned into a deep teal color, like a jade-like material, and his aura was completely different. Good grief is this. The second phase of his berserk transformation, after he transformed, his laughter became chilling, and when he clasped his hands together, they turned into a massive cannon, firing a stone projectile at me. The speed was several times faster than before. I couldn't react in time and was directly blasted away. This time it was no act. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, my insides burning with pain. Seeing that I was truly injured, he aimed the cannon at me again, preparing to finish me off. Lying on the ground, looking at that dark cannon mouth, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed I had no choice but to use that move. I lifted my head, and my gaze instantly changed, becoming incredibly sharp. The stone giant seemed to sense something was wrong and started to panic. The more anxious he became, the more he wanted to kill me quickly. He yelled die, and launched an even more powerful stone projectile at me. Just as the stone projectile was fired, I shot a reflection star at my feet. Using the explosive force, I soared into the air weightlessly, dodging the lethal blow at an extremely strange angle. Immediately after, my entire movement style changed. I became like the wind, moving with it and rising with it. The several cannonballs he fired behind me couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. That guy completely lost it, bombarding me with everything he had. But I evaded all of it with my floating technique. His mentality had completely collapsed. I seized the opportunity, raised the rhinoceros beetle high, and took out a giant lead bullet that was 10 times larger than a regular one. With this strike, I was determined to decide the outcome. Ultimate move, 10,000 June, I shouted loudly, and a lead bullet was fired. But the result? The giant lead bullet flew right over his head. The stone man was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, you truly are a weakling. As a shooter, you actually missed, while mocking me. He also began to gather defense above his head. I looked at him, my lips curling up slightly as I softly uttered 2 words. Stupid. Just at the moment when the giant lead bullet flew directly above him, I shouted out another word. Fall. Let me tell you, in that moment, even Newton's coffin lid was about to be crushed. That lead bullet seemed to suddenly carry the weight of the entire planet, crashing down with unstoppable momentum. With a thunderous bang, the hurriedly formed defense above his head shattered instantly, and the lead bullet struck solidly on his crown. Immediately after, there was a loud boom. An unprecedented explosion occurred. This time, his body could no longer withstand it and was instantly blown into a cloud of dust. I really thought it was over this time. But just then, that Zalei, who had turned to dust, actually let out a final voice. No, I am invincible. Then, an explosion even more violent than before erupted. It was a self-detonation. This guy, even at the point of death, wanted to take someone down with him. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion swept towards me in an instant, and the range was so vast that there was no way to evade it. It's over. Are we really going to perish together? No way. I steel my heart and play my last card. I summoned all the power in my body against that destructive force, and I roared, shatter the heavens. An invisible force erupted from me, forcefully suppressing the self-explosive energy flow and forcing it all deep underground. The entire square shook violently, about to collapse. Meanwhile, due to forcibly using this move, I suffered tremendous backlash, my muscles convulsing in pain, nearly causing me to collapse on the spot. No, I can't fall. I gritted my teeth against the excruciating pain, using the slingshot as a crutch, inching my way towards the door. Behind me, chunks of the ceiling and walls had started to fall. Looking at the door, still several dozen meters away, despair flooded my heart. I really, still can't do it. I can't even save myself. How can I help Nami? Just as my consciousness was fading, a massive stone was about to crush my head when, with a loud bang, the front door was kicked to pieces. A figure rushed in, hoisted my nearly lifeless body, and turned to dash outside. When I was finally set down, I received 2 heavy slaps on the face, barely regaining a bit of clarity. I opened my eyes and saw the man with a cigarette. Tears instantly welled up. Sanji, why are you also? Sanji was covered in blood, injured even worse than I was. He shouted at me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? How could you recklessly take that kind of medicine? He trembled as he stood up, glanced at the heavenly door, and walked over without looking back. All right, you rest here. I'm going to help Nami now. With each step he took, blood spurted from his body, and I could only watch his silhouette, unable to utter a single word. I know that if it were him lying there now, I would make the same choice. Because we are partners. So Sanji didn't hesitate at all. Let me tell you, that guy just sprinted like 100 meters, and he was still far from the door, but in a flash, he flew up, his right leg as taut as a steel beam, and with a kick aimed right at that door. With a loud bang, the energy shield on the door shattered like glass. Sanji was also knocked back by the recoil, crashing to the ground, his injuries worsening. But he didn't have time to shout in pain. Someone was waiting for him to save them behind the door. He swayed as he got up, just about to rush inside, when a familiar figure appeared beside him. It was Nami. Seeing that Nami was safe, Sanji grinned. But that smile drained his last bit of strength, and he collapsed into Nami's arms. Nami, quick on her feet, caught him. Seeing all his injuries, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Sanji, still trying to hold on, chuckled foolishly. Nami-san, it's good that you're okay. As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted, and he fainted in Nami's embrace. Normally, Nami would have punched him for that pose, but now, she just held him tightly. She raised her head and saw Usopp lying not far away, her heart aching, tears threatening to fall again, but she forced them back. She told herself that now was not the time to cry. She absolutely couldn't be weak. She supported Sanji and moved him next to Usopp, lying down beside him. After checking, Sanji was okay, mainly just exhausted and severely drained. A bit of water and rest would do. But when she looked at Usopp, Nami's brows furrowed tightly. His injuries were severe. She glanced back at the room that Usopp had burst through, seeing how badly it was wrecked, and could only imagine how twisted the enemy he faced was. Thinking of herself, Nami knew that if Usopp hadn't sent her over here, her survival would be questionable. Just then, a few tears slipped from her eyes and fell onto Usopp's face. He actually woke up from the salty drops, slowly opening his eyes, seeing Nami crying, and managed to smile weakly, stammering, Nami, it's good that you're okay. After saying that, he too, like Sanji, felt a weight lift from his heart and fainted again, his face bearing a look of relief. No more crying. We have to save them immediately. A voice in Nami's head roared. She slapped her face hard, forcing herself to stay alert. Quickly, She pulled out ointment from her bag and applied it to the bleeding wounds of both of them. The ointment was miraculous. Once applied, the bleeding stopped immediately, and the wounds visibly began to heal. After giving Sanji some water, Nami trembled as she started to unbutton Usopp's shirt. As soon as she lifted the fabric, she gasped. No one understands. Usopp's chest wasn't just a wound. It looked like it had been mangled by a meat grinder, the flesh torn and wrinkled, barely still attached to his body. Seeing this, Nami's mental defenses crumbled, and tears streamed down her face, landing directly on Usopp's wound. Usopp twitched in pain, even while unconscious. Nami was startled and quickly stepped back, hastily wiping away her tears, pulling out a small vial from her bag. This was her treasure, called the Blood Revival Agent, and she had only a few bottles. Carefully, she poured the liquid onto Usopp's chest. The liquid was strange, not flowing down, but seeping into the skin directly. Once the medicine was absorbed, Nami reached out and began to gently rub the damaged flesh. She knew this would cause Usopp excruciating pain, but this was the only way to maximize the medicine's effectiveness. While rubbing, Nami silently shouted in her heart, "Chopper, my ship's doctor. My God, when will you get on the ship? I really need a healer." Her rudimentary healing skills paled in comparison to a professional's. Sighing, she continued her work, cleaning Usopp's wounds and dressing him, before finally applying some ointment to herself. After catching her breath, Nami stood up and looked at the two doors that Zoro and Luffy had gone through. The energy fluctuations from those doors could be felt from a distance, incredibly strong. She first approached Zoro's door, which had a sword hilt drawn on it. She tried placing her hand on it, but a huge repulsive force instantly pushed her hand away. This was strange. Logically, after fighting for so long, the energy on this door should have weakened. But thinking about it, such strong energy also meant that Zoro was inside. Alive and well, at least for now. Well, she could only wait. She then walked to Luffy's door. Wow, this door was more than a size larger than the others, and the oppressive feeling it emanated made her hesitant to approach. She mustered her strength to get closer, only to discover that the energy shield on this door was even more outrageous, moving dynamically like a tangled mess. She tried to reach out to touch it, but before her hand could reach, a stronger force pushed her back several steps before she could stabilize herself. There was no way in from either side. Nami looked helplessly and could only return to Sanji and the others, sitting cross-legged and trying to regain her strength, preparing for any potential battle. Meanwhile, inside the sword-hilt door, Zoro was getting quite frustrated. Let me tell you, the place he entered was like a maze filled with rooms, and after wandering for a long time, he hadn't seen a single worthy opponent, just a few weak minions. He kicked open the door in front of him, and it was empty again. His patience had reached its limit. Just then, several figures silently appeared behind him, swords drawn, trying to ambush him. Still not done, huh? Without turning his head, Zoro pivoted, drew his sword, and slashed, all in one fluid motion. The minions fell to the ground in response. He kept hacking away, searching, almost turning the place upside down, yet still couldn't find the main enemy. Anxious, Zoro punched the wall next to him. With a sound, the wall crumpled like paper, leaving a large hole. Zoro was taken aback, switched rooms, and punched again, but the wall remained unyielding. So that's how it is. He understood instantly. Many of the walls in this cursed place were fake. He took the headband from his arm and tied it around his head, instantly transforming his green algae hair into battle mode. 3 swords were drawn simultaneously, one clenched in his mouth, one in each hand. With a sudden burst of strength, he spun around rapidly with the 3 swords. At the peak of his speed, he unleashed a powerful strike, shouting the name of his technique, 180 troubling winds. The power of this move was far greater than before. A terrifying tornado erupted around him, sweeping through the entire space. Those fake paper houses were uprooted like toys before the storm, blown into a pile of debris in the corner. Once the area was cleared, only a few real houses remained. This made things easier. He could just tear them down one by one. Zoro looked at his handiwork, a bit impressed with his own cleverness. He aimed at one of the houses, slashed with his swords, and with a thunderous crash, the house collapsed. Some of the small minions who had just regained consciousness saw this scene and were frightened to the point of trembling. But they were pirates. Retreating meant death. So they could only brace themselves and charge forward. The outcome? No matter how many there were, it was useless. In front of Zoro, it was no different than sending themselves to their deaths. The result was one word: die. After clearing out those minions, Zoro felt like the whole world had quieted down. He smirked and began his demolition work. There are only a few rooms left anyway, so I can't be bothered to distinguish them. I'll just take them down one by one. With a swift motion, another room collapsed. After demolishing several empty rooms in a row, he finally approached a row of 8 connected houses and became a bit more serious. Holding his sword with both hands, he suddenly swung it, sending 2 sword energies merging into one as they rushed forward. The house collapsed, but it was still empty inside. Zoro glanced at the rubble, feigning a lazy demeanor as he walked forward, but he was silently counting in his mind. Just as he turned around, 2 blades struck at the rubble from an unusual angle. A shadow indeed shot out from the ruins, reacting quite quickly, but still got hit by Zoro's calculated sword aura, causing a few drops of blood to spurt out. Not bad. You have the qualifications to be my opponent. The 8th officer of the Silver Sword Pirates, Blackhawk. Just as the shadow was about to say some formal words, the pain in his waist made him realize that this was not the time to show off. Without a word, he turned and rushed toward other rooms. This guy wanted to lure others away to deal with Zoro, hoping to reap the benefits himself. But he underestimated Zoro too much. That previous strike from Zoro was merely a test, lacking any real force. Now that he understood the opponent's strength, it was time to end it with one blow. Zoro casually raised his sword with his right hand, aimed at the direction of the fleeing figure, and struck down in a seemingly slow yet fast manner. A blade of light struck first. Puffed. Blackhawk's body was sliced in half, his expression of shock not even fully formed before he breathed his last. The blade of light did not stop, continuing forward, and with a bang, it split open the next room. This time, the figure inside did not hide, flying out and launching a fierce attack at Zoro. Zoro looked at him as if he were a 3-year-old child swinging a wooden sword. Get lost. He countered with his sword, directly blocking the opponent's sword tip, then followed the blade all the way down, bisecting the opponent's sword, with the blade pointing straight at his heart. You are not even worthy of me remembering your name. Your swordsmanship is an insult to the sword. There is only one outcome for you, death. Zoro coldly finished speaking and directly pierced through his heart with his sword. Is this the 7th officer? Too weak. Zoro was becoming impatient. Taking them down one by one was too time-consuming, so he decided to take them all at once. Two-sword style, 72 worries wind. A small whirlwind surged toward the remaining houses, instantly blowing away the walls of all the houses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few sounds of breaking air, 6 figures appeared in front of Zoro, surrounding him. Are you the target this time? One of them, who seemed to be the leader, spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion, as if he were speaking to a dead person. You are the scraps I'm going to kill? Ha ha, too weak. Zoro closed his eyes and felt around, realizing that these people's auras were just average. This naturally angered the 6, but no one dared to make the first move. Oof. In that case, please allow us to demonstrate our 6 swords array. The leader, suppressing his anger, said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 figures suddenly moved at high speed, darting around Zoro, leaving only after images. Zoro stood still, not moving. This was the first time he encountered a sword formation, and he wanted to observe and find a flaw. However, after sensing for a long time, he couldn't find anything. Fine, since I can't find a weakness, I'll just beat one out. He bit down on his 3rd sword, his gaze instantly changing. With his right foot stepping back, he suddenly pushed off and leaped into the formation, launching a slash at one of them. With a bang, sparks flew, and that figure was sent flying out, shattering the so-called sword formation on the spot. No way, it's that fragile. Zoro was speechless himself. The remaining 5 quickly surrounded him again, and the leader shouted, form the 5 swords array. This time they had learned their lesson and began a frenzied assault. At first, Zoro took it seriously, countering each move, but the more he fought, the more off it felt, and the easier it became, until he started sweating bullets. At that moment, the guy who had been knocked away got back up and rushed back, turning the 5-sword array back into the 6-sword array. The leader saw this and panicked, shouting, 6 swords array, combined technique, 6-sword combo. The 6 of them lined up and struck at the same defensive point against Zoro, each delivering a slash. Is this your so-called sword formation? Get lost. Zoro erupted completely. The anger in his heart was beyond description. What kind of sword formation is this? What kind of combined technique is this? This is just 6 people lining up to slash at someone, right? This formation is all about participation, huh? He was angry at himself for having any expectations of this group of mediocrities. Zoro's heart instantly became as calm as still water, but when he raised his head, his gaze was terrifying to the extreme. You all will die today. That voice seemed to come from hell. Without any flashy moves, Zoro's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, there were already several unrecognizable corpses on the ground. Only one person was left alive, and that was the leader, whose face was now so frightened that it was unrecognizable. "You won't kill me?" He trembled, seemingly wanting to confirm something. "I still have a few questions to ask you." I slowly retracted the knife and looked up and down at this guy who was shaking like a sieve. Let me tell you, I was puzzled at that moment. With this kind of mental quality, where did he get the courage to stare at me with the eyes of someone who looks at the dead? The first officer of a Silver Sword pirate crew? Isn't this officer a bit too weak? In my heart, my expectations for that so-called captain plummeted like a dive. "Where is he?" I asked expressionlessly, slightly pushing the knife forward just a little bit. Goodness, this guy let out a scream. He was about to say something, and I tell you, it was unbelievable. Suddenly, a figure shot down from above like a meteor, so fast that I could only instinctively dodge back. With a loud bang, the figure landed squarely, and with one kick, just one kick, directly turned that top official into, well, a meat pie. Who understands, family? One moment, he was begging for mercy, and the next he was flattened. The figure slowly raised his head and grinned at me. "Hello, I am Shrinking, the captain of the Silver Sword Pirates." I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Shrinking back? With a name like that, it's supposed to be well known, right? But this person gave me a completely different feeling. He didn't have any aura of a master, just like an ordinary passerby. Yet I knew that the pressure from that kick just now was genuine. This guy is tough. I sized him up. He was a tall guy, about 1.8 meters, wearing shiny silver armor all over, and holding a heavy silver sword that looked like a door plank. All right, his gear was pretty on point. I casually took off the cloth bag from my waist that held the broken knives of the miscellaneous fish and threw it directly in front of him. These people are not worthy of wielding a sword. As soon as I said that, it was clear what I meant. I was here to make a scene today. And guess what happened? He started laughing, slowly, as if afraid that joy would slip away, and then he calmly said, "Of course they don't deserve it. They're just dogs." Wow. I immediately realized that this guy was so ruthless even to his own people, exuding a flavor of absolute detachment. To practice swordsmanship to this level, he was indeed a talent. In the next moment, our energies aligned. When masters clash, there's no need for idle chatter. It's a matter of a single move determining the winner. Three-sword style, Roranoa Zoro. I announce my name. It's a custom, a sign of respect for the strong. 3 swords, 3 directions, in an instant merging into one, transforming into the most ferocious eagle claw, lunging at him. 3-sword style, ultimate move, eagle strike. As a result, his huge sword, as thick as a door, was slowly raised, and he casually uttered 2 words, naive. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, our swords had clashed thousands of times. This is what a true swordsman duel looks like, so fast that it's impossible to see. After one move, we both retreated simultaneously. It was a draw, but this was just the appetizer. I silently put on my headscarf, thinking that it's time to get serious. Aside from that freak Hawkeye, this guy is the strongest swordsman I've encountered. Losing means death. I can't allow myself to lose a second time. The opponent's previous arrogance faded, and his gaze became sharp. He knows that I'm much stronger than he imagined. Without saying a word, I swiftly danced with 3 swords, enveloping myself in a radiant aura like a glowing egg, and charged towards him. Crushing me? He mumbled, surprisingly showing a hint of excitement in his eyes. I could feel that this guy was a sword fanatic. He wanted to see my moves. Fine, then I'll let you see enough. Let's give you a taste with some added flair. I roared, and the glowing egg surrounding me exploded with a bang, instantly expanding its coverage while increasing in density. This was the complete form of Light Slash. He was momentarily stunned, but his face showed excitement, not regret. This guy is indeed a battle maniac. He suddenly crouched down, pressing his heavy sword to the ground, and with a powerful swing, he aimed a strike in my lower body. I slashed horizontally with my right hand, and the light instantly converged into a point, striking his heavy sword. We separated immediately. Although I gained a slight advantage, my rhythm of attack was disrupted. Next, it was his time to perform. Let me tell you, those who practice moves are quite annoying. One move follows another in an endless succession, like a perpetual motion machine, giving you no chance to catch your breath. His move, the forceful strike that splits mountains and rivers, was used repeatedly, making me feel a bit stifled. Just as I was getting familiar with his routine, he suddenly changed tactics. He became formless. His sword's shadow instantly became blurry, moving several times faster. No, I can't remain passive like this. I will undoubtedly lose. I suddenly slashed forward 3 times, using explosive power to forcefully create a gap, then withdrew my body and dropped to the ground, taking on the posture of a tiger descending the mountain. Tiger Hunt. Although this move didn't injure him, it successfully created some distance. Now's the time. The three knives spun rapidly in front of me, like a giant fan, causing the surrounding space to start distorting and blurring. Three-knife flow, secret technique, 3,000 worlds. I charged at him with the power capable of distorting the world. The opponent on the other side sensed the deadly threat and crossed his heavy sword in front of him, the tip pointed directly at me. In an instant, he executed 2 moves in quick succession, and silver lightning began to swirl around the sword blade. The sword technique transformed into ascending dragon. Boom! 2 overwhelming forces collided, and a massive shockwave sent both of us flying. I took 3 big steps back before stabilizing myself, while the opponent, although appearing unharmed on the surface, I knew had sustained internal injuries. He was completely enraged. Phew! Phew! His muscles began to swell uncontrollably, bursting through the silver armor, and fragments scattered everywhere. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. Fine, who is afraid of whom? I took a deep breath, and the muscles in my right arm instantly bulged. A powerful strike. The left arm followed closely behind, a second powerful strike. I put away the Tao E characters, and now I must fully trust the snow in my hands and the ghostly cleave. With a loud shout, I unleashed my 2 blades with a crushing momentum. On the other side, however, the blade of his heavy sword surprisingly became dull, losing all sharpness, leaving only the purest and most primal force. A blade without edge. The 3 blades collided together. Time seemed to stand still. Our blades seemed to be glued together, unable to move. What we were competing with was the purest strength and endurance. But at that moment, he suddenly laughed. Don't think this is all I've got, Dai. With a sudden roar, the power in his hands surged again. This bastard is playing dirty. He used a secret technique that consumed his vital energy to instantly enhance his strength. The balance was shattered in an instant. I felt like a cannonball launched directly by that tremendous force, crashing into the wall behind me with a loud bang. It felt as if all my bones had shattered, sinking into the rubble like a puddle of mud, unable to move. I thought I was dead. I gasped for breath, my face pale, clearly suffering from the aftereffects of that move. Just when he thought I was finished, I felt it. The gates of the 9 nether hell were opening for me. Wisps of black energy began to spread from the spot where I had fallen. I stood up unsteadily. A voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell echoed in my mind. Endure suffering without complaint. This is the path of the Azura. The character Hadao at my waist suddenly flew out with a whoosh and precisely landed in my open mouth. With a crunch, I bit down hard on it. At that moment, I felt that I was no longer myself. A dim aura enveloped my entire body, and 3 swords danced around me. I seemed to transform into an Azura from the abyss of hell. The person across from me shrank back in fear, a terror that stemmed from the depths of his soul. He slapped himself hard to regain his composure, realizing that if he didn't fight desperately, he would have no chance left. He sheathed his heavy sword, then grabbed the sheath with his left hand and yanked it hard. The sheath instantly turned to dust, and his left hand was cut open, blood gushing out, all of it soaking into the heavy sword. That silver sword instantly transformed into a blood-red slaughter sword. I know this is his ultimate trick, and after using it, he will probably be weak for years. But he knows better that, even so, it may not be enough to stop me now. He is betting that I can't control this power. In his eyes, I have transformed into a monstrous being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Hiss, I've moved. My figure instantly vanished, turning into 9 deadly beams of light, descending from the sky. He couldn't see my position at all, only relying on his instincts to swing his simple yet powerful final strike with all his might. The ultimate form of the sword technique, dull form. A massive force pressed down like Mount Tai. A net of blood energy descended upon him, and my forward speed was forcibly slowed down. He saw my figure slowly materializing, and his heart leaped with joy, making his strikes even faster. The 3-headed, 6-armed version of me appeared less than 2 meters in front of him. 3 heads, 6 faces, all wearing the same expression, mockery. His mentality collapsed, and his speed doubled as he wildly slashed at me. But this time it was useless. I flickered past him directly, landing quietly 5 meters behind him, standing still. He seemed not to have reacted yet, his sword still swinging wildly in his hand. I slowly sheathed the 2 swords in my hands, and finally, the character eye in my mouth. With the hissing sound of the sword blades rubbing against the sheaths, with the last bit of the blade completely slipped into the sheath, there was a soft click. I softly uttered the name of this move. Ghostly Energy 9-blade style, Azura 1 Misty Silver. As soon as the words left my mouth, the trembling captain, who was still frantically swinging his sword, suddenly stiffened. In the next second, his entire body, along with that blood-red heavy sword, instantly shattered into 9 pieces. His head flew in the air, witnessing his body disintegrate, and with the last ounce of strength, he roared at me, "You demon, you will suffer the torment of hell." With that roar, the remaining blood in his body gushed out wildly. I tell you, that guy's death was quite ugly. With an expression on his face that was both jealous and ferocious, he died in a very unsatisfying way. On Zoro's side, however, he was quick, muttering something about enduring suffering without complaint. This is the way of the Azura. Good Lord, his Chinibu is acting up again. And he even said he wanted to thank the person for enlightening him, planning to send them to hell to enjoy the torment of 10,000 ghosts gnawing at their heart. It's ridiculous, killing someone and also want to torment their heart. Even after killing, he still had to give you a lesson. Anyway, after dealing with this weakling, I felt like Zoro had transcended, feeling completely at ease. Just like after a good massage, saying he had received the protection of Ashura. He untied his headband and kicked open the energy door, only to be stunned when he stepped outside. The hall was empty, not a single shadow in sight. Looking again, Usopp, Nami, and Sanji's doors were all wide open. Especially Usopp's room. The door was about to shatter into a QR code. Zoro's heart sank, thinking it was bad if they took too long. Did those guys run into trouble? Just as he was about to rush into Usopp's room to check the situation, Nami came running over in tears. Zoro hurriedly asked her what happened, and Nami sobbed that Sanji and Usopp were both seriously injured and that she had taken care of them. She wanted to check on Zoro and Luffy, but their energy shields were too strong to open, which panicked her. Upon hearing this, Zoro turned to look at the huge door in the middle of the hall, which was Luffy's room. I tell you, the energy fluctuations on that door were ridiculously strong, making Zoro frown. But without saying a word, he thrust his 3 swords forward and unleashed a 3-sword-style siege cannon. With a loud bang, the sword energy slammed against the door, causing the energy shield to wobble like jelly, and then nothing happened. It was useless. Zoro was dumbfounded, muttering that this move wouldn't work. Even if he used 9-sword style, it would only be 3 times the power, and looking at the door, it was still futile. He could only helplessly shrug at Nami, indicating that he couldn't open the door. It was locked tight. Nami was utterly desperate at that moment. The only one who could fight was Zoro, and he couldn't open it either. What to do? But Zoro was reliable. He said solemnly, "We have to trust Luffy." Then he changed the subject. "And besides, we can't just wait here. We need to search for clues around. Don't forget we came to save people." His firm tone immediately woke Nami up. Right, that was Luffy, their captain. How could he possibly lose? With that thought, the big stone in Nami's heart fell, and the two immediately split up to search in this ghostly place. What they didn't know was that Luffy was watching everything clearly from his room. His room had an excellent view, like a VIP spectator seat, from Sanji being carried out injured, to Nami panicking, and then to Zoro's scraping-style siege cannon. He witnessed it all. To be honest, Luffy was also anxious, especially seeing Nami's worried expression. So he had to deal with the enemy's attacks while also keeping an eye on the situation outside. Now that Zoro was out, Nami was reassured, and he had no more worries left. With Zoro outside, he felt at ease. So next, it was time to completely blow away this pretentious guy. Luffy raised his head, staring intently at the man sitting in the golden chair, leisurely smoking a cigar, Honda jetting. This guy was like a whack-a-mole. With just a casual movement of his fingers, deadly attacks shot out from all directions in the room. Luffy had already sustained several wounds due to being distracted earlier. Are you done with the show outside? Honda Jetton let out a peculiar laugh like an old duck. Luffy casually responded with a sound, then grinned. "I'm done watching. Now it's my turn to blow you away." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy shot out. Rubber, gun. His fist shot toward Honda Jetton's face like a bullet. But that guy didn't even lift his eyelids, casually stretching out his right hand, easily catching Luffy's fist. Luffy tried to pull back, but he couldn't get away. His other hand quickly shot out a punch to save the situation. But guess what? It was caught by the other hand. This was bad. He was controlled from the start. Both hands were caught, and he couldn't even make a move. But at that moment, a proud grin appeared on Luffy's face. The 2 arms that were caught suddenly shot out, stretching an incredible 5 or 6 meters. He used his body as a giant slingshot. The 2 arms were the rubber bands, and his body was the bullet. At the moment of maximum stretch, he brought his feet together, spinning rapidly as he crashed down. Rubber, stamp, boom. That kick landed solidly on Honda Jetton. The guy's body shook, but he still held on tightly. Taking advantage of the rebound, Luffy's feet turned into a pendulum and smashed down hard. Rubber, pendulum. A series of attacks struck Honda Jetton's body, causing it to tremble, but he still wouldn't let go. Luffy was getting frustrated, throwing various moves at him like they were free, feeling relieved that this guy couldn't move while trying to hold him. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. But just then, a buzzing pain hit Luffy's head, causing him to cry out. It was as if another sleeping soul within him suddenly awoke, trying to take control of the steering wheel. This excruciating pain made him momentarily dizzy, but it also unleashed a more violent power. He mimicked Zoro's earlier move, suddenly pulling his feet back and kicking out hard. Rubber, rubber, siege cannon, a thunderous boom. But wasn't he over? Using this momentum, his head slammed forward like a heavy hammer, crashing toward Honda Jetten's forehead. Rubber, rubber, 1,000-pound hammer. This impact was incredibly powerful, and Honda Jetten finally couldn't withstand it. His tightly gripped hands showed a hint of looseness. Luffy seized the opportunity to pull hard, finally freeing his hands. The moment his hands regained freedom, the intense pain in his head also disappeared, and he became clear-headed, but his eyes seemed to have a hint of foolishness. He didn't have time to think about that, took a deep breath, and assumed a horse stance. His muscles began to pump vigorously. Second gear. Steam erupted from his body. His skin turned blood red, radiating astonishing heat. I tell you, the most crucial part was that Luffy felt this time in second gear was completely different from before. His body was easy to control, with no burden at all, as if he had turned on unlimited firepower mode. Oh, is this your strongest form? Honda Jetten's old duck voice sounded again. Luffy grinned. This time, let you experience a storm. Jet gun. Luffy in second gear moved so fast that he could only be seen as a blur. His fist once again slammed toward Honda Jetten. That guy still used the same old tactic, reaching out to grab him with a look of disdain. Hey, this time he actually caught him. But the next second, the smile on Honda Jetten's face froze. He thought he had firmly grasped Luffy's arm, but actually passed through his grasp, bang, landing solidly on him. This time, the restraint had completely become useless. Honda Jetten finally realized that Luffy's strength had increased, but Luffy wouldn't give him time to react. Jet machine gun. Countless steam-filled punches poured out like a torrential rain. Honda Jetten was caught off guard, only able to block wildly. Then Luffy struck with a jet shotgun attack, hitting him squarely in the chest. With this punch, the previously composed Bendo Jet was knocked back violently, his expression darkening instantly. Clearly, this strike had injured him and thoroughly enraged him. I was hoping to see you perform a bit longer. Bendo Jet's voice turned cold, but now it seems I'm not interested anymore. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped and began to step in midair, his body rushing towards Luffy, as if teleporting. Soru. Luffy was taken aback. He knows Soru. Finger pistol. Spot. Bendo Jet's fingers became harder than steel, piercing towards Luffy's heart with a terrifying wave of energy. The speed was too fast, completely beyond Luffy's understanding. In a critical moment, Luffy pushed his speed to the limit and met the attack with the soles of his feet. Bang! With a loud crash, Luffy was blasted away, creating a large dent in the wall. It hurts. It hurts so much. Luffy quickly got up. He knew that anyone who could use Soru was not to be trifled with. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have had multiple holes in him. He said solemnly, "Your Soru is much stronger than any I've seen." Bendo Jet sneered. "They only learn the basics. Let me show you what real Soru is." Saying this, he transformed into a beam of light and charged at Luffy again. Another fierce impact sent Luffy flying, but this time he countered with a jet rocket blast. Although he was still pushed back, it wasn't as embarrassing. Moreover, who understands this? Just from these two exchanges, Luffy's eyes seemed to open like the Sharingan, and he actually grasped the essence of Soru. He pushed off the wall with both feet and shouted, "Soru!" Whoosh! Luffy unleashed a speed even faster than Bendo Jet, his body spinning like a corkscrew as he charged forward. Bendo Jet was stunned. This kid is learning on the spot. Just as Luffy's jet spin punch was about to hit, Bendo Jet's body suddenly became as light as paper, dodging narrowly with the wind. Paper drawing. Oomph. Luffy let out a cold snort, and his spinning fist turned at an incredible angle, thinking that even with paper drawing at this close range, you can't escape. Just as it was about to hit, Bendo Jet, being a tough guy, roared iron block. His body instantly became as hard as a steel plate. Bang! Luffy's fist smashed down on the iron block, creating a deafening noise. With this punch, even iron block would be pierced. Although Bendo Jet blocked most of the force with iron block, he was still shaken internally, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. But strangely, he didn't show anger on his face. Instead, a hint of satisfaction appeared, as if he hadn't fought this well in a long time. He stabilized himself in midair with Soru, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became incredibly excited. "You're quite good," Bendo Jet's voice rang out. Luffy looked up to see that the thick clothing on him had cracked open like shedding skin, making a crunching sound. From head to toe, a layer of shell slowly peeled away. As the figure inside pushed out with both hands, the shell exploded completely, revealing a handsome man who looked completely different from his previous appearance. Let me tell you, this guy is as thin as a bamboo pole, and he has a really handsome face. In our place, he would definitely be a top-tier idol, no doubt about it. But oh my goodness, he has a fatal flaw that brings his looks down to negative points. That is his skin. It's pitch black, not in a healthy bronzed way, but more like, how should I put it, like moldy asphalt smeared all over him. It made my skin crawl, and I was practically experiencing a panic attack from the sight of it. What is even more ridiculous is the tattoo on his chest, a blurry pattern that, when I glanced at it, made my head spin as if I had been hit by some mental attack. I quickly slapped myself twice to snap out of it. In the end, the guy seemed pretty pleased, staring at me with a straight face. But he might have forgotten what state he was in. I couldn't help it and burst out laughing, and the more I laughed, the louder it got, until I was rolling on the ground holding my stomach. Ha 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 ha. Dude, your style is just too trendy. I have to say, it's really not my fault for having a low sense of humor. He came out of that shell bare-bottomed, which is fine, but the key point is the position of his, it was a shower head. Does anyone in the family understand? It's 2025, and it's still the first time I've seen such a cybernetic person. Does that mean going to the bathroom now is just connecting to a water pipe? When I smiled, I directly shattered that guy's fragile heart. His expression instantly changed from a duel between masters to one of deep enmity. And a murderous aura suddenly surged forth, making it feel like he was about to grind me to dust in the next second. Seeking death, with a furious roar. He didn't even give me a chance to stand up. In a flash, he rushed to my side, and in midair, he forcefully stepped down, using the moon step technique, coming at me like a cannonball, while simultaneously delivering a blade-like kick aimed at the top of my head. I was so scared that I quickly rolled like a lazy donkey, and that energy blast created a huge pit where I had just been standing. At that moment, I felt a shiver run through me, and I thought, damn, his 6 styles are not right. It's the modified plus version. It's way stronger than what I remember. Not only faster, but also more powerful, and the energy it produced could even explode a second time. How am I supposed to fight like this? Just as I was stunned, that guy's attack came again. From 3 meters away, a finger gun shot towards me with a spiraling force, and the sound of it slicing through the air was sharp and piercing. Let me tell you, at this distance and speed, there was no way I could dodge it. I was done for. In that split second, my brain froze, but my body was quicker. If only my family understood, that feeling of muscle memory kicking in, I instantly entered a state of ethereal daze. My body felt as light as paper, and I floated sideways with the wind pressure from that spiraling force. Of course, that alone wouldn't be enough to dodge it, but just as the energy was about to hit me, a miracle happened. My body suddenly caved in, creating a large pit that perfectly let that deadly energy pass by. Goodness, I was shocked myself. In that moment, I used jet rubber, paper drawing, and a newly understood soft technique all at once to barely escape. I immediately named this move Absorb. That guy was also stunned, probably not expecting me to learn and use it instantly, even stealing the paper drawing technique from him. But he wasn't as distracted as I was. With a fierce gaze, his killing move came again. Even if you dodge this strike, get ready for my 6 style's ultimate, 6 King's Gun. He turned into a shadow, his fists coming together, a destructive force gathering. I thought, bring it on. Jet Rubber Volcano. My body instantly bent into an inverted U shape, channeling all my strength in my right foot, and I kicked hard at his incoming punch. At the moment of impact, my body shook violently, and a force that could shake the heavens erupted. Honda Jaden clearly didn't expect I had this move, and his body trembled. This time, a flaw appeared. My jet volcano landed solidly on his right shoulder, and with a pop, it blew a bloody hole in his shoulder, exposing the bone clearly. I leaned in for a closer look, and goodness, even the bone was black. What had been corroded by? For such a traitor, there was nothing to say. Just fight. Following the principle of taking your life while you're sick, I unleashed jet shotgun blasts like they were free, showering his wound with attacks. He staggered back, completely unable to fight back. Finally, I finished him off with a jet rocket cannon, sending him flying away. He was tough too, using the momentum. He stepped on the air twice and instantly created a distance of over 40 meters between us. Just as I was about to use Shave to catch up, I was stunned by what I saw. That strange tattoo on his chest suddenly glowed brightly, a pale light flashing by. and the bloody hole in his shoulder actually healed at a visible speed. As good as new. Not only that, but I felt his aura was even stronger than before. Are you cheating right now? He charged towards me, unflinching, and instead punched back with even greater speed. The air was exploded by his punch. With a loud bang, our fists collided, and we both were knocked back. My entire arm went numb, feeling trapped by a strange air current that I couldn't break free from. There was nothing I could do, so I had to unleash the shaking force again, thumping my arm 3 times to shatter that power. Oh, so this is the force from earlier? Honda Jaden squinted at me, a hint of amusement on his face. But while he was talking, the changes in his body were even more terrifying. The black skin all over his body surged like a tide towards the tattoo on his chest. Now I could see clearly that tattoo wasn't just a pattern. It was an abstract human head, a demon's head. Jet random gun. I unleashed the shaking force, both fists hitting out a power enough to pierce steel, but damn it, he blocked it all with just one finger. I was overwhelmed at that moment, with only one thought in my mind. If I can't beat you, can't I just eat you? As soon as this thought came to me, my body moved on its own. In an instant, I dashed to the top of his head, my mouth wide open, and bit down directly. Jet rubber mouth swallow. I mumbled, still having undigested saliva from last night's dinner hanging in my mouth. That guy probably had never seen such a scene in his life. Not only did he look disgusting, but seeing the slimy thing in my mouth made his expression worse than if he had eaten 10 pounds of defense. Looking for death. Get away from me. He was completely enraged, bringing his hands together and launching a super powerful attack. The 6 Styles ultimate move. Maximum Wheel 6 King Spear. Aimed straight at my big mouth. Luckily, I used the earth-shattering power to block it just in time. Otherwise, I would have lost all my teeth. Even so, I was blown away over 10 meters, filled with dread. On the other side, Honda Jetten looked relieved, as if a few drops of my saliva had almost dripped on him. His gaze toward me was filled with anger, mixed with a bit of caution and disgust. It seemed he had made up his mind. Even if he was completely controlled by the demon, he had to kill me first. Yikes. I was fired up too, steam rising, cells vibrating, charging at him with earth-shattering power. Honda Jetten's hands moved so fast that they created afterimages, instantly breaking down all the moves of the 6 Styles. Then he rapidly struck with his fingers and finally clapped his hands together. 6 Styles ultimate move. 6 Styles explosion. A visible burst of energy shot toward my jet cannon. Strangely, our world-destroying moves collided without a loud noise, like a gust of wind passing by. His last strike clearly indicated he had started to fully accept that dark power. A thick, purple-black demonic aura erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, and his power skyrocketed like a rocket. Just as I was about to catch my breath, he appeared in front of me as if he had teleported and punched me in the face. I spat out a mouthful of blood, and I was sent flying, barely managing to stop myself with Moonstep. Looks like you've learned my 6 Styles quite well. Then I definitely want to let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, without any technique, just a plain punch infused with dark power, he smashed toward me. Hard hit for hard hit. Who is afraid of who? Earth-shattering axe. My right fist's bones instantly restructured, becoming as sharp as an axe blade, slashing toward his punch. With a tearing sound, the air between us seemed to be ripped apart. I didn't expect you to have this kind of power. He thought as his failed attack transformed his hands into finger spears, but the outcome wouldn't change. Earth-shattering battle axe. I was unwilling to back down, extending my right leg toward the sky. Then like a giant axe splitting the heavens, I brought down the force of the earth. Double dark power finger spears went berserk. His entire palm transformed into a spear-like shape, with heavy shadows, crashing violently against my descending battle axe. In this pure power contest, I actually lost. That dark power surged through my battle axe, directly impacting me, and I was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, my internal energy surging. Even the earth-shattering power was backfiring. By the time I finally stabilized myself after struggling for 3 months, Honda Jetten's strongest strike was already less than 5 meters away from me. There was no way out. I could only gamble. At that moment, I no longer expected to comprehend any new techniques through battle. If I kept hiding, I would be finished. I instantly withdrew all energy fluctuations, making myself look like an ordinary person, clumsily swinging my arms. The next second, a huge black and white yin-yang diagram exploded right beneath my feet. The 2 fish of yin and yang spun around me wildly, while Honda Jetten's lethal thunderous strike was right in front of me. That thing zapped right into my face. Guess what happened? The black and white yin-yang diagram beneath my feet acted like an automatic defense system, buzzing and bouncing me away. I swear at that moment, I was completely dumbfounded. I didn't even move. It was that force, the power from heaven and earth, that moved on its own. It seemed to take over my body, guiding my hand and gently nudge Honda Jetten's devastating strike away. In a flash, that guy was pulled into my yin-yang diagram, spinning like he was in a washing machine, with the two fish of yin and yang pulling him frantically. I watched as half of his body was filled with holy light, while the other half was infused with demonic energy, clashing wildly. He was caught in the middle, shifting between human and ghost. His expression was spectacular. Who understands? This was simply a physical exorcism. To be honest, I was panicking too, because this force was fully automatic, and I couldn't stop it. It guided my body, executing a set of punches I had never seen before, each punch and kick infused with righteous energy. I thought, brother, you better stop. If this goes on, Honda Jetten will be ruined by you. But this force didn't listen to me at all. Its target was very clear, aimed straight at the dark demonic tattoo on Honda Jetten's chest. At that critical moment, I must tell you, something big happened on the other side. Zoro and Nami somehow found themselves in a dry well over 50 meters underground. Good grief, that place was actually the sealing ground. They saw streams of black mist pouring out from a crack, rushing towards me, crazily replenishing Honda Jetten. Who is Nami? Her mind was quicker than anything else. She immediately noticed a black plaque nearby with some writing on it. Seizing the gap when the black mist erupted, she rushed over to take a look, turn around, and shouted to Zoro, "Zoro, chop that plaque." Zoro, being a straightforward guy, didn't hesitate, swiftly drew his sword and shattered the plaque into dust. The dust instantly sealed that gap. It turned out that the plaque was a safeguard. By destroying it, the seal could be reactivated. I instantly felt it. The magic Wi-Fi connected to Honda Jetten was completely cut off. The black aura around him suddenly became like water without roots. As a result, this guy was quite arrogant, possessed by that power, and shouted at me. Even if you are the righteous energy of heaven and earth, you are just a force. Watch me destroy your vessel first. I couldn't help but laugh at the time, thinking to myself, are you not aware of the situation? He was going wild, but my fully automated combat system was not idle. My punches came down like raindrops, bang, bang, bang. A series of punch energies rushed forward as if I had activated a rapid-fire feature. Without any backup, his demonic energy was simply insufficient and was quickly dissipated after a few hits. In the end, that righteous energy surged into Honda Jetten's mouth, cleansing him thoroughly from the inside out, restoring his skin to its normal color. After all this was done, that power quietly dispersed, and the Bagua diagram beneath my feet vanished, allowing me to regain control of my body. Then, the most ridiculous thing happened. Honda Jetten wobbled to his feet, felt the energy within him, and found that the demon was gone, yet his power was even stronger than before. This guy's thought process was quite peculiar. Instead of feeling even a hint of gratitude, he coldly glared at me, thinking that I had embarrassed him earlier. Without saying a word, he unleashed a powerful move towards me. 6 Styles Ultimate, Super Big Wheel, 6 Kings Spear. I roll my eyes at that moment, thinking, what a thankless wolf I've saved. But just then, I had just been hit with a set of punches infused with the righteous energy of heaven and earth. And I realized something. I focused my energy in my Dantian, facing his attack, and unleashed the move I had always dreamed of. The 4th level of the Bagua technique. 1,000 waves. Bang bang. In an instant, 1,000 layers of force stacked together, crashing forward like a tsunami. The scene was incredible. Hondo Jaiden was like he was struck by 1,000 of me at the same time. His bones and internal organs were instantly shattered, and even the last trace of dark energy hidden deep within him was forcibly shaken out, completely dissipating. After the battle, the gloomy atmosphere over Shimi village was swept away by the righteous energy I had summoned, and the sun shone brightly, like a purification plus version. In the village, all the villagers' black marks vanished in an instant, leaving them all dazed, followed by thunderous cheers. The village chief even brought out a stunning girl, saying she was a descendant of the Guardians, codenamed D-23, who had been quietly researching how to lift the curse. The girl cried and apologized to everyone, and the villagers, being simple-hearted, all said they didn't blame her. At that moment, the warm and vast righteous energy spread across the entire island, and everyone knew they were truly saved. Even more astonishing was that this wave of energy also upgraded my companions. Zoro and Nami had just climbed out of the well when this wind blew over them, and with a ding in their minds, their understanding of the techniques directly reached a new level. Zoro drew his 3 swords, and the sword energy became different. Nami casually waved her weather stick and unleashed a third-level move. Even the previously injured Sanji and Usopp not only healed completely, but also had no side effect from the pills Usopp took, each grasping new realms. When they found me, I was standing there like a wooden post, stunned. Nami rushed over, raised her weather stick, and hit me on the head, saying, "You idiot, you scared us to death." I touched my head, feeling wronged, and explained to them that just now, a familiar bell sound came from afar, and that sound awakened another sleeping soul within me. It seems Roger was right. Nami sighed, "Everything is in the journey." Zoro, being the most direct, hoisted his sword and asked, "Luffy, have we confirmed the location? Let's go check it out now. Let's go," Luffy said without hesitation, leading the charge towards the palace. Let me tell you, that place looked like it had been through a demolition team, all broken walls and ruins. As we passed through a patch of rubble, a giant door suddenly appeared in front of us with a loud clang, perfectly seamless, feeling like it was welded shut. Guess what happened next? Luffy was still a meter away from the door when it buzzed and opened by itself. In the next second, an unbelievable suction force erupted from inside the door, as if a black hole had opened, and we were all pulled in with a whoosh. There was no time to react. We were forcibly boarded, so to speak. Just as we were about to be the last, Usopp had just disappeared into the door when the girl who had drugged us, along with a large group of villagers, arrived. She watched as Luffy stood alone at the door. Luffy saw her too, and let me tell you, even though she looked decent now, Luffy's gaze was sharp. He immediately recognized her as the one who had poisoned him. However, Luffy didn't hesitate at all. He was crystal clear in his heart. Once he entered that door, he wouldn't be coming back. So he turned and smiled at the girl, a smile filled with everything except a trace of blame. Family, who understands? This mindset, this heart, it's incredible. Luffy really. I cried. The girl couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. She had prepared a lot to say, but Luffy's smile instantly fried her CPU, and all her psychological defenses were wiped clean. The suction from the door grew stronger, and Luffy could barely stand, being yanked back and rolling into the door. Just as the door was closing, he turned back fiercely and shouted with all his might to everyone, "I love you." But the door closed too quickly, and the last syllable was cut off. To those outside, it sounded like just 3 words, "I love you." I heard it clearly from inside and nearly burst out laughing. The villagers outside had no idea. They all thought Luffy was making a heartfelt confession to the girl. The girl also heard the "you," and her heart was probably on a roller coaster, feeling both delighted and disappointed, eventually only able to self-deprecate and pat her head, thinking, well, how could such a hero possibly like me? But don't get me wrong, this girl was tough too. She made a resolute command in her heart. It's okay, even if you belong to the whole world in my heart, you are mine. Let's just say, Luffy had no such intention. He still had his first love from his past life in his heart, and had no plans for any romantic line in this life. Meanwhile, the villagers outside were preparing to hold a bonfire party at the palace gate to send us off when suddenly, someone ran over in a panic, breathless, shouting, "Village Chief! Village Chief! It's bad!" This newly appointed village chief was the girl who had drugged us. Her heart sank, and she quickly asked what was wrong. The person finally caught his breath and said they'd gone to check on the ship, but suddenly a burst of energy erupted from the ship, sending them all flying. And then our Golden Mary disappeared into thin air. The girl turned pale upon hearing this and rushed to that mysterious door. She stared at the door for a while and suddenly remembered an old legend. Goodness, this girl pulled out a hidden setting collection. She said there was a legend in their village about a giant bell on a mysterious island, made of 2 super rare minerals. This bell not only told the time, but also had 2 incredible functions. One was to convey hope to the villagers, and the other was to guide the chosen heroes to fight against demons. Moreover, this guiding method was through space transfer, which would take all related things, including ships, along with the chosen one. Previously, the village chief had been skeptical, trying to build a bunch of ships to find this island, only to turn the entire sea area of Shimi village upside down without finding it. But the bell rang on time every day, like clocking in for work, and everyone gradually began to worship the bell as a deity. It was a deity. They were indeed the chosen ones to save the world. The girl trembled as she reached this conclusion. Then she felt a wave of fear, thinking that she had almost poisoned the chosen one, that sin was too great. An uncle named Oxy quickly comforted her, saying that these were trials all heroes must go through, and Luffy and the others had broad minds and wouldn't blame her. The girl held back her tears and turned to all the villagers, shouting, "Everyone, let's hold a feast. The heroes have been guided by the great bell deity to undertake a more important mission. Let's give them our most sincere blessings with the liveliest party. You wouldn't believe it. These villagers really knew how to handle things. As soon as they heard about holding a feast, the previous gloom vanished in an instant, and they immediately started getting ready with cheers. As expected of you guys, when something happens, you hold a feast first. Meanwhile, for us, as I closed my eyes and opened them again, we had already arrived at New Map. It was a barren little island with nothing on it. Just a super gigantic bell standing in the middle, absurdly large. The color of the bell was particularly strange from a distance. It looked like the blue sky and white clouds, but it was just a bell. It walked with a crunching sound, and with each large step, it emitted a burst of white light. The light carried some white substance from the body of the clock into the sky, directly transforming into clouds and a light source, illuminating this sunless place as bright as day. Isn't this even more abstract than an AI-generated image? Nami was stunned and said, "My goodness, could this be the legendary ancient clock?" Usopp looked completely baffled and asked, "What the heck? Ancient clock?" Nami immediately switched to her scholar mode and began to educate us. Simply put, this thing is a Pro Max first-generation device from 46 million years ago, back when the Earth didn't have a sun, providing energy to everything instead of the sun. It is a planetary protection program left by the Creator and only appears when the Earth faces an existential crisis. Nami also said that judging by the appearance of this clock, it is clearly modified by someone, and the mechanism that led us here is probably that shell. I tell you, after listening to this, I felt numb. So we were summoned by an old guy over 40 million years old? At this point, Luffy was starting to struggle, saying that the bell had been calling to him in his heart, like a death knell. Since Nami said this thing is harmless to us, what are we waiting for? Let's just go and take a look. A few of us followed Luffy to the ancient bell, and we arrived in no time. Then something strange happened. When we were less than a meter away from the bell, the calling voice in Luffy's heart suddenly seemed to come from beneath his feet. Could there be a path below? Luffy closed his eyes and sensed for a few minutes, then suddenly opened them wide and pointed to a spot 50 meters away. Over there, when we ran over to take a look, it was just an ordinary piece of ground. But as soon as Luffy stood on it, the calling became even stronger. Zoro frowned and asked, "Are you sure this is it?" "Definitely," Luffy replied, and then he started pounding the ground around that spot. With a loud boom, the ground sank several meters. Then he shouted to Zoro, "Dig 18 meters in the middle, and the depth has to be precise." "No problem." Zoro drew his sword and immediately took a stance for his three-sword style. Let me tell you, Zoro's technique was like that of a top architecture student. To avoid hurting Luffy and not kicking up a bit of dust, he unleashed a big move. Three-sword style secret technique, digging. In an instant, the blade flashed, and a large amount of soil seemed to have eyes, flying neatly to the side without getting a speck of dirt on us. This was Zoro, who had comprehended the principle of balance, and his control over power had reached an abnormal level. "Wait a second," Luffy shouted, and he jumped directly into the 18-meter deep pit. The bottom of the pit was a bit damp, but a mysterious aura emanated from the very bottom, evaporating the moisture. Luffy knocked on it, and a thumping sound echoed back. It was indeed empty. He brushed away a layer of thin soil and saw a pull ring. As soon as his hand touched it, a force from the iron piece on his chest enveloped him in a black box. With a slight exertion, he pulled open the lid. The moment the lid opened, boom, 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 boom. The ancient bell on the island suddenly rang out wildly, and Luffy could clearly feel that the sound of the bell was actually coming from the black box he had just opened, emanating from the iron piece inside. It was even slightly faster than the sound of the ancient bell. What the heck? What is the story behind this black iron piece? A 46-million-year-old divine clock. And it's actually its speaker? In the next moment, the 4 black iron pieces in the box suddenly flew out and surrounded the 5 of us. Immediately, that teaching figure from last time appeared again, but this time not just Luffy. Everyone had a phantom in front of them, starting to practice martial arts. Wow. Is a class being held on site? Buy 1 get 4. Everyone levels up. The phantoms demonstrated techniques of softness, fall, and shaking heaven, as well as a technique that Luffy had never seen before. We started to comprehend on the spot, combining our own techniques with these new concepts. Zoro was the first to make a move. He pointed his sword to the sky and shouted, "From extremes comes the mean," and in that sword's momentum, he perfectly fused the 3 concepts of softness, fall, and shaking heaven, but the core was still his own swordsmanship. Soon after, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami also erupted with astonishing momentum, each focusing on their own understanding of martial arts and using the newly learned concepts as assistants. This feeling was much clearer than last time, when we were washed by some righteous energy. This was something we practiced ourselves. At that moment, Luffy, who had been still, also began to move. The punches he threw were exactly the same as those in the Phantoms. First, he used Zoro's from Extremes Comes the Mean concept, then switched his steps and used his own Thousand Waves concept. After completing both sets, he suddenly realized that these 9 techniques were actually not about superiority or inferiority. Their strength depended entirely on the user. Boom! Luffy's momentum suddenly exploded, and a huge black and white bagua chart appeared out of thin air beneath his feet. Those black iron pieces instantly flew back into the box, and that 18-meter-deep pit surprisingly closed up by itself. Then, a much stronger righteous energy descended from the heavens, directly giving us a system enlightenment. We 5 uncontrollably started to move, each practicing the martial arts we understood. Under the guidance of this power, our understanding of martial arts instantly elevated several levels. A quarter of an hour later, the righteous energy dissipated, and the ancient clock stopped. We were still in place digesting that epic enhancement. At that moment, a voice rang directly in our heads. Coming from the ancient clock, you have actually gained the recognition of the Bagua Wuliang. It seems you're the chosen ones. A clock that has lived for 46 million years having a soul seems quite reasonable. Luffy suddenly thought of the Going Merry and instinctively looked to the side. The Golden Mary was quietly floating on the water, looking in great shape. Luffy came to his senses, stepped forward, and said to the ancient clock, "Yes. We came here following the guidance of the Bagua diagram." The voice continued, "Not bad. However, you still need more people. To fulfill the mission of saving the world, you need at least 5 more. 10 people?" Luffy's heart stirred. Who could the other one be? But he didn't ask much. He knew that the old man would say it when the time was right. Only by combining the strength of all 10 of you can you completely destroy that evil existence. Otherwise, this world will face a catastrophic disaster. Luffy nodded and slowly asked, "Then, can you tell us where to go next, Senior?" "Oh dear, I tell you, this question really stumped that old Senior. He hummed for a long time and then directly went offline. He probably went to a meeting in the background. Goodness, this disconnection lasted half an hour. We stood there like we were being punished, not daring to make a sound. I wondered if the Senior had poor internet and was reconnecting. In fact, he was in a crazy battle in his mind with another ancient relic. This clock spirit, the soul of the clock, was frantically shaking people. Bagua Wuliang, you old man, come out quickly. Are these people reliable? If they choose wrong, my 50 million years of cultivation, along with our home planet, will be directly finished." The other voice was the Bagua Wuliang, cheekily replying, "Why are you panicking? The leading guy is a soul I personally selected. Don't be fooled by how he usually acts like a fool. He is wild at heart. Don't worry, I've read the script. It's very stable. I'll tell you, these 2 old guys are just like the client and the contractor, pulling back and forth for a long time." Zhongling still wasn't reassured. After all, this was his first time doing this kind of performance evaluation, and he was really nervous. In the end, there was no time left, so he reluctantly went back online. "Are you ready?" As soon as he spoke, we almost rolled our eyes. "Come on, we were ready long ago. Just waiting for you to load the progress bar." Luffy was still polite. "We're ready, Senior." "All right, then I have 2 choices for you." Zhongling started to get serious. Option 1. You gather 10 partners, come back, and smash this clock of mine. When it shatters, the energy that bursts forth will directly annihilate that big boss who is destroying the balance of the planet. Choose. I was stunned at the time. Who among my family understands? Isn't this just the routine of sacrificing an NPC to obtain divine equipment? Luffy, without changing his expression, asked a crucial question. "Senior, if the bell shatters, will your soul still exist?" The spirit of the bell responded lightly. "Oh, I can hold on for a while longer," and then dissipated. "It's all fate. You don't need to worry about me." Let me tell you, he said that, but I felt his heart was about to jump out his chest. Extremely nervous. Guess what happened next? Luffy completely ignored this and directly asked, "Can you tell me the second option first?" "No." The spirit of the bell panicked. "You must first decide whether to give up the first one. Then I give up the first one. Please tell me the second one, Senior." As soon as Luffy said this, I felt the atmosphere in the entire space relax. The spirit of the bell, which had been hanging in suspense, probably went whoosh and fell back into his stomach. Sure enough, that old guy, Gossip Infinite, didn't lie to him. The spirit's voice instantly became 8 degrees warmer, as if comforting a child. "Can I ask why?" The first one is clearly simpler. Luffy, at a critical moment, put on a serious face and said, "Because I believe the ancient bell is the mother of this planet, and we cannot be ungrateful." Wow, what a grand statement. Another voice, that of Gossip Infinite, directly mocked me in my head. I don't believe you. You little sly one. Aren't you just afraid that if you break the bell, you won't be able to return to your original world? Humph. However, although the motive was not pure, the result was what they wanted, so no one exposed it. Nami and the others were directly moved to tears, looking at Luffy as if he were a savior. Luffy endured the slight pain from the soul fusion and respectfully bowed 3 times to the ancient bell in the void. Please tell me the second option, Senior. Are you sure? Sure. The spirit of the bell's voice suddenly became passionate, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. The second option is to kill. Kill your way through. Eliminate all those who stand in your way. Gather your companions. Hone your skills. Go to the final destination and chop that demon's soul into pieces. It's that simple. Damn, that's quite a statement. Nami and the others gasped. After hearing this, Luffy grinned and said, Hee hee, if that's the case, it's simple. This left Zhongling at a loss for words, and he quickly added, don't think that taking down Bondo Jeddon is impressive. That guy is just a minor character to me. As soon as he said this, we all fell silent. The boss we fought tooth and nail to defeat has become a side character in your eyes? What does that make us? Extras? Luffy, however, didn't care. He was only concerned about one thing. Senpai, where do we go next? Please point the way. Originally, I wanted you to figure out on your own. But you, kid, I've taken a liking to you, so I'll make an exception and help you out. Zhongling said, directly projecting a sea chart into our minds, marked with a vague outline of a large island. Hey, Zhongling, what are you doing? This is cheating. They can't handle it. Bagua Wu Liang shouted in his mind. Don't worry, I believe in him. At this point, Zhongling had become a die-hard fan of Luffy. Thank you, Senpai. Luffy immediately bowed again after expressing his gratitude. Also, we have one more thing to trouble you with. How we get out of this damn place? I was thinking to myself, yeah, the ship is stopped here, but there are mountains all around. How are we supposed to get out? We can't just grow wings and fly, right? Ha ha ha. It's simple. Zhongling laughed heartily, and suddenly a beam of light shot out from the ancient clock, piercing through the clouds, forming an arrow of light right in front of us, pointing straight ahead. Just follow the light with the ship. Go, kids. Thank you, Senior. We all respectfully bowed deeply, then dashed towards the Going Merry. God knows how long that light will last. Once we got back on the ship, it felt just like coming home. Nami immediately switched to command mode. Sanji, raise the anchor. Zoro, take the sails. Usopp, steer the ship. Going Merry, set sail. Oh, I'm telling you, Nami is simply a bug. She wields the weather stick, conjuring a vast expanse of dark clouds out of nowhere, then uses the temperature difference to create a fierce wind, blowing fiercely at the sails. The Merry seems like it has rocket boosters, zooming off in an instant. The speed is unbelievable. Nami, the cursor changed. Left front, Luffy shouted from the bow. Got it. Nami turned the weather stick, and the clouds in the sky followed suit, instantly changing the wind direction. The Merry executed a beautiful drift, maintaining speed, and turned sharply. With Nami's godly maneuvers, we navigated through several sharp turns, watching the light behind us fade away. Suddenly, a massive cliff appeared in front of us, with a transparent membrane on the cliff face trapping the seawater. That's the spot, Nami yelled. Luffy had already climbed onto the figurehead, whispering to the Merry, hold on, this time, I won't let you leave us. Nami unleashed all the power of the clouds in a moment, transforming it into one last fierce wind. The Merry crashed into that layer of light membrane at maximum speed. Whoa, Merry, we're flying. The moment we burst through the light membrane, we realized we were hundreds of meters in the air, and the whole ship was plummeting down like a brick towards the ocean below. This crash sent us flying the equivalent of 3 months sailing distance. When we came to our senses, Usopp was already shouting with a telescope. Hey, I see Bubble Island. What the heck? We haven't even seen the whale Laboon yet. How do we jump straight to the Sabati archipelago? Everyone was stunned, looking at Luffy in unison. Luffy adjusted a straw hat and grinned. I don't know, but isn't this better? The unknown is what makes it fun. Zoro was the first to react, coolly shouldering his sword and saying, this is the adventure I wanted. Everyone was instantly fired up. Yes, we came out to have an adventure, not to follow a guidebook. Half an hour later, the ship reached the shore. Luffy was the first to jump down. Let's go find Uncle Rayleigh. Nami hurried to catch up. Luffy, can we keep a low profile this time, try not to fight, and not let our friends get hurt again? Of course, Luffy replied decisively. We hid the boat and took several twists and turns before finally finding Rayleigh's bar. Pushing the door open, we were greeted by the sight of several heavyweight figures inside. Besides the octopus Xiaoba, There was a blue-nosed reindeer, a cyborg wearing only underwear, and a charismatic lady. Of course, sitting in the center was the legendary man with glasses, the Dark King Rayleigh. They had arrived. Rayleigh stood up, and everyone in the room also stood up. I have to tell you, at that moment, my mind went blank. Dr. Chopper, Shipwright Frankie, Historian Nico Robin. Except for Brooke. All of my future crewmates were actually here. It turns out that Luffy had long anticipated that the future path would spiral out of control. So he wrote a letter in advance, asking Rayleigh to help gather his future crewmates. In the past 6 months, Rayleigh helped Chopper resolve a national crisis. Took Robin to Judicial Island to assassinate the CP9 leader, and only then managed to gather Frankie and the others here to wait for us. Luffy walked straight up to Rayleigh and sincerely said, "Uncle Rayleigh, thank you for helping me find my crewmates." Rayleigh looked at him with admiration, as if he were seeing Roger from back in the day. "It's only right, go ahead and speak." Luffy turned around, just about to greet his new crewmates. But then bang, he was kicked away by Nami. Nami graciously extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Nami, welcome aboard." This immediately made the 3 newcomers realize who was really in charge on this pirate ship. Once everyone was seated, Luffy looked around and noticed someone was missing. Just as he was about to speak, Rayleigh sighed and interrupted him. "Luffy, I'm sorry." Rayleigh's voice was heavy. "I couldn't bring back the last crewmate." Luffy's heart sank. "Uncle Rayleigh, you didn't fail to take down that guy Moria, did you?" Rayleigh shook his head, pulled out a gray jar from under the bar. His eyes filled with sorrow. "When I got there, the skeleton man you mentioned in your letter, Brooke, I happened to see him die. I did my best, but I could only bring back his skeleton. This is Brooke's ashes." As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Luffy's entire aura changed instantly. The usual amiability vanished, and he looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell, his blood-red eyes fixated ahead, the killing intent almost palpable. "Uncle Rayleigh," his voice was hoarse and frightening. "Now tell me everything you know. This isn't your fault. Thank you for bringing my brother back." Saying this, Luffy's knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, bowing deeply in Rayleigh's direction, striking his forehead 3 times. The sound of thud, thud, thud seemed to announce his overwhelming rage to the heavens. Rayleigh watched this young man, filled with rage for a crewmate he had never met, and for a moment, he seemed to see Roger's shadow. He took a deep breath and continued. "Moria is much stronger now than you can imagine. Moreover, during the fight I saw the Navy's presence, and it seemed there were admirals involved. I could only take Brooke's body and retreat quickly. After I cremated him, I secretly went back to scout, but that time, I only encountered Moria alone. And let me tell you, Moria back then was like he was on drugs. His strength had skyrocketed. I exchanged blows with him, and good grief, I couldn't make a dent. It felt like I was just scraping skin. And on that broken ship of his, I sensed an even more terrifying aura, more chilling than Moria himself. I thought something was off, so I unleashed all my firepower trying to force that turtle out. And guess what? Moria single-handedly took most of my attacks head-on. I understood right then that the water was too deep and it was pointless to continue, so I decided to retreat. But could I swallow this anger? Absolutely not. I made a 3rd infiltration, and let me tell you, I held my breath like a ghost and finally went unnoticed. Guess what I heard? Who knows what the family understands, but I overheard the most core secrets of the world government. They developed a grafting fruit ability that allows the user to have an additional power called wave sensing. Moria was their guinea pig, granted this ability on the condition that he would become their dog in the new world and create a Yonko level force for them. I was so shocked listening from the beams that my scalp tingled. The world government was playing way too dangerously. When Luffy and the others heard this, their faces turned pale. Luffy exploded on the spot, asking which admiral was responsible, wanting to take revenge for Brooke. I could only shake my head and say I didn't know. The two didn't mention any names during their conversation, only that this admiral was not one we were familiar with, but a ruthless character hiding in the shadows, far stronger than the modified Moria. Even Moria would have to respectfully call him Admiral Sir. This was what I was most worried about. Who knows how many of these monsters the world government was hiding behind the scenes. Luffy was shaking with anger, gritting his teeth and saying that no matter who it was, they would be torn to pieces. I understood him. Brooke's death had completely broken his rhythm. I knew his little schemes. He always thought that gathering 10 companions would let him complete his mission and go home. But now with the loss of a member, he couldn't meet that KPI. How could he not be anxious? Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, Robin suddenly floated over and said, "Actually, things are worse than you think." I thought to myself, could it be any worse? Then Rayleigh chimed in, and his words left us all in silence. "That's right. The world government publicly executed your brother, Ace, not long ago." Luffy was stunned, completely dumbfounded, mumbling that it couldn't be true, the timing was off. Robin sighed, took out a sketch pad, and quickly illustrated what had happened. That scene was referred to as a major event, with three factions clashing: the world government, the Whitebeard pirates, and Blackbeard, who had captured Ace. The result was that Whitebeard died in battle, and Ace's fate was uncertain. At the moment Whitebeard fell, he unleashed his final power, a flash of white light, and everyone on his ship disappeared, leaving behind only a standing corpse. But it didn't end there. Just after the Marineford War concluded, news came from the underwater prison that the clown buggy had escaped with a gang of ruthless people. Admiral Sengoku was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. Just as he was about to send someone to catch them, that little brat Blackbeard suddenly went berserk, charging towards Whitebeard's corpse, using who knows what ability. At that moment, a submarine surfaced, and a kid in a spotted outfit jumped out, wielding a long knife, and slashed at Blackbeard with a sword chi that was like splitting the heavens. He tried to take Whitebeard's corpse, but was briefly stopped by Blackbeard's men. Although he ultimately managed to take the corpse away, Blackbeard wasn't significantly affected. Before leaving, the kid dropped a line, "Blackbeard, see you in the new world." The next day, the newspaper came out, announcing that the world government had won, Whitebeard was killed, and Ace was executed successfully. Then came a long list of bounties, with all the wealth going to Blackbeard's crew, and Captain Blackbeard's bounty skyrocketed to $2 billion. At the same time, the escaped monsters from the prison, like Crocodile and Jinbei, all had terrifyingly high bounties. After hearing all this, Luffy fell silent, his mind racing. The world government had a conspiracy. Blackbeard had betrayed them in advance. Ace was captured, Whitebeard was dead, and a bunch of unexpected ruthless characters had emerged. The entire world had descended into chaos. But then he suddenly laughed and said, "Well, this is good. This guy was born to be an adventurous madman." After coming to terms with it, he turned around and sincerely shouted to Robin, Frankie, and Chopper. Robin, Frankie, Chopper, welcome aboard. Frankie immediately struck a super pose. "Oh yeah, I really like your crew." Robin smiled and said, "I believe this is a good choice." Only Chopper was still shy and fidgety. Luffy then gave my brother Sanji a knowing look and said ominously, "Sanji, if Chopper doesn't want to join, we don't mind having a feast of stewed reindeer meat tonight." Sanji immediately understood, grinning and pulling out 2 kitchen knives, scaring Chopper into tears as he shouted, "I'll join you, you bastards." All right, everyone was gathered. Luffy immediately asked Uncle Rayleigh how long it would take to coat the ship. I told him that his little broken ship would take half a day. Luffy shook his head, pointing at Frankie and saying, "Our ship needs to be 3 times bigger. Frankie, can you finish the modifications within a day?" Frankie patted his chest. "It's a bit rushed, but no problem." Luffy then turned to me. "Uncle, is 2 days enough for the new ship modifications and coating?" As soon as I saw his impatient expression, I knew he must have some big plan in mind. I didn't ask much and directly told him, "No problem. We'll build and coat at the same time. I'll personally keep an eye on you." Luffy took a deep breath and shouted at everyone, "Partners, we've finally gathered together today. From now on, we are partners who can trust each other's backs." Everyone was inspired by him and started shouting along. The momentum was incredible. "Great." Luffy raised his hand. "And now I announce the first captain's order." Everyone stood at attention. "Captain, please give the order." "Nami, you take Frankie, Robin, and Chopper to modify the new ship. And by the way, pass on our Straw Hat Pirates' unique techniques to them. Execute immediately." Luffy didn't even give Nami a chance to ask questions. Nami rolled her eyes, but still took the newcomers and left. Then, Luffy turned to Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, revealing an extremely wicked smile. "You 3, come with me. We're going to do something that will shake the world." As soon as Zoro and the others heard this, their eyes lit up, and they shouted in unison, "Aye, Captain." I looked at the expressions of the 4 of them, as if they were about to blow up a bunker, and my heart was as clear as a mirror. I smiled and reminded them, "Hey guys, remember, the general will arrive here soon, in less than an hour." Luffy grinned at me, completely ignoring my warning, and rushed out with his 3 troublemaking brothers. The 4 of them ran quickly down the street, and suddenly Luffy slammed on the brakes, nearly crashing into the others. "Wait a minute," he gathered the 3 of them together, whispering, "I think we can make this even bigger." Guess what? The 3 of them simultaneously displayed the same extremely excited and wicked expression as his. A few minutes later, Luffy was the first to leave, reminding them before he went, "Act according to plan in 3 days." Sanji was the second to run, but not before turning back to shout at Zoro, "Idiot, don't get lost." Zoro, unusually, didn't argue back. Instead, he seriously patted Usopp on the shoulder. "Your task is the most crucial, be careful." In the end, Only Usopp was left standing there, shivering and muttering to himself. Forget it, I'll go have some fun at the amusement park first. Meanwhile, in the luxurious palace of Venue, a man as fat as a mountain, wearing a transparent headpiece, was excitedly whipping a handsome male slave. His rolls of fat jiggled with each swing of the whip, and he was almost flinging snot to the ceiling. I'm telling you, that scene was simply a walking mosaic. So greasy, it could be thrown straight into a frying pan. Just when this disgusting creature named Charles was having the time of his life. Hurried footsteps and knocking came from outside the door. What's this new thing? He asked impatiently. The person outside respectfully replied, Report to your Highness Charles. Miss Shalilia has sent word that she will hold a banquet tonight to celebrate her acquiring a new favorite. Upon hearing this, Charles's eyes lit up, and he quickly donned his noble attire, smashing through the door and rushing out to ask, My sister got a premium one? Is father coming? His lackey quickly reported, Your Highness, this is just a gathering of young people. Besides, Prince Week also got a premium new favorite, so they are co-hosting this event. Charles went crazy on the spot, kicking his lackey away. Get lost. It's all your useless bunch. They have new favorites. Why don't I have one? The lackey scrambled to get up and quickly said, Your Highness, calm down. Although we didn't catch it, the target has appeared. Now we just need to go to Venue 1 for the auction. Your urgently needed new favorite is currently being auctioned there. Really? Charles's eyes widened instantly. He knew very well what level of new favorite he needed to shine at his sister's banquet. This new favorite couldn't be just anything. Let me tell you, the first thing that popped into his mind, guess what it was? A mermaid. A young and beautiful mermaid. Goodness, this celestial dragon's imagination only reached this point. It was ridiculous. He urgently asked his subordinate Jinren, Did the auction at Venue 1 get a premium mermaid? Let me tell you, this auction house is no proper place. It's the headquarters for human trafficking in the entire Shambody archipelago. No matter if you're a dwarf, a giant, or some rare race, as long as you're alive, you can be priced and sold. And these perverted nobles are especially fond of young and beautiful mermaids. Just when Charles was thinking about mermaids, Jinren informed him that this auction would be personally hosted by the auction house owner, Disco. This got Charles excited. Let's go. Bring my mount. Hey, don't be fooled by this 200-pound pistachio acting like a fool. He knows what's up. If he wants to make a big impression at his sister's banquet, he has to rely on this auction. The scene shifts to the backstage of the auction house. The owner, Disco, is feeling quite pleased with himself. Why? Because they caught a super valuable item that could let him live comfortably for the rest of his life. With an hour left until the auction, he's already hiding in his room, practicing his expressions and organizing his words, acting like a total drama queen. He is sending out invitations, calling all the wealthy spendthrifts on the island, just waiting to rake in a fortune from these gullible fools. While he's happily rehearsing, suddenly, bang, 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 the door is knocked on loudly. Disco has a rule that no one can disturb him while he's rehearsing unless the sky is falling, like if the celestial dragons show up. So he doesn't lose his temper right away. Instead, he straightens his expression and elegantly opens the door. To his surprise, the scene outside is complete chaos. Guards are running everywhere, and all the items meant for auction have escaped. Standing at the entrance is his captain of the guard, Charlie, who looks pale as a ghost. Charlie, what's going on? Disco surprisingly remains calm. Charlie is almost in tears, trembling as he says, Master, the item we caught this morning. It released all the goods. We couldn't stop it. I tell you, Disco's brain works really fast. He immediately understood that this guy could unlock everyone's collars but wouldn't run away himself, which was not a simple matter. He decisively said, Don't chase them. Open a back door to let them slip away quietly. Don't disturb the esteemed guests. After handling this, he headed straight for the super item. As he walked, he pondered that this person had the ability to run but chose not to. It must be for some major reason. Perhaps he was seriously ill. In just a few steps, he arrived and saw the item with its head down, calmly asking, You must be the owner here, right? Disco noticed that the other party was still wearing the explosive collar. Although he felt this person was a bit tricky, he still had some confidence. He replied, I'm not the owner, but I call the shots here. Then guess what happened? The item suddenly looked up, and I tell you, the killing intent in his gaze made Disco break out in a cold sweat. The man said, At this auction, I'm the only item up for bid. Add everyone's prices to mine. You are not allowed to chase them. Otherwise, either you auction them and I die, or you die. Family, who understands? This is no ordinary item. This is simply the ancestor here to cause chaos. Disco, someone who is used to big scenes, felt his legs tremble a bit and quickly agreed. All right, but you mustn't commit suicide, and you mustn't touch that collar. As long as they leave safely. I won't go anywhere. Okay, I promise you. Disco's mind was racing. He thought this person was just a fool wanting to be a hero, hoping to be sold, and then extort money from the buyer to run away. He thought to himself, humph, you can be arrogant for now, but later I'll put my specially made collar on you, and let's see how you act then. He turned to the captain of the guard, Charlie, and whispered a few words, then went back to his little room to adjust his emotions as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Charles had already swaggered into the VIP seat. He glanced around and saw quite a few competitors. There was his sister's banquet partner, Wig, and a super rich second generation named Shabby. He sneered inwardly. The more competitors there were, the more it indicated that this item was extraordinary. Just as he was calculating, the curtain of the auction slowly opened. In the backstage, guard captain Charlie cautiously approached the item. The auction is about to begin. Please come with us. The man stood up and surprisingly said, put that thing on me. Charlie had prepared a lot to say, but since the guy was so cooperative, he smiled directly. As soon as the specially made collar, 100 times heavier and 10 times purer than the original sea prism stone, was put on, Charlie's demeanor instantly changed, becoming arrogant. Let's go. You really think you're big shot? No one wearing this thing can escape. Just wait to be played to death, idiot. The man, who was Luffy, merely glanced at him, and the last shred of compassion in his heart vanished. He initially thought that taking down the entire auction might hurt some innocent guards, but now it seemed, in a dye vat, there were no clean fabrics. On stage, as the spotlight hit, Disco appeared in a flashy suit. He cleared his throat and shouted in an extremely provocative tone. Thank you all for waiting. To highlight the nobility of our heavyweight item this time, we have decided to release all other items. This auction has only one item. As soon as Disco finished speaking, the entire venue erupted. The screams of "Oh, oh, oh" rose and fell. What kind of extraordinary item could cause such a commotion? Better than a top-tier mermaid? Everyone was eager when Charlie pushed Luffy, who was wearing the special collar, onto the stage. When Luffy appeared before everyone, the venue fell silent for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the first person reacted, grabbing a nearby cup and throwing it, shouting, "Damn, you're fooling us." Instantly, the entire venue erupted into chaos, with everything that could be thrown directed at the stage. Charles, Wig, and Shabby, the 3 major clients, also looked pale and immediately stood up to leave, already planning to bring people to level this broken place once they got outside. Seeing this commotion, Disco panicked and no longer enjoyed the feeling of controlling the crowd's emotions. He quickly shouted, "Lord Charles, Lord Wig, please wait. Let me introduce our item." The 3, surprisingly curious, sat back down. Their meaning was clear. If you can't come up with something good today, this auction will disappear from the map. Seeing that he had stabilized them, Disco immediately began his performance. I know everyone is very angry, but trust me, after listening to my introduction, you will only feel crazy. After speaking, he signaled, and the lights dimmed, leaving only him on stage. Please join me in watching a short film. Soon, the big screen lit up, starting to play footage of a world-shocking event from not long ago. Disco's voice, like a devil's whisper, slowly echoed. Ladies and gentlemen, the young man now presented to you is named Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates from the East Blue. The audience rolled their eyes. East Blue? The captain of the weakest sea? What kind of deal is this? Disco smiled slightly and threw out the first bombshell, the protagonist of that shocking event in the footage. Portgas D, Ace, the only son of Pirate King Roger, is his brother. They grew up together as siblings. As soon as this was said, the venue quieted down considerably, and many people sat up straight. Disco continued to raise the stakes. Just before you came to the auction, this gentleman single-handedly released all our items and threatened us that either he dies or we die. Therefore, this auction has only him as the item. A gasp of cold air echoed from the audience. A person who could break collars? Wouldn't buying him be like acquiring a ticking time bomb? Don't worry. Disco pointed to the collar around Luffy's neck. What he is wearing now is our specially made collar, costing 10,000 times that a normal one. And no one has been able to break it so far. Safety is absolutely guaranteed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Also, he is a devil fruit user, the gum fruit. This ability, I believe, will allow you gentlemen to discover enough fun. Charles's eyes lit up instantly. Gum ability? Brother of Portgas D. Ace? I tell you, he felt every cell in his body was excitedly screaming. This was exactly the new darling he had been dreaming of, capable of crushing the entire venue at his sister's banquet. Moreover, there's an even more shocking news. Disco took a deep breath and threw out the final bomb. This Captain Monkey D. Luffy is the legendary hero of our Navy, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. This time, The venue fell completely silent. Everyone's gaze, including Charles's, was intensely fixed on the young man wearing the straw hat with a nonchalant smile. Disco saw that the timing was right and quickly added, "But don't worry, Vice Admiral Garp has long severed ties with him because he became a pirate. So, everyone can bid without any reservations." He slammed the hammer down and shouted hoarsely, "The auction officially begins now. I bid 100 million. I'd bid 200 million. The prices skyrocketed like they were on a rocket. Wig and Shabby also shouted up to 400 million and 530 million respectively. The entire venue went wild, and the price quickly soared to 800 million. At that moment, Charles Rose, who had been silent, slowly stood up. He coldly scanned the room, finally locking his gaze on the sweating Weller and Shabby. He knew their pocket money was about to run out. So, he took a deep breath and shouted a number that sent the entire room's CPUs into overdrive. 2 billion. This outrageous wealth hit everyone like a slap in the face. The confidence of all the bidders in the room was instantly shattered by that shout. This beast, Weller slumped directly. He didn't have the guts to spend so much money on a toy. He shook his head at Shabby, who was gritting her teeth in anger but had no choice but to give up, who understood the family struggles. Shabby held a grudge against Charles Rose for taking her childhood sweetheart, who had been defiled by this beast, so she wanted to oppose him at every turn. Weller comforted her. "Let us go. Even if he spends 2 billion to buy this, it can't compare to what my brother has. Don't worry, there will be tears at this banquet." On the auction side, Charles Rose had already gone mad. Buying the brother of a major event's protagonist, the grandson of a naval hero, and a rubber fruit user for 2 billion made him feel like he was at the pinnacle of his life. He thought the banquet in an hour was tailor-made for him to show off. He twisted his massive body, his jowls smiling like a flower, and ordered, "Jianrun, take my treasure for a wash and get rid of all the mortal aura. Then bring him to the banquet." After that, he ran off to groom himself. Once he donned a pure, white noble corset outfit and slicked himself down, Jianrun also brought Luffy over. Hearing that Luffy refused to kneel, Charles Rose was not angry. Instead, he was even more delighted, thinking that this showed spirit and would make things more fun. He took Luffy and excitedly headed towards his sister Shalilia's palace. What he didn't know was that as soon as he left, his loyal servant Jian Rin sighed in relief and began to pack up to flee, muttering to himself, "I need to hurry, otherwise." It seems this is all part of the plan. Meanwhile, in the palace, the banquet was ready. The usually arrogant Shalilia was now like a lovesick girl, gently sitting by an elegant table, gazing dreamily at a man in front of her. This man was equally handsome, wearing a special collar around his neck, elegantly twirling a knife in his hand. From the moment she saw him, Shalilia's heart was completely captured. Just then, a young man walked in. It was Weller's brother, Wig. He teasingly said, "Oh, Miss Palace, I didn't expect to see you so infatuated. It seems you found your ideal toy." Under normal circumstances, Shalilia would have jumped up and cursed him. But this time, she slowly turned her head, her tone calm, yet carrying a hint of cold threat. "Cord Wig, I advise you from now on, do not refer to my friends as toys in front of me. If you do, I will be very angry, extremely angry. Do you understand?" Wig's heart sank. The explosive Shalilia was not terrifying, but her current calmness made him feel an unprecedented unease. Before he could shake off that unease, Wig, with a stiff neck, approached her. I have to tell you, his face looked worse when he smiled than when he cried. He even specially brought over his brother, Weiler, and some girl from the Shaw family named Shabby, to shower compliments on Shalilia with a bunch of hypocritical flattery, saying something like, "I've long admired your name. I'm here to pay my respects," and other nonsense. Shalilia didn't even pay him any mind and shot back with one sentence. "Oh, got it, understood." Wig was so embarrassed that he quickly took his people and slinked away. Just then, wow, that heavyweight guest, her chubby brother Charles, finally rolled in. As soon as he entered, his eyes were like radar, directly locking onto our Sanji, grinning widely and asking, "Sister, I heard you got a new toy?" At that moment, I just wanted to punch him. Shalalia's expression also turned cold as she seriously corrected him. "Brother, he's not a toy, he's my friend. That thing around his neck is to prevent him from hurting himself. You need to respect my friend, got it?" You know, even though Charles was a jerk, he was an ultimate siscon. As soon as he saw his sister being serious, he immediately backed down and said, all right, big brother respects you." Only then did Shalalia smile and pull her brother to taste Sanji's cooking, proudly promoting, "It's made by my friend, the best chef in the East Sea." As soon as she said that, Charles and the nearby Weeg's eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, "From the East Sea?" I thought to myself, oh no, these two must be plotting something again. Sure enough, Wig immediately got excited and pointed at the green-haired guy behind him, saying, "Prince Charles, my friend is also from the East Sea." Great, now it's on, right? The Celestial Dragon's little games are just about whose toys are more interesting. Shalalia didn't care about them and directly interrupted, like a little girl showing off her treasure, bringing out the dumplings Sanji made and insisting that everyone try them. I tell you, these naive Celestial Dragons, when they took a bite, their eyes nearly popped out. Their expressions were as if they had discovered a new continent, with their jaws almost dropping. Shalalia, watching from the side, looked so proud, probably already upgraded Sanji from friend to darling in her heart. Wig saw that all the attention was stolen and got anxious, immediately jumping out to say, "It's boring just eating. How about my friend here performs a sword dance to liven things up?" Charloros was about to say he had one too, but Shalalia surprisingly jumped in first, giving her brother a look and saying, "All right, let's let Wig's friend go first." Wig, feeling honored, ran over to Zoro, discreetly shaking the collar control device in his hand, and whispered, "Green hair, it's your turn." Zoro didn't even glance at him, just snorted coldly, but the show had to go on. I tell you, the moment his hand rested on the hilt of the sword, the atmosphere in the entire palace changed instantly. Wig was so scared he stumbled back several steps, while Charloros laughed at him for being useless. The next second, Zoro moved. 3 swords, 2 in his hands and 1 in his mouth, instantly formed a tightly sealed circle of blades. The sword dance looked slow, but everyone present felt as if thousands of blades were swirling in front of them, making them dizzy and breathless. Wig watched as Charloros's fat body trembled under the sword aura, feeling ecstatic. In the corner, his brother Weller was still snickering with Shabber. "Look at that idiot Charloros." Just then, Zoro's sword momentum suddenly surged. Damn, visible ripples appeared on the blade, and a dangerously intense aura exploded. Shalalia panicked. The previous dizziness was enough to make her furious. "Wig, get him to stop." Wig also sensed something was wrong and yelled at Zoro, "Green hair, stop. I command you to stop." He was about to crush the controller in his hand, but Zoro seemed to ignore him, the ripples on the blade getting denser, and it looked like it was about to go out of control. Wig was completely dumbfounded. He knew that if it exploded, everyone present would be finished, and his whole family would be buried along with it. Just as he gritted his teeth, ready to press the detonator, Sanji, who had been at the kitchen counter, moved. With a flick of his wrist, the chef's knife plunged into the cutting board, and he shot into the eye of the storm like a cannonball. A powerful side kick landed precisely on the back of the 3 swords. With a loud boom, the accumulated terrifying momentum was instantly dispersed by this kick, turning into a whirlwind that swept through the entire palace. Shalalia's hair was blown all over the place. She looked at the man at the center of the storm, thinking who could understand her family. Just this kick made her completely fall for him. Her love-struck brain short-circuited, and her eyes filled with stars, feeling that this man was her god. But the 2 men on stage didn't care about her. After the kick, they directly started fighting, cursing at each other. "You crazy green algae head. Want to ruin the plan? Shut up, you idiot chef. I can't stand these pretentious things. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Is that thing around your neck just for show?" At the same time, on the other side of the island, Usopp quietly took his position, checked the time, closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the signal from this side. Back in the palace, Shalalia snapped back to reality and immediately turned her anger towards Wig. Wig, if it weren't for my gentleman stepping in, would this place have turned into your family's requiem today? Are you trying to murder us? Charloros chimed in to stir the pot. "Yeah, are you trying to rebel?" Wig was so scared he lost his soul, knowing that there was no way to clear his name now. His brother Weller still naively tried to defend him, but ended up getting slapped by Wig. Then Wig suddenly knelt down, trying to calm the anger of the crowd, directly selling out his own brother. "Your Highnesses, please forgive me. It's all my fault. As for my ignorant brother, I will hand him over to the clan council for punishment." When the family council was mentioned, Wyler's face turned pale as a ghost, looking like a dead man. This place was like a skin-peeling nightmare. Summer, Lily, and Charles, seeing how fierce he was, calmed down and decided to let it go. But Wyler's friend, Shabby, couldn't stand it. He stood up, facing the pressure, and stared directly at Charles, emphasizing the words 2 billion with exaggerated weight, asking, "Respected Prince Charles, shouldn't the friend you bought for 2 billion also join the fun? 3 against 2 would surely be more entertaining. Wouldn't you agree?" This question caught Charles off guard. 2 billion. He felt guilty about spending that much. He instinctively glanced at Luffy. At that moment, Luffy, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and a powerful aura surged into Charles's heart, nearly making him wet himself. Charles trembled and asked, Can you prove your worth? Luffy looked at his fat face and suddenly smiled. The next second, he shot out like a cannonball, forcefully entering the battle arena. He whispered to Zoro and Sanji. When the bell rings, we strike in 15 minutes, okay? Got it. Understood. Then Luffy laughed loudly. All right then, let's have a big brawl. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, focusing on real damage. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all unleashed their auras, instantly getting into a fray. The whole palace was filled with flying sword energy and gusting punches. Shockwaves everywhere. The celestial dragon guests had never seen such a scene. Swept by the aftershocks, they fell over in chaos, crying out and bleeding. Time ticked by, and it was getting closer to the agreed time of 9 o'clock. Waig's arm had been cut open, and he finally broke down, shouting hoarsely while holding the controller. Stop it. If you don't stop, I'll press the button. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. This shout actually halted the three who were going wild. Luffy looked at the two with indifference and asked, Are you afraid of something that could take our lives? Zoro and Sanji didn't think twice, replying in unison, What the hell? Aren't you here? Luffy smiled in satisfaction, seeing that they stopped. Waig thought he had regained control and became arrogant. Haha, scared now? Damn, you almost crippled me. Summer Lily still wanted to protect Sanji, saying, Waig, calm down. I believe in my gentleman. But before she could finish, it was 9 o'clock. Luffy grinned at Waig and said, You think this thing can threaten us? After saying that, he placed his hands on Zoro and Sanji's necks, and the incredibly sturdy collar around his own neck snapped off with a click like a toy. The entire palace fell into silence. Waig's eyes nearly popped out as he watched Luffy slowly reach for the other two collars. And one thought consumed his mind. He couldn't let him succeed. Without thinking, he slammed down the red button. Just as he pressed it, Luffy's hands moved so fast they left afterimages, ripping off Zoro's and Sanji's collars. All three collars were thrown towards the palace ceiling. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted in the air, with sea stone fragments scattering like fireworks. At the same time, Luffy moved. A heavy punch landed squarely on Charles's massive frame. Charles flew towards the explosion's center like a broken sack, his mind blank. Just before dying, he seemed to muster all his strength to press something on his chest, and with a tick, he was engulfed by the explosion's flames. Luffy landed steadily at the palace entrance, and upon turning around, he saw Zoro's three swords slicing through Waig, Wyler, and Shabi's necks like cutting tofu. Blood gushed out, and three heads rolled to the ground. Zoro also instantly flashed to the entrance. Where's Sanji? Luffy asked. That idiot went to save that woman. We should leave and wait for him outside, Zoro said disdainfully. At that moment, a phoenix-shaped flare shot into the sky, accurately aiming at the flag representing the world government. Luffy and Zoro looked at the fireworks in the sky and smiled. Usopp succeeded, but it wasn't over yet. Let me tell you, at this moment, Luffy was incredibly clear-headed. He hoisted the swaying Sanji onto his shoulder and shouted, Zoro, run! The three of them sprinted towards the direction where Usopp had fired. However, just after running a couple of steps, a long whistle sounded, and the entire island was illuminated by searchlights as bright as day. Interestingly, all those lights were shining on the palace they had just blown up, completely ignoring their side. Just a minute after they fled, a figure appeared on the palace roof. This guy looked down at the palace still in a series of explosions, frowned as if he had discovered something, and dashed into a corner. Guess what? Princess Summer Lily was actually alive, just unconscious there. This mysterious person seemed to be their head bodyguard, and looking at the scattered remains of the celestial dragons. His eyes were like those of a predator, gritting his teeth and saying, No matter who it is, the grudge for Prince Charles is not over. After saying that, he picked up the girl and jumped to the square outside, just in time to collide with the arriving Navy. The Navy's soldiers, upon seeing him, were all starstruck. Just about to salute, but he waved his hand, signaling that saving the person was more urgent than formalities. Then, this guy looked up and saw the flag of the world government in the distance, with a huge hole right in the center. Damn, this was truly a blow to their defense. Earlier, they were only concerned about the celestial dragons' lives, but now their faith had collapsed. He could no longer contain himself, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Ah, that sound overshadowed the explosions. At that very moment, Usopp made his move. Boom! A burst of flames more intense than before shot up into the sky, exploding and forming a huge straw hat pattern in the night. It illuminated for a full 3 seconds. Family who understands this was like delivering a critical strike to the world government right in front of the whole world. We just want to tell everyone, the Straw Hat Pirates have been here. Well done, Usopp. Let's retreat. Luffy shouted as he continued to sprint. Usopp was so proud, hands on his hips, almost ready to give himself an award. But because of this straw hat firework on a ship rushing towards them, a man with a full beard suddenly focused his gaze, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards them. On the other side, the mysterious person looked at the straw hat in the sky and the flag with a hole in it, suddenly smiling. That smile was filled with excitement, as if he had found a new toy. It had been years since he felt this way. It seemed he had to take action too. He slowly raised his hand, which was as thin as a chicken's claw, dark as night. He swung sharply at the air, and the space cracked open with a snap, revealing a similarly dark hook slowly emerging from the crack, then naturally falling into his hand. The moment he got the hook, his entire aura changed. It was an absolute dominance. But just as he was about to unleash his power, a golden light condensed in front of him, transforming into a figure. I focused my eyes, and good grief, it was Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru was exceedingly respectful, bending at a 90-degree angle. Hook Admiral, I apologize for disturbing you. It was my subordinate's negligence. Please give me a chance to deal with these little thieves. I tell you, he has never been this timid, even when facing the Marshal of the Warring States. The man known as the Hook General pondered for a moment and said, All right, Monkey, you handle this. There are still many troubles behind Charlos's death, and those old geezers in the clan council are probably going to cause a ruckus again. Remember, you must capture him for me. Rest assured, I will complete the mission. Kizaru stood at attention, looking very serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and rushed towards us. That speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he reached the spot where Usopp had just set off fireworks. He was probably still feeling scared, thinking he almost made his superior take action, which would have been a huge embarrassment for the Navy. Then his expression turned cold. A bunch of brats, making such a big deal right under my nose. Seems like you're tired of living. A flash of light appeared in his hand as he directly conjured a sword of light, the MCBecomes. He pulled out his signature move right away, intending to strike for a quick kill without giving us any chance. Luffy, when Usopp go first, I'll handle this trouble. Zoro, who was running in the front, suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped. He sensed the sharp sword energy behind him, like a knife hanging over our necks. As a swordsman, he couldn't pretend he didn't see it. Zoro, hold him off for 15 minutes. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Luffy shouted without looking back. He had sensed a strong opponent chasing after them. Fortunately, it wasn't that dangerously threatening Hook General, but Kizaru. Although he couldn't win, it felt like he could struggle a bit. The urgent task was to get the severely injured Sanji out of there. In that brief moment of communication, Luffy and Usopp carried Sanji and accelerated away. Usopp was anxious. Luffy, that's a Marine Admiral. Can Zoro handle it alone? Luffy's voice was heavy. Usopp, we can't defeat an Admiral right now. After leaving Simi Village, our ability to harness the energy of heaven and earth has been greatly weakened. Upon hearing this, Usopp gritted his teeth, as if to encourage himself. Zoro, he won't be in trouble, right? Luffy smiled, looking at this usually timid partner, and said loudly, Yes. Zoro will be fine. On the other side, Kizaru looked at the green-haired guy blocking his path with an amused expression. You think you can stop me? Without saying a word, Zoro spun his three swords and unleashed the three-sword style. Tornado. Countless sword auras formed a tornado that instantly engulfed Kizaru. Each blade of that sword aura could split walls, yet when it struck Kizaru, it was useless. Kizaru casually stepped out of the tornado, lazily saying, Is that all? Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Before the words were out, his entire leg erupted with dazzling light, moving faster than the speed of light, and kicked at the convergence point of Zoro's three swords. Bang! With a huge noise. Zoro felt like he had been hit by a mountain, nearly falling apart, but he managed to hold on. Sure enough, Zoro realized, Luffy had said, in the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable, and today he experienced it firsthand. Kizaru was a bit surprised to see he hadn't fallen. Oh, not bad. So what next? After saying that, he transformed into light, his feet becoming countless light points, and launched a furious assault on Zoro. Bang, 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 bang. The speed was so fast that Zoro couldn't react at all, and could only endure with his body. Family, who understands just watching Zoro being kicked around like a sandbag? My heart was in knots. But at that moment, a dark gray aura began to emerge from Zoro. Just as Kizaru was about to kick again, Zoro moved. He didn't get faster. He directly unleashed his ultimate technique. 3 heads and 6 arms, 9 swords. Demon Aura. 9 sword style, Azura form. Azura, 9 flash. Zoro transformed into a black line, with a strange vibration, slashing towards Kizaru's shoulder. Kizaru sensed the danger. This move could definitely hurt him. Without hesitation, he raised the MCBecomes to block. Boom! The two swords clashed, producing a sound like an explosion. Kizaru was jolted, his arm numb, shocked inside. If it weren't for this famous sword, he might have been injured. Zoro successfully pushed Kizaru back. But he also knew that the power of this move was much weaker than when he was in Simi Village. Otherwise, that old guy wouldn't have been able to handle it so easily. Kid, you're looking for death. Kizaru was enraged, charging forward with his light sword. Zoro's fighting spirit reached its peak as well. Demon Aura, 9-sword style, Azura, penetration. The two clashed fiercely again. But this time there was no huge sound. It was terrifyingly quiet. Zoro exerted all his strength, but in the face of absolute speed and power, he was still lacking too much. He felt like a kite with a broken string, struck down by Kizaru's sword from the sky. Bang! With a loud noise, Zoro smashed into the ground, creating a 3-meter-deep human-shaped pit. The walls of the pit smooth as a mirror, showing how terrifying the impact was. Kizaru, that sly old fox, gave no chance, chasing down, raising the MCBecomes, aiming to gut Zoro. The pit was pitch black. Even the light from Kizaru couldn't penetrate. Just at that critical moment, a deep voice came from the pit. Demon Aura, 9-sword style, Azura, 9 nether hell. A thick, extreme darkness erupted from the pit, mixed with countless wails of evil spirits. This aura even made Kizaru, who represented light, momentarily dazed. In that 1 second, a stream of dark energy shot towards his chest. Kizaru, being an old veteran, instantly reacted, his body straining to rise 1 centimeter. Just that 1 centimeter saved his life. The dark energy grazed past his heart. Yet even so, he still felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. The place that was pierced had light particles madly repairing it. But the speed was clearly much slower. Zoro stood up from the pit, his body covered in dark energy, his eyes completely black, losing all luster. He was not well. His body was covered in blood, and that dark power seemed to be out of control, frantically surging into his body. Kizaru's wound slowly healed, while the demon aura around Zoro was dissipating. When the demon aura completely disappeared, Zoro's body was exposed, riddled with holes. Kizaru looked at the dark purple scar that appeared on Zoro's forehead and was shocked. This was internal injury caused by a backlash of power. Are you scared? Zoro gritted his teeth through the pain, once again taking a fighting stance. He knew he couldn't fall yet. Looking for death, Kizaru was thoroughly enraged, launching another round of fierce attacks. This time, Zoro couldn't keep up at all. Even blocking became difficult. As Kizaru struck down with another sword, Zoro's chest was cut open with a deep wound visible to the bone, blood gushing out. It's over. Excessive blood loss made Zoro's vision go dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Kizaru sealed Zoro's wound with light particles, sneering, "Kid, don't die. Your body is good material for Dr. Vegapunk to create humanoid weapons." After saying that, he turned to chase Luffy. But just as he left the ground, Zoro, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, somehow found the strength to stand up again and blocked his path. "You're looking for death." Kizaru's patience was completely exhausted. Zoro mumbled some technique, but Kizaru didn't give him a chance, charging straight at him. Zoro also went crazy, wildly slashing at Kizaru with his 3 swords. Strangely, when his sword struck the yellow ape's body directly elementalized and dispersed, completely unharmed. After a dozen strikes were ineffective, the yellow ape understood. Upon closer inspection, damn it, this guy in front of him had long lost consciousness and was now fighting purely on instinct. Damn, after fighting with a soulless shell for so long, the yellow ape felt he had lost all his face. He roared in anger, deflected Zoro's sword, and with another strike, he made another scar on Zoro's chest, perfectly forming a huge X with the previous one. This time, Zoro was truly done for. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground. Blocking the yellow ape, he had failed. He couldn't even last 15 minutes. But just then, a figure dropped rapidly from the sky, crashing down with a loud bang beside Zoro. Zoro, Luffy had arrived. He looked at the bloody cross on Zoro's chest, suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury, staring fiercely at the yellow ape. I was watching Zoro lying there, and let me tell you, my mind just exploded. I clearly remember that this guy once swore to me, while holding a sword, saying he would never lose again. From the East Blue, where we met by chance. to facing the upside-down mountain together and flying to Sky Island together. This guy has always stood by my side, my most reliable back. But now, he just felt like this. He didn't lose. He succeeded. He bought us precious time with his life. Luffy looked at the always carefree and smiling Kizaru and, word by word, squeezed it out from between his teeth. I will kill you. I tell you, once those harsh words were spoken, Luffy's entire aura changed. He was no longer that silly boy who laughed and joked around. His blood was boiling. In an instant, steam was rising from his body. His skin was turning red from the heat, and he entered gear second, ready to fight. He charged at Kizaru like a red cannonball, heading straight for that eternally unchanged expression on Kizaru's face. That old fox Kizaru was still pretending, asking, "Oh, are you the captain?" Luffy didn't have time for his nonsense, and launched a jet pistol. Let me tell you, that punch was so fast that even I couldn't see it clearly. Kizaru instinctively raised his light sword to block, and guess what happened? With a loud bang, that punch hit the sword, and there was even an additional burst of acceleration. My goodness, it sent Kizaru flying without any chance to use his elemental transformation. Luffy, seizing the momentum, didn't let up after landing. He brought his feet together and came crashing down with another jet stamp. Unfortunately, Kizaru was a vice admiral after all, and in midair, he transformed into countless light particles and dodged. The next second, he reassembled directly above Luffy and shot a laser at him. This was too fast. Luffy had just used his big move, his old strength had just faded, and he couldn't dodge at all. That beam of light slammed him down onto the ground, and I felt the pressure could flatten a mountain. Luffy was completely immobilized, like meat on a chopping board. It was over. Kizaru floated in midair. His tone as casual as if he were drinking plain water. The light sword, Amaterasu, aimed at Luffy's heart, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The sword began to change shape, glowing brighter and brighter. This was a first-level release, which sounded terrifying. He said that if this move hit the heart, it would leave heavy metals formed from light particles, making it impossible for even a deity to save him. My heart was in my throat as I watched that deadly beam of light about to pierce through Luffy's chest. Just at that critical moment, an invisible force of color suddenly erupted from Luffy's body. Conqueror's Haki. In that instant, Kizaru momentarily lost his focus, and even the beam of light he shot out paused for a fraction of a second. In a battle of masters, life and death hinge on that single moment. Relying on that brief pause, Luffy broke free from the laser's constraint, rolled to evade the lethal strike. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he blew into his thumb, activating gear third. Giant pistol. His fist was as large as a small house, carrying a devastating force, and it smashed solidly into Kizaru, who until fully regained his senses. Kizaru never expected it. While his thoughts were still disoriented, he took a second hit and was sent flying, spitting blood, like a broken sack. But Luffy faced his own problem. He couldn't maintain the form for long. The side effects of gear third kicked in, and after throwing that punch, he suddenly transformed into a chibi version of himself, hiding in the bushes, regretting and slapping his thigh. Kizaru crawled out from the dirt, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression changed. He realized that both Luffy's and Zoro's attacks could hit his physical form, which was undoubtedly a powerful technique. This old man suddenly lost his desire to kill. Instead, he became greedy, shouting, "Kid, hand over your technique, and I can let you go, even recommend you to become a warlord of the sea." After shouting for a while without a response, he discovered Luffy was gone. He immediately activated his observation haki and scanned the area. Soon, he locked onto the breath of the little guy hiding in the bushes. But he was stunned. The breath was correct, but the size. What was going on? A new move? Luffy was sweating profusely in the bushes. As the side effects of Gear Third would take a minute to wear off, and only 40 seconds had passed, it felt like an eternity, with just 5 seconds left. Kizaru's observation haki locked onto him. Kizaru, being decisive, didn't waste time. He spread his hands and unleashed a technique, Eightfold Jewel, unleashing a storm of light bullets that rained down towards Luffy. 1 minute, time's up. Just as the light bullets were about to hit, Luffy's body suddenly returned to normal. He dodged the first wave of attacks with a quick move, but the light bullets, as if equipped with GPS, curved and tracked him down. With a thunderous explosion, they detonated behind Luffy. Even more ominously, just as Luffy was momentarily stunned from the explosion, Kizaru's released Ama no Murakumo sword came at him again. A perfect pincer attack, one from the front and one from behind. Luffy tried to unleash his Conqueror's Haki again, but this time it didn't work. With a piercing sound, the light sword pierced straight through his chest, leaving a spray of blood. It was over. My mind went blank. Kizaru said, "Now you're definitely dead. The heavy metal particles left by my technique will accelerate the erosion of your body through your blood. The more you fight, the quicker you die." He began to tempt him, saying that if he handed over the technique, thanks to his grandfather Garp's connections, his future in the Navy would be limitless. Luffy coughed up blood, sneering, "You just want my technique." The lie was exposed, and Kizaru couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore, revealing his true intentions. Exactly. Hand it over, or die now. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak Luffy would suddenly sharpen his gaze and charge forward like a madman? Not even activating Gear Second, just throwing a flurry of punches, no, a rubber machine gun. Kizaru didn't take him seriously, casually blocking a few attacks, even deliberately leaving openings for Luffy to hit him. He thought to himself how delightful it was. The harder Luffy hit, the faster the blood circulated, and the quicker he would die, so he played with fire. He thought he had everything under control, but suddenly Luffy stopped his attacks, his body jerking backward. Then all his strength, including a vibration frequency he had never seen before, converged into his right fist. This punch aimed to exploit the information gap and catch Kizaru off guard. Kizaru sensed something was wrong and quickly raised his sword to slash. But a bizarre scene unfolded. Luffy's flesh fist directly collided with the blade of the Ama no Murakumo sword, producing a resounding clang. His fist didn't break. In fact, Luffy's fist didn't even touch the blade. Instead, a layer of high-speed vibrations created pressure that deflected the blade, striking the sword body instead. Then, a wave after wave of hidden power surged through the sword, like a tsunami, wildly transmitting through Kizaru's entire body. Ultimate technique tous les wave. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense thuds exploded within Kizaru's body. It wasn't just one punch, but the force of thousands of punches hitting him all at once. Kizaru's smile completely froze, transforming into pain and disbelief, and he spun like a top, flying out, finally crashing into a tree big enough for 3 people to hug, which shattered into dust. After unleashing that strike, Luffy was also drained, but he stood firm. He looked at Kizaru, who was unconscious and lying like a dead dog. And for the first time, he truly realized that the so-called Marine Admirals were not invincible. But he had no time to reflect. He could feel the golden thread Kizaru left behind was wildly destroying his blood vessels and muscles. This guy was really ruthless to himself. Who understands? Family? He actually wrapped the remaining haki around the infected flesh, then aimed his right hand at the wound and, using the vibration properties of his rubber fruit, slapped hard. With a pop, he forcefully expelled the rotten flesh along with the golden thread from his body. The excruciating pain made him scream out. Then, relying on the properties of his rubber body, he stretched and connected the surrounding blood vessels and muscles, forcibly completing this primitive surgery. After all this, he stomped fiercely on the piece of flesh on the ground, fearing that the cursed thing wasn't dead enough. Having resolved the internal threat, Luffy looked up at the unconscious Kizaru, a murderous intent rising again. But just then a slightly magnetic voice suddenly came from the side. "Luffy, don't worry about him. Take your comrades and flee. A legendary figure is coming. You can't handle it. The Navy's warships have all surrounded the area. If you don't leave now, you won't have another chance." It was Rayleigh. Luffy was still a bit worried. "Uncle, what about you?" Don't worry, kid." Rayleigh smiled. "You handle Kizaru well. Your strength is impressive. But you're lucky this old guy's Ama no Murakumo sword hasn't fully released yet. Otherwise, I would have been sliced in half by that old man long ago." Let me tell you, Luffy, at that moment, I directly lifted my shirt and wow. That piercing injury on my chest made Rayleigh's eyelids twitch. "Uncle, look, he left me this memento after releasing a level of his sword." Rayleigh was stunned, leaning in for a closer look, taking a sharp breath. This wound would have left anyone else lying down waiting for death. How was this kid still bouncing around like nothing happened? When he turned around, he saw the bloody, mangled mess on the ground behind Luffy and instantly understood. Who understands? Family? That was the flesh Luffy had forcefully expelled from his body. Rayleigh fell silent, looking at Luffy with a different expression. He patted Luffy on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, kid, you're strong. Hurry and take your people away. That big guy is coming fast." As he spoke, he glanced into the distance, a heavy aura emanating from him that I could feel from far away. Luffy knew the gravity of the situation, nodded, and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle." After saying that, he carried Zoro and made a run for it. Rayleigh watched his back, feeling a surge of emotion. This kid might just be able to hold his own against Kizaru, even if the Ama no Murakumo sword was fully unleashed. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Rayleigh abruptly turned around and saw a man in a black trench coat, holding a pitch-black hook, as if he had walked out from the shadows, appearing out of nowhere. Wow, the aura he has is off the charts. It's him, the legendary Marine Admiral, Hook, the man who almost gave Luffy psychological trauma back in the day. It's been years since I've seen Hook. Rayleigh slowly drew his sword, not expecting someone of his caliber to personally show up for a newcomer. The Admiral Hook glanced at him, exuding arrogance. Silver's Rayleigh, instead of enjoying your retirement. What are you doing here, stirring up trouble? Do you really think you could stay hidden in Sabaody for so long without anyone noticing you? Well, this vibe is still the same and just as intense. Rayleigh smiled. You really haven't changed at all, just like what the captain said. As soon as Hook heard the words of the captain, his icy facade cracked, and he became anxious. Roger, what did he say about me? Rayleigh leisurely replied. He said you're a stubborn type who never gives up, but he also said this era doesn't belong to us anymore, because the one who will lead the new era has already appeared. After hearing this, Hook suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Roger, no matter what you plan, it won't work, because those forces are also entering the fray. Are you sure you want to block my path for a few kids? Rayleigh remained calm and unbothered. Of course. They belong to the new era. All right then, you better be ready, Hook said as he dramatically tossed aside his trench coat, his aura fully unleashed. This time, they have angered the celestial dragons, and it won't just be a matter for us Marines. If those people make a move, even if they run to the new world, they'll be finished. I tell you, the amount of information is simply explosive. Even Rayleigh was momentarily stunned, but he still firmly stood in front of the Hook, not saying a word. This battle had no choice. It must be fought. As long as he stood here, Luffy and the others could escape. On the other side, Luffy, carrying Zoro on his back, was desperately running according to the signal left by Usopp. He didn't dare to look back, because the earth-shattering explosion sounds behind him were shaking the ground. He knew full well that it was Uncle Rayleigh buying them time with his life, and he absolutely could not let it go to waste. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A flare shot up and exploded, illuminating Island Number 1 as bright as day. Immediately after, hundreds of searchlights lit up all at once, revealing every detail of the island. Then, without giving any time to react, countless shells began to rain down on the front half of the island in an indiscriminate bombardment. Who understands, folks? These Navy soldiers weren't here to catch people. They were here for a demolition. The cries of civilians and the sounds of buildings collapsing turned Island Number 1 into a hell on earth in an instant. Luffy's heart sank, worried about Uncle Rayleigh. At that moment, a weak voice came from behind. Don't worry, Uncle Rayleigh is very strong. Luffy turned around, and Zoro was awake. I tell you, the tense expression on Luffy's face instantly blossomed into his signature silly grin. The first thing Zoro did upon waking was to blame himself, feeling regret. I'm sorry, Luffy. I promised not to lose again. He thought he was too weak, passing out at a critical moment. But as he spoke, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. Looking down, he was shocked to see blood everywhere. But this blood wasn't his. It was Luffy's. Zoro then realized that the wound on Luffy's chest was gushing blood. He struggled to say, Luffy, let me down. Your blood. Luffy ignored him, instead tensing his muscles to staunch the wound, then suddenly accelerated. Zoro, hold on tight. We're speeding up. Because he saw the Navy ships closing in from all directions, the artillery fire was spreading towards them. Just as Luffy felt he was about to go into shock from blood loss, he finally saw it. In the distance, that familiar pirate flag with the straw hat skull. That was the guiding light left by his friends. But the next second, a searchlight swept over, stopping on that flag for a second. Not good. Luffy's heart screamed. Sure enough, dozens of searchlights suddenly focused on that flag, and it instantly became the center of attention. Then hundreds of shells, trailing flames, came crashing down on the flag's position. It's over. Luffy watched this scene with his heart sinking. How could the Merry escape such an attack? He shouted to Zoro on his back. Zoro, there's no time. Then he punched the ground, steam erupting from his body. Gear second, his body turned bright red, and the wound began to spray blood like a water faucet. Zoro shouted in panic, Luffy, you're going to lose too much blood. Luffy just grinned and threw out a line that left everyone speechless. He said, then let's see which bleeds faster, my blood or my legs running. Strangely enough, the shells seemed to have eyes as they couldn't hit that flag. On the ship, Frankie was sweating profusely. Nami, if they get within a mile, our flying Sunny won't be able to escape. The coating isn't finished. We can't submerge. But at the bow, Nami, Usopp, and Robin stood straight, watching the rain of cannon fire without blinking. They all had one thought in their minds. Luffy, come back quickly. In the cabin, Chopper was performing surgery on Sanji, carefully removing wooden splinters from his wound. And Frankie, let me tell you, he was like a monster. He single-handedly controlled the incredibly complex ship's helm, maneuvering the entire ship as if it were alive, dodging cannonballs with all sorts of fancy moves, while occasionally firing a few rounds from hidden cannons to take out stragglers. Robin stood at the bow, her heart a mix of emotions. She knew that Luffy made such a big commotion not only because he couldn't stand the celestial dragons, but also to make her feel completely at ease. She would never forget the scene at Eni's lobby when he set fire to the world government's flag. The meaning was clear. If you are abandoned by the whole world, then we will accompany you and stand against the world. We are all about companionship. Nami sensed her emotions and gently held her hand. We are partners, aren't we? Robin's eyes turned red, and she nodded, choking back tears. Yes, you are my partners. It's Luffy. Usopp suddenly pointed at the red dot running in the distance, excitedly shouting as he jumped off the ship, rushing towards Luffy. But someone was faster than him. Robin instantly recognized the steam-spewing man and the person on his back. But she also saw the blood gushing out of Luffy's chest. Floral chaos wing of illusions. In an instant, countless arms formed a pair of magnificent wings behind her, and she flew out like a shot. The Navy noticed this too, and the artillery fire intensified. Just at this critical moment, Frankie shouted to the heavens, "Super!" His entire body transformed like a transformer, and, with a few clicks, one hand continued to steer the ship while the other arm detached, revealing a Gatling gun barrel inside, unleashing a frenzied barrage into the sky. Weather stick tornado. Nami swung her weather stick, and a tornado shot up into the sky, blowing a large number of cannonballs back. Usopp also turned around and fired a special shell at the nearest warship, directly blowing smoke from their deck. Big division, folks. The Straw Hat Crew's teamwork in this wave of battle was simply seamless. They forcibly opened a safe passage for Robin amidst the rain of shells. Luffy. Robin flew in front, seeing Luffy's terrible state, gasping in shock. Luffy and Zoro looked at this partner with wings, descending like an angel, their consciousness fading. The two exchanged a glance, and, surprisingly in sync, tilted their heads, one bleeding excessively and the other heavily injured and unconscious, both passed out. Robin used her powers to firmly support both of them and flew towards the ship. Passing through the last barrage of shells, they finally boarded safely. Luffy, Zoro. Nami saw the blood on the two, and tears streamed down her face, her legs nearly giving way. But she quickly wiped away her tears and shouted at Frankie. Frankie, set sail. Get us out of here. This is not the time to cry. She rushed to the bow, quickly assessing the situation. 3 o'clock direction, advance 500 meters. Then take off, Frankie. You said Mary could fly. I believe you. Of course. I'm Super Frankie. Frankie was also infected by the atmosphere and, without any hesitation, yanked the control lever. The ship's stern instantly shot out a huge jet port, but just as he was about to activate the wind cannon, the entire ship suddenly hummed and shot forward 200 meters. Frankie was stunned, but he quickly reacted, overjoyed. We saved the energy for the wind cannon. This time it's definitely enough to fly. It's now or never. He seized the moment and pulled the control lever all the way down. A massive surge of energy exploded from the ship's stern. The Going Merry soared into the sky, leaving all the Navy in shock. That ship is flying? All the Navy was dumbfounded, feeling their worldview shattered. The commanders shouted hoarsely, "Quick, adjust the cannons. Shoot it down." Too late. Frankie smirked mockingly. The Thousand Sunny wasn't the fastest when it just took off, but once it was in the air, before he finished speaking, the Mary suddenly accelerated in the air, leaving all the cannonballs far behind. After flying for a good 10 minutes, the pursuing naval fleet had become small black dots. Just then, Nami suddenly caught a whiff of something, and her expression changed. Frankie, stop. We can't fly any further. There's an unusual fishy smell in the sea breeze. Without hesitation, Frankie complied immediately. Once the ship was steady, Nami looked at the naval fleet chasing behind, and a wicked smile crept onto her lips. Frankie, head to 5 o'clock. In 5 minutes, a spectacular sea burial will take place here. The ship immediately changed direction. A few minutes later, when the naval fleet arrived at the Mary's previous position, the originally clear night sky suddenly became overcast without warning. A fierce wind, heavy rain, and thunder crashed down. The naval forces were caught off guard and struggled hard to escape. losing 3 warships and completely losing track of their target. With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nami gently caressed the ship's railing, filled with emotion. Although Frankie had transformed the ship beyond recognition, she could still sense that the soul of the Mary was still there. Frankie walked over, uncertainly asking Nami that sudden acceleration of the ship just now was. Nami smiled softly. That was Mary, not Sunny. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters of Marineford, Admiral Sengoku slammed down the phone bug, his head throbbing with anger. Kapu, your good grandson has caused us a huge problem this time. Carp, stuffing Sunbei into his mouth, casually asked, Is that yellow monkey kid all right? He's fine, but Sengoku's face contorted in frustration. Those guys have already received approval from the higher-ups to enter the new world and apprehend your grandson. Carp, do you know what this means? Saying this, he slammed his palm down on the desk, shattering it. Carp's expression turned serious. With those guys mobilized, this was serious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Sengoku, we should also prepare. Sengoku nodded. If we don't prepare now, we'll be completely passive. After saying this, he let out a sigh of relief, picked up a new bounty notice, and muttered something incomprehensible. I hope you don't let us down, Monkey D. Luffy. On the other side, on the Mary. After confirming safety, Nami rushed into the cabin. Frankie, let Mary sail herself. We need to check on Luffy and the others. Inside the cabin, Chopper had already entered battle mode. The ship had rocked too violently just now, but now they could finally perform delicate surgery. He scanned the room, and his demeanor changed completely. Usually adorable, he now exuded a commanding presence. Listen to my orders. First, treat Luffy's injuries. Zoro can wait. Usopp, prepare a basin of clean water and put this in. He tossed Usopp a small purple vial. Robin, prepare a pot of boiling water in 3 minutes and put this in for sterilization. He handed Robin a set of small surgical tools. Frankie, prepare a liter of chilled sake. Give it to Zoro in 5 minutes. Hurry. Nami, you can handle the meat soup, right? Put this in. Chopper pulled out a light purple mushroom as if performing a magic trick. Nami hesitated at the sight of the strangely colored mushroom. Chopper glared. Do you trust me, Nami? I trust you. Good. Everyone get moving. I'm starting. Chopper took a deep breath, motivating himself. Dr. Hiluluk, you must be watching me. I will definitely succeed. With that, he immediately started to remove the bandages that had stuck to Luffy's wound with blood and flesh. With each tear, Luffy, who was unconscious, instinctively twitched. Usopp, are you ready? Hurry. Chopper shouted anxiously. Coming. Usopp rushed over with a basin of potion that had turned a bluish purple, looking serious as he said, You better be okay, Luffy. Usopp, hold Luffy's body down. He will struggle a bit, Chopper said as he began to soak the bandages with the potion for removal. Ayahawk. Luffy instinctively let out a painful howl, but fortunately, Usopp and Robin, who had come to help, held him down tightly. The bandages were finally removed, and Chopper cleaned the rotten flesh around the wound with the potion. When he saw the inside of the wound, he couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, it's this bad. The wound was as thick as a chopstick, directly penetrating his body. Fortunately, there were no foreign objects left in the wound. Chopper immediately poured some colorless potion into the wound for thorough cleaning and sterilization. The whole process lasted about 15 minutes, and then he finally picked up the scalpel, ready to start the most critical step, reconnecting the blood vessels. This was a delicate task. Let me tell you, Chopper's little hooves, oh no, his little hands were as steady as if they were welded to the operating table, not shaking at all. One by one, he connected the blood vessels and nerves. His focus was incredible. When he finally stitched up the big hole in Luffy's body and let out a sigh of relief, I felt as if everyone on the ship had come back to life. The most critical step of the surgery was a success. Next up was Zoro. Frankie took a look and said there was no need to pour sake. Just putting the sake bottle near Zoro's mouth was enough. He could slurp it all down even while unconscious. Zoro's injuries were much quicker to handle. It was mainly internal injuries from the shockwave. Looking fine on the outside, but probably a mess inside. There was no other way but to take it slow. By the time both of them were done, it was already dark. Nami came over with a pot of soup. The color, well, it was hard to describe, a light purple, like water used to wash paintbrushes. Nami had a conflicted expression, saying the soup was originally delicious, but after Chopper had her put in 2 light purple mushrooms, it turned into this. At that moment, Chopper stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor as he began his scientific explanation. This mushroom is called damium mushroom. It's highly toxic. I didn't understand before and thought it was a panacea, so I gave it to my most respected person. And then he was gone. Does anyone understand? just finish the surgery, and the lead surgeon brings you a bowl of poison to recover your health. This operation is simply abstract. But what's ridiculous? It's that Nami and Robin, after hearing this, didn't even blink, continuing to feed Luffy and Zoro spoonful by spoonful. This is no longer trust. It's handing over their lives. Seeing this, Chopper's eyes turned red. In that moment, he truly felt he was on this ship and had become part of this family. Seeing everyone trust him so much, Chopper grinned and continued to explain. Although it's toxic, this thing has an incredible effect on body conditioning. It can accelerate cell regeneration without leaving any side effects. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy and Zoro's faces flushed with an abnormal redness, slightly poisoned. Just as Nami and the others were about to get anxious, Chopper proudly puffed out his little chest. Don't worry, I've already found a way to detoxify. What I gave you is processed and basically has no toxins. Damn, this little raccoon has learned how to keep us in suspense. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, showering Chopper with compliments. Chopper, you're amazing. Super Chobro. Chopper Cohen, you're so strong. As a result, this little guy, when praised, immediately became shy, jumping up and down while shouting. Even if you all praise me like this, I'm not happy at all. You bunch of bastards. That look was just too adorable. You think that's it? Well, there's more to come. This surgery left the Straw Hat crew in silence for a full 3 months. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who had also been seriously injured earlier, lay there like sleeping beauties, completely motionless. Under Chopper's treatment, with his magical mushroom soup, their bodies were recovering well. Even their appetite was increasing day by day, yet they wouldn't wake up. Every day, Nami and Robin took care of them like they were 3 giant babies, feeding them soup, and they were getting exhausted. Nami was so anxious, asking Chopper daily, what is wrong with them? Their bodies are fine, why won't they open their eyes? Chopper checked them over and over, and finally pointed to his own head, saying their bodies are absolutely fine, I guarantee it. The problem might be here. A problem with their heads? What to do now? Robin even started flipping through ancient books, wondering if this was the legendary vegetative state. Chopper shook his head, saying it wasn't that. He felt the issue lay with a new technique we practiced. He returned to the ward and placed his hands on the chests of Luffy and the others, feeling the rhythm of their heartbeats. Before long, he walked out with a face that said he understood everything. I figured it out, Chopper said to the anxious crowd. The 3 of them aren't exactly the same situation, and the reason they won't wake up is the same. It's because of this. Saying that, he weakly demonstrated the initial move of the Bagua technique. You mean, it's because of practicing? Usopp panicked. Yes. Chopper explained, to put it simply, it's like their mental CPU is overheating. They use this technique too fiercely, causing mental exhaustion. Their physical bodies have been repaired, but the operating system has crashed. They need to slowly reboot and recover themselves. Usopp was even more confused, but we used it like that in Simi Village, and nothing happened. At that moment, Nami, who had been silent, pulled out her weather stick from her chest. She casually stirred it in the air, and a dark cloud quickly gathered, followed by a lightning bolt that struck down, directly frying a sea king that was 20 meters away. Let us use this to make soup for the 3 of them today, Nami said calmly, then explained, Usopp, haven't you realized? When we were in Simi Village, the power and frequency we used this technique were much stronger and more frequent than now. This one strike of mine back then would have had at least 3 times the range. Let me tell you, at that moment, everyone finally realized that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Our cheat. It consumes energy, and the consumption varies depending on the map. Before, in the novice village, our energy bar was unlimited, but now that we reached the open beta map, we've been silenced. We always thought we had mastered an unbeatable skill, but it almost ruined our 3 major strengths. However, don't worry. Chopper finally reassured everyone that once their mental strength grows to adapt to this environment, this trick will become our greatest weapon. I estimate that in another month, they should wake up. After saying this, another 28 days passed. That day, Sanji's eyelids moved. When he opened his eyes, the entire Straw Hat crew truly came back to life. In the following days, Zoro and Luffy also woke up one after another. The first thing the 3 of them did upon waking was rush to the deck and shout at the sea with all their might. I'm back. It was a powerful shout. Sanji, prepare a feast. Luffy's signature, silly grin returned. Got it. Sanji dashed into the kitchen, feeling as if the kitchen knife he hadn't touched for 4 months was shining. Zoro, being Zoro, didn't go for food first. He went to the other side of the ship to start training. He needed to make up for the 4 months he had been unconscious. Roll it up. Get a good roll. At this moment, Luffy and the others noticed that the ship had changed. The deck was wider. The rooms were bigger. The entire ship had been upgraded. Frankie proudly put his hands on his hips. This is the modified version of the Sunny based on your sketches, the 1000 Sunny. ISNT it's super. Just as Luffy was about to give him a bear hug, he suddenly froze. He exchanged glances with Zoro and Sanji and slowly walked towards the familiar sheep figure at the bow of the ship. At that moment, they seemed to see that adorable sheep figure smiling at them, saying, "Welcome back." That feeling was so real. No, Luffy was the first to shout, not the Sunny. "It's the Mary." Yes, it's a Mary. Sanji and Zoro echoed in unison. That familiar feeling from the soul, the feeling of home, there was no mistaking it. Frankie looked at them, shrugged helplessly at Nami, and finally smiled. He remembered his Master Tom's words. Perhaps there really is a spirit of the ship in this world. Yes, it's the Mary. Frankie joined in the celebration. The feast began, barrels of wine were dragged out, and food was served like a flowing river. Everyone was having a blast. Even Robin boldly challenged Zoro to a drinking contest. They partied until late at night, all of them stuffed and drunk, lying on the deck watching the stars. Suddenly, Luffy stood up, took the last cup of wine, and solemnly spilled it on the deck. The going Mary, his voice choked, already belongs to the past. Mary, we've all grown up, and you've grown up too. From now on, you shall be called the Mary, accompanying us to seek our dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew by, and a very light, faint voice, like that of a girl, came from the direction of the sheep figure. Mary. The next day, everyone sat together for a serious meeting. Luffy immediately got to the point. Our biggest problem right now is that we are too reliant on that new ability. Zoro leaned against the ship's rail. Analyzing it thoroughly, I've summarized 3 points. First, our understanding of the techniques has deepened, and we're using higher levels, so the consumption is naturally greater. Second, we VE relied too much on the cheat and forgotten to train our bodies. The body is like a USB drive, and mental strength is the file. Now the file is too big, and the USB drive doesn't have enough capacity, so it's bound to crash. Third, it's an environmental issue. This place is different from Syrup Village. Usopp had a brainwave. Could it be related to that ancient clock we encountered in Syrup Village? This remark awakened everyone, right? Next to the ancient clock, their understanding of the techniques rapidly improved, and Luffy even took for iron plates. It must be related. Zoro was right. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, his gaze becoming incredibly determined. So I've decided for the next 3 months, we 1T enter the new world. We'll just roam around this nearby sea area, looking for a Navy base to grind at and train our bodies. He paused and stated the strictest rule. Moreover, starting now, for 3 months, any battle is strictly forbidden from using that ability. However, private practice must not stop. Okay, everyone shouted in unison, with not a single objection. Then, Captain Chopper raised his little hoof with admiration. What Navy bases do we have nearby? Luffy looked around the vast sea and suddenly felt dizzy because it was only now that he realized they had no idea where they had drifted with the wind. But guess what? As I took a look, lo and behold, not far from us there was a calm sea area, incredibly not a hint of wind, as still as if it were fake. Even more ridiculous, there were occasionally a few sea kings, the size of small mountains, flipping over to sunbathe, as if it were their own backyard. I was completely stunned at the time and directly asked Nami, "Sister, what's going on?" Nami had a smug little expression, raised an eyebrow at me, and said, "What do you think? We poked the celestial dragon's hornet's nest and shot through the world government's flag. It's no wonder the Navy is chasing us like rabid dogs. To let you injured ones recover in peace, I had to find an absolutely safe newbie protection zone." Wow. As soon as she said that, Sanji and the others immediately turned into sycophants. Oh no. I mean admirers, showering her with compliments like Nami-chan is amazing. And Nami-san, you are my goddess. However, Nami was quite modest and didn't take all the credit. She said this place was found by the well-read Robin, and the ship was brought here by the super shipwright Frankie. Sister Robin just smiled slightly, keeping her achievements hidden, and then pulled out a map. I leaned to take a look and gasped. Who understands this, my family? Our little broken ship is perfectly surrounded by the 3 naval bases G8, J11, and K3. Isn't this just like being sandwiched between 3 sides? Luffy surprisingly understood and pointed at the map, saying, "I'm familiar with G8, but we can't mess with it now. There's an old monster there." Robin nodded and added, "Yes, it's called Jonathan. The data doesn't say how strong he is, but his intelligence is maxed out, so he should be a strategic genius." Luffy shook his head and said, "No, this guy is not only smart, but also has a powerful punch. Going head-to-head with him won't end well." Just then, Luffy's eyes seemed to have radar installed as he suddenly locked onto a name on the map. Kathy. Robin asked Luffy, "Do you know this person?" I've gone through so much information, but there's very little about this naval major. Let me tell you, this is a big deal. Luffy said he didn't recognize it, but that name, he had seen it in the room of that silly celestial dragon Charlos. And these two guys, good grief, are brothers. One is a celestial dragon, and he is actually a rear admiral in the Navy, and even an information expert like Robin couldn't find out his background. Now it all makes sense. It's a spy that the celestial dragons have planted in the Navy. Luffy grinned from ear to ear. That smile was like he had found the answer to a version problem. He felt that the Navy and the celestial dragons were not completely united. There was room for maneuvering. Guys, we have a plan. Luffy slapped his thigh. The ultimate goal is the J-11 unit, the celestial dragon spy, Rear Admiral Kaishur. Wow, this is exciting. The entire plan became clear in an instant. For the next 3 months, we will play a game of misdirection, first harassing the other two bases, stirring up the water, and finally at the most critical moment, delivering a fatal blow to J-11, taking him down, and then elegantly entering the new world. The specific dirty work will be left to the tactical masters Nami and Robin. In the following days, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, 3 goofballs, just had fun every day. Sanji, although still busy wooing Nami and Robin, looked troubled, but the brothers didn't pry too much, trusting he could adjust himself. 3 days later, Nami and Robin had roughly figured out the plan and called Zoro over. Zoro was very reluctant, lifting several tons of weights for training. But the captain had previously ordered that everyone must cooperate with Nami during the planning period, so he could only sulkily go over. He sat down, poured himself a glass of strong liquor, and asked, "What is up, ladies?" Nami wanted to tease him, but ended up hitting Zoro's sore spot with a single sentence. Zoro gulped down a mouthful of liquor, his eyes instantly drifting off, clearly recalling something sad, and Nami started to panic. It was Robin who saved the day with her high emotional intelligence, quickly smoothing things over. Zoro, our ultimate target Kaishur, seems to be a swordsman too, and not long ago, he got his hands on an extraordinary sword. Upon hearing this, Zoro's fighting DNA was instantly activated. A swordsman? A famous sword? This was right up his alley. He didn't care who the opponent was. He only recognized the world's #1 swordsman. Seeing his indifferent expression, Nami quickly added, "Don't underestimate him. First, there's intel saying he is a disciple of Mihawk. Second, that sword of his is said to be very peculiar." Guess how Zoro responded? He confidently said, "Don't worry, if that sword suits my taste, it will change owner soon, within 3 months at most." After saying that, he downed the rest of his drink and went back to lifting weights without looking back. Nami and Robin exchanged glances, only able to sigh helplessly. That night, everyone gathered. Nami laid out the detailed battle plan, and to everyone's surprise, she pointed at the map and said, "Our first target is the G8 fortress that Luffy said we mustn't touch. Then it's K3, and finally J11. Throughout the process, we must move like ghosts, absolutely not exposing our identities. Everyone must strictly follow the plan, understood?" Nami looked at us with piercing eyes. 10 days later, under the cover of darkness, we quietly approached the waters near the G8 fortress. Tonight is when we fire the first shot. Usopp and Frankie were busy tuning their modified cannons like spinning tops, and even Luffy was dragged in to help carry cannonballs. Let me tell you, the G8 fortress looks old, but its defenses are like an iron barrel. We barely managed to hide behind a small island outside the 3 seas without being spotted by their lookout. After studying for half a day, Usopp concluded, this distance is useless for firing. By the time the cannonballs reach them, they would have already intercepted them. Besides, once we fire, we'll be exposed, and the Navy will definitely plow this area with cannonballs. Nami didn't even look up, still focused on the sea chart, and asked, "What's the solution?" "Push forward 2 nautical miles. Usopp said, "At a distance of 1 nautical mile, Frankie and I are confident we can directly paralyze their key facilities, leaving them no time to counterattack." "Not possible." Nami immediately rejected. "We can only push 1 nautical mile at most. Any closer, and I can't guarantee we can retreat without exposing our identities. 2 nautical miles. Fine, it's difficult, but not impossible." Usopp gritted his teeth, immediately went back to readjust the parameters, and even had to erase the markings on the cannonballs, fearing that if they left behind a dud, the enemy would find it and connect it to the clues from Bubble Island. Then we couldn't hide our identities. For this operation, we even took down a pirate flag and replaced it with a gray-blue one just to confuse people. This round was purely a cannon battle. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the main combatants, were directly unemployed, other than moving cannonballs. They could only play mahjong on the deck, and also responsible for knocking down the sporadic cannonballs fired from the opposite side. The sky grew darker, and when the time came, Nami whispered, "Now, Taking advantage of the gap when two searchlights swept by, the Thousand Sunny shot out like an arrow. We only had a 15-minute window, and we had to reach the designated location within this time and draw all the attention of the G8 Fortress back to their own home. In less than 10 minutes, we were in position. Usopp shouted to Frankie, on the count of 3, prepare to fire. Meanwhile, inside the G8 Fortress, the Navy soldiers were still going about their business, thinking their fortress was as solid as a rock, and that no one would dare to cause trouble. But just as one soldier was yawning while patrolling, he suddenly saw several lights shining on the sea in the distance. 1, 2, more and more. Then, the dull sound of cannon fire came. Boom, 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 boom. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldier shouted until his throat hurt, but it was too late. The first wave of cannonballs exploded right in front of him, knocking him out, and a nearby searchlight was instantly destroyed. The people inside probably fared no better. In the first round of cannon fire, we accurately took out all the observed searchlights. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the fortress. All the lights in the G8 Fortress turned on, bright as day. The commander, Jonathan, lazily walked out of his office, facing the continuous bombardment, showing no signs of panic. Instead, he seemed to be calmly waiting for the fish to bite. He issued orders one after another. Activate the enemy detection program. Activate the defense system. Good grief, this old fox didn't care about the explosions outside. On top of the G8 Fortress, rows of even more powerful searchlights rose up, their beams illuminating the waters in front of us, followed by indiscriminate cannon fire. He didn't trust his eyes, but instead plowed forward with cannonballs, leaving no inch unturned. Not good, we have to retreat. Usopp panicked. They had just taken down one light, and another was immediately replaced, like a game of whack-a-mole that never ended. Jonathan didn't play by the rules at all. He didn't think about defense first, but immediately began to counterattack in the most brutal way. If we don't leave now, once that beam hits our ship, we will be buried under an endless barrage of cannonballs. Retreat. Nami also gritted her teeth and made the decision. Although she was unwilling, exposing our identities now was absolutely not an option. Wait, give us a few minutes. Luffy, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. Sanji and Zoro, in perfect sync, dragged a huge canvas bag out of the cabin and dumped all the remaining cannonballs into it. Usopp, you'll be in charge of the detonation in a bit. Luffy stood at the bow of the ship, and Zoro joined him. We'll send this thing right above their heads. No problem. Usopp excitedly pulled out his giant slingshot and a specially made gunpowder star, which was perfect for long-distance detonation. Sanji, let us do it. Okay. Sanji, filled with pent-up frustration, suddenly spun around 360 degrees and delivered a powerful stone cannon strike to the giant bag of cannonballs. The bag whistled as it flew to the front of the ship, and Luffy and Zoro struck simultaneously. Rubber, rubber, siege cannon. 108 troublesome winds. The two massive forces combined into one, and the giant cannonball instantly transformed into a shadow, tearing through the night sky, heading straight for the searchlight system atop the G8 Fortress. At the same time, Usopp's slingshot also went off, ultimate gunpowder star. In just 2 seconds, the spark caught up with the bag of cannonballs and exploded mid-air. The scene was like a gigantic firework display, and the searchlights atop the G8 Fortress were instantly extinguished, plunging into darkness. Forget about those lights. Jonathan was really pissed off, pushing the bombardment range forward half a nautical mile, indiscriminately shelling within a mile. He thought such fierce firepower must be from a fleet, never imagining it was just one ship, which had already slipped away under the cover of the explosion. Heading towards the next target, K3 base. Sitting at the bow, Luffy couldn't help but ask, is there anyone tough enough at the K3 base for us to practice on? Just shelling ISNT enough. He was thinking about a good fist fight. Nami smiled mysteriously. K3 is a very interesting place. I believe once you get there, you will definitely enjoy it. After replenishing our energy, we officially set sail for K3. Nami announced, we will stay at K3 for 40 days, so we must stock up on supplies. Usopp calculated and was shocked. 40 days? Doesn't that leave us only 10 days to fight the final boss? And you said no one will discover us inside, unless we come out ourselves or get wiped out? Nami still had her riddle-like demeanor, but Luffy wasn't having it. Nami, you promised that if it's just shelling like tonight, I can't stay for 40 days. Of course not. Nami was so annoyed with these impatient guys that she punched each of them. Can you let me finish my words? You're driving me crazy. She took a breath and explained. The K3 base looks like a big mountain from the outside, but it's actually a gigantic mechanical city. It's where the Navy manufactures mechanical giants. After we get in, we first deal with the colonel and his subordinates, then completely shut down the mechanical city. For the next 40 days, our opponents will be the endless combat type mechanical giants inside. If we can't finish them off, we'll be trapped inside forever. Because once the mechanical city is shut down, there's no way to retreat. I'll tell you, this is going to be fun. That Luffy kid is quite shy, grinning widely as he apologizes to Nami for stealing her lines. But Zoro immediately sensed something was off, saying, with such an important base, the Navy only sends a colonel to guard it? There must be something going on here. Sister Robin hit the nail on the head, saying that while they weren't sure about the colonel's combat abilities, he was a tech wizard with maxed out talent in mechanical engineering, creating powerful mechanical giants. Good grief. We sailed the Mary into the mountains. The entrance was hidden so well, surrounded by flowers and plants. If it weren't for the map, who would have thought there was an underground world in this mountain? Once inside, it turned out to be a massive city made of pure steel. And both Frankie and Usopp, the tech geeks, were awestruck. Before we could finish our amazement, a few people stood at the end of the passage. Luffy immediately ordered Zoro to cut down all the visible surveillance snails. We needed to play stealth. As soon as the ship docked, a seemingly weak-looking guy, resembling a programmer, spoke up, welcoming us to the world of Shuin, the mechanized city, sounding like he was having a midlife crisis. He added, "Don't bother looking. The snails here are already broken, so no messages can get out." Well, isn't that just convenient? Upon hearing this, Zoro rolled up his sleeves, pulled out his sword, implying, "You're done for, so we can level up in peace." The guy, named Shuin, looked utterly baffled, staring at Zoro's sword as if it were an antique. Zoro couldn't take the insult and disdainfully said, "Do I really need to use my full strength to deal with a little colonel like you?" Just as he finished speaking, Shuin leisurely removed his right glove, revealing a pale hand, and directly offered it to Zoro's sword. Seeking death, huh? Zoro charged in with a flying dragon flame strike, the blade igniting with sparks. In an instant, I watched as his hand touched Zoro's sword and the blade, with a sizzle, instantly rusted into a pile of scrap from the tip. Family, who understands? That was Snow Walk, the trusty sword that had accompanied Zoro for so long. It was gone on the spot. Zoro's eyes turned red instantly, and without saying a word, he drew his remaining 2 swords, ready to fight to the death. Luckily, Sanji reacted quickly, delivering a series of kicks, not to hit that guy, but to wake Zoro up. "Zoro!" A loud shout finally brought Zoro back to his senses. He looked at his wad Ikemanji, drenched in cold sweat, nearly losing his most important sword as well. After Sanji kicked him several times, he stepped back to see. Good grief. The soles of his shoes were almost rusted through. This was troublesome. That guy was a user of the rust fruit, specifically countering weapon users like us. Luffy immediately shifted into gear second, focusing on a long-range air cannon. The jet pistol blasted toward that guy. As long as it didn't hit him, it was fine. While Luffy was tussling with that guy, Nami secretly signaled Usopp and Frankie, and those two, like agents, quickly slipped away, not knowing what they were up to. Then something absurd happened. As Luffy's jet pistol shot out, a rusted hole appeared in front of that guy, and the punch went straight through, hitting nothing. This was like a physical cheat code, right in front of him, completely beyond his control. Luffy was furious, randomly firing his jet pistol, but accidentally grazed him, causing a patch of rust to appear. Luckily, he reacted quickly and shook it off. Just when Luffy was about to have a heart attack, Sister Robin made her move. She said that this guy was only a paramecia user and couldn't let his body turn into an element. There had to be a trick. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Shun pressed a button, and a giant mechanical centipede crawled out behind him. Robin remained calm, instructing Zoro to deal with the iron lump while she handled Shun. With her hands crossed, she unleashed 1,000 hands. I tell you, the scene was packed with hands growing from the ground, walls, and ceiling, directly wrapping that guy into a handmade dumpling. "Luffy, Sanji, hit him through my hands," Robin commanded. Then it was time for one-sided beatdowns. Luffy's fists and Sanji's red leg of the diable jam, all striking the human-shaped punching bag through Robin's hands with wild abandon. That guy was beaten until he spat blood, but his mind cleared up, remembering who we were and recalling our special technique from Navy intelligence. He even wondered why Luffy wasn't using that powerful technique. Dude, you're getting beaten up like this and still have time to think about that? He simply couldn't take it anymore, secretly pressing a few buttons on his arm, trying to summon more mechanical minions for backup. After waiting for a long time, not a single shadow appeared. Now he was anxious, knowing his minions must have run into trouble. He frantically pressed his calf multiple times, and instantly, A layer of fine steel armor covered his entire body. Robin sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Get back." Just as she finished speaking, that guy detonated something, creating a massive explosion that shattered all of Robin's flowers. Robin suffered internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Nami and Chopper rushed over to heal and protect her. As the smoke cleared, that guy Shun had vanished. Then from a nearby passage, his furious roar echoed, "My Iron Guard. Good, good, good. You all must die." Followed by Zoro's muffled grunt and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Without a second thought, Luffy and Sanji charged in. We rushed into the passage, and, good grief, Zoro was standing amidst a pile of mechanical wreckage, panting heavily. All the mechanical centipedes, tigers, and lions. He had dismantled them all by himself. The reinforcements that Shun had called for were all intercepted by Zoro here. Sanji, being tough as well, directly removed a steel casing from a mechanical giant's leg and put on his own, saying, "This thing should be a bit rust-resistant." After saying that, he led the charge forward. At that moment, Usopp and Frankie returned like thieves, giving Nami an okay gesture. It turned out Nami had already arranged for those two to do something else. The three of us rushed down the corridor and discovered that the entire base was going downward, with the ceiling turned into transparent tempered glass, allowing us to see the sea outside. At that moment, Shun had already dashed into the main control room, trying to contact the naval headquarters. But guess what? The internet was down. The signal couldn't be sent out at all. He was still wondering if it was a line issue. Of course it was. How could it not be a line issue? It had already been physically cut off by Frankie and Usopp's professional teams. Right now, Usopp was boasting to Nami, saying how great he and Frankie were, having physically severed all external lines of the entire mechanical city. This place was now like a tin can with no signal towers, and even the telephone bugs were out of commission. Let me tell you, that villain Shun on the other end almost smashed the control console. He discovered he was completely cut off from the network, unable to contact headquarters, and was so angry he was stomping his feet. Now it's good and done. He is in single-player mode and can only rely on himself to tough it out. There is no other way. He is all in, with a series of operations. A large steel door beside him slowly rose, and a massive steel dragon head crawled out from inside. Shun looked at this thing, feeling nervous. Mechanical dragon. You better hold on for a while. He knew very well that with just this hunk of metal, it was impossible to wipe out Luffy and the others. If he could buy some time to finish his research, it would be considered a success. He pressed a gem button on the dragon's eye through his gloves, and the dragon's eye instantly lit up, filled with killing intent, as if it were electrified. Creaking, this steel behemoth started crawling towards us. On the other side, we had just finished looking at the aquarium and were rushing in. Sanji was still chattering, saying that after all, this is their territory. Who knows how many tricks they have hidden, so we need to end this quickly. Just as he finished speaking, Zoro, who was at the front, suddenly stopped and made a shushing gesture. I'm telling you, that noise, crackling and getting louder as it approaches, like something's about to be demolished. Sanji was still joking around. Hey, Zoro, sounds like your food is coming. Along the way, they indeed encountered a lot of mechanical puppets, all of which Zoro sliced through effortlessly, the cuts smoother than a mirror, making Luffy and Sanji too lazy to join in and just pushing Zoro forward as the sweeper. But this time was different. Zoro frowned, sensing that things were not simple. This sound is a bit too loud, isn't it? The group quickened their pace and turned the corner, only to be stunned the next second. Damn! A gigantic steel dragon head peeked around the corner. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Zoro, for the first time, lost that relaxed look of being able to handle things with one slice. His eyes instantly ignited with intensity. He glanced at the ridiculously thick armor on the dragon's head and immediately understood that this thing couldn't be dealt with in the same way as before. The next second, Zoro, the sly one, quickly stepped back and shoved Luffy and Sanji, the unlucky ones, to the front. Help me hold it down for a few minutes. Who understands, right? Luffy and Sanji were still in a daze when their bodies were already flying in the air. Looking up, the mechanical giant dragon was opening its blood-filled mouth to bite down on them. The two instantly snapped to attention. Damn, Zoro, you green algae head. Sanji quickly turned in the air and delivered a powerful kick to the dragon's neck. This kick, combined with the force of the dive, was definitely more than twice his usual strength. But with a dull thud, Sanji felt like he had kicked a mountain. A sharp pain shot through his leg, making his face go pale. Looking down, the makeshift iron shoe he was wearing had shattered into pieces, and his well-trained leg was actually trembling with pain. Only then did he see that where he had kicked, the thin steel skin had dented in. Underneath it was not steel at all, but a mass of diamond edges. Good grief, he had just kicked a pile of diamonds. Sanji, get out of the way. Luffy didn't have time to think, seeing that normal attacks were useless. He didn't hesitate at all and took a deep breath at his thumb. Gear third, bone balloon. His right fist instantly became as big as the dragon's head. Aimed at the giant mouth, rubber giant gun. Boom, boom, boom. He delivered a series of heavy punches. You wouldn't believe it, it actually worked. That massive mechanical dragon was pushed back by Luffy's fists, which were as big as a cooking pot. But the charm didn't last 3 seconds. Luffy let out a hissing sound as he deflated, the side effects kicked in, and he turned into a cute little version of himself, caught in Sanji's arms. At that moment, behind us, Zoro's momentum was already fully charged. Meanwhile, on the other side, Robin also slowly woke up. Chopper's medical skills were indeed impressive. She had no dizziness upon waking. The first thing she did was ask Nami, "Did the plan succeed?" Frankie immediately puffed out his chest. "Of course. We are super." Robin looked at the explosion-ravaged surroundings and slowly opened her arms. Those hand pedals that had turned to dust seemed to hear the call, gathering around her again. Her complexion also becoming rosy. She looked at the pitch-black passage we came from and asked, "Where are Luffy and the others?" "They went after that guy named Shun," Nami said, trying to reassure her, but her furrowed brow betrayed her. Just then, a loud bang echoed from the depths of the passage, and Frankie's expression changed. "Not good. We need to hurry. Back to the battlefield. I'm telling you." All the hope of the scene now rested on Zoro. He flexed his arms, muscles bulging, second gear. His powers surged instantly. Then he kicked off backward, flying into the air, gripping the sword Wado Ikemonji tightly, and slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, I felt he and the sword had merged into one, as if even the sword was breathing. The mechanical dragon's program detected danger. Its head opened wide, and a pillar of fire redder than Sanji's diable jam erupted, pouring toward Zoro. The fire engulfed Zoro. "It's over." My heart sank. But the next second, an invisible sword aura erupted, cleaving the fire column in half and creating a vacuum passage. Zoro's tightly closed eyes shot open, brilliance bursting forth. One sword style, secret art light, speed slash. With a low shout, Wado Ikemonji, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, struck solidly on the top of the mechanical dragon's head. The speed of this slash was so fast that even light seemed to be caught up. What happened next left us all dumbfounded. That indestructible mechanical dragon didn't split in half. Instead, starting from its head, it began to disappear inch by inch. Yes, it was disappearing. Along with its nearly 100-meter-long body, it all turned into swirling metallic dust. This destructive power was simply outrageous. Zoro, using a one-sword-style secret technique, was terrifyingly powerful. But just as the dragon's head shattered, a streak of light shot along the dragon's body to the untouched rear section. Nami and the others happened to arrive at that moment. Seeing the chaos around them, their jaws nearly dropped in shock. Luffy had also recovered from the side effects and was overjoyed to see Robin was okay. But Robin immediately noticed Sanji sitting off to the side, looking withdrawn. This guy, usually leaping at the chance to be near Nami and Robin, was now sitting there in a daze, not saying a word. Just as Nami was about to go over and kick him, she saw his swollen and cracked foot and instantly softened. Sanji was truly devastated. Looking at his injured leg and then at the apocalyptic scene caused by Zoro's slash, he felt like a big loser in the class, his mindset completely broken. Zoro then walked over, pointing at the debris on the ground. Sanji's injury must have been caused by this thing. Nami followed his finger, and in the next second, her worried expression transformed into a grin, her eyes sparkling with berry symbols. Because where Zoro was pointing was the core of the pile of debris. And it was no steel. Inside it was all sparkling gold and shimmering diamonds. Nearly 100 meters of gold and diamonds. Family, this is outrageous wealth. We struck it rich. We struck it rich. Nami shouted and lunged forward, forgetting all about Sanji. Luffy, drooling, followed. Nami, this money can buy so much meat. Usopp also shouted about wanting new ammunition. Poor Sanji was instantly forgotten by everyone. Only Chopper still remembered his duties as a doctor, but even he rushed over absent-mindedly, roughly bandaging Sanji's injury, causing him to howl in pain, and then immediately ran off to ask Nami for cotton candy. These people completely forgot about the main issue, surrounding the pile of treasure. Nami even started urging Zoro, "Zoro, break that remaining half for me. I'll pay you to buy a new sword." Zoro's eyes lit up at the mention, just about to agree, but then he felt Wado Ikemonji's groan and shook his head. Not now, it needs to rest. Just as everyone was lost in the joy of getting rich, The last to walk over, Sanji, keenly noticed a faint light flashing at the of the undestroyed dragon tail. The next second, that half of the dragon body actually began to reassemble, transforming into a smaller mechanical dragon. As soon as it formed, it emitted a faint yellow light, seemingly about to disintegrate into even smaller units. This completely angered Sanji. All his grievances, jealousy, and unwillingness instantly turned into fury. Gentleman's etiquette, disassembly, 108 kicks. He dragged his injured leg, and with his left foot bursting with double the strength, he kicked fiercely at the glowing spot. After 108 kicks, a semi-transparent white box was kicked out. Sanji didn't think twice and kicked the box angrily. Ended. With a bang, the box shattered. At the sound, the small mechanical dragon fell apart, turning into a pile of real parts. The loud noise finally woke up the treasure-obsessed crowd. Sanji threw the broken box to Frankie. See what this thing is. Frankie took it and studied it for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I see now, I see now. At first, I didn't understand how such a large mechanical dragon could operate with such immense power that even Luffy's Gear 3rd could be blocked. It requires an incredible amount of energy and high strength to achieve that. You have to know that the adhesion of these gold and diamonds is a rare topic. But this mechanical dragon managed to bond these things together and maintain such high strength while generating such a huge thrust. This is all thanks to this little box. Frankie poured out all he knew, like a child who found delicious candy. Is this little thing really it? Usopp was a bit skeptical of Frankie's words, picking up the translucent box and examining it closely, unable to see what was so magical about it. Frankie, can we find something valuable from this? Looking over, Frankie seemed to have finished his research, and Nami temporarily set aside the treasures, as this translucent box might hold some information about Cheyenne. Frankie glanced at Nami, then smiled proudly and said slowly, correct. Isn't Cheyenne the user of the Rust fruit? Haven't you all wondered why someone with the Rust fruit's abilities is controlling a naval mechanical city? With this, I completely understand. Frankie handed the translucent box to Nami. You see, in the mechanical manufacturing industry, there's something called a mechanical heart. The creation of a mechanical heart is very complex. It requires putting 1,000 pounds of rare ore into this box. Frankie pointed to the translucent box in Nami's hand, indicating that this box is the legendary mechanical heart. But as far as I know, putting 100 pounds of rare ore into a box this size is already very difficult, let alone 1,000 pounds. However, I just carefully examined this box, and it indeed contains the mechanical heart made from 1,000 pounds of rare ore. You have to know how much compression is needed to fit 1,000 pounds of rare ore into a box less than 10 inches in size. And even if it could fit, it would only provide a power system. But this mechanical heart can continuously supply energy and also has the adhesive properties of the entire mechanical dragon's body. Frankie rambled on, but such talk made Nami a bit annoyed. What's the use of all this specialized stuff? Just get to the point about how this relates to Cheyenne. You can research the rest yourself. Seeing Frankie seem to want to elaborate further, Nami finally couldn't hold back. Okay. Knowing Nami's authority, Frankie, despite being a Superman, didn't dare to argue with her. After all, Nami controlled the finances, and if she was unhappy, Frankie would be completely at a loss for the supplies needed on the ship. Not to mention finding Luffy, even though Luffy was the captain. Such matters were always decided by Nami, which had become an unwritten rule in the Straw Hat Pirates. The Rust fruit was likely tailor-made for Cheyenne by the Navy headquarters. He must have a high talent for machinery. After eating the Rust fruit, he could enter an extreme realm of micromechanical control, which is why he could create this mechanical heart and even the mechanical dragon. The ability of the Rust fruit is enough to rust 1,000 pounds or even more of rare ore, turning it into a vapor state and then being compressed into this box by Cheyenne. Now it also explains why the structure of the mechanical dragon's body is so hard and why the adhesion of those gold and diamonds is so high. It is because of the rusting. Frankie casually picked up a piece of gold from the ground and applied force, causing a layer of light yellow powder to fall off. The rusted rare ore inside the mechanical heart has strong cohesion, and this layer attached to the gold and diamonds is just a fine layer of powder from the rusted rare ore, Frankie said with certainty. Chapter 120. Vegapunk with Frankie's further explanation, Nami and the others finally understood the general relationship between these so-called mechanical puppets and Cheyenne. The first point is that only this mechanical dragon possesses a mechanical heart, and considering the difficulty of creating one, the fact that it exists is already remarkable. Therefore, Frankie deduced that this mechanical dragon should be Cheyenne's last resort. There shouldn't be a stronger mechanical puppet than this mechanical dragon. The second point is that Shien's rust fruit ability is very complex and not as simple as it seems. The fact that rusted items turn into vapor instead of rust dust is very strange. Now that they understood Shien's reliance, it was just Shien left, and there was no need to rush. The first thing to do was to collect all the gold and diamonds and remove the layer of rust powder on them. Nami, acting like a manager, directed a group of workers here and there, while she and Robin sat at a temporary dining table made entirely of gold, enjoying the delicious afternoon tea Sanji had prepared. Shien is really strong. He's not simple at all. At this moment, Luffy began to sort out the entire situation and some matters regarding the Navy headquarters in his mind. After all, Luffy's mission is not just to defeat a few naval commanders. The words of the bell echoed in his mind. The purpose of his crossing here has always been clear to Luffy, and he has never forgotten it, no matter how tough the times were. So far, Luffy has thought carefully about everything. Perhaps one day he would understand the ins and outs of the entire event. Meanwhile, Shien, hiding at the bottom of the K3 base, was nervously perfecting his research. Suddenly, the only bright red button on his arm exploded with a scarlet light. In such a short time, they had even taken down the mechanical dragon. Shien looked at the red button in his hand, which represented the loss of contact with the mechanical dragon, in disbelief. Feeling lost. That was my lifeline. Shien suddenly recalled how much time and money he spent creating this mechanical dragon. Everything was lost the moment the red button lit up. The loss was truly immense. However, Shien didn't focus on the failure of the mechanical dragon. His research was at a critical moment and could not afford even a slight delay. It seems this is the only way. Shioen gritted his teeth and secretly made a decision in his heart. He temporarily set aside his research, walked to a place with tempered glass, took a look at the water scenery outside, and then fiddled around for a bit, resulting in a hidden door emerging from the tempered glass. This hidden door was quite large, standing 10 meters tall and nearly 3 meters wide, but it was very dark, devoid of any light. This was the work of Dr. Vegapunk. If it weren't for the importance of this base, the Navy headquarters wouldn't have been willing to send such a valuable item to me as the final line of defense. Every time Shioen saw this creation, he couldn't help but marvel. No matter how hard he worked or how great his achievements were, even if he created the most perfect mechanical heart, he could never compare to the genius scientist Vegapunk from the Navy headquarters. The gap was indeed too vast. That person possessed a mind that was 500 years ahead of the entire world. Admiral Qingji once said that using this thing only required pressing a button and waiting for its eyes to light up before directly telling it what to do. Shioen recalled the instructions Qingji had given him when he brought this giant. It was too advanced. This was the pinnacle of puppetry, with its own intelligence system. In this regard, the things he made could never compare. PX was Dr. Vegapunk's first finished product, even lacking a model number, and it was released a bit earlier than the batch that came out during the big incident. After pressing the button, the dark door that was originally pitch black suddenly turned deep red, a haunting red that slowly poured into the body of the pacifist, standing at nearly 7 meters tall. It took a full minute for all the red gas to fully permeate PX's body, and at that moment, its tightly shut eyes opened. A flicker of dark red light flashed by, and PX successfully activated. This was Shioen's first time using this thing. He knew that if he accidentally broke it or something went wrong, he would definitely not get away with it at Navy headquarters. "You have awakened me." PX suddenly spoke to Shioen, simultaneously stepping out from behind the hidden door. Hearing PX speak so suddenly surprised Shioen, but after thinking about it, it was indeed normal for a creation of Dr. Vegapunk to be capable of speech. Take position at Area 2 and do not allow anyone to pass through. This is a top-level order. After considering some instructions Admiral Qingji had given him, Shioen directly told the giant in front of him what he needed it to do. Receiving order, searching location, PX mechanically replied to Shioen, and suddenly, a small compass appeared in its right eye, showing the entire area of the Mechanism City and all existing life forms within that area. Unknown life form detected. Should I destroy it? During the scanning process, PX discovered the presence of Luffy and his group. Not sensing any relevant information recorded in the Mechanism City's main program from them, it inquired aloud. Discovering PX's capabilities made Shioen increasingly impressed. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly composed himself. No, just execute my earlier command. What Shioen needed now was not to send PX out to battle that group. Winning would be good, but if it lost, everything would be over. No matter how powerful PX was, Shioen did not want to take risks. After all, the most important thing in his heart was still to complete his research. Once his research was completed, Even the pacifist personally created by Vegapunk would not be a match for him. Level 1 command, reception complete, executing command. The response to Xiaoyan remained mechanical, far less human than its earlier phrase, "You have awakened me," which left Xiaoyan feeling a significant difference. PX did not linger and moved directly to the target location. In less than a minute, PX reached the designated spot, which turned out to be not just a simple passage, but a hall-like area connected to 5 or 6 doors. PX took cover at the entrance of door 2. All right, now I can relax. Xiaoyan clapped his hands and then resumed his so-called research project, thinking it would only take 3 more days. Nami, I'm completely exhausted. After everything is done, you must remember to give me that sword. Sore and panting, Zoro sat down beside the temporary table made of gold, scooping a large cup of alcohol from a nearby barrel and began drinking. Don't worry, I won't forget. It's just a sword, no big deal. Nami replied, while toying with a dazzling diamond in her hand. But you all need to help me move all this stuff onto the ship. Nami's comment made everyone who had just sat down feel their legs weaken again. Chapter 121. Kuma, or PX. It had been 2 days since the battle with the mechanical dragon. Originally planning to rest for just 1 day, the Straw Hats were forced by Nami to extract all the gold and diamonds from the mechanical giant and load them onto the ship. After a brief half-day rest, they started their advance once again. Surely there won't be any more mechanical puppets, right? But where exactly is that Xiaoyan hiding? Usopp, who had rushed to the front, suddenly felt his legs weaken and couldn't help but ask. According to Frankie's speculation, that mechanical dragon was Xiaoyan's last resort. As for whether there are other mechanical puppets like kittens or puppies, it's hard to say. Hey, Usopp, why are you running back? Luffy gestured to Usopp, mimicking the appearance of some very ordinary mechanical puppets they had encountered. Before Luffy could finish, Usopp had dashed to the back of the line. It's also possible that one might rush out from behind. Sanji teased as he watched Usopp's reaction. The Straw Hat crew, while joking and roughhousing, made steady progress, seemingly believing that Xiaoyan no longer had any means to threaten them. What remained was to eliminate him and spend some time fighting those puppets to enhance their physical energy development. By the way, Zoro, after we deal with Xiaoyan, you should not get involved in our plans. Otherwise, you might cut us all in half before we even get a chance to train, Nami reminded him firmly. Ignoring the teasing tone in Nami's voice, Zoro continued to walk slowly at the front, his hands resting on his remaining 2 swords, showing no signs of relaxation. Unlike Nami and the others, Zoro had an innate vigilance towards danger and would not let his guard down at any time. After crossing the path blocked by the mechanical dragon, the path ahead for the Straw Hats widened increasingly. From an initial passage of only 7 or 8 meters to a hall expanding to 15, 20, and even over 50 meters. Robin, which path should we choose? In the hall, looking at the several rooms marked with different numbers, Zoro stopped and asked Robin behind him. This way, look. There are still traces of the mechanical dragon's movement here. Frankie pointed to the area marked with the number 3 door. Not right. Let's go through door number 2. All along the way, Robin has not been idle. She has read many ancient texts and materials about base K3, so her understanding of the entire K3 base is now quite deep. The most critical and likely place that Shun would choose to hide is only one: the control center behind door number 2, which has the most comprehensive protection system and various research instruments. The other doors either store food or are places for finished products, which hold no value for them at the moment. Let's listen to Robin. Ignoring Frankie's protests, Luffy stepped toward door number 2, which was slightly ajar, making it impossible to see what was inside. Luffy didn't dare let Zoro take risks. If Zoro's sword, Kitetsu, or Enma got rusted, he would go crazy. As for himself, as long as he didn't come into direct contact with Shun, the rusting wouldn't affect him. He raised his foot and kicked open door number 2. But just as his foot landed, a mechanical voice rang out. Door number 2 under attack, target locked, attack locked, super combustion laser firing. A golden beam shot out. This gold was different from the one displayed by Kizaru. His was pure flash, not particularly yellow, while this was a beam, a pure yellow beam. The beam shot through door number 2 and headed straight for Luffy. Not good. Just as Luffy kicked the door, he sensed the danger of the beam in an instant. An impulse surged from deep within him. He had to take this guy down, even if it meant using his powers. He absolutely could not let it threaten Nami and the others. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by Luffy. If there was no danger, how could it be called training? Without experiencing storms, how could one succeed? Since he decided to train here without using his powers, he absolutely could not use them. He placed his hands on his chest just before the beam was fired, where there was a mark left by the mysterious iron piece. Luffy believed this iron piece was strong enough to withstand this wave of light. He made a slight movement with his body, positioning the light beam to hit the mark on his chest. Just as he did this, the beam attacked, striking hard against the mark on Luffy's chest. Fortunately, the mark did not let Luffy down. Although the hit sent him flying, he suffered no damage. Quickly, they dispersed from the sudden danger, causing a moment of panic among the Straw Hat crew. At Zoro's loud shout, they all scattered, while Zoro stood his ground, not moving, with 2 swords already in hand. A beam of light shot out from door number 2 once more, but the crew, having been prepared, easily dodged it. At that moment, a massive figure slowly walked out from door number 2. The warlord Bartholomew Kuma came into view, a tall figure holding a Bible. The warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Surprised Zoro. No, it's not Kuma. Looking at his hands, a voice came from behind, Robin's voice. As several beautiful flowers exploded around the tall man whom Zoro thought was one of the warlords of the sea. They transformed into lovely hand flowers that quickly wrapped around Kuma's head, especially pressing down on his mouth with a large number of hand flowers. Before Robin could speak, Frankie, Sanji, and Zoro began a series of attacks on this giant, each strike hitting Kuma's vital points. At this moment, Chopper also reached Luffy's side. But Luffy had already gotten back up, taking advantage of the brief moment when Kuma's terrifying light beam firing point was sealed by Robin to charge forward, joining Zoro and the others in a frenzied attack on the giant. Could this be the legendary pacifist? Luffy thought to himself. In his memory, Kuma had his consciousness erased by the Marine headquarters, and a large batch of pacifists capable of firing such terrifying beams was created using Kuma's specimen. Yes, seeing the emblem. A rocket cannon struck Kuma's chest, and Luffy jumped onto Kuma's shoulder, where he vaguely saw a few letters on the neck, clearly indicating PX. Robin, is this guy one of those pacifists that appeared during the big incident? Although he saw the emblem on Kuma's neck, Luffy still couldn't believe it. But Robin had watched the full video of the big incident, so asking her would definitely provide answers. Yes, I saw some influence from the video phone worm that the Marine headquarters didn't seal. Don't worry, this guy, although strong, only has one attack point, his mouth. Just as Robin finished speaking, a faint smell of gunpowder smoke began to rise from Kuma's mouth. Now that they knew this guy's weakness, attacking became much easier. However, Luffy still felt a bit odd because in his memory, these pacifists all had numbers, yet this pacifist had no number, only PX without any subsequent digits. What was going on? Luffy didn't have time to think about it, as just moments ago, Sanji, Frankie, and Zoro's combined attack had cut a gash in this pacifist's shoulder, exposing a complex network of circuits instead of flesh, skin, or blood. Just when everyone thought Kuma was about to be taken down, the previously motionless Kuma moved. The pacifist PX not only had the ability to fire supercombustion lasers from its mouth, but also had 2 firing ports in its hands. As a creation of Dr. Vegapunk, it was also a puppet with a power system, so its strength was considerable. As for why the Straw Hat crew had been attacking it for so long without it counterattacking, it was mainly because it received a very stupid order from Shun to prevent anyone from passing through door number 2 and to elevate the order to a lethal command. Under a lethal command, unless PX received an attack significant enough to affect itself, it would completely follow the system's preset to counter the enemy. Thus, Kuma had been adhering to this order, simply blocking anyone trying to enter door number 2, which was enough. Luffy and the others had only been attacking him without any intention of entering, which is why Kuma had not made any strong counterattacks. When Zoro kicked out, he used the momentum to charge towards Kuma's shoulder, and Frankie added an aerial boost at the peak of Zoro's leap, increasing Zoro's speed even further. A single slash cut through the bear's shoulder, even touching the internal circuits. If the blade went in just a bit deeper, it could shatter a strand of circuitry at the bear's shoulder. This strike also allowed the bear to regain a sliver of its own consciousness from the death command. According to its preset program, once it suffered an attack that threatened its life, it could abandon all commands and eliminate all potential threats. The bear's first reaction was to open the laser emitters on both hands and aim them directly at Zoro and the others nearby. Then it pulled Robin's handcuffs off with a swift motion, restoring its primary offensive capabilities. The sudden attack from the bear shocked Zoro and the others, but they managed to dodge the superheated laser shot by a hair's breadth. The already scattered group became even more divided after the bear's counterattack, and Robin, after trying to bloom several times, found that the same tactic no longer had much effect. Amid the high-density fire from the bear's 3 cannons, Luffy and the others in close combat dared not rush out easily. After all, without using their powers, it was difficult to counter the light attacks. As long as Luffy remained silent, no one would dare to use their powers first, and the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy's authority was still present. After a continuous barrage of attacks, the Straw Hats were well hidden, so although the bear's assault was fierce, it didn't pose a significant threat to Luffy and the others. However, the bear seemed to realize this, beginning to slowly advance forward. The entire hall was not very large, and there weren't many places to take cover. If the bear continued to push forward, it would pose a huge threat to the Straw Hats. Nami tightened her grip on her weather stick. She could hardly hold back. She had been at this base for so long without taking action, and the current situation was one where melee fighters couldn't approach while range attacks were delayed. Thinking about her attack range, Nami felt a rush of anxiety and was ready to charge out. Just as Nami was secretly preparing, two small flowers appeared around her body, blocking her path, while one hand flower eerily appeared near her ear, saying, "You can't use lightning power here, okay? Don't worry," it's Robin's voice. Nami glanced apologetically at Robin, who smiled knowingly. Then, with her hands crossed and eyes slightly closed, she activated Thousand Petal Bloom, and a large number of hand flowers covered the ground beneath the bear, stopping its advance. However, the bear had begun to consciously counterattack. Each struggle it made destroyed a large number of hand flowers, and its superheated laser shot downwards, eliminating even more hand flowers. Fortunately, under Robin's control, the destroyed hand flowers could instantly regenerate to restrain the bear again. Good opportunity, let's go. Luffy seemed to see the chance Robin created to trap the bear and softly shouted, launching himself forward. He aimed to take advantage of the moment and directly destroy the circuits on the bear's body, which should incapacitate it completely. Luffy led the way, followed closely by Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper. Usopp, who had been with Chopper, suddenly disappeared, but there was no time to think about it now. Opportunities like this were rare, and since Robin couldn't hold the bear for long, they had to act quickly. Luffy and the others kept closing the distance to the bear, and just when they were a few meters away, preparing for a lightning-fast ambush, they suddenly noticed the bear's previously closed mouth revealing an evil smile. What? Did I see that right? ISNT, this thing a puppet made by Vegapunk? And it can smile? What the hell, that's too fake. Luffy cursed in his mind in an instant. With this thought, the bear, which had been clearly bound by the hand flowers, suddenly stopped clearing them and opened its hands and mouth, firing 3 superheated lasers at Luffy and the others. This attack left Luffy and the others empty-handed, but fortunately, Zoro had already swung his sword, landing a hit on the bear's shoulder where they had previously opened its skin. The brief interruption in the bear's actions allowed Luffy and the others to retreat to their respective cover, avoiding the bear's attack. In such a closed hall, evading the bear's super-fast, superheated lasers without cover was nearly impossible, as the space was far too limited for Luffy and the others to use their abilities effectively. "Looks like we've encountered a tough opponent this time," Luffy said helplessly as he watched Robin struggle, and the bear easily dismantled the restraints on its feet after deflecting their attacks. However, even at this moment, Luffy still had no intention of abandoning the ban on using powers. "Ha! What are you all so worried about? Have you forgotten about your Lord Usopp?" Suddenly, the previously missing Usopp appeared at the entrance they had just come through, with no cover, directly facing the bear, shouting angrily at Luffy and the others. "Usopp, get somewhere safe. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Luffy shouted, not wanting any casualties. At that moment, the bear's attack arrived, and Usopp executed a perfect roll to dodge the bear's superheated laser, then shouted back, "Watch closely, everyone. This is how your Lord Usopp defeats this idiot." Ignoring Luffy and the others' concerns, Usopp quickly jumped around, but he refused to hide in a place that could shield him. While this allowed him to disregard the bear's superheated lasers, it made it difficult for him to aim properly. Moreover, Usopp was currently attracting the bear's main firing point, reducing the pressure on Robin significantly. D. Ultimate move, Firebird Star. A blazing firebird-like projectile flew towards the bear, and then Usopp began his performance. He dodged the bear's attacks while continuously firing his special projectiles. Ultimate move, Fire Star, Ultimate move, Oil Star, and Ultimate move, Big Explosion Star, all of which ignited fire and were designed for directional explosions. During this time, Luffy and the others finally realized Usopp's plan and began to take action. Although it was still difficult to get close to the bear, distracting it with one of its firing points was still possible. This made both Usopp's attacks and Robin's restraints much easier, while Zoro and Frankie could occasionally land a sword or cannon shot on the bear. Suddenly, the scene erupted into a fiery atmosphere, pulling everyone back into the battle sequence that had initially been subdued by the appearance of the so-called pacifist and Vegapunk's reputation. "It's time," Usopp thought to himself as he observed the bear's condition. Chapter 123, half-finished product. All the previous attacks, whether they were gunpowder stars or special oil, had one goal: to completely expose the injured area on the shoulder of this so-called pacifist while also damaging its outer clothing. Up until now, Usopp's preliminary attacks had been completed, but the PX's clothing had not been destroyed. However, the area where Zoro had cut was now more pronounced, allowing a clear view of the internal circuits from the outside. Although its clothing remained intact, this exposure was enough. A somewhat fragmented, clearly hastily made, golden-yellow bullet, with some fine powder inside that seemed ready to spill out at any moment. Fortunately, Usopp's skills in this area were not bad, and he managed to piece together this unknown substance just in time. This was the first time Usopp used this bullet, but he was very clear about its power. If used against a normal human, this bullet would be completely useless, causing no harm whatsoever, not even a scratch. But now they were not dealing with a normal human, but a humanoid weapon supported by circuitry, so this bullet could achieve a guaranteed hit. As the bullet flew, there was no trace of smoke, leaving people puzzled about Usopp's intentions. However, Luffy and the others, trusting Usopp, did their best to attract PX's attention. At that moment, Robin also used her last bit of strength to bind Kuma's movements. A crisp cracking sound rang out the instant the bullet made contact with Kuma's body, clear and distinct, like a glass cup suddenly shattering on the floor. The bullet exploded completely in an instant, naturally landing on Kuma's split shoulder, and a large portion was sucked into the opening. The powder that had been wrapped inside the bullet quickly spread over Kuma's entire body through that opening. Just when the powder had covered a quarter of Kuma's body, his bright eyes suddenly emitted a flash of light, flickering rapidly, sometimes deep red, sometimes dark gray. Ultimately, everything fell into calmness as the light in his eyes gradually turned dark gray, tightly closing, becoming motionless. What lay before Luffy and the others was hard to believe. The PX they had no way to deal with just moments ago had been subdued by a handful of silver and ash. TND no way. To test whether Kuma was playing tricks, Luffy rushed forward, ready to attack, while Robin transformed her hands into a more aggressive form, the Thousand Flowers, Hook Claw. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. When dealing with enemies, especially powerful ones, one must strike hard the moment an opportunity presents itself. Don't attack him. Usopp's voice cut through all barriers, quickly coming from behind as he rushed forward to stop Luffy and Robin's actions. Fortunately, he managed to halt Luffy, who was retracting his fist, and Robin, who had not yet broken Kuma's spine. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, turned around to observe Kuma, and then spoke to Frankie. "Frankie, help me disassemble him. Don't shake him, or he'll wake up immediately." Robin dispersed her hand technique, waiting for Frankie to assist him. Carefully dismantling the parts on PX's body, starting from the head, each step was taken with utmost caution. Only after completely disassembling PX's core components did Usopp finally relax. However, it was not yet time for Usopp to rest, as there were still several pairs of curious eyes watching him intently. "Do you know what I just did?" Usopp said dramatically, but under Nami's imminent threat of rage, he didn't dare to keep them in suspense and revealed everything. It turned out that the moment Kuma's shoulder was exposed, Usopp had already figured out how to deal with PX by causing a malfunction in the circuitry within PX's body. PX was a creation of Vegapunk, and even its internal circuits were protected. Although not as strong as the external defenses, they should not be underestimated. Of course, before encountering the mechanical dragon and understanding its mechanical heart, Usopp would never have thought of how to deal with PX's internal protection. In fact, Usopp had to thank Shine for this, as he obtained a large amount of rusted powder, which had strong adhesive properties and another characteristic, a close connection between the particles. Usopp mixed in 2 other substances and added the most electrically resistant gold he could find, creating a bullet capable of damaging the circuitry within Kuma. Once the bullet exploded, it would immediately attach to the most critical part of PX's body, directly halting PX's energy transmission and causing it to freeze. This was Usopp's key to defeating Kuma. As Usopp spoke, he raised his head proudly and said, "Dare to forget your lord, Usopp? You're asking for a beating." Ha ha ha. This made everyone laugh. After such a brutal encounter, this laughter seemed to wash away all their fatigue. This guy isn't from the same batch as the pacifists. He's just an incomplete product, Frankie said softly after disassembling the entire PX. Damn, no way. Such a powerful guy is just a half-finished product? That's too demoralizing. Although it wouldn't be very difficult for Luffy and the others to use their techniques to take down this PX, they still felt a sense of helplessness. Their physical energy was indeed too low. Except for Zoro and Robin, the others had hardly trained, and they needed to eliminate Cheyenne, this hidden threat, as soon as possible. Usopp, don't get cocky. Sit down and rest for a while. We need to quickly take down that Shine guy, Luffy said somewhat gloomily. What are you all doing? Are you giving up before we even start? You know our mission. Luffy's slight gloom made Usopp feel somewhat displeased. Usopp looked seriously at everyone, and no one avoided his gaze. Their spirits were lifted back by his words. What good is helplessness? What good is sighing? TNND. ISNT just that our physical energy, ISNT enough? After we take down Shine, we can train properly. Usopp continued to showcase his oratory skills, seemingly enjoying the attention of the group. Get away from me. At that moment, Nami, covering her exposed chest with her arms, kicked Usopp in the butt, causing him to fall flat on his face. Nami, you Usopp, ready to curse, looked at Nami and had to swallow the words back. In the entire Straw Hat Pirates, the only one who could make Usopp not fight back or even speak was Nami, who controlled the group's finances. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed again among the Straw Hat Pirates. Indeed, as Usopp said, there was nothing to sigh about. What was there to complain about? If one aspect was lacking, they could just train harder. Sighing was of no use. All right, everyone wait a moment. I'll prepare some delicious energy-restoring dishes for you, Sanji said elegantly in front of Nami and Robin. Although he was trying to please everyone, his main purpose was still to cook for Nami and Robin. Chapter 124. The Art of Instantaneity. After only a brief rest of 15 minutes, Luffy stood up again. We can't wait any longer. Let's go. Throw the meatballs in our hands into our mouths, and then pass through the disassembled bear's body to door number 2. Without the bear's protection, door number 2 was completely open and posed no danger. However, to prevent any sudden traps or other surprises, Luffy and the others proceeded slowly. Surprisingly, there were no incidents on this remaining stretch of road. They passed through the second passage and arrived at a large control platform, which had many screens displaying video feeds of all the passages in the K3 base. There were also secret paths that Luffy and the others hadn't discovered, leading to storage areas filled with numerous mechanical puppets. Of course, those mechanical puppets posed no threat to someone as powerful as Zoro. It seems this place is indeed suitable for us to train, Frankie said seriously as he looked over all the screens and control handles. Everything this base had that could serve their purpose was now stored in Frankie's mind. Where did Shun go? I don't see him on any of these screens, Chopper asked after searching for a long time without spotting him. Chopper, you should know that these screens only display the video feeds of the passages. There's no need to monitor other areas. As for Shun, from my observation just now, he should be behind that door in the corner of the control center. Frankie pointed to a door in a corner of the control center. Another door. I'm sick of all these doors. I don't know how many I've opened on the way here. Luffy had no interest in exploring doors. In his mind, he only had one thought, to quickly take down Shun and start their plan. Let's go, I'll take the lead. Luffy charged towards a door and kicked it open with a powerful strike. With a loud crash, the steel door fell to the ground, making everyone exclaim in surprise at Luffy's destructive power. Meanwhile, Shun was intensely focused on finishing his research, surprisingly making faster progress than he had anticipated, half a day ahead of schedule. Just a little more, and I'll be done, Shun thought with satisfaction. With Vegapunk's pacifist guarding him outside, he was not worried about any interruptions, so he was completely absorbed in his work, even ignoring the PX life model next to him that had already powered down, showing just how focused he was. Once I finish this research, Vegapunk, let us see what you have to say then. That thing will ultimately return to my hands. Shun thought about the magical meteorite he had obtained, which Vegapunk had tricked him into trading for a rusty fruit and absolute control over the K3 base. Every time he thought about it, Shun felt a pang of pain in his heart. He understood the importance of that meteorite. Just a little research had given him the skill to create mechanical hearts. Its rarity was evident. It wasn't just a piece of metal, but a storage unit filled with advanced scientific knowledge, something Shun came to realize after a long time. With a body as durable as a mechanical puppet made from the highest density alloys, combined with his soul as a catalyst and the use of the rusty fruit, he believed his abilities could surpass that of any so-called battle peach. At that moment, Vegapunk would have no choice but to return the meteorite to him. Just then, Shun was reminded of the beating he received from that chubby guy next to Vegapunk, causing his heart to twist. It's almost done. We're at the final stage, Shun said, looking at the tiny gap in the progress bar, feeling a bit anxious. However, he knew that such matters couldn't be rushed. If he could just have another half hour, he would be able to complete the research. But the sky wouldn't cooperate, and at that critical moment, with a loud crash, the locked steel door was kicked open and fell to the ground. What came into view was a boy wearing a yellow hat. The boy's face was calm, and Shun couldn't see any hint of anger. However, Shun was anxious and frustrated because he still needed half an hour to complete the research. If he stopped now, everything would have to start over. Not to mention the time it would take to reload the system. Shun was absolutely unwilling to accept that. With just half an hour left to succeed, he thought, "Can I hold off the Straw Hats for half an hour?" And with that thought, he decided to act. Everyone, look, I have something urgent to attend to. Can you wait for just a moment?" Shun said with a flattering smile at the Straw Hats, acting completely submissive, unlike his earlier arrogance. A graceful figure stepped forward from behind Luffy and smashed a heavy weather stick on his Shun's head, hitting him right on the face and leaving a red mark instantly. Despite this, Shun endured the humiliation, forced to smile, and continued to flatter them to buy time. But Nami was not someone easy to deal with. Having a belly full of frustration and arriving in this wretched place without being able to exert any strength was not in line with her style. Now, with Shun just obediently allowing her to hit him, she would never let go easily. Nami's response was absolute, no matter how many sweet words Shun said. They had no effect as she continued to hit him until his face was completely battered. "Stop wasting time, Nami, step aside." Frankie entered and focused on Shun, who was standing in a large calculation center, which seemed to be doing some precise calculations and appeared to be nearing completion. Sensing the murderous intent from the Straw Hats and seeing the progress. 10 minutes? Looks like we can't wait any longer. Although he is a bit weak, it should be enough to deal with them. If not, I can always start over. Shun gritted his teeth and decided to pull out all the wires that were densely packed. In an instant, Shun's body was filled with boundless energy, making him feel elated. Although he finished the final touches 10 minutes early, the feeling was exhilarating. Shun clenched his fist, feeling the power in his hand. At that moment, Sanji's foot came flying towards him, especially strong for Nami and Robin. Seeking death. In Shun's eyes, Sanji's full-force kick seemed to move in slow motion as he slowly raised his hand and gently swatted it away, colliding with Sanji's foot. Bang! Sanji was sent flying without any doubt, and Shun finally felt the power of his newfound strength. Ha 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 ha! Vegapunk, do you see this? Now I have enough power to possess it. Shun shouted loudly at the ceiling. And you ants, I'll send you on your way now. Shun's first thought was to reclaim the meteorite from Vegapunk, and the first group he wanted to eliminate was the Straw Hats. Before Shun could finish his words, a series of crackling sounds began emanating from within his body, eventually spreading throughout him. With a sound from Pung, Shun's body instantly became art, a momentary art. Chapter 125. 30 days later, after passing through a dark cave, a wall appeared in front of the Straw Hat Pirates, blocking their way. But this wall did not stop Luffy and the others from moving forward. Break it down. This time Frankie did not let anyone else take action. His enormous modified arms unleashed tremendous power, directly smashing the wall open in an instant. A ray of sunlight shone in through the opening, illuminating the faces of all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Squinting, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his body, Luffy was very pleased. He glanced at his companions, noting the hideous knife scars and horrifying marks. Even Luffy himself had received a terrifying blow to his chest from that fearsome guy, leaving a horrific wound that could never fully heal. This place was truly a paradise for physical training. After carefully inspecting the K3 base, Frankie felt a wave of emotion towards the facilities there. This was a 20-fold gravity area, suitable for Zoro, and there were also numerous mechanical mantises there. However, Zoro, you can't just chop them down. That would be meaningless, Frankie said, pointing to a specific area. Area C was a closed track, suitable for Luffy. Area F was the closest to the ground, filled with a large amount of elemental energy and completely isolated, suitable for Nami. Area G was. As Frankie continued to explain, Luffy and the others moved to places where they could hone their bodies. Meanwhile, Frankie quietly approached the unfinished PX of Vegapunk and began researching this legendary mechanical puppet. Time passed quickly yet slowly. During these 30-plus days, Luffy and the others underwent devil-like training. Facing a large number of mechanical puppets, they could not use any abilities and could only rely on their physical strength to fight back, much like martial artists in the initial stages, honing their bodies through relentless pounding. The results of the training at K3 base did not disappoint them. Zoro's left eye was scratched by a mechanical puppet, but fortunately, it did not affect his vision, and he gained significant training from this series of challenges. Even the rare haki began to surface. Not only the observation haki, but also the armament haki, all bursting forth. Nami, in particular, had mastered observation haki to perfection. while Usopp visibly grew stronger and added many elements of bravery to his personality. As for Nami, Robin, and Sanji, they all had their own gains, but none compared to the rewards of Luffy and Franky. Through studying Vegapunk's creations, Franky further developed his own modifications. He no longer relied solely on cola as a resource. He had an increasing variety of materials he could use, and the distribution of power showed great differences. From Franky's enormous arms, it was clear that they were powerful mechanical hands. Building upon the unfinished research of Shioen, Franky made even more breakthroughs. However, he was still somewhat distant from the ultimate humanoid weapon goal. As for Luffy, even more astonishingly, faint blue currents began to emerge within his rubber-like veins. These currents reminded Luffy of the internal energy cultivated through inner strength in his memories. Manipulating these blue currents allowed Luffy to reach an extremely perfect level in his application of his techniques, giving him a feeling of returning to his time in Simi Village. Perhaps this was the best news, as Luffy became the first in the Straw Hat Pirates to fully utilize the Bagua technique without worrying about excessive consumption of spiritual energy leading to unconsciousness. Since discovering these currents within him, Luffy repeatedly experimented and finally found that using his techniques caused the blue currents to gradually thin out and eventually disappear. But fortunately, these blue currents recovered very quickly when Luffy did not use his techniques. In summary, this time at the K3 base not only concealed Luffy and the others' whereabouts, but also perfectly completed their physical training plan. Franky, we need to hurry to Kishi. After we take him down, we'll start a new journey. There are more adventures waiting for us, Luffy said, still sitting on the figurehead, facing the sea breeze. They had already delayed a lot of time on this journey, and Luffy also longed for the new world, a place he had no memories of. Okay, Nami, keep an eye on the wind direction. We're leaving. Franky shouted loudly, disregarding Nami's reaction, and then adjusted the Mary, causing the ship to instantly set sail at full speed. After being modified by Rayleigh and Franky, the performance of the Mary had greatly improved, and its full-speed sailing speed was now twice that of the Navy's ships. At this moment, the Mary was sailing at that speed towards their destination, J11, where Celestial Dragon Rear Admiral awaited them. Since the experience with Shioen, Luffy and the others no longer placed much importance on the Navy's ranks. It wasn't that higher-ranked individuals had greater abilities or posed a larger threat to them. Sometimes a mere lieutenant could restrain them, regardless of who they faced. They could not afford to be careless. As the Mary sped forward, a ship docked at Bubble Island, where a character dressed in theatrical clothing sat, wearing a pirate king-like hat and a red nose indicating his identity. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, Buggy sat solemnly, a large porcelain bowl filled with strong liquor placed before him. Despite the strong liquor, Buggy's expression showed he was unfazed. Opposite him sat Rayleigh, who always wore a half-smile, with the sword that had followed him resting beside him. Have you really decided to join me in heading to the New World, First Mate? Buggy said nonchalantly, showing no surprise, as if he had anticipated Rayleigh's decision. It's time. It's our turn to make a move. I trust you haven't forgotten the captain's final orders, Rayleigh said, lifting the bowl in front of him and downing it in one gulp. Seeing Rayleigh finish his drink, Buggy also raised his porcelain bowl and drank it down without hesitation. Humph, saying that just underestimates me, Buggy the Clown. Even that red-haired is starting to act. How could I still be moving at a snail's pace? After so many years of playing dumb, I can't take it anymore. Since that little guy has started, we can't let the captain's plan be hindered. That's right. First, we need to head to the New World and make contact with red-haired, then retrieve what the captain left for us. Without those things, we can't deal with those 5 old guys. As for how far that little guy Luffy can grow, we can't say, but at least we need to be prepared. One of the 4 emperors, red-haired, is just one step in the plan. Of course. So, First Mate, should we set sail now? Aren't you going to say goodbye to that person? Bucky gestured to Rayleigh, indicating that this operation was very dangerous. Even someone like Rayleigh couldn't guarantee survival. And at this moment, it was most important to say goodbye to his beloved and share final words of love. No, she had more important things to do. Don't think that just because the captain didn't leave her orders, she wouldn't get involved. It seemed that those people realized something. Bucky gestured again. Yes, it's those people. It's time to start the war. We need to achieve victory on both sides simultaneously. Chapter 126. Kaisha the J11 Navy base differs from G8 and K3 in that it is an open base, not at all closed off. The ruins occasionally visible at the dock indicate that this navy has been battling various pirates for years, showing that the base's leader, the Celestial Dragon Kaisha, is also a militant figure. Each member of the J11 Navy, tempered by life and death, possesses the strength to take on 3 opponents. However, today they are destined to become the stepping stone for the Straw Hat Pirates to disrupt the world completely. When the Straw Hat Pirates flag emerged from the sea, J11's tight alarm system naturally went off. "Colonel, we have an enemy attack." A major leisurely approached the door of an office and said to the tightly closed door. However, from his tone, it seemed that such situations had occurred many times before. If it weren't for Major Kaishi's regulations that enemy attacks must be reported to him, this routine task could easily be handled by any squad in J11. Things have been unsettled lately. Let's send a squad to test the waters. I heard that old Jonathan was probed by a mysterious pirate crew, and we can't afford to be careless. A very youthful voice came from inside the office. However, the major did not relax at all due to the person's youthful voice. Instead, he showed absolute respect when the person inside spoke. "Yes, Major." After saluting properly, the major left. His task was to immediately execute Kaishi's orders, not daring to slack off even a bit. Not because Kaisher was particularly harsh, but because Kaishi's brilliant command allowed them to win battles with minimal losses, even taking down that mysterious island where their major obtained that item. As the major briefly thought about their leader's various miraculous decisions, he arrived at the forefront of the base, where the pirate flag was clearly visible. Why does this pirate flag seem so familiar? The major wondered why he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing this flag for the first time. This feeling wasn't because most pirate flags looked similar, but because it seemed like he had seen this flag somewhere before. Forget it. He tried to recall where he had seen this pirate flag, but couldn't remember. The major stopped thinking and directly issued Major Kaishi's orders. Elite Team 3, the entire squad, advanced to engage the enemy. Remember, your mission is to test, not to annihilate. The major hesitated for a moment, still feeling a bit concerned about this pirate flag. So he added a final reminder. A tall, bearded man from Elite Team 3 stepped forward and addressed the major, then commanded the entire elite squad of 5 naval fleets to head toward the ship that had just revealed most of its pirate flag above the water. They conducted such sorties several times a day. Although they held a contemptuous attitude toward these pirates who came to die, they all focused intently due to the major's orders. 10 nautical miles from the enemy ship, should we fire a test shot? A very young man, standing neatly among a group of sailors, asked the burly bearded man in the middle. "Fire," the bearded man replied firmly. If you're wise, you should withdraw now. I can let you off the hook. If you dare to advance, don't blame me for being rude." 3 naval vessels with over 50 cannons fired a round of test shots at the Straw Hat Pirates Mary, with all the cannonballs landing 100 meters in front of the Mary. The massive cannon fire caused the waters near the Mary to surge violently, and the Mary began to sway with the waves, showing a slight tendency to retreat. "It seems they were just passing by, scared by our test fire," the bearded man thought proudly as he adjusted his beard. However, just as the bearded man was still basking in self-satisfaction, the pirate crew, which had seemed to be retreating, suddenly accelerated towards them before they could even react. At that moment, a large number of black bubbles rushed towards their 3 naval vessels at an even faster speed. As the bubbles approached, the bearded man realized that these were not cannonballs but black bubbles, which slightly eased his previously heightened anxiety. However, just at that moment, the seemingly harmless bubbles suddenly exploded, and with the explosion came a tremendous shockwave that slammed toward the bearded man and his crew. In an instant, the 3 incredibly sturdy naval vessels were blown to smithereens, and some crucial equipment was destroyed in the explosion. The 3 naval vessels were completely incapacitated, and the personnel on board were mostly injured, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Nami, well done. The purpose of their mission was not endless slaughter, but Kaisher, a descendant of the celestial dragons, had torn off the bubble above his head and had still become a naval major without the Navy headquarters being aware of it. Alarm. Quickly pull the alarm. The bearded man finally regained his senses when he saw the Straw Hat Pirates calmly passing between their 3 vessels. This was terrifying. The woman standing at the bow with a stick was too frightening. That last glance with a slight smile was simply the smile of a demon. Whoa! A long and powerful alarm sounded quickly following the bearded man's shout. This alarm was the highest level alert of J11. When that alarm rang out, the once peaceful J11 Navy base instantly boiled over, but it didn't appear chaotic at all. It seemed they had trained for this many times. Everyone rushed to their posts and took their positions. It's them. As the Straw Hat cruise ship drew closer, the doubts clouding the major's mind were finally resolved. And he remembered where he had seen this pirate flag before. It was on the highest bounty notice in the leader's office, belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates who had disrupted Bubble Island and killed numerous celestial dragons. defeating the Navy headquarters Admiral Kizaru. Panic, absolute panic. At this moment, the Major felt a sense of helplessness, wanting to cry, but having no tears. No, he must contact Major Kaishur. After a brief moment of panic, the Major remembered what he had to do. Just as he was about to run towards Kaishi's office, a large hand naturally landed on his shoulder. Dainyu, why are you in such a hurry? Even if those guys are here, I don't need to be this scared. A 3-meter-tall man blocked the Major's path. The 3 giants of the 3 giants watched as 3 tall figures suddenly appeared before them. The colonel's psychological state instantly calmed down because the support he relied on had emerged. The 3 giants had mobilized, which meant that their highest leader, Major General Kaishur, had also appeared. From a moment they first saw Major General Kaishur, the 3 giants had followed him closely, never leaving his side. So whenever they encountered seemingly impossible tasks, they eagerly hoped for the appearance of the 3 giants. This was an absolute trust, cultivated through countless life and death experiences. Major General, what we are facing is the Straw Hat Pirates, who have recently been rampaging and ignored the teasing from the 3 giants. The colonel, known as Dainyu, squeezed through the 3 giants and stood before a young boy, straightening up and speaking earnestly. Understood. I have already notified the G8 base and K3 base. I believe they will send reinforcements soon, and the Navy headquarters will also provide support as quickly as possible. So don't panic. Everything will be fine. The young man lightly patted the colonel's head, indicating him to relax. Chapter 127. The ancient famous sword, Shadow. The Straw Hat Pirates slowly approached the J-11 base. It seemed that all the defenses on the base had given up resisting at that moment. However, that was not the case. When the J-11 base came within Usopp's shooting range, the modified rhinoceros beetle fired several purple waxy bullets at lightning speed. These bullets did not cause any terrifying explosions, but directly landed on the cannon ports set by J-11, rusting them away the moment the bullets hit. These waxy bullets were a new ability Usopp had gained after leaving the K3 base. As the ship neared the base, 8 figures jumped up and naturally landed in front of Major General Kaishur. These 8 figures were all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sensing the momentum erupting from these 8 individuals, the 3 giants instantly shielded Kaishur behind them. At that moment, a large number of Navy soldiers began to surround them, encircling the Straw Hats completely. Everywhere one looked, there were Navy soldiers holding guns, and among these soldiers, some are armed with firearms that used sea prism stone as their main source of attack. However, none of this intimidated Luffy and the others, as their current strength was no longer something that could be countered by mere numbers. Nami, Robin, don't take their lives. Luffy slowly walked to the front while giving this instruction. With Luffy's command, the originally calm sky suddenly stirred up a powerful hurricane, which was mixed with visible tiny ice particles. These particles struck the soldiers, not enough to be fatal, but causing dizziness was not difficult. Robin was also not to be outdone. In an instant, a large number of petals flew around the soldiers, carried by the hurricane created by Nami. Then, with a twist of her neck, those who had managed to stay conscious after Nami's storm fell into a deep sleep, and they would not wake up for a while. Now only Major General Kaishur, the 3 giants behind him, and some colonels, majors, and lieutenant colonels remained. Luffy did not wish to kill these individuals, aside from Kaishur. Of course, he wanted to teach them a lesson and let them spread the word, thoroughly striking at the arrogance of the celestial dragons, which was what Luffy most wanted to do. You killed my brother, Charlos. Kaishi's face showed no change as he indicated that the 3 giants would be fine. He stepped forward and asked Luffy, his youthful voice causing Luffy to feel a moment of confusion. The beauty that surpassed that of women reminded Luffy of a term from his memory that made him feel disgusted. Trap. That garbage, what use is there in keeping it? There was no concealment in his feelings. Despite his revulsion at Kaishi's appearance, Luffy still held firm, forcing himself to stand at the front with a smile rather than bursting into laughter. Then you will all stay here today. Although that guy Charlos is indeed excessive, since you dared to act against him, your time of death has come. Kaishur spoke without any hesitation in defending the celestial dragon Charlos. You seem to know that we came here because of your background. As most people were still confused, Luffy immediately caught everyone's attention. Kaishur slowly revealed his right hand, which he had been hiding, holding a very plain sword, tightly wrapped and showing no unusual features from the outside. However, when the 3 giants saw Kaishur take out that sword, they completely relaxed. Ever since Kaishur obtained this sword from that mysterious island, his abilities had increased exponentially, and even that mysterious haki began to manifest. Therefore, the 3 giants believed that when Kaishur drew this sword, Although they couldn't say, he would absolutely defeat this terrifying group. It was definitely not a problem to hold out until reinforcements arrived. I have thoroughly studied the actions of you lowly pirates. Do you think your little schemes can escape my calculations? Kaisher slowly spread his legs apart, gripping the sword hilt with his left hand, revealing that he was a left-handed swordsman. As Kaisher made a move with the sword, a faint aura surged towards Luffy and the others, seemingly intending to intimidate them and then swiftly eliminate them. However, it was evident that Luffy and the others were not so easily caught off guard. As Kaisher unleashed his weak haki, a stronger and more powerful haki erupted from Luffy's eyes, the familiar conqueror's haki bursting forth. 30 days is long enough. Luffy had become quite proficient in using haki. The previous inconsistency had not appeared again. Conqueror's haki? Just as Luffy's haki erupted, the three giants rushed to the front of Kaisher, using their bodies to block Luffy's haki. However, the three giants clearly overestimated themselves. As Luffy's aura erupted, they were instantly knocked unconscious. The tall figures fell before Kaisher. At that moment, Kaisher recalled when he was still weak, having torn through the gas mask out of a moment of recklessness, joining the Navy and becoming a trainee. The three giants had always been by his side, helping him overcome countless difficulties, and back then, these three were merely trainees like him. Because of him, they had endured hardships, but they had never complained. They treated him like an elder, caring for him so much. This was something Kaisher could never forget. His dark eyes gradually turned blood red. Kaisher slowly removed his upper garment. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to defeat this guy wearing a straw hat and avenge the three giants. With a soft sound, a light red blood blade was drawn from its sheath by Kaisher. The sword flashed in the air and seemed to vanish from sight. Just like at the moment of dawn, when the sky alternates between black and white, a sword cleaved through the sky, completely splitting it apart. One side black and the other white. After the sword struck, it vanished into the sky, only to reappear when dusk returned. When Kaisher drew this sword, Zoro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his eyes shining with intensity as he carefully observed the sword. It was actually one of the 10 legendary swords of ancient times, and the powerful archaeologist Nico Robin recognized its name in that instant and spoke it out loud. "Luffy, I want that person and that sword," Zoro said, seeing only the back of Luffy, while Zoro's silhouette at that moment was remarkably distinctive. After glancing at the so-called legendary sword that Nami had bought for 300,000, Zoro was speechless, yet this sword instantly captivated him. With this sword, he wouldn't need to always charge in a battle. The pressures that Wado Ikemanji and Kitetsu couldn't withstand, this sword could absolutely endure. This was a sword even stronger than Mihawk's Blackblade. Having experienced Mihawk's Blackblade, Zoro made this judgment the moment he felt the sword as presence. It was simply too powerful. "Your sword, I want it." Zoro didn't overstate his intentions and directly drew his weapon, standing at the forefront, as if Kaishi's opponent had now become him. You clearly want to kill Luffy the most, but I don't recommend you kill this seemingly important green-haired guy first." Zoro didn't offer any further explanations. In an instant, he entered a state where his power was at its peak. With a swift shout, Kaisher struck towards Zoro. The Chungying sword, wielded by Kaisher, left only an afterimage. If it weren't for Zoro's special connection to swords, he would have had his throat sliced open by that incredibly fast sword light. Looking at the so-called legendary sword in his hand that had already broken, Zoro once again internally criticized Nami for being stingy. If it weren't for his mastery in swordsmanship, he would have suffered a significant loss. "This sword in your hands has only shown a fraction of its potential," Zoro thought, realizing that Kaishi's use of the Chungying sword was far from sufficient. He could clearly feel that the sword in Kaishi's hand was unsatisfied, occasionally emitting a dull sword chant, seemingly venting its frustration. You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth." Although his sneak attack failed to injure the swordsman known as Zoro, Kaisher, trusting in the sword he held, had no awareness that he was bound to lose. At that moment, the broken sword in Zoro's hand was now in two halves, while Wado Ikemanji and Kitetsu were tucked away, since he sensed that the gap between him and his opponent couldn't be bridged merely by a strong sword. He didn't need to go all out against Kaisher. In Zoro's eyes, one strike was enough to deal with Kaisher. With the one-sword style, Flying Dragon Flame, Zoro unleashed a series of slashes with his powerful right hand, launching a fierce attack against Kaisher. Zoro completely disregarded defense, creating a slight illusion in Kaishi's mind. His sword seemed to have no resistance against Zoro's fiery broken blade. With a clang, Kaishi's Chungying sword could no longer withstand the wild assault, and finally slipped from his grasp. At that moment, Zoro seized the opportunity, driving the sword that Nami had mentioned cost 300,000 berries, now severed by the Chang'e, straight into Kaishi's chest. Without pausing, Zoro caught the legendary ancient sword, the Chang'e sword. In an instant, he fell into a state of selflessness, immersed in the feeling of the Chang'e sword. This was the reaction one would have upon obtaining a sword that fulfilled their desires, akin to the moment he received Wado Ikemonji from his teacher. At that time, Zoro not only acted out of his childhood affection for Kuna, but also as a tribute to this legendary sword. One must know that every legendary sword contains its own soul. If one cannot communicate with that soul, then the sword can only serve as a common weapon, displaying only its outer sharpness and hardness, unable to unleash its intrinsic spirit. Moreover, at this moment, Zoro had obtained the ancient legendary sword, Chang'e. So how could he not immediately sense the sword's soul and communicate with it, thereby maximizing its potential? Not dead yet, Zoro glanced at Kaisher lying on the ground, whose vision was slowly becoming blurry, yet he seemed to still have a breath left, unwilling to close his eyes just yet. However, Kaisher had to die, for only with Kaishi's death could the relationship between the Navy headquarters and the Celestial Dragons be thoroughly disrupted. This was the most crucial part of the entire plan. If you have any grievances, speak them. Luffy approached Kaisher, leaning in closer so his ear was nearer to Kaishi's mouth. Having become somewhat adept at using his haki, Luffy wasn't worried about any schemes from Kaisher. Seeing Luffy's ear extended towards him, Kaisher, mustering his last breath, said, just a little more, and I could have completely figured out that plan. Why did you come to trouble me at this time? Are you one of them? Luffy didn't understand what Kaisher was saying, but at this point, he was unwilling to let a dying person harbor any doubts. We're only troubling you because you are a celestial dragon, and I also know. Luffy lowered his voice, leaning close to Kaishi's ear and whispering, Charlos is your younger brother. With a brother like that, you deserve to die. After saying this, Luffy stood up and left. Upon hearing Luffy's words, a helpless smile appeared on Kaishi's lips. He never expected that until his death, he would still find it hard to believe it was because of this. He originally thought these people were in league with the Navy headquarters, but it turned out they were only here because of that foolish Charlos. This left Kaisher unable to die in peace. You all remember, this person is a celestial dragon, a spy sent into the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Nami sees the opportunity to continue Luffy's words, addressing the remaining admirals that have been deliberately left behind. If you want to survive, pass this message to the Navy headquarters. As for us, we are the Straw Hat Pirates that the Navy headquarters has been searching for. Today is also our last activity in this part of the Grand Line. The next time we meet will be in the New World. Exposing their whereabouts was part of the original plan, which was also a provocation towards the Navy headquarters. After the trials of G8, the tempering at Base K3, and the slaughter at J11, the Straw Hat Pirates were now fully prepared. It was time to head to that mysterious sea. Yura Yura. A series of urgent horn blasts came from the distant sea, indicating that the reinforcements from the G8 Navy base had arrived. We should leave, Frankie said, glancing back at the Navy fleet. Although they weren't afraid of the Navy's fleet now, there was no need to continue unnecessary battles. Moreover, the reinforcement from the Navy headquarters should be arriving soon, and Luffy and the others didn't want to reveal all their strength just yet. After all, it is unwise to easily engage in a battle with the Navy headquarters without having experienced real life-and-death combat to hone oneself. However, Zoro, glancing at Zoro, he was still the same, holding the SH New York Ink sword, lost in thought, appearing indifferent to everything around him. This was easy for Sanji, who leaped over to Zoro's side and delivered a kick straight to Zoro's lower back. A kick that was supposed to connect suddenly encountered an obstacle. A sword, a very fast sword, stopped right at Sanji's feet, its blade blocking Sanji's powerful kick. In that instant, Zoro snapped back to reality. Idiot, what are you doing? Zoro slowly put away his sword, feeling a bit annoyed that Sanji interrupted his contemplation of the SH New York Ink sword's aura. Zoro's awakening relieved everyone, but that sudden move had startled Luffy and the others. If it had been the blade, Sanji's foot, it was unimaginable. Dolt, we need to get out of here. Let's go dawdle on the ship, Sanji said, stepping onto the Mary without caring about the others, feeling quite complicated inside. Zoro was getting stronger and stronger over the past 30 days, he had been training hard, refining himself, even making a series of improvements to his diabolical wind leg technique. Yet today, he still felt the distance between him and Zoro was growing further apart. Although Sanji was no longer jealous of Zoro's strength, he couldn't help but think, what the hell, this is just too abnormal. Why is there such a difference? It's just a blade. Why does my foot feel so numb? In fact, Sanji didn't know that just now. Zoro had only let the New York Ing sword's defensive instincts take over. It was the sword itself that made Sanji's foot feel numb. This had nothing to do with Zoro. If there was any connection, it was that the New York Ing sword had officially become Zoro's sword, surpassing Mihawk's Black Blade. Let's go. Zoro took one last look at the J11 base. This time, it was unexpectedly simple, without any trouble at all. Luffy hadn't even made a move. But from beginning to end, he had been sensing the entire J11 base, checking for anything worthwhile to take. However, he ultimately found nothing beneficial for them. Luffy did notice that there were quite a few secret rooms in this Navy base, but what did that have to do with them? Chapter 129, Displaying Power After Waking Up in the Station. Without any delay, Luffy and the others boarded the Mary, preparing to retreat. Although there might be a large number of Navy fleets ahead, for the Mary, which could fly into the sky, everything was not a threat. It was incredibly easy for the Mary to shake off the Navy fleet with its speed. However, Luffy and the others seemed to have forgotten one thing. The G8 unit was in charge of the reinforcements, and its leader was the highly intelligent Jonathan. After the Mary had sailed a distance, they realized that relying solely on the Mary's flying capabilities might not be enough to escape this crisis, as a dense Navy fleet was ahead. Moreover, according to Usopp's observations, all the Navy ships were equipped with anti-aircraft cannons, and judging by their design, their power was particularly great. Furthermore, the Navy fleet was all connected by iron chains, gradually surrounding Luffy and the others. Luffy, what should we do? Nami asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she turned to Luffy, unsure of what to do at this point. Usopp, fire a couple shots. Luffy, surprisingly calm, seemed to have become a wise captain at this moment. Understanding that no adjustments were needed, Usopp didn't hold back against such a dense Navy fleet target. He launched a round of cannon fire, all using specially designed cannonballs, with a particularly high sulfur content, making the explosions significantly more powerful than regular cannonballs. Indeed, at that moment, standing on a main ship of the Navy fleet, Jonathan saw the power generated by that Unit-S cannon fire and immediately realized that the Straw Hat Pirates, known for their exploits at Bubble Island, were the ones who had ambushed their G8 base. Do not retaliate. According to the plan, to surround them. Always be on the lookout for them trying to escape into the sky. After all, their ship can fly. Jonathan suppressed the few admirals who wanted to retaliate against Luffy's cannon fire. As long as we can hold on until the admiral from Navy headquarters arrives. No matter how great the losses, it will be worth it. This was Jonathan's decision, to encircle without attacking, completely trapping Luffy and his crew. They aren't retaliating? Usopp asked in surprise, but then he became excited. Since they weren't fighting back, what was there to hesitate about? With so many cannonballs in stock, if they didn't use them, they would go stale. He thought to bombard them completely, and he quickly put that plan into action. That's not a solution. Nami glanced at the damage on the opposing ships, and found that while this attack could inflict localized damage, overall, it was insignificant. It merely caused minor losses to the Navy fleet, and didn't help them escape at all. Looking back at Luffy, who was still pretending to be calm, Nami realized it was a huge mistake to rely on him. Frankie, head in that direction. Nami's internal deliberation did not affect Luffy's decision-making. Luffy, what are you planning to do? Nami couldn't help but ask, realizing the danger in Luffy's decision. Charge through. Otherwise, what other options do we have? Luffy innocently countered Nami's question, seemingly unable to think of any other way besides forcing their way through. Nami thought carefully and realized that given the anti-aircraft cannons and the density of the Navy fleet, flying over was completely impossible. Waiting here was also not an option, as the Navy headquarters would definitely send powerful reinforcements moving quickly in this direction. Delaying even a second posed a great risk. Moreover, after the defeat against Admiral Kizaru, the Navy headquarters would not send just one admiral this time. Even that mysterious figure, Admiral Hook, might appear, and that would lead to huge trouble. Sighing, Nami reluctantly nodded, indicating her agreement with Luffy's plan. Sanji, Zoro, you come with me to clear a path. Frankie, you handle the ship's movement. Nami, you and the others protect the Mary. Keeping it at the front of the ship, Luffy laid out his plan simply. Since they chose to charge through, there was no need for more planning. They would unleash all their firepower and charge straight through. It was the simplest approach. However, just as Luffy was about to take the lead in the attack, Zoro spoke up. Let me go first this time. I can feel the sword desire. It's a good opportunity to test how powerful this sword really is. Slowly drawing the New York Ing sword from its sheath, a red glow surged as it was unsheathed. With a slight smile, Luffy stepped aside for Zoro. He also wanted to see just how capable this ancient sword, which Robin had mentioned, truly was. Returning to stand behind Zoro, Sanji was no longer frustrated, but instead seriously prepared to support Luffy, ready to step in alongside him as soon as Zoro's momentum subsided. To help break through the Navy fleet's blockade, Jonathan felt that the biggest challenge in surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates had arrived. After issuing a series of commands, he quickly rushed towards the direction where Luffy and the others were heading. He had to personally oversee the battle, or else the consequences would be unimaginable if the fleet's formation fell apart. However, the Mary, under Frankie's full acceleration, became surprisingly fast, and before Jonathan's commands could be fully relayed, they were almost in contact with the Navy fleet. At that moment, a crew member from one of the Navy's ships, in a moment of panic, fired a cannonball. However, before the cannonball could explode, it was hit by a reddish-brown bullet, which contained a spinning force that sent the cannonball straight towards the Navy ship that fired it. Jonathan was furious at the reckless act of firing the cannon, and he ran even faster towards the location where Luffy and the others were trying to break through. Meanwhile, a large number of Navy ships began to converge towards that direction. CHEI. Can you hear the sound of my heartbeat? Zoro slowly raised his sword CHEI, whispering to himself, I can feel your desire. I can hear your heavy breathing, trying to establish a mental connection with the sword. It seemed that CHEI understood Zoro's words, as a buzzing sound erupted from the blade. When everything was ready, Luffy finally spoke the two words Zoro had been waiting for. In Zoro's hands, CHEI transformed into a pulsating blade of light. The blade was thick and long, like a living creature, pulsating as Zoro swung CHEI with all his might, sending the pulsating blade of light charging towards the front Navy fleet. The crackling blade of light surged forward unstoppable, annihilating anything in its path into dust, which was quickly scattered by the sea breeze. In an instant, a large gap appeared ahead, and at that moment, the Mary, powered by Frankie, shot through like an arrow, advancing at the fastest speed. The surrounding Navy fleet could no longer heed Jonathan's commands and opened fire indiscriminately at the Straw Hat Pirates. However, the Mary was just a ship, and after Frankie's modifications, the ship's defense system had been updated, along with the efforts of Usopp and the others. In an instant, all the incoming cannonballs were neutralized by the Navy ships surrounding the Mary. Such a cannon battle temporarily created a slight opening for the last group of Navy ships that had not been destroyed by the Blade of Light. At this moment, Luffy and Sanji, who had been on standby, launched a fierce attack, and the final defenses were completely obliterated, allowing the Mary to break free successfully. At this time, Jonathan finally arrived at the scene of the incident, left speechless by what had transpired. Chapter 130. Descent to think they escaped just like that. Jonathan muttered to himself as he watched the Straw Hat Pirates ship disappear into the distance. Since all the fleets were bound together by iron chains, when the Straw Hats broke through, Jonathan, enraged at the one who recklessly fired the cannon against orders, commanded all fleets to open fire on the Straw Hat Pirates simultaneously. However, it was already too late. When the Navy fleet fired the first cannon, chaos ensued, and the entire encirclement plan fell apart, especially with Zoro's terrifying sword strike. Upon receiving a distress signal from J-11, Jonathan quickly gathered all the information he had and understood the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. He realized that the only way to completely trap them was to confine their ship, and throughout the entire process, no cannon should be fired, no matter what happened. It wasn't that they couldn't fire, but rather that the entire sea, except for the Straw Hat Pirates ship, was filled with Navy ships. The Straw Hat ship was too small, and firing would only result in hitting themselves, which would also disrupt the Navy's execution of orders and cause internal chaos. This was their biggest weakness. They had to unlock the iron chains as quickly as possible and pursue them, knowing that it was impossible to catch up. However, they still needed to make this last effort. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the Navy headquarters. After about half an hour, two figures appeared on Jonathan's deck. One of them was the strongest admiral in the Navy headquarters, Akainu, while the other was someone Jonathan did not recognize. However, years of experience told him that this person's strength was not much different from Akainu's. Admiral Jonathan looked at the fierce gaze of Akainu, feeling a chill as he approached to report the situation. Useless. The Straw Hat Pirates have already escaped. Akainu scolded angrily, and with a natural wave of his hand. A terrifying heat emanated, sending thick black smoke rushing towards the gap opened by Luffy and the others. A horrifying wail echoed from the Navy ships. Jonathan suppressed his anger, but dared not say a word. This guy was notoriously ruthless in the Navy, never showing mercy to soldiers who made mistakes. although he didn't dare to directly harm Jonathan. If Jonathan were to overstep, it would be hard to say what would happen. Hey, Akainu, you actually laid hands on these little guys. At that moment, a cloaked figure with a voice like a dying duck appeared on Jonathan's deck, followed by 5 others in black cloaks who approached with the same pace. I didn't expect Lord Hayu to send you out. But now those guys have already run for half an hour, and finding them again would require heading over there. You know you can't go there. Akainu glanced at the cloaked man who quacked like a duck, surprised as he spoke. Although the escape of Luffy and the others displeased the cloaked man, he dismissed that annoyance thinking of Lord Hayu's instructions before leaving, and he calmly replied to Akainu, "That's not necessarily true. Perhaps we will go there," before leaving without a moment's pause. Not even a half-hearted mention of pursuing Luffy was made, leaving Jonathan and Akainu speechless. It seemed that Fleet Admiral Sengoku had made some sort of agreement with them, Akainu thought. And then he took the person who had been following him to chase after the direction the Straw Hat Pirates had escaped. After a continuous half-hour of escape, the Mary had completely shaken off the pursuit of the few Navy ships behind them and made a large detour to a location, the G8 Navy base responsible for the reinforcements. After a unanimous vote from all the Straw Hat members, they felt it necessary to teach Jonathan a lesson for the suffering he had caused them in the encirclement. Furthermore, having witnessed Zoro's astonishing sword strike, Luffy and the others suddenly felt that the G8 fortress-like base was not as terrifying as they had imagined. Through questioning along the way, Luffy and the others finally began to understand the power of CHEI. According to Zoro's explanation, the power of the Shadow Sword was completely beyond his expectations. That astonishing sword aura was actually just the most commonly used move of the Shadow Sword, but it required Zoro to expend a significant amount of physical strength to support it. After undergoing the training at Base K3, Zoro's body could barely sustain this attack twice, meaning that for a period of time, he could only unleash 2 such sword auras. As for how long that period would last, Zoro himself didn't know, and he still hadn't fully comprehended just how powerful the Shadow Sword was. He only felt incredibly weak in front of it. However, after that previous strike, the Shadow Sword had officially recognized Zoro, indicating that it would gradually unlock all its abilities as Zoro's strength increased. Hee Zoro, let's do it again and then head to the New World. This was what Luffy said after hearing Zoro mention that with his current stamina, he could only manage 2 strikes. This led to their retaliatory and playful attack on Base G8. In fact, the key players were Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and the others, who were quite fond of the flickering sword aura. The feeling of a sword being drawn with such overwhelming momentum was simply too cool. One sword strike, just one sword strike, and the G8 base, as solid as a fortress, was cleaved open with a gap over a meter wide by the sword aura of a Shadow Sword. Indeed, the sword was powerful. When Zoro unleashed a second strike and lay down to rest, slightly exhausted, Luffy and the others began to comment on the Shadow Sword. The Mary quickly sailed forward on the preset course by Frankie, with their sailing route created by Nami after some research, and with a fixed eternal pointer given by Rayleigh. There would be no issues with direction. After resolving the sailing issues, Frankie also joined in the study of the Shadow Sword. Robin, can you tell us some information about this sword? Suddenly realizing that Robin seemed to have some understanding of the sword, he asked her. Actually, I don't know much either, but I do recognize the appearance of the Shadow Sword. After all, it is one of the top ancient swords, ranked 10th among all famous swords, and is quite a remarkable sword. As for other information, I have little to share. Robin expressed everything she had in mind. So which sword is ranked first? Luffy clearly showed great interest in this ranking, since those that could be ranked were certainly not minor characters. I think it's a sword called Xianyuan. According to some ancient texts, when the Xianyuan sword is drawn, the heavens and earth change color, and sometimes a giant dragon coils around it, possessing immense power. He shrugged, indicating that this was all he knew. That's so impressive. Is it even more powerful than those ancient weapons? Luffy couldn't help but think of the most mysterious weapons in the world of One Piece. Hearing Luffy's words, Robin couldn't help but laugh. Isn't the Shadow Sword just an ancient weapon? Robin's explanation left Luffy and the others in deep thought, unable to react quickly. They didn't expect that a rear admiral, someone who was a celestial dragon and whose fate was decided by a portrait he saw of Charlos, could obtain such a remarkable ancient weapon so easily, and even more absurdly, that Luffy and the others could acquire it without much difficulty. With a clang, the Mary stopped. They had arrived at their destination, and it was time to begin their descent. Chapter 131, Desolation S. A new chapter begins, and many characters will appear in the new world. Additionally, some female characters will also emerge, such as the Empress and the Ghost Lady, all of whom will make an appearance. However, the first will be the most detestable one, and the first that Luffy and the others will need to defeat. Who could it be? Stay tuned. Just a reminder, the one who dealt a significant blow to Luffy's spirit. The underwater scenery was indeed the most beautiful. When the Mary began to descend, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates were fixated on the rich and diverse underwater wonders. Whether it was the fish or the occasional strange sea monsters passing by, everything felt novel, as it was their first time. Although Rayleigh had already coated the Mary during its expansion, after Franky's modifications, the original coating could no longer fully cover the entire ship. Fortunately, Franky had completely learned this technology from Rayleigh. While it couldn't be said that he surpassed Rayleigh, he had certainly acquired some of his skills, as the Mary had encountered no issues so far, demonstrating the depth of Franky's coating technique. Look over there. What is that? As the Mary descended to a certain depth, a somewhat peculiar light emerged from the depths of the sea. This light was extremely brilliant and gave off a mysterious feeling. This must be it. The door that Rayleigh mentioned should be right in the center of that light. Nami focused on the color and shape of the light, confirming that it was indeed the door they had been searching for, leading to the new world. After passing through there and traveling a certain distance, they could successfully surface at the first island, Fishman Island, which Sanji looked forward to with great anticipation due to the beautiful mermaids there. Let's head there. After a careful and thorough confirmation, Franky finally decided that the Straw Hats would move forward toward that adventurous world. This was indeed a door, and the dazzling light was bursting forth from the edges of this door. The light was so bright that Luffy and the others could only see the light and not the door concealed within it. It was only when Franky piloted the Mary to the front of this light that they could finally see the true nature of this light. What the? A glance at the surrounding ruins, which had a somewhat decayed appearance, made Luffy and the others break out in a cold sweat. Could there be some kind of mechanism with this door? Mary, charge! Before Luffy and the others could react to the ruins, Franky directly piloted the Mary toward the door. A faint ripple passed along the Mary as it slowly passed through the door to the new world. After a full 15 minutes, amid their anxious hearts, the Mary finally passed through this death door safely. That was terrifying. After descending for so long, just how deep is it? Luffy and the others had a rough idea that it was impossible for them to drown before reaching the surface, and they were all devil fruit users. A soak in seawater would be fatal. After passing through the door, the anxious Straw Hats, under Franky's steering, quickly sailed forward, while Franky began a detailed and thorough inspection of the Mary. After all, any problem with the Mary would be hard for them to accept. It seems those people perished, probably due to the coating, Franky concluded after inspecting, but he added, "We need to hurry. The coating on the Mary has weakened after passing through that door and won't last long. Everyone, get ready. I'm going to accelerate." Franky said seriously, then began to focus entirely on piloting the Mary. The initial excitement of enjoying the scenery was gone. For Luffy and the others, who could be engulfed by the seawater at any moment, the greatest hope at this moment was to quickly rise to the surface, where the most beautiful scenery awaited them. After all, any danger that appeared there could be dealt with, but beneath the seawater lay too many unknown factors. After more than 3 hours of intense sprinting, they finally broke through the worrying depths of the sea before the coating on the Mary faded, reappearing above the sea level once again. However, they found themselves in the new world, the latter half of the Grand Line, a place where all powerful pirates gathered, and where there were many fascinating islands filled with various strange creatures and ancient ruins. Countless new adventures awaited Luffy and his crew to explore. In short, arriving here meant they had truly reached the paradise of pirates, where adventure, struggle, and dreams could all be realized, provided they could establish a foothold in this magnificent new world. Nami, where's the eternal pointer to Fishman Island that Rayleigh gave you? Let us see which direction it is. We need to head there first and find someone. Luffy glanced at the boundless sea, and the Mary felt like a small tree isolated, vulnerable to the wind and waves, with the danger of capsizing at any time. Nami, astonished by the vast sea, quickly took out a pointer that had been well kept in her bag after hearing Luffy's words. She checked the direction and began discussing with Franky how to proceed towards that direction. This time, the Mary did not sail for long. Within half a month, Luffy and the others were already approaching Fishman Island. The pointer indicated they had reached Fishman Island, but upon arrival, they found that Fishman Island was not just a simple small island, but rather a large cluster of islands connected together, and they had only reached a corner of Fishman Island. As they neared Fishman Island, a foul stench hit them with the sea breeze. holding back the urge to gag. Luffy and the others tried to bring the ship closer to see what was happening on those islands. What happened to these islands? Luffy was completely shocked by the sight before him. Numerous corpses and all the buildings meant for survival had turned into ruins. There was not a single living person on the entire island. This was far from the Fishman Island they had longed for. It was simply a hell on earth. There was not a hint of peace. All that surrounded them were countless dead bodies, human and animal alike, as well as some bizarre sea creatures. The entire island presented a desolate scene. Luffy's mood shifted from initial longing to heaviness as he and his crew slowly moved toward the central area of Fishman Island. Along the way, they passed through most of the island, which was filled with corpses and destroyed houses, and not a single human being was alive. However, just as they approached the central area of Fishman Island, they finally spotted a wisp of smoke belonging to a living being. The smoke rose high, resembling cooking smoke, but to Luffy and the others, it looked like smoke from burning corpses. "Frankie, get closer," Luffy roared, filled with a visceral anger that stemmed from a disregard for life. "Why is this happening? Is this really the beautiful Fishman Island that Rayleigh spoke of?" Luffy sighed, as the Straw Hat Pirates faced their first dilemma upon arriving at Fishman Island. The once beautiful and harmonious island had now plunged into a hell filled with dead bodies and ruins. "Another pirate attack is coming. We need to escape." As Luffy and his crew approached the island emitting smoke, a piercing alarm sounded. The fishmen and humans who had been moving and burning corpses all ran in one direction, as if they could find safety there. Hey, their appearance seemed to make the already traumatized people tense up, and nobody dared to stand at the front. The reaction of these fishmen and humans left Luffy and the others speechless, but from their behavior, Luffy and the others began to understand some things. Chapter 132. The Sea Hero. Jinbe, it seems Whitebeard's death has had a huge impact on the New World. Luffy looked at the civilians scattering due to the pirate flag flying on his ship with mixed feelings, recalling the figure of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors. Whitebeard not only had exceptional personal strength, but also led the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the top forces in the entire New World. He was a man of great stature. As a pirate, he was not a typical thief. He was merely a man following his dreams, surrounded by a group of like-minded companions. And he gave them his sincere love with an open heart, a love that was never limited. In a new world, a place filled with countless adventures and passions. Aside from a few who ventured into these waters to pursue their own dreams, most were driven by personal desires. Naturally, they would not possess the great righteousness of Whitebeard. They were truly vicious thieves. Whenever Whitebeard arrived at a place and saw the civilians there, he would plant his flag on that island. And it would become Whitebeard's Island. To harm that island would mean harm to Whitebeard and his sons, which Whitebeard could not tolerate. Thus, while Whitebeard stood at the forefront of the New World, amidst the chaos, there were many islands he protected. Now he was dead, fallen in battle. The islands he had protected lost their safest shield and were recklessly attacked and destroyed by the pirates who had once been punished by Whitebeard for breaking his rules. Fishman Island was one of the most severely damaged. "This situation cannot continue," Nami said, her voice choked as she spoke to Luffy. Though at one moment, the dragon had caused similar destruction to her hometown, Cocoa Village, Nami's hatred towards fishmen had dissipated when Luffy defeated the dragon. Now, seeing this place destroyed even worse than her hometown, her unwillingly reopened scars were once again harshly salted. "Let us go," Luffy nodded slightly. He knew he couldn't just ignore the situation, regardless of whether Nami spoke up or not. He would act, even if it cost him his life. They found a more concealed spot to dock the Mary, and then the Straw Hat crew began to walk towards the place where the corpses were being burned. It was a large pit filled with wood, and on top of the wood lay many corpses of various kinds. The wood was fiercely burning, yet the bodies piled on top remained seemingly untouched by the flames. It wasn't that the bodies couldn't be burned, it was simply that there were too many. This scene weighed heavily on the hearts of Luffy and his crew. Those people were indeed afraid, murmuring something about Luffy. And then they stepped in a direction that was the main choice of the civilians earlier, where there should be some forces protecting this island. At that moment, a clever-looking fishman approached a house in the last fortress city of Fishman Island, Sunlight City, where the others had fled in fear of Luffy and his group. After saying a few words to the people inside, 3 tall men walked out of the house. Each of these tall men had a thick black belt wrapped around their waist, and they were all masters of fishman karate. However, at that moment, there was no sign of authority on them, only exhaustion and scars. It was clear that these 3 tall men had gone through several intense life-and-death battles and were very tired, but now they had to stand up because they needed to protect their compatriots. The three tall men stood directly in front of Sunlight City, closing their eyes to rest. According to Ching's information, the number of pirates attacking this time was not many, and from the information that had come through, it was known that those people were heading towards Sunlight City. After a short while, a boy wearing a straw hat appeared before these three tall men, accompanied by a group of companions. The originally closed-eyed men chose to open their eyes at the same time, preparing for battle. In that moment, the weariness on their faces was replaced with a fierce determination. They were filled with an aura that conveyed they would rather die than let their companions be slaughtered. It was this aura that sustained them. "You must be the officers of the Sun Pirates," Luffy said, slightly nodding his head as he asked the three seemingly fearless fishmen. The fishman who looked like their leader straightened his back, trying hard to appear more imposing. "Since you know our name, you'd better leave early. Otherwise, when our captain arrives, it will be too late for you to leave." "Captain? Who is your captain?" At that moment, Luffy realized a serious issue. He had learned a bit about the Sun Pirates from Robin, but he hadn't paid attention to who their captain was. "Oomph," the man snorted, seemingly looking down on Luffy for not knowing his captain. He thought to himself, a character who doesn't even know his own captain is definitely not a big deal, and instinctively raised his voice a bit. "Our captain is the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei. How about that? Are you scared? If you are, you should leave now." With a whoosh, Luffy suddenly appeared beside the man, as if he had teleported, gently placing his hand on the man's shoulder and saying, "Take me to see Jinbei. I have something to discuss with him." Luffy's sudden move left the three tall fishmen momentarily stunned. However, when they wanted to resist, they realized that at that moment, if the opponent wanted to take their lives, it would be effortless. Yet at that moment, it seemed as if the three fishmen had simultaneously made a decision. No matter how the opponent threatened them, even if it meant death, they could not let him take them to their captain because of the current situation of their captain. "Don't worry, I'm a friend of Jinbei." Luffy seemed to sense the unease of the three fishmen and quickly added, then took out a simple wooden token from his pocket to show them. When the token was revealed, the three men, who had been prepared to die, instantly brightened up. The token was unmistakable. "I'm sorry, we were reckless just now, esteemed guest. I will take you to the captain now, but our captain is in very bad condition," the tall fishman said. Upon seeing the token in Luffy's hand, he looked like a person about to drown, suddenly spotting a large floating tree, giving new hope in a moment of despair. "Then hurry up." Luffy urged them to move quickly, as the most important thing now was to meet this man named Jinbei. "Chopper, get ready. Jinbei might be seriously injured." Luffy turned to Chopper and said, "Understood," Chopper replied. After getting off the ship and seeing the desolation of Fishman Island, Chopper had made the best preparations, which was to save any life he could, no matter if they were human, fishmen, or any other being, as long as they were alive. Chopper would use all his strength to save them. In the central square of Sunlight City, nearly 100 medical personnel were gathered, conducting various tense and intense surgical treatments on a large body, surrounded by fully armed fishmen. The person being treated was the one Luffy wanted to see, the sea warrior Jinbei. Chapter 133. The situation, Elder Tyler. These people bear the captain's token and say they are friends of the captain. The tall fishman brought Luffy and his companions to an old man with a weathered appearance, excitedly saying to him, "Oh, this Elder Tyler was clearly the person in charge here." After taking a careful look at Luffy and the others, Luffy cooperatively took out the token he had received from Rayleigh once again. The token was more useful than anything else at that moment. When Tyler saw the token clearly, he suddenly seemed to come alive. However, being an elder, he couldn't show his emotions as openly as the tall fishman did. Still, his expression had relaxed from the initial tension. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Tyler quickly walked up to Luffy, recognizing that the boy walking in front was clearly the leader of this group. Tyler had that much insight. "Little Kyo, you go back now and continue to stand guard. I will take care of these guests," Tyler instructed the tall fishman behind him, then warmly led Luffy to a place to rest. "Elder Tyler, may I ask how Jinbei is doing? Right now, I'm most concerned about his injuries." Luffy did not follow Tyler's suggestion to rest, but instead slowly walked towards Jinbei's location. Luffy's words moved Tyler, who began to explain Jinbei's situation. It turned out that after Whitebeard fell, Jinbei returned to Fishman Island and began to have all his people retreat to Sunlight City for self-protection. After all, Jinbei could still protect them here, but the long period of peace had made those people completely lose their vigilance against danger. So only a small part of the fishmen followed Jinbei to start fortifying Sunlight City while building some defensive works. Before Jinbei and the others could complete the defenses of Sunlight City, a large number of pirates began attacking Fishman Island from all directions. at which point those people realized the danger, but it was too late. To save as many people as possible, after arranging the defenses of Sunlight City, Jinbei led 100 officers from Sunlight City to help those people retreat to Sunlight City. After several months of intense battles, Jinbei was exhausted. Finally, he encountered a very strong opponent near the Sea River City, close to the Sunlight Town. Although Jinbei managed to drive them away, he was severely injured. Now, all the doctors on Fishman Island began emergency treatment for Jinbei, hoping to make a difference. When that group of enemies set out again, if Jinbei was no longer able to fight, even the Sunlight Town would definitely not be able to hold out. Chopper listened to Tyler's account and understood the general situation. Immediately, Luffy asked Chopper to join in the diagnosis of Jinbei. Chopper's involvement made some doctors a bit resistant. But since Chopper was a partner of someone holding the captain's token, he was not directly pushed aside. However, after Chopper continuously diagnosed Jinbei's physical condition, those doctors gradually set aside their condescension and began to fully cooperate with Chopper in treating Jinbei. After a whole night of busy work, Chopper finally made the best diagnosis of all of Jinbei's injuries and hidden ailments, and he added a special antibiotic he had recently developed. This was a new drug that had a significant effect on accelerating Jinbei's recovery speed, but it could not be used frequently, as overuse would create antibodies in the body, making recovery from severe injuries more difficult in the future, although a small amount could still be used. Under Tyler's careful arrangement, Luffy and the others waited for 2 days in Sunlight Town. When Jinbei woke up, Tyler invited Luffy to the rehabilitation pool where Jinbei was located. This was a circular pool, not very large, just enough for Jinbei to immerse his entire body in it. The liquid in the pool was not ordinary water, but a solution infused with medicines that Chopper personally adjusted to accelerate metabolic functions. Although Jinbei's body was still not strong enough for him to stand and fight, he was finally able to perform simple movements in the pool, preventing him from remaining unconscious. "You guys got my token from Rayleigh?" Jinbei looked at the young man he had never met before and asked. There were only 3 captain tokens, one of which was with Rayleigh. "Yes, it was Uncle Rayleigh who gave it to us," Luffy replied, looking at Jinbei, especially his clear eyes. Luffy knew that this was a man worth befriending. "So, you're the Straw Hat Pirates that Rayleigh mentioned. You guys are quite impressive," Jinbei said appreciatively to Luffy and the others, finally fixing his gaze on Chopper, "especially you, little reindeer. Thank you for saving my life." Chopper shyly avoided Jinbei's gaze. He longed for others' recognition, but when praised openly, he always felt a moment of restraint. "Haha!" Chopper's demeanor instantly lightened the atmosphere, making the previously tense scene more lively. "Uncle Jinbei, can you tell us what happened here? And how did you get so seriously injured?" "I can't believe someone with your skills could be hurt so badly," Luffy said, still feeling uneasy about what had happened on Fishman Island, wanting to do something about it. But first, he needed to understand what was going on. Luffy's words seemed to touch the scar Jinbei was most unwilling to reveal. However, after a moment of sorrow, Jinbei began to recount. First, he spoke about the impact of Whitebeard's death. After Whitebeard died, a large number of pirate crews that had been sanctioned by him began to attack his former territories. However, under Jinbei's protection, Fishman Island did not suffer fatal damage. It wasn't until a particularly fierce wave of pirates appeared, well organized and including powerful figures closely matching Jinbei's strength, that Jinbei was injured. After he managed to kill several members of that pirate crew who were close to his level with a powerful blow, that wave of pirates began to retreat. However, Jinbei felt that those pirates were just the vanguard, and there must be stronger forces behind them. So, after barely returning to Sunlight Town, Jinbei instructed Tyler to investigate before falling into a coma, and then Luffy and the others arrived. "Is there any result from the investigation?" Luffy asked anxiously, as they were most in need of information right now. "Though not much, I basically have some leads," Jinbei said, his expression dimming slightly. After all, if the information was true, the fall of Sunlight Town and Fishman Island was only a matter of time. "Have you heard about something?" Jinbei did not directly tell Luffy what the information was, but instead asked him a question. "One of the 4 emperors, Kaido, is dead, and the one who killed him is his former subordinate, one of the warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria." Jinbei suddenly revealed a shocking piece of news. Also, Blackbeard has now replaced Whitebeard's position, becoming the new 4 emperor, so 2 of the original 4 emperors are already dead. Blackbeard. Upon hearing this name, Luffy's heart surged with anger, not for any other reason, but because he was the one who killed his brother Ace. Yes, Blackbeard and Gecko Moria have become the new 4 emperors, alongside Shanks and Big Mom, dominating the entire New World. Chapter 134. the fishy pirate crew's Big Mom, Shanks, Blackbeard, Gecko Moria are all names that Luffy remembered, but he was puzzled about this so-called Big Mom, one of the four emperors. Huh, you don't know who Big Mom is, do you? Jinbei seemed to see through Luffy's thoughts and chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated this. Big Mom was indeed one of the four emperors. During Whitebeard's era, she was already one of them. It is normal that you don't know her, because even pirates who have been struggling in the New World for years might not know much about her. They only know she's also a four emperor, mainly because Big Mom is very low-key. Up to now, no one has discovered her exact location. However, anyone who disturbs her territory, no matter how famous they are, has not survived until now. This is her strength, and her domain is the most terrifying area in the New World, the Tato Land. Jinbei immediately shared everything he knew about Big Mom. Big Mom. Luffy repeated the name again, realizing that one of the unfamiliar four emperors from his memory had already been killed by Gecko Moria, while the other was so mysterious that even someone like Jinbei did not know much about her. However, before Luffy could delve deeper into this issue, Robin, who had been silent all along, suddenly smiled and asked Jinbei, could the mastermind behind the attack on Fishman Island be one of them, or one of Blackbeard and Gecko Moria? On no way. Robin's words prompted a chorus of disbelief from Nami, Usopp, and others, as they realized they were not prepared to deal with such formidable characters from the very beginning. Now we have some fun. In contrast, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji looked eager to show off their skills, all harboring a desire to fight. Luffy has always had a natural love for fighting, gaining opportunities for advancement through continuous battles. After undergoing the devilish training at the K3 base, Luffy has become even more confident, daring to challenge even the strongest opponents. As for Zoro, he has just obtained the ancient sword, Chungying, and has developed a new understanding of it during this time. Recently, Zoro has also been researching how to incorporate this powerful sword into his three-sword style, as the quality of Chungying is significantly higher than that of Kitetsu and Wado Ikamanji. If he merely treats Chungying as a substitute for the sword that Snow once wielded, it would be a great disservice to the sword. Therefore, through continuous experimentation, Zoro seems to have grasped a rhythm that allows him to fully utilize Chungying's characteristics while integrating it better into his three-sword style. Sanji, on the other hand, has been holding back a breath, unwilling to admit defeat, hoping to prove in fierce battles that he, Blackleg Sanji, is not inferior to Zoro. This time, the mastermind is Moonlight Moria, and Jinbei directly revealed the information he had gathered without making Luffy and the others guess too much. Moreover, there seems to be a shadow of the government beside Moonlight Moria. Jinbei dropped a shocking piece of news, although Luffy and the others had already known about it. Back when they were at Bubble Island, Rayleigh had informed Luffy that Brook had died and mentioned that the person behind Moonlight Moria was very strong, to the point that even Rayleigh was reluctant to confront him easily. When they heard that their opponent was Moonlight Moria, the Straw Hat Pirates fell silent, no longer feeling any fear due to the opponent's strength, because that person had to be killed. Moonlight Moria was the murderer of Brook, who was destined to become their companion. Therefore, no matter what the price might be, this battle must be fought. Uncle, focus on recovering. Fishman Island, we will protect Luffy, Jinbei said, throwing a tall and imposing silhouette before them, then gesturing for Tyler to join them outside. They already knew everything they needed to know, and the opponent was their common enemy, so they could now directly enter battle mode, just waiting for those people to come to them. They waited for a full 3 days. After 3 days, Jinbei's injuries had improved once again, allowing him to leave the pool, stand up, and even want to participate in the battle. However, after being informed by Luffy, Tyler, and Chopper, he abandoned that thought. But Jinbei had his own insistence, which was to fight alongside Luffy and the others at the forefront, even if it meant just watching them. Luffy and the others did not insist against Jinbei's request. On that afternoon, as the sentinel on the lookout tower of Fishman Island blew the whistle in his hand, Luffy and the others stood directly on a floating platform that Tyler had led people to repair. They lined up, with Luffy in the center, flanked by Zoro and Sanji, and behind them were Frankie, Usopp, and others. The cadre of the Sun Pirates was all lying in ambush underwater, ready to launch a surprise attack. All their combat power was revealed at that moment. The first thing that came into Luffy's view was a pirate flag fashioned into a hat shape, and shockingly, the hat was painted green. Moreover, on the pirate flag, the 3 words green hat could be clearly seen. The moment those 3 words appeared, Luffy and the others felt faint. Could they be the Green Hat Pirates? Usopp speculated seriously. The Green Hat Pirates are here. Fishmen, surrender quickly, or I'll make sure to tear you to pieces. The deafening shout came from that blood-splattering pirate ship. Before that voice faded, a series of strange pirate crews appeared. The Fire Moon Pirates, the Domineering Pirates, the Proud World Pirates, the Bull Nose Pirates, the First in the World Pirates. A total of 30 pirate crews formed a large mixed fish pirate crew. This entire mixed fish pirate crew had over 40 large triangular sailboats, moving towards Sunnytown, where Luffy and the others were located, with formidable propulsion. Is this our opponent? Looking at the colorful and chaotic pirates ahead, Luffy felt very displeased. They had waited here for 3 days, and the pent-up energy in his chest made him want to engage in a fierce battle with Moonlight Moria. Yet what they got was such a group of miscellaneous fish. Forget it, let's go. At that moment, Luffy wanted to quickly eliminate this chaotic group of guys to lure out the real big fish behind him. So these miscellaneous fish became cannon fodder. Adi. He charged directly onto the nearest ship, narrowing his eyes slightly before suddenly opening them wide, an aura erupting from his body in an instant. 3 ships, all 3 ships, were immobilized the moment Luffy's Conqueror's Haki erupted, completely unable to withstand a single blow. After saying this, Luffy rushed towards the next location, leaving the 3 ships of miscellaneous fish to the Sun Pirates to handle. Damn, Luffy is playing dirty. Watching Luffy dominate, Usopp, not wanting to back down, fired several green balls in succession. The green balls rapidly grew on those ships the moment they hit the miscellaneous fish pirate crew, wrapping the ships entirely. In an instant, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates unleashed their firepower, and in less than a brief moment, they had dealt with the group of miscellaneous fish. This left the Sun Pirates watching their battle in awe. Damn, this is too abnormal. Jinbei nodded slightly. Chapter 135, The Navy? It's no surprise that they were recognized by Rayleigh and the others. Not only did Luffy and the others annihilate this temporary assembled crew of miscellaneous fish in less than a minute, but Jinbei also saw their growth. He remembered that after the great event, Rayleigh had found him and told him about an unknown pirate who had set sail from the East Sea, someone chosen by the red-haired Shanks. At that time, he was still somewhat incredulous about how capable such a minor character could be. However, out of trust in Rayleigh and Shanks, he agreed to Rayleigh's request and even gave him a ship token from the Sun Pirates as a token of trust. Rayleigh had hoped that Jinbei would provide more help to Luffy and the others, but he did not expect that today it would be this group of people he had underestimated who would protect him. It seems that this era is indeed coming to an end, Jinbei sighed to himself. The destruction of the 40 sailboats provided a large supply to Sunnytown. Continuous supplies were urgently needed, as the food stored in Fishman Island was running low. Those miscellaneous fish pirate crews were directly set on fire by the Sun Pirates. In the New World, there is no mercy. Even the slightest kindness to the enemy can lead to deadly consequences. This is the rule of the New World. You guys did great to take care of that bunch of scraps so quickly. Jinbei happily approached them, his face full of smiles. This might just be a test. Testing your strengths and weaknesses, it seems they still have some fear of you. Robin timely analyzed her conclusion. It was natural for Jinbei to look at Robin with a bit of pity as he watched the little girl who had lived under a curse since childhood. Robin's face no longer showed any despair for life. Instead, it was filled with a warm beauty. It seemed she had indeed found a group of suitable companions. Just as Jinbei was reminiscing about Robin's misfortune, a white sailing ship appeared within their line of sight. A Navy ship? When they clearly saw the large emblem on the sail, Luffy and the others felt a hint of confusion. In the New World, everywhere was filled with various killings, and the Navy only protected the territories under their command, and Fishman Island was clearly not within their protection range. However, after experiencing a series of difficult defensive battles, they had learned from intelligence that this time the Navy was involved in the attack on Fishman Island. So when a single Navy ship came here, they indeed had some doubts. Did they think that such a small force was enough to handle the entire defense of Fishman Island? At that moment, a standard government command-like message came from the Navy ship. The citizens of Fishman Island, you can rest assured. The Navy headquarters has learned of the disaster you have suffered and has dispatched us to protect you. The message echoed repeatedly over Fishman Island, but the island, long protected by Whitebeard, had no trust in the so-called Navy. No matter how the Navy ship shouted, no one believed it. They just coldly watched as the government ship slowly approached. "This is our last chance," said Lucci, a man wearing a half-golden mask, holding a somewhat thick knife with 2 peculiar protrusions at the front, speaking to a thin man. "Last time we lost most of our combat power, and only escaped after launching the Buster Call. Although the world government did not pursue our responsibility, according to the information I received from above, this is our last opportunity. If we fail again, we are finished." The thin man calmly fed a piece of snack to the little dove on his shoulder and replied, "Don't worry, Commander. Although we only have 3 fighters left after that incident, our combat abilities have greatly improved. A mere injured warlord poses no threat to us." However, the few people who had just appeared and swiftly eliminated that group of weaklings made him feel a bit uneasy. According to intelligence, aside from Jinbe, there shouldn't be such a small team in the Straw Hat Pirates. Just now, Lucci and the others did not see Luffy and the others clearly since they were a bit far from that group of weak pirate crews. Don't worry, since General Yuri sent us, he must have absolute confidence. Besides, General Yuri promised me that if we complete this mission, we can replenish our CP9's combat power with the 5 elders. In that case, we might be able to build another judicial island in the New World. Spandam thought happily about the generous conditions promised by Yuri. All right, let's go ashore now. Let's deal with Jinbe first, Lucci said, ignoring Spandam's foolish behavior and turned to talk with Blueno and Gabra, reminding them to be careful as this operation might have uncertainties. As a Navy ship slowly approached, Jinbe unexpectedly did not order an attack, but let them in. At first, Tyler and the others were a bit worried, but seeing Luffy and the others' calm expressions, they felt relieved. It seemed that the old captain had intentionally left a target for this group of new recruits to experience the harshness of a new world. It was them. It was them. At this moment, Robin, who had been helping Chopper treat some injured people from the back, finally recognized the people on the ship. She would never forget that person, even if he turned to ash. During the Judicial Island incident, although Rayleigh saved her and killed most of CP9's members, in the end, that person had ruthlessly activated the Buster Call, sacrificing the lives of everyone on the island, which made Robin furious. Although she was ultimately rescued, the hatred she felt for that person could never be erased. As long as that person was alive, Robin's heart would never be at peace. After all, she had suffered too much pain at that person's hands. That person was purely a psychopath, just like his father, an absolute pervert. Spandam, I will personally snap your spine, was Robin's vow to herself. Robin, what's wrong? Nami finally noticed that something was off with Robin and turned to look at the Navy ship she hadn't paid much attention to earlier. After all, with Luffy and the others around, there was no need to worry about the Navy posing a direct threat to them. So Nami and Robin had been helping Chopper with rescue activities. Upon seeing the people on that ship, Nami finally understood the reason for Robin's change. After boarding the ship, Robin had become best friends with Nami, sharing some secrets she was usually reluctant to talk about. Nami was well aware of how Robin had been tormented by the pervert Spandam and CP9, and the golden mask on Spandam's head was the best identifier. Letting go of her rescue efforts, Nami picked up her climb attack again and calmly said to Chopper, who was still busy, "Chopper, I'm going to handle something with Robin. We'll be back soon," and pulled Robin forward, determined to help her completely break free from that painful gray memory. Nami walked over to Frankie and positioned Robin behind him so that Spandam wouldn't see Robin at first glance, then stepped forward in front of Luffy and the others. "Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, this time you all stand back. Let me and Robin handle this," Nami said, a bit choked up, to Sanji and the others, who were about to ask. "We'll take care of the rest." That person is someone you have a very clear memory of, so the moment Spandam appears, Luffy already knows that such a thing would happen. Thus, when Nami stood in front of him, he had already decided what to do. "Thank you." Before Nami could refuse, a deep voice came from behind Frankie. It was Robin's voice. At that moment, Robin was already in tears. Her beautiful face had become a mess of streaks. Chapter 136. Robin's Anger, the End of CP9. The Straw Hat crew of 8, except for Chopper, who was urgently treating the injured, and Robin, who was hiding behind Frankie's body, all stood on the shore, waiting for the masked man to come ashore. "Ha ha, Jinbe. Admiral Sengoku has promised that if you are willing to return to the government's embrace this time, the government will no longer pursue you for your actions during the incident, and they can even grant you the title of warlord." Spandam was completely unaware of the danger, as behind him stood Lucci, whose combat abilities had almost doubled, while his opponent was just an injured Jinbe. As for Luffy and the others, Spandam didn't say much more, treating them merely as some officers of the Straw Hat Pirates. When Blueno's figure also appeared, there were no longer any members of CP9 visible on that government ship. "Is this all that's left of CP9? Luffy interjected, asking Spandam, needing to confirm. "Yes, so, back then we had nearly 10 members, but during a shipwreck, we all died except for the 4 of us." Spandam continued to try to curry favor with Jinbe, as this was related to his career. If he could persuade Jinbe to surrender and then find an opportunity to kill him, that would be the best outcome. Spandam was ruthless. He could act friendly and brotherly. But once he captured you, He would torture you madly until you trembled at the sight of him. At that moment, Robin had already started trembling all over. After a deep breath and a glance at her companions, she gathered her courage and stood up. "Spandam, do you still recognize me?" Robin's voice still carried a hint of tremor, but with the encouraging gazes from Luffy and the others, she slowly suppressed her fear. "You are." Spandam's originally cheerful face turned pale at the sight of Robin, and he blurted out, "Bitch." However, Spandam quickly realized something was off because the people next to Robin looked so familiar. They're the Straw Hat Pirates who have recently caused a huge uproar. Lucci's voice came from behind Spandam, sounding a bit low. Lucci immediately recognized Luffy and the others, boasting that his strength had doubled and he could fight this newcomer who charged in like a rocket, so he wasn't panicking. However, it was now impossible for them to retreat. The Navy ship had already been taken over by the Sun Pirates officers. Unless they eliminated Luffy and the others, everything would be in vain. "Today is your death day." Luffy suddenly took a step forward, charging directly towards Lucci, making it clear that he would take this one. The next matchups were decided. Zoro against Gabra, Sanji against Blueno, while the others, together with Robin, would deal with Spandam. "This pervert must be tortured to death. Are you sure you can kill me?" Lucci asked directly, looking at the boy in front of him who was a head shorter. Given his current strength, he couldn't claim to be on par with the three admirals, but he was not someone to be bullied easily, especially since he had gained new insights into the Six Powers. Luffy glanced at Lucci, feeling pity. It was sad that he had made great achievements in the Six Powers, yet such accomplishments were mostly useless. Even the ancestor of the Six Powers, Bondo Jet, had been defeated by him. How much potential could this junior have? "Taking you down in 3 moves, isn't arrogance. It's just that my understanding of the Six Powers far exceeds yours," Luffy thought. "So dealing with Lucci wouldn't take long." Luffy's words enraged Lucci. How dare he claim he could defeat him in 3 moves? "Humph, ungrateful brat. Let you taste the power of Lucci." As Lucci thought, he moved, instantly darting to Luffy's blind spot from behind, attacking with a Shurgan without loudly announcing his technique. He intended to severely injure his opponent while Luffy was careless, since Luffy underestimated him. A faint ripple emanated from behind him, and Luffy completely grasped all of Lucci's movements with the observation haki, one of his haki abilities, sensing and detecting any actions of his opponent. Then a faint green ripple appeared around Luffy's hand, enveloping it entirely. Luffy sidestepped to evade Lucci's certain hit with Shurgan, and as Lucci was surprised, Luffy transformed his hand into a spear-like shape and attacked towards Lucci's chest. How can he use the Six Powers? Lucci was astonished that Luffy could even use the Six Powers as his hand was almost touching Lucci's body. Feeling the threat of Luffy's Shurgan, Lucci didn't dare to be careless. He stepped back while reinforcing his body with a layer of iron for defense. Ha-MP-ha-D. Luffy ignored all of Lucci's defensive actions, and the faint green ripple that clung to his hand transformed into a transparent attack wave shaped like a spear, striking towards Lucci's body. Boom! Even the iron could not withstand the oppressive attack of Luffy's armed haki, transformed Shurgan. Of course, this attack was not enough to kill Lucci. So after delivering the strike, Luffy quickly extended his arms back, pulling them a full 100 meters before charging towards Lucci, who was falling to the ground. With a rocket launcher, Luffy delivered another fierce blow, causing Lucci, who had dropped his defenses, to spit blood. Luffy did not stop. He had promised 3 moves, and even if it meant beating a corpse, he would see it through. So, Luffy delivered a battle axe attack, ending Lucci's life. Ignoring Lucci's eyes that were filled with disbelief even in death, Luffy turned to check on the others. He found that both Zoro and Sanji's battles were also nearing their end. However, Zoro had only taken a single sword, while Sanji hadn't even used his wind leg. In contrast, at that moment, Robin and the others had surrounded Spandam, yet they had not made a move. Watching as Spandam's trusted subordinates were defeated one by one and died. This was a feeling of despair. For the first time, Spandam felt hopeless. "No, I can't die now. I haven't built a judicial island in the New World yet." Spandam went mad in an instant. At Spandam's signal, the knife in his hand transformed into a gigantic elephant, charging wildly towards Robin, trying to create an opening to escape. At this point, Spandam was still thinking of escaping because he knew that if he fled, his chances of survival were 100%, but if he didn't run, it was no longer just about dying. Ignoring the elephant that had transformed from Spandam's knife charging at her, Robin crossed her arms, and numerous petals appeared around Spandam's body, ultimately binding him. The elephant, which had been charging full speed towards Robin, was also instantly trapped by Frankie's giant hand. Dealing with it was just a matter of time. ready to strike. Nami unleashed a lightning bolt the moment Robin trapped Spandam, the bolt piercing down from Spandam's head and emerging from between his legs. The intense pain made Spandam scream, and as the most important organ of a man fell due to Nami's electric attack, it dropped off completely. Usopp also dealt a heavy blow, shooting a giant stinky egg directly into Spandam's mouth just as he opened it. A crisp sound came from Spandam's hand joints. Robin had directly broken his fingers one by one. With each snap, whenever Spandam screamed, Usopp would shoot another stinky egg into his mouth, torturing Spandam for a full hour. Chapter 137. Sia Island. In the end, Spandam was broken in over 300 places, yet he remained unusually conscious. Finally, in a fit of anger, Robin used a claw to snap Spandam's lumbar vertebrae with a loud crack. After breaking Spandam's vertebrae, Robin finally let out a long sigh of relief. Usually composed, he now felt an impulse to shout in release. In the end, Robin held back. After all, CP9 had been completely eradicated, and the person he hated most had been killed by his own hands. Robin felt no regrets left in his heart. All that remained was to adventure with his friends, pursue their dreams, uncover all existing historical texts, and understand the truth of history. Wiping away the tears streaming down his face, Robin smiled again and flashed a grin at his companions. No further words were needed. One smile was enough. Seeing Robin smile, Luffy felt a wave of relief. It seemed that Uncle Rayleigh had left a significant favor for him, allowing him and his crew to assist Robin in taking down the person she hated the most. This way, Robin would feel a stronger sense of belonging to their team. Luffy knew very well that with Rayleigh's strength, if he wanted to kill Spandam and his crew, the Demon Slayer orders would have no effect on him at all. Rayleigh likely chose to let Spandam and the others live for the sake of Luffy and his crew. If that were the case, then Brook. At that moment, a strange thought suddenly popped into Luffy's mind. How much of the truth about Brook's demise, as mentioned by Rayleigh, was real? Was it also a significant gift left for him? Regardless of whether there was a crisis at Fishman Island, he would have to visit Moonlight Moria. After all, it was the only chance to determine if Brook was still alive, and he couldn't hesitate on this matter. Luffy didn't express his thoughts directly, but started paying more attention to certain things. Once they had finished dealing with their matters, Elder Tyler let out a loud shout and pulled over a trembling Marine. "Straw Hat Kid, this sailor seems to know something. Let's see if it's helpful." Initially, Tyler referred to Luffy very formally, but as he became more familiar with him, he started calling Luffy Straw Hat Kid, similar to Jinbei, making it feel more friendly. "Oh, Usopp, interrogate him." Looking at the 40-something Marine, Luffy felt no pity for his miserable appearance. After all, how could someone who had mingled with a person like Spandam reach such an age? It was simply too pathetic. After some intimidating words from Usopp, they managed to extract some useful information from the Marine. They learned why Spandam had returned here. It turned out he was a figure of admiral rank within the world government, equivalent to those in the Navy headquarters. Moreover, compared to admiral from the Navy headquarters, those directly controlled by the world government had an easier time obtaining research resources. The number of admirals directly controlled by the world government was significantly larger than those from the Navy headquarters. Of course, some were shared between the two, receiving orders from both sides. Unlike the admirals of the Navy headquarters, who were directly under the Navy and not controlled by the world government, those controlled by the world government, like Yuri, who brought Spandam to the New World, were directly subordinate to the upper echelons of the world government, not subject to any orders from the Navy headquarters. After the trembling Marine explained this convoluted relationship for a while, Luffy and the others began to understand. They then inquired about Moonlight Moria's situation. This 40-something Marine revealed a shocking secret: the death of the Yonko Kaido and the current whereabouts of Moonlight Moria. It turned out that Kaido's death was not entirely due to Moonlight Moria. Several factors contributed to Moria's ability to kill Kaido. The first major factor was during the significant incident when Whitebeard attacked Mafford. Kaido attempted to strike at Whitebeard during this critical moment, but was stopped by Shanks, who arrived just in time. After a fierce battle, Kaido was beaten back by Shanks and suffered severe injuries, while his crew also suffered significant losses, including several key officers. Shanks' strength had completely caught Kaido off guard. The second factor was the assistance from the government, specifically Yuri's help. In the New World, Yuri could easily access intelligence collected by the world government and Navy headquarters, allowing him to know Kaido's current situation. Thus, under the lure of mutual benefits, Moonlight Moria teamed up with him to find Kaido. Together, they killed the injured Kaido and seized the title of Yonko. Due to Yuri's identity being confidential, Moonlight Moria took the credit. This explanation relieved Nami and the others, who initially thought Moonlight Moria had become incredibly strong. Although both Moria and Yuri possessed immense power, it was far less daunting than single-handedly defeating one of the strongest Yonko during his prime, Kaido. They had long been aware of Whitebeard's formidable strength, so their caution towards Kaido, another Yonko, only increased. After obtaining more useful information from the old Marine, they decided to release all the Marines. Although they were despicable, they were merely influenced by a twisted individual like Spandam. Luffy hoped they could change in their future lives. After all, they were not inherently evil, as he thought. A day later, as the sea breeze blew away the stench of blood from the shore, Luffy and the others stood aboard the Mary, alongside a larger sailing ship filled with fishmen wearing black belts and some robust humans who had long lived on Fishman Island. Luffy, after we deal with Moonlight Moria and return here, let us have a drink together, Jinbei suggested, but after being firmly rejected by Luffy and the others, he felt a bit gloomy staying in Sunlight City. Jinbei's task was to dispose of the corpses on Fishman Island while they were at sea. Otherwise, they would rot and cause many strange and troublesome problems. Set sail, destination Sia Island. Luffy stood proudly at the bow, looking very carefree. Sia Island is a very secretive little island not far from Fishman Island, just a 3-day journey. Of course, this also depended on the sailing speed of the Sun Pirates. If it were just the Mary, it wouldn't take 3 days. 1 day would suffice. Right now, Moonlight Moria and Admiral Yuri of the world government were resting on Sia Island. From information obtained from Jinbei, Luffy learned some details about Sia Island. Aside from its geographical position, the most notable feature of Sia Island was its abundance of trees, and the surrounding sea area was perpetually shrouded in fog, with low visibility. This was very suitable for Moria's selection criteria regarding distance. So after the Marine mentioned this place, and with Jinbei's explanation, Luffy believed the Marine and set their target accordingly. Should I give them a greeting gift? Zoro lazily raised the sword CHN in his hand, seemingly very fond of its sword light. However, due to its strict physical requirements, he was also reluctant to use it easily. No need, just go ashore directly. We need to catch them off guard, Nami said, glancing at the weather around them. Since arriving here 3 days ago, she had been paying close attention to the weather conditions near Shia Island, and for 3 whole days, the fog had not dissipated. It seemed that this place indeed had fog year-round, as Jinbei had said. Elder Tyler, let's head over there, Frankie called out to Tyler, the leader of the Sun Pirates, behind him. Chapter 138, Prelude when the ship stopped at a pre-selected hidden spot. Luffy and the others were the first to step onto this island filled with a sense of danger. Uncle Tyler, don't be nervous, it will be over soon, Luffy said, glancing back at Tyler, whose legs were shaking. After all, according to Jinbei, their spiritual support was not with them this time. Although Luffy and the others were strong enough, they still lacked the spiritual influence that Jinbei provided. Tyler could only smile helplessly at their comfort, and then began to organize things step by step. Everyone quickly made their final battle preparations, fully aware that they were ready to sacrifice their lives for their hometown. After the initial tension, they gradually shed their nervousness as they worked quickly. Uncle Tyler, let us distribute the upcoming battle tasks. Usopp ran over to Tyler, who was still directing his subordinates to move items, pulling him over to Luffy and the others. All right, let us start assigning roles. This time, Luffy was surprisingly calm and didn't let Nami and Robin set up the battle plan, as he felt that this mission was very important. Not only was it their first battle in the new world, but it was also a crucial moment to confirm whether his guess about Uncle Rayleigh was correct. Robin, Frankie, Chopper, Usopp, and Uncle Tyler, you will take most of the Sun Pirates crew and head in this direction. Your goal is to infiltrate the center of Shia Island, Shia City, and gather the information and items we need. Once the battle in front begins, you will act immediately. Understood? Luffy pointed to the red cross on a simple map, addressing Robin and the others. Understood. Then let us go, Robin replied. Luffy took a deep look at Robin, and then said to Zoro beside him, Zoro, do you remember what I told you? I'm counting on you. Zoro ignored Sanji's raised eyebrows and walked in one direction, never doubting what Luffy had said. Sanji, Nami, let us go. If the information is accurate, this battle will be tough. Get ready, brothers of the Sun Pirates. It's our turn, Luffy said to the more than 200 people Tyler had left behind. After all, this time their opponent was Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria, who had eaten the Shadow fruit, combined with that damn surgeon, created those extraordinary zombie puppets. Although they weren't a threat to Luffy and the others, their sheer numbers and near immortality required the Sun Pirates to help tie up those zombie soldiers and execute the plan of throwing the prepared sea salt into their mouths. Shi'a City had now become a ghost town, with no civilians present, only pirates relying on Gecko Moria, who was on the verge of becoming a Yonko. Today marked only 3 days until they completely wiped out Fishman Island. Yuri, why do we have to wait so long? That guy Jinbe isn't even my opponent anymore. Especially now that I possess nearly invincible treasures, Gecko Moria arrogantly remarked to the not-so-tall man beside him. Moria's complaints didn't elicit any emotional response from Yuri, who simply retorted, "This is an order from the world government. We must capture Jinbe alive if possible." Yuri's indifferent attitude always deflected Moria's discomfort. After all, most of the achievements he now enjoyed were inseparable from this man. However, since that battle, he had acquired a new set of puppets, and his strength had completely surpassed Yuri's. He thought this would change Yuri's attitude toward him, but to his surprise, Yuri remained as indifferent as ever. And Moria found himself powerless against him, especially since he now belonged to the world government side. Thinking of the formidable power exhibited by the world government, Moria completely lost his will to resist. After all, he had already avenged himself and was living relatively comfortably in this new world, which was why he could remain unconcerned about Yuri's dismissive attitude. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, startling Moria, while Yuri, who had been keeping his eyes half closed, immediately sprang up. "What is going on?" Yuri asked the 2 subordinates standing guard outside the door. "Report, General Yuri. The city gate of Shi'a City has been attacked by unidentified pirates. Currently, 3 battalions have been engaged in battle, but the subordinate, dressed like a pirate, revealed through his actions that he was actually a Marine." "What? Speak quickly, don't stammer." Yuri felt a bad premonition at this moment. There are only over 200 of them, but their assault is fierce. 2 battalions have already been wiped out, and at this rate, the 3 battalions that have come to reinforce are already more than half depleted, the trembling Marine reported. "Foolish. Hurry up and call Usopp over. The enemy's combat power must be formidable." As the battle report became clearer, Yuri's unease intensified. "Yuri, why the grim face? Don't worry. They're just a bunch of small fries. I'll just summon a few strong puppets to take them out." Gecko Moria remained calm, sitting on his throne. "Moria, we must go to the city gate immediately, and you must keep some strength to guard the treasury. You must understand that it holds many secrets of the world government that cannot be lost," Yuri commanded Moria. Then, under Yuri's insistence, the 3 of them, along with Usopp, headed toward the city gate, where the battle was nearing its climax. "It seems Luffy and the others have started fighting. We need to act now," Robin said to everyone behind her, glancing at the smoke rising from the battle, and she was the first to sneak forward through a secret passage. "Finally resolved. Next should be the big fish." Amidst a flurry of sounds and the rapid battle that the Sun Pirates had already become immune to, Luffy and the others quickly dealt with the 5 battalions in front of them, totaling nearly 1,500 men. Even a single punch would take a long time. However, Luffy and his crew easily overwhelmed them. This army of over 1,500 had no ability to resist at all. From the formation of this army, it was clear that they were all trained and disciplined troops, and their combined strength should have been formidable. But that woman, who looked innocent and charming, waved her hand, and a large number of black bubbles shot out from her demonic-looking staff, bursting in the densely packed crowd, causing a wave of people to be knocked down. The gentlemanlike man, however, moved his feet like a high-speed motor, swinging them rapidly, and his whole body flickered as if teleporting. Wherever he appeared, a group of people would be kicked to the ground. However, although the girl and the gentleman were terrifying, the most frightening was the boy in the straw hat in the middle. The boy wore a slightly yellowed straw hat and slowly walked towards the city gate, creating a wide area of ripples around him, and with these ripples, a large number of people were directly knocked down. Chapter 139, Microcontrol System. Lifebound Zombie. While Luffy and the others launched their offensive frenzy, attracting the 3 main forces of West Asia Island, under Robin's lead. The 4-man team successfully infiltrated the center of West Asia City. They casually found a few remaining soldiers and handed them over to Usopp. After a brief interrogation, they gained some understanding of the structure of West Asia City. After swiftly eliminating the soldier who provided the information, Robin and her team began to move toward the so-called secret treasury. Since the creation of the brand new Oz puppet, the genius surgeon Higubaku had embarked on a new research project based on the manufacturing of zombie puppets, a microcontrol system. If this research was completed, Higubaku would be able to successfully create a lifebound zombie puppet. A lifebound zombie puppet is one that uses one's own body as a template, operating on their own body to give it the strength of a zombie while maintaining flexibility. This is particularly important for a surgeon like Higobaku, as even a slight loss of flexibility could have an indelible impact on the surgeries he performs. After a period of research, Higobaku successfully completed this study and had already modified his own body. This was why Moonlight Moria dared to leave him alone to guard the most important treasure, the secret treasury. However, Higobaku was not satisfied with just his own modifications. During his watch over the treasure, he also created several life-bound zombies that complied with the microcontrol system, adding a special element to ensure that these life-bound zombies would obey him absolutely. Today, while guarding the treasury, Higobaku had not created any new life-bound zombies. Instead, he sat leisurely with his legs crossed at his post, feeling completely detached from the battle happening outside. He never imagined that someone would attack him here. "This is it. Frankie, open the door." Suddenly, a beautiful female voice reached Higobaku's ears from outside the treasury. Wow, what a lovely voice. Looks like there's a new specimen, Higobaku thought, feeling a brief moment of pleasure at the prospect of a good specimen, which meant he could create another perfect life-bound zombie. Creating a life-bound zombie is a technical endeavor, and Higobaku believed in the idea of quality over quantity. Bang, just as Higobaku was preparing, a loud noise reverberated, and the thick wall of the treasury was blasted open, creating a large hole. The first thing that entered Higobaku's sight was a gigantic mechanical hand, which had a large steel cover at its front that completely enveloped the opening. Such exquisite design. So cool. Frankie's somewhat lewd voice echoed as the mechanical hand slowly retracted, scattering petals as it withdrew. The beautiful female voice rang out again, and the petals transformed into hands, pushing into the opening over a yard deep. Sure enough, there are guards. Robin clearly saw a man covered in loose thread. Standing behind him were 5 others with similar chaotic stitching marks. "Welcome to the operating room of the genius surgeon Higobaku." His voice was a bit hoarse but clear. Higobaku's microcontrol system was indeed perfect. Apart from having enhanced strength, all other bodily functions remained unaffected. "Hey Higobaku," a very cute voice suddenly came from within the petals. "Robin, let us go." "That's the genius surgeon Higobaku. I want to learn a few tricks from him," Chopper said, filled with anticipation. Robin smiled slightly. "You better not regret it," and then withdrew the petal defense, revealing the 4 of them in front of Higobaku. Higobaku, Dr. Chopper, who originally planned to rush forward for an autograph, suddenly froze, for what he saw was a zombie-like figure with a body that had been stitched and patched up. "What happened to you?" Chopper's voice gradually diminished, but he could still be heard muttering in disbelief. "You're a genius surgeon, my most admired doctor. How could you have died and turned into a zombie?" "Ha, died?" Higobaku seemed to laugh maniacally, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world from that reindeer. "I, genius surgeon Higobaku, could never die. Not only am I not dead, but my vitality has become even more robust, my lifespan at least several times that of you." Higobaku slowly revealed some of his circumstances, seemingly wanting to mock the little reindeer who dared to say he was dead. However, he did not notice that the little reindeer in front of him, as he spoke, gradually grew darker on the face that was once filled with admiration. This was the first time the naturally adorable Chopper displayed such a gloomy expression. "You mean, you used the corpses of dead people for research and created your current appearance?" Chopper asked, unfazed by Higobaku's reckless words. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think a genius doctor like me would joke about my own body?" Higobaku's demeanor became even more arrogant. Hearing Higobaku's affirmative response, Chopper's previously gloomy face darkened even further, and a faint sigh escaped from the depths of this little fellow. "Higobaku, I challenge you. If you lose, I will directly eliminate you and destroy those puppets you made that defile the corpses of others. As a doctor, you do not strive to improve your skills, but instead research this kind of surgery that defiles the dead. You do not deserve to be a doctor." Chopper's words were filled with undeniable certainty. "Oomph. You bunch of scum dare to speak such big words about eliminating me? But seems you little guy are also a doctor. Killing you directly wouldn't resolve the anger I felt from your earlier nonsense. Fine, I accept your challenge." Higobaku slowly walked to a hidden corner, then dragged out 2 coffins and placed them in front of Chopper. He then instructed the life-bound zombies behind him to lay the 2 still steaming corpses on the coffins, forming a makeshift operating table. The 2 corpses, or rather, they were about to become corpses, were proudly presented by Higobaku to Chopper. However, the words that came out of his mouth filled Robin and the others with anger. It was already shameless and morally corrupt for Higobaku to conduct experiments on dead bodies to create zombies. And now he had brought out 2 people who were not yet completely dead. The challenge he proposed to Chopper was to see who could perform surgery to bring these two corpses back to life, meaning that Higabaku wanted to demonstrate the creation of living zombies on the spot. I never joke about a patient's life, so I don't like it when others joke about a patient's life in front of me, Chopper thought, feeling furious at Higabaku, his former idol. However, he had to hold back his anger. Moreover, it seemed that Chopper had no choice but to participate in this competition, as it concerned not only the lives of the two people in front of him, but also the 30 other similar lives at stake. Just as Chopper began to voice his opposition to this competition, Higabaku's puppet, the main zombie, opened a coffin, revealing more than 30 other individuals who were also not completely dead. "You inhuman, morally bankrupt guy. You can actually do something like this," Chopper shouted angrily. But Higabaku had already begun the competition, using those 30 lives as leverage. Chapter 140. Beyond the genius surgeon, Higabaku did indeed have unique insights into surgery. In less than 15 minutes, he quickly dissected, filled, and sutured to create a brand new zombie puppet. He poured a drop of dark liquid from a small bottle into the newly made zombie. After completing all of this, Higabaku casually washed his bloodied hands, looking pleased with himself as he glanced at the little reindeer beside him. In his view, he had once again perfectly showcased his talent in surgery, expecting countless cheers of admiration. However, when he turned to look again, he found that the little reindeer was staring motionless at the corpse in front of it, occasionally leaning in to check its pulse and heartbeats. Chopper had not yet picked up the scalpel, which surprised Higabaku, but from the little guy's demeanor, Higabaku sensed that it wasn't that Chopper had given up on the competition. He was still contemplating. This made Higabaku feel a bit uneasy, and he signaled one of his controlled main zombies to slowly walk over to a coffin. At the same time, Higabaku's voice rang out, "Kid, you don't have much time left. In half an hour, if you haven't finished, I won't wait for you." Chopper heard Higabaku's words, but they did not prompt him to pick up the surgical tools that Higabaku had prepared for him. Although Chopper was certainly not as skilled as Higabaku in surgery, this competition was not merely about who made the most cuts, but rather who made the most effective ones, combining some of his own concocted medicine, though these could not weigh too heavily. As the main aspect of their competition was surgery, Chopper gradually figured out the condition of the person in front of him who was hanging on by a thread, identifying all the critical points of the fatal injuries. He knew he couldn't cut too easily. Otherwise, the greatest achievement he could attain would be to create a zombie puppet like Higabaku. However, Chopper believed that saving this person's life wasn't too difficult. He just needed to stabilize this person's last breath before making his incision. A green bottle escaped from Chopper's invincible little bag, and he poured a green pill from it into the person's mouth. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Chopper began to make his incision. His movements were neither fast nor particularly impressive. Each cut was small, causing minimal trauma to the person, but effectively addressing the ailments within. As Chopper began his series of minimally invasive surgeries step by step, Higabaku watched in increasing shock. However, he did not show any reaction at that moment. Instead, he looked on with anticipation at Chopper's actions. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and Chopper successfully completed the surgery. He put away his scalpel into his toolbox and finished the series of sutures, completing the entire operation. "You used the microsurgery system I published at Avant-Garde Medicine 30 years ago to complete the whole operation," Higabaku asked nostalgically. "Yes," Chopper replied succinctly, without a hint of doubt, as if he had never intended to hide it. "Then you should understand that while this surgery can alleviate the ailments and minimize further harm to patients, it won't work on this person who is only hanging on by a breath. So, you've lost this competition. In light of the fact that you reminded me of some things from back in the day, you can go. I won't make it difficult for you," Higabaku said, resembling a homesick old man at that moment. "Really?" Chopper did not let Higabaku's change in attitude diminish his revulsion and anger towards Higabaku's research on deceased bodies. "What? Did you really think a few of you could do anything to me?" Higabaku's voice suddenly rose, having been somewhat hesitant before. "Higabaku, look at Chopper now," Robin said, her usual calm demeanor replaced by that of a scholar obsessed with certain academic theories, screaming hysterically at those who tarnished academia. Higabaku seemed momentarily stunned by Chopper's sudden outburst, or rather, by the content of Chopper's words. He rushed over to examine the coffin where Chopper had performed his surgery, closely inspecting all of Chopper's surgical traces and checking the life force of the person who should have only had one breath left. This examination shocked Higabaku at this moment. The person's life force was surprisingly strong. If things continued to develop as they were, within less than half a month, this person, who had originally been in a coffin, would be able to appear before Higabaku full of life. How did you do it? Higoboku looked at the little figure in front of him, incredulous. As if for a moment, this genius surgeon felt he was looking up at an insurmountable height. Robin, Frankie, Usopp, help me. Chopper ignored Higoboku's question and spoke to his companions. In an instant, he transformed, growing larger as he activated his human fruit. At this moment, with the help of Robin and the others, all 20 coffins that Higoboku had hidden in a corner were opened, and they carefully placed the individuals who were still hanging on by a breath on top of the coffins. Chopper moved, his hands flying quickly. He first fed these people some green pills, and after a moment, he began a series of surgeries on more than 20 individuals. Originally, the main zombies belonging to Higoboku wanted to stop Chopper's actions, perhaps to tear apart this little guy who didn't know how high the sky was. However, in the end, they were indeed stopped by Higoboku, as he was completely captivated by Chopper's series of actions. What attracts Higoboku is not Chopper's series of surgical maneuvers, but the meticulousness of each incision he makes. However, what fascinates Higoboku the most is why those who are on the brink of death after a series of surgeries miraculously survive the trauma inflicted by the operations. Eventually, Higoboku discovered 2 reasons, the most significant being the mysterious green pill, and the second being Chopper's precise control of each surgical cut, minimizing secondary damage to the patients. More than an hour passed surprisingly quickly, and a skilled Chopper completed the entire surgical operation at a speed that was unfathomable to ordinary people. You have surpassed my research in minimally invasive surgical systems. For so many years, I have been studying minimally invasive surgical systems. But what I ended up mastering turned me into a zombie-like monster. I never expected that today you would show me the value of promoting minimally invasive surgery. But can you tell me the function of that green pill? Higoboku was not disheartened by his failure. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised that Chopper had perfected the minimally invasive surgical system. This is a pill I refined from countless herbs, specially prepared for surgical procedures. It not only anesthetizes the patient's nervous system, but also provides them with a certain amount of life energy. Of course, there are downsides, but compared to life itself, they are negligible, Chopper explained lightly, putting away the small green bottle. In fact, Higoboku had admired you, the god of surgery, since I began studying medicine under Hiroluk. However, you have focused too much on surgical research and forgotten that the greatest achievement as a doctor is to pull patients back from the brink of death. Now, why are you using these nearly dead individuals for your research? Do you still consider yourself a doctor? Chopper questioned Higoboku bluntly. Chapter 141. History text. You have surpassed me in the minimally invasive surgical system and indirectly helped me fulfill my greatest wish. All right, you win, Higoboku said helplessly, then signaled to Chopper that they could take the 20 or so patients he had treated and leave. However, it seemed Higoboku did not understand the situation at this moment. Higoboku awakened. You have competed with your idol in medicine and showcased your years of research on minimally invasive surgical systems. I'm satisfied. But no matter if it is to eliminate harm from the ranks of doctors or for the purpose of their mission, this person before me cannot be allowed to live. There is no need for anything else. He must be eliminated. Higoboku never expected that despite his compassion, these people would show no gratitude and even think of eliminating him. This was too ridiculous. Since you sincerely seek death, don't blame me. Higoboku's previously somewhat human expression suddenly turned ferocious. He took out a tiny black ball from his pocket, the same color as the liquid he had poured into the corpse earlier. With a snap, Higoboku crushed the black ball, and with a wave of his hand, the black powder from the crushed ball spread over the 5 living corpse puppets behind him. These 5 living corpse puppets were also created by Higoboku using his minimally invasive control system. And the corpses used to create such puppets could not be dead, but rather those who still had a breath of life left. Originally, there were more than 30 such specimens in this small room for Higoboku to use, but after making 5, he realized that it was not worth it because the characteristics of the puppets were too singular and it consumed too much energy and black essence. However, Higoboku thought that although he was not satisfied with these 5 living corpses, they were still sufficient to deal with the people before him. Go, tear them all apart, but leave that woman alive. Higoboku commanded his living corpses to charge at Chopper and the others. Usopp, try using salt. These zombies are afraid of salt. Luffy had told them before they set off. However, when Usopp continuously shot salt grains into the mouths of these living corpses, he found that this tactic seemed ineffective. Ha! Did you think that the living corpses I control would be like those ordinary shadow puppets? Idiots! Higoboku laughed smugly at Chopper and the others. However, before he could close his mouth, he realized a serious problem. It seemed that he had no chance of victory in this battle. Because after the salt tactic failed, The woman with the enchanting voice crossed her arms, and with a wave of fragrance, flower petals wrapped around Higobaku's 5 subordinates. Meanwhile, the man with the mechanical giant hands grabbed a living corpse's head with his massive hands, and flames erupted from his hands, instantly vaporizing the once incredibly strong living corpse. After that, it became simple. Following a brief pause, the mechanical man swiftly dealt with all 5 of Higobaku's subordinates. After several consecutive attacks, Higobaku finally noticed something. The mechanical man always had a slight tremor in his hands whenever he grabbed a living corpse. And it was after this tremor that the intense flames would emerge to completely destroy the body of the living corpse. This was what terrified Higobaku. "What are you using?" Higobaku seemed not to realize where he was, and instead asked Franky about the technique he had just used. "Higobaku, now it's my turn to deal with you," Chopper said as he put a blue ball into his mouth, and in an instant, he transformed into a reindeer. With enhanced speed, Chopper surged forward, charging directly at Higobaku without giving him any time to react. With enhanced strength, Chopper leapt up, crossing his front hooves rapidly, and struck Higobaku with a powerful kick. A mark resembling a cherry blossom appeared on Higobaku's hard body. However, although the attack was heavy, Higobaku was not one to be trifled with. He had already prepared to retreat when Chopper attacked, so when Chopper's front hooves emitted a tremor wave, Higobaku had already swiftly retreated. Higobaku was unconcerned about ordinary attacks. For him, who had been turned into a zombie body, such attack intensity could not possibly harm him. However, that strange tremor was another matter. It was terrifying. So from the very beginning, Higobaku was on guard against that tremor, not giving Chopper any opportunity to launch an attack. Chopper did not expect that after accelerating repeatedly, Higobaku would still be able to dodge and avoid his subsequent attacks, but that was not a problem. After all, the first attack had already landed on Higobaku's body, and the next part was very simple. After activating the jump enhancement once again, Chopper's speed surged, and as soon as he landed, he sprang up, charging towards Higobaku. At the moment, he was exhausted. Seeing Chopper's somewhat fearsome front hooves, Higobaku smiled slightly and prepared to retreat again to dodge this round of attacks, after which he could start his counterattack. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread from his chest, the spot where Chopper had just hit him. "But I'm already a zombie." Higobaku was momentarily stunned. At this critical moment, Chopper's flying front hooves blossomed like dancing cherry blossoms on Higobaku's body, culminating in a final strike as Chopper elegantly landed. The stamp hoof, cherry blossom dance didn't use any special techniques, yet Chopper's sharp attack shattered Higobaku's iron-like body. After a look of disbelief, Higobaku's will slowly dissipated, and until his death, he could not comprehend what could invade his zombie body. "I used several types of pure yang substances to refine this solar water. Breaking through your mere zombie body was not difficult." Chopper casually took out a pure white handkerchief with a bit of silver trim from his small bag and wiped off the remaining solar water from his front hooves. After all, even if it wasn't a zombie, being contaminated with such a pure yang liquid like solar water for too long wasn't a good thing. "I didn't expect it, Chopper, that you actually have this trick, making me worry for nothing just now." Usopp praised Chopper's endless tricks. The adorable Chopper once again presented himself as they four simply dealt with Higobaku and those who had been treated by Chopper amidst laughter and joy, and then arrived at a copper-clad secret chamber. After carefully examining the door of the secret chamber and trying several violent methods to break it down without success, Franky finally became serious, allowing Usopp and the others to discover Franky's talent for lock-picking, truly a genius. After a flurry of activity, Franky finally opened the secret chamber door, revealing Moonlight Moria's secret chamber before Robin and the others. A massive golden stone wall immediately caught Robin's eye. Chapter 142, Autumn Water. This is the historical text. Robin looked at the huge stone tablet in front of her with some excitement, then stepped forward to read it word by word, trying to grasp its meaning, while Usopp and the others began to rummage through the entire treasury, sorting out everything worth taking. However, they didn't touch the documents, waiting for Robin to handle those. The entire Shia Island is actually divided into 3 trapezoidal setups. At the very front of Shia City is a large plaza-like platform with a huge port where any ship stopping at Shia City would dock again. Following that is Shia City itself, the central area of the entire Shia Island. The most suitable place for building a city due to the mountains forming a natural protective barrier at the back of Shia City. This is also the reason why Moonlight Moria and the others deployed almost all their combat power to the city gate the moment the riot occurred. Within this vast mountain range stands a very special pavilion, a large rectangular pillar several dozen meters high, and at its base is a fortress-like structure that is completely enclosed, with the only exit being the opening at the top of the pavilion. At this moment, two men stood on a slightly sloping mountain in front of the pavilion. One man was emaciated, his clothes tattered, and his body covered in numerous stitch scars, also a zombie. However, this zombie held a black sword in his hand. Opposite him stood another man skilled in swordsmanship, with 3 sword hilts at his waist, 2 swords properly sheathed in their hilts, and 1 sword tightly gripped in his hand. With green hair as his trademark, this man was Zoro, who had come to the back mountain upon Luffy's instructions. At this moment, Zoro's right hand, tightly gripping the sword Enma, felt a wave of soreness, surprising him. When he first encountered the shadow puppet, Zoro had drawn Enma without paying much attention, intending to clear the obstacle and enter the pavilion behind. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary shadow puppet also drew its sword from its waist. In an instant, the two engaged in a direct confrontation, and when the swords were tightly gripped, the aura emanating from the shadow puppet made Zoro feel the presence of a true swordsman. This immediately piqued Zoro's interest. After a series of exchanges, he discovered that his opponent was not only a true swordsmanship master, but also an experienced swordsman with rich combat experience, which exhilarated Zoro. Throughout his journey, aside from his encounter with Mihawk, Zoro had rarely faced a true swordsmanship duel, so meeting someone with significant achievements in swordsmanship in such a remote place made Zoro, an enthusiast of swordsmanship, feel exhilarated. 3-sword style, Roronoa Zoro. Zoro stated his name calmly, clearly aiming for a genuine duel between swordsmen. Sword Master Ryuma, the shadow puppet, introduced itself. Gazing intently at this man, it found quite appealing. Sword Master Ryuma, you're the one who once slayed the dragon that flew in the sky. Zoro was somewhat surprised, but more excited. The stronger the opponent, the more thrilled Zoro became. This was the mark of a martial arts enthusiast. Zoro's smile made the shadow puppet feel somewhat pleased, and it replied with a smile, "If you can defeat me, this sword will be yours." Swordmaster Ryuma pushed the black sword in his hand forward a bit so that Zoro could see it clearly. This sword. Zoro looked at the sword in front of him with some surprise. Its aura made him feel an overwhelming pressure, even a sense of familiarity. Zoro glanced at the sword at his waist, the one that held the greatest significance for him, the Kitetsu's sword, which Kuna had left for him. The sword his opponent had drawn bore a similar aura to that of the Kitetsu's sword. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zoro felt a rush of excitement. Being able to obtain a great blade of 20 craftsmanship, Zoro would surely welcome it. After all, the cursed sword Enma in his hand, while not an ordinary item, the difference between a great blade of 50 craftsmanship and one of 20 craftsmanship was not insignificant. So after obtaining the ancient famous sword, Chungying, the cursed sword felt even more out of place. When using the 3-sword style, there was an imbalance if he could acquire this sword, which was also a great blade of 20 craftsmanship. It would not only maintain the power of the 3-sword style, but also enhance the effectiveness of the Chungying sword and the essence of the 3-sword style. May I ask, what is the name of this great blade of 20 craftsmanship? Every famous blade has its unique name at the time of its creation, so this sword, which Zoro recognized as a great blade of 20 craftsmanship from its aura, naturally had a resounding name. The Great Knife, 20 crafts, was instantly named by Chiyo Shuei Longma without any hesitation. Chiyo Shuei, what a good name. Then I'll use this sword as a wager, Zoro said, taking out the Chungying sword from his waist without any hesitation. Although the Chungying sword is an ancient famous sword, Zoro had no other stakes at this moment. He couldn't use the cursed blade Sandai Kitetsu as a wager due to the disparity in their identities. And he could never use the Wad Ikamanji as a stake because this sword had to witness all of Zoro's battles, regardless of victory or defeat. It had to accompany him. Since it's the Chungying sword, kid, you seem quite impressive, Longma said, momentarily amazed but quickly regaining his composure. There was no hint of greed in his eyes. This was the gaze that a swordsman should possess. While the weapon is crucial for the performance of these sword practitioners, a calm heart is even more essential for how far they can go in the sword path. Let me use this fine knife, 50 crafts, to compete with you. Senior Longma. As soon as the words were spoken, there was no more idle chatter between the two. They began a true contest belonging to swordsmanship masters. Under the relentless attacks from Longma's Chiyo Shuei, Zoro's cursed blade began to show signs of wear. Yet, even in such circumstances, Zoro never considered drawing the Wad Ikamanji. Instead, he persisted with his one-sword style. It wasn't that Zoro thought he could easily handle this great swordsman. Rather, it seemed that this shadow puppet was not competing with him, but was teaching him swordsmanship through their exchanges. Every slash was executed by Longma with precision, and Zoro managed to meet each one with equal force, as if his sword was perfectly aligned with the path of his opponent's blade. This made Zoro increasingly amazed. Originally wanting to use techniques to assist in defeating his opponent, he gradually abandoned that thought and focused on engaging in a back and forth with Longma. The teaching match lasted for over 2 hours, and after Longma's final strike, the Chioshui fell into Zoro's hands. The swordsman Longma's shadow puppet suddenly exploded, dissipating before Zoro. The original shadow attached to it was pulled away by a strong force into a nearby loft. Looking at the somewhat heavy great knife, 20 crafts, Zoro furrowed his brows. It wasn't that the sword was bad, but the intent behind Longma was what puzzled him. However, after a brief contemplation, Zoro stopped overthinking and sheathed the Chioshui, glanced at the loft, and walked over. Chapter 143. Wine Fruit. Zoro obtained the Chioshui, while the once incredibly sturdy Sandai Kitetsu was now damaged beyond repair. Before acquiring the Chioshui, Zoro had not dared to believe in the might of this great knife. Even though Longma had given Zoro some pointers on swordsmanship, throughout the process, Zoro did not appear to be at a disadvantage. After all, the Sandai Kitetsu was indeed at a disadvantage compared to the Chioshui. That the blade had not shattered under continuous strikes was already a miracle. But it was clear that the now dull Sandai Kitetsu could no longer unleash its full power. To thank Longma for his teachings, Zoro dug a pit beside the mountains and buried Longma's body along with the cursed blade, ensuring that even in death, such a swordsman would not part from the sword. After doing all this, Zoro sheathed the Chioshui, glanced at the loft ahead, and walked towards it. You are Moonlight Moria. Looking at the tall figure before him, Luffy gradually matched this large black body with the person from his memories. Kid, I didn't expect you to possess such a conqueror's haki. But don't you know that the requirements for conqueror's haki on the spirit are quite high? Using it recklessly like you, while it can stun my subordinates in a short term, you must be feeling quite unwell now, right? Is your head feeling a bit swollen? Moonlight Moria said with a lewd smile. Oh, is that so? But why do I feel nothing at all right now? Luffy had not glanced at the other two people behind Moonlight Moria. His only target was to take down Moonlight Moria. Regardless of whether Brook was a pawn left by Rayleigh to build his authority, Moonlight Moria's act of stealing other shadows could not be tolerated. Additionally, he had obtained some information from Marine that Moonlight Moria seemed to have a powerful Oz now. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind Moonlight Moria, shooting towards Luffy. Just as this gust was 10 meters away from Luffy, Nami, who had been lagging behind Luffy, naturally executed a beautiful drift forward, effortlessly blocking the direction of that gust, while the lower part of her weather batten swung directly at the gust. A strong impact surged from the weather batten, and even the body, transformed into wind, was pushed back by this force. The gust was repelled about 30 meters away and came to a stop, with a hint of surprise escaping from the opponent's lips. Impact Shell, this is a Sky Island thing. Since raiding the K-3 base and those minor pirate crews, Nami and her crew had obtained many peculiar attack gadgets, and this Impact Shell was one of them. After a series of knocks from Usopp, the Impact Shell was integrated into the weather batten, becoming a trump card. Although it couldn't deal a fatal blow to someone with a Logia fruit ability, the lightning-fast speed combined with the strong impact could still temporarily push back the opponent. Your opponent is me. Nami elegantly stood between Luffy and Usopp. Interesting. It seems this only beautiful woman is going to be entangled with me, Usopp said, boasting to Moonlight Moria and Yuri behind him. But losing is fine, go. Ignoring Usopp's flamboyance, Yuri's somewhat low voice came through, and then he spoke to Moonlight Moria. This kid with haki is for you to handle, with Oz's body. It should be no problem. As for that grinning guy, leave him to me. After Yuri finished speaking, he ran towards another direction of the square. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, Sanji, who had been stirred up by Usopp's lewd voice, noticed Yuri's movement and immediately dashed towards Yuri's position. Speaking of which, now it's just the two of us. Luffy smiled at the towering Moonlight Moria. Of course, kid, enough with the nonsense. To avoid being nagged by that guy Yuri, hand over your shadow to me, Moonlight Moria said, revealing his scissors that were used to cut other shadows. Is that so? Taking a glance beside him, Nami had already begun to fight the man named Usopp. And Sanji had also started. It seemed that there wouldn't be any issues in the short term, so Luffy nodded reassuringly and then launched a sharp punch towards Moonlight Moria, striking hard without any prelude. Be my woman, girl. Usopp's extremely lewd voice slowly rang in Nami's ears as he transformed into a gust of wind surrounding her. Be your woman. Are you strong? Nami provocatively spoke to the thick gust of wind about 5 meters in front of her. Usopp was clearly electrified by Nami's voice. The entire gust of wind trembled, revealing Usopp's identity. It turned out that Usopp was once the captain of the 3rd Division under Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. He was also the only one who had defected to Gecko Moria, or more clearly, he was a high-ranking member of Kaido's pirate crew affiliated with the world government. Now, he was one of the highest-ranking trio in the Gecko Moria pirate crew. Nami seemed to take a keen interest in Usopp's status, her voice carrying a hint of admiration. Usopp couldn't handle it any longer. The gust transformed into a middle-aged man over 2 meters tall, as thin as a bamboo pole. If you become my woman, you will be very, very happy. Usopp seemed to see hope. However, as Nami picked up on Usopp's words, she lifted him off the ground with just the start of that, causing Usopp to lean forward over a meter. At that moment, Nami, who had been acting coy, suddenly exploded with rage, striking Usopp's body fiercely with her climb attack, while the impact dial installed on the tip unleashed its power once again. Usopp was hit by Nami once more, and this time was heavier than the first blow she had used to stop him. Usopp was a naturally lecherous person, and he was quite an extraordinary character. His reason for joining the world government was to gather more women with various charms. Initially, Kaido's presence could keep him in check. But after Kaido was severely injured by red-haired Shanks, and then killed by a joint attack from Gecko Moria and Yuri, Usopp's true nature was fully unleashed. The world government took advantage of this aspect of Usopp to conquer him. It was all about women, wasn't it? There are many world governments, and those alien women. There are too many world governments. But this time, upon seeing Nami, with her devilish figure and sweet appearance, USO was thrilled. Without waiting for Moonlight Moria's words to finish, he prepared to eliminate that Straw Hat Kid, and then indulge with the woman who excited him so much. However, Nami quickly saw through this. Known as the Little Witch, Nami intended to use this plan to test USO's strengths and weaknesses. After the conversation, she had a good understanding of USO's abilities. In her mind, she began to formulate strategies on how to deal with him, which is why she lured USO in. Unexpectedly, this lecher was truly fearless. As a result, Nami delivered a critical blow, landing a devastating attack on USO. Chapter 144. The Cone of the Wind King, you little girl. How dare you attack USO's vital parts? You must be tired of living. After being struck in a sensitive area by Nami's blow, USO's lustful intentions finally subsided. His body transformed once again into a swirling mass of wind, gradually expanding outward, emanating a powerful aura. Nami. The wind mass gradually formed a closed space and began to take on a dark, cloud-like color. This made Luffy, who was being restrained by Moonlight Moria, anxious. Nami still didn't have Haki, and facing a Logia fruit user, it was still effective to use Haki. Although Nami's climb attack had undergone a series of modifications and the impact shells had accumulated a lot of energy, it was still insufficient to deal with a Logia fruit user. Thinking of this, Luffy suddenly broke free from Moonlight Moria and charged toward Nami's battle, determined not to let her fall into such a crisis. Kid, it seems you really underestimate me. Observing Luffy's direction, Moonlight Moria's eyes were filled with both anger and a hint of sinister plotting. Moria, what are you dawdling for? Yuri, who was in a fierce fight with Sanji, noticed Moria's hesitation and immediately understood his thoughts. This was clearly not the outcome Yuri wanted, prompting him to scold Moria. Damn it, although I find Yuri annoying, we must first cooperate to take care of these people. As Moonlight Moria began to accelerate toward the space formed by Luffy's wind mass, Luffy, who had been charging forward like a bullet, suddenly stopped. Looks like Nami can handle this. I underestimated her. Watching the increasingly dark clouds in the wind mass, Luffy suddenly understood something and halted, looking at Moonlight Moria charging toward him. I should deal with this big guy first. A slightly wicked smile appeared on Luffy's previously calm face, and he immediately activated Gear Second. USO instantly transformed into a wind mass, forming a sphere with a radius of 50 meters around Nami's position. As USO continued to exert force, the space was gradually filled with wind, and the concentration of wind elements became denser, slowly forming a hazy, dark cloud-like appearance. Electric bubble. As the dense wind elements approached her body, Nami waved her climb attack, creating a bubble of electric energy that enveloped her. Just as the bubble wrapped around Nami, the wind element's presence neared her, and the sound of slicing wind blades filled the air. The bubble shield was violently slashed by the wind blades created in USO's wind space, distorting its outer layer. Fortunately, after a tug of war, the bubble finally held up, surprising the originally confident USO. However, USO did not change his strategy due to Nami's electric bubble blocking the wind blades. Instead, he continued to use wind blades to attack Nami's nearly shattered defense. Of course, USO was not idle either. Within the wind space, everything was under his control, and a spear made entirely of wind elements gradually took shape. 1, 2, 3. Countless wind spears formed in an instant within the wind space and began to shoot toward Nami at the center under USO's control. A faint cold air stream surrounded Nami's body, merging with the electric bubble, just as USO's wind spears arrived. Another series of explosive sounds erupted as the wind spears were stopped by the combined defenses of the electric and cold bubbles. This time, USO was genuinely surprised. The wind blades could not break through the defense. However, the wind spears were several times more powerful than the wind blades, yet they still failed to shatter Nami's defense, which made USO feel something unusual. That thin, bubble-like defense had such strong defensive capabilities, it seemed that he needed to get serious. A hint of anger rose in USO's heart. Originally, he intended to injure Nami and take her back to indulge in pleasure. But when both the wind blades and wind spears, which he could fully control, failed to break Nami's defensive bubble, USO finally became enraged. Suddenly, a distortion occurred in the space of wind, and a faint figure of Wusuo began to take shape. The forming Wusuo did not linger much and directly brought his hands together, creating a rudimentary conical device in front of him. Judging by the progress, it would still take some time to fully form. The opportunity had arrived. As Wusuo's projection took shape, the surrounding wind elements gradually thinned out. And looking at Wusuo's focused demeanor, his control over the entire space of wind was not as meticulous as at the beginning, allowing the pieces that Nami had laid out earlier to be utilized. Nami did not hesitate and immediately began to swing her weather staff, producing bubbles that gradually formed with each swing. They passed through the double-layered defense shield around her, as if there were no obstacles, flying in all directions within the space of wind, scattering everywhere. At this moment, a thick layer of dark clouds began to condense at the periphery of the space of wind. And this layer of clouds was not only at the edge of the wind space, but gradually spread out, enveloping the wind space within. As the clouds thickened, arcs of electricity flickered within them. At Nami's position beyond the wind space, as the outer clouds increased, a large number of cold bubbles formed around her weather staff, connecting to the arcs of electricity created by the outer clouds. With the gradual increase of these two forces, Nami's body suddenly moved. This was not due to Nami moving on her own. Rather, the attraction of the electric arcs gradually lifted her up, and she slowly detached from gravity. Being pulled into the air, like an angel, she gradually broke through the encirclement of the wind space, while the wind elements that had been pressing against her were split open by the surrounding electric arcs. As the electric arcs intensified, Wusuo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes, staring in astonishment at Nami's figure now in midair. However, the feedback from the wind space startled Wusuo, giving him a sense of danger. Thus, although the beautiful figure in the sky deeply attracted his attention, out of love for his own life, Wusuo shook off the vulgar images that surfaced in his mind. He thrust his hands forward, forming the Wind King's cone, a rapidly spinning vortex of wind, emitting a hissing sound. He sent it soaring towards Nami's figure in the sky. The speed of the Wind King's cone, which erupted in an instant, brought an extremely intense sense of pressure to Nami in the sky. The thickened defense shield slightly deformed in response to the Wind King's cone, feeling as if it was about to shatter. This made Nami realize how tricky this attack, which Wusuo spent nearly 15 minutes forming, was. Chapter 145. Thunderstorm. The Wind King's cone was the strongest technique researched by Wusuo in the 10 years since obtaining the Wind fruit, under the cover of the wind space. And with the oppression of wind blades and wind elements, the power of the Wind King's cone could be maximized. The Wind King's cone was formed through the high-intensity compression of wind elements by Wusuo, constantly accelerating its rotation from the moment of formation. This rotational speed would gradually increase as Wusuo continued to infuse wind elements into it. The completed Wind King's cone was like a rapidly spinning electric drill, with extremely strong, penetrating power. Once it struck the opponent's body, under Wusuo's control, the Wind King's cone would explode in an instant, with the frantically compressed wind elements shooting out at high speed, creating immense destructive power that could annihilate any enemy. For any enemy bound by Wusuo's wind space. This move had never disappointed. Though Wusuo still harbored some lewd thoughts about the woman before him, this did not stop him from cherishing his own life. The Wind King's cone thrusting a blade of wind element the thickness of a chopstick, struck the form of the Wind King's cone with Wusua's hand, making it even more furious. The previously quiet Wind King's cone began to hum loudly, and its surface occasionally erupted with thin, rapidly spinning gas clusters as sharp as needles. Heat bubbles. Nami did not hesitate at all, nor was she arrogant enough to think that her defense shield could withstand such a powerful attack from the Wind King's cone. Now, to evade such a fierce attack, Nami needed to first escape the annoying wind space. Once she was out of the wind space, she would have a way to stop the Wind King's cone. Continuous heat bubbles struck the defense shield, and instead of becoming thicker, the originally solid defense shield became somewhat thinner due to this series of heat bubbles. However, at that moment, the Silver Arc cloud seeds that had been lying in ambush in the wind space suddenly gathered frantically towards Nami's position, finally forming a temporary passage connecting to the outer clouds with difficulty. Even more incredible was that a thick layer of compressed clouds, over a meter thick, formed beneath Nami's feet. As the Wind King's cone, buzzing loudly, approached, Nami could no longer afford to hesitate. She unleashed the maximum power of her weather staff against the thick clouds beneath her. With a loud bang, the clouds beneath her were instantly shattered and transformed back into water vapor in the air, and Nami was propelled upward through the temporary passage formed by the clouds, flying out of the wind space. Damn it, Wusuo realized clearly at that moment, once the opponent broke free from the wind space's constraints. The likelihood of the Wind King's cone defeating her in one strike was too low. Moreover, outside the wind space were those dark clouds. Though Wusuo did not understand what was happening, he could see that such Silver Arc clouds could also form within the wind space, and these clouds were clearly controlled by Nami. Even Wusuo understood that the clouds at the periphery of the wind space were a manifestation of Nami's ability. At this time, he certainly could not let her escape. After Wusuo unleashed several powerful wind blades against the Wind King's cone, the Wind King's cone adjusted its direction again and sped up significantly, chasing after the direction Nami was fleeing. However, Wusuo finally realized that Nami's series of plans had been executed, and it was evident that the current situation could not be changed. When the Wind King's cone was less than half a meter away from Nami, she successfully emerged from Wusuo's wind space, propelled by the backlash generated from unleashing the maximum power of the impact shell. This backlash pushed Nami upward for another 10 meters before it finally ran out of force. However, the Wind King's cone followed closely behind her trajectory, but its power had diminished significantly once it left the wind space, and outside the wind space, the Wind King's cone also began to dissipate at an accelerated rate. There was no time. Glancing at the Wind King's cone below her, Nami knew that even if she started manipulating the surrounding air currents to push herself away right now, there was not enough time left. Nami did not hesitate at all. She directly disassembled the weather stick with both hands, releasing 3 defensive shields that surrounded her. After doing all this, Nami no longer focused on the Wind King's spear, but concentrated on the thunderclouds forming nearby. With Nami's close-range manipulation, the thunderclouds began to accumulate even more rapidly. In a short while, the area enveloped by Usopp's wind space expanded to about 7 or 8 meters, and the originally finger-sized arcs of electricity became denser. At this critical moment, the Wind King's spear finally arrived in front of Nami. The diminished power of the Wind King's spear was no longer something the 3 shields before Nami could easily withstand. With a crack, the defensive shield shattered. Nami no longer cared about this, as the thunderclouds had reached the threshold for her final move. When the Wind King's spear broke through all of Nami's defenses and slashed across her abdomen, a sharp pain shot through her body. Although it hurt, the Wind King's spear was now at the end of its power, only managing to disrupt Nami's balance and send her tumbling down towards the ground under the pull of gravity. As the thunderclouds exploded towards Nami, she did not forget to give the weather stick one last command. 2 small electric bubbles silently merged into the thunderclouds. The previously suppressed thunderclouds began to churn violently after the addition of these 2 electric bubbles, ultimately unleashing all the silver arcs in a ferocious explosion. The sound of thunder echoed, instilling a sense of terror. Nami's strongest move, the thunderstorm, was the reason she stood on the battlefield now, facing Usopp. The only known ability user to the marine soldiers was Usopp, a user of the Wind fruit. However, despite having the Wind fruit for over a decade, his application of its powers was far from commendable. His signature move, the wind space, formed an area of less than 100 meters in diameter. To deal with a natural fruit user, aside from absolute countermeasures, such as Haki or Sea Stone, there's another method. That is, when a natural fruit user transforms into a regional entity, one can strike destructively at that area to eliminate the natural fruit user. Of course, the size of that area is determined by the user's abilities. Usopp could only create a space with a radius of 50 meters, indicating that his research on the wind fruit was lacking. Now, he was directly destroyed by Nami's thunderstorm. After taking down Usopp, Nami's body was also about to crash to the ground. From a height of nearly 70 meters, if Nami fell, she would surely be severely injured, possibly becoming disabled or even paralyzed. Nami was now completely exhausted, unable to move at all. Chapter 146. Observation Haki. I don't have much time to waste. That guy over there with Nami really annoys me, but first, I need to take you down, Sanji said, fire in his eyes as he looked at the mysterious man before him. Oh, is that so? Yuri's greatest strength is his calmness, and he is someone who never adheres to rules. After retorting Sanji, without waiting for a response, he appeared behind Sanji and kicked towards his neck. The speed, stealth, and suddenness were all evident in that kick. If it weren't for the intense training at K3 base, Sanji would have never been able to dodge it. However, at that moment, Sanji found Yuri's kick surprisingly slow. Slow speed and lack of stealth made it even more ridiculous. As Yuri's figure began to fade, Sanji had already completely discerned all of Yuri's movements. With no stealth, there was no surprise either. Before Yuri could react, Sanji suddenly crouched down and, using his left foot as support, launched a kick towards Yuri's waist like a striking snake. Before Yuri could even question why his kick had missed, he was struck heavily and fell to the ground in an instant. Observation Haki. After sliding back, Yuri seemed to understand why his powerful attack was avoided and countered. Besides the perception ability of Observation Haki, he couldn't think of any other method that would allow his assured strike to be dodged and countered. It seems I underestimated you. Yuri slowly got up from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't mind, instead wearing a faint smile as he removed his navy coat, exposing his upper body. Yuri's expression seemed to tell Sanji that he had finally shown some ability worth fighting against. However, in an instant, Yuri entered a battle stance. Scales began to appear on Yuri's hands and legs, and these scales were not external protective gear, but emerged directly from his body, causing his pants to tear. When the scales covered his limbs, they finally stopped. After moving his hands slightly, Yuri laughed and lunged at Sanji. This time, Yuri made no attempt at surprise, no stealth, and his speed was not fast, but he steadily closed the distance to Sanji. A fishman? Huh. The transformation on Yuri's body did not surprise Sanji. Instead, he ignored it and glanced at the dark space in the distance and Luffy's battle beside him. Luffy was entangled with Moria under the moonlight, and it seemed challenging to defeat him in a short time. To prevent Nami from being harmed, Sanji couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He had to deal with this mysterious opponent quickly. Yuri lunged at Sanji as Sanji had hoped. A head-on clash was exactly what he needed. If he encountered someone who relied on speed to evade and ambush, it would take a lot more time to resolve the battle. But a head-on clash? How tough can your puppets be? Sanji couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards Yuri. Without hesitation, he executed a 360-degree spin, his feet glowing crimson. The Devil's Wind leg activated, and in an instant, Sanji kicked off, charging towards Yuri. One kick, two kicks. Sanji's legs, propelled by strong gusts of wind, unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks at Yuri. However, Yuri did not evade. He simply swung his arms to block Sanji's crimson feet. Surprisingly, such powerful kicks failed to move Yuri's body. It's my turn. Taking advantage of Sanji's momentum waning, Yuri lifted his scaly hand and stopped Sanji's charge, and Sanji felt a slight tremor. The Fishman Punch, distinct from Fishman Karate, was unleashed with all of Yuri's strength. Even when Sanji managed to kick up, he was sent tumbling 3 times by the force of Yuri's punch. No matter if you have the observation Haki, no matter if you can predict my movements, in the face of absolute power, any tricks are useless. Ever since I was transformed into this state, Yuri has no longer feared anyone in terms of strength, and he has never lost in contests of power. The Devil Wind leg, family feast. After rolling over several times, the clean and elegant gentleman's outfit became somewhat dusty, which was exactly what Sanji disliked the most. Compared to the dust on his gentleman's outfit, the bloodstains caused by the impact of Yuri's fists were nothing at all. A crazy series of kicks began amidst Sanji's furious roar. Each kick unleashed absolute power, far stronger than the ordinary attacks before, and the speed was incredibly fast. In this form, Yuri was absolutely impossible to defend against, so he could only cross his arms in front of him to defend. Thus, the entire family feast was fully executed on Yuri's arms, but with each kick Sanji unleashed, his surprise grew even greater. Yuri's scaly-covered arms successfully blocked Sanji's kicks. And with each kick Sanji delivered, he felt a slight recoil. This recoil even made Sanji feel a slight numbness. "Are you done yet?" A calm voice roared from Yuri, who was crossing his arms, as he forcefully swung his arms to block Sanji's kick, then dove down, landing on his back while simultaneously kicking out with both feet, perfectly matching Sanji's final kick of the Devil Wind leg. Family feast, year after year, abundance. Thought it was somewhat dull, but the feet still clashed hard against each other. Both sides held nothing back, using all their strength, because if one side was even slightly weak, they would suffer a heavy blow, resulting in a strong clash that created a wave of annihilation. This time, Yuri was not able to withstand it again. Instead, he was pushed back about 10 meters by the powerful collision of their legs. The earlier moves of Sanji's Devil Wind leg series were all to build up for that final kick. Therefore, the strength of the last kick of the family feast far exceeded the leg techniques used earlier. However, even so, in the fierce confrontation with Yuri, Sanji still did not gain the upper hand. In an instant, he was thrown backward, and the state of the Devil Wind leg dissipated slightly due to this momentary disadvantage in the confrontation. Restarting, it would require a few minutes of recovery time. Otherwise, even Sanji's miraculous legs would not be able to bear the hidden dangers brought by the Devil Wind leg. This confrontation left Yuri and Sanji in a moment of silence, both quietly lying on the ground, letting the dust swirl around, creating a calmness that was eerily unsettling. Chapter 147, Sanji's Gaze. Such a fierce clash caused both Yuri and Sanji to suffer considerable injuries, which greatly surprised Yuri. He knew that after his scales were applied, the power in his legs was twice that of his arms. Moreover, during the transition from defense to offense, Yuri fully utilized the momentum of Sanji's kick combined with his own retreat to enhance the power of his kick. However, the final result was still a mutual injury. Although the impact on him was much lighter than that on the kid, Yuri still felt uncomfortable. However, this made Yuri take Sanji's strength more seriously. Yuri was not someone whose rationality would be clouded by anger. The more intense the situation, the calmer he became. Slowly getting up, he assessed the damage to his ankle. Although the impact was stronger, it did not cause him any particularly serious injury. At the same time, Sanji also stood up slowly, seemingly unscathed. Just then, in the distance where Usopp and Nami were fighting, a large amount of dark clouds appeared in the area originally enveloped by the wind space, with hissing silver arcs emerging from the clouds, revealing terrifying snake-like tongues. Seeing the scene, Sanji's initial worry dissipated somewhat, because the appearance of the dark clouds was a sign that Nami was preparing to strike, indicating that she was confident in winning this deadly battle. However, at that moment, the dark clouds, which had been gathering quickly, suddenly slowed down and occasionally paused, as if something had gone wrong. This made Sanji's previously relieved heart tighten again. His desire to support Nami became even stronger as he turned to look at Yuri, who was calmly staring at him, feeling a bit intimidated. After all, based on the power the opponent had displayed earlier, he felt he was still lacking in dealing with Yuri with his own strength. But then again, who said it had to be a hard clash? Since he couldn't match strength, he would just have to use techniques. Although he and the others couldn't exert the super strength of techniques compared to Luffy, utilizing even a little bit of the magical effects of techniques should be enough to deal with someone as powerful as Yuri. With this determination, Sanji once again joined the battle with Yuri, even without activating the Devil Wind leg. Each kick he delivered was more powerful than before. Each kick pushed forward with a vibrating force, as if it carried the power of the entire space to press against Yuri's scaly body. Even if Yuri's power was formidable, facing such attacks that completely ignored surface defenses was quite troublesome for him. As Sanji began to use techniques, the battle became increasingly shocking for Yuri. This ability was terrifying. Suddenly, something came to Yuri's mind when he reported to the world government about the defeat of one of the four emperors, Kaido, and was preparing to fully assist Gecko Moria in ascending to the throne of the four emperors. The world government had sent him a message. The message indicated that the Navy headquarters was paying close attention to a pirate crew called the Straw Hat Pirates, and although there were reasons related to killing celestial dragons, there must have been deeper reasons, such as some strange techniques. Yuri couldn't help but glance at Luffy, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Gecko Moria, and the straw hat on his head, which made Yuri, who was originally confident, feel a lot of pressure. However, if he could be defeated just like this, his opponent would underestimate him too much. The areas covered in scales were not only strong in power and surface defense. More strangely, the insides covered by the scales were as hard as iron, which is also why Yuri could withstand Sanji's powerful leg techniques. Therefore, even with the use of techniques, the fierce clashes between Sanji and Yuri only made Yuri incredibly curious about Sanji's attack methods. By now, Yuri had somewhat understood the wondrous aspects of Sanji's techniques, so he decided not to end this battle, which was no longer deemed important. The Fishman Annihilation. Yuri suddenly stepped forward, pushing Sanji's kicking leg away with one kick, then forming a very peculiar hand seal with both hands, and following that hand seal, he launched a punch at Sanji. This punch was unique not only because of Yuri's unusual technique, but also because as he threw the punch, Yuri's entire body was propelled forward by the force of the punch, gliding more than a meter forward, just enough distance for his fist to hit Sanji. Just when Yuri felt everything was going smoothly and wanted to take one last glance at Sanji, a gentle breeze blew by, revealing Sanji's left eye, which had been covered by his hair. This pair of eyes, glimmering with a faint golden light, was so deep, like a clear spring, without any impurities. In that moment of distraction for Yuri, a strand of golden light shot out from Sanji's left eye, and before Yuri could react, it drilled into his eye and deep into his brain. In that instant, Yuri was completely frozen, unable to move. The punch aimed at Sanji, the mermaid's annihilation, did not cause him any harm because, at that moment, a very soft and swirling area formed right where Sanji was hit in the chest. At this moment, the technique's softness played an unimaginably powerful role in Sanji's chest. Seizing this opportunity, Sanji dared to unleash that strand of golden light he had long suppressed. With a single strike, he dealt with someone whose body could withstand the shockwaves of the technique. In fact, when Sanji kicked out with the technique for the first time, he already knew that the shockwaves were not particularly strong against Yuri, so he had planned everything in an instant. He even tempted Yuri to unleash his strongest moves, while he would take advantage of Yuri's moment of distraction to activate the ability in his eyes. It is worth noting that using Sanji's gaze to attack the enemy was the least preferred choice for him, as this ability had significant limitations. It required the opponent to experience a brief loss of control and had a buffer period of up to 6 months. Therefore, although Sanji had such a powerful move, this was the first time he had used it. "Let me send you on your way." Sanji glanced at the frozen Yuri and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, delivering a high-standard farewell kick for the Golden Feast. After delivering a total of 108 kicks, Sanji finally unleashed his ultimate power, shattering the frozen ice. And with the breaking of the ice, Yuri's incredibly strong body also shattered. Just like that, he was erased by Sanji. At this moment, Sanji's bangs, which had been hanging down, were blown back to the nape of his neck, and after releasing the golden light, his left eye returned to its original state, just like the right one. What was incredible was that the hair that had been combed to one side suddenly fell down, blocking Sanji's right eye. At the same time, Sanji muttered to himself, "Next time I use it, it'll be the right eye's turn." It seems hairstyles really are important. He couldn't help but shake his hair and turn to see a scene that made his heart race with fear. Nami had fallen from over 60 meters high, and he was not close enough to save her. By the time he reached her, she would definitely be dead. However, Sanji did not give up. In an instant, he became like an old clock wound up, ready to show that he was indeed a timepiece at a crucial moment. Time was running out. Sanji felt a blankness in his mind, not understanding. They were supposed to be happily together, but now one was facing the danger of falling to their death, and he and the others could do nothing to save her. Just as he was about to despair, a shadow passed through the city wall and, with lightning speed, rushed to Nami's position, reaching out to catch her in his arms. Falling from nearly 70 meters high could be fatal. The shadow muttered in annoyance. Chapter 148. The most despicable strategy. It seems I don't have time to play with you anymore, Oz. Come out. With the appearance of a thunderstorm and Yuri being suddenly taken down, Moonlight Moria's mood to toy with the kid in front of him vanished, replaced by a hint of fear. In life and death duels, the most taboo feeling is fear. The consecutive defeats of his companions made Moria feel a trace of dread. At this moment, he summoned his strongest aid, the Oz shadow puppet, to bolster his confidence, and within Oz, Moria had placed the shadow of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, whose immense power needed no words. Moreover, Moonlight Moria had his ultimate killing move, which he wouldn't use lightly unless absolutely necessary. As Moria called out, a massive figure slowly emerged from beneath his feet, having been hidden there all along. As Oz's figure gradually became visible, Moonlight Moria grew increasingly excited, knowing that since he infused this body with Kaido's shadow, he had only used it twice, both times with great success. So Moria was quite confident in Oz. Before Oz fully emerged, Moria rushed to his belly and activated a small mechanism, disappearing within. Just as Moria's body had just entered, Oz suddenly became agile, performing an astonishing leap out of the pit that had contained him, and without hesitation, he threw a punch at Luffy. Luffy felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity with this situation, as if he had anticipated that Moonlight Moria would use Oz and even control him from within, manipulating Oz's body through the shadow. Everything felt incredibly familiar to him. However, while Moria used his own shadow in the past, it seemed he was currently using Kaido's shadow. After all, a body as powerful as Oz's required shadow from an exceptionally strong individual. Otherwise, ordinary shadows couldn't sustain Oz's massive form. Dodging the punch from Oz, Luffy activated Gear Second and quickly dashed toward Oz's core, knowing that he had to stop Oz. Otherwise, he would always be fighting a shadow puppet, and Moria could hide inside it indefinitely. It seemed he had to use it. Glancing at the small package tightly bound to his body, Luffy smiled helplessly. Salt, the most effective thing against shadow puppets. As long as he could get salt into Oz's body and release Kaido's shadow, Oz would naturally stop. However, he first needed to find a way past Moonlight Moria's obstruction to get the salt inside Oz. No matter how fast Moria was, given Oz's massive body, Luffy planned to use his speed to knock Moria out first. With that thought, Luffy wasted no time and launched a jet rocket at Oz's belly. Bang! After the impact, Luffy did not linger, as his observation haki warned him that Oz's hand was closing in from behind. Shaved Luffy's body shot out like a cannonball, stopping on the other side of Oz's body, and delivered another jet rocket. In this way, Luffy repeatedly appeared around Oz's belly, launching powerful jet attacks, making Moonlight Moria inside shake continuously. However, the second gear must have a time limit. Once the time is up, Luffy's speed drops significantly. Nevertheless, with his use of haki, Luffy barely manages to dodge Oz's furious attacks. Additionally, a fist wrapped in armament haki is much more powerful than a jet attack in second gear. Thus, Luffy keeps circling around Oz, continuously launching powerful attacks to disturb Gecko Moria's nervous system. Occasionally, he throws some salt into Oz's mouth, but each time, Moria quickly detects it and handles the situation. This is not a solution. The opponent keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, and with this mobile fortress outside, Luffy's skills can't be put to use. The frustration in his heart is overwhelming. Damn it, the continuous harassment of jet stamps has no effect, making Luffy furious. As soon as the time for second gear is up, he activates it directly and with the dual enhancement of second gear and armament haki, delivers a hard kick to Oz's belt area. This kick is significant, and Oz's belt shatters under Luffy's strike, causing his already ragged clothes to completely fall apart in an instant. Damn, this guy desires rising. What to do? With such strong assets, it's terrifying. Luffy glances at the pantsless Oz and suddenly has a rather lewd thought pop into his mind, making him feel a chill. What the hell is he thinking? However, with Oz's pants honorably down, Luffy suddenly discovers something very useful, connecting some dots and starting to gather power. Although he continues to attack the area around Oz's belly, disturbing Moria, he is also preparing. After over 40 days of brutal training, Luffy's biggest achievements are twofold. First, his body has become stronger, with a flow of air coursing through him. Though faint, he clearly recognizes the power of this flowing air after several attempts. Second, his mastery of haki. Since obtaining some information about haki from Rayleigh, Luffy has been particularly focused on studying it. As a result, he has nearly mastered all three types of haki, though he understands some things about their application. Armament haki and observation haki are manageable, as they are mainly controlled by himself, while Conqueror's haki is different. Not only does it have powerful deterrent capabilities, but with certain practice, it can also be controlled to direct the flow of momentum attacks as he desires. However, if this momentum attack is intentionally countered by a stronger opponent in battle, it can cause a strong mental shock to Luffy himself, and the deterrent effect will rebound double on him. At this moment, Luffy is carefully preparing to control the route of his haki, because after Oz's pants drop, Luffy discovers a small hole. Although this hole is tiny, it directly connects to Oz's belly. Using this hole to attack may seem a bit lewd, but it is currently the most effective method Luffy can think of. Once everything is ready, Luffy moves swiftly and appears in front of Oz. While controlling his Conqueror's haki and dodging Moria's attacks, he finally waits for the momentum to be drawn into Oz's belly, not far from Moria. Chapter 149 Os. Rest in peace. With a faint cracking sound from inside Oz's belly, a massive wave of deterrent momentum erupts, surging towards the spot where Moria is located. Behind the Conqueror's Haki, a brownish-yellow gas follows, seemingly summoned by something, rushing forward without hesitation. At this moment, Moria seems to finally realize Luffy's main objective with this attack. But after a brief moment of feeling it, he dismisses it. Moria casually waves one hand, and several faint black shadows emerge from it, forming a shadow shield entirely made up of these shadows along the path of the explosive momentum carried by the Conqueror's Haki. As soon as the shadow shield appears, it directly suppresses the forward momentum. Although the momentum generated by the Conqueror's Haki is still crazily pushing forward, Moria's shadow shield is just able to withstand it. Due to the obstruction of the shadow shield, the originally closely following brownish-yellow gas slowly starts to show signs of retreat. If Luffy hadn't been dodging Oz's attacks and happened to jump away, he would have suffered a significant setback from these few breaths. At this moment, Luffy, who has just landed near Oz's navel, sees the airflow and feels a hint of confusion, but he quickly dismisses it. He accelerates and toys with Oz. Even with Moria's control using shadow techniques to fight Luffy, it all proves ineffective, because now, Luffy has made significant progress in speed, making it impossible for the massive Oz to keep up. Moreover, since Oz's body has been frozen and modified, his agility is inherently low. Additionally, some key areas of the modification are not yet perfect, leaving Oz with several seconds of stillness after completing a series of movements. Through continuous probing, Luffy finally figures out some patterns and manages to put Oz into a few seconds of stillness again. Luffy then lands in a position close to Oz, and a wave of momentum erupts from his body, wrapping around the released breath again, and under Luffy's control, launches another assault into Oz's body. With both hands raised, he suddenly opens his eyes, generating an even more massive flow of Conqueror's Haki, which rushes forward at a speed even faster than before. Having learned from the previous experience, this momentum quickly merges with the gas that had been suppressed by the shadow shield, and the previous impacts allow some of the brownish-yellow gas to merge into this momentum flow, forming a new gas mass. This time, the shadow shield can no longer withstand the impact of this gas mass, breaking through the obstruction and charging towards Moria's location. Moria, feeling frustrated, is mainly bothered because he can't hit Luffy, and Luffy can't hit him either. No matter how powerful the attack is, it becomes ineffective against Oz. Although a small stream of gas has been pushed in from the most lewd and filthy place, Moria does not care. After being weakened by the shadow shield, the Conqueror's Haki might have some effect on others, but it means nothing to him. However, as this flow of momentum rushes towards him, Moria still manages to create a black shadow box around himself with a few swings, ultimately enveloping him entirely. The shadow box was originally a trump card Moria used to trap enemies, but at this moment, he uses it to resist the impact of the Haki. Bang, sure enough, when the Conqueror's Haki collided with the shadow box, it erupted in an instant, desperately sending a shockwave toward the box formed by shadows. However, when the momentum dissipated, the shadow box only became slightly thinner, showing no sign of being broken at all. Don't even think that a little guy like you can do it. Even someone as strong as Rayleigh or Shanks, my shadow box can withstand their Conqueror's Haki as well. After sensing that there was no longer any threatening momentum directed at him, Gecko Moria mumbled and waved his right hand, causing the shadow box to transform back into a series of shadows that merged back into his body. Just as the shadow box dissipated, a space filled with brownish-yellow gas appeared before Gecko Moria. As the gas flowed around him, there was no abnormality, no attack power at all. However, when Gecko Moria took a slight breath, his body instantly turned black, and without a moment's hesitation, he opened the exit to the control room buried deep within Orza's body, escaping from the space filled with the ominous gas. At that moment, Luffy, who had been waiting for an opportunity, leaped onto Orza's head and then extended one hand backward. His skin slightly reddened, and beads of sweat appeared on him as he activated Gear Second. Jet Bullet. Luffy's hand shot through Orza's mouth like a bullet that had completely exploded, crashing into the white mass in the palm of Orza's hand and pushing it into the already parched and decayed cavity of his chest. Then, he retreated with a beautiful backflip, landing in front of Gecko Moria. How's that? Tasty, huh? Luffy laughed heartily and then rushed toward Gecko Moria with a moon step. Kid, it looks like you really want to die. Gecko Moria was truly furious. Ever since he gained the power of the Shadow Fruit, learned to use shadows to control others, and acquired Orza's body, he had never imagined that he would be forced out of Orza's body in such a manner. It was too despicable, too shameless, too perverted. Damn, The stench of urine accumulated over thousands of years was truly overwhelming. Thinking of this, Gecko Moria couldn't help but shiver. That feeling was more painful than being in the 18th level of hell, an utterly unimaginable tactic. Just as Gecko Moria looked on in contempt, a strong, thick shadow slowly detached itself from Orz's body, eventually taking on a form that Luffy had never seen before. Orz, rest in peace. After the shadow emerged, it surprisingly uttered such a phrase, causing Luffy to feel a surge of astonishment, and he looked curiously at the shadow. The shadow did not stop after shooting several beams of black shadows onto Orz's body. It drifted toward the surrounding mist and floated upward. Luffy could clearly see that the thick shadow gradually dissipated under the sunlight, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of a face in the slowly fading shadow. The face smiled faintly at him. Chapter 150, Light Wave Man. Just a faint smile, and it completely vanished from Luffy's sight, but from that slight smile, Luffy saw not hatred, not a plea for survival, but tranquility, relief. Life or death was merely a result. Why must a shadow endure such a heavy body after a person dies? However, at this moment, he was freed, regardless of whether he was a hero or a villain. At this moment, he simply wished to dissipate under the bright sunlight and enter the cycle of rebirth. Just as the shadow dissipated. In a secret chamber more than 50 meters underground in Shia City, a man who had originally been shackled and burdened with chains also wore a faint smile on his blood-stained face. Straw Hat, this is your... Gecko Moria was truly enraged. It was known that just moments ago, Kaido's shadow had directly dissolved Orz's body with a wave of his hand. And those black beams were simply too bizarre. This made Gecko Moria anxious. After all, both Orz's body and Kaido's shadow were his most crucial combat powers. And now, both have been destroyed by Luffy. How could he not be furious? At this critical moment, a louder rumbling sound echoed from the mountains behind Shia City. Following this rumble, a group of wailing cries erupted from within, and what appeared in Luffy and the others' sights was a large mass of black clouds resembling shadows. They were fleeing overhead, not a single one heading toward the mountains of Shia City or toward Luffy and the others, but after a brief struggle, they deeply hid within Shia Island. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, they simply couldn't. The only result of escaping was death, while staying put allowed them to live without being refined into that thing. At the moment the incident occurred in the mountains, Gecko Moria could no longer hold back. There was no doubt that the culprit behind this was the guy in front of him. Having consecutively destroyed his 3 major combat powers made it impossible for Gecko Moria not to be furious. Shadow Gun Array. Around Luffy's position, suddenly 7 or 8 rows of shadows formed a gun array, fiercely thrusting upward. In the sudden strike, although Luffy attempted to evade, he was still grazed by the shadow spear, and drops of blood fell from Luffy's arm. Shave the slight injury was nothing to Luffy. So the moment he was pierced by the shadow spear, he used Shave to charge toward Gecko Moria's massive body. Gun Chaos. With both hands flying around like exploding fireworks, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, at that moment, Gecko Moria's body was even more agile than before. He managed to dodge all of Luffy's attacks with a few swift movements while wildly swinging his hands, and the shadows under his control formed another box. However, this time the box was centered around Luffy's body, intended to trap him. Rocket Cannon. This time, with the perception of Kin Bunchika Haki, Luffy clearly sensed Gecko Moria's movements and launched a powerful cannon strike at the not-yet-formed shadow box. The shadow box was far less stable before it was fully formed, and Luffy's not-so-strong attack easily shattered it, but also made Luffy feel a surge of pressure. Despite having the perception of Kin Bunchika Haki, he still couldn't escape the area of a shadow box before it was formed. Gear Second, Gear Third. The moment he activated Gear Second, Luffy directly switched to Gear Third, instantly raising his combat power to a terrifying height. His speed increased significantly once again, and the power of his strikes also surged the moment Gear Third was activated. The simultaneous activation of Gear Second and Gear Third indicated that Luffy had to deal with the opponent within a few short minutes. Otherwise, given the opponent's insidious nature, even a minute of weakness was enough for him to be killed countless times. An acceleration, followed by a punch aimed at Moonlight Moria. Before Moonlight Moria could react, Luffy's right fist rapidly expanded, becoming over 50 centimeters wide, and with a spin, he delivered a punch to Moria's jaw. Bang! Luffy's sudden change caught Moonlight Moria off guard. He couldn't even raise his hands in defense and hurriedly stepped back twice, but he still couldn't dodge Luffy's punch. A fiery pain shot through him, and several of his teeth fell out. Then both sides exchanged blows back and forth, But Moonlight Moria was at a disadvantage as Luffy's speed, strength, combined with the enhancement of his techniques and the wrapping of armament haki, gave him a clear edge. Furthermore, Moonlight Moria's body was still too massive for Luffy, making him less agile. Another punch landed hard on Moonlight Moria's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Moonlight Moria's eyes turned blood red. He suddenly raised his hands, revealing two thumb-sized hollow openings that had been covered by shadows, and in an instant, two beams of dazzling yellow light shot out from them. Oh, sure enough, this guy still had some hidden tricks, but this move won T-work on me. After firing two beams, Moonlight Moria shook, and the thick coat draped over him fell away. Two openings, each the size of a bowl, appeared on his body, one on each side of his chest, symmetrical. Two thick and two thin beams of light began to shoot wildly, causing Luffy to panic, but he didn't receive any attacks. After battling the unfinished PX, this kind of beam attack was no longer a threat to Luffy. Although the beams emitted from Moonlight Moria's body were purer and much faster and more powerful than those from the unfinished PX, Luffy was no longer the same as he was before entering K3 base. After undergoing intense training for dozens of days, he had greatly improved, especially in terms of physical capabilities. Luffy and the others had been lacking physical training, and now that this aspect had improved, his abilities were growing exponentially. However, he didn't know how the performance of the Light Wave Man compared to the finished PX, as he hadn't had formal contact with a completed PX yet. Luffy couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. It wasn't that this guy was so strong, but rather that this thing was just too cool. Luffy wished he could immediately join the Navy headquarters and have that Vegapunk give him a transformation, then gather a group of Luffy X to show off everywhere. How cool would that be? Chapter 151. Tunnel Drill. While thinking about it, Luffy didn't actually start climbing all over Moonlight Moria's body like a treasure hunter. During a series of dodges with jet missiles, he suddenly found an opening. He could no longer afford to be conservative, as time was running out. The side effects of Gear 3rd would soon kick in. Although Luffy had just taken a moment to catch his breath, everyone except Zoro had already appeared beside him, watching his battle. Even if he couldn't take down Moonlight Moria in the next moment and the side effects of Gear 3rd kicked in, Luffy believed Sanji would be the first to rush in and make a big show in front of Nami and Robin. However, it was clear that Luffy did not intend to let Sanji and the others help him. After all, as the captain, there were times when he had to win battles himself. As for the reason, did it matter? With a clang, Luffy's full-force jet missile was surprisingly deflected when it struck Moonlight Moria's back, as if he had punched a solid iron block. He died. Moonlight Moria, who was originally very evil, laughed in a way that made it seem like a lecherous person being roasted in the depths of hell had suddenly crossed into a chaotic banquet, displaying an extremely lewd smile. Of course, this smile made Luffy feel a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly retreated, just avoiding Moonlight Moria's beam attack as he turned around. Now, this was troublesome. He had been modified from behind, while 4 cannons were waiting for him in front. As for attacking Moonlight Moria's head, Luffy found it difficult due to the height difference. To attack his head, he would need to make a transition in the air, and at that moment, he would become a living target in Moonlight Moria's eyes. After a moment of thought, Luffy suddenly had a brilliant idea. If he succeeded, he might be able to. Knowing how to attack next, Luffy checked how much longer he could use Gear 3rd. 1 minute, the last minute. After 1 minute, the effects of Gear 3rd would disappear, and the side effects would surge, making him passive. It seemed urgent, so Luffy whispered to himself, and once again threw himself back into the battle with Moonlight Moria. Although the sounds of clashing continued, this time Luffy repeatedly attacked the same spot, seemingly trying to break through. You think you can break through this alloy body? But the rebound force was indeed very uncomfortable. It seemed necessary to use that technique once, even though he would have to recharge with those government folks afterward. But if he didn't use this move, he would eventually be overwhelmed by the increasingly strong rebound force. Luffy kept attacking Moonlight Moria's back, while Moria couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed after switching to beam attacks. For a time, it was a cycle. Luffy attacked, then dodged, Moonlight Moria pursued, then Luffy attacked again, and so on. Both sides in this high-intensity back and forth harbored ulterior motives, want to take each other down in one blow. With a series of swift movements, Luffy performed 5 quick shaves, rapidly kicking the ground to accelerate, constantly leading Moonlight Moria to operate as Luffy envisioned. The number of times Luffy attacked Moonlight Moria's back gradually decreased, but the force each time increased. Clang another strike, and the two quickly separated. Luffy's hand extended behind him, while Moonlight Moria did not immediately turn around to attack Luffy, as if they had agreed to wait for Luffy's fist to land on his back. At that moment, a dramatic change was taking place on Moonlight Moria's back. The once solid back was now shifting mechanically, creating a round hole where Luffy had been attacking. This hole was larger than the one on his chest, and within it appeared a 10-centimeter deep black powder. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this round hole was less than 30 centimeters deep, a completely enclosed round hole. The black powder was gradually condensing and thickening due to the temperature changes around the hole. According to Yuri, it would take more than 20 seconds for this extremely viscous black powder to form a brand new laser black bomb. This bomb, besides its powerful impact and explosive force, was even more formidable because this type of bomb could also emit laser beams. As long as the beam focused on a person's body, they wouldn't die, but they would be seriously injured. At this moment, Luffy was also ready for his final strike, and amidst the continuous attacks, he seemed to have noticed some small movements from Moonlight Moria. Of course, Luffy was very confident in his attacks, so he unleashed the moves he had just thought of with full force. With a tremor of the armament haki, Luffy's right fist was enveloped, and in an instant, his fist changed form. The 8 Trigrams technique, softness, and with a stretch, Luffy's right hand erupted with high-intensity rotational speed. At the same time, Luffy no longer hesitated. With a swift step, he accelerated towards the predetermined attack point. Bang, boom, 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 boom. First, a powerful punch struck the wall of the circular hole, triggering the deadly trap set by Moonlight Moria, which then exploded. Although it was premature, the impact seemed minimal, as could be felt from the deafening roar. Just when Moria thought the laser black bullet had completely detonated and eliminated his opponent, he suddenly felt a tightness. Then came a spasm, and an incredulous expression instantly appeared on his face. Until his death, Moonlight Moria could not understand why, despite the explosion of the laser black bullet, it failed to eliminate the straw hat-wearing guy, ultimately leading to his heart being pierced by the opponent. Thud after Luffy's right hand broke into Moonlight Moria's chest and shattered his heart, it quickly withdrew. The time for the third gear had come to an end, and the side effects should have begun, but Moonlight Moria was undoubtedly defeated. Second gear, third gear, armament haki, 8 Trigrams technique, softness, 8 Trigrams technique, earth-shattering, devil fruit ability, combined to form the tunnel drill. If Luffy couldn't hit the opponent with this, he would truly be at a loss. Of course, if Luffy hadn't used the tunnel drill, but rather some other attack, he would have indeed fallen into Moonlight Moria's trap. Because at the moment the tunnel drill made contact with the hole's wall, it was just an extremely small point, which was unable to completely detonate the laser black bullet. Although it eventually exploded, the most powerful laser beam had no effect, so the damage to Luffy's arm, protected by armament haki, was minimal. Chapter 152. The Strange Box. The blooming flowers. After finishing their journey in the secret room and gathering all useful documents and the contents of the historical text, Robin and the others left. Worried about Luffy and the others, they rushed over and saw Nami falling from over 50 meters in the sky, while Sanji smashed the scaly creature with a kick and rushed towards Nami frantically. Robin smiled softly, waving her hands as petals floated, and instantly formed an elegant wing around her. With a gentle flap, she moved towards Nami's descent. She caught the injured Nami in her arms and gracefully fell down. As at that moment, Robin suddenly didn't want the desperate man rushing towards them to feel any frustration. The fluttering butterfly danced gracefully, descending from the sky. In Sanji's eyes, only the most beautiful angel would have such grace. So at that moment, when the winged angel landed in his arms, he looked at the sweet, slightly dazed princess in her embrace. In an instant, there were no cheers, no passion. All that remained were 2 columns of blood gushing forth, instantly crushing this lovesick fool. Robin chuckled softly, then flapped her wings behind her shoulders once more, landing smoothly on the ground. She gestured to Chopper, who had followed closely, to quickly treat Nami's injuries and stop Sanji's bleeding. As Robin looked up, she saw that small figure facing a giant many times his size. Yet she couldn't see the weakness. Instead, she vaguely sensed a momentum emanating from this small man, a force that could swallow mountains and rivers, an indomitable spirit. Though the small figure's moves caused Robin to smile helplessly, they were unexpectedly effective as she watched him rush towards them, seeing Sanji rise with determination. This small figure suddenly changed strategy and unleashed 2 states in quick succession. Finally, amidst a rumbling noise, he knocked down the robust, rough figure. Flowers bloomed, light petals appeared beneath the small figure, catching his slightly smaller body. Luffy, you did well. A simple compliment utterly natural. Think what's wrong with Nami? Just after Luffy used a tunnel drill to defeat Moonlight Mariah, he suddenly bounced back, and his body transformed into that of a child in midair. Just as Luffy thought he would crash down or be caught by that perverted Sanji, he noticed the familiar petals of lilies surrounding him. It was Robin, the girl who had borne unfounded sins and once fled from a world that had abandoned her. At that moment, her smile made Luffy feel so real, so warm. However, Nami's injured arm made Luffy lose the mood to continue savoring this warmth, and he quickly performed a backflip to stand up again. His shrunken body was clearly lacking in strength, but in the end, Luffy still managed to stand up in front of everyone. "It's okay, Luffy." Just some scrapes. Chopper looked at the little guy who had shrunk to his size with some excitement. "So, we can consider this a victory?" Luffy asked Robin, Sanji, and Nami. "Of course, we won. Uncle Taylor has already started cleaning up the entire West Asia city, and Fishman Island can also return a piece." Usopp said excitedly, but then turned to Luffy and asked, "Where's Zoro? Why haven't we seen him yet?" "Yeah." The minute of the side effects of the third gear has finally passed, and Luffy slowly returned to normal. Hearing Usopp's words, he suddenly remembered. Right? Zoro, why hasn't he come yet? Luffy was also a bit puzzled. Although the dragon horse in the back mountain was indeed hard to deal with, Luffy still trusted Zoro. "That idiot, he didn't get lost, did he?" Sanji said with a mix of worry and anger. "Chopper, Nami, can you walk okay now?" Luffy suddenly changed the subject and asked. "Forget it, let Nami rest. The rest of us will go find Zoro," Usopp, Sanji, and the others said in unison. "No, this time we must go together because there's something we have to do together," Luffy said in a somewhat low but firm voice. "Don't worry, Nami has just minor injuries, but Sanji has lost a bit too much blood. If we climb a mountain, he might feel a bit dizzy," Chopper teased Sanji, looking at his messy hairstyle. "Chopper, do you want me to stew you?" "Deer meat is very nourishing." Sanji suddenly crouched down, pretending to go after Chopper. Chopper, who was acting scared, jumped behind Nami for cover, but that cute little bow was left sticking out. In an instant, the originally somber atmosphere was completely lifted by the antics of these two lively characters, restoring everyone's spirits. After quickly bandaging the wound on Luffy's body, Luffy and the others began to head toward the mountain range behind Shia Island. Just as they were about to set off, a cheer erupted simultaneously from all directions of Shia Island and from a place in the first half of the Grand Line known as the Devil's Triangle. However, this roar lasted only a moment before dissipating across the world. On this day, many people who had been living in the shadows suddenly discovered that the shadows they had lost for many years had returned. A destined celebration unfolded around the world, and in their hearts, a weak figure and a short-haired man holding a black blade appeared in their minds. The mountains were not high, but the path was rugged. Luffy and the others slowly walked for more than half an hour before gradually reaching the place where a group of black shadows had shot out. Upon their arrival, they found numerous marks of swords and blades on a slightly flatter hillside, but nothing else was there. However, not far in front of them, a black loft appeared before Luffy and the others. At that moment, the entire loft had been split open in the middle, revealing a completely enclosed black fortress beneath. A crack had been split open in the fortress, from a series of black patterns on both sides of the crack. It was clear that this was where those black shadows were originally supposed to be stored. Upon closer inspection, Luffy and the others could see a black box inside the fortress, and around the box was a layer of something that had turned into a puddle of black water. On one side of the box, a man was weakly kneeling on the ground. He seemed to be murmuring, saying that he shouldn't have come to this world, that he was unworthy. Zoro and Sanji immediately recognized that the man covered in black was the Zoro they had been looking for. Chapter 153, Princess Lingling. Without hesitation, Sanji jumped down through the crack in the fortress, looking at Zoro with his hand resting on the strange box. And his whole demeanor reflected extreme inferiority. What is this thing? Sanji, curious, prepared to reach out and take a look. Wait, Sanji! At that moment, Luffy also jumped down, glanced at Zoro, and then saw Sanji's outstretched hand, prompting him to call for him to stop. However, Luffy had a thought in his mind, and a look of understanding crossed his face. After making a casual gesture towards Sanji, he no longer paid attention to him, but pulled Nami and Robin aside, pretending to carefully investigate the fortress. Just then, as soon as Sanji's hand touched the box, he instantly knelt down, and a very shocking phrase came out of his mouth. "I really shouldn't be alive. I don't have the right to be human. I'm not a man." Looking at Sanji's appearance, Chopper and the others, who had originally been very interested, couldn't help but retract their outstretched hands at the same time. Ha ha! At this moment, Luffy could no longer contain his laughter. Originally, these two steel-like men were now displaying such a weak and inferior demeanor. Luffy's laughter, while puzzling Nami and the others, did make it clear that aside from affecting Zoro and Sanji's emotions, this box likely had no other side effects. This sparked a hint of exploratory interest in Nami, but just as she was about to reach out to touch it, Luffy called her back. Usopp, you go open this box. Don't worry. Among us, you're the only one who can touch this box without any issues, Luffy said confidently and earnestly to Usopp. All right, though Usopp was a bit trembling, he didn't push back at this time and slowly placed his hand on it. In that instant, a faint white shadow passed through the box and drilled into Usopp's body, but quickly emerged from Usopp's back, clearly becoming more subdued. At this moment, Chopper and the others finally understood what was going on. Usopp felt around, finding no unusual sensations in his body, which made him trust Luffy's words even more. Taking a step forward, he pried open the locks on the lid of the box with all his might, lifting the lid to reveal a young girl in her prime. The girl had her eyes slightly closed, her face devoid of color, appearing to be on the brink of death. However, tiny white shadows continuously emerged from her body, swirling around her. Once someone touched this box, they would drill into that person's body through their hand. However, when Usopp stood beside the box and lifted the lid, the small white shadows that had been swirling around the girl seemed to sense something terrifying and instantly drilled into the girl's body. Usopp, you're really amazing. Seeing those white shadows seemingly entering the girl's body, Luffy dared to approach. He didn't want to kneel on the ground like Sanji and Zoro, praying for their unworthiness as humans. Looking at the girl, Luffy couldn't help but frown and then shot a questioning glance at Chopper, who had come closer. Let us lift her out. I'll give it a try, Chopper said, looking worriedly at the girl's pale face. However, just as Chopper said this, Luffy, Frankie, Robin, and the others instantly retreated a considerable distance, almost pressing against the fortress wall. Only Usopp remained at the front, gazing at him with a look of admiration. After witnessing those lowly and inferior words, no one wanted to demonstrate, considering even the box that trapped the girl had such power, let alone the girl's body. In the end, only Usopp, who was immune to the white shadows, could do such a hard task. However, just as they lifted the girl out, a new problem arose. Although Chopper's medical ethics compelled him to treat this weak girl without hesitation, he was powerless at that moment because as soon as Chopper touched the girl's forehead, a white shadow surged into Chopper's body. Chopper reenacted the scene that Sanji and Zoro had experienced. Chopper's dejection made Luffy and the others suddenly feel at a loss. Usopp, put your hand on Chopper's body. At this moment, Robin smiled faintly, as if she understood something, and said to Usopp. Sure enough, when Usopp placed his hand on Chopper's body, the white shadow that had experienced Usopp's power dared not enter Usopp's body through Chopper. Moreover, the emotions belonging to Usopp that were transmitted from his palm continued to weaken the white shadow. Finally, the white shadow returned to the girl's body through Chopper's hand. Chopper woke up, and to allow him to concentrate on treating the girl, Usopp stayed close to Chopper, always keeping his slightly perverted hand on Chopper's furry back. Luffy, you seem to know about this thing, Robin said, pointing at the girl's body. From the very beginning, Luffy didn't let them get close and had Sanji touch the exposed, evil smile. While Usopp's immunity to this white shadow all showed that Luffy was very familiar with it. Well, I know, but Robin, there's one thing I really don't understand. Why was Usopp able to drive this white shadow back into Chopper's body? Luffy asked Robin directly without explaining further. Robin smiled gently and then shared some information she knew about this white shadow with Luffy and the others. The Soul fruit can manifest ghosts, and it's clear that this girl is the user of the Soul fruit. From her current state, her life force is being threatened, and the fruit's automatic protection function has been triggered. Moreover, as far as I know, the fact that this fruit can automatically protect its user indicates a certain issue. Robin paused slightly before continuing. This girl is the best vessel for the Soul fruit, commonly referred to as the Soul Princess. The reason why the white shadow could be driven into the girl's body is mainly because the life force of these ghosts has been severely weakened at this moment. If Usopp's breath gets any closer, it would only accelerate their weakening. They are using their last bit of energy to sustain the girl's life. Otherwise, in this environment, she wouldn't be alive at all. Robin expressed everything she knew. Soul Princess. How deeply does this girl have to merge with the fruit's power to be called a princess? I didn't expect this girl to be so lucky. Nami seemed to have some understanding of this aspect and couldn't help but exclaim, Nami, you still have a chance. That win-win fruit looks quite good, Robin couldn't help but remind her. Although, after defeating Usopp, the information about the fruit was transmitted to my mind at the moment it dissipated. It's too far from our location. Nami shrugged and said helplessly. Chapter 154. A fragment of bone. No, we must hurry back to the Mary, or else her life will be in serious jeopardy. Chopper, who had been focusing on examining the girl, suddenly stood up and said with a heavy expression to Luffy and the others, who were still communicating. Then let's act quickly. After pondering for a moment, Luffy simply instructed Usopp and the others to take Sanji and the girl ahead while he slowly supported Zoro from behind. Just now, Usopp had also expelled the white shadow from Sanji and Zoro's bodies, returning it to the girl. However, it was evident that due to the influence of the white shadow for a period, their emotions had not recovered immediately. Okay then, Luffy, be careful, Robin, Nami, and the others smiled slightly before taking Sanji and the others through the gap and heading towards the place where the Mary was docked. At this moment, Luffy arranged for Zoro to sit aside to slowly regain his emotions while he began searching for something within the fortress. About 15 minutes later, Luffy had searched the entire fortress, but the thing he was thinking of had not been found, which made his expression increasingly despondent. Luffy, just as Luffy frowned deeply, Zoro finally seemed to have recovered. Seeing Luffy's anxious figure, he knew what he was searching for and couldn't help but call out to him. Zoro, you're back to normal. Zoro's awakening was undoubtedly very good news for Luffy. Just now, Zoro had been in a low mood and Luffy hadn't asked anything. But at this moment, Zoro no longer had any trace of depression or inferiority. He had returned to his tough demeanor, and his competitive spirit was even stronger. Could it be that this ghost also has the function of uplifting people's spirits? Luffy couldn't help but ponder inwardly, then asked about what he had instructed Zoro. Look, is this it? Zoro took out a small box with a sandalwood fragrance from his bosom and handed it to Luffy. Although the box was small, its meticulous craftsmanship indicated its extraordinary nature. Luffy slowly peeled off the seal on the box, opened it, and saw a black bottle inside. The bottle was very dark, not letting any light through, which made Luffy hesitant to open the cap easily. Instead, he carefully observed the bottle, trying to find some unusual markings on it. Suddenly, Luffy noticed 4 tiny characters written in a small script on the lower part of the bottle, which made him overjoyed. He placed the bottle beside him, activated his observation haki, and slowly enveloped the bottle with it, concentrating on sensing the faint aura emanating from the bottle. After a while, Luffy withdrew his observation haki, and his expression instantly brightened. What's up, is it him? Zoro asked excitedly. Yes, it's him, but now we still need to find his body, Luffy said without hesitation, preparing to dig through the entire fortress. Don't bother looking, I know where it is. Zoro's voice suddenly became despondent again. Where? In that girl's embrace. At that time, I felt something strange about the box, but as soon as I got close to it, the box started to tremble slightly, as if it was being summoned. So, I wanted to open the box to investigate, but as soon as I touched it, I felt like all my strength was drained away, and I fell into a state of extreme depression. Then let's head to the Mary and see if what the girl has is what we need. If not, we can come back and look for it later. After careful consideration, Luffy made the decision and jumped out of the fortress first. I really hope that whatever the girl has is the right thing, Zoro said with some anticipation. Don't worry, since there's something there that can attract what's inside this box. It must be correct. We need to hurry. Nami and the others may still not understand what's going on. If we're not careful and lose that thing, it will be bad. With that, Luffy quickened his pace. Without further conversation, the two reached the place where the Mary was docked in less than 15 minutes. And at this moment, it was bustling with activity. Under Tyler's command, the Straw Hat Pirates crew was responsible for clearing out the remnants of the West Sea Island. A small minion saw Luffy and the others approaching and immediately informed Tyler, who then walked over to Luffy. Seeing Tyler coming directly and noticing that there seemed to be no one on the Mary, Luffy didn't rush to the ship but stopped directly. Where are Nami and the others? Without needing to say more, Luffy urgently asked Tyler as soon as they met. This left Tyler, who had prepared a lot of words of gratitude, momentarily dumbfounded. This guy, like the ones earlier, didn't let anyone speak. However, Tyler wasn't a talkative person. Knowing that Luffy and the others seemed to have urgent matters to attend to, he directly assigned a mid-level officer from the Straw Hat Pirates to lead Luffy and the others to a more secluded area. On the way, they explained why Nami and the others were not on the Going Merry. It turned out that as soon as Nami and the others returned and saw the noisy temporary port, Chopper went straight to the Going Merry to get some necessary medicines and tools. Then, he took Nami and the others to set up a temporary tent a little further away to start treating the injured. He also asked Tyler to help guide Luffy there when he returned. Although it was a bit far, Luffy and the others soon spotted where Chopper and the others were. Luffy signaled for the mid-level officer of the Sun Pirates, leading them to go back, and he rushed towards the tent with Zoro. They needed to hurry. Who knew what would happen if Nami and the others just threw that thing away? Just as they got closer to the tent, a surprise scream came from inside, and it was Nami's voice. "What is this?" Scared, she threw something outside, and a box flew out with her yelp. At that moment, the box that had been quietly resting in Luffy's arms suddenly trembled violently in the direction of the box that had been thrown. "It's you." Luffy realized the change in the box, and understood that the thing that scared Nami and was thrown out was what he had been searching for all along. He reached out and grabbed it, then rushed into the tent, bumping right into a startled Nami. Just as Nami was about to complain, Zoro also rushed in. And with a thud, the three of them landed on Sanji, who was preparing to join them. In an instant, Nami, Luffy, Zoro, and the bottom layer, Sanji, formed a friendly pile. "Zoro, get out of the way. I need to see if this is really from Luffy." Luffy sounded anxious, seemingly not even noticing that he had bumped into Nami's chest. After Zoro got up, Luffy opened the box that Nami had thrown out, revealing a fragment of a white bone in front of them. Chapter 155, Bink Sake this is. Luffy looked at the shiny white bone in his hand, feeling a warm sensation coming from it, and at that moment, the box in his embrace began to shake violently. "Luffy, this is..." Seeing Luffy's expression, Nami and the others leaned in to look at the small piece of white bone in his hand. "This is what I sent Zoro to find. I only told Zoro that I didn't want everyone to search with hope, only to be disappointed in the end." Luffy raised the small piece of white bone and revealed a deep secret buried in his heart to all his companions. "This is our friend, Brook's bone." As soon as Luffy finished this sentence, Nami and the others were momentarily shocked. Although they had never seen Brook's face and didn't know what kind of person he was, it seemed that long ago, they were destined to become companions. When they heard the news of his passing, Nami felt a stabbing pain in her heart, and now his remains were presented before them again. "Brook." Nami suddenly realized her earlier inappropriate action, feeling even more guilty as tears streamed down her face. She moved closer to Luffy, wanting to gently touch Brook's final remains. "Luffy, don't wait. Hurry and bring Brook back to life." At that moment, Zoro, seeing the sadness on everyone's faces, quickly reminded them. "What?" Upon hearing Zoro's words, Nami and the others quickly wiped their tears and looked at Luffy with questioning eyes. "All right, let us revive our friend right away." Luffy said to Sanji, "Prepare the freshest milk, quickly." After telling Sanji this, he walked to a more open area and laid the piece of bone flat on the mat that had already been prepared. Next to the small white bone, he placed many shells, all of which were high in calcium and had been prepared for Brook's revival. "Here, this is the purest milk I just refined. It's the best to use now." Sanji kicked over a large bowl of milky liquid, speaking to Luffy. "Brook, you can hear me. We're going to save you now." Luffy took out the small box from his arms and pulled out a small black bottle, placing it next to the piece of white bone, speaking solemnly to these two items. The bottle, which had been shaking wildly due to being closer, suddenly calmed down upon hearing Luffy's words. "When I pour this milk over your last remains, I hope you can activate the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi at the same time. Only then can we reshape your body and release your shadow from the shadow bottle. That's the only way for a perfect revival," Luffy explained once more, then looked at the bottle more closely, becoming even quieter. "If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes. Now I'm going to start. Don't worry, we've prepared enough calcium for you to reshape your body." Luffy took a small spoon from the bucket and scooped out a tiny bit of milk, then evenly sprinkled it over the small white bone. At that moment, the small white bone suddenly emitted a grayish aura that enveloped the milk Luffy had poured. The once quiet shells began to slowly dissolve, with some black particles falling to the ground, while the white particles started to attach themselves to the piece of bone. The entire process lasted for about 15 minutes, long, yet it filled Luffy and the others with joy as the piece of bone absorbed and grew, indicating that their method was correct. Soon, Luffy scooped another spoonful of milk, slightly more than the first time, but when the milk was poured over the bone, he found that the absorption speed seemed to increase. In less than 15 minutes, the milk Luffy had poured was completely absorbed, and the small white bone had grown by half compared to when it first started. "Ha ha ha! Brook is going to be saved." Luffy couldn't help but cheer with excitement, and then he gradually increased the amount of milk he poured over the small white bone. The absorption speed of the small white bone continued to increase, and the surrounding shells had already changed 3 times, while Brook's body gradually became clearer. "How many buckets of milk is this now?" Luffy asked as he saw Sanji bring over another large bowl of milk. This is the 5th bucket. I didn't expect Brook to need such high-purity milk to reshape his body. If Uncle Tyler hadn't brought over 10 buckets of regular milk earlier, we would have run out by now. I've purified all the milk, and we have 3 buckets left. It should be enough, Sanji said softly as he set the bucket down, a hint of excitement in his voice. Not only Sanji, but everyone else was also immensely excited at that moment. Chopper, who had been suppressing his curiosity and stabilizing the girl's body, naturally rushed over too, looking at the skeletal structure that Luffy was continuously shaping with cups of milk. He felt no fear at all, instead joining Nami and the others in their excitement. They all knew that the one who was about to be revived was their companion, someone they had thought was already dead, even though they had never seen his face. It seemed he was already destined to be their partner. Under the excited attention of the crowd, several hours finally passed, and Brook's body was completely formed at this moment. The absorption of the milk was also basically saturated. Now, it was time to open the shadow bottle and release Brook's shadow, Luffy said excitedly to Nami and the others. He slowly took the small bottle in his hand, directly infused his hand with armament haki, and forcibly opened the bottle cap. A dark shadow immediately rushed through the bottle's mouth towards the just-formed skeleton, then began to spread over its entire body from the feet. At this critical moment, Luffy and the others suddenly froze, as a familiar song suddenly rang in their ears. Ding ding ding. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, sending you the fine wine of Binks, sailing freely over waves as the tide surges, the sunset stirs. The birds sing, piercing the sky, parting the harbor, unforgettable nostalgia, singing a tune to express feelings, waves surging, splashes flying, a manly man from the ends of the earth. Tonight there's wine, tonight we get drunk. Such a familiar melody passed through Luffy's mind, and all feelings of familiarity, relaxation, fatigue, and anxiety vanished in an instant. Bink sake. Robin gently called out the name of this light and pleasant melody. Chapter 156. Perona. As the cheerful song faded, the skeleton nourished by the milk actually stood up, becoming a living person again. Hello everyone, I am Brook. May I see your panties, ladies? As soon as Brook woke up and saw the 2 beautiful women, Nami and Robin, he couldn't help but say the words he had suppressed for so long. Welcome back. Brook. Luffy suddenly stepped forward, stopping Sanji's foot and Nami's fist because Brook's body had just been reformed, and they didn't know if it could handle it. So Luffy directly extended his hand and happily said to Brook, "Thank you." Brook gave a slight bow and expressed his gratitude, but instead of taking Luffy's hand, he jumped and soared past Luffy and the others, shooting towards the back mountain of Sea Island. "Please wait for me," came Brook's voice. And then he completely disappeared from Luffy and the others' sight. This left Luffy and the others momentarily stunned. Of course, Luffy was also stunned, but then he realized Brook's intentions. So he just laughed it off and shifted the topic to the girl. After Chopper's examination, the girl's condition had clearly improved a lot. Her originally pale face now had a hint of color, and sensing Luffy and the others' attention, she slowly opened her eyes. She glanced around at Luffy and the others and seemed to understand some of what had just happened after sensing the state of the ghost within her. "Little girl, don't worry, you're okay now." Chopper confidently walked up to the girl and said, seemingly wanting to dispel the little fear in her heart. "Oh, you defeated Gecko Moria?" the girl asked with a strange expression, as she knew that unless Gecko Moria was dead, this group of people would definitely not be able to appear by her side. It should be noted that although she had been asleep largely, because Gecko Moria helped her find a perfect skeleton with a soul for her to absorb and enhance her ghostly abilities. During this process, she could also help Gecko Moria condense a shadow water bullet. A shadow water bullet was the best ability enhancer for Gecko Moria. After being transformed into a shadow wave person, Gecko Moria had lost some of the abilities he originally possessed, the most important being the skill of shadow gathering. He could no longer endlessly stuff shadows into his body to enhance his abilities. However, the shadow water bullet was not restricted, condensing hundreds of thousands of shadows into a water bullet the size of a black sphere. Gecko Moria could activate a skill to directly absorb this water bullet into his body, and this water bullet would instantly unleash the power equivalent to the abilities of hundreds of thousands of shadows. But seeing her current situation, Perona clearly understood one thing. Gecko Moria was dead, and this group of people had actually broken the shadow seal and dug her out. Moreover, through her earlier introspection, Perona also realized that the bone spirit she had painstakingly absorbed had completely dissipated. Oh no, Perona suddenly seemed to remember something, glancing at her arms. and noticed that the box containing the skeleton was missing. "You stole my box," Perona asked angrily. "That box was indeed taken by us because it belonged to one of our partners." Luffy directly told her the truth, even though he didn't know what Perona was going through. "You all can go die." Perona's face, which had regained a bit of color, turned pale again, and her hands crazily directed a series of stronger white shadows, the same mindless ghosts, towards Luffy and the others. Just at that moment, the bravest warrior of the sea, Usopp, made his appearance. He stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Luffy and the others. Before these negative ghosts could choose their targets, Usopp directly became the target for all the ghosts. However, that familiar scene occurred again. All the ghosts, regardless of how strong or conscious they were, became even more despondent after passing through Usopp's body. They showed no intention of charging forward again, and instead directly dove into Perona's body to hide. "Hey, you're even more despondent than my negative ghosts. Who are you?" This time, Perona looked anxiously at the lewd, long-nosed man in front of her. "Is this how you treat the benefactor who saved your life?" Although labeled as the embodiment of extreme despondency, at this moment, Usopp stood firmly in front of everyone, daring to speak sternly to the young girl before him. "Oof, you're saving me?" I could have instantly comprehended new ghost techniques with that skeleton containing the bone spirit and simultaneously enhance my ghostly powers. Just as Perona was about to continue, she suddenly felt the atmosphere around her turn cold. It seemed that in an instant she had touched some kind of taboo, causing these people to become unhappy. "But the person you killed was my adoptive father. Gecko Moria is my adoptive father." Perona suddenly dropped a bombshell, which shocked Luffy, who knew a little about Perona's background. "If it weren't for Gecko Moria, I might have died in the New World SCs. At that time, I was only 6 years old, living on a small island relying on others' facilities. It was Gecko Moria who took me in, so I have always followed him," Perona said in a low voice, seemingly recalling that lonely past. Perona's tragic childhood resonated with Robin, who couldn't help but step forward and, disregarding Luffy and the others' objections, gently hugged the young girl who was only in her teens. This time, the little ghost that could always protect them did not pass through Robin's body, but quietly lurked within Perona's body. "Although I also dislike Gecko Moria, after all, he's my adoptive father." At this point, Perona could no longer hold back and started to cry. This scene moved Nami as well, and she rushed over to hug the poor girl along with Robin. "What Gecko Moria did, I believe you are well aware of. Such an ending is also a punishment for him. As for you, Perona, regarding what you did to my companions, I believe you did not do it intentionally, so we won't blame you. However, I hope there won't be any further attempts to attack us before we leave here. Otherwise, I believe you are aware that your ghosts have been completely restrained by me." Usopp once again stood up, risking being beaten by Sanji, and said, "I won't, but you have to agree to one condition." At this moment, Perona was devoid of any darkness and instead appeared a bit willful, which made Sanji excitedly spurt blood again, severely lacking blood. Chapter 157. 10 People What Condition? At this time, Luffy, who had been shielded by Usopp, stepped forward, smiled at Perona, and asked very kindly. However, Luffy's kindness made Perona shudder inexplicably. "I want to join you. Although I don't know what kind of group you are, I like these two sisters," Perona said, hugging Robin and Nami's arms more closely. This made Robin and Nami look at Luffy joyfully, waiting for his answer. "I can't agree to you yet." Upon hearing Perona's words, Luffy seemed to have anticipated this, but he slightly turned his back to welcome the angry gazes of the three girls, while also having to ignore Sanji's furious stare as a womanizer. Luffy stood in front of the temporary tent, seemingly waiting for something. Although Robin and Nami were a bit disappointed, they quickly understood Luffy's thoughts and did not dwell on it any longer. Instead, they quietly spoke to Perona, encouraging the cute spirit to calm down her pouty lips. "Here it comes." A dark shadow flickered and appeared in front of Luffy and the others. It was Brook, but now Brook had two new things. One was the hair on his head, and the other was a weapon resembling umbrella hanging at his waist, which seemed to be a sword. Brook did not hide behind words, but directly knelt before Luffy and the others, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Brook, who has already died, leaving only a small piece of bone, and, thanks to your help, I have come back to life. I have long been wanted. My nickname is Brook, the Soul King, with a bounty of 30 million. I used to be the captain of a guard squad in a certain kingdom and later became the musician and swordsman of the Rumbar Pirates, serving as the acting captain. My dream is to return to the lighthouse to see my partner, Laboon. From today on, I entrust my life to Captain Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. To avoid being a burden to everyone, I will work hard and fight with all my might." Brook spoke slowly but sincerely, showing a standard gentleman's etiquette. However, Just as Brook finished speaking, all the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates, including Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, had already come to Brook's side, extending their hands. "Welcome back. Brook, I never thought you would leave, nor did I ever think you wouldn't come back. At that moment, we were desperate, and at that moment, we were furiously angry. And if you stand before us again and say you have joined us, I'm sorry, but we do not accept such words because you have already joined. Now you're just back, dear partner, dear Brook." In an instant, everyone was ecstatic, cheering, and celebrating. It was just short of throwing a feast. Just as Luffy and the others were preparing for a grand celebration, the previously quiet Perona suddenly grew larger. In an instant, her entire figure transformed into something the size of a house. However, the expression on her face immediately made Luffy and the others see the truth. Luffy knew that Perona was anxious. Seeing everyone so happy, she was also moved. "Perona, I know this is just a spirit. You can come out now. We can talk about your matters," Luffy shouted to the large figure of Perona in the sky. As soon as Luffy's words fell, the massive spirit gradually dissipated, eventually returning to the small girl behind Robin and Nami. A slightly shy and restrained Perona walked up to Luffy and the others. At this moment, Perona was conflicted, because Brook had just demonstrated all the gentlemanly requirements for joining. However, in Perona's view, if she also followed Brook's example to perform a gentlemanly gesture, it would seem very kitsch and boring, lacking any impact. However, it seemed that doing it like Brook would yield better results. While Perona was deep in thought, Luffy spoke up. "Are you a boy? Are you a gentleman? Are you?" Luffy continued to blurt out questions like a jet gun, making Perona feel a wave of annoyance. Finally, unable to bear Luffy's irritating rambling, she shouted loudly, "I, Perona, was once a subordinate of Gecko Moria. And now I want to join your Straw Hat Pirates under Captain Luffy. Will you accept me or not?" "I accept." Unexpectedly, Luffy did not say anything else this time, but directly agreed because in Luffy's subconscious, it seemed that having this cute girl join would be quite nice. "So, should we start the feast now?" Perona, who had just joined, curiously asked Luffy and the others. "Now is not the time. We still have some matters to deal with, and we must handle them immediately. After that, we can happily start the feast," Robin, who had been doting on Perona, suddenly said with a serious expression. "All right, now that we are all partners, Robin, go ahead and share all the information you have gathered. This way, our next journey will be smoother." Calling everyone back into the temporary tent, the Straw Hat Pirates began their meeting. The entire meeting lasted for 3 hours, after which the expressions of Luffy and the others became somewhat serious because the information contained was too much to digest all at once. After a brief moment of worry, amidst Elder Taylor's shouts, Luffy and the others finally joined the feast. At the feast, the members of the Sun Pirates were all very happy. Even Jinbe had come from Fishman Island. Together in this place where they had one, they drank freely and celebrated. In the end, Luffy overate, Zoro drank enough. Usopp blew enough. In short, everything was so exciting and joyful that they spent a full 3 days. On the sunny day, the first to wake up was Luffy, who quietly called everyone else up. Then, while Sanji and the others were not paying attention, he went aboard the Going Merry again, setting sail once more. This time, there was a hint of urgency in Luffy's expression. "They have left." Taylor stood up, watching the pirate flag slowly disappear on the horizon, and said to Jinbe beside him. At this moment, slowly, the crew members of the Sun Pirates, who should have been sound asleep, began to stand up one by one and deeply bow towards the ships sailing in the distance. "Ha ha! Taylor, don't be discouraged. They're still young. In the years to come, I believe Monkey D, Luffy, and the Straw Hat Pirates will surely resonate throughout the New World." Jinbe's words conveyed more of his determination and trust in this group of people. "Let's go, we should head back. According to the Straw Hat Kid, the waters ahead won't be calm, and we must be well prepared, so as not to waste the Straw Hat Kid's goodwill." Saying this, Jinbe took the lead towards the docked ship. After the crew of the Sun Pirates shouted loudly, they followed Jinbe onto the ship. Chapter 158, Hancock Nami. How long until we reach our destination? Luffy stood atop the ship's figurehead, facing the sea breeze, looking at the unchanging waters ahead, and asked, "At our current speed, 3 days will be enough." After checking the sea chart and nearby currents again, Nami replied confidently, "Tell Frankie that we must arrive there within 2 days." 3 days? I'm afraid it will be too late. After once again entrusting Nami, Luffy went back into the cabin, where he had many things to discuss with Robin. Ever since Robin deciphered all the intelligence data from the secret warehouse regarding Gecko Moria, she had sorted out all the useful information for Luffy and the others. Among the most shocking revelations was that the Navy headquarters had become independent of the world government, although it seemed they had some secret agreement, as the Navy headquarters still appeared to be subordinate to the world government. This had led to the current situation. The world government mainly dealt with the Revolutionary Army and land wars, while the Navy headquarters was primarily responsible for the sea area and the management of the New World. However, in the past decade, the world government has lost trust in the Navy headquarters due to the successive pirate uprisings and rebellions on land. Thus, they began to send some personnel into the New World with the aim of eliminating renowned pirates and recapturing some scattered pirates for their use. The Navy headquarters was well aware of this, and there had not been much conflict between the two in the past decade. However, now they were thrown into chaos by a group of people, the Straw Hat Pirates. Because of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Navy headquarters was forced to agree to the highest adjudicating body of the Celestial Dragons, the Clan Council, allowing them to enter the New World as well. The inclusion of the Clan Council made things very tricky for both the Navy headquarters and the world government. However, under the combined pressure of the Navy headquarters and the world government, the Clan Council ultimately promised that as long as they eliminated the Straw Hat Pirates, who dared to offend the dignity of the Celestial Dragons, they would withdraw. But when they arrived in the New World, their actions were quite puzzling. Instead of urgently searching for the Straw Hat Pirates, they seemed to be looking for something else altogether, which made the Navy headquarters and the world government feel troubled. Thus, the Navy headquarters joined forces with the world government to launch a large-scale hunt in the New World, aiming to find and eliminate Luffy and the others. This way, they could eliminate the hidden danger posed by the Clan Council. It should be noted that the Clan Council is completely controlled by the Celestial Dragons and is a group organized by the descendants of all the founders. Its core strength is also formidable. From the information, Luffy and the others realized how powerful the Navy headquarters and the world government were. However, all of this could be set aside for Luffy, as they had something more important to do now: rescue the Empress, Boa Hancock, and her Kuja pirates, who were about to be besieged. According to the intelligence, today was the day the Kuja pirates would be surrounded. Although the Empress was powerful, just thinking about the fact that it was the mysterious Clan Council that was besieging her made Luffy anxious. After all, on Bubble Island, that mysterious shadow had made even Luffy feel an urge not to confront it. Although he had become stronger now, he still clearly remembered that feeling. I am sorry, comrades. I have to save the Empress. I have my reasons for needing to rescue her. When he heard this news, Luffy struggled within himself. In his memory, the Empress was a stunningly beautiful woman, and he liked her very much. Therefore, upon hearing that she was about to face an attack, he couldn't help but want to save her, regardless of how strong the opponent was. Luffy Sandbrook stood up and quietly walked to Luffy's side. This will be my first battle as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. I will give it my all. Brook's thin sword at his waist gleamed with a faint white light. Me, too. Since Perona was officially accepted by the Straw Hat Pirates, she had become much more cheerful. Robin, let's draw up a route map. Frankie, you need to pay more attention to gathering materials, Nami said to Robin and Frankie. There was no doubt, no questions. When Luffy sounded the battle horn, the Straw Hat Pirates were already fully mobilized, ready for battle at any moment. All right, we'll celebrate for 3 days and then set off. Otherwise, Jinbei won't be willing, Luffy said as he dashed out of the tent. Thus, after 3 crazy days, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Sun Pirates quietly set off one early morning. It had been a day since they left Sea Island. Robin was still focused on studying various useful intelligence. When Luffy walked in, she looked up. Luffy, you can't have that expression. We're used to you being carefree. Robin teased Luffy. You wouldn't have heard about the Empress's reputation as the world's most beautiful woman and fallen for her, would you? Robin smiled slightly and continued to tease Luffy. Robin, have you figured out the information about that place? Luffy directly turned the question back to the location of the Empress. Of course, I have a good idea now. Perhaps when we go this time, there will be surprises, Robin said with a mysterious smile, but her expression didn't seem to hint at what that surprise was. Robin, why is the Empress just staying in her Amazon lily and wandering around? Now she's been targeted by the Clan Council. Luffy couldn't shake off his feelings for the Empress, sounding almost like a jilted lover. That might be better left unsaid. You'll know when the time comes, Robin teased Luffy again, then took the sea chart to find Nami to discuss. I should go check on Brook and Perona. Zoro should be there too. Luffy thought helplessly as he watched Robin's graceful figure vanish. It's not like that. Why are you so stupid? A green-haired man said indignantly to a small voice. You are clumsy yourself. Even I, being so clever, couldn't understand what you were saying, retorted a cute little girl, twirling around the Iron Man figure. Chapter 159. The Empress's Dominance. The Empress, since our lord has taken a liking to you, come along with our lord, said a man about 3 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, to a stunning woman about 50 meters ahead of him. Oomph. The beautiful woman did not respond, but directly ignored the man before her, tilting her head back in disdain. Upon receiving the Empress's disdain, the man suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable gloom, as if he had committed the most immoral act in the world, and a strong sense of shame surged within him. He could no longer bear this oppressive feeling mentally. Zonairo, Jimmy is my most capable subordinate. Don't let him die like this. Came a high and mighty voice from the covered palanquin that had been watching everything quietly. As soon as the voice fell, a fully armed man who had been standing quietly beside the palanquin responded softly and then swiftly moved to stand in front of the one called Jimmy. With the sound of an explosion, the emotional turmoil that had engulfed Jimmy was lifted, and this fully armed man, named Zonairo, appeared before the Empress. Moreover, a faint sulfur smell instantly erupted in front of him, forming a thick smoke-like shield that rendered the Empress's disdain ineffective. Xiaoxi, take care of those two strange and ugly women. Just seeing them makes me feel nauseous. The man in the palanquin said to a strong, bald man, holding a 4 to 5 meter long wooden stick on the other side of the palanquin. Yes, noble master. Your will is Buddha's will, the bald man said respectfully, bowing deeply to the mysterious man in the palanquin before heading towards the direction indicated by the man. At this moment, the other oddly dressed soldiers who had come with the man left a group of about 20 to protect the palanquin and began to encircle the Empress's 9 snake pirates. Humph, with you ugly guys daring to touch my 9 snake pirates. As the Empress's increasingly angry cheeks flared, her hands formed a heart shape, directed at the group of strange individuals closing in. Chrysanthemum bullet, just as the Empress unleashed a wave of sweet love wind into the air. The man named Zonairo suddenly drew a revolver-like gun from his waist and fired a shot. Countless small projectiles flew out, blocking the Empress's love wind and even attracting the small amounts of love wind that were about to spill out. What? The Master's sweet wind was actually blocked like this? The previously unstoppable love wind was suddenly halted, leaving the second in command, Poya Sandersonia, the third in command, Poya Marigold, and the crew of the 9 snake pirates momentarily stunned. It was evident that this person was not using the legendary haki to directly negate it, but was employing such a common technique to counter the Empress's love wind. And it even had the ability to absorb the Empress's sweet wind. Just as the 9 snake pirates were astonished by the blockage of the Empress's sweet wind, a strange monk-like figure charged in with a long wooden stick, instantly intercepting the second and third sisters of the Gorgon trio. Meanwhile, others quickly began encircling the remaining crew members of the 9 snake pirates. Boam, a voice filled with extreme temptation, suddenly emanated from a stunning woman, sending shivers down people's spines. It felt like falling into a gentle trap, devoid of any desire to resist. Indeed a gem, if I could have this Empress. It would keep me entertained for a while, a low, filthy voice echoed from within the palanquin, as if one could see the man's wicked tongue making lewd gestures through the curtain's gap. However, all of this was drowned out by the noisy scene. The Empress's lips gently closed, and the heavenly voice she had just released gradually took on the shape of a kiss in the air, then elongated into a sharp point aimed at the man named Zonairo. Just as the man was surprised, the kiss bullet passed through the thick smoke shield that emanated a sulfur smell and then broke through the isolation created by the chrysanthemum bullet, charging towards Zonairo. Before Zonairo could react to the kiss bullet, a small button-like device mounted on his shoulder instantly fired and collided directly with the kiss bullet in midair. With a puff, the kiss bullet and the button collided, producing a burst of smoke that dissipated into the air. At that moment, a faint white silk-like gas followed the kiss bullet and struck Zonairo's chest hard while he had no reaction and all his equipment had no time to respond. This impact made Zonairo's chest feel suffocated, as if it were about to explode, but fortunately, the gas had weakened significantly from the previous impact. Otherwise, this blow would have been too much for Zonairo. It seems I can't be careless. Zonairo staggered back 3 steps before stabilizing himself, casually removing the windbreaker draped over his body. Miraculously, the equipment that should have been outside the windbreaker remained securely on Zonairo's inner armor. After shedding his outer clothing, Zonairo was covered in various pieces of equipment, numerous and diverse, including revolver-like firearms, as well as high-density suppression heavy weaponry. However, those small button-like objects were particularly eye-catching, seemingly having blocked the kiss bullet earlier. The Empress glanced at the various pieces of equipment on Zonairo's body, snorted lightly, and then launched another kiss bullet at Zonairo. Simultaneously, after the kiss bullet shot out, she fired a sweet love wind at the strange individuals who had entangled the 9 snake pirates. However, the thick smoke layer, which had been easily penetrated by the kiss bullet, automatically absorbed it without missing a beat. The smoke layer instantly expanded, enveloping a large area in front of the Empress. Without the Empress's control, the kiss bullet was easily dodged by Zonairu, and even the button-like alarm bullet did not fire as it evaded. This time, the gas from the kiss bullet caused no harm to Zonairu whatsoever. Get lost, the smoke in front of the Empress made her feel a wave of anger, and she couldn't help but suddenly close her eyes before opening them wide, an aura erupting from her body. It was the same Conqueror's Haki that Luffy had used. The aura surged forward, crashing into the smoke. After struggling to resist, the smoke layer dissipated, but having been weakened by the smoke, this aura was also significantly reduced. It blew towards Zonairu and the others like a somewhat fierce wind. Chapter 160. Arriving at Liuli Island. Sure enough, just as described in the data, the Empress Boa Hancock possesses Haki, and even has a hint of the mysterious Conqueror's Haki. The abilities displayed by the Empress gradually connected with the information known to Zonairu, reigniting confidence in him, who had just experienced the daunting pressure of the Conqueror's Haki. After all, according to the intelligence, there was a reason the Master brought him here. With newfound confidence, Zonairu, who had been passively defending, shifted to an active offense. Suddenly, a gun resembling a submachine gun appeared in his hands, and he unleashed a barrage of fire towards the Empress. The bullets, upon being fired, seemed to jump in the air within his line of sight. Get away! After several jumps, the bullets surrounded the Empress, but she seemed to sense them before they got close. The arrow of captivity charged towards the bullets surrounding her. But in an instant, the Empress realized something was wrong. She performed a full 360-degree spin, and with her legs enveloped in armament Haki, she executed a fragrant kick that blocked all the bullets aimed at her, turning them to stone upon impact and shattering them with the force of her kick. Seeking death? The Empress no longer remained in place, swiftly charging towards Zonairu, her legs crossing as she moved. With the motion of her legs, a pink aura gradually expanded from her body, surrounded by an almost imperceptible energy sphere. Zonairu recognized this sphere at a glance. It was the same type that had attacked him earlier. This was the Empress's armament Haki, he confirmed in his heart, and he began to move, intending to engage her up close, despite having no advantage. For a mechanical gunner like Zonairu, maintaining a certain distance from the opponent was the best strategy. Thus, as soon as the Empress moved, he did as well. Strangely, the dense smoke layers seemed to expand again with Zonairu's movements, gradually enclosing both of them in a circle. Zonairu began to retreat while firing strange bullets, preventing the Empress from finding an opportunity to break free. Thus, the two engaged in a prolonged battle within the circle, which was exactly what Zonairu wanted, as it aligned perfectly with his planned strategy. Next, he just needed to deplete the Empress's energy before capturing her. Looking around, the Empress's 2 sisters began to transform, turning into the snake-haired Yamada no Orochi and the snake-haired flame serpent god. However, even then, it seemed they could only barely match the monstrous monk Joxy. According to the plan, it wouldn't be long before the Kuja pirates were all captured by them. The man in the palanquin grew increasingly excited. Everything was unfolding according to his set plan. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could enjoy the beauty of the Empress, Boa Hancock. If you hadn't run out of Amazon Lily, I wouldn't have had the chance to taste you, the warlord of the sea. Thus, on Liuli Island, the Kuja pirates, led by the Empress, gradually found themselves in a stalemate with the forces commanded by the man in the palanquin. From the situation, both sides seemed evenly matched, with the Kuja pirates holding a slight advantage. However, as time passed, this advantage was gradually worn down and subsequently controlled by the oddly dressed group. Occasionally, crew members of the Kuja pirates would be captured, and although the Empress was furious, she found herself unable to break free due to Zonairu's entanglement. Luffy, we're almost there. Looking ahead at the towering green tree that resembled a spire, which was the symbol of Liuli Island, Nami finally spotted the distinctive emerald green at the farthest point of the sea. Usopp, gather everyone. Prepare for battle. Hearing Nami shout, Luffy, who had been playing with Usopp and the others in the cabin, immediately stood up and instructed Usopp to gather the crew for final preparations, as a tough battle awaited them. After all, Luffy and the others were completely unaware of the current state of the Empress and the Kuja pirates. Although Robin had learned from her sources that the world government had received a sudden message seeking information on the warlord Boa Hancock and her pirate crew, indicating they would be encircling the Empress at Liuli Island. Through Robin's analysis, it was clear that the request came from the Clan Council. While it was puzzling how the Clan Council became intertwined with the world government, Robin's intelligence couldn't fully decipher the situation. Luffy, however, didn't care. The most important thing was to save the Empress and her crew. Nami, how much longer? Let's get Frankie to push the Mary's maximum speed. With the naked eye, they can increasingly see the towering emerald tree. Rumor had it that this tree stood 212 meters tall and had not changed for centuries, always maintaining this height. This tree was not only a symbol of Lioli Island, but also a guardian spirit. There were accounts of people who had ventured beneath Lioli Island to seek the roots of this towering tree, only to discover that Lioli Island was fundamentally formed like the legendary Bubble Islands. However, unlike the Bubble Islands, this massive Lioli Island was supported solely by this towering green tree. Beneath Lioli Island, the roots of the tree extended to unfathomable depths. It was said that no one could dive down to the roots of this tree. Furthermore, legends spoke of mysterious treasures hidden beneath this towering tree, though no one could accurately describe what they were. This towering green tree had a loud and revered name, the Guardian Holy Tree. It was because of this tree that Lioli Island gradually became a beautiful and legendary island. Countless people came to this tree every year, making Lioli Island a true hub for tourism and adventure. Luffy and the others quickly sailed towards this tree as a landmark, and soon, the entire Lioli Island appeared before them. At that moment, the Mary suddenly shook, as if responding to some call, but fortunately, Frankie reacted quickly and regained control of the ship. Sailing swiftly towards the port of Lioli Island, it wasn't long before the ship arrived at the Grand Harbor and docked. A gentleman dressed in a leather hat approached, bowing slightly. Welcome to the beautiful and sacred island of the Guardian Sacred Tree, Lioli Island. Chapter 161, The Guardian of the Holy Light. The gentleman's words and the scene before Luffy and the others left them momentarily stunned. After rushing here at full speed, they were met with such a scene. The streets were bustling with activity, a vibrant and colorful atmosphere, completely contrary to their shattered expectations. Even Robin had not anticipated such a sight. Aren't they here to encircle the Snake Princess pirates? Where are the people from the Clan Council? Luffy, feeling anxious, repeatedly pressed the gentleman with oppressive questions, almost ready to grab him for interrogation like Usopp would. Luffy's actions drew the attention of those around them, but after a brief chuckle, they turned back to their own affairs, seemingly unconcerned by Luffy's aggressive demeanor. Even more surprising to Luffy and the others was that the gentleman appeared completely unafraid. It should be known that while Luffy was not the type to kill indiscriminately, he had indeed taken down many fierce and wicked individuals. When he was angry, his menacing aura would naturally emanate, creating a feeling of pressure around him. Yet, this gentleman could directly ignore Luffy's fury, regarding him with a look akin to that of a country bumpkin. Luffy, wait a moment, look at this. At this moment, under Perona's guidance, Zoro, having noticed something, stopped the furious Luffy and urged everyone to take a serious look at the port. They discovered that on the other side of the Mary, there was a transparent barrier of light. Luffy quickly concentrated his observation haki, but as soon as it spread out, it dissipated within 10 meters, completely out of control. No need to think too much about it. Under the protection of the Guardian Holy Light, no one can exert any abilities to harm others, including detection. The gentleman glanced at Luffy, seemingly surprised by the haki he had just exhibited. Is haki not effective? Robin, noticing the gentleman's slight wariness towards Luffy's observation haki, couldn't help but ask. Haki, as rumored, had to have some limitations. The observation haki could only cover a radius of 10 meters, while the armament haki, mainly used for attacks, could not be unleashed at all. As for the rare conqueror's haki, it was unclear, but it certainly did not work as terrifyingly as this gentleman explained patiently, occasionally observing Luffy's reactions. What is this Guardian Holy Light? It's so abnormal. Nami had a devilish smile towards the gentleman, leaving him flustered, and then inquired. Of course not. The Guardian Holy Light is merely the existence of our Lioli Island. Thanks to the protection of the Guardian Sacred Tree, we have this Guardian Holy Light. It is said that this Guardian Holy Light has existed alongside the Guardian Sacred Tree, which has led to the prosperity of our Lioli Island. The gentleman said with a hint of pride. No, I'm asking you about that. Luffy, feeling anxious, couldn't care less and directly asked the gentleman about the Empress. However, before Luffy could rush forward, the gentleman didn't act as recklessly as before. Instead, he appeared somewhat evasive, seemingly changing his earlier confident demeanor when Luffy displayed his haki. Luffy Nami suddenly positioned herself between Luffy and the gentleman, glaring at Luffy, then whispered something in his ear before taking Robin to start a conversation with the gentleman. After a while, Nami and Robin returned to the Mary, seemingly satisfied, and led Luffy and the others out of the area enveloped by the guardian holy light. Before long, the Mary set sail toward a small island not far from Lioli Island. Are you sure it's that island? The island seemed a bit distant, but Luffy could make out its shape, which was a steep cliff, causing him to doubt what Nami and the others had said, prompting him to ask again. Don't worry, it's definitely there, Robin assured. It turned out that on Lioli Island, due to the protection of the guardian holy light, conflicts rarely occurred. However, interactions between people, especially among pirates who were used to a free and chaotic lifestyle, were different. They often resulted in verbal conflicts. Resolving these verbal disputes was simple. They would set up a challenge based on their abilities. Naturally, such behavior was not allowed on Lioli Island, so there were designated places for resolving conflicts. Surrounding Lioli Island were 10 special islands designated for such purposes. The gentleman certainly had a deep impression of the beautiful Empress. So when Nami asked, he shared some information about her. The Snake Princess pirates were originally quite popular on Lioli Island, where people mainly came to enjoy the scenery and shop. However, a few days later, a pirate crew called the 10 Snake Pirates, led by a remarkably ugly captain who also called herself the Empress, suddenly appeared. This caused the original Snake Princess pirates to become unwilling, and thus, a verbal conflict ensued. Eventually, it escalated to the point where they needed to resolve it through combat, and after some calls, they went to Island number 3 for a duel. Many followers of the Empress followed them, but upon arriving at Island number 3, they found that this so-called 10 Snake Pirates was merely a part of a bizarre pirate crew. Thus, the Snake Princess pirates faced a group of strangely dressed individuals, while the originally following pirate crews were blocked outside by this group. What happened next, the gentleman did not know. However, it was enough to know that news had spread that the Empress and her crew had not been captured or killed on Island number 3. So, Nami and the others directly led Luffy and the others towards the towering mountains. As they got closer to the island, Luffy and the others grew more anxious, and as they approached, strong explosive sounds began to emanate from the island. When the ship reached the other side of the island, they discovered that the island was steep on all sides, leaving only one opening, resembling a natural arena. It was unclear whether this was a natural formation or man-made, but Luffy and the others finally arrived. Judging by the sounds coming from the island, the battle between the two sides was intense. Let's go in. Despite the numerous shipwrecks near the opening of the island, Luffy and the others did not hesitate and headed straight for the opening. Azwa, more people are seeking death. What do you say we do? An unusual voice came from behind the opening. Ayu, let's go kill them together. An even stranger voice followed from behind the opening. Two people suddenly appeared in front of Luffy and the others, one on the left and one on the right. One of them was incredibly tall, over 10 meters high, with a body the size of a house. The other was a small child, less than a meter tall, resembling a dwarf, holding a silver spear. This peculiar duo immediately launched an attack on the Mary. Chapter 162. Left and right when a left and a right charge toward Luffy and the others. It truly startled them. After all, it was rare to see someone like them using a giant wooden plank as a platform and their bodies as a shield at the entrance of the bay. However, Alep's body was indeed massive. Although it couldn't compare to a giant, it was still quite imposing, especially with a large spike club in hand. D. Arite exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and down on Alep's shoulder as the Mary approached. With Arite's rhythm, Alef swung the huge spike club and smashed it down toward the Mary without any technique. With a loud whoosh, a massive steel hand suddenly shot out from the Mary and caught the huge spike club, then forcefully tried to crush it. Aleph, seeing that this tried-and-true attack was caught and that Aleph's beloved spike club might get crushed, Arite hurriedly shouted to Aleph. In a flash, a silver glimmer shot toward the iron chain connecting the steel hand. With a clang, Arite's sudden strike with the spear didn't damage the chain at all, and with a flick of his hand, the spear returned to Arite's grasp. Having failed twice and seeing Aleph's spike club still trapped, Arite couldn't help but frown. Aleph, it seems we're really in trouble this time, Arite sensed, disregarding the consequences of their combined actions. To ensure that the adults' good intentions weren't disturbed, Arite was willing to pay any price. Observing that the group was in a hurry, with only one person taking action, Arite's heart distinguished them from the original group of misfits. Letting them in like this was definitely not an option. So Arite resolutely decided to unleash the technique they could only use 3 times in their lives. They had used it once before during a battle with the adult, and they had lost. Since then, The adult had been their closest person, and they had always been trusted the most. They had never let the adult down. And this time, a right didn't want to either. After a right shouted, a left's massive form suddenly changed. A thick black aura erupted from his rough skin, and as it exploded, a left forcefully pulled the spiked club out of the steel hand. However, rather than launching a thunderous strike with this newfound strength, he pounded his chest with both hands, seemingly wanting to vent all the pent-up frustration within him. As a left moved, a denser black aura spewed from his mouth, enveloping a right entirely. A miraculous scene unfolded as a right's body shrank again, going from a dwarf to the size of a head. It finally stopped at the size of a palm, and then he swiftly dove into a left's body through the black aura. As a right entered a left's body, a left underwent a tremendous transformation. His originally huge head shrank in an instant, replaced by a mass of black energy, eventually evolving into a small figure, the very right who had just been swallowed. The changes didn't stop with this event. In fact, a left's body became even more powerful. His form grew again, matching the size of a giant, and as he clenched his fists, a tremendous force collided, creating a loud noise. Hey, a left and a right have merged. Could a powerful figure be arriving? Upon hearing the massive sound from the bay, the people in the palanquin were initially startled, but gradually calmed down. They had experienced a left and a right's merging ability before, which should be sufficient to handle the surrounding forces. However, it seemed the people in the palanquin thought of something else, slowly signaling to their companions to intensify their assault on the Kuja pirates. This made the already struggling Kuja pirates collapse even more quickly, with the second and third of the Gorgon's three sisters completely suppressed by the monster monk, Choxy. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to finish. As for the Empress, even though she still held the advantage, she could never land a fatal blow on this man who seemed to know her inside out. The various bizarre firearms wielded by the man named Zalnairo only made the Empress increasingly anxious. The loud noise at the entrance was also heard by the Empress and her crew, and they hoped that perhaps that somewhat capable person had come to help them. However, at first, the Empress felt a bit flustered because the man in the palanquin had never emerged, leaving her unable to gauge his abilities. Yet, the people inside the palanquin still hadn't come out. They merely urged their subordinates to hasten their efforts. This caused the Empress to relax slightly, glancing around at her crew, who were beginning to show signs of despair. Support has arrived. Hold on. The Empress's authoritative voice reignited the fighting spirit of the Kuja pirates, preventing them from being overwhelmed immediately. Frankie, we can't delay. Zoro, help him, Luffy said as he finally saw the black aura from across the way shift and manifest into a strange, large entity. The enormous figure had two heads, with a less large head oddly positioned on its stomach, while the dwarf's head served as the main head of the massive body. One hand held a spiked club emanating black energy, and the other wielded a tenfold enlarged silver spear with a hint of black threads emerging from it. A left and a right, united, fusion successful, a faint voice that seemed to emanate directly from the belly declared. The demon god of left and right appeared before the Straw Hats. Frankie's massive steel hands surged forward, but this time, it was evident that his two hands couldn't immediately gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. This was unacceptable for the anxious Luffy and the others, as the black aura surrounding the giant's body, according to Frankie's experiments, was highly corrosive. They couldn't come into direct contact with it, and Zoro would be able to handle such a formidable opponent. Frankie, retract your big hand. You continue to operate, Mary. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro slowly stepped forward, ignoring Perona's grimaces, and directly stood at the bow of the ship. He glanced at the giant figure called Left and Right, resembling a demon, which left Zoro speechless. He unsheathed the oversized sword from his waist, slowly revealing the unparalleled blade that hadn't seen blood for a long time. Chapter 163. The first intimate contact, the slender blade was instantly gripped tightly by Zoro's hands, hanging down at his side, frozen in place, as if the outcome had already been decided. A flash of white light passed by, and a faint glow sliced through the air, moving forward violently, like a shooting star, briefly meeting before disappearing in brilliance. At that moment, under Frankie's precise operation, Mary passed through the split body of Left and Right, which had already been cleaved in half. Although the eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, Mary successfully passed through the bay that they had guarded for 3 days. After passing through the bay, Luffy and the others did not linger and directly followed the passage inside the bay, simply turning a few corners before arriving at the inner bend. At this moment, the noisy sounds rushed towards them, instantly putting Luffy and the others in a fighting state. Luffy scanned the area and spotted an incredibly beautiful figure. To say she was beautiful is an understatement. A beauty that could topple nations. A face that could make the moon hide and flowers wilt. Words like stunning or captivating couldn't do justice to her appearance. If Luffy had to use one adjective to describe his first impression of her, he would unhesitatingly say one word: a disaster for nations. A breath that could lead one into sinful thoughts came from the center of the scene, causing Luffy's heart to feel like it might stop. However, suddenly a silly and dazed mental wave surged from deep within Luffy's mind, instantly suppressing the wicked thoughts in his heart. Watching the beauty being trapped by a man more lewd than Usopp, Luffy could no longer hold back and directly activated Gear Second. With a whoosh, he vanished from the Mary and reappeared in the air, using Moonwalk to accelerate again. Luffy successfully leaped over the palanquin and landed on a massive ground in the inner bend. Without pausing with a shave, Luffy's body shot forward like a bullet towards the armored man, launching a rocket launcher attack. However, the rocket launcher struck a thick layer of smoke in front of the armored man, Zoniro, and failed to penetrate, being directly rebounded. Luffy was surprised for a moment before instantly changing his strategy. A faint aura wrapped around Luffy's fist as he prepared to attack. But just then, a long-nosed man suddenly blocked Luffy's way. "Leave it to me, Luffy. I'm very interested in him," Usopp said calmly, pulling out the upgraded stag beetle. At this point, with the arrival of the long-nosed man, Luffy let him protect the exhausted and barely standing Empress, and he slowly walked towards the direction of the palanquin. A faint female voice floated from the Mary, and a slender figure with a huge afro stopped like an arrow directly in front of the second and third sisters of the Gorgon trio. The thin sword in Brook's hand directly blocked the monk's wooden stick. Simultaneously, an angelic woman with slightly dark skin flew into the air, and behind her, a smiling, devilish woman held a light green stick, forming a light black storm cloud above her. The Mary also retreated, moving more than 100 meters away from the inner band. At this moment, a huge and delicate young girl as shadow projected in front of everyone. Hundreds of grayish-white gas clusters arranged on this giant figure, ready to erupt at any moment. However, everything did not trigger in time. Beside Luffy, a man wielding 3 swords leaped and landed next to him, then followed Luffy. In a short while, a huge beast man resembling a crossbearer moved through the Snake Princess pirates, providing timely aid to the injured crew members. For a moment, the originally intense battlefield suddenly fell silent, and everyone watched as Luffy step by step approached the palanquin that had been closed all this time. Not good Zoniro immediately noticed Luffy's intention and wanted to retreat to protect their adult, but at that moment, a giant bird engulfed in flames suddenly pierced through the smoke and reached his side, a burnt smell wafting from his scorched clothing. Ultimate move, Firebird Star. Usopp's calm voice rang out as he focused on the man equipped with various machinery. "Don't ignore me, or you'll regret it." Usopp's long nose stood tall as he stared at Zoniro, preventing him from escaping this battlefield. The same was true for the monk Choxi, who was blocked by Brook. "Haha. Interesting. I didn't expect you to come to me without me having to look for you. Ashu, AMU come out." A loud laugh suddenly came from the palanquin, and at that moment, 2 figures shot up from the sea of the inner band. One held a sword about a meter long, a flower swordman. With a few easy swings and sword flourishes, they stood in front of the palanquin, which was finally opened at that moment, revealing a handsome young man. However, the handsome man wore a thick transparent headgear, a typical celestial dragon outfit. "Straw Hat Luffy, I didn't expect it was you all causing trouble. I said that little guy Yuri dared not heed my summons. It seems you solved him," the man said as he emerged, directly revealing Luffy and the others' backgrounds. Luffy and the others were not surprised that the opponent knew their details. Their antics on Bubble Island had made the Celestial Dragons remember them completely. Not to mention this group formed by the Celestial Dragons themselves to create the armed organization Clan Council. However, what they didn't expect was that you would come to rescue the Empress. "This surprised me greatly, but since you're here, stay. It saved that old guy from scolding us every day." The originally smiling face of the handsome young man suddenly became serious as he jumped out of the palanquin and landed in front of Luffy. The 2 flower swordmen beside him immediately charged towards Zoro behind Luffy, and a fierce battle was about to begin. Since there was no need for more conversation, the battle began directly. First, a series of petals fell from the angel-like robin in the sky, instantly scattering around the Clan Council's guards, but they did not act immediately. Because at that moment, a faint white shadow on the giant figure in front of the Mary shot forward, following the direction indicated by the giant's finger. In an instant, The originally strong warriors suddenly knelt on the ground, quietly weeping. Although Zonairo timely unleashed a layer of sulfurous gas to spread around, he still couldn't take care of everything, as there was a powerful opponent right in front of him that he needed to remain vigilant against. After the white shadow, the petals instantly transformed into the shape of a hand, which then directly turned into a claw and struck at a group of targets. At that moment, a massive silver arc was unleashed from the thunderclouds above, crashing down onto the layer of smoke. Chapter 164. Mother and Child Chain Shield. When the layer of thunderclouds had just formed above Zonairo, he initially thought nothing of it, but now, seeing such a gigantic silver arc within the thunderclouds, and knowing it wasn't the power of a devil fruit, but the purest form of heavenly thunder, Zonairo, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but be stunned. As the silver arc shook in the hands of the girl with a devil-like smile, it directly struck the layer of sulfurous gas. The thick smoke had resisted the Empress's sweet gust, Luffy's rocket cannon, and some of Perona's ghosts, but against the purest force of thunder in the heavens, it was instantly dispersed. In the end, only a small round hunchback fell to the ground, and at that moment, Usopp from a distance also witnessed this scene. After Zonairo's smoke layer was just dispersed, Usopp, quick on the draw, shot out dozens of smoke stars, immediately surrounding Zonairo within them, followed by several deadly gunpowder stars that made Zonairo scramble to defend himself. Usopp then dashed forward, picking up the round hunchback that had just formed the smoke layer before Zonairo could, and upon inspection, he discovered that this hunchback was actually a rare mother and child chain shield. From the child's shield in his hand, Usopp could see that it was filled with a large amount of sea stone liquid and some sulfur, a protective gas designed specifically to counter devil fruit abilities. Usopp had learned about such things from a mechanical intelligence book in Moria's hidden treasury. What a good find. Usopp felt the thrill of killing and treasure hunting for the first time. After all, he had been quite interested when he first read about it, just not knowing the specific crafting method. This mother and child chain shield was the best defensive artifact against pure devil fruit users, capable of immunizing to a certain extent against devil fruit abilities, though it had its limits in strength. However, for someone of Luffy's caliber, simply using a devil fruit ability to break through this shield would take nearly a day. Of course, having this defensive shield didn't make one invincible, as this ability only had limited effects against devil fruit abilities and aura abilities. Once someone got close, aside from simultaneously detonating the mother and child bombs, there was no other effect. This is also why Zonairo had always kept his distance from the Empress. The crafting of such a mother and child chain shield was extremely complex and cumbersome, and for those unfamiliar with this type of shield, it was not very useful, leading to a very limited number of these devices. If it weren't for the need to counter the Empress's devil fruit abilities and her Conqueror's Haki's aura attacks, Zonairo wouldn't have brought the mother and child chain shield he obtained by chance. Huff finally breaking free from the confusion of the smoke and the explosive force of the gunpowder stars, Zonairo discovered that the bullet filled with sea stone liquid that had been struck by the thunder power had disappeared. He looked up and found that the long-nosed man who had been entangling him was placing that bullet into his pack, which made him a bit irritated, and he immediately drew his revolvers from his waist. Without hesitation, Zonairo shot out a large number of pellet-like objects from his dual guns, once again forming a cloud of thick sulfurous smoke in front of him. This technique that had previously amplified the mother and child chain shield was once again used by Zonairo, but this time it was aimed directly at Usopp's attack. Before the smoke fully formed, Zonairo switched weapons and pulled the trigger several times, causing a series of bullets to appear within the smoke, which then expanded instantaneously, enveloping a large area between Zonairo and Usopp, while the bullets fired from his assault-style firearms darted through the smoke toward Usopp. A little trick. Usopp, who had already donned his exclusive vision goggles, understood Zonairo's intentions the moment the smoke formed. After all, when it came to shooting, Usopp was no worse than anyone else. Of course, the rapid-fire technique did surprise Usopp, as it created brief jumps in his line of sight, making it impossible to tell where Zonairo would appear next. However, this didn't matter to Usopp. After such a long time, he had gained considerable mastery over the 6 styles. Now he kicked the ground rapidly, using the rebound force to create some distance, while simultaneously firing a massive black projectile from his giant rhinoceros beetle. The giant projectile fell right in front of Usopp and exploded violently, revealing a pool of black sludge, which despite its natural tendency to spread, was soon contained. Usopp then delivered another powerful strike to the sludge, which caused the giant egg to instantly occupy the escaping sludge. It also surged up wildly, forming a thick, deadwood-like defensive shield. Before Zonairo's rapid-fire attack could reach him, a solid defensive barrier had formed in front of Usopp, wrapping him up, while Usopp stood within this fortress-like shield, slowly drawing out a dark red bullet from his pack and loading it into the giant rhinoceros beetle. Even with all your equipment, you won't easily dodge my meteor, Usopp whispered to himself. At that moment, the rapid-fire attack finally landed on Usopp's solid shield, producing several terrifying explosive sounds. However, Usopp's shield proved to be quite impressive, as it withstood the intense explosions without shattering, standing firm. Deadly meteor flash, a dark red bullet wrapped in a rhinoceros beetle, was then launched at Zonairo using Usopp's unique technique. This dark red bullet accelerated continuously after being shot, its speed increasing, allowing Zonairo to clearly see its trajectory. However, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to evade it in time with his body movement. It was time to test the defenses. Zonairo didn't hesitate. He pulled out a string of button-like objects that he had been carrying on his back. There wasn't time to wait for the button-like objects to automatically alert him. He detonated the button-like devices on his chest as the dark red bullet drew closer. The alarm bell scatter caused most of the button-like objects on Zonairo's body to break free from their restraints, flying directly in front of him. Then with a blast, they formed a protective layer around Zonairo by creating a forward thrust. Indeed, this meteor shining technique accelerated continuously, getting faster as it went on. To Zonairo's surprise, the alarm bell scatter that had just exploded in front of him directly made contact with Usopp's ultimate move, Meteor Shining, which made Zonairo wary. After all, someone who could fire such bullets and use such techniques made Zonairo take this seriously, especially since he had already used up most of his defensive alarm bell scatter bullets. Chapter 165. Meteor Shatter. However, just when Zonairo thought he had fully defended himself, the ultimate Meteor Shining, which had been intercepted by the alarm bell scatter, suddenly struggled fiercely and accelerated again. A trace of the meteor bullet ignored the remaining alarm bell scatter on Zonairo's body and struck the side of his cheek. A thin stream of bright red blood spread from the back of Zonairo's head. A mournful scream escaped his lips, and Zonairo felt not only that he was in a tough spot, but that his life was in great danger. Desperate to fight back, Zonairo glanced at the two dark triangular bullets he had placed in his thigh and quickly retrieved them. Then, with a roll, he loaded the gun designed to fire these bullets. It turned out to be a rare crossbow gun. Although this gun had immense power, it had high requirements for the bullets held by the user. The moment the bullet was fired, it generated extremely high friction. If the bullet was not hard enough, it would explode directly. However, if the bullet was too hard, it would not detonate at all. Therefore, Zonairo owned only 2 of these bullets. And the biggest drawback was the high physical requirement for the user. A moment of carelessness could result in a broken arm due to recoil, and this was something Zonairo could not avoid no matter how he improved his technique. Each time he fired such a bullet, his arm would habitually dislocate, although it would naturally realign within 10 seconds. However, this left Zonairo with a significant flaw. Nonetheless, Zonairo was determined to give a shot. He had witnessed the power of such bullets before, although he knew that firing them might cause collateral damage. He thought that as long as he could take down the person in front of him, it would all be worth it. Gripping the crossbow tightly, Zonairo noticed that the stock was designed to guide the force in 2 directions, resting on his sword arms. With 2 loud sounds, a dark bullet appeared before Usopp. From a side view, one could notice a blurred figure behind the dark bullet, which was another bullet with less than 10 centimeters between them. It turned out to be a bullet infused with T3 explosives. Usopp recognized the origin of the bullet by its appearance and the scent it emitted as it flew through the air, leaving him slightly puzzled but quickly understanding the key issue. It seemed that this guy was really desperate, although Usopp understood the opponent's intentions. He had no choice but to face the T3 explosive bullet head-on. After all, Sanji was nearby, protecting the exhausted Empress, and there were many members of the Kuja pirates around. If this T3 explosive bullet detonated, he could probably dodge it, but he had no idea how the Kuja pirates and Sanji would be affected without preparation. It seemed he had no choice but to use this. After a moment of thought, Usopp quickly made his decision. Time was not on his side. He swiftly pulled out a green, dumpling-like object from his bag. It was his ultimate move, Vibrant Green. Without hesitation, Usopp fired the bullet he had painstakingly crafted. The bullet dispersed in the air and enveloped the T3 explosive bullet, covering a 1-meter radius around it. Then, in the brief moment before the explosive took effect, the entire green mass erupted with intense vitality. Tiny seedlings, flowers, and grass-like seeds instantly formed layers of wrapping around the covered area. A muffled sound echoed from the circle created by Usopp's vibrant green. With that muffled noise, the wrapped mass unleashed an even stronger life force, adding over 100 layers of fine wrapping in an instant. The sounds of explosions continued to resonate from the wrapped mass, and the circle grew more vibrant and larger with each blast. However, finally, after one last sound, the wrapped mass seemed to be unable to withstand the force of the explosives any longer, or perhaps the vibrant green could no longer handle the explosive power. With a soft crack, the once vibrant green mass lost all its vitality, turning yellow and ultimately shattering into a pile of withered debris. You missed your chance. After firing the vibrant green, which had enveloped the bullet with T3 explosives, Usopp ignored Zonairo's astonished expression and pulled out a slender bullet resembling his nose. Meteor shatter. With a whoosh, Usopp's nose-like bullet flashed and reached Zonairo before he could react, piercing through the remaining alarm bell scatter defense. This time, the meteor did not deviate from its path. It accurately struck the space between Zonairo's eyes on his forehead. From a shooter's perspective, hitting the spot was a guaranteed headshot, and Zonairo had no time for any other actions. All he could do was wait for his consciousness to fade, and then he would be robbed of everything. The meteor shatter exploded upon hitting Zonairo's head, shattering it into a gooey mass. However, none of this elicited any sympathy from Usopp. Anyone who dared to use T3 explosives was surely not a good person. He had no idea how many people had been harmed in the past, and Zonairo's fate was self-inflicted. He had no one to blame but himself. Usopp took a few steps forward to Zonairo's side, and after a search, he couldn't help but rejoice. He not only discovered the mother bullet of the sub-bullet chain resting on Zonairo, but also found 2 intact filling liquids, which meant Usopp could use the sub-bullet chain without searching for Sea Prism Stone liquid. Although it could only defend against Devil Fruit abilities and Aura abilities, it was quite good for Usopp. As for Zonairo's firearms, Usopp was very interested, especially in the crossbow that fired the final shot. However, unfortunately, Zonairo's body no longer had any bullets infused with T3. The gun had also sustained some damage, so Usopp simply played with it for a while before destroying it. Such a thing was not as useful as the modified rhinoceros beetle in his hands. Of course, Usopp's biggest discovery within Zonairo's body was not the mother and child link shield, but a method for making Hyloo stone bullets. Originally, the method for making Hyloo stone bullets was quite ordinary, and many people knew it. But the traditional method required an excessive amount of Hyloo stone, making it not cost-effective. However, the method obtained from Zonairo surprisingly only required a minimal amount of Hyloo stone to create bullets with the same effect, which made Usopp's heart race. Chapter 166. Verifying Power. Brook, the musician of the Straw Hat Pirates, always conducts himself as an impeccable gentleman, filled with artistic flair, regardless of the time or the person he faces. This is the biggest difference between Brook and Sanji. Sanji is only a complete gentleman in front of women. In front of men, he can be quite devilish. Then die. It was clear that although Joxy believed in Buddhism, the Buddha he believed in was not the one known for saving all beings, but rather the man who had just stepped out of Palanquin. To others, he was not only not a Buddhist, but also a terrifying monk. So when Brook revealed his identity and awaited a similar attitude in return, Joxy immediately launched an attack. A wooden stick in his hand created a fierce wind as it swung, and from the wounds on the bodies of the second and third sisters of the Gorgon, it was evident that the impact produced by the stick was considerable. You actually hurt our captain's protector and show no remorse, then don't blame me. Brook swiftly dodged Joxy's certain strike and retreated a few steps to finish his words, then drew his cane sword. It had been a long time since Brook fought like this. Looking at the sword in his hand, he addressed his comrades from the Rumbar Pirates. From today onwards, I will carry all of your dreams and push forward with all my might. Watch me. The cane sword swirled as Brook charged towards Joxy. With the knight's melody piercing through as the vanguard, Brook actually charged forward. Stick shadow. Joxy, having previously beaten the Gorgon sisters, easily countered Brook's sharp charge by retracting the wooden stick and delivering a horizontal strike that blocked Brook's offensive. The stick's vigorous swinging produced a series of afterimages, making it impossible to discern where the actual attack was coming from. Wine barrel dance. Chain strike. Not discouraged by missing his attack, Brook launched another assault. Directly ignoring Joxy's dancing stick shadows, he aimed to thrust his cane sword into the monk's body at the moment of being struck by the wooden stick, a life-and-death move Brook rarely used. But after such a long time without a proper battle, he was excited to the point of madness. At that moment, Joxy's 5 consecutive stick techniques were unleashed. For Joxy, it was indeed a helpless choice. After all, facing Brook's desperate move, he dared not take it head-on, and he had no better option against Brook's relentless thrusts. So he had to bring out his ultimate technique to fight back. To Brook's surprise, his continuous thrusts were blocked by Joxy's series of stick strikes. And it seemed the power of this 5-strike technique was unexpectedly strong, as it not only defended against Brook's assault, but also had enough strength to counterattack. Night's dance, starting tonight, wandering within this curve, achieving the most splendid banquet. It seemed Brook had finally made up his mind. While swinging his cane sword to defend against Joxy's stick, he slowly uttered these words. Following this was a series of musical notes that emanated from the swing of his cane sword, forming a melody in the air. This melody is so warm and comforting that Joxy felt a wave of relaxation. His breathing became smooth, and he suddenly felt drowsy. It was as if there was a perfectly made bed beneath his feet, with a pillow that should exist. Joxy had the feeling that if he could just sleep on that bed, his life would be complete. Such a level of enjoyment was too perfect. It was an experience Joxy had never had before, especially with a glass of fine wine by the bedside, its neon hue under the dim light making him feel dazed. Ding! The sound of sword clashing against stick echoed as Joxy suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at the wooden stick and the sharp tip of Brook's cane sword pressing against it. If he hadn't just executed the 5 consecutive stick techniques, he would have been pierced through by Brook's hypnosis and thrust. It seems you are not an ordinary person, able to withstand my famous technique. The fact that a series of attacks could not take down his opponent left Brook, who had not fought in a long time, a bit displeased, so he decided not to play around any longer. After all, this was not only his first battle in many years, but also his first battle since joining the Straw Hat Pirates. Back when he joined, he vowed he wouldn't be a burden, that he would go through fire and water and give his all. Yet now, everyone was playing their part, and he was entangled with a mere monk for so long. This was something Brook was unwilling to face. In his heart, promises held great importance. Especially a man's promise must be fulfilled. However, although Brook had decided to deliver a thunderous blow to Joxy, there was still something he wanted to try, as he had discovered some benefits during this period of contact, but he did not know how effective it would be in actual combat. Thus, this moment was a great opportunity for practice. As he unleashed his own technique, Prelude, breaking the soldier, soft, Brook surprisingly utilized the soft technique from the 8 Trigrams method. Although he and T fully grasped the essence of this technique, it was evident that Joxy was completely unaware when Brook initiated his technique. Joxy attempted to meet Brook's breaking strike with the same technique from before. However, this time, the cane sword did not directly target Joxy's wooden stick, but feigned a maneuver, sharply turning to aim for Joxy's chest, followed by a striking blow where the entire surface of the cane sword struck against Joxy's chest. At that moment, Joxy activated one of the 6 styles, Iron Block. With a clang, Brook's attack failed to achieve any effect. However, Brook did not give up. Instead, he trembled his arm, sending a vibration through the cane sword, and then unleashed a shockwave against Joxy's iron-like body. With a loud clang, Joxy was momentarily repelled by this shockwave, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of thick blood was forcefully expelled. 2 hits. According to Nami-san, I can only use it 3 times now. Well, I've already tested the results. It's enough. Brook observed that the consecutive 2 hits had only caused Joxy to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he felt a bit displeased, after confirming the power of his technique, Brook felt it was sufficient. The earlier strike was already powerful enough. Given Joxy's physique, as a core member of the clan council, he must have some knowledge of the 6 styles, and the iron block technique, which is a type of iron cloth method, would be something he could easily master. However, at this moment, Brook was unaware of this, believing that his training was insufficient. He felt a surge of impulse to vent his frustrations, adding more strength to his attacks. After retreating a short distance, just as Joxy spat out a mouthful of blood, Brook charged toward him with the force of thunder. It was incredibly fast, without any hesitation. Damn, Joxy exclaimed in a low voice, realizing the danger, and instantly entered a state of heightened mental concentration. His wooden stick was enveloped by his full strength, leaving no gaps. Chapter 167. Flower Sword. Although Joxy had grown wary of Brook's techniques and had unleashed his strongest defensive move, he was still unable to match Brook, who could break through with pinpoint attacks. If Brook faced the Gorgon sisters alone, he might not gain the upper hand as he did against Joxy, but he could swiftly deal with Joxy. Unfortunately for Joxy, Brook's techniques were precisely counter to his style. Joxy fought with a bold and expansive approach, which left him with few options against Brook, whose attacks concentrated on a single point, while some of Brook's attacks were defended against by Joxy's techniques. A closer look would reveal that Brook still held an absolute advantage. Thus, after testing the power of his techniques, Brook prepared to unleash his final move to end the battle, signaling the end of the fight. Brook's body passed through Joxy, landing behind him and standing still. He slowly sheathed his cane sword, and a faint sound emerged from his nostrils. Nasal song, 3-ding tail cut. As Brook finished speaking, Joxy, who had just been relieved that there were no gaps in his defense, suddenly leaned back, and a column of blood erupted from his chest. Joxy closed his eyes slowly, unable to grasp how he had died. He only felt a slight, tingling sensation in his heart, but after that, it faded into silence. After completing all this, Brook turned to check on the injuries of the Gorgon sisters and Chopper, then shifted his gaze to Zoro, who was wielding his sword similarly. At that moment, Zoro held 2 swords, with the Shushue resting at his waist, and used. "You guys are impressive," Zoro grinned. If his opponents were merely weaklings, he might not have been interested. But now, facing 2 individuals who could counterattack amidst his fierce strikes excited him. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became, for Zoro was a pure battle fanatic. "Oomph, you should draw the sword at your waist. We know your 3-sword style is your strongest form. Are you looking down on us, the flower sword duo?" One of the brothers from the Mushio family retorted, feeling insulted by Zoro's reluctance to draw his 3rd sword. "Want me to draw my 3rd sword? Then show me your strength," Zoro grinned, and with a swing of his sword, he launched a series of slashes at the Flower Sword brothers. The strikes were forceful, but just like before, when Zoro's sword collided with their flower sword, it slid off, unable to inflict any damage despite his strength. Interesting. Once again, he returned empty-handed. Yet Zoro felt no discouragement. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. He slowly sheathed his Wado Ikemonji at his waist and gripped the Autumn Water sword tightly, the one he had obtained from Ryuma. 1-sword style, Dance of Chaos. This was a technique Zoro had comprehended from his battle with Ryuma. As he swung the Autumn Water, it created a sensation of dancing among the Flower Sword brothers. The Mushio brothers showed no intention of avoiding Zoro's moves. Instead, they felt a surge of anger as Zoro sheathed one of his swords again. They charged at Zoro, their flower swords waving chaotically like restless catfish. Although Zoro's Dance of Chaos was also chaotic, it was a complete sword technique he had created, with a certain trajectory. However, Zoro's strikes were powerful enough that they managed to create a temporary balance in their exchange, leaving the Flower Sword brothers increasingly alarmed. As their exchanges increased, it became clear that Zoro's sword techniques were not easy to deflect, and he occasionally managed to negate the force behind their flower swords. The Mushio brothers felt a hint of threat, as Zoro seemed to be learning from their best techniques while fighting. However, confident in their abilities, they did not withdraw from the battle circle. Instead, they continued to engage Zoro in their small arena. It seemed that the Dance of Chaos could become even stronger. After several strikes, Zoro appeared to have grasped something, and his body transformed, allowing him to produce some techniques that originally belonged to the Flower Sword, which after modification, made the Dance of Chaos significantly more formidable. "Ashio, retreat 3 steps. The Mushio brother who had spoken earlier commanded. The 2 stepped back simultaneously, increasing the distance from Zoro. As a result, Zoro's Dance of Chaos came to a halt. At that moment, Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he sensed he was gaining something from this battle, and the enhancement of the Dance of Chaos was the best proof. However, the Mushio brothers felt somewhat annoyed. The opponent had transitioned from a 2-sword style to a 1-sword style, yet the pressure on them had not eased in the slightest. It seemed that the fewer swords Zoro wielded, the stronger his oppression over the 2 brothers became. "Ashio, should we use that move?" Amu hesitated to ask his brother, feeling the strength of their opponent. "Don't rush. Although he seems increasingly troublesome, it's not easy to take us down just like that. Let's see if he can dodge our instant slash first," Ashio replied calmly, clearly more composed than Amu. "All right, if he can still block it, then don't hesitate," Amu said after a moment's hesitation, though he seemed unconvinced and added a reminder. "Have you discussed it?" Zoro, watching the 2 brothers whispering to each other from a distance, finally spoke up with impatience. "Kid, let me show you what a flower sword strike is. Be careful, or our brother might slice you in half in one go. And that wouldn't be fun." The man named Ashu clearly exuded more confidence and couldn't help but remind Zoro, as if they had strong faith in the upcoming strike. "Oh, is there such a move? Hurry up and use it. With you 2, you can't possibly hurt me." Zoro was very interested in the new moves and sword techniques, especially since his opponents were flower sword masters. He knew that apart from the great swordsman Mihawk, there was another swordsman who held significant weight in his heart, as told by Kuna. There was a swordsman in the Whitebeard pirates who could easily withstand Mihawk's massive black blade strikes. This swordsman wielded 2 flower swords. While he might not be as skilled in swordsmanship as Mihawk, he could still entangle Mihawk for a while with his 2 flower swords. This was why Zoro was so intrigued when he saw the Musho brothers. Chapter 168. The sword formation reappears just as Zoro's excitement in his mind had not yet dissipated. The Musho brothers had already raised their flower swords towards him. The originally slender flower swords now gave Zoro a sense of heft, a feeling of being able to cleave through everything. In the midst of this momentary daze, the Musho brothers leaped up, and their flower swords charged at Zoro like large cleavers. Simple yet heavy, this strike made Zoro feel a bit of a heavy aura. However, after a moment of initial surprise, Zoro's realm and swordsmanship allowed him to react. He transformed his sword, Autumn Water, from a thrust into a whip-like strike. Zoro swung Autumn Water like a whip, directly meeting the aggressive strike from the Musho brothers. The duo's instant strike came one after another without hesitation. Although they wielded only 2 slender flower swords, they displayed hundreds of sword shadows swirling around. With a loud clash, Zoro's Autumn Water directly collided with the flower swords in midair. Initially, Autumn Water was pushed down by the flower swords, but with a flick of Zoro's wrist, Autumn Water surged upward, and the Musho brothers' full-force strike was surprisingly deflected. Under the impact of the energy, the Musho brothers stumbled. However, one of them quickly stabbed their flower sword into the ground behind them to stabilize themselves. Ashu, don't hesitate any longer. While the opponent underestimates us, let's launch that move. We might still have a chance, Emu suggested again. This time, Ashu did not object. After all, he originally thought that their instant strike was their trump card, and now it had been easily countered by the opponent, nearly causing his brother to fall. That would have been embarrassing. Without hesitation, after receiving Ashu's agreement, Emu focused entirely on his flower sword. With a loud shout, he created some distance from Ashu, and the two began to circle around Zoro, preparing their most confident move. Watching the movements of the Musho brothers, Zoro felt a strange familiarity, though he couldn't recall when he had encountered such a tactic. But no matter what they tried, he only needed to respond. He thought to himself that he would just see what kind of tricks they could come up with. With that, Zoro tightened his grip on Autumn Water, observing the Musho brothers' actions. Formation. Ashu suddenly advanced, appearing less than half a meter in front of Zoro, thrusting his sword towards Zoro's ribs while shouting loudly. Just as Zoro was about to react and turn Autumn Water to block, he noticed that Emu, who had been circling around him, was also raising his flower sword and stabbing towards Zoro's neck. At this moment, Zoro found himself in a dilemma. With 2 loud thuds, smoke billowed up. Ashu and Emu simultaneously retreated a step, once again circling around Zoro with a slightly smug look on their faces, as if they had succeeded with their previous strike. As the smoke cleared, Zoro stood there with Autumn Water and another sword, one pointed down and the other up. To his surprise, a faint blood mark appeared on his garment. He had sustained some minor injury from the combined strike of the Musho brothers. However, this was not the reason for the look of anger on Zoro's face. Most importantly, he had now recalled where he had seen this tactic of circling around before. The phrase 6 swords no empty formation, Silver Sword Pirates flashed through Zoro's mind. And it was clear that the Musho brothers were using a similar sword formation to that of the Silver Sword Pirates. Moreover, throughout the process, Zoro felt as if he was being toyed with. The blood mark on his arm did not help him maintain any composure. He was primarily filled with disdain for this chaotic cooperation that they called a sword formation, which made Zoro very angry. With that, he began to swing his 2 swords wildly. Double kill, Chaos Dance. Zoro unleashed the full power of his newly created move right away. The blades in his hands suddenly became as flexible as when he used Autumn Water to block the Musho brothers' instant strike, swirling around and whipping at his surroundings. Change formation. Go Woo. In a moment of frenzy, the Musho brothers directly changed their strategy, no longer circling around Zoro, but instead attacking him in a staggered formation from the left, right, front, and back. One brother's attack drew Zoro's strength towards it, while the other launched a more powerful thrust aimed at Zoro. Zoro's body reacted quickly. Each time one of the Musho brothers aimed to strike him, he miraculously twisted, bringing his sword in front of the brother's sword to block. However, Zoro's frustration grew. The fact that he nearly fell for such a feigned tactic made him even angrier. After a moment of thought, he accelerated his movements during the spin, making his chaos dance even swifter. This made the Musho brothers' strategy less effective, in 4 or 5 attempts to strike. They only managed to get one sword within 10 centimeters of Zoro. Oof. If you think you can handle the sword formation that we brothers have honed together for decades, just by increasing your strength, then you wouldn't see us here, Ashu mocked, sneering at Zoro's efforts. In an instant, the two brothers merged together in front of Zoro, and in the blink of an eye, they separated, creating a dizzying effect. It seemed as if they were everywhere, and their flower swords struck at Zoro's dual blades with lightning speed. Zoro easily intercepted the first strike, but soon the second came in quick succession, and Zoro naturally responded. However, this attack showed no signs of stopping, flowing like a stream without pause. The Mushio brothers were relentless, attacking Zoro with their dual swords as if they were tireless. Finally, after Zoro had endured countless strikes to his groin, feeling somewhat numb, he was given an opening by Ashu, one of the Mushio brothers. With one sword, he broke through Zoro's chaotic defenses and directly pierced the right side of Zoro's abdomen, causing bright red blood to flow from his previously solid muscles. A low grunt escaped Zoro's lips as he felt the pain in his abdomen. Amidst a series of relentless charges, and after narrowly avoiding critical injuries twice, Zoro finally snapped out of his initial frustration. Chapter 169. Sangowu, 2 Sword Style, 72 Troublesome Winds. Zoro, now fully aware, distinguished the techniques executed by the Mushio brothers from the so-called 6 Sword Void formation of the Silver Sword Pirate crew. He no longer obsessed over the situation and directly swung his swords, Akyu and Wad Ikemanji. As he twisted at his waist, the powerful 72 troublesome winds erupted, instantly forming 2 air currents of slashing force directed at the Mushio brothers. This time, Zoro's overwhelming momentum fully erupted with the strike, pushing the Mushio brothers back a few steps. Meanwhile, his sharp gaze locked onto Ashu among the brothers, and he calmly inquired, "Are you using a sword formation?" His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. The proud Ashu suddenly felt compelled to inform Zoro of the beast-like energy that was building up. "Shio!" A loud shout came from AMU, Ashu's side, as he turned to look at Zoro, saying naturally, "Yes, we are indeed using a sword formation. And from your earlier performance, it seems you suffered quite a bit under this technique." After MU's shout jolted Ashu back to reality, he continued to respond to Zoro's questions while also mentioning what appeared to be a weakness. "Indeed, we've suffered some losses, but witnessing a true sword formation today excites me. To show my respect for this technique, I will now enter my strongest state to deal with you." Since he was facing a genuine sword formation, and after the previous test confirmed the power of the sword formation was not superficial, Zoro drew the ancient sword, Cheng-ing, without hesitation. He kept Wad Ikemanji tightly clenched in his mouth, using Akyu as his primary weapon in his right hand, while Cheng-ing served merely as a supporting role. It wasn't that Zoro didn't want to make Cheng-ing the main weapon. It was just that if he relied on it directly, the opponents would surely struggle to withstand several strikes. Zoro was eager to grasp the essence of the sword formation that intrigued him. "It seems you've finally taken this seriously. The sword formation Sangowu is our life-saving technique. If we cannot defeat you, it will only be because we are lacking in skill." AMU's calm voice came through, and in an instant, he and Ashu once again surged forward together. This time, after almost being overwhelmed by Zoro's momentum, Ashu was no longer arrogant, but instead executed the established sword formation with utmost seriousness. As the two focused entirely on their flower swords, they unleashed the power of the sword formation, forming a block-like, transparent trident between their swords. It seemed that they had become quite proficient in this technique, executing it seamlessly. "Go!" The Mushio brothers, upon forming the trident, attacked with their flower swords from either side, and the transparent trident sliced through the air toward Zoro. One of the 3 great moves of the Gowu sword formation, Gowu. The Mushio brothers no longer held back, and unleashed one of the most powerful moves right from the start. After sending out the formed, transparent trident, the two crossed paths once more, their flower swords colliding countless times before gradually reshaping into a weapon form in the air, although it still required some time to fully materialize. At this moment, Zoro gripped his sword tightly, staring blankly at the transparent trident. Despite executing dozens of strikes without hesitation, pouring all his strength into each one, he felt exasperated that the trident had only consumed a small portion of its edge. Zoro knew each of his strikes possessed at least 500 pounds of force, yet this transparent trident, formed by the 2 slender flower swords of the Mushio brothers, exhibited such remarkable resilience. Moreover, The transparent trident approached Zoro at a constant speed, and with many members of the Nine-Snake pirate crew around him. Zoro dared not evade directly. Although I have some apprehension about this sword formation, it is certainly not something so simple that it can bind me. Zoro widened the distance between them, his expression darkening in an instant. He struck with all three blades simultaneously against the transparent trident, delivering countless slashes, with each pair of swords slicing at the trident. The third sword provided Zoro with a leap backward, allowing him to attack again. After executing nearly 50 consecutive demon slashes, a crisp crack echoed through the air as the transparent trident shattered, and Zoro followed up with a few ordinary slashes to completely obliterate it, dispersing it into the air. However, before Zoro could relax, a larger scimitar than the previous transparent trident entered his line of sight in the hands of the Mushio brothers. An even larger transparent construct was slowly taking shape as they desperately channeled the power of the sword formation. I must finish this before the third one appears, or it will never end, Zoro thought, feeling somewhat troubled by the chaotic transparent light mass. This time, Zoro did not use Demon Slash, as continuously relying on it against that light mass was the most foolish method. He believed that the light mass should not be that powerful. So he aimed to find a flaw in the sword formation's second move, Go-Woo, and attack that weak point instead of breaking through with brute force. Since the Baba Troublesome Wind also creates pressure by compressing air, it should have some effect, and with its attack range. Zoro only needed to slightly adjust the direction of his blade to envelop the scimitar-shaped light mass within it. With a whoosh after the Baba Troublesome Wind, the scimitar light mass only became thinner but sharper. At that moment, the flower swords in the Mushio brothers' hands finally paused their cross slashes, and a massive circular ring appeared in Zoro's view, even larger than the scimitar. Simultaneously, the faint echoes of the Sangu-Woo sword formation's Gu-Woo reached Zoro's ears. But this did not divert his attention immediately. Instead, he remained calm and analyzed the scimitar closely. If the area is insufficient, then Zoro suddenly had an idea, focusing intently on the scimitar as his gaze locked onto a point on its blade. The point is the center of the entire large curved sword, and the discovery of this point directly confirmed Zoro's suspicions. The three swords of the bull needle simultaneously launched countless thrusts at that point on the large curved sword, creating a faint white line in the air that resembled a needle. Finally, when Zoro's blade made contact with the large curved sword, it erupted in an instant. And with this explosion, the previously indestructible aura of the large curved sword shattered like glass, completely dissipating after a very casual follow-up strike. Just before the arrival of the third ring-like aura, Zoro managed to handle the large curved sword and let out a deep breath, relieved that he wouldn't have to fight 1 against 4. Glancing at the wood repair brothers who had started to surround him and the spinning large rings, Zoro searched but could not find that mysterious node, the one that could be struck with a single blow. Moreover, this ring was thicker than the previous trident and large curved sword, and the two wood repair brothers on either side were always ready to strike. Chapter 170. Mackenzie Hee the first two were just a delay time for the final blow from Go-Woo, and next, you won't have a chance. The strongest move of the sword formation was finally unleashed by the two brothers together. After Go-Woo was formed, Ashu, who had been somewhat stable, suddenly gained a glimmer of confidence and spoke without any reservations. Was that so? Looking at the ring that had formed for some unknown reason and the two wood repair brothers flashing around him, Zoro merely responded lightly and fell silent. He did not attack like he did against the first two transparent weapons, but just stood there without saying a word, as if his sword was sensing something. Zoro listened intently to the voice of his sword, engaging in a brief communication with it. At this moment, the ring suddenly accelerated towards Zoro, and the two wood repair brothers also launched a combined instant slash towards him, their fierce momentum indicating they had poured all their strength into this desperate strike. Zoro's body remained unmoved, still standing there as the ring and the two leaping wood repair brothers struck at him. Swoosh, the ring passed through Zoro's body, while the sharp flower sword simultaneously pierced through him, creating a faint sound. However, Zoro suddenly moved, his body slowly turned, and the shadow sword was sheathed, while his right hand thrust the autumn water towards a seemingly empty direction. The sword that was firmly gripped in his mouth, the Wado Ikamanji, struck another direction, which also appeared to be empty. A faint moan came from that originally empty place, and the ring that was spinning and leaping towards him dissipated with a swoosh. The originally empty space now had the voices of the two wood repair brothers, with Zoro's two blades positioned at their chests. You are indeed strong. It was only at this moment that Ashu realized from the bottom of his heart that this green-haired man was a swordsman far stronger than the two of them. If it weren't for the transparent trident and the large curved sword, perhaps I would have been deceived by your tricks. To thank you for letting me witness the true power of the sword formation, I will repay you with my famous technique, Zoro said, showing no emotional fluctuations. Thank you, although Zoro's tone was cold. At this moment, the Wood Repair brothers felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing they could die under the famous technique of such a formidable opponent. Two-sword style, secret technique. Demon Bear in an instant. Zoro reversed his grip on the two swords in his hands, and a deep voice echoed in the minds of the Wood Repair brothers. After that, his slash sent the Wood Repair brothers into the cycle of reincarnation. As he withdrew the blades in his hands, a tremor ran through them, and the bloodstains on the blades were instantly cleaned away. Clang with a sound, the two swords were tossed back into their sheaths at Zoro's waist, and he took a few steps back to return to Luffy's side. At this time, Usopp and Brook also came over, and in this moment of chaos from the Demon Trio's bombardment, those belonging to the Clan Council were swiftly taken down. Moreover, under Chopper's treatment, the entire 9 Snake Pirates crew gradually escaped danger. Now, except for the man who walked out from the palanquin and his fewer than 20 personal guards, the entire island number 3 was filled with members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the 9 Snake Pirates. You are indeed strong. Shall we attack together? The Celestial Dragon who walked out from the palanquin said with a sneer, showing no regret or fear over the loss of his companions. It seemed he was very confident in his own abilities, even feeling capable of facing the Straw Hat Pirates alone. No need. One of me is enough to deal with you. Luffy gently took off his straw hat and placed it in Nami's hands behind him before stepping forward. Looks like you are quite confident. The Celestial Dragon waved his hand, and his cloak was thrown off, revealing his strong physique in an instant before Luffy and the others. It was rare to see a Celestial Dragon with such a perfect figure after witnessing the grotesque forms of others. Luffy couldn't help but marvel. Stahlhat Pirates, Captain. Monkey de Luffy. Luffy took a step forward, knowing that the other party was already familiar with him, but still introduced himself. After all, he had heard from those rescued by Chopper that the despicable Celestial Dragon's goal was to capture the Empress and train her as a bizarre pet. This made Luffy very displeased. So before the fight began, he had already decided to beat this despicable Celestial Dragon senseless until he couldn't recognize himself. Just to vent his frustration, Celestial Dragon, Judge, Institution Clan Council Foreign Affairs, Elder Mackenzie. At this moment, even the Celestial Dragon showed a hint of gentlemanly courtesy, revealing his identity when Luffy announced his name. However, at this moment, the Celestial Dragon pulled out an object resembling a sword hilt from his waist, gripping it tightly. And then a dazzling light erupted, eventually coalescing into a sword-like shape. Oh, at the moment the light sword appeared, Zoro couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and he felt an urge to fight it for a while. However, seeing Luffy's steady figure, Zoro seemed to understand something and suppressed this desire fiercely, quietly watching Luffy in front of him, while his grip on the sword hilt tightened. Foreign Affairs Elder? Then what level does the mysterious man with the hook hold in your clan council? Luffy calmly asked the Celestial Dragon named Mackenzie. The memory of that man, who had made him lose the will to fight, resurfaced in his mind. It seems that Admiral Hook really arrived this time. If it weren't for that old guy Kazura wanting to show off, with Admiral Hook's strength, H.M. Mackenzie, it seems you have a deep opinion about Hook not personally pursuing the Straw Hats back on Bubble Island, as you couldn't help but express your dissatisfaction. Now that we understand the position of that old friend in the clan council, there's no need to keep rambling on. Next, it's our turn. Luffy suddenly slammed his hands together, and with a loud clap, he directly teleported to a spot 20 meters in front of Mackenzie, standing firm. With fighting spirits surging, a transparent stream of air instantly radiated from his body. Observation Haki was the first to be deployed. After all, the opponent was using a sword, which has a certain restraint against rubber abilities. Knowing this earlier would allow for better defense to avoid being caught off guard, Luffy wanted to quickly end the battle, especially since the Empress had somewhat recovered from her initial exhaustion and was now sitting at a distance, coldly watching the events unfold between Luffy and Mackenzie. In Gear Second, a mist suddenly appeared on Luffy's arm, wrapping around it. Then he raised his head sharply, exuding an extremely oppressive aura towards Mackenzie, with Conqueror's Haki flashing. Before contact, Luffy unleashed all 3 types of Haki. But what surprised Mackenzie the most was that Luffy could now use Conqueror's Haki so skillfully. Even if he can use it, it shouldn't be as freakishly strong as Mackenzie thought extending his right hand forward, forming a white aura in front of him. Chapter 171. Mutated Armament Haki. At the moment Mackenzie raised his right hand, a transparent layer of Armament Haki formed a shield in front of him. Before the shield was fully formed, Luffy's extremely skilled Conqueror's Haki charged up. Then it crashed violently against the defensive shield formed by the Armament Haki. At that moment, Mackenzie finally understood the meaning behind the unbeatable gaze in Luffy's eyes. Because the instant their Haki collided, Mackenzie realized the gap in momentum between him and this kid, which was far from the information that mentioned Luffy had not fully mastered Conqueror's Haki. Glancing around, he noticed that apart from himself, others seemed unaffected by the Conqueror's Haki that erupted from Luffy's body. It was only him. Upon realizing this, Mackenzie gritted his teeth and fiercely increased his own momentum, causing Luffy's sharp Conqueror's Haki to pause for a few seconds. Mackenzie then sidestepped the direction of the Haki attack and charged straight at Luffy with a slash. As Mackenzie swung his lightsaber, it emitted waves of light like a spinning saw. Luffy, in gear second, showed no fear of Mackenzie's slash. Instead, he used the air currents created by the lightsaber swing to leap back a step, then shot a jet bullet forward. Whoosh! Mackenzie didn't turn around but instead took a step forward and dodged this seemingly guaranteed hit, and a faint aura began to manifest around his body. He also had observation Haki, allowing him to sense everything around him very clearly, while in Mackenzie's other hand, Armament Haki wrapped around to form a cone-shaped weapon. With a lightsaber in his right hand and Armament Haki wrapped in his left, Mackenzie immediately unleashed all his hidden skills. Wanted to have a proper bout with Luffy without any testing. However, this was exactly what Luffy was thinking as well. So when Mackenzie turned around and charged at Luffy again, Luffy did not dodge this time. Instead, he charged straight at him. Simultaneously, the Armament Haki completely dissipated, instantly wrapping around Luffy's body, followed by a tremor. The faint stream of air flowing within Luffy's body merged with the protective layer formed by the Armament Haki, creating a striped defensive shield. This, seeing the change on his body, even Luffy was taken aback. After all, he had never wrapped his entire body with Armament Haki for protection. Now that this change occurred, Luffy's desire to show off instantly surged. However, after sensing it for a moment, he realized that this newly appeared striped defensive shield was actually stronger than the original layer of Armament Haki wrapped around his arm, which made Luffy even more at ease to use it. Crash without hesitation, the two collided mid-air. Mackenzie, whose body was a size larger than Luffy's, delivered several slashes with his lightsaber, while the cone in his hand rained down chaotic attacks on Luffy. Luffy merely built up his momentum and then shot a jet bullet towards Mackenzie's chest. After they separated, there was a small but clear hole in Mackenzie's chest, and he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of thick blood without hesitation. The blood splattered onto his annoying shield. Yet at this moment, Mackenzie was smiling because he clearly felt his lightsaber had struck Luffy's body, and the cone formed by the Armament Haki had pierced through the suddenly formed striped defensive shield, penetrating Luffy's abdomen. Damn it, Break! Just as Mackenzie felt victory was within reach, a faint voice echoed, and then a small shop in the sky rapidly stretched down, revealing a rather dirty foot. Jet Volcano. Every time Luffy saw that despicable shield of the Celestial Dragons, he felt an urge to smash it. And now, this guy who was still fighting him had that annoying shield, so without thinking too much, he slammed down hard. This time, Mackenzie's observation Haki was too late to detect, and Luffy had already attacked. Crack! With a crisp sound, that hard shield shattered under Luffy's strike, and the residual force struck Mackenzie on the head, sending him into a 180-degree flip backward. At this point, Mackenzie completely lost his composure, howling wildly, with blood splattering across his handsome face. You actually broke my... Mackenzie looked at the shattered shield around his head, and the realization that the air he was breathing was the same as these lowly people infuriated him. With a whoosh, the cone-shaped Armament Haki that had formed on his left hand immediately created a shield over Mackenzie's head, but the shield formed by his Conqueror's Haki trembled unsteadily. Then, Mackenzie once again gathered the observation Haki that he had released around his body, concentrating it all at the forefront of the Armament Haki, focusing on his eyes. Now, Mackenzie could finally see Luffy clearly. Mackenzie was completely speechless. There wasn't a single scratch on Luffy's body. The striped protective layer showed no signs of damage and was even thicker than before. Kill since one attempt didn't work, let's try again. After all, Mackenzie didn't understand Luffy's striped shield at all, so he wanted to learn about it through repeated contact, looking for a flaw to strike decisively. The familiar sound of a slash hitting the ground echoed again as Luffy's body dodged Mackenzie's attack. However, Before he could stop and prepare for his next move, Mackenzie, wielding a lightsaber, rushed in with the same sound. Shave Moonwalk Luffy accelerated again, flashing to a clear spot, and after a burst of speed from a moonwalk, he froze in midair. His hands were pulled back vigorously, and at that moment, Mackenzie followed Luffy's trajectory, his lightsaber moving even faster than before, emitting a sizzling sound. Its power apparently upgraded. Jet rocket cannon, with his observation haki accurately pinpointing Mackenzie's position and attack direction. Luffy made a slight adjustment in midair and unleashed the prepared attack. Aimed straight at Mackenzie's left shoulder. Paper drawing a faint sound came from Mackenzie's mouth. Although he lost his perception through observation haki and lacked the armament haki attack, Mackenzie still utilized the 6 forms to evade. Sakura Sparrow, Chapter 172. Petrification. As Mackenzie's lightsaber was about to strike Luffy's body, Luffy's body bizarrely recoiled upward by more than a meter. This caused Mackenzie's lightsaber to miss completely, but he smiled slightly and fell toward the ground. A small bird shot out from the lightsaber, suddenly rushing toward Luffy. After the bird flew out, the originally bright lightsaber dimmed dramatically at that moment. Poof! A faint sound made Luffy's entire defensive shield ripple upon receiving the hit. The mutated armament haki could not withstand the yellow glowing bird for a moment, and more of Luffy's armament haki surged toward it, trying to crush it with brute force. However, after a brief exchange, the armament haki stopped attacking the bird and instead wrapped around it, absorbing it into the protective shield around Luffy, making it even more radiant. Oh no, suddenly, Luffy seemed to sense something and directly severed the connection between the airflow within his body and the armament haki shield, while simultaneously withdrawing the wrapping of armament haki. At that moment, the bird, which had already integrated into the armament haki shield and dissipated into a golden aura, reformed, but was instantly scattered by Luffy's cold kick. Without pausing, Luffy kicked the bird away and sent a battle axe toward the falling Mackenzie. At that moment, Mackenzie was still thrilled about the success of Sakura Sparrow. Having formed a protective shield of armament haki around his head, concentrating all his observation haki in that area to compensate for the visual obstruction caused by the shield. He completely failed to notice Luffy's furious foot smashing down hard on the back of his head once again, this time with even more force, driving Mackenzie directly into the ground and creating a pit over a meter deep. The already dimmed lightsaber shattered completely, becoming a useless hunk of iron. Moreover, the armament haki shield that had formed around his head also dissipated, and his once handsome face was now twisted and deformed. Even someone familiar with him would not recognize him as Mackenzie, one of the elders in the Celestial Dragon's Judiciary Council. "Get up! I know you're not dead," Luffy said, his tone surprisingly cold as he looked down at the pit where Mackenzie lay. A faint groan came from within the pit as Mackenzie slowly lifted his tired eyes, taking in everything before him. At that moment, a well-dressed man, with blood gushing from his nose, stared at an extraordinarily beautiful woman with drool flowing from his mouth. The beautiful woman lightly snorted and unleashed a wave of love energy toward the gentleman, instantly turning him into stone. However, after glancing around, the beautiful woman decided not to deliver a finishing blow. Scanning the inner arena, she suddenly saw a figure being relentlessly beaten by another young boy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the celestial dragon who had set her up. A wave of disgust surged through her, and with it, an even more intense wave of love energy erupted from her body, sweeping through the entire inner arena. This time, the Empress's attack faced no obstacles and directly engulfed the whole area. Upon hearing the Empress's call, the crowd turned to see her gesture of love, filling them with overwhelming joy and a hint of inappropriate thoughts. The love energy that permeated the area petrified them. Usopp, despite having obtained a pair of mother and son linked shields capable of resisting devil fruit abilities, was caught off guard and also turned to stone. The oncoming wave of love energy gradually slowed before Luffy as a sword, a legendary ancient sword, appeared in front of him, surrounded by a massive shield of armament haki that protected the sword's wielder and Luffy, along with the already beaten Mackenzie behind him. The Empress, noticing the situation, stepped back and slowly approached, glancing at the sword in Zoro's hand and then at Luffy. Before Luffy could speak, she walked directly to Mackenzie's side. "Sandasonia, Marigold, gather all the crew. We are preparing to set sail." After speaking, a fiery heart-shaped star emerged from the Empress's hand and entered Mackenzie's body. Fragrant foot, a faint wave of armament haki struck down heavily upon the fully petrified Mackenzie. Instantly, his body shattered into pieces, carried away by a passing sea breeze, ultimately sinking into the ocean. After completing all of this, the Empress turned to face the sword-wielding man and the silent boy watching her. Regardless of your motives, you have indeed saved our 9 snake pirates this time. Thank you, but we must leave. Your companion will return in an hour, and as for those people, you can handle them. Consider it a form of repayment, the Empress said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion, carrying a cold aura. Originally, Luffy was about to say something, but at that moment, he closed his mouth and simply watched as the Empress boarded the ship with the members of the Kuja pirates, then set sail towards the bay of Island Number 3. Just as the Kuja pirate ship reached the point where it needed to turn the wheel, a large chunk of stone that had already been petrified fell from the Kuja pirates. Upon closer inspection, it was not hard to tell that it seemed to have once been a person. It appeared to be a rather ugly woman, but her fate was to be directly petrified by the Empress and then vented upon by the crew of the Kuja pirates, who threw her directly into the sea. If it weren't for those few individuals, the Kuja pirates wouldn't have left the protected glazed island, which was guarded by the Holy Light. Nor would they have fought a great battle here against the celestial dragons, the very beings that the Gorgon sisters despised the most. If it weren't for Luffy and the others arriving in time to rescue them, who knows what the outcome would have been. However, their handling of her was already quite lenient. Hurry back to Glazed Island. My illness seems to be acting up again, the Empress said to her 2 sisters with a slight tremor in her voice. Then she went directly back to her own room, appearing to be in great pain. Sisters, set sail. Knowing about the Empress's condition, the 2nd and 3rd sisters did not linger and quickly ordered the crew to speed up towards Glazed Island. Chapter 173. Return to Glazed Island. Why does it feel so different from my memories? Luffy murmured, feeling a bit heartbroken, while Zoro had already sheathed his ancient sword and swept the entire area, always on guard to prevent any unexpected events that might petrify their companions. An hour passed, and the petrification afflicting Nami and the others gradually began to dissolve. Although there was some dissatisfaction in their hearts regarding the Empress and the way they were thanked for their assistance, they soon smiled, realizing that anyone who had suffered such heavy injuries would become cautious. Furthermore, the other side had not harmed any of their lives. Even that nose-bleeding, infatuated man Sanji had not caused any harm, indicating that they truly did not know the reason behind their intervention, which gradually calmed their hearts. At this moment, with the beautiful women gone and the frustration of not having had a chance to perform, Sanji and Frankie captured the 20 or so personal guards that the Empress had left for Luffy and the others. Usopp also began a special intelligence gathering operation, adopting a mindset of not letting any piece of information slip through, and after torturing 16 of the guards, he finally obtained a key piece of information. Soon after, Luffy and the others quickly dealt with the loyal dogs of the Celestial Dragons trained by this pathetic clan council, and after staying in the inner bay for a few more hours, they set off again, sailing towards Glazed Island. Sanji, Nami, it's up to you 2 now. If we can get the blue star and the purple star, we'll be able to obtain that thing, Luffy said with certainty, as if he had already decided that he would easily achieve the 3rd challenge. Ignoring Luffy's foolish behavior, Nami and Sanji turned elegantly and found a sunny spot to bask in the sun while enjoying the snacks that Sanji had graciously provided. Before long, with a splash, the ship once again sailed into the Glazed Island protected by the Holy Light, found a docking spot, paid 1,000 berries for a berth, and disembarked. Upon their first arrival, they had not ventured into the core area of Glazed Island, only asking the gentleman at the harbor for directions. So they had no clear understanding of the island's prosperity. However, at this moment, seeing the vibrant and colorful scenery of the floating bridge, they were taken aback. Let's go eat. Luffy suddenly spotted a building marked with a restaurant sign and dashed over there. This had happened many times before, so Nami and the others could only smile wryly, dismissing the gentleman and deciding they could manage on their own. They gave him 100 berries as a tip and followed Luffy, as everyone was hungry after the battle on Island Number 3. Eating a meal in such a vibrant place and tasting the local delicacies of Glazed Island was an extremely enjoyable experience. Boss, I'll have 10 portions of braised rice and 20 of that meat pie. Luffy rushed to the front counter as soon as he entered the restaurant, glanced at the beautifully illustrated menu, and shouted at the boss, ordering a table full of dishes in an instant. At that moment, Nami and the others walked in as well. Seeing the mountain of dishes Luffy had ordered, they contemplated ordering for themselves, but after looking around, it seemed that Luffy's choices were quite good. Moreover, after comparing with the menu on the wall, it appeared he had ordered everything with a minimum of 10 portions. This piece is mine, and this piece is also mine. With a touch, A piece of meat from an unknown animal was knocked over by Luffy and fell onto the table, nearly shattering. What's going on? I can't reach the meat further away. Luffy was momentarily confused, and Nami took the opportunity to remind him once again about the holy light. However, while Luffy struggled to reach the meat further away, Usopp and the others were busy devouring the food, and in no time, more than half of the dishes had disappeared from the table. "Boss, bring me a large portion of that. I'm still not full," Luffy shouted once more. Ignoring Nami's fierce glare of concern, I began eating again. Half an hour later, Luffy and the others finally finished eating, while Sanji was tasting a small dish and walked to the counter, asking the delighted boss, who had just received a large bag of berries from Nami, "Boss, can you tell me what this sauce is made from?" Sanji looked serious and focused, which made him look very handsome, a thought that crossed Luffy's mind. "Please wait a moment. I'll have our chef, who is also the main judge of the Glazed Island cooking competition held every 20 years, come out to answer your question." The boss humbly revealed the identity of their chef, indicating to Sanji not to look for trouble, as their chef was the best and most authoritative chef on the island. Moreover, out of respect for Sanji's inquiry about the sauce, the boss did not know how Chef Minda made it, so a professional needed to answer a professional question. Before long, a very thin old man in a clean chef's uniform without a speck of dust emerged from the kitchen. "Are you interested in the sauce I made, young man?" The old man was Minda, the chef of the most prosperous restaurant on Glazed Island. Hee, Sanji smiled faintly, then performed a standard chef's bow towards Minda, indicating that he was also a chef and a very cultured one at that. After all, few chefs understand that performing a chef's bow upon first meeting is the most traditional etiquette among chefs. In fact, this kind of etiquette was once a necessary formality for chefs when meeting each other. When Mind realized that Sanji's chef's bow was a gesture of greeting and communication, he was momentarily surprised, then slightly bent his waist and returned the gesture to Sanji. The sauce had a slightly spicy taste upon the first bite, followed by a fragrant aroma as it slid down the esophagus. However, the most remarkable aspect was that after the sauce was corroded by gastric juices, it produced a refreshing sensation that could alleviate physical fatigue to some extent. This is why I was interested in this sauce and wanted to learn its preparation method from Master Chef. Sanji slowly inquired about the small plate of sauce in his hand, asking Mind. Mind was completely taken aback because, apart from a few top chefs who were similar to him, it was rare for anyone to fully appreciate the flavor of this sauce. Many people treated it merely as a seasoning like chili, and few could discern the fragrant aroma that emerged as it passed through the esophagus. Even fewer could recognize the deep, refreshing quality of the sauce and its effect on alleviating fatigue. At the very least, if he hadn't explicitly said so, the only other person who could appreciate it besides the young man in front of him was someone from over 20 years ago. "Young man, you will participate in this cooking competition, right?" Min did not directly answer Sanji's question, but instead turned the conversation around and asked him instead. Sanji, without any hesitation, immediately replied, "Well then, if you win first place in this cooking competition, I will tell you," Min said mysteriously, making a promise to Sanji. Chapter 174, Crown Dragon King Sauce. "Well then, if you win first place in this cooking competition, I will tell you," Min's promise made Sanji momentarily stunned. Then he nodded and smiled slightly before bowing to Mind and leaving first. Luffy and the others, seeing that Sanji did not insist, also smiled at the boss and the chef who had created the sauce that amazed Sanji and left as well. "Master Mind, did this person really taste it himself?" Even Master Ji couldn't figure it out. Can this young man really taste all the flavors of the Crown Dragon King sauce? The owner of the Liuli restaurant asked Mind beside him with some confusion. There are countless talented individuals on this sea, many of whom have great achievements in culinary arts. Moreover, since that young man understands the ancient chef's etiquette and seems unfamiliar with the area, he should be a pirate passing by our Liuli island. So, his perception of this sauce should indeed come from his own tasting. Mind replied after pondering for a moment, directly dispelling the worries in the Liuli restaurant owner's mind. "However, my Crown Dragon King sauce is merely an imitation." Mind suddenly sighed with some emotion, as if feeling a bit regretful about the sauce that intrigued Sanji. "Master Mind, please don't be modest. The only one on our entire Liuli island who can make a substitute for the ancient golden true dragon sauce recipe is you," the owner respectfully said to Mind. "Sai, if I could taste the legendary golden true dragon sauce in this lifetime, I would be satisfied. But in this world, where can one find a real dragon?" After Mind sighed, he did not speak further and disregarded the comforting words of the Liuli restaurant owner, returning directly to the kitchen. Jian Rin, after watching Mind's figure disappear into the kitchen, The owner of the Lioli restaurant suddenly called out to someone who had been serving in a private room on the second floor. Coming a man with nothing but a smile on his face quickly came over and gave the restaurant owner's signature 130-degree bow, almost bowing his head to the ground. You go, follow those few people, see where they're going, and come back to tell me. The restaurant owner whispered to Jianrun while pointing at a man with a huge metallic arm. Okay, don't worry, boss. This man named Jianrun was actually the one who had followed Charos and managed to escape just before the chaos with Luffy and the others. At this moment, he nodded and hurried out at the restaurant owner's command. However, just as he stepped out of the Lioli restaurant's door, he saw the young boys with faint smiles, which were devilish smiles that Jianrun could never forget, the innocent smiles on their faces. So upon seeing Luffy, Jianrun immediately turned around, thinking about what the boss had instructed. Finally, he steeled himself and followed Luffy and the others from a distance until they reached a large platform and stopped at the entrance of a small shop. Jianrun then returned to report to his boss. Upon learning that Luffy and the others had gone directly to register for the cooking competition, the owner of the Lioli restaurant couldn't help but feel relieved, and his suspicions about several competitors vanished. Luffy, why didn't you let us catch that little guy following us? After noticing that the shadow who had been following them since they left the restaurant had disappeared, Perona asked in confusion. Zoro, Sanji, do you remember Charos? Luffy did not directly answer Perona's question, but turned to Zoro, who seemed uninterested, and Sanji, who was deep in thought. That fat guy? I don't know, Zoro replied. Of course you don't know. You were only focused on that Miss Yago. Otherwise, how could you have gotten hurt so badly? Zoro took every opportunity to belittle Sanji. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Sanji fell silent, feeling a bit downcast. All right, enough of that. Since Zoro knows, it's fine. That fat guy named Charos is the celestial dragon who bought me back from the auction house and had a very slick little attendant with him. Luffy interrupted Zoro, knowing that Sanji felt guilty about this matter, and shifted the topic back to the little guy who had been following them. Oh, I understand. Nami, Robin. And Frankie all understood what Luffy was trying to say. What does that mean? However, the cute Chopper and the innocent Perona looked puzzled and asked again. Ha 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 ha. Luffy means that the person who was following us earlier is the same little attendant who was with Charos back then. But how could he manage to swim through such deep currents? That's strange, Nami explained simply, but she began to ponder. Excuse me, is this where I sign up for the cooking competition? Seeing that they had finally arrived at their destination, Sanji stepped forward to ask a formally dressed lady. Is she an older woman? Dressed so formally. No wonder she seems to be interested in every woman. Sanji remained serious despite the whispers from Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy behind him. However, at this moment, Sanji was oblivious, only inquiring of a so-called staff member at the cooking competition registration desk. Yes, but the public review period has already passed. If you want to participate, you need a recommender. Luffy and the others whispered among themselves, and the Big Mom overheard them, which made her express some indifference or even a bit of disgust in her words. However, due to her professional demeanor, she didn't show it directly. I don't have a recommender. Is there any other way? Sanji asked the Big Mom again with remarkable patience, and he even seemed a bit courteous. Well, then just cook a dish on the spot. If those three inside are satisfied, it can work, the Big Mom said, her tone a bit less cold this time. After all, looking around, the piled ingredients were quite cheap, and the 500-berry fee would allow her to make a profit. Robin. Sanji turned to look at Robin. The meaning was very clear. It was time to pay. This time, Robin didn't hesitate and directly took out a small bag from the pocket that Frankie was carrying and tossed it to Sanji. Here, S 500 berries, and here S 1, 000 berries. You keep it, Sanji said with a smile to the Big Mom at the registration desk. You can pay the 1,000 berries after you qualify. Otherwise, I'll have to refund you later, the Big Mom said as she took the smaller bag and returned the one containing 1,000 berries. No need. If I can't qualify, then the 1,000 berries are a gift for you. Please don't mind my partner's words just now, Sanji said with a smile, showing no trace of pride. Even a middle-aged woman, Sanji. Chapter 175. Satisfying dish, ignoring the glances from Luffy and the others. Sanji seriously walked over to the ingredients the Big Mom had pointed out and checked the quality and ingredients. Soon, he selected a few relatively fresh ingredients. If it weren't for the rule against bringing in personal ingredients, he absolutely wouldn't use these to showcase his cooking skills. But since he chose to cook, he had to do it well and impress the three men watching him from a distance. Sanji placed all the selected ingredients on a relatively clean counter, stood up, and walked a few steps to the two fat men and the short one. Gentlemen, do you have any requirements for the dish I'm going to make? Sanji asked politely. Can you meet any requirements? The only short one sneered, looking at Sanji with a disdainful expression. If it's not deliberately difficult, then there shouldn't be a problem. Sanji hesitated but quickly dismissed it, responding simply, though his tone lacked the initial respect and became quite plain. All right, our requirement is that no matter the taste, just looking at it or smelling it should make us want to eat it. Also, we, the three hungry ghosts, just finished a big pot of wontons made by Sister Chien, so we are quite full, the short one stated directly without beating around the bush, giving off a vibe that Sanji didn't understand the ways of the world. Then please wait a moment, Sanji said. At this moment, Luffy and the others felt slightly annoyed upon hearing the short one's initial remarks, and when they heard him refer to themselves as the three hungry ghosts, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sanji suppressed his laughter and, after giving a light response to the short one, began cooking in this so-called kitchen for those wanting to participate in the cooking competition but without a recommender. Without any proper knives for Sanji, there was only a regular kitchen knife, but Sanji was able to wield this ugly knife with great skill, slicing a piece of frogfish meat in an instant. Each slice of meat lined up perfectly, with no noticeable difference in size or thickness. Once the meat slices were ready, Sanji arranged them neatly and covered them, then quickly prepared some necessary seasonings, especially the granular, slightly numbing Sichuan pepper, which Sanji meticulously cleaned, placing them in a separate dish. He lit the stove and began to prepare some base seasoning. With the provided seasonings, he quickly created a pot of aromatic broth. As the last red chili-like item was added, after Sanji sliced off the thinnest layer of its skin, the flavor of the red chili was fully released during his stirring. At this point, a rich aroma could no longer be concealed, and the three hungry ghosts, who initially intended to tease Sanji, along with the cold-toned Sister Chien, all focused their attention on him. As the flames heated the stove, the aroma from the pot intensified, and the surface of the pot turned a fiery red. Indeed, he had some skills. At this moment, a figure in the distance slightly nodded and couldn't help but lick their lips, quietly praising. As many others were attracted by the aroma from Sanji's pot and wanted to see what was happening. This figure naturally went unnoticed by Luffy and the others, but Sanji, who was focused on cooking, suddenly looked up in that direction. The figure quickly turned and hid behind the wall, patting their chest and whispering, "That was close." Looking at the crowd drawn in by the irresistible aroma of the satisfying dish due to the temporary kitchen being right on the street, and feeling a sudden sense of familiarity, Sanji snorted softly and once again immersed himself in cooking. A small plate was shaken by Sanji, and the carefully cleaned granular items were thrown into the air. Swish, swish. Swish. After a few quick slices, the Sichuan pepper, which was originally used as a seasoning, was reduced to just a tiny bit of tender powder in the middle, which Sanji promptly added to the broth. Ha! Being able to remove the constraints of the Sichuan pepper and release its most valuable powder, as well as your skill in preparing the broth. You truly have some talent. Mingda, who had been hiding behind the wall, could no longer contain himself and stepped out, praising Sanji, who was still focused on cooking. Master Ming. As soon as Mingda appeared, the so-called three hungry ghosts and Sister Chien at the registration desk greeted him respectfully. Ha! You didn't tell me that the cooking competition has already passed the public review period and requires a recommender. You just wanted to see my cooking skills, right? Sanji directly stated Mingda's thoughts without looking up. Let us wait a few minutes, and let these three taste the dish I made to see if they're satisfied. What do you think, Chef Ming? After finishing his words, Sanji no longer paid attention and focused entirely on cooking. Mingda also stopped saying much, simply blocking out the words of Aunt Chien and the three foodies, indicating that they should concentrate on watching now. However, at this moment, Mingda's heart was already in turmoil because Sanji had inadvertently revealed that the dish he wanted to make was called relief dish. According to legend, there are a total of 13 relief dishes, each one incredibly spicy and fragrant. After consuming them, people feel extremely relaxed, as the pent-up energy within their bodies is expelled with sweat, leaving them feeling light and unburdened. Even if Mingda wanted to make it himself, he would need to prepare many very precious ingredients. Yet, this young man in front of him was using what could be called scrap materials to create a relief dish. And from the looks of the dish, Mingda still didn't know what style of cuisine Sanji was employing. Suddenly, Sanji lifted the pot lid with a swift motion, and a wave of steam surged out. He directly opened the lid covering the meat slices, and the faint metallic taste that had lingered from the knife had completely dissipated. At this moment, Sanji held a stick of wood, neither too long nor too short, and with swift movements, the meat slices instantly melted into the pot. As the last piece of meat sank into the pot, Sanji turned off the heat in a flash, and with one hand, lifted the pot to place the finished dish into the already prepared tableware. What appeared before Mingda and the others was a set of tableware containing a pot of boiling hot, fiery red soup, with the meat skin seemingly alive, swimming within the dish. Everyone can dig in. Sanji single-handedly spun the tableware, placing the entire pot of dish in front of the three foodies. Although the dish was tempting, Mingda and the others did not dare to overstep their bounds, knowing that as the chief judge of the cooking competition, Mingda held considerable prestige on Liuli Island and was a prominent figure in the culinary world. The three foodies, on the other hand, were merely individuals with some culinary expertise, invited by Mingda to assess the qualifications of participants in the cooking competition. Good dishes should be tasted by everyone. I believe, after witnessing this young chef's performance, everyone will want to try this exquisite dish. Let's enjoy it together. I think this chef wouldn't mind, Mingda said to those around him, then turned to Sanji and asked. Seeing Mingda's somewhat inquiring expression, Sanji suddenly felt an impulse to kick him. Wasn't it just that he wanted to eat? Why so much talk? Of course. However, as a chef, having his dish tasted and appreciated by others was also a great compliment. So Sanji didn't oppose it and readily agreed. Then we won't be polite, Mingda said pretentiously before swiftly taking a chopstick full of food. At that moment, he noticed a guy wearing a straw hat who was already devouring the food with great gusto, while those behind him waiting for Mingda's command were already like wolves waiting for an opportunity. Mingda directly picked a piece of meat from the tableware and said to everyone, "Everyone eat up." The meat was smooth, tender, numbing, spicy, and fragrant. Wow, just a piece of meat made Mingda feel a rushing heat, as if all the pores in his body wanted to erupt with sweat. He couldn't help but let out a satisfied moan. After finishing, Mingda looked at the people, whose clothes were almost soaked with sweat, still frantically grabbing the delicious dish, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly as he turned to Sanji and asked, "Is this relief dish also one of the 13 relief dishes? I'm just a humble cook and cannot tell which style this dish belongs to." Unexpectedly, Chef Ming knows about the 13 relief dishes. However, this dish is quite ordinary. It's just a variation of boiled pork slices. I'm sure Chef Ming has heard of the famous boiled pork slices, Sanji said without hesitation. Boiled pork slices. But to be able to make it with these materials is quite impressive. Mingda was initially taken aback to learn that it was just the ordinary boiled pork slices. But then he was astonished and praised Sanji, though his expression still showed disbelief. Hee. I didn't expect Master Ming to be unaware that boiled pork slices are also one of the relief dishes. I once saw a recipe for boiled pork slices in an ancient text, which stated that only a small piece of pork from the back of a sea escape pig could make the most authentic boiled pork slices. Other variations made with fish or ordinary seafood are not authentic boiled pork slices, but merely extremely ordinary dishes, with taste levels that don't even compare to 1/10,000th of real boiled pork slices, Sanji explained patiently, seeing Mingda's disbelieving expression. The sea escape pig, a creature that only exists in legends, is not an easily obtainable ingredient. It seems that every exquisite dish requires top-quality ingredients to be made. However, being able to create such flavorful boiled pork slices with ordinary lithium frogfish is indeed a great talent in the culinary world. Mingda expressed his admiration after Sanji detailed the specifics of boiled pork slices, finally believing what Sanji said. So, may I ask the three judges if I have the qualifications to participate in this cooking competition? After dispelling the last trace of doubt in Mingda's mind, after the three foodies had indulged once more, Sanji couldn't help but ask. Of course, since you know Master Ming, you should have mentioned it earlier. We brothers wouldn't have been so reckless. Please don't take offense at our earlier remarks. The short one among the three foodies, clearly the leader, hurriedly explained. Is my dish still not satisfactory to the three of you? Do I still need to rely on Chef Ming's reputation? Sanji responded somewhat unhappily. Of course not. Your dish has satisfied us immensely. Just look at our current state. The short one pointed at the three of them, drenched in sweat, and said more respectfully, Chef Ming, we still need to participate in the upcoming weather prediction contest, so we'll take our leave now. After Sanji once again performed a chef salute to Mingda, he said goodbye. After all, the main event of the cooking competition was still a few days away. And next up was the registration for Nami's weather prediction contest. According to the news received from the gentleman and the information obtained in Wanzhou, the weather contest would start tomorrow, and today was the deadline for registration. Under Nami's lead, the group took a few turns and arrived at another place, which turned out to be a large square. In the square, there were several large windmills slowly turning with the sea breeze. Below the windmills were many tube-like instruments. and in front of them was a row of small, windmill-like objects connected together. At that moment, in the center of the square, there was a platform that had clearly been built not long ago, where nearly 5 elderly people were sitting calmly. There, Nami directly headed towards the direction of the platform. The registration here still requires testing knowledge in meteorology, so after paying 500 berries, Nami arrived at the pipes beneath the windmills. When the old man said to start, she walked slightly under a few pipes and then stopped at one of them, pointing at the pipe and saying something to the old man. After a while, a gentle breeze came from that pipe, and surprisingly, the small windmill on top of that pipe began to spin with the breeze. All right, you're qualified. Next is the registration fee. One of the old men looked at Nami, who had quickly identified the airflow among the 8 small pipes, and couldn't help but admire her a bit. However, he quickly shifted to a more practical tone and mentioned the fees. Damn capitalism. Nami silently cursed in her heart, then handed over the 1,000 berries she had prepared. That's not enough. The registration fee for the meteorology forecasting contest is 2,000 berries. The old man glanced at the bag Nami handed over and said directly, "You just came from the cooking contest, right?" The cooking contest indeed costs 1,000. But that's because all the restaurants on Glass Island sponsored it. Our meteorology forecasting contest has no sponsors, and all the funds are gathered by us old folks. So the registration fee is a bit higher. The old man saw the confusion in Nami's heart and explained why the meteorology forecasting contest was twice as expensive as the cooking contest. Well, fine. Nami surprisingly didn't argue this time and handed over another bag of berries, totaling 2,500 berries, including the previous testing fee. After a brief farewell, Nami left the registration point for the meteorology forecasting contest with Luffy and the others, looking for a place to rest. However, as soon as Luffy and the others stepped into the street and the old man on the meteorology platform could no longer see them, Nami's previously slightly smiling face instantly darkened. Subsequently, a terrifying voice came from Nami's abdomen, reaching Luffy and Sanji's ears. "Sanji can't get first place. Your locked fridge is confiscated, and Luffy, if you don't have that imagined thing, you can't eat meat for the next month." A chill ran deep into Luffy and Sanji's hearts, feeling a sense of dread. They thought Nami had changed, but she was still a devilish existence. Devil woman. Luffy muttered in a voice only he could hear. Chapter 177. Close space. While Luffy and Sanji were secretly discussing, the Straw Hat crew, under Nami's leadership, found a very shabby little shop in a remote area compared to other regions of Glass Island to stay. Nami and Sanji began their formal retreat, needing to use this last bit of time for final preparations. At this moment, Luffy greeted everyone and walked out alone. As soon as Luffy left the little shop, he somehow donned a large cloak and tucked away the very obvious hat, then walked toward a certain place. "Master Ming, I heard that the young man who just participated in the cooking contest made a dish that even the 3 food ghosts praised. I heard you were there too. Did that person really only use ingredients from Sister Qian?" The owner of Glass Restaurant asked Mingda, somewhat incredulously. "Yes, I was there too. The dish he made was indeed quite good, and it really was made with materials from Little Qian," Mingda simply replied. Then, seeing the owner's still worried expression, he added, "Don't worry, that person is not from our island. He's just a wandering pirate. He won't stay long on Glass Island, so you can completely relax. Also, I promised your father I would never betray Glass Restaurant, and I will keep that promise. So, keep your little thoughts to yourself." The more he spoke, the heavier Mingda's tone became, as if he were an elder teaching a younger one. The owner of Glass Restaurant listened respectfully to Mingda's teachings. "Then I'll go to the kitchen." Mingda looked at the owner of Glass Restaurant, satisfied with his attitude, and said a simple goodbye before heading back. The owner of Glass Restaurant watched Mingda's departing figure, and the previously troubled expression on his face once again blossomed into a happy smile. As long as he could secure the island's top chef, the golden reputation of Glass Restaurant would never falter. In his joy, the owner of Glass Restaurant often enjoyed some biscuits made by the neighbor, Old Sue. "Jianren, come here." Seeing Jianren, who had just delivered the dishes, the owner of Glass Restaurant called him over, then tossed him some money to buy some Sue's biscuits to satisfy his cravings. "All right, please wait." Jianren was more than happy to run errands for his boss and quickly made his way toward Old Sue's place, not far away. For the past 2 months, Jianren had been living on Glass Island, employed by Glass Restaurant. His life had improved, and although the work was tiring, at least there was no life-threatening danger. And he didn't have to worry about his head being blown off by someone pressing a button out of displeasure. Although he encountered that devil-like boy again today, fortunately, the other party didn't notice him. It seemed he was just passing through Glass Island. However, Jinren admired the boy for being able to pull off such astonishing feats and still appear here unscathed. In fact, deep down, he was grateful to this boy. Without him, he would never have escaped. Since then, he clearly learned that his former master, Charlos, was dead. This ended his fate of being hunted down. Although he inadvertently entered this more chaotic new world, he initially thought he would never live a peaceful life again. Who would have thought that there would still be a place like Glass Island in the new world? For Jinren, living a peaceful life was the greatest happiness. Therefore, he was very satisfied with his current life and cherished it. He worked especially diligently and seriously at Glass Restaurant. So the boss gradually grew fond of him and would let him do everything. This made Jinren even more satisfied. The biscuits made by Old Sue were indeed delicious. After buying them back, the boss would probably reward him with a few pieces like last time, Jinren thought to himself, quickening his pace. Hey, you still recognize me? Suddenly, a man in a black robe appeared in front of Jinren, then opened his robe to reveal a face that was always smiling. You, what do you want? Although Jinren recognized this devilish boy, he had never considered the possibility of encountering him again face to face. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Luffy smiled again, placing a hand on Jinren's shoulder to prevent him from turning to flee. Jinren knew very well that at this moment, even if he ran away, even with the protection of the Holy Light, he still didn't dare to try. He didn't want to take risks or ruin the hard-earned, comfortable life. However, Jinren had been mingling with Charles for so long that he immediately considered Luffy as the benefactor who saved his life. Kneeling down in front of Luffy with a face full of gratitude, as if he were a gentleman expressing gratitude for being saved. All right, get up. I know your background, so there's no need to act in front of me. You saved me out of a moment of impulse, and it's not worth overthinking. I'll ask you a few questions now. After you answer them seriously, consider your way of repaying me. When we meet again, we will just be strangers. Luffy said lightly, then stepped aside to avoid Jinren's kneeling. Feel free to ask. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. Jinren replied, knowing that stopping the other party's words was the wisest choice at this moment. Next, Luffy asked a few questions he wanted to know, and Jinren told him everything he knew. Surprisingly, Jinren, who had been on Lioli Island for less than 2 months, provided answers to most of Luffy's questions, which made Luffy a little surprised. At this moment, Luffy let Jinren go, and he officially moved quickly toward a direction on Lioli Island based on the information provided by Jinren. Of course, that robe wrapped his thin figure once again. Before long, Luffy arrived at the place Jinren mentioned. Looking around, there was only a very tall, closed building and no other significant structures. As he got closer, Luffy could see a sign hanging in front of this tall and closed building, which contained some important information for Luffy. Besides learning that this building was called the Closed Space, he also found out that in 5 days, a program he must attend would officially start here. After that, Luffy wandered around the outskirts of the Closed Space, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure again, but still found nothing. Luffy didn't force it too much, since he already knew the official date and location of the event. A small reconnaissance was enough. Without lingering, Luffy headed back to the small inn where he and the others were staying. Upon returning, Luffy went straight into Sanji's room, where he was making final preparations, and shared with Sanji the information he learned about Mingda from Jinren. In fact, there wasn't much information, as Jinren hadn't worked at the Lioli restaurant for long and had only picked up some information from chatting with colleagues. Mingda was the best chef on Lioli Island and in the surrounding area, and he was a good friend of the current owner's father. He had promised his father in the past, which was why he had been managing the kitchen at the Lioli restaurant. As for other details, there was no further information. After finishing, Luffy returned to his room and started playing with Usopp and the others. Chapter 178, Visalia Little Sky, Island time passed quickly, and on this day, when the sun appeared in people's sight again, Luffy and the others, under Nami's lead, arrived at the location of the meteorological prediction competition that Nami was going to participate in. The 5 elders were still sitting there, but the entire area was now packed with all the participants. And some people dressed similarly to those who welcomed Luffy, and the others at the dock were helping to maintain order. Among the participants, pirates only made up a small portion. The majority were scholars with some research in meteorology, who seemed to admire the 5 elders on the platform, behaving quite decorously. Nami gestured for Luffy and the others to find a place to watch, then walked up alone, submitted her competition badge, and found a spot marked for competitors to stand. Looking around, she noticed that the person next to her was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed not like a pirate crew navigator, but like a genuine scholar. "Hello. Nami greeted the middle-aged man politely, smiling at him. Hello, are you here to participate in the Visalia meteorological prediction competition? The middle-aged man glanced at Nami's competitor badge and smiled, asking casually. Yes, but I don't know much about this competition. Could you help me with an introduction? Nami's smile was sweet, with a charm that made it hard to refuse. The middle-aged man couldn't refuse either. Slowly closing the book he had been engrossed in and began explaining to Nami about the Visalia meteorological prediction competition. It turned out that these 5 elders were researchers in meteorology on a small sky island called Visalia. They had great expertise in meteorology and, by chance, had come to Lioli Island. Due to the protection of the holy light on Lioli Island, which was not as chaotic and conflict-ridden as other places in the New World, they held this competition there. Moreover, to welcome them, Lioli Island was willing to grant the highest honor of the island, the Blue Star, to this competition. Each first-place winner of the competition would have the right to use this Blue Star, and Visalia also promised that the top 3 participants could choose to stay on the Visalia Sky Island for 10 years to study meteorology. Pirates needed the Blue Star, while scholars needed the opportunity to go to the Visalia Sky Island for meteorological study and improvement. Visalia Sky Island? Upon hearing this name, Nami hesitated. She remembered hearing from Luffy about a place called the Sky Island, but what kind of place was the Visalia Sky Island? It had become an authority in meteorological research, attracting countless scholars to participate in this competition for a few opportunities. It's a paradise for meteorological research, the middle-aged man sighed, as if yearning for that place. Seemingly hearing Nami's murmurs. Since I now know what I should know, this uncle beside me has no further use. Nami smiled slightly and decided to ignore him, focusing on waiting for the competition to begin. As time passed, more and more people stood in the competition's designated spots, and pirates began to increase in number, while their companions found places nearby to stay. After about another hour, the designated time finally arrived. With a loud sound of a gong, one of the 5 elders from the Visalia Sky Island stepped forward, signaling for the crowd to quiet down as he was about to speak. Everyone should know the importance of our weather forecasting over the sea. Whether it is sailors at sea or scholars predicting weather on the islands, their significance is undeniable. As the core of meteorological research, we at Visalia certainly need to contribute something, which is why we are hosting this grand competition to deepen everyone's knowledge of meteorology. It is also an opportunity for those of you who love meteorology to research the world's weather together with us. The old man rambled on for quite a while, while meteorologists listened attentively. However, judging by their expressions, they seemed familiar with what the old man was saying. As for the pirates, those who were familiar with the situation displayed impatience, as if to say, "Hurry up, don't waste our time," while those who were not familiar listened earnestly, but soon showed signs of impatience after a few sentences. The old man, pretending not to notice these people, continued to formally announce matters regarding weather forecasting, but soon he had said all that needed to be said. Now our grand competition begins. The old man's tone rose higher and higher, and by the end, he waved his hand dramatically and shouted. Oh, instantly, the crowd before the square cheered as one. And it was hard to tell whether they were cheering because they no longer had to listen to the old man or because they were excited for the competition to start. Under the old man's leadership and the organization of the gentleman, all the contestants lined up into several teams, then divided into small teams of 200 each to begin the competition. The content of the competition was simple, from a designated location set by the old man. Participants had to navigate a very small boat to another location. The distance was not far, but the competition was based on speed, and the old man also specified a time limit to qualify. This time limit was surprisingly less than 5 minutes. Even though one could see the opposite shore, they could only navigate along this extremely irregular river while also dealing with the negative effects caused by the numerous windmills around them. 5 minutes was indeed a huge challenge. Nami was fortunate to be placed in the 5th team, allowing her to observe the navigation of those ahead and summarize some experiences to be more confident when it was her turn. However, as soon as the first team entered the competition area, a black curtain was drawn up from the massive windmill pillars on either side of the square, directly blocking the other contestants from seeing the first team's performance. This left Nami feeling quite frustrated. In truth, watching would not be useful. The airflow inside was constantly changing, making any experience irrelevant. The middle-aged man beside Nami, who had miraculously ended up in the same group as her, noticed her frustration at not being able to see the first team's navigation and explained, "Oh, that's how it is. Thank you. By the way, have you participated in this kind of competition before?" After hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Nami felt less frustrated and became more interested in his experiences. Seeing that Nami was finally drawn in by his words, the middle-aged man felt pleased and began to talk to her, sharing his experience from the last time he participated in this competition, giving Nami, a newcomer, some understanding. Just then, a gentleman controlling the competition's rhythm suddenly ran over and told Nami and the others that her competition was finally about to start. Chapter 179. Record the moment the curtain behind her was drawn. Nami had already boarded her small boat, which happened to be numbered 1, her target. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After a countdown from the gentleman beside her, Nami and the others set off. The small boat indeed had a lightly padded bottom, as the middle-aged man had described, and this padding could be converted into a sail, although the winds from the intersecting windmills created constantly changing sea currents. Nami only briefly felt the changes in airflow before decisively converting the padding into a sail and attaching it to the small boat. She then crouched down into the boat, showing no intention of using the oars. At this moment, the leading small boat was far ahead, manned by a male pirate whose speed with the oars indicated his strength. However, Nami was not anxious, and many participants, like the middle-aged man, who understood the competition and had confidence in their judgment of airflow, also converted their small boats to add sails. Although the race was short, it was divided into 3 parts. The first part had gentle airflow changes, giving participants a chance to adapt. As the leading pirate entered the second part, Nami and the others finished modifying their boats, and their speed began to pick up. Soon, they entered the second part. Just as they entered the second part, Nami felt a tightness in her chest because the airflow changes in this section were more than 10 times that of the first part, and the airflow was completely irregular. To take advantage of the airflow, one had to constantly change the direction of the sail and could not fix the direction of advance. At this moment, under the influence of the second part's airflow, capsizing incidents occasionally occurred. Those who capsized could continue the competition if they managed to maneuver their small boat again. If not, they would be rescued by personnel distributed throughout the river. But if rescued, they would lose their qualification to continue competing. Nami carefully controlled the sail with one hand while tying her hair up to prevent it from affecting her judgment of the airflow. With her other hand, she lightly touched some seawater and dabbed it on her forehead. This was Nami's most sensitive area. Any slight change in airflow that passed over her forehead would be detected. Through this method, Nami repeatedly avoided the capsizing currents and gradually caught up with the small boat ahead, although there was still some distance to cover. With the third part still ahead, Nami felt confident that she could easily navigate through this competition and win first place. Suddenly, a sound came from the bottom of the small boat, causing it to jolt. This nearly made Nami lose her grip on the sail, but fortunately, she reacted quickly, tightening her grip. Feeling another change in airflow, she adjusted her hand, and the small boat surged forward again, seemingly at a fast speed. At this point, about 2.5 minutes had passed since the race began, and Nami's boat had almost completed 2/3 of the course. She had already surged to the front of the pack. The leading boat was still that pirate's, who was rowing vigorously, but he was already sweating profusely, clearly having struggled significantly in the second part. In the blink of an eye, Nami glanced at the people within the navigation range, and upon closer inspection, she noticed a middle-aged man right behind her. When he saw Nami looking at him, he couldn't help but smile faintly at her, appearing quite relaxed. A chill ran down her spine. Although the man had always been kind to her, that subtle smile made Nami feel very uncomfortable, sending goosebumps all over her body. At this moment, the middle-aged man was even more surprised than Nami. Initially, he had merely regarded Nami as a young girl interested in meteorology, but he never expected her mastery and application of airflow to be so exquisite. This thought weighed heavily on his mind, causing him to slightly lower his head and moisten his already wet lips. Regardless of what the middle-aged man was thinking, Nami had already maneuvered her small boat into the third part, which was the final leg of the entire competition. Indeed, when the small boat officially entered the third section, a strong wind blew, lifting Nami's boat into the air, and the sails made a whoosh sound in response to the wind. However, Nami, who was well prepared, did not panic. She pressed down with one hand to the front of the boat, leaning her body forward, and with the other hand, she suddenly pulled, causing the previously opened sails to close instantly. After doing all this, the speed of the boat slowed down significantly, and, after leaning forward again, the boat landed back on the water with a splash. At this moment, several small boats that had entered at the same time had already been overturned by the airflow, and after several unsuccessful attempts, they retreated to the second part, including the pirate who had been leading in the first 2 parts. Nami, feeling the changes in the airflow around her, displayed a confident smile on her face. However, Just then, another sound came from the bottom of the boat, causing Nami's heart to skip a beat as she seemed to realize something. Unlike others who waited for their boats to stabilize before adjusting the sails to surge forward and finish the race in one go, Nami dipped her hand into the water to feel the current beneath her boat, and a faint, confident smile reappeared on her lips. This time, Nami did not hesitate. She pulled the previously closed sails again, changing their direction and thrusting them forward. Instantly, her boat shot forward like a flying pike, racing towards the finish line. Throughout the process, the boat smoothly navigated through several areas, oddly changing its course with remarkable fluidity. Although the speed slowed down a bit, she encountered no obstacles, and the entire journey was surprisingly smooth. While other boats were suddenly capsized by unseen objects at high speeds, Nami's small boat was the first to reach the finish line. At this moment, the gentleman recording the time was momentarily stunned, forgetting to record the time. "It's done." Nami glanced at the gentleman's reaction, feeling a bit speechless, and said a bit loudly. At this point, the gentleman finally snapped back to reality and checked the time, which displayed 3 minutes and 18 seconds. This time was still considered a moment of distraction, yet it had already broken all records set since the establishment of the meteorological prediction competition on Glass Island. After the creation of this ever-changing river, after some hesitation, the gentleman simply said to Nami, 3 minutes and 12 seconds. "You have passed with the most perfect score in the history of the meteorological prediction competition. Congratulations." Chapter 180. The Wizard? Taking a glance at the middle-aged man still striving behind her, Nami could easily tell with her sharp gaze that even the man she was familiar with, who was currently ranked highest, would not be able to break through to the finish line within 4 minutes. So, she did not linger and turned to leave directly. For Nami, the gentleman's record held no meaning. Having paid 2,500 berries, she absolutely could not bear to not achieve first place and gain the one-time use of the so-called blue star. However, just as Nami was about to walk away, a gentleman stepped out from among the crowd, holding a bag in his hand. He swallowed a bit of saliva while looking at Nami's alluring back and then took several strides to stand before her. "Hello. Since you broke the historical record for the first round of the meteorological prediction competition, here is a reward from Masterway of Visaria." The gentleman slightly gestured, and Nami easily spotted an elder hidden behind the windmills, manipulating some small buttons. She then accepted the small bag handed to her by the gentleman and opened it slightly to find it contained the 2,500 berries she had paid for registration and testing, which finally brought a long-awaited smile to Nami's face. She then followed the gentleman into a small house. The small house was a resting place for those who passed the meteorological prediction competition, and at that moment, it only housed 2 people, despite around 800 having participated before her. Up to now, only 2 had qualified, and from the wet collars of those 2, it was evident that their success in the first round was quite fortunate. However, Nami did not pretend to be relaxed and wander around. Instead, she found a platform to sit down and close her eyes to rest. It was important to note that although many participated in the meteorological prediction competition, the duration of the entire event was quite short, generally not exceeding 2 days. The competition was merely divided into 2 rounds, and those who could pass both rounds without being eliminated would have their overall scores evaluated by the 5 elders of Visaria's small sky island, ranked accordingly, and the one-time use of the blue star would be awarded to the first place, allowing others who wished to conduct meteorological research on the small sky island to leave Glass Island. As Nami closed her eyes and pondered, the middle-aged man she was somewhat familiar with also walked in. He glanced at Nami, who was not looking at him, and said nothing, instead sitting down in another empty space. Soon, a new member joined the small house, and after 5 or 6 hours, the place was filled with nearly 100 people. At that moment, the previously quiet atmosphere outside turned noisy, indicating that the first round of the competition must have concluded. Just then, the elder who had given a lengthy speech before the first round entered and offered some congratulatory words to Nami and the others, then directly stated that the second round would take place in a different location before leading the way out. Nami and the others boarded a carriage under the guidance of a group of gentlemen, and after the sound of hoofbeats, the carriage came to a stop. As Nami and the others stepped out, they found that whether it was the middle-aged participants or newcomers like Nami, they all wore the same expression. They were in an extremely arid place, and if this situation continued, it would not take long before it became a new desert area. Everyone, don't be confused. The second round is indeed held here. The old man looked at the shocked faces of the people in front of him and couldn't help but speak out, simultaneously pressing his hands down to signal everyone to quiet down, as he was about to start his lengthy speech again. This time, the old man was not verbose and managed to convey his intended message in less than 15 minutes. Nami and the others understood the old man's meaning, which was that in recent years, the Visalia Small Sky Island Meteorological Research Center had traveled the world and observed countless weather phenomena, discovering a serious problem. Many places were beginning to experience drought, with signs of large-scale desertification. There were too many areas lacking water and rain. So the Visalia Small Sky Island Research Center decided to use this breath prediction competition as a study. Thus, the content of the second round of the competition was established. In this vast drought-stricken area, they would divide into different locations and release airflow provided by windmills to summon rain in that area. Aside from not being allowed to use catalyst and dance powder, all other tools could be used, and the time was limited to 1 hour. The final ranking would be based on who summoned the most rainwater. After explaining, the old man directly led Nami and the others to their designated areas and then started the timer. Although they all had countless questions, the old man had no intention of addressing their doubts and returned to a small stone house built in this drought area, remaining silent. When Nami was brought to her designated area by the gentleman, she sat on the ground, feeling speechless. Although summoning rain was not a difficult task for her, she felt a slight awkwardness inside. The key was that during countless nights drifting at sea, when they were bored, they would sit on the deck together, chatting and stargazing. Luffy was particularly lively, always sharing some new and interesting stories with them. At this moment, what Nami was about to do, summoning rain, oddly reminded her of a profession, wizard. In Luffy's stories, wizards were always depicted as mysterious old women in long black robes. Moreover, most wizards were malicious. Nami remembered Luffy once told a story where a wizard not only summoned rain, but also cast spells to poison apples, putting beautiful princesses into a deep sleep. "Oh my goodness, I am a kind and lovely angel," Nami suddenly said helplessly to a tall windmill not far in front of her. After sighing, Nami decided not to dwell on her helplessness any longer. Since she couldn't resist this method of competition, and it was an attempt intended for all of humanity, she ultimately chose to accept it. Feeling the changes in the airflow around her body, she took another deep look at the distant windmill, realizing that it was indeed the device the old men used to control airflow changes. Otherwise, why could Nami clearly feel that the airflow around her body was so abundant at that moment? It seemed that with just a gentle motion, she could create a strong hurricane. However, the purpose of this endeavor was not to create wind, but to summon rain. After figuring out the general situation, Nami took out her unique 3-section weapon from her chest. The modified weather stick had more perfected functions and greater power. As soon as the weather stick was taken out, Nami held one section in each hand, and suddenly the upper and lower sections of the weather stick quickly formed a layer of bubbles. As soon as the bubbles emerged, they naturally blended into the surrounding air and formed a faint cloud layer around Nami, following the movements of her weather stick. This cloud layer continued to thicken as Nami kept activating her weather stick. Chapter 181. Blue stars. The hot and cold bubbles swirled around the section of the weather stick held between Nami's hands. They wildly dispersed from the upper and lower sections, and a thick layer of cumulonimbus clouds formed not far in front of her. Moreover, this layer of cumulonimbus clouds maintained a delicate balance with the bubbles produced by Nami's weather stick, not releasing a single drop of rain before receiving Nami's command. Nami glanced around, although the distance between them was far, making it impossible to see the details of the distant people. The cloud layer forming in the sky was easily visible. After about half an hour, several cloud layers began to appear in the sky. Although they were not as thick as the cumulonimbus clouds Nami created, these clouds could still produce some rain. Nami was slightly surprised and then thought about it. Since she had the weather stick, which could produce hot and cold bubbles to create cloud layers, how could she be sure that others didn't have similar tools? Moreover, since the scholars from the Visalia Small Sky Island had arranged such a competition, they should also be able to produce cumulonimbus clouds based on airflow changes. Thinking of this, Nami's initially proud expression returned to normal, and she began to seriously activate her weather stick. Then she realized that the old man only asked them to operate in designated places without specifying the size of the cloud or rain layer they were to summon. With this in mind, Nami couldn't help but come up with an idea, and she put it into action through the movements of her hands. The small cumulonimbus cloud that had originally formed not far in front of Nami began to grow larger under her control, spreading outward. At the same time, with the continuous addition of new hot and cold bubbles and the replenishment of surrounding airflow, a cumulonimbus cloud spanning a large part of the drought area formed under Nami's manipulation. At this time, The people nearby who were also summoning rain all stopped, watching the changes in the airflow in the sky and Nami dancing like a flying fairy below it. The old man in the small stone house had already stood up, shocked, watching Nami's fairy-like movements. Go! Rain weather, heavenly blessings, Nami shouted, and a faint bubble was thrown into the cumulonimbus cloud in the sky with her weather stick. Then, with some hissing silver arcs flashing, the entire cumulonimbus cloud suddenly transformed. The original balance was broken. As the first drop of rain fell, the area covered by the cumulonimbus cloud began to pour down torrential rain. And as the rain continued to fall, the cumulonimbus cloud was still expanding, and the area of precipitation kept increasing. Indeed extraordinary, but this role is certainly not something I can influence, thought the middle-aged man, who initially had bad intentions, as he watched the huge changes caused by Nami and quickly dismissed his original plan. After all, the middle-aged man was not the kind of impulsive person who disregarded the consequences. This little girl. The old man in the small stone house looked at what was supposed to be a good competition, which had been directly ruined by Nami's heavy rainfall. However, the old man clearly did not blame Nami. There was even a hint of affection in his words. After the old man whispered a few words in the ear of a gentlemanlike man, he walked towards Nami. The gentlemanlike man then repeated the old man's words among other gentlemanlike men, and they took those who also needed to complete the rain-seeking task to another place to compete again, as they could no longer showcase their abilities here. The final results were no longer important, as the first place had already been determined, which was achieved by breaking the record with a time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds in the first round, and in the second round of rain-seeking. They completed the task assigned by the old man with a large cumulonimbus cloud, achieving the highest level of completion. Those who were interrupted by Nami felt uncomfortable at first, but when the gentleman informed them that they would be rearranged to compete in a different location and in a more ordinary way, they stopped complaining after a few shouts. Of course, Nami was unaware of all this at the moment, as she was fully focused on controlling the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky. Wanted to rain on the parched area to revive it. Nami was completely soaked under the heavy rain, and at that moment, a faint light membrane enveloped her entire body, and an old man formally appeared beside her. Turning her head and smiling at the old man, Nami did not say much and continued to control the cumulonimbus clouds. Finally, after the last dry area was enveloped by the clouds, Nami relaxed, and her connection with the cumulonimbus clouds was severed. She formally turned her head and gave a slight bow to the old man, who was always smiling at her, to express her gratitude. After all, the light membrane that suddenly formed around her body prevented her from being continuously drenched in rain, and besides the kind old man, there was no other third person who could create such a membrane. Little girl, you are quite interesting. Are you interested in talking with us old folks? The old man seemed to have noticed that Nami had stopped controlling the cumulonimbus clouds and couldn't help but ask. Without any hesitation, Nami agreed, and after experiencing so much, she was also very interested in the scholars from the small sky island of Visalia. It became much easier from there, under the old man's guidance. Nami boarded a carriage again and soon arrived at the original square, entering a small house. At this time, the other 4 old men had already been waiting for Nami's arrival in the small house, as informed by the gentleman. Is this the little girl who formed a cumulonimbus cloud in the dry area? The old man from the Visalia family asked when he saw Nami walk in with another old man. After all, he had already admired this little girl during the first round, initially thinking she was just an experienced navigator with special methods for sensing airflow, not expecting her to be able to create such a large cumulonimbus cloud. Brother Wei, yes, this is the little girl named Nami. The old man who brought Nami in nodded slightly and answered respectfully. Hello, senor. Nami naturally did not dare to act recklessly in front of the elderly men, as they were renowned scholars from the small sky island of Visalia, with great achievements in meteorology, as told by the middle-aged man. Well, no need to be so formal, since you were able to complete the entire competition with a record-breaking performance in the first round, and even created such a large cumulonimbus cloud in the second round. You're the first place in this meteorological prediction competition. Here, take this, said the old man from the Wei family, as he directly took out a brocade box from a small chest beside him and casually tossed it to Nami. Seeing the sky-blue brocade box, Nami's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the purpose of her trip? Gently opening the brocade box, a star-shaped stone appeared before Nami's eyes. Is this the blue star? Nami asked in disbelief. Yes, it is, although it is very important to you. It has no use to us who devote our lives to studying the vast celestial climate, the old man from the Wei family said lightly. Thank you, Nami replied. Since the Wei family elder had said so, she accepted it without hesitation and publicly hid it in her chest. Now can we talk? The old man kindly continued, seeming very interested in Nami. Of course. I also have many questions I want to ask you. Please go ahead, Nami said, showing great respect to the elderly man in front of her. After the first round, she realized that all the airflow changes in the first round were controlled by this old man, and this mastery over airflow earned her genuine respect. After all, Nami was also a true weather enthusiast. Okay, first I want to tell you that there are many dry areas in the world that are extremely lacking in water sources. And the methods we from the small sky island of Icelia use to solve these problems are somewhat expensive. Those areas have been suffering from drought. So to address this issue, we need some simpler methods. And that stick in your hand and your controlling technique seem to be the method we have been desperately searching for, the old man said, stopping to quietly wait for Nami's response. This stick is called the weather stick. Nami took out the 3-segment weather stick from her chest again and continued. It was given to me by a close friend, so it's impossible for me to part with it. However, lending it to you for research is not out of the question. A hint of cunning glimmered in Nami's eyes. Haha. Of course, we will never force you. But if you can lend it to us for research, that would be the best. Little girl, tell us your conditions. The old man from the Wei family seemed to have seen through Nami's thoughts, and a faint smile remained on his face, as if he had anticipated Nami's request. Hee. Nami smiled shyly, then stated her pre-planned request. It's actually quite simple. I can only lend the weather stick to you for 3 days, and during those 3 days, I need to enter the small sky island of Icelia to make some requests, as I am very interested in this legendary paradise of meteorological research. The Wei family elder did not hesitate at all and directly agreed, while the other 4 elders, apart from glancing at Nami when she took out the weather stick, had been smiling at her the entire time, as if everything was decided by the Wei family elder. Naturally, the deal was reached, and Nami excused herself to go out and inform her companions. Otherwise, if she didn't come out after a day, who knew what Luffy and the others would do? The blue star was handed over to Robin in a decorative box. After sharing his decision with Luffy and the others, he went to the meeting place with the old men and mysteriously disappeared with the elder of the Wei family. The weather prediction competition was completely under the control of the remaining 4 elders, so there would naturally be no incidents. After bidding farewell to Nami, Luffy and the others returned to their residence. Initially concerned about Nami's decision to leave for 3 days, they eventually agreed after listening to her explanation. Fortunately, the duration was only 3 days. However, Sanji was the most frustrated because Nami's departure coincided with his own participation in the cooking competition. Without Nami, a beautiful supporter cheering him on, Sanji felt a sense of loss. What made him even more upset was that Nami hadn't left the muchberries, as she had taken most of it for herself, and no one was allowed to use it without her approval. This was a rule of the Straw Hat Pirates that could not be changed by anyone. Regarding finances, no matter how important a matter was, without Nami personally opening the box to take money, no one was allowed to touch a single berry she had collected. Sanji could only hope that the participants wouldn't have to prepare their own ingredients. Amid various trials, the Straw Hat Pirates finally achieved their first goal on Glass Island, officially obtaining the blue star. Although it would disappear after 1 use, it was enough for Luffy and the others. The key now was the remaining purple and red stars. Sanji, it's time to set off. With Nami gone, the responsibility of waking everyone up and getting them to do what needed to be done fell on Robin's shoulders. Oh, Robin-chan. Her sweet voice instantly drove away the last bit of sleepiness from Sanji. He jumped up and quickly rushed into the makeshift kitchen provided for them to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Robin. Of course, he would also make breakfast for the entire Straw Hat Pirates, although it wouldn't be as good as the special one he reserved for Perona. Nevertheless, Luffy and the others were satisfied with it, as anything made by Sanji's extraordinary culinary skills would be delicious, even if it wasn't meticulously crafted. Moreover, characters like Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp didn't really pay attention to the subtle differences in food. As long as it filled their stomachs and tasted good, they were content. After breakfast, the Straw Hats, led by Sanji, arrived at the registration area where they had recently participated in the preliminaries, where Annie Chien was located, famous for Sanji's signature dish. This time, Annie Chien did not treat them coldly. Instead, she was very warm, especially since one of them, dressed in a small suit, was a chef highly favored by Master Mingda. The cooking competition was even more intense than the weather prediction competition, and the number of stoves laid out in 2 rows indicated how many people would enter the initial round of the cooking competition today. According to the information provided by Annie Chien, the preliminary round would be divided into 3 time slots for competition, with only 1/3 of the participants competing in each round. This clearly showed the scale of the cooking competition. I'm number 2. My turn is coming up soon. Sanji glanced at the number he received from Annie Chien, the glaring 2 making him uncomfortable. However, since his competition was about to start, he didn't dwell on it too much. In his heart, he was curious about the person who was number 1 and wondered what kind of person could rank above him. Although all identity cards were drawn randomly, the top 10 were not. They were determined based on the recommendations of the judging panel. This was something the 3 gluttons had secretly told Sanji. But when Sanji asked who was number 1, they remained tight-lipped. Sanji snorted and sent the 3 gluttons away, then greeted Luffy and the others, indicating they should sit near stove number 2, which was his spot. Sanji then moved smoothly and walked towards his designated area among the rows of stoves, checking his assigned ingredients seriously. Although they weren't the top-tier ingredients, the advantage was that everyone used the same materials. Based on the distribution of these ingredients, Sanji seemed to be able to figure out what dish needed to be made and how to produce the best flavor, which was already clear in his mind. However, at this point, the person who was number 1 had not yet appeared. Chapter 183. Ji Yun. Just as Sanji was speculating about the mysterious number 1, a figure dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform appeared at the number 1 stove. The figure seemed to notice Sanji's gaze and turned to look back at him, revealing a flawless, fair face. In that instant, Sanji felt a wave of dizziness. The figure smiled slightly at Sanji as a greeting, but at that moment, Sanji couldn't focus on the uniform ingredients in front of him. A beauty. If it weren't for the small iron barrier surrounding each stove, Sanji would have rushed over to flatter her. Originally dissatisfied about not being number 1, he had completely forgotten his earlier annoyance. However, the female chef did not say anything. Instead, she focused entirely on the ingredients in front of her, carefully examining every detail. Mingda, what exactly do you mean by allowing Ji Yun to compete? What are you thinking? In a corner of the cooking competition venue, a slightly chubby man was angrily questioning Mingda, who was preparing to give a speech for the upcoming cooking competition. Mingxiu, I did agree to let Ji Yun compete, but I have already explained the reasons to you. Why can't you just believe me? Mingda replied in a calm tone, showing no change in expression despite having been questioned many times by the man named Mingxiu. Who would believe what you said? A kid who looks only in his 20s can actually taste all the effects of the Crown Jelly King sauce in one bite, and can even make a replica of the water-boiled meat dish from the 13 dishes of relief that even a master can't make. Do you think anyone would believe you? Isn't it just because Ji Yun is your? Mingxiu clearly rejected Mingda's explanation, but seeming to be wary of his identity. He didn't dare to directly accuse Mingda of wanting to use public resources for personal gain. Just as the words were about to come out, Mingda suddenly raised his head, and his gaze made Mingxiu clamp his mouth shut tightly. Mingxiu raised his voice and spoke loudly to Mingda, his tone very firm. Even the teacher believes me. What else don't you believe? As my second junior brother, you should know very well that your senior brother is not the kind of person who engages in favoritism. All right, I need to go announce the start of the competition. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can see for yourself later. After saying this, Mingda turned around and left the small room, slowly stepping onto the conspicuous platform that had been built. The competitors who had already taken their positions in front of the cooking stations below were ready. As Mingda walked up, the previously noisy scene suddenly quieted down. Mingda scanned the entire venue with his eyes and spotted Sanji and the girl named Ji Yun, whom Mingxiu accused of favoritism. He then cleared his throat and began his monotonous speech. Mingda was much more straightforward than the old man with the surname Wei. He simply mentioned the traditions of the cooking competition before announcing the first wave of participants and the dish they were to prepare. The ingredients included the meat of the Sea King Anaconda from the Windless Zone, the inner shell meat of the Lion Beast, and several other seasonings. The dish you need to prepare is a very ordinary shell, meat stewed snake balls. Now you may begin. Mingda didn't say much, and the dish was quite common. Both the Sea King Anaconda meat and the Lion Beast inner shell meat were relatively ordinary ingredients on Lioli Island. During the time they dined at the Lioli restaurant, Luffy had already ordered this dish, so as soon as Sanji saw the prepared ingredients, he guessed Mingda's intentions. Is he just trying to see if my dish can surpass the one you make? Sanji thought to himself, recalling the specific method and seasonings Mingda used for his shell meat stewed snake balls. If he wanted to, Sanji could quickly replicate the flavor of Mingda's dish using the current ingredients. However, since Sanji already knew what Mingda was thinking, he decided to align with his intentions and demonstrate his own understanding of the dish, aiming to create a shell meat stewed snake balls that surpassed Mingda's in flavor. Suddenly, a series of thumping sounds came from next door, causing Sanji, who was ready to make a big impression, to turn his head and look at the stunning beauty who nearly made him faint. Her delicate hands wave a knife, chopping the anaconda meat into small pieces. "If you two can't do it, then..." Nami's faint voice rang in Sanji's ears, making him shiver and snap back to reality. Sanji looked up at the sky, as if someone were watching him. "Don't worry, Nami. Trust me, I'm not the least bit infatuated with beauty right now." His hand gently tapped the knife resting on the cutting board, and the knife obediently flipped into his hand. After a familiar series of movements, a plate of crispy lotus root, a plate of finely sliced old ginger, and a handful of fragrant chopped green onions appeared not far in front of Sanji. At the same time, with a swift motion, Sanji opened the cooking utensils on the stove, quickly heating the familiar frying pan. He picked up the inner shell meat and, with a swift stroke of a knife, cut it into pieces of about 7 or 8 centimeters, which he then tossed into the frying pan without adding any oil. As the inner shell meat was placed in, Sanji held the handle of the frying pan and started to shake it. The meat, lacking oil, began to move after a difficult struggle, and with a quick shake, it flipped over. Meanwhile, Sanji's other hand sliced the anaconda meat into pieces less than 5 centimeters wide. Just as the inner shell meat changed from bright red to a grayish white, he shook the pan again to add the anaconda meat. After a round of stir-frying, Sanji's left eye caught sight of a bottle in his hand, which contained a fragrant cooking wine. He sprinkled some in, then gently shook the pan to ensure the wine soaked into all the meat. Next came some sweet plum sauce, char siu sauce, and a small amount of Crown Eel King sauce, after which he reduced the heat and stirred the contents of the frying pan evenly. Finally, after adding some light soy sauce and various seasonings, Sanji placed the crispy lotus root, old ginger, and chopped green onions into the frying pan, adding a suitable amount of water. He then covered it with a lid, turned the heat up high, and placed his right hand on the lid. A faint, almost invisible vapor surged from his hand into the frying pan, directly breaking down the once hard bones into dust, though they didn't disperse immediately. Having completed all this, Sanji no longer needed to rely on his eyes to judge. He could simply adjust based on the aroma. At that moment, Sanji had intended to observe the beauty at Station 1, but he found that she had already finished and was just one step away from completing her dish. Her big, watery eyes looked a bit shocked as they fixed on Sanji's hand, as if she had seen his actions clearly. Just then, a scent wafted into Sanji's nostrils. Chapter 184. Advancing to the finals. Sanji inwardly cursed, realizing something was wrong just as he was about to rush out from his station. However, it seemed the beautiful chef had also noticed something, as she hurriedly lifted the lid and turned the heat down to simmer slowly. If it had gone on just a little longer, the dish on Station 1 would have burned. Fortunately, Sanji's low shout woke the dazed girl, who sniffed the air and realized her shell meat stewed snake balls were ready. They would have burned if left any longer. A burned dish, no matter how adjusted afterward, would affect the final score, as burnt food loses too many nutrients and often has a damp and dry taste. After finishing all this, the girl patted her chest in relief and turned to Sanji with a sweet smile, seemingly thanking him for his earlier reminder. This was just a small episode. After that, Sanji stole a glance at the girl and then wholeheartedly focused on finishing his dish. Half an hour later, all the dishes were completed. At this time, under Mingda's leadership, a team of 10 judges quickly entered the platform of all the cooking stations to view their creations. The first criterion was color. Those who failed this round were directly eliminated. Under Mingda's judgment, a large portion was eliminated based on color, followed by aroma. Any dish lacking a rich fragrance was also eliminated. The remaining contestants who needed to be judged based on taste were down to fewer than 100, including Sanji and the nearby 10 participants. Sanji's dish of crab meat stewed with snake balls was naturally the first that Mingda and the others wanted to taste. They completely ignored the dish made by the girl and went straight to Sanji. At this moment, the man named Ming Xiao, who had just argued with Mingda in the small room, was also among them. His expression showed disbelief that the boy was as good as Mingda claimed, leading him to slow his pace and let others go ahead of him. The 3 gourmet ghosts were also present, having tasted Sanji's boiled pork slices. They were quite familiar with his culinary skills. The colors and aromas had already whetted their appetites, and now the thought of tasting it made their mouths water. Jinren, divide this dish into 10 pieces and take the other dishes to your boss, so he can use them as today's signature dish, Mingda said, while he was the first to pick up a piece of the crab meat stew and started tasting it carefully. Just as Mingda mentioned taking Sanji's dish as the signature dish, Sanji frowned and couldn't help but speak up to stop him. I know what you're going to say, but this is the rule of our cooking competition, and it's also a way to give back to the restaurants that sponsor us. Any dish that directly qualifies for the finals will be assigned as a signature dish to the restaurants that supported us, Mingda explained seriously to Sanji. Hearing this, Sanji didn't insist any longer. After all, this way he could skip many selection processes and directly advance to the finals. He had a purpose for coming here, so he naturally couldn't withdraw for just one dish. However, Sanji still had some doubts about a system that allowed direct advancement through a competition. Fortunately, he had already learned about these rules from the 3 gourmet ghosts. Wait, suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind Mingda. It was Ming Xiu, who had argued with him earlier. Do you have any objections? Mingda naturally recognized who was causing trouble and scolded without turning around. Even if you were the chief judge, you should listen to our opinions. How can you so arbitrarily let an unknown chef advance to the finals? Who knows the real reason behind it? Ming Xiu said, puffing out his chest and speaking boldly. We support this too. The 3 gourmet ghosts stood up in anger as soon as Ming Xiu spoke. Oomph. Aren't you just his 3 dogs? Ming Xiu sneered without any gentlemanly demeanor this time. Sir, if you have any objections to my dish, I don't mind if you judge it yourself, Sanji interjected, suppressing his dissatisfaction while also cutting off Mingda's reprimand. That would be best. Ming Xiu stepped forward, ignoring the dissatisfaction in Sanji's tone and the fire in Mingda's eyes, thinking to himself that he would easily tear apart this inexperienced kid after tasting the meat. Ming Xiu took a set of utensils and slowly picked up a piece of meat that he thought was still a bit underseasoned, placing it in his mouth. As he took a bite, a burst of sauce shot onto Ming Xiu's taste buds, delivering an extremely delicious flavor from a meat juice. He felt no obstruction while chewing. The bones in the crab meat had turned into powder, blending into the sauce and creating a unique texture. It's so delicious. Ming Xiu forgot his previous complaints and exclaimed loudly, his fork already reaching for another piece of crab meat to satisfy his tantalized taste buds. However, at that moment, with a clang, Ming Xiu's fork was suddenly knocked from his hand by another fork, and several cold, indifferent gazes were fixed on him. Since you can't help but praise it, can I take it that you have recognized my dish? Then my dish doesn't need further tasting from you, Sanji said coldly and directly, giving no face at all. I haven't. Ming Xiu suddenly realized his loss of composure and wanted to find another excuse, but at that moment, a cold snort came from the side. Naturally, it was Mingda. Just wait until we go back. Your master will lock you up, Mingda said to Ming Xiu, ignoring his pale face. Turning to the other judges, he said a few simple words, and then each judge came over to taste a piece of Sanji's crab meat stew, naturally praising it, while also feeling an inexplicable desire for the remaining dish. However, with Ming Xiu's example in front of them, they didn't dare to act recklessly. After everyone finished tasting, Mingda once again asked for everyone's opinions, and naturally, no one opposed. Sanji finally advanced to the finals, while the remaining half plate of crab meat stew was taken away by a man named Jianren. Below the platform, those people had seen the evaluations from Mingda and the others regarding this dish and had already arrived early at the Liuli restaurant, looking for an excellent spot, preparing to compete for this dish that even Master Ming Xiu praised. Chapter 185. Dilemma. Sanji walked down from the competition platform with great ease, but he took one last look at the number 1 beautiful female chef who had been ahead of him, then holding the identification card given to him by Mingda, he went to the place where Luffy was waiting for him. However, just as he reached the gathering place of Luffy and the others, Sanji felt a headache, because aside from Robin giving him a slight smile, indicating that she had seen his wonderful performance, Luffy and the others were all fast asleep, showing no interest in Sanji's competition at all. A black line instantly appeared on Sanji's forehead. Without any further explanation, he directly kicked this group of ungrateful partners. Are we going to eat? Luffy opened his eyes in confusion, his initial annoyance of being kicked dissipating when he saw Sanji's angry expression, and he shyly asked, You idiot! You dare to kick me. Zoro was about to draw his sword, but at that moment Perona, who had been sleeping with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes and happened to see Zoro's fierce expression, causing her to frown and give Zoro a big slap. What are you yelling about, idiot? Perona shouted in a slightly spoiled tone, and although Zoro was angry inside, he didn't dare to say much. Ha ha ha! This scene made everyone, including Sanji, burst into laughter. Let's go. We should head back. At this moment, Robin, who had walked behind Nami, naturally knew it was her turn to step in. The day after tomorrow is the final match, but at this moment, Sanji is staring blankly at a box. Sanji, look. Suddenly, a person runs in from outside, holding a small bag and excitedly hands it to Sanji. Usopp, it's useless. This is not enough. Sanji is troubled. But at the same time, he is deeply moved by his group of partners. Originally, the Straw Hat crew was planning to return to their lodging to celebrate Sanji's direct advancement to the finals. But they were thrown into the current predicament by Robin's soft gasp. In Robin's hand, the note representing Sanji's advancement not only stated the time and place, but also had a very small line of text, with the first two words being tiny annotations. Annotation. Since the final competition is about the contestants' signature dishes, all ingredients must be prepared by the contestants themselves. The words are few, but they immediately made Sanji and the others worried, as Sanji's planned dish for the final requires very special ingredients. These ingredients are extremely expensive, and the activity funds left by Nami for Sanji are far from enough. Even if Sanji took out all his pocket money, it wouldn't be sufficient. Thus, Luffy and the others spontaneously contributed all the pocket money they had received from Nami when she left. And Robin even pawned a valuable piece of jewelry to borrow some money from the owner of the small inn they were staying at. However, they were still short by more than half of what Sanji needed. Seeing Sanji's unhappy expression, Luffy and the others felt it in their hearts, and soon everyone, led by Luffy, went to find a temporary job on Ruri Island to earn some berries for Sanji. Although they worked hard, the berries they earned couldn't cover the gap. In fact, Sanji could have made a few dishes for other restaurants to earn enough money, but the representative note had a very strict rule. Contestants are not allowed to earn money in any restaurant under commercial terms to prevent them from using the cooking competition's name to defraud the locals. Usopp, call the others back. I'll try to see if I can swap for some other ingredients to make, Sanji said, his voice filled with deep disappointment. But there was an unarguable meaning in it. Usopp originally intended to oppose it, but after glancing at Sanji and realizing his thoughts, he said nothing and ran outside. Soon after, a group of people came over from outside, including Luffy, who directly asked, Sanji, Ipin Sien, will it still taste the same after changing the ingredients? Luffy and the others had already tasted Ipin Sien and clearly remembered the flavor. It was a dish that left a lasting impression. Sigh. The taste will definitely change a bit, but there's no other way, Sanji replied a bit helplessly, with a hint of dejection in his tone. Luffy pondered for a moment, and then shared an idea with Sanji to try making the dumplings that Sanji had made before that were very effective for the celestial dragons. However, Sanji simply shook his head lightly, seemingly having already considered this idea. Dumplings are indeed a magical dish, but you have to eat them to appreciate their rich flavor. However, the cooking competition is not just about taste. The color and aroma of the dish are also very important, Sanji explained, falling silent. But it was clear that he felt quite uncomfortable at that moment. After all, the cooking competition was not only about claiming the purple star, but was also very important to Sanji personally. Sanji, do you trust me? Luffy seemed to have made a decision and asked Sanji seriously. Of course, Luffy, I trust you, Sanji replied, although he didn't know what Luffy was planning. He had absolute trust in him. At that moment, seeing Luffy seem to have a way to solve their current predicament, the Straw Hat Pirates' previously low atmosphere began to improve. All right, you take all the money and go out with me. We need to buy some things. Robin, you help us prepare some items, Luffy said, whispering a few words to Robin before running outside with Sanji. Sanji, don't ask anything, just follow me and do as I say, then taste the final product. Trust me, Luffy emphasized once again. At this moment, Sanji frowned because the place Luffy took him to was a trading market, and there were no special quality ingredients in that market. However, Sanji didn't say much and silently followed Luffy, making a large purchase. A big bag of peanuts. Although such things are not common in the New World, they exist. Then there was a large bag of flour, sesame oil. Next were soy sauce, scallions, ginger, chili powder, and some very ordinary and cheap yak meat. After buying everything, Luffy also bought some strange utensils from various places, and then they headed back while Sanji looked on in astonishment. They hadn't even spent half of the money they brought, but had already bought a whole car of items, all of which were extremely ordinary ingredients. Sanji still couldn't figure out what good dish they could make with these. Sanji, this time, if you can create the flavor I have in mind. Winning first place in this cooking competition will definitely be yours, Luffy said lightly, a strong confidence emanating from him. Chapter 186. Carved Jade today is a very important day for Sanji, as it is his first cooking competition, and the opponents he faces are not mere amateurs. There are several competitive opponents, including a beautiful chef. At this moment, only 3 people stand at the forefront of the final competition. Sanji, the beautiful chef, and an elderly man who is roughly the same age as Mingo. This is the number of contestants in the final. And in front of them are the materials they have prepared. Both the beautiful chef and the old man have some very rare and precious ingredients in front of them. Beside the beautiful chef is a small bottle of sauce that is even darker than the crown jelly sauce that Sanji is very interested in. Meanwhile, The most eye-catching item at the old man's station is a small piece of meat, which, both in quality and color, is an excellent main ingredient for cooking. In front of Sanji, however, there is only a bag of flour and some old ginger, scallion, and other seasonings along with some very ordinary and cheap yak meat. This leaves everyone puzzled about what Sanji intends to do, but Sanji stands confidently at his stove, seemingly ignoring the doubts of others. Are you sure you want to use these things to make the final dish? Mingo really can't believe that Sanji could create any dish worthy of winning first place with such low-quality ingredients. Although the materials are ordinary, I believe the dish I make will conquer everyone, Sanji said, raising his voice a bit, and all the audience members could hear him. No way. Is he really going to use those things? Isn't that too arrogant? Instantly, many people in the audience began to whisper. In a small corner of the crowd, the other members of the Straw Hat crew were watching, each looking a bit rounder, muttering, "Damn it. After so many bowls of tasting and improvement, we still can't conquer this bunch of picky eaters." Fine. Now I officially announce that the competition has begun, and the time limit is 3 hours. From Sanji's eyes, Mingda saw confidence, an absolute naturalness, which made Mingda feel a bit dazed. However, he still took a step back and loudly announced the start of the competition. 3 hours seemed sufficient, although a bit tight. It was still enough for them to create their dishes. Upon hearing the time limit from Mingda, both the beautiful girl and the old man couldn't help but mutter at the same time and immediately started their cooking. Sanji, unfazed, directly opened the cooking utensils on the stove and tossed in some yak meat. In no time, after a few flips, the yak meat was thoroughly cooked. With a swift motion, he chopped the meat into small chunks and placed them in a small bowl nearby. Next came the mixing of sauces, each done very skillfully, with movements as fluid as flowing water, very graceful. Soon, all the preparations were complete. Sanji then opened a small bag of flour and started to add some fresh water to the pot, which began to boil. He added some water to the flour, and as he kneaded the dough, his hands seemed to tremble slightly, transferring all the strength into the dough, making it more elastic. After a quarter of an hour, that small bag of flour had been turned into a dough resting on the stove. Then, with a pull and a stretch, the dough transformed into noodles the size of chopsticks. Not too thin, not too thick, but very resilient. Sanji didn't linger and directly dropped the noodles into the pot, tossing in a portion of alkaline noodles as well. Before long, the noodles in the pot were about 70 to 80% cooked and were immediately scooped up by Sanji, at which point the color of the noodles had turned golden yellow. He then added some fresh water to the pot, as well as some black chicken for flavoring and necessary seasonings, and started boiling it on high heat. The basic work was nearly done. Next was simple. He placed the noodles on the stove to cool naturally. With time to spare, Sanji began to do some meticulous work, chopping the green onions finer, dicing some very ordinary pickled radishes, and preparing a slightly spicy sauce on the side, while casually watching the beautiful girl's actions. Showing no interest in the old man's cooking at all, the beautiful girl's cooking was also very skillful, with no sign of slackness throughout the process, as she focused intently on adjusting the broth. As an hour passed, the noodles in front of Sanji had cooled down and had become a bit dry. Sanji simply placed the noodles in different plates, seemingly waiting for the final time to arrive. Since the time from when Sanji started until now had almost been 3 hours, the beautiful girl chef and the old man had both finished their dishes. One was a carved jade soup, and the other was phoenix jade. Both the names and the dish's colors, aromas, and flavors were exquisite. At this moment, Mingda finally came down, glanced at Sanji, and saw those few noodles sitting there. Although the color was a bit golden, it had completely lost points in terms of color and aroma, which made Mingda, who originally had high hopes for Sanji, feel somewhat disappointed. However, as the chief judge, he could only follow the procedure. Since you all have completed your dishes, let us start with Jiyun to explain the dishes you've made. Jiyun slightly bowed to Mingda and began to explain her carved jade soup. This dish is made using the famous Wong Patofu from Lioli Island, which is priceless. Moreover, I used a unique technique to carve a pair of dancing mandarin ducks on the jade with a dragon whisk needle. Under the influence of the dragon whisk needle, the unique Crown Dragon King sauce directly penetrated into the jade. Furthermore, during the process of adjusting the broth, the jade remained intact and appeared in its original form in the thick soup. This carved jade soup encompasses all the efforts of my master because the Crown Dragon King sauce is the only authentic sauce made with real dragon meat that my master has prepared over the years. Since the jade is sculpted with dancing mandarin ducks, this dish is most suitable for couples to share. At this point, Jiyun bowed deeply again, not only to Mingda as the chief judge, but also as a bow to her master. as Ji-yoon explained her dish step by step. Sanji finally understood why this beautiful girl was in front of him. She was a hidden trump card left by Mingda for him. However, with Sanji's brief understanding of Mingda, he was also clear that Mingda had no ulterior motives towards him. And as for his other thoughts, Sanji indeed had no intention of speculating. My dish is called Phoenix Jade, made from a bird called the crown green lawn, which is closest to a phoenix. I used the most precious meat from its front abdomen, combined with my special 9 turns soul-consuming sauce. This Phoenix Jade is best suited for young and middle-aged people due to its rich flavor. The old man briefly introduced his dish and then stepped back without saying anything more. All right, Jean Lao's new dish and Ji-yoon's carved jade soup have been introduced. We won't comment on the merits of these 2 dishes for now. Let's have our second contestant explain what makes his ordinary noodles unique. Let us listen to his insights together. Mingda was very confused. He didn't believe that Sanji could surpass the previous 2 with these things. Chapter 187, Conquest. Sanji smiled faintly and then directly spoke. Actually, my dish still has one final step to complete because to ensure the best taste, I ask for your understanding. Prior to this, I carefully studied the competition rules, which allow for 5 minutes of processing time for each dish to ensure optimal flavor. Many dishes have high requirements for immediate tasting, which is why there are such regulations in cooking competitions. Of course, that is acceptable, but we need to ensure it's within 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Mingda was suddenly surprised and then delighted, and he directly said, "Okay." Sanji suddenly had a bamboo-made net bag in hand, placed a portion of noodles into the net bag, and immersed it into the boiling pot for about a minute before pulling it up and placing on a plate. He then sprinkled some chopped green onions and ginger into it, added some chunks of yak meat, and tossed in the seasonings he had prepared earlier. Finally, he poured a generous amount of fragrant sauce over the noodles, and with a few deft movements of his chopsticks, the sauce perfectly blended with the noodles. A bowl of aromatic, golden noodles appeared in front of Mingda and the others. "Please taste it." Sanji seemed not to want to explain the background of these noodles first, instead letting Mingda taste them first, looking very confident. Mingda was not polite and directly took the plate, smelling it in reality, and suddenly a fragrant aroma rushed into his nostrils, instantly whetting his appetite. This also secretly surprised Mingda. A bowl of noodles that seemed very ordinary had, after Sanji's adjustments, such an enticing flavor. He took a small bite, and the nutty aroma of sesame sauce entered his mouth with the noodles. The noodles had a deep chewiness, and mixed within were bits of yak meat, which Mingda had once thought to be rough and tasteless, suitable only for the poor, yet it was surprisingly delicious. Moreover, after swallowing the noodles mixed with sauce into his stomach, a faint warmth spread from his abdomen, giving him a cozy feeling, creating a desire to devour all the noodles immediately. However, Mingda, being a very cultured chef, had much stronger self-control than Mingxiu. He resisted the urge to continue eating, put down the plate, and then asked Sanji to briefly introduce the dish, stepping back reluctantly. This dish is a recipe I stumbled upon. Although, in terms of texture, it's a bit rougher compared to your exquisite jade soup and Phoenix Jade. It has its own unique flavor. The method of making it is incredibly simple, making it accessible for couples, people of all ages, and any social class to savor its essence. The rich can choose the best flour to make an expensive version, while the poor can use ordinary flour to make it themselves, adding their own ingredients. Furthermore, these noodles provide a lasting warmth that the body needs, making them perfect for long journeys. They can also be processed into simple bento boxes, allowing for easy consumption on the go. Sanji shared with enthusiasm everything that Luffy had told him when he had just made the first batch of noodles that met the standards. And it seemed he still felt a bit unsatisfied. After a brief pause, he spoke up. "These noodles have a very fitting name, called hot dry noodles," Sanji announced loudly, as if giving an award speech. "May I taste the dish you made?" The elderly gentleman with the surname Jean, who had originally been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly left his stove and approached Sanji, sincerely inquiring, his eyes filled with a sense of urgency. "And me?" The beautiful female chef also left her position, smiling at Sanji, then continued the old man's words. "We would also like to taste it. If it's really as you said. This is indeed an innovation, one of the best dishes for all food lovers in the world." At this moment, the judges also stepped forward, speaking to Sanji. "Of course. Please wait a moment. Fortunately, I have plenty of flour prepared, since the last step of making these so-called hot dry noodles is very simple. I was able to quickly prepare nearly 10 bowls of hot dry noodles for everyone." After signaling that it was ready to eat, Sanji confidently stood at the stove, watching everyone. At this time, Mingda had already finished his bowl. Seeing everyone's expressions, He couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. A pioneering dish had emerged in the cooking competition he was judging, bringing him a sense of honor. Moreover, judging by everyone's reactions, it seemed that Sanji's dish had indeed made a significant impact, as they all uniformly requested a taste. How could this happen? What is going on? Just as the cooking competition reached the critical evaluation stage, such a scene occurred, leaving the audience in shock. Sanji, who had originally not been favored, suddenly burst onto the scene, creating a dish from such inexpensive ingredients that even master chefs lost their composure. At that moment, a slightly plump man, sweating profusely, ran up to the stage, waving at Mingda with an anxious look. Ah, I knew that kid wouldn't let this business opportunity go. However, such delicious food would also be great for sale at the Lioli restaurant. Mingda seemed to understand the plump man's intentions. After muttering to himself, he walked over, spoke a few words with the owner of Lioli restaurant, and indicated that he understood. Ah, just as he said, although my Phoenix J dish doesn't taste worse than your hot dry noodles, I lost in terms of ingredients and popularity. This time, I accept my defeat. The elderly gentleman with the surname Jean announced directly after finishing the noodles and deciding to withdraw from the final first-place evaluation. After Jean's withdrawal, Ji Yun glanced at Mingda and, after receiving a slight nod from him, also withdrew from the final competition. Sanji thus won first place in the cooking competition after his opponent voluntarily withdrew. At that moment, Sanji had only one thought in his mind: to extract more new-style recipes from Luffy. The dumplings from last time and this hot dry noodles were all incredibly simple yet delicious dishes. With Mingda's loud announcement, news of Sanji winning first place spread, along with a note that the award-winning dish would be sold in bulk at Lioli restaurant later, and the price would not be very high, requiring no competition. This made those who were originally puzzled by Sanji's victory suddenly calm down, as they would soon be able to taste the dish that had not only conquered the judges but also the competitors. Sanji, can you come with me over there? I have some things I need to discuss with you, Mingda said, pointing to a nearby building, inviting Sanji to go there. Of course. I'm curious about what Master Ming wants to discuss, Sanji replied, his eyes brightening, seemingly having anticipated Mingda's invitation. Please, Mingda said simply, then walked ahead, with the woman named Ji Yun following. Sanji also followed without hesitation, and Mingda had promised him that after winning first place, he would tell him about that sauce. Chapter 188. Golden True Dragon Sauce. Sanji, I hope to obtain the recipe and agency rights for this dish called hot dry noodles from you. As compensation, I will pay you a large sum of berries. As soon as he entered the room, Mingda got straight to the point, stating what the plump boss had asked him to do. That's no problem, but I have some requests, Sanji replied without hesitation, agreeing immediately. The biggest wish of a chef is to promote the dishes they create, allowing all food lovers in the world to taste them. The pricing shouldn't be too high. It can be tiered, but the flavor differences must not be too significant. The lowest tier should be affordable for the general public. And the method for making hot dry noodles cannot be kept secret. It must be made public so that more people can make it themselves. Of course, you can decide when to make it public, but it should not exceed 1 year, and I just need you to pay me 10,000 berries. In fact, Sanji had not initially wanted any money, but considering he owed the innkeeper money from this competition and needed to cover his friend's pocket money, he calculated that 10,000 berries plus the prize would be enough. All right, this is natural. It seems I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a fantastic chef, not just in terms of skills. Mingda is very happy because Sanji's words once again prove that his initial evaluation of this person was not wrong at all. Well, next, these two items. Mingda took out a purple brocade box and a small pouch and handed them to Sanji. The purple brocade box is obviously the purple star, as the box is identical to the one Nami received with the blue star, except for the color. As for the small pouch, it contains berries, including the prize Sanji won, as well as the supplement regarding the production method of the hot dry noodles and the agency rights handed over to the Lioli restaurant. Sanji directly put away both items, while handing Mingda a small note he had tucked away at his waist, indicating that this was the production method for the noodles. Mingda carefully opened the note and, after examining it and pondering for a moment, couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. It was surprisingly simple, and none of us who have dedicated our lives to culinary arts thought of this. Saying this, Mingda handed the note to Ji Yun, asking her to go to Lioli restaurant and start making it, allowing those waiting to taste it sooner. This woman, she is your apprentice, right? And it seems she has already acquired some of your skills in culinary arts. Sanji looked at Ji Yun's graceful figure. Although he really wanted to step forward and show his enthusiasm, the timing did not allow him to do so. It seems you noticed too. Indeed, Ji-yoon has been learning to cook for me for almost 20 years. In terms of culinary skills, she may not have completely surpassed me, but she certainly has a level of about 70 to 80%. Plus, this time I brought her my most treasured pure crown jellyfish sauce. And the carved jade soup she made is a beautiful dish I had her practice many times in advance. I hope to give her some pressure to bring out all your skills, but it seems you're holding back a bit. Although that hot dry noodle was very delicious, I think if you are willing, it shouldn't be too difficult to make something with a much better texture than this. Mingda's last sentence had a hint of testing in it. All right, no more talking. The thing you promised me is due now. Sanji's meaning was very clear. Can that crown jellyfish sauce be taken out? I'm still waiting. Ha. I knew the main reason you agreed to come with me was this. Mingda appeared to know Sanji's little thoughts all too well. However, before that, I must first tell you about a sauce called Golden True Dragon Sauce. Mingda suddenly became exceptionally serious, as if what he was about to say was some kind of secret. Golden True Dragon Sauce? Could it be the ancient secret recipe that the crown jellyfish sauce is based on? Sanji understood a bit and casually asked back. That's right. The crown jellyfish sauce was indeed modified from the Golden True Dragon Sauce. According to legend, the Golden True Dragon Sauce requires using the most core part of the Golden True Dragon, the True Dragon Heart, to be crushed and juiced, and then made into a sauce. Its effect is to instantly remove all fatigue from a person's body. However, this Golden True Dragon has long been undiscovered for many years. Perhaps only in the legendary ALLBLUE would it exist. Mingda had a sense of expectation in his heart regarding the legendary Golden True Dragon Sauce and the materials possessed by ALLBLUE. All blue. You also believe that such a place exists? It seems that those who truly love cooking believe in the existence of that dream sea in this vast ocean. Sanji said with some emotion. Ha. However, I may not be able to go out to sea to search for it in my lifetime. The recipe for Golden True Dragon Sauce is of no great use to me, so you can take it. I'll also give you the recipe for crown jellyfish sauce. But I think with your ability, it should not be too difficult to replicate a few new varieties of sauce that are even more delicious and effective than my crown jellyfish sauce. Mingda said somewhat dejectedly. Thank you, Sanji said gratefully. However, regarding Mingda's sense of dejection, although he felt a bit reluctant, he had no better way. After all, life, aging, sickness, and death are all natural, and no one could change that. May I request one thing from you? Mingda suddenly bowed deeply to Sanji, as if what he was about to say was a very difficult matter. Just say it. If I can do it, I'll try my best. Sanji replied very calmly, without making any promises. I hope that one day, if you really find the legendary ALLBLUE and the legendary Golden True Dragon, and make the Golden True Dragon Sauce, could you send me a letter? I just need to know whether such a thing exists. Is that okay? By the end, the old man spoke with a tone of pleading. Sanji hesitated a bit, pondering in his heart. If he casually agreed to Mingda, but later found it and couldn't tell him, he wouldn't do such a thing. If he agreed, Sanji would definitely follow through. I promise you. In the end, Sanji still couldn't refuse the request of an old man, an old chef who had dedicated his life to the culinary profession. Thank you. From Sanji's tone, Mingda knew that since Sanji had promised him, he would definitely do it. So Mingda once again bowed deeply to Sanji. All right, the matter is settled. I have nothing else to do now. I should be leaving, Sanji said with a smile, and then stepped out. At this time, Mingda did not try to stop him, but watched Sanji's figure disappear at the door before slowly walking into another attic. In the attic, there was an old man with white hair and beard. Beside the old man knelt a middle-aged man who was much younger than Mingda. That person was Mingxiu, who had made a significant impact on Mingda's decision during the preliminary round, and ended up embarrassing himself. Master, I have tested that person as you requested. He indeed qualifies to receive the recipe for the Golden True Dragon Sauce, and from his character, I can also be sure that if he really has the opportunity to make the Golden True Dragon Sauce, he will definitely do it as I asked. And perhaps he might even bring us some Golden True Dragon Sauce, Mingda said respectfully to the old man with white hair. In that case, my life would have no regrets. The old man's voice contained a sense of relief. Chapter 189. No serious inquiries, please. Less than half an hour after Sanji walked out of the attic, a shocking news spread throughout the chef community of Liuli Island. The top chef Ming Huiran, founder of the Ming Men, officially passed away at the Ming Men's stronghold, the Ming Men Pavilion. His disciple, Mingda, succeeded him as the second leader of the Ming Men, while his apprentice, Ji-yoon, officially took over Mingda's position as the head chef at Liuli Restaurant. Although the owner of Liuli Restaurant had some doubts in his heart regarding Ji-yoon's skill demonstrated in the cooking competition with the carved jade soup, he did not say much. The main reason was that due to the hot sales of the hot dry noodles, the Lioli restaurant had become even more unshakable in the restaurant scene of Lioli Island. However, none of this had anything to do with the Straw Hats at this moment. Having obtained the Blue Star and Purple Star, they did not linger and directly headed towards the last destination. Luffy, why don't you let me take over? Along the way, Sanji kept nagging next to Luffy, wanting to switch places with him to rush up and participate in this final competition. Do you really want to go up? Luffy finally spoke after persistently pestering Sanji. Yes, I really want to. Sanji replied, well, originally we didn't have enough money, but now the berries you earned from the cooking competition are enough for both of us to participate. But you have to think carefully. Today is the day Nami returns. Luffy said with a mysterious smile, and then he fell silent. Before long, they reached the front of the enclosed space that Luffy had scouted earlier. They actually came. In a small shop within the enclosed space, a man dressed entirely in black muttered quietly, then concealed himself again to continue observing the movements of the Straw Hat crew. At that moment, there were surprisingly few people in the enclosed space, which made Luffy and the others feel somewhat out of place after the excitement of the weather forecasting competition and the fervor of the cooking competition. Let's go take a look. Luffy stepped ahead towards the only entrance of the enclosed space, where a large poster was displayed. It featured a woman with a stunning figure, approximately 1.9 meters tall. Her physique and skin quality were absolutely exceptional, though her face was obscured by a large mask. Of course, this did not deter Sanji's infatuation. One side of the poster had a line of text that read, "The 10-year anniversary celebration of the enclosed Space No Disturbance will officially take place tomorrow. All participating contestants must stay within the enclosed space from the moment they register, or they will be deemed to have forfeited. There are certain dangers associated with this event, so please be prepared. Audience members may enter on the day of the event." Seeing this line of notes, Luffy felt somewhat speechless, as the name of the 10-year anniversary event was surprisingly familiar. No disturbance. After reflecting on what he knew about this event, he began to understand a few things. Sanji, let's go in. Robin, you all wait for Nami to return before coming tomorrow. Luffy instructed Robin and then stepped inside. Robin-chan, I'm going in. Sanji followed him, once again entering a state of infatuation upon seeing the stunning figure. After paying the registration fee in a corner of the enclosed space, Luffy and Sanji walked towards the interior. Just as they crossed the threshold into the enclosed space, Luffy suddenly felt a strange sensation. He couldn't help but stop, feeling as if he had discovered something, and instinctively stretched his hand to one side. Sure enough, this place could somewhat weaken the protection of the holy light. Luffy muttered quietly, feeling a bit more cautious inside. Old Chio, those people are indeed coming for the 3 stars. But I don't know how they found out about the secrets of Lioli Island. The man who had been watching the Straw Hat crew enter the enclosed space was now reporting to a tall, formally dressed man. It seems that Lord Mackenzie has indeed encountered difficulties. I never expected our clan's council would finally discover that thing after decades, only for it to fall into someone else's hands. No, you must immediately send a message to Lord Lee. He must have arrived in this new world by now. Have them set an ambush outside Lioli Island. We can't let this group disrupt our plans for the Celestial Dragons, the elder surnamed Chio said anxiously to the man. Thus, a message was sent out through a transponder snail. However, not far from Lioli Island, there was a city that had just been taken over by a group of people. As they were about to take a break and continue their conquests, a transponder snail suddenly rang from a very hidden place. Go see what it is, said a rugged-looking man to a man with a cane. Moments later, the man walked over to the stout man, whispered something to him, and the group, originally preparing to conquer, began to plot something else. They then boarded their ship, but this time their course changed towards Lioli Island. Meanwhile, in an office at the temporary headquarters of the clan council in the New World, a man with a slightly flat head was on a call with the elder surnamed Chio from Lioli Island. The call speculated that Elder Mackenzie might have fallen victim to the Straw Hat crew. And there was also very important news. The thing they had been plotting for decades on Lioli Island might fall into the hands of the Straw Hat crew. Upon hearing this, Lord Lee stood up directly. After a flurry of urging at the door, a large group of elite members from the clan council appeared before him. They boarded a modified ship, heading towards Lioli Island. This time, it's time for you to pay the price. Lord Lee stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, filled with rage. Straw Hat crew, it seems you crossed us. At this moment, Luffy and Sanji found themselves standing before a solid wall, feeling a sense of helplessness, when Luffy sensed that his fruit powers were starting to revive. He muttered a few words and continued walking deeper into the enclosed space alongside Sanji. Inside the enclosed space, it wasn't a vast area, but rather had many corridors. As they passed a fork in the path, a formally dressed gentleman stood there, indicating that they would have to walk the next section separately. After randomly choosing a direction, Luffy proceeded down one corridor, encountering fierce beasts along the way. For instance, there were prairie wolves with terrifying large fangs and agile mountain leopards. But none could block Luffy's path as he powered through with his strong fists. It wasn't until a wall suddenly appeared in front of Luffy that he stopped. It wasn't that he hadn't considered breaking through the wall with a punch, but after several attempts, he found that the wall was not so easily destroyed. Even the Bagua technique, which was unaffected under the protection of the holy light, couldn't break this wall, indicating its hardness. This place shouldn't be broken through with brute force. Luffy pondered carefully and finally came to a conclusion that made some sense. Chapter 190. Reunion after a careful and thorough search. Luffy finally discovered an anomaly in a section of the floor. He bent down and pried up the unusual piece of flooring, revealing a small protrusion underneath. This must be it, he thought, feeling that the protrusion could be turned. Luffy pressed his hand down on it and pushed firmly, causing the button to be pressed down with a sudden force. Boom! As soon as he pressed the protrusion, a violent rumbling sound made Luffy feel something unusual. However, he remained calm, observing the changes around him, convinced that nothing overly dangerous was happening in this environment. Suddenly, the floor where Luffy's original strength was located instantaneously pulled away, catching Luffy completely off guard, just as he was about to use the rubber fruit's abilities to grab the handle not far away. He found that the fruit's power was once again unusable. Without hesitation, Luffy activated one of the 6 powers, Moonwalk, but realized that his Moonwalk only allowed him to bounce his legs in the air a few times, without achieving the effect he had imagined. Just as Luffy was surprised and prepared to try again, he found himself falling out, and the place above him that should have been the floor was slowly closing up, showing no signs of having been cracked. What bad luck! Luffy, who had been complaining a bit, suddenly noticed that Sanji was not far away and seemed to have fallen down a moment earlier. Looking around, he saw that there were quite a few people here, some of whom were covered in wounds, while others appeared completely unharmed. Under the guidance of a gentleman, these people were split into 2 groups, and Sanji was clearly standing with the unharmed group. It seemed that the test had already begun. Seeing this scene, even Luffy, no matter how silly he was, understood what was happening. This was part of the event called If You Are the One. Since that was the case, Luffy naturally knew what to do. He instantly activated the Bagua technique, and his whole body fell rapidly downward like a heavy iron block. As he got closer to the ground, Luffy's whole body suddenly became extremely soft, as if it had no weight at all, and he fell directly to the ground. However, he landed very gracefully, only slightly bending his knees, and the whole process appeared normal to outsiders, except for the dust that was kicked up. Hello, we are the staff of If You Are the One. Please allow me to check your injuries after passing through the Beast Passage. Although Luffy displayed a strong momentum during his fall, the gentleman was very serious in performing his duty. He carefully inspected Luffy's entire body and then brought him over to Sanji's group. The others did not say much, only mentioning that they would wait until tomorrow when the competition would officially begin. Sanji, what's going on? As soon as Luffy entered the crowd, Sanji immediately leaned over, pulling Luffy to a corner to sit down. Luffy pointed at himself and the others, as well as the other group of people, and although he had some understanding in his heart, he only asked Sanji to confirm. Those people were injured during the passage, so they will naturally be eliminated. You have to understand that the main character of this 10-year celebration is someone whose fame spreads across the entire world, so the conditions must be strict. This passage is the first screening round, Sanji explained to Luffy. I see. No wonder there are so many fewer people on our side, Luffy murmured, and then fell silent. He and Sanji sat quietly together, and during the next period of time, people occasionally fell from the air, although they were a bit disheveled. Some managed to land without injury. When Luffy and the others finally waited for the moment the event was about to start, those who had been eliminated by the passage were naturally led away by a group of gentlemen. They were taken to the main stage of If You Are the One, and from those gentlemen, they received a mask belonging to them and put on. As they passed through the curtain, they noticed that the area below the stage and around it was already filled with various spectators. At a glance, Luffy and Sanji couldn't find their companions. However, Luffy and Sanji were very clear that among the crowd below, there must be their companions, including Nami, who had been missing for 3 days. Just after Luffy and the others appeared, a long line of over 50 graceful beauties appeared before them. All of them were around 9 meters tall, and their appearance and attire were exactly the same as those in the posters. At this moment, a male host dressed in a tailcoat and wearing a mask, along with 2 slightly shorter female hosts, walked up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10-year celebration event of the enclosed space. Your companionship has made our enclosed space one of the 3 major events of Lioli Island, and we can hold a large-scale matchmaking event every 10 years. All right, without further ado, I believe you all know who the main character of this event is from the posters. The male guests appearing before you have passed our initial screening, and each possesses extraordinary skills. Among these 50 beauties, there may be the main character of this event. Now, we will begin the first stage. Choose one of the beauties based on your feelings. If you choose one who is the main character of the event, you will receive 1 million berries from us. Of course, if you do not choose correctly, the eligibility of the male guest will be canceled, and the chosen beauty will belong to you. Now you may begin. Ladies, please make your entrance. The male host's voice suddenly rose, seemingly trying to elevate the atmosphere. As soon as the male host finished speaking, the 50 beauties surrounded Luffy and the others, striking extremely seductive poses. Wow! This scene completely overwhelmed Sanji and those who had come for the fame, causing their noses to bleed. They rushed forward in a frenzy. But just as Sanji was about to approach one of the women, he suddenly realized something, and his steps stopped. He noticed that Luffy had not moved an inch from the beginning. Although he didn't know what Luffy was up to, Luffy had been exceptionally confident since the start, which made it hard for Sanji to figure out. Realizing this, Sanji began to ponder and carefully sensed the presence of the beauties. Given his long experience with beautiful women, he knew that if he focused, he could easily judge their authenticity. After a round of observation, Sanji put away his little thoughts and stepped back to Luffy's side, quietly asking, "You knew from the beginning that she wasn't among them?" His voice was soft but very certain. At this moment, many people had already chosen one of the beauties, and some had chosen the same one, leading to a series of competitions arranged by the Tailcoat Man to compete for that beauty. Those who failed naturally lost their eligibility, while those who were chosen waited contentedly on the side until everyone had made their selections. Time passed slowly, and all 50 beauties were finally chosen. At this moment, a woman radiating a naturally noble aura, whose beauty could be judged by her skin, appeared before Luffy. The instant this woman appeared, those who had been frantically competing for the beauties suddenly froze, realizing that the beauties they had fought for were nothing but grains of rice compared to her brilliance. However, in that moment of shock, they were already taken off the stage by a group of strong men commanded by the Tailcoat Man. At this time, many men, feeling a sense of loss, resorted to using their strong physiques to rebel, and these burly men quickly banded together to capture them. As for the women they were vying for, either the women were willing or they pay a high price. Otherwise, very few could truly become theirs. After the initial experiment, only less than 20 men with strong willpower remained on our stage. And before you stood the true protagonist, Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the empress of the Amazon Lily, and the captain of the Kuja pirates, the most beautiful woman in the world. By the end of the introduction, the man in the tailcoat felt an overwhelming urge to immediately prostrate himself before the woman in front of him. He gradually regained his composure and, after some chaotic words, instructed his subordinates to bring some items to the stage. Meanwhile, Luffy stared blankly at the stunning woman before him, feeling an inexplicable pain in his heart. Indeed, she was suffering from that illness. Otherwise, with her pride, she wouldn't participate in such a chaotic matchmaking event. Luffy felt a sharp pain, as if he were being pricked by needles. He had never known he could feel this way, nor that he could see the heart-wrenching gaze in another world. In that moment, he suddenly thought back to Island number 3 when he first saw the Empress. A memory flashed in his mind. He remembered sitting by the campus lake, or in a corner of an internet CF, holding her while watching his favorite anime, One Piece, pointing at a female character and saying, "Look, that woman is the most beautiful in One Piece. Doesn't she look a lot like you?" The woman followed his gaze, smiled sweetly, playfully pinched her own cheek, and said, "She does look a bit like me, but of course, she is not as pretty as I am." Luffy looked at the woman in his arms, and a surge of affection welled up within him. In his eyes, "You would always be the most beautiful woman. You would always be my greatest love." Now, countless days and nights had passed. He didn't know how she was doing now, but in this time and space, he found a woman who resembled her. She had flowing long hair and deep, soulful eyes. However, she was indeed tormented by that strange illness. "Inger, what should I do?" "Go help her. Don't worry. I won't blame you." I love you. That familiar voice echoed in his mind. How you're always like this, but this time, I'm sorry. Trust me, the one I love will always be you alone. In that moment, Luffy had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would help this woman and free her from the torment of that strange illness. The Empress's slightly weak gaze suddenly turned to a direction where a pair of eyes had been watching her, filled with unreserved compassion. The Empress could feel the care in that gaze, warming her heart. While the entire audience was captivated by her stunning beauty, only this gaze was filled with genuine concern. Now, as per the Empress's request, we have prepared a piece of fine glass stone for each of you who remain. What you need to do is to strike and shatter the glass stone in front of you. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity. The man in the tailcoat said nothing about the structure of the glass stone, merely stating the conditions and leaving the rest for the participants to decide. Luffy gently placed his hand on the glass stone in front of him, sensing the aura emanating from it, and his expression changed. He didn't expect the glass stone to be so hard. It was even harder than a block of poured steel, and the glass stone in front of him, which was over a meter long, would require 1,000 pounds of force to shatter with a single blow, without being able to use his jet. It was a bit unrealistic to think he could break it using his techniques alone. However, that didn't mean Luffy couldn't do it. He concentrated, gradually forming a faint energy around his fist, creating a pointed shape. Huh! With a loud shout, Luffy unleashed his strength and struck the glass stone with a powerful punch. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Luffy's fist crashed into the glass stone like a cannonball. Crack! The glass stone showed no resistance and was instantly shattered, while Luffy stepped back nonchalantly, indicating he felt no pressure at all. Seeing Luffy's actions, the others naturally felt more confident, thinking that if someone as slender as Luffy could break it, the glass stone was likely just a bit harder than ordinary rock. However, as successive punches struck the glass stone with no response, and their fists began to swell, those who had underestimated the glass stone were left dumbfounded. Of course, some managed to shatter the glass stone effortlessly, including Sanji, who took a few steps back, used his momentum to jump, and delivered a kick. A faint energy surrounded his heel, similar to Luffy's earlier arm hockey. Although still limited, it was effective enough, and with a single kick, the glass stone was broken. However, Sanji immediately clutched his foot. After all, the intensity of his hockey was far inferior to Luffy's, and the armed hockey couldn't fully protect his foot under the weakening of the holy light. Among the others, there were some with armed hockey, but one person opened Luffy's eyes. This person directly used his fists and brute force to smash against the glass stone as hard as steel, and miraculously, he managed to break it as well. Subsequently, more people shattered the glass stone, but a significant portion was eliminated. Besides Luffy, Sanji, and the brute force man, 5 others successfully shattered the glass stone and advanced to the next round. At this point, the man in the tailcoat politely asked those who had not succeeded to leave the stage. After all, although they hadn't shattered the glass stone, their strength was still considerable, and the man in the tailcoat didn't want anyone to suddenly lash out at him. Once all the eliminated participants had left, a curtain immediately separated Luffy and the others from the outside, with the man in the tailcoat also outside. The reason was that they needed to set up some things for the final challenge. Chapter 192. The Test of Love. When the curtain on the high platform was drawn back once more, a very large dome appeared before Luffy and the others. The dome was black, resembling a bowl that covered the entire high platform. In front of the dome, an opening was created for Luffy and the others to enter, after which the dome sealed itself again. Anything happening inside was invisible from the outside. All that could be seen were shadows cast against the curtain. During the earlier setup, the man in the tailcoat had already explained everything to the audience. The moment Luffy stepped into the dome, he caught sight of the Empress's beautiful silhouette, causing his heart to tremble. However, he then stepped into his position, where there was a small pipe about 10 centimeters in diameter in front of him. At the staff's gesture, Luffy understood that he needed to place this pipe against his chest, as this was the most critical point of the final exam. When Luffy positioned his body over the pipe, 2 columns suddenly flew in from behind, pressing against his body. At the same time, a familiar aura emanated from the pipe. The protective aura of the Guardian Holy Light, which Luffy sensed instantly. It seemed that he really had to use that move, didn't he? Was there no resistance to love at all? Feeling the key point of this last stage, Luffy couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wondered if he could still withstand the test of the intense wind of love, but then he chuckled to himself and let it go. He decided to test what his love was truly capable of. After making up his mind, Luffy stopped overthinking and quietly waited. Before long, everyone was ready, and at this moment, the Empress appeared in the center of all the pipes, giving a slightly suffocating feeling to those present. Because beneath her wide robe, it was clear that she wasn't wearing anything, giving a sense of vacuum. A faint murmur escaped from the Empress's nostrils as she twisted her body, turning around, and with a shake of her shoulders, the wide robe slid down slightly, revealing her exquisite shoulders to everyone. Streams of nosebleeds gushed out uncontrollably from the audience. Yet this was just the beginning. The robe seemed to continue sliding down until a hint of the crimson curve of her back appeared before it finally stopped. A flicker of fear crossed the Empress's eyes as she turned again to face everyone directly, revealing herself beneath a thin layer of modesty. Shortly after, a kiss from the Empress transformed into countless tiny hearts of love, shooting like bullets into the crowd participating in the competition. After doing all this, the Empress discreetly struck a pipe in front of her, where a faint pink aura formed and divided into enough portions to flow away. Most people managed to withstand the kiss-like attack, although many had already harbored wicked thoughts in their hearts. But at such a critical moment, they endured. This was also because, despite the concealment, the powers of the devil fruit couldn't be fully unleashed. It was merely a disguise, feeling the sensations from the kiss. Luffy realized this was only a facade. The real killing move must have already been unleashed, certainly aimed straight at the heart through this pipe. Buzz! At that moment, a faint aura invaded Luffy's body, spreading out and directly drilling into his heart and brain. Instantly, a warm feeling of love enveloped Luffy completely, giving him a strong sense of comfort, making him want to lie down and rest. Indeed, within Luffy's subconscious, a wicked thought surged from deep inside, and he felt as if he was gradually petrifying. Who? Suddenly, a natural force erupted from Luffy's body, ready to break free from his own restraints. Returning. Sensing that the haki within him was automatically bursting forth, Luffy felt a surge of urgency and shouted forcefully, pulling back the haki that was about to explode from his body, though his heart meridian remained protected. Do you need my help? Suddenly, a long-dormant voice emerged from Luffy's mind. Not yet. Our goals are the same, so it's not your time yet, Luffy replied calmly. All right then, but I feel a very familiar connection to that woman. I hope you won't disappoint me, the voice in his mind lazily said before falling silent again, seemingly slipping back into slumber. Don't worry, Luffy assured confidently, and at that moment, a beautiful figure appeared deep within his heart, a girl with bright eyes. She wore a beautiful dress adorned with delicate flowers, giving off an incredibly fresh and dazzling vibe. Suddenly, she looked up at the struggling Luffy, smiled gently, and then her figure gradually faded away. Throughout, the girl said not a word, her expression consistently radiating warm affection, a feeling completely different from the love aura emanating from his chest. My love. Suddenly, Luffy spread his arms wide, completely unconcerned about the parts of his body that had begun to petrify, and he did not use any abilities. He simply allowed himself to linger in these two forms of love, completely relaxed and without any defenses. The two forms of love collided within Luffy's body, not consuming each other but intertwining, showing signs of merging. A deep roar came from afar, and at that moment, Luffy slowly opened his eyes, clearly seeing the girl not far away. The woman, who had the same eyes as his most beloved person, was now suffering, collapsed on the ground, seemingly devoid of strength. Sighing softly, Luffy glanced around. Everyone else had been petrified, and he immediately walked over to the Empress's side. Chapter 193. Lovesickness, are you all right? Luffy reached out his right hand to the Empress lying on the ground, asking with concern. At this moment, the Empress was enchanting. The coldness and pride that usually adorned her face vanished without a trace, and she radiated an overwhelming sense of happiness. I'm fine. The Empress's voice was soft and gentle, and she allowed Luffy to help her up slowly, but stumbled and fell directly into Luffy's arms. Sighing deeply in his heart, Luffy looked at the woman's haggard face in his embrace, and his heart filled with compassion. His right hand instinctively rested on the Empress's shoulder, holding her tightly in his arms. The Empress's already sore and numb body instantly became even softer, her face flushed bright red. Just then, the curtain covering the entire stage was suddenly pulled up, revealing Luffy holding the Empress in front of everyone. This scene was witnessed by all, and everyone erupted into wild cheers. However, these were not shouts of anger or jealousy, but rather shouts of congratulations for lovers finally coming together. This was because, previously, the man in the tailcoat had said the following. This is an extraordinarily beautiful woman who lives on a small island in the doldrums, a place entirely populated by women, a legendary island of dreams for men. Known as Woman Island, this stunning woman is the king of the island and also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. They live carefree in their own realm. But within this dream island of men, there exists a terrifying disease that has haunted them for generations like a nightmare. However, this woman, known as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has contracted this disease, causing her to grow increasingly frail. In the end, she has no choice but to venture out in search of a legendary remedy to cure her illness. Today, this stage represents the best remedy and is the last hope for this beautiful woman. Regardless of the intentions of the guests attending our 10th anniversary event in this enclosed space, as long as you can help this stunning woman and bring a genuine smile back to her face, we are willing to meet any demand she makes, because we do not wish for someone who seeks love to suffer even slightly. As the man in the tailcoat spoke, he became choked up and eventually knelt down, appearing even more pain than the Empress tormented by the terrifying disease. Let us pray for her together. Suddenly, in a corner of the audience, a long-nosed man stood up, holding a strange prop that allowed his voice to be heard by everyone. Let us pray for her together. Surprisingly, after the long-nosed man said this, not a single person in the crowd voiced opposition. Instead, they all stood up, clasped their hands together, and silently prayed for the beautiful woman in their hearts. Usopp thought to himself, it seems Luffy was right. The Empress is indeed lovesick. If she cannot find a spiritual anchor for a long time, she will gradually become weak and frail, ultimately like a withering flower. But can Luffy really help her? Beside the long-nosed man, a girl with orange hair felt deep compassion for the Empress's plight and couldn't help but ask with concern. Don't worry. At this moment, we should be more concerned about Sanji, Usopp replied to Nami, while also feeling a hint of worry for Sanji. After all, before entering, Luffy had told Usopp some things to pass on, and according to the current situation, what lay behind the curtain was indeed the biggest torment for Sanji. As everyone awaited with anticipation, the curtain slowly drew back, and all eyes focused on the center of the stage. There stood a thin man wearing a low-brimmed straw hat, silently standing to one side, while in his arms lay the stunning woman, gently resting her head on his chest with a look of satisfaction. It seemed that the woman had truly found a remedy on this stage. Although there was a hint of jealousy in his heart, the fact that the beauty could escape the nightmare was more important than anything else. Immediately, the entire audience erupted in cheers, blessing the two who were embracing on the stage. We should go on stage now. At that moment, Zoro, who had been monitoring the changes in one corner, suddenly fixed his gaze in a distant direction and said to Robin and the others, while stepping forward with a very distinctive stride. Despite the crowded and chaotic crowd ahead, Zoro and his group surprisingly made their way through smoothly and finally reached a designated spot, leaping lightly into a corner of the stage. At that moment, the man in the tailcoat, in a fit of excitement, finally finished expressing all his gratitude and signaled the Empress to help those who were petrified. Ding! A very clear sound suddenly rang in Luffy's ear, causing him to become alert and turn his head in the direction of the sound. He saw a very peculiar nose appear in his line of sight, then quickly retract, which made Luffy feel a sense of clarity. It seems there are indeed people monitoring us. After thinking for a moment, Luffy gently patted the back of the person in his arms, signaling her to quickly free those people from their petrified state. Though reluctant to leave the warm and comfortable embrace, the Empress stood up, changed her hand gesture, and instantly, those who had been petrified began to awaken, their petrification gradually dissipating. They moved slightly, feeling no issues. But upon seeing the Empress's cold face and her proximity to the man in the straw hat, they felt a sudden realization. Sanji, come here. At that moment, the man in the straw hat called out to a very handsome gentleman among them. Although Sanji had prepared himself long ago, he still felt a reluctance to accept the situation. However, he ultimately walked toward Luffy. It was then that Luffy quietly said a few words to the man in the tailcoat beside him, and unexpectedly, he directly pulled the Empress into an embrace. Glancing at Sanji, who was rushing towards him, signaling him to follow, and then he ran towards the long-nosed man. Usopp, what's going on? In just a few strides, Luffy, with the Empress and Sanji, appeared at a corner behind the stage, where the second and third sisters of the Gorgon trio were also present. There's an ambush. We must complete that task and leave this island immediately, Robin said, her voice filled with urgency. Do you have that red star on you? Suddenly, a girl with orange hair appeared beside the Empress, her voice filled with affection and care, as if wanting to cheer for the Empress. "I have it. Is this it?" The Empress took out a red brocade box from her bosom and handed it to the girl with orange hair, then, disregarding everything else, continued to rest in Luffy's embrace. Chapter 194. Lapis Heart. When Nami received the red brocade box, she said nothing and directly tossed it into a small bag, then handed it to Frankie to put in his backpack. "Let us go." Without saying another word, Nami took the lead and stepped forward, followed closely by Zoro. In this Lapis Island, although Zoro could not fully utilize his swordsmanship, his brute strength still existed, rushing forward to form a protective layer around Nami. At that moment, a somewhat gloomy figure also flashed and caught up with Zoro, matching his pace. Before long, Luffy and the others exited the enclosed space and raced toward the center of Lapis Island, where a giant tree stood. However, the area around the tree was surprisingly desolate, with only a magnificent temple and sporadic people appearing to pray in front of the sacred tree, offering up lavish tributes. There are no other people, especially within 100 meters of the sacred tree. Do not approach the sacred tree. As Luffy and the others just appeared around the sacred tree, preparing to enter, a man dressed entirely in clothing made from the leaves of the seemingly endless sacred tree appeared before them. Frankie didn't say much and directly took out the 3 brocade boxes he had and showed them to the man. After that, he ignored the man's reaction, and the group immediately entered within 100 meters of the sacred tree. It was unbelievable that they could gather all 3 stars together. The man guarding the sacred tree muttered in disbelief, but after Frankie showed the 3 brocade boxes, he no longer stopped them. Shortly after Luffy and the others entered the sacred tree's range, a team of over 10 people appeared at the spot where the man had stopped Luffy and the others. "Strange. Why is today so unusual? Do you also have those 3 color brocade boxes? Or was it the same man from before?" However, this time, there were nearly 50 men dressed similarly behind him. Could that group have already entered? Among the newcomers, someone who seemed to be a leader asked. Holding the blue, purple, and red stars simultaneously grants the right to enter the sacred tree. This is an unchanging rule of Lioli Island. As for others, they are not allowed to approach within 100 meters of the sacred tree. Don't you understand this? As the man spoke, a faint aura from the sacred tree enveloped him and the 100 men behind him in an instant. "Forget it. Let's not provoke these guardians of the sacred tree. We should leave and set up an ambush. It will take a little time for the master to arrive here." The person speaking was actually an old man with the surname Chio, who had sent people to monitor the movements of the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, Luffy and the others had already reached the base of the sacred tree and began to climb up a staircase above the sacred lake towards the sacred tree. At 99 meters above the sacred tree, there should be what Luffy and the others needed. The higher they climbed the sacred tree, the greater the pressure felt, as if a heavy shell was pressing down on them. But this was nothing to the Straw Hat crew. Soon, they arrived at the 99-meter mark of the sacred tree, where they saw 3 angular recesses. "Frankie, bring over the brocade boxes." Nami and Robin stepped forward to examine the 3 recesses closely. After not finding anything else, they directly opened the 3 color brocade boxes and took out the blue star, purple star, and red star from them. Based on Robin's research on the recesses, they placed the stars into the recesses, and at that moment, the 3 stars instantly fused together. Then, a dazzling beam of light flashed, and the originally recessed area sank directly into the sacred tree. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly reached Luffy and the others' ears. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, this thing finally has a chance to see the light of day. Take it, and I hope you won't bury it. A colorful stone appeared right in front of Nami before the voice faded away. She reached out and grabbed the brilliantly shining stone. Is this the legendary Lioli stone? Nami looked at the not-so-large stone, shaped like a plate and less than 10 centimeters in size, with a bit of surprise and confusion. However, before Nami could continue to study the stone in front of her, a brilliant light erupted from the sacred tree, and the entire light curtain of Lioli Island instantaneously turned 5 colors. This scene startled Nami and the others, making them want to leave immediately. After all, such a treasure must undergo a refining process to unleash its immense potential. At this moment, it was just a stone with colorful colors. "I'll see you off. I hope you can really achieve it." The voice mysteriously sounded again, and then a ray of light emerged, causing Luffy and the others to disappear from where they stood, while a dwarf-like man appeared in their original spot. Wisdom. I didn't expect that after that destruction, you would still believe in humanity. The dwarf spoke to a branch that was clearly different from the others. One of those humans is the only survivor from that disaster. And Saint, don't you think that the guy wearing the straw hat has a very special aura? A more intense and righteous aura than that man. This branch, referred to as wisdom, surprisingly emitted a human voice, but it was evident that the voice was somewhat weak. Oof. If it weren't for us being unable to move across regions, those matters would have been easily resolved if we intervened. The dwarf was clearly an impatient character. Since old Zhong has decided, we should not question it. You should know that old Zhong said that if it really comes to that point, he would even risk being erased to eliminate that detestable guy. However, if those people can really eliminate that guy without old Zhong and us personally stepping in, the benefits we could gain would be immense. Perhaps we could directly become existences like old Zhong and enter the world where old Zhong and they live. Wisdom clearly trusted the person referred to as old Zhong very much and was also full of longing for the future. Oof. It's just that the old man saved me once, and in the end, I still have to share half of my faith with you, this added or reshaped life. But for that ethereal future, I won't hold it against you. The dwarf muttered a few words in annoyance before disappearing once again. The light curtain guarding the sacred lake also dissipated, and the entire Lioli Island returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, who had originally disappeared at the 99-meter mark of the sacred tree, appeared directly at the harbor where they first set off and, remarkably, landed on the Thousand Sunny. It seems that the legend is true. The Lioli heart forms only once every 100 years. If someone obtains all the stars and enters within 99 meters of the sacred tree, they will receive this Lioli heart, a top-notch forging material. Oomph. Those who only covet the attached benefits of a single color star are truly wasteful. However, the anomaly produced by the emergence of the Lioli heart could be a bit troublesome. Nami muttered a few words softly and then turned to deal with another very important matter. Chapter 195. Empress boards a ship. Sandasonia, have you really decided to do this? Nami asked the two sisters in front of her, who were more than twice her height. Once again. Nami-san, you saw it too. She can't leave that straw hat-wearing guy right now. We can only entrust her to you. Don't worry. With us two sisters here, once we return to Amazon Lily, we will collectively migrate to a pre-selected island, and besides familiar people, no one will discover us. But she's entrusted to you. Sandasonia and Marigold said very firmly. All right then, you should hurry and take the rest of the Kuja pirates away from Lioli Island. We will attract their attention. I hope you can safely reach that safe place. As for the Empress, don't worry. She will be our partner from now on. Since the second and third sisters of the Gorgon triplets made their decision after Nami's serious and careful inquiry, Nami didn't insist any longer. After a simple farewell, she let them leave first. Frankie, set sail. It seems we have to show ourselves. Otherwise, the Kuja pirates will be in danger. Nami is very aware of the current situation. The appearance of the Empress alongside Luffy has certainly caught the attention of those monitoring their group. If they just disappear like this, it will definitely bring a lot of trouble to the Kuja pirates. As for the Empress, Nami never considered letting her disembark from the ship in the first place. After all, the Empress's lovesickness cannot be cured just by meeting someone and finding a temporary solace. It requires continuous interaction and Luffy's guidance to gradually improve. Whether Luffy can end up with the Empress is not something that can be decided at this moment. Oh, got it. While the Straw Hat crew is continuously setting sail, the Empress is currently in the cabin with Luffy, and Chopper is treating her for the physical ailments caused by her lovesickness. The departure of Sandasonia and Marigold and the decision to let her stay with the Straw Hat Pirates are entirely unknown to the Empress. It seems that this illness is indeed very tricky. After a brief examination of the Empress's condition, Chopper furrowed his brows and said it can be described as very bad. It's like a vividly beautiful flower gradually withering away. It starts with her body, the vitality becomes very weak. If it weren't for your timely appearance, which has straightened her body and brought back some vitality, I think it wouldn't be long before she gradually withers away and ends up living like a wrinkled old woman. However, now that her body has regained some vitality, plus the new medicine I prepared for her, she should be able to recover to her peak condition within 3 months. During this process, the vitality in her body must continuously strengthen, and that's up to you. After careful thought, Chopper shared his assessment of the Empress's condition in front of everyone. Upon hearing Chopper's words, Nami, Robin, and Perona felt a sharp pain in their hearts. As women themselves, they understood how strong the emotional ties must be for a woman's vitality to weaken from within. Without hesitation, they walked to the Empress's resting room, looking at the beautiful woman with concern. Luffy, I'm sorry. Sanji, who had been very quiet and remained so after coming out of the enclosed space, suddenly stepped forward to deeply apologize to Luffy and then turned to leave, intending to prepare the most beautiful dish for the tormented beauty. All right, so the Empress will be with us from now on, becoming one of us. We are now partners. But first, we need to get through this challenge, Luffy said, glancing at Sanji's back without saying much, then turned to Nami, who was looking at the Empress with care, and Zoro on the deck. Oh, under Nami's command, Luffy and the others positioned themselves at different spots on the Mary. No matter what ambush they faced with these people and the Mary's automatic defense system, they believed they could easily get through everything. Frankie, at 3 o'clock, there's a fleet waiting for us. Usopp, who was monitoring the enemy situation at the front, suddenly shouted loudly to Frankie, who was controlling the ship, signaling him to slightly adjust the ship's direction. Everyone, what we are facing this time is not the real ambushers attacking us, but just some shrimp from Glass Island trying to stall us. Moreover, we are not trying to quickly escape the battle circle. Instead, we want to divert the enemy's attention from the Kuja pirate sisters, allowing them to successfully break out from Glass Island. So this fight needs to be grand, and we also need to control the timing. It can't be too fast. After 15 minutes, we will withdraw. I believe that will be enough time for the Kuja pirates to successfully escape the enemy's surveillance. Nami loudly explained to all her partners, then took the lead, waving her climatact, which produced a bowtie-shaped rope. At this moment, Frankie had already set the next sailing route for the Mary, allowing it to navigate automatically. He had also prepared the large wind cannon in his hands, ready to make a commotion. Everything was ready to make this area livelier. Buggy, it seems he has obtained that thing. I clearly sensed a strange aura coming from the sky just now. Go notify the vice captain. We need to start clearing some obstacles for them, said a one-armed man to a red-nosed man beside him deep in the new world, slowly unsheathing his sword. Well, but what is our target this time? Right, Marco came over last time and said all plans have officially started. Also, news has come from the land that recently that kid will be bringing a team to attack the place where the Gorosei are located to temporarily hold back the main force of the world government. Buggy said, showing a hint of playfulness, but his demeanor was surprisingly calm, and one could clearly sense that at this moment, Buggy was not someone who could be easily manipulated. This time, let's choose that human trafficker. His ability is a bit tricky, but Shanks said with a faint smile, then fell silent, seemingly waiting for Buggy to call the vice captain over. Shanks, Buggy, are we setting sail again this time? I've been a bit bored lately, said a man who had come from Bubble Island, Rayleigh. Vice captain, do you think Don Quixote Doflamingo should be erased? Shanks asked casually, as if discussing what they would eat for their next meal. Oh, that little rascal? Did the old man agree? Rayleigh replied indifferently. The old man naturally agreed. This time, he didn't just send Jozu over. He also sent that law to us. Shanks revealed information he seemed to have acquired from somewhere. Haha, it seems your conqueror's hockey has become sharper, almost reaching the level of the captain's ability to hear all things, Rayleigh teased. Since the old man also agreed, let's set off. By the way, those guys from Beckman are also going, right? Rayleigh quietly asked Shanks. They can't go. This time, it's enough for just us few to go. It's just a rogue. Shanks laughed and didn't explain the movements of his capable subordinates, then jumped aboard the ship. Before long, the ship passed by a mysterious small island, from which two figures suddenly emerged. One was a young man holding a large knife, covered in spots, and the other was the burly diamond bachelor, Jaws. Rayleigh, Buggy, Shanks, I didn't expect to fight alongside you this time. But Buggy, I really didn't see it coming that you could hide so deeply, even Dad didn't notice. Jaws joked as he approached Buggy, who was laughing heartily. This was all planned by the captain while he was still alive. We, as his partners, will definitely do our utmost, Buggy said with a big grin. After that, the group fell silent, sitting on the ship and waiting to reach their destination. This time, their opponent was not going to be easy. Of course, if it weren't for the need to take out the opponent in a flash without being detected by those people, they wouldn't need to deploy such a large force at once. Deep in the New World, in a palace on a very prosperous island, a fierce battle was currently underway. A thread shot through the air, aiming to entangle one of the attackers. A faint sound passed by, and the leg of the person caught in the thread was instantly severed in two, but the expected bloodstains did not appear. You dare to underestimate me, Buggy. The person was indeed Buggy, and the attackers were the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo and his crew. You dare to openly attack me? Don't you fear breaking the agreement with those people? Do you really want to incite chaos across the world? Doflamingo, caught in the battle, was not panicked. He knew that as long as he could hold on for another 15 minutes, those people would arrive, and by then he would be confident in driving these attackers back. If not killing them, those people, chaos, that's exactly the result we want. Shanks stood firmly at the back, and with a flick of his hand, a faint breath of air shot from his fingers, entangling a transparent thread that was closing in. But your puppet fruit is indeed difficult to deal with. Law Jaws. Let's move. Those people are coming. It won't be good. It's not the right time to engage them officially. We still can't match that person's abilities. Shanks said calmly to Law and Jaws beside him. At the same time, Jaws gripped his large sword tightly, unsheathing it, and leapt into the fray. Room. A faint flow of air spread out as Law activated his fruit's ability, enveloping the entire area. Do you think you can fight me with such tricks? Doflamingo remained calm throughout, even when legendary figures attacked him. With a skilled flick of his fingers, countless threads shot towards the attackers at an unimaginable speed. Diamond. Jaws didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, blocking Doflamingo's path, and transformed his body into Diamond. The threads that touched him instantly wrapped around, but couldn't budge him an inch. Meanwhile, the red nose on Buggy's face slowly faded away, merging back into his body. He clenched his fist tightly, his whole demeanor becoming extremely fierce. Seven Wounds' fist of the Big Dipper. He launched a powerful punch at Doflamingo, while Shanks swung his sword in tandem, and Law's room began to retract its light. At that moment, Jaws charged forward with a powerful punch, propelled by Doflamingo's pulling force. Such terrifying blows struck Doflamingo's body, each one wrapped in a thick layer of hockey. Even if Doflamingo's vitality was strong, he could only meet his end now. All right, retreat. They're coming. After Buggy's nose returned, Shanks whispered, and under his lead, several of them left the palace. Just as they exited and boarded the ship, a figure flashed onto the ship, visibly injured. Hurry! The red gold is here. Rayleigh's voice was slightly breathless, as if he had been the one holding back those people all along. Okay. Shanks quietly said something to the ship, which then rapidly sank beneath the sea and sped away from the vicinity of the island. At that moment, a figure clad in red gold appeared in the palace where Doflamingo was. Looks like he's already dead. Came a bit too late, one of the two men said lightly. There's no way around it. Even the Dark King Rayleigh has moved. Although we have a slight advantage, it's impossible to bypass him, the other man, visibly injured with blood at the corner of his mouth, replied. All right, we need to return and inform the king. I believe the king is working on something that won't take long to succeed. By then, no matter what plans they have, they will be of no use. The apparent leader said. By the way, that Commander Shio should also have arrived in the New World. I hope he can complete the task given to him perfectly, otherwise. Haha. All right, let's go. After an inexplicable conversation, the two men in red gold outfits transformed into shadows and left the palace. With a loud crash, a massive figure appeared before the elderly man surnamed Shio, and a large number of white shadows emanated from the figure, instantly passing through the obstacles between them and directly through the figure of Elder Chio. Buzz. In an instant, those led by Elder Chio were all hit by Perona's negative spirits. After recent training, Perona's strength had noticeably improved, and those negative spirits were clearly more robust than before. This was all thanks to Usopp, a character even more negative than the negative spirits, who was always there to motivate Perona, and Zoro, a tough guy, who provided countless opportunities for Perona to experiment. Hurricane Fire Shot. A massive cannon fire erupted from Frankie's giant steel hand, instantly igniting a ship in the sea with a fierce blaze. It's about time, let's retreat. Nami glanced at the situation in the distance and said to Frankie. Chapter 197. Blackbeard appears not long after Luffy and the others left this sea area. Dozens of large warships quickly arrived at the scene. But all they found was a wasteland. Go check carefully if there are any survivors. The current situation had already told Lordly that their ambush plan seemed to have been seen through, and the other side should have left by now. Report to my lord. Not a single survivor. They are all dead. The scouts sent out returned quickly and reported this expected result. All right, let's head to Lioli Island and see if Chio left us anything useful. After observing for a moment, Lordly gave this command. Not long after, a message was sent from the adults, primarily targeting Daughter Island. Immediately, a fleet of warships prepared to set sail towards Daughter Island, only to find that the place, once a paradise for men, was now completely deserted. However, that was a story for later. It also indicated that Daughter Island had long been prepared for this situation. Rafuda, is this the right direction? A burly man asked a nearby person holding a small cane. Don't worry, Captain, they won't escape. We'll catch up to them soon. Rafuda replied, appearing to have everything under control. A ship larger than Luffy's Mary was currently moving through the depths of the sea, and it was clear that this ship had already been coded for stealth. Not long after Luffy and the others left that sea area, the Empress woke up. As the Empress stood at the edge of the ship listening to Nami and Robin discuss the decisions made by Sandasonia and Marigold, she was momentarily stunned. 2 lines of bitter tears silently flowed down the cheeks of this woman who had always been supreme, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. And the Empress's face once again radiated with a happy smile, because she had the best sisters in the world, the best companions, and the purest love. In recent days, the Empress gradually learned about the Straw Hat Pirates. Although Luffy was the captain, most of the daily affairs were managed by the orange-haired demon girl Nami and the wise, slightly darker-skinned Robin, who was mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and battle deployment. From now on, I'll rely on you all. I will do my best to support my beloved. The Empress initially spoke normally, but then suddenly thought of Luffy, involuntarily adopting a silly expression. In the Empress's heart, her connection with this skinny boy wearing a straw hat wasn't deep. Once he appeared to save her and others from a crisis. And another time he attended a matchmaking event hosted by her. In fact, these 2 instances alone couldn't completely win the Empress's heart. The most important point was that when she unleashed the last bit of her strength, this person showed no resistance at all, purely allowing their bodies to connect. And in the end, he wasn't petrified. This indicated that such a person harbored no ill thoughts towards her, representing the purest love. At that moment, the Empress was completely captivated, which is why she willingly allowed such a boy to hold her in his arms. It's nothing. From now on we are partners. Trustworthy partners, Nami chuckled, signaling that it was time to prepare for any potential enemies that could appear at any moment. Since escaping from Glass Island, Nami had been sensing some strange currents during the voyage of the Mary, and deep within her heart was a strong feeling of unease, necessitating preventive measures. Nami. Just then, Luffy, who had been playing with Usopp in the room, and Sanji, who was honing his body on the deck and cooking delicious coffee for Nami and the others in the kitchen, suddenly came out. What's wrong with you guys? Nami was very surprised by Luffy and the others' sudden appearance and their extremely serious expressions. Quick, find an island to stop at. We're at a disadvantage out at sea, Luffy said urgently, swaying his body to the back of the Mary, looking at the sea surface not far away, where the currents were rising as if something strange wanted to emerge from the depths. Frankie, hurry, speed up. At that moment, Nami finally realized, and the unease in her subconscious erupted. Oh, the wind is coming. Frankie pressed the button in the Mary's control room, and suddenly a jet port appeared at the back of the Mary. After a powerful jet, the Mary shot forward like an arrow towards a nearby island. At that moment, whatever was beneath the sea gradually emerged. It turned out to be a coded ship, and a pirate flag with 3 skulls and 8 bone-like white lines immediately appeared in front of Luffy and the others. Robin, do you recognize that pirate flag? The pirate ship had not fully surfaced yet, so Luffy couldn't determine its affiliation. It's the Blackbeard Pirates. That's their flag, although I've only seen it once. I absolutely want to mistake it, Robin said with certainty. Blackbeard. Luffy was stunned. It seemed they had stumbled upon a big prize. Having run into this group of people. Kill him. A furious voice suddenly echoed in Luffy's mind. I want to kill him too. Luffy understood that voice to some extent, but even without it speaking, he wanted to battle this Blackbeard. After all, he was currently the only known double fruit user in the world, having taken Whitebeard's tremor fruit. We're here. We can go to the island now. At this point, the Mary had reached the island, and Luffy jumped down first, followed by Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. Frankie and Nami remained on the ship, which turned and disappeared around a corner of the island. This battle doesn't have to end in life or death, so besides me, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, the rest of you stay on standby. All right, let us go, Luffy said suddenly with an unusually firm tone, leaving no room for opposition as he jumped onto the island first. Although Luffy said no need to decide life or death, his angry eyes revealed how much he wanted to smash the opponent's head with the ship's bow. At that moment, the massive pirate ship finally surfaced, and a large, corpulent man appeared in Luffy's line of sight. Usopp, give them a welcoming gift. Got it. Usopp immediately took out a huge bullet from his ammo pouch and placed it into a giant beetle launcher. With a whoosh, the bullet exploded in the sky, and a massive net appeared in front of Blackbeard's pirate ship, directly covering it. Shiryu, Blackbeard called out to a man smoking a cigar. Chapter 198, Confrontation with Blackbeard. Oomph. With a casual cold snort, a bloodthirsty demon blade sliced through the heavy net, leaving no impact on the Blackbeard pirates. Luffy and the others naturally witnessed this scene, and Zoro suddenly stepped forward, resting his hand on the ancient sword. Say, Zoro, step back. You all don't engage in this battle. Luffy placed his hand on Zoro's shoulder and, in a flash, moved to the front. All right. Zoro had always supported Luffy's decisions, so he said nothing further upon seeing Luffy's insistence. He and Usopp and Sanji stepped back a few paces, leaving the stage for Luffy. A sea breeze blew through as Luffy clenched his fists, standing at the forefront, letting the wind whip around him while his gaze remained locked on that corpulent figure ahead. That person was named Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Suddenly, Luffy took a deep breath and shouted loudly at Blackbeard, who was not far away. Dare to fight me? As he said this, his conqueror's haki erupted forward without any reservation, exploding with full force. Ha ha! A loud laugh came from the pirate ship not far away, and a massive figure leaped forward, charging directly towards Luffy, meeting the conqueror's haki he had unleashed. To fight you, huh? Then let me show you the brutality of the new world. Blackbeard huffed, and suddenly, he threw a powerful punch towards Luffy. Bang! Without any evasion, Luffy directly countered with a punch, and the two collided head-on. However, at the moment of contact, a tremor traveled from Luffy's fist, and the force within his punch began to surge and stack up against Blackbeard's fist. Ha! With a shout, Blackbeard suddenly exerted more force, pushing his punch forward once again, and the two forces collided directly. The two were pushed apart by the impact, ending the first round of their confrontation in a test of strength. Without any hesitation, Luffy directly entered gear second, and armament haki began to wrap around his limbs. Take my hit, Jet Pistol. After a brief build-up, Luffy unleashed a fierce attack towards Blackbeard with his punch. Blackbeard smirked slightly, seemingly unfazed by Luffy's attack, and a strand of black liquid began to form in his hand, activating the power of the dark fruit. Boom! The JT pistol struck Blackbeard's abdomen, but it only produced a loud noise without causing any substantial damage. Dark water. Before Luffy could react, Blackbeard unleashed the technique he had prepared. Such a technique? The dark water is something that devil fruit users would prefer to avoid, as it can temporarily nullify the abilities of a devil fruit user and pull their enemies in, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Without resisting, Luffy allowed the attraction of the dark water to take hold, and his right hand began to spin rapidly behind him, activating the softness from the 8 Trigrams technique. In an instant, Luffy's right hand took on a conical shape, and following the pull of the dark water, he accelerated with a moon step, and the armament haki that he had already prepared wrapped around his entire body. The mutated armament haki formed a striped pattern on Luffy's body. This scene surprised Blackbeard for a moment, but he quickly dismissed it, as he had already felt the intensity of Luffy's conqueror's haki. Generally, every awakened haki user would choose to specialize in their own type of haki, and conqueror's haki is extremely rare. Given how this little guy utilized conqueror's haki, it was clear that he had devoted all his energy to training it. While his armament haki was likely just an afterthought, its defensive and countering effects should not be strong. Furthermore, the chances of his dark water attack being neutralized by such armament haki were low. So Blackbeard paid no mind to the small movements of Luffy's hidden hand, standing confidently, while the dark water in his hand became even more intense. Gear 3rd. Luffy had no hesitation and activated Gear 3rd directly in the air, not far from Blackbeard. Instantly, his already rapidly spinning right hand grew larger, and in a blink, it was elongated, reaching a peak speed. Armament haki wrapped around him, and the previously covered armament haki on Luffy's back gathered some of it directly around his right hand, making the armament haki there even denser. Quake the heavens. A momentum formed around Luffy's rapidly spinning right hand, creating multiple afterimages. Dark water. As Luffy approached Blackbeard within 5 meters, Blackbeard felt immense pressure from Luffy's conical right hand, which was now fully exposed. He stopped thinking about directly grabbing Luffy, and, instead, he unleashed the dark water in his hand. The dark water, along with Blackbeard's body, surged towards Luffy, but at that moment, Luffy revealed a mocking smile. Drill! From the very beginning, all his movements and techniques were prepared for this final strike. At this moment, Luffy unleashed the drill without holding back. Luffy's right hand, wrapped in armament haki, unleashed a powerful impact that surged towards the dark water. Zing! The drill pierced through the dark water, completely disregarding the dark water that had come into contact with his body. At this moment, Luffy had only one thought in his mind: to deliver this strongest strike forcefully into the body of the man before him. The moment the dark water made contact with Luffy's body, the expected effect of losing his devil fruit ability did not occur, which surprised Blackbeard. Chapter 199, Defeat. Not good. After a brief moment of surprise, Blackbeard realized something was off, and a strange power surged from his body. Boom, boom, boom. A vibration even stronger than Luffy's quake erupted from Blackbeard's body. In the direction of Luffy's drill, a regional shockwave emerged, and Luffy was instantly pushed away. The drill, which had been prepared for such a long time, was dodged by Blackbeard at the last moment, and the power he unleashed made Luffy feel its impact. The power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit indeed allowed one to wield two devil fruit abilities. Luffy performed a backflip and landed a short distance away from Blackbeard. Surprisingly, Luffy's body did not shrink. The side effects of Gear 3rd did not activate, which left Luffy feeling quite astonished. Of course, it was best that he did not shrink at this moment. It seems you know quite a bit. But do you think it's that easy to possess two devil fruit abilities? Blackbeard said ambiguously, stepping forward once again. This time, Blackbeard did not underestimate Luffy at all. After all, someone who could make him feel pressure with a single punch and who had cultivated both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki to such a level should not be taken lightly. It seems that even using the drill could not inflict damage on the opponent. The Tremor fruit was indeed more formidable than his own Quake the Heavens. Even if he could grab the opponent's physical form, he would still be unable to attack him. However, after such a long time, Luffy felt somewhat speechless about using that move again. However, that move had changed a lot compared to before, and Luffy himself didn't know how powerful it would be. The Dark Path. The Blackbeard charging towards Luffy immediately unleashed his ability, turning his hand into a black hole-like existence in the air. In an instant, the surrounding air was absorbed into Blackbeard's body and continued to increase. Second gear. Third gear. Without hesitation, under the premise of not accelerating or increasing strength, Luffy couldn't be sure that he wouldn't be taken out by Blackbeard in the next strike. A huge right hand formed a blunt blade, which Luffy lifted up, then forcefully swung down with the weight of the blunt blade. Dark Liberation. In a low voice, Blackbeard had already caught up, and the dark path that had absorbed enough air suddenly erupted completely. An air cannon formed entirely of gas appeared in front of Blackbeard, then without hesitation. It was fired directly towards the blunt blade that Luffy had created. 10,000 waves. Luffy's blunt blade, moving at high speed, brought with it a violent afterimage as it slashed downwards. This move was based on the 1,000 waves technique and was Luffy's strongest strike at that moment. This 10,000 waves was completely different from the tremors that Luffy and Zoro usually unleashed. The usual tremors were accumulated energy after shaking the heavens and earth. Although they also added power through continuous tremors, layering strength upon strength, this 10,000 waves was a direct accumulation of 1,000 overlaps on that blunt blade, then released in one go to form a strong attack force. Dark Garment. The moment Luffy's 10,000 waves erupted, a garment with a dark aura and subtle vibrations formed around Blackbeard. The huge blunt blade collided directly with the air cannon released by Blackbeard's Dark Liberation. In that subtle moment, Blackbeard surprisingly changed the direction of the air cannon, causing the blunt blade to only be able to strike at the air cannon side, unable to completely shatter the compressed air cannon. Similarly, before the air cannon was completely obstructed, the final burst of strength from the 10,000 waves, carrying a strong momentum, directly struck Blackbeard's body, immediately causing a dazzling tremor around Blackbeard. Crackling. A series of sounds echoed as that force continued to sway around Blackbeard's body. A hit connected, and it was immediately pushed away by a shockwave, then struck from another side. Thus, Luffy's strongest move gradually dissipated under the consumption of the Dark Garment. However, the air cannon instantly collided with Luffy's mutated armament Haki. ZZZZ. The air cannon pushed forward continuously, and judging by its appearance, it still contained a significant amount of power. Suddenly, Luffy felt a pain radiating from his chest, caused by the air cannon. Release. The stronger the defense of the armament Haki, the greater the attack power. At this moment, Luffy could no longer let the air cannon keep pushing forward, as the armament Haki was only gradually weakened, because Luffy had begun to feel that the air cannon could explode at any moment. Instantly, all the armament Haki in his body formed a powerful force, and, at a very fast speed, a new force formed at the chest area attacked by Blackbeard's air cannon, pushing out fiercely. In the collection of armament Haki that Luffy could unleash, the air cannon was finally pushed away, and then Luffy controlled the last of the armament Haki, adding force and directly crashing into the air cannon. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion erupted 5 meters in front of Luffy. Without the protection of the armament hockey, Luffy was directly blown aside by the strong impact. While holding his head, his body immediately covered in blood. However, at this moment, Luffy was unusually clear-headed, feeling the changes in his body. He could clearly feel each air blade generated by the air cannon slicing through his skin, causing blood to flow, but his body, which had previously obeyed him, was now completely unresponsive. I did my best. I know. A sense of helpless dialogue formed in Luffy's mind, and at that moment, Blackbeard showed no signs of letting up, throwing another fierce punch at Luffy's head. Chapter 200, Desperate Strike. Clang. At the moment Blackbeard's fist was about to smash into Luffy's head, three swords formed a cross shape in front of him, covered with a thick layer of armament hockey. Your life, you still can't take it. Three-sword style secret technique. 6 paths of the cross. A circular cutting surface violently slashed towards Blackbeard along Zoro's 3 swords. Interesting. Blackbeard dodged with a quick movement, and beside Zoro stood a man with a giant rhinoceros beetle and a gentleman holding a cigarette, his feet already completely red. Haha, they really are a good bunch of people. Blackbeard suddenly laughed, and at that moment, several people appeared from behind. They were Luffy, Shiryu of the Rain, Katarina, and Baskerville, who always held a wine glass. I give you 2 choices. Leave the glass heart behind, or be killed by us. Luffy floated to the front of Blackbeard and the others, stating their purpose for tracking the Straw Hats to this place. At this time, more than 500 meters behind Sanji and the others, a hand flower suddenly dissipated, and not far away. Frankie, is the coating done? This time, we must dive below 10,000 meters. Otherwise, it will be impossible to shake those people off. Robin asked Frankie, who was working hard nearby, her tone very anxious. Robin, what's wrong? At this moment, apart from Frankie, who was busy thickening the ship's coating, Chopper was actively preparing various healing medicines. Those who can dominate in a major event are definitely not people like Luffy and the others can defeat. This is something Nami and the others understand very well. If we fail, Luffy seems to be seriously injured now, and Zoro and the others are confronting the enemy. Earlier, Zoro told me to notify everyone to prepare to retreat at any time. We must completely shake them off, otherwise. As Robin spoke, her mood grew increasingly worse. Will we be completely annihilated? Following Robin's words, Nami voiced the thing she was most reluctant to say. All right, now is not the time to think about these chaotic matters. Just prepare according to the plan. Perona, go release the Empress. I believe she will see the situation clearly by now. After Nami simply instructed, she began to observe the nearby currents, as selecting the safest route was crucial. What if I choose neither? Zoro kicked the injured Luffy, who was unable to move, directly to Usopp, while he had already sheathed his 3 swords. Sanji, Usopp, you go ahead, I'll catch up soon. Before Blackbeard could react, Zoro shouted loudly to Sanji and Usopp behind him, while gripping the ancient sword tightly with both hands. CHY, I'm counting on you this time. With a single sword style, he drew the blade, and a golden light flashed as Zoro swung the sword, gripping it tightly in his hands. Usopp, hurry and take Luffy back to the ship. Tell Nami not to wait for us. You guys go first, I'll hold off that idiot here. Sanji shouted at Usopp, then suddenly stopped, hiding in a low depression not far from Zoro. All right then, I'll leave Zoro to you. Usopp didn't say much, as he still needed to protect Luffy. Got it. You need to hurry. I suspect they're definitely looking for our ship. Their numbers don't add up. Under Sanji's urging again, Usopp left with Sanji's last guess. Are you planning to take us all on by yourself? Luffy looked at the person in front of him, seemingly impressed by his courage to stand up. Oof. Want to try? Zoro desperately focused his thoughts into the CHY sword, unleashing its power. Zoro understood very well that the power of the CHY sword was far greater than he had imagined. Facing so many opponents, all with such abnormal strength, Zoro felt he might be able to hold his own against one. But against 5, or those yet to appear, he had no confidence at all. His only support at this moment was the sword in his hand. Taking her head is as easy as reaching into a pocket. Suddenly, the cigar-smoking man on Blackbeard's side drew his demon blade and charged at Zoro with a slash. Ancient, CHY, Zoro did not hesitate, pouring all his mental and spiritual energy into the sword. He put everything into it without holding back, knowing that after the strike he might not be the same, but at least it could buy some time for Luffy and the others to escape danger. Kuina, I'm coming. A faint image crossed his mind, and at that moment, the CHY in Zoro's hand erupted completely. A golden arc formed as the CHY sliced through the air, creating a massive arc in the direction Zoro faced. However, the CHY didn't seem to be fully charged yet, as the arc was still condensing in front of Zoro. But Zoro had his eyes tightly shut, as if everything was being controlled by the sword in his hand, which was shining brilliantly. Shadow kill. Suddenly, Zoro, with his eyes shut tight, shouted loudly and swung the CHY with great force, sending the arc directly towards Shiryu's demon blade. Not good. At that moment, Blackbeard, who had been watching from behind, suddenly shouted and took several large steps forward, activating the powers of the Dark Fruit and the Tremor Fruit. Not far behind Zoro, a shadow appeared in a low area, swiftly wrapping around Zoro, who was lifted into the air by the sword. In just a few moments, they vanished from the area. Boom, 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 boom. A sound more intense than any before resonated throughout the sky of this unknown island, and Burgess and the others, who had been searching for the Straw Hat pirate ship, immediately turned to head towards the source of the violent noise. At that moment, where Zoro had unleashed the power of the CHY, a black cocoon enveloped everyone inside. Outside the black cocoon, a terrifying scene unfolded. The pirate ship that had been behind them had turned to ruins. The island outside the black cocoon had been completely obliterated. Ancient weapon. A weak voice emanated from within the black cocoon. Chapter 201. The Great Whirlpool. At this moment, Sanji was completely horrified, witnessing the sword Zoro had swung. Zoro's unconscious, floating figure in the air completely awakened Sanji, and the moment he embraced Zoro's body, he felt no trace of life emanating from him, as if he were holding a corpse. Sanji glanced over to the spot where Zoro had unleashed that astonishing sword strike, which had formed a pure black cocoon. Anxious, he disregarded everything and sprinted towards the ship. Huh? Where are those? After a while, Sanji had crossed the entire island and was not far from the Mary, when he saw several large figures returning from one side. The figures glanced at Sanji, but did not chase after him. Instead, they quickly ran towards the area where they had just fought. Among those people, one caught Sanji's attention, as this person looked extremely defeated and powerless, and oddly enough, the horse he was riding looked the same. Yet the horse moved quickly despite its stumbling. Sanji didn't want to stir up trouble, especially with Zoro's injuries weighing heavily on his mind. Since those people didn't come after him, Sanji pressed on without pause. Soon, Sanji arrived at the designated spot, but there was no sign of the Mary. He didn't panic. After observing the situation, he suddenly saw a small black inscription on one of the stones. He jumped over to the stone. 200. Other than this number, there was no further content. However, after discovering this stone, Sanji didn't linger to look any further, instead scanning the area to see if anyone was watching him from a distance. Looks like I was overthinking it. After a brief, self-deprecating thought, Sanji carried Zoro and jumped into the sea. Sure enough, they were still here. At the moment Sanji jumped into the water, a figure slowly emerged from a pit about 500 meters away, running towards a direction without caring about anything else. Sanji entered the water, immediately enveloping himself and Zoro in a layer of armament haki, and descended rapidly into the depths. Soon, a coated ship appeared before Sanji, and on the deck, Frankie and Perona were intently watching above. Upon seeing Sanji and the unconscious Zoro, Frankie and Perona cheered. Hey! Sanji jumped onto the deck and without a word, rushed towards where Chopper was. Chopper, quick, check on Zoro. Nami, we have to leave immediately. Sanji shouted almost as if he were yelling, and then suddenly felt weak and collapsed. Sanji! Nami immediately caught Sanji, and then, at Chopper's suggestion, pulled him aside to rest. Nami, set sail. I've finished treating Luffy's wound. He just needs to rest for a while, and he'll be fine. Next up is Zoro. Chopper's brows were already tightly knitted. All right, Frankie, let's go. Nami stood up and said directly to Frankie, and then the two left the cabin, with the Going Merry beginning to move as well. What's wrong with him? A slightly crying, tender voice came from his side. I don't know, Chopper. After checking Zoro, he found he couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Chopper continued to examine Zoro, but found that apart from his breath, Zoro had no injuries at all. There were no external wounds, nor any internal injuries. However, Zoro's life force was surprisingly weak and showed a trend of getting weaker. It seems that place is still the problem. After pondering for a moment, Chopper walked to Zoro's head and began to examine carefully. Before long, Chopper stood up, and this time, his face was unusually grim. It seems we must let Luffy make the decision. Without any explanation, Chopper walked directly to Luffy's sickbed and took out a blue sphere from his bag. This energy ball, which allowed Chopper to change, actually had another function. It stimulated the source of life force, overdrawing one's vitality. For Chopper, who was fundamentally an animal, this energy ball wasn't as serious, but for humans, the side effects were quite significant. Chopper directly fed the blue wave ball to Luffy, while also consuming one himself. Then he punched Luffy's chest, and a force instantly seeped through Luffy's skin into the sphere, which then spread throughout Luffy's body. Let's wait until Luffy wakes up to talk. I need to hurry and prepare some medicine to prevent Zoro's condition from worsening. After explaining a bit to the people around him, Chopper went to his own room to start a flurry of preparation work. Meanwhile, beside Luffy, the Empress had a worried and melancholic expression, and Perona, who entered with her, did not move another step. Did those people go down from here? Blackbeard seemed to have finally calmed down and arrived at the place where Sanji fell, led by others. Yes, it's right here, but we can't catch up with them. A slightly fatigued Lafitte said, sounding a bit haggard. After all, they had just lost a battleship they had painstakingly built in that earlier slash. I didn't expect they still had ancient weapons in their hands, which are on par with the Crystal Heart. However, this time we've suffered a big loss. Blackbeard said angrily, then turned to the sickly-looking person and asked, is Shiryu really beyond saving? He's done for, completely lost his life force, the sickly person lazily replied, then lay back down on his own bed, which had a similarly dying appearance, saying no more. Even if we can't catch up, we can't let them have it easy. Blackbeard suddenly struck his hands towards the sea ahead with a fierce blow. His fists formed a thick black mass and directly smashed onto the sea surface. Like a pool of ink, it instantly dyed the nearby sea area black, and a large whirlpool began to form, spinning rapidly. All right, let's go. After releasing this blow, Blackbeard turned and walked away, showing no intention of pursuing further, as if Shiryu's death was not something he couldn't accept. Chapter 202. A sea area of 10,000 meters. More than a month had passed since Luffy and the others escaped from Crystal Island, and the news of their taking the Crystal Heart from Crystal Island had caused a sensation throughout the New World. In the New World, at the location of the new Marine headquarters, the current Marine Admiral Akainu was receiving information from an intelligence officer. What did you say? Suddenly, Akainu stood up in fury, hoarsely questioning a captain in front of him. All this information is true. I only learned a little bit by chance. The captain affirmed once again, while feeling a sense of anticipation for the rewards that this new admiral might give. Who else knows this news? Akainu asked expressionlessly. I just learned a bit. Currently, I'm the only one who knows, the captain said, feeling more excited as Akainu's tone softened. That's good. Akainu muttered to himself, lightly placing his right hand on the captain's shoulder, and suddenly, a scorching magma formed from his right hand, instantly vaporizing the captain. I didn't expect they were indeed plotting something. I need to contact them quickly, or else they will really succeed. After carefully examining the information the captain had just given him, Akainu walked to a corner and entered a secret stone room, where there was a crystal-like Den Mushi. Akainu took the crystal Den Mushi and dialed a number. All right, we know. You also need to cultivate your own power. An aged voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi. Will our plan be implemented? Akainu asked the crystal Den Mushi in a servile manner. Soon, Rue has already taken people over, and soon, Jocks will come to cooperate with you. But before that, you must know that the Crystal Heart must be obtained, and the few kids must be eliminated. The Holy Land has sent news that that kid will become a threat. After saying this, the crystal Den Mushi went silent. Akainu focused on holding the crystal Den Mushi, seemingly waiting for the person on the opposite side to leave. After a while, Akainu also put down the crystal Den Mushi and stood up, with more shadows in his eyes. That guy Jocks hum. Then Akainu began to issue a series of commands, and the Marine headquarters began to make major moves in the New World. The mysterious 5th Division also fully entered the New World, but part of the people left the Marine headquarters with a bald man. They finally landed on a small island with 5 people, among whom were many familiar figures. Included were the former Marine Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Akiji, Kizu, and Luffy's former companion, Kobe. At this moment, on another small island, the elderly gentleman from Crystal Island, who respectfully addressed him as Lord Ray, was reporting something to an old man in a cloak. Beside the old man was a man dressed entirely in black, holding something like a hook. Is that all? The old man asked indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about the deceased Mackenzie. Yes, Lord Rue, the man replied respectfully, feeling somewhat nervous and silently praying that Lord Rue would not bring up that matter, which he still had no clue about. Damn it, slap. Lord Rue slapped him loudly, glaring at him. Where's the Crystal Heart? Where's the Crystal Heart? How did I entrust you? Ah, do you still remember? Seeking forgiveness, Lee suddenly knelt before Lord Shio, while in his heart he had already cursed Mackenzie countless times. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even accomplish this small task. Get up. I give you a year's time to retrieve that thing. Lord Shio's calm voice rang in Lee's ears, and then he instantly disappeared, along with a mysterious man in a black suit holding a hook. It seems he has already gained some reputation in this new world. The voice of the one-armed Zyankasisi sounded a bit weary as he spoke to Bucky and Rayleigh across from him. Zyankasisi. Bucky suddenly stood up, seriously addressing Zyankasisi. Don't change the subject. We all know about little Luffy, but now we are talking about your situation. I don't know what you're thinking, but you should know that the one who agreed to concoct a potion to restore your arm was the result of me, Rayleigh, and that kid persuading him with reason and emotion for more than half a month. You just outright denied it without a second thought? Bucky was very angry. After all, seeing his friend missing an arm made him very uncomfortable. The last time he teamed up with Jaws to eliminate that guy named Don Quixote, he learned from a newcomer named Law that there was a miraculous woman in the White Beard Pirates. She had this amazing formula that could regenerate bones and flesh. So Bucky helplessly dragged Rayleigh with him to visit the White Beard Pirates, met that woman, and stayed there for more than half a month, performing countless juggling acts before she finally agreed. Bucky and Rayleigh returned to their temporary island, eager to surprise Zyankasisi, but who would have thought that Zyankasisi would outright refuse? He even changed the topic to the recent attention little Luffy and the others were receiving in this new world, which understandably made Bucky feel upset. All right, Bucky, let Zyankasisi explain his reasons. Rayleigh stopped Bucky, looking seriously at Zyankasisi, wanting to know the reasoning as well. Actually, it's nothing much. I don't want to take back my bet before the game is over. Otherwise, it would be meaningless, Zyankasisi said lightly, then stood up, looking towards the east. He seemed to suddenly return to a scene from the past, a child shouting loudly in front of him, revealing a hint of persistence amidst his mischief. I must become the Pirate King. A simple sentence left Zyankasisi completely stunned as he placed the straw hat, which he regarded as his life, on the child's head. You. Upon hearing Zyankasisi's nonsensical words, Bucky was about to advise Zyankasisi once again, but this time Rayleigh held Bucky back. Let's wait until we win before concocting it. After all, from the news I got from Marco, that little girl seems to be waiting for someone and won't leave the White Beard Pirates for now. Rayleigh instantly understood what Zyankasisi was thinking, briefly explained, and then started drinking with Bucky, showing no signs of disturbing Zyankasisi's days. Is this the sea 10,000 meters below? Looking at the peculiar fishmen passing by, Nami curiously gazed at the world outside. Nami, it's been over a month since Luffy has eaten anything. Sanji, Usopp, Frankie, and Brook are the same. Robin explained with a hint of worry. Don't worry, they have the Empress taking care of them. They'll be fine, Nami said, glancing somberly at the few who had been standing nearby for over a month. Chapter 203. Perona's Decision. Luffy, you're awake. Chopper came out holding a small bottle, glanced at Luffy, and then walked over to Zoro's side. Chopper, Robin said Zoro's injuries are severe, Luffy asked with deep concern. Chopper had Brook take out a very large bucket, filled it with hot water, and then dripped the liquid from the small bottle into it. Let's talk outside, Chopper said with a very serious expression, then stepped out first, at which point Sanji also woke up. The group soon appeared on the deck of the Mary, including Nami and Frankie. At this moment, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates were gathered together, except for Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Nami, Robin, Frankie, the Empress, and Perona. All right, Chopper, go ahead. The entire Straw Hat crew stood together, none sitting down, all with heavy expressions. Zoro's condition is very bad. This time, his soul has suffered a severe blow, and the extent is over 10 times worse than last time. It is almost impossible for his soul to fully recover, Chopper said with a sorrowful tone. No way. Nami and the others immediately covered their mouths, disbelief written all over their faces. Even using the same method as last time with double the dosage will have no effect on Zoro now, so only have one way to wake him up. However, after waking up, Zoro's soul will not be able to fully recover, and the side effects will be significant, so this decision must be made by you, Luffy. Chopper said very seriously to Luffy. What will happen if we don't let Zoro wake up for now? At that moment, Luffy was surprisingly calm, without a hint of panic or recklessness. At most 3 months. Otherwise, Zoro's injured soul will completely dissipate, and then. Chopper couldn't help but shed tears as he spoke. Then, just as Luffy was about to let Chopper proceed, a soft, tearful voice interrupted. Wait. When he wakes up, can he still continue to improve in swordsmanship? Perona, no longer resembling the cute sprite she once was, had tears streaming down her face. It's impossible. His soul has been injured. We can't even be sure if he will regain his complete consciousness, let alone make progress in swordsmanship. However, just saving his life will be the best outcome, Chopper explained, looking at the lovely girl. Perona did not immediately respond, but bit her lip, seemingly making a very difficult decision. Do you believe in me? Perona suddenly seemed to realize something, her tear-stained face breaking into a smile as she looked at Luffy and the others. If you believe in me, then hand him over to me. A month later, I will return to you a Zoro exactly like before. Perona threw out this shocking news before Luffy and the others could say anything. Really? Nami and Robin, who had been supporting Luffy, looked at Perona with filled expectations. Really, trust me. But Chopper, I need your help. I need that liquid to stabilize Zoro, and it must be changed daily. Is that okay? Sure, but Perona, do you have a plan? Can you tell me about it? Chopper asked curiously, excited yet unsure about Perona's claim of having a way to completely heal Zoro. After all, he was the one who understood Zoro's condition best. Chopper, trust me. Perona didn't explain anything, but simply said this sentence lightly, then walked towards where Zoro was. Have you made your decision? Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind Perona. It was Luffy's voice. He has spent his whole life pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I can't let his dream end like this. I'm sorry. Luffy cried, and for the first time since coming here, he cried from the heart. A feeling of bitterness surged deep within him. It's not your fault. Perona took a few more determined steps forward. Thank you, take care. Luffy took a deep look at Perona's back, then walked to a spot on the deck, lost in thought as he stared at the sea ahead, standing there motionless. No matter how anyone tried to persuade him, it was of no use. In the end, Sanji and the others stood with Luffy, while Frankie and Nami continued to operate the Mary and dive forward. After all, not far behind them, a huge whirlpool seemed to have an inexplicable attraction to the surrounding things. Getting a little closer created a pulling force. Moreover, this whirlpool had formed shortly after Nami and the others had left that place, definitely related to Blackbeard and his crew above. They had to leave immediately to safely escape Blackbeard's pursuit. Perona looked at Zoro's resolute face, her tender little hand caressing the scar on Zoro's cheek, and tears fell uncontrollably. Kuina, how deep is her place in your heart? Drawing circles over Zoro's heart, Perona suddenly jumped and dove into the barrel filled with liquid. Then she wrapped her arms around Zoro, holding him tightly without any gaps. Her tender little lips gently kissed Zoro's strong masculine lips. And then a faint white aura flowed from Perona's mouth into Zoro's. Just like that, Perona kissed Zoro, and the moment she closed her eyes, it became a still image. Chopper walked in just in time to see this scene, but he held back the words that were about to come out and said nothing, simply adding liquid to the barrel and warming the water inside. Streams of breath began to form from Perona's body and were transmitted through their lip contact, eventually flowing into the most mysterious part of Zoro's mind through a mysterious pathway, where it was dark. Zoro, Zoro. The voice was very faint, but it kept calling out. Then this voice actually drilled directly into that darkness and merged into it, and soon another voice echoed in Zoro's mind. Once again, it merged into the darkness. Each time, the voice called out Zoro 3 times, and if there was no response, it would directly merge into the darkness. A month passed like this, and Perona's figure had gradually become somewhat transparent from the initial appearance of a girl, but the still image of the kiss had never changed. Zoro, Zoro. This voice once again echoed in Zoro's mind, but it was much weaker than the initial sounds. Chapter 204. The Wailing Spirit. Zoro, Zoro. Perona persistently poured a bit of her soul into Zoro's soul, calling out a few times each time. A very faint, almost inaudible sound came from that dark area, and at that moment, a firefly-like light appeared in the originally dark space. Zoro, Zoro, Zoro. Perona called out to Zoro with even more effort, while the souls accelerated their merging into the dark area of Zoro's mind. The firefly also grew larger with the influx of these souls, first to the size of a grain of rice, then to the size of a pearl. Once this firefly completely covered the area of Zoro's soul, the voice calling out to Zoro suddenly dissipated. Not good. At this moment, Chopper was just adding liquid to the tub where Zoro was soaking, as usual, and glanced up at the slightly closed-eyed Perona. Still so serene and cute, suddenly, the corners of Perona's mouth curved slightly, and she actually smiled. Then her body surged with energy, and the white auras crazily infused into Zoro's body where their lips had touched. Finally, Perona's body shrank into a small spirit aura and stopped, floating in front of Zoro, devoid of any consciousness, like a newly born child. snuggling tightly against Zoro's chest. No more delays. It seems like it's time to take that step. Chopper looked at the small spirit aura that was gradually shrinking, with the possibility of disappearing at any moment. He immediately remembered what Perona had told him earlier and took out a small brocade box. The box was engraved with a talisman that Chopper couldn't understand at all, but he followed Perona's instructions to uncover the talisman and open the box. As soon as the box opened, a powerful attraction was released, and it directly sucked the now spirit aura Perona into the box. Once the aura completely entered the box, Chopper quickly closed it and placed the talisman back on the box. Then Chopper carefully placed the box in a safe spot and began a detailed diagnosis of Zoro's condition. When Chopper placed his hand on Zoro's forehead, suddenly a very strong wave emanated from Zoro's mind, shocking Chopper. Because this indicated that the soul aura in Zoro's mind was much stronger than before he was injured. There was no trace of being heavily wounded at all. Chopper. A low, slightly weak voice reached Chopper's ears. He's awake, he's awake. Chopper's first reaction upon hearing Zoro's voice was to shout loudly. Then he rushed to the deck to share the good news with Luffy and the others. Chopper, is Zoro's soul no longer in trouble? When Luffy heard that Zoro was fine, his gloomy face still showed no signs of brightening. Not only is there no problem, but he's even stronger than before. Really? That's great. That's wonderful, Zoro-san. What about Perona? Without cheering like Nami and Sanji, Luffy calmly asked Chopper again. Luffy's words instantly pulled everyone down from the peak of excitement and back into heavy sorrow. But the gaze looking at Chopper was filled with a glimmer of hope, hoping for Perona's safety. Perona had said from the beginning that this soul condensation technique, once used, would put her into a state of sleep. And now she was indeed, as she had said, in a deep sleep. I have already followed her request and sealed her last fragment of soul in a spirit-sealing brocade box. Chopper explained softly, his tone growing heavier. All right, since Perona has made her decision, we must respect it. You all go see Zoro, Luffy said to everyone, then turned around and walked to the bow of the Mary, sitting down on the figurehead, gazing at the deep sea ahead. No one came over, not even the Empress, because they all knew that Luffy was in a very bad mood and needed some personal space. Sanji and the others took the opportunity to enter the room to check on Zoro's injuries. After all, they couldn't completely relax just by listening to Chopper. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. On the deserted deck of the Mary, Luffy was alone, facing the vast sea, tears streaming down his face. He had thought that after more than 40 days of intense training, he and the others had become strong enough to have a place in the new world. He thought that with himself, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and everything would be fine. He believed he wouldn't have to relive that scene in his mind, that it shouldn't be like this. But now, Zoro had pushed himself to the limit to save him, desperately wielding the shadow sword, fighting like mad, and ended up suffering a severe soul injury, almost turning into a fool. Perona had even sacrificed her own soul to help gather Zoro's nearly shattered soul. What am I? What have I done? I've done nothing, sat idly by, and aside from being willful and causing them trouble, what else could I do? Luffy suddenly raised his head, looking at the strange sea monsters drifting in the deep sea. An unspoken pain seeped from Luffy's heart. Smack! In the dead of night, a hand suddenly slapped Luffy on the shoulder. It was Zoro, who had just begun to recover. Zoro, with traces of tears still on his cheeks. It's okay. Perona will be fine. We'll all be fine. Zoro's trembling voice carried a hint of strength. Woo-woo. Luffy gave Zoro a bear hug, holding onto his slightly recovering body. The two Iron Men, in the deep of the night at sea, began to wail and cry. Zoro, I want to let this happen again. Trust me, Luffy whispered firmly in Zoro's ear. I carry the dreams of two people on my back. I cannot fall again. Zoro's figure radiated strength, and at some point, the entire Straw Hat crew appeared around Luffy and Zoro, with Nami holding the brocade box containing Perona's spirit orb. Chapter 205. 3 years of hibernation after that painful night of crying, another month passed. The food on the Mary had run out, and Sanji, donning a protective layer, went out several times into the deep sea, 10,000 meters below, to replenish their missing food. He found many underwater plants that could greatly aid in treating Zoro's injuries. At Chopper's urging, he searched for several types of seaweed that only grow at the bottom of the sea, preparing some remedies for them to combat the ailments caused by living on land for so long without adapting to the lack of sunlight underwater. One day, the Straw Hat crew gathered on the deck of the Mary, forming a circle around a huge plate that held a gigantic shrimp. Let's dig in. Luffy, as usual, couldn't resist Sanji's cooking and, after a brief call, was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Before long, the massive shrimp was devoured by the crew, with everyone eating a lot, even the Empress Nami, who had a big round belly. Friends, after we finish, Luffy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at his crew. I spoke with Frankie. He can reinforce the coating of the Mary in this deep sea. So, I think we should live down here for 3 years and then go out. Right now, we carry the glass heart, and it seems many powers are aware of Zoro's shadow sword. We don't yet have the strength to protect them. If we act arrogant again, it won't just put one partner to sleep, but could wipe out the crew. Luffy slowly shared the decision he had carefully considered recently. Are you willing? Luffy looked at his crewmates, affirming his question once more. Yes, but after 3 years, you two will have to step aside, okay? By then, it won't be you two taking the spotlight anymore, right? Nami-san, Robin-san, Hancock-san. Sanji began with certainty, only to shift into a flattering tone. And the others? Yes. You and Zoro have worked too hard these days. We'll have to double our efforts. Nami and the others stood up lightly, then began their daily routine of practicing the 8 Trigrams technique. All right, in 3 years, we will reappear before the world. By then, we will no longer fear anyone on this sea. Luffy suddenly stood up, shouting loudly towards the sea above the Mary, and then he began his day's training. At first, the 8 Trigrams technique seemed to Luffy to be purely soft, shaking the heavens and earth falling, along with the later 1,000 waves and the understanding of yin and yang he had gained with Zoro. However, during the constant evolution process, Luffy suddenly realized that the 8 Trigrams technique was not as simple as he had imagined. Instead, it was a very profound state of mind, a vibration, a layering, a cumulative momentary burst of understanding. How much power he could unleash depended entirely on his own comprehension and the insights gained during practice. After continuously enhancing his understanding of the technique day by day, Luffy suddenly found himself hitting a bottleneck in his experience of the 8 Trigrams technique. This bottleneck made him feel the incompleteness of the technique, as if something was still missing. 8 Trigrams technique, 8 Trigrams technique. When he first crossed over, he remembered seeing 8 blocks of the technique, but in the castle of Mocha, he discovered a black iron piece. After obtaining 4 bronze-level pieces from the clock god during his adventure in Semi-Village, he never sensed any connection to those iron pieces again. However, just the other night, when he sat alone on the sheep's head, a faint connection appeared at a black dot in his chest, which was the convergence point of the black iron piece and the 4 bronze pieces. The call from here must be the final guidance about the 8 Trigrams technique. Being 10,000 meters deep in the sea was when he finally received this sensation, and it instantly made Luffy understand why he had never sensed the connection to those iron pieces before. Although he had descended to nearly 10,000 meters deep when passing through Fishman Island to reach the New World, it was merely a transition from one interface to another. Now, they were located 10,000 meters below the surface, with Fishman Island as the plane. After demonstrating the 8 Trigrams technique again, Luffy sat down on the sheep's head, a bit lost in thought, and soon made a decision. It seems necessary to lie down. Without the support of the subsequent iron pieces, the 8 Trigrams technique cannot be complete. Luffy looked toward the distant bottom of the sea, a bit dazed, and contemplated whether this time he should set sail alone or go with everyone together. Luffy, come taste the heart-shaped snack I specially made for you. Suddenly, a beautiful figure gracefully approached Luffy, holding a small plate in her hand, which contained a 3-kilogram chunk of meat. The meat was punctured with many holes, carefully infused with various unknown seasonings and some supplementary ingredients. Hancock, thank you for your hard work. Almost every day after demonstrating the cultivation of the Bagua technique, the Empress would prepare a heart-shaped bento for Luffy, all made by her own hands. Even Sanji's offer to help was directly rejected by the Empress, because in her heart, making heart-shaped snacks for her beloved was the most basic duty of a wife. And she always took this matter into her own hands. Is this what engagement feels like? The Empress looked at Luffy with great delight. Her cheeks already flushed. You're really cute. Luffy praised the Empress once again, his compliment being sincere and comparative. After all, the soul currently in Luffy's body had crossed over from an unknown space, where it was impossible to find women, especially beautiful women like the Empress, who cherished and maintained pure love to a great extent. Of course, apart from the figure in Luffy's heart, who occupied the most important place in his heart and was a key factor in his ability to remain composed in front of such a stunning and gentle Empress. Every time the Empress heard Luffy's praise, she would fall into a state of complete swoon for a short period of time. However, the symptoms of her lovesickness had mostly disappeared now, and her true strength had been fully revealed. The intimidation of her conqueror's haki and the momentum of her armament haki surprised Luffy. Although the Empress couldn't compare to Luffy in terms of frequency and thickness in use, her skill and control were far superior. Especially after shedding the burden of lovesickness, the power of her sweet fruit ability erupted completely, even if armament haki could resist. If the difference was too great, it would still be unable to withstand it. Chapter 206. The growth of observation haki. Luffy's entire body was wrapped in a thin membrane, and with a whoosh, he dove straight into the pitch-black sea. On the Going Merry, thanks to Franky's various peculiar gadgets, Luffy and the others didn't notice any unusual changes in lighting or temperature. However, Luffy now fully felt what the ocean was like at a depth of 10,000 meters. Dark, cold, heavy pressure. These were all things Luffy had to face before encountering any other dangers. Fortunately, before setting sail, Franky had given him a small searchlight that was very convenient. Luffy just needed to attach it to his chest, forming two small lights that could shine far and clearly, making it quite useful. However, Luffy didn't use it often because he found the small light awkward, as it resembled a woman's bra. Every time he turned it on, it looked like two nipples, which made Luffy speechless. But since the ocean below was pitch black, observation haki couldn't be used as freely as on land. So sometimes he still had to rely on these two little lights to find his way. After hitting a bottleneck with the Bagua technique, Luffy gathered his friends to discuss. And although everyone was reluctant to let Luffy venture alone, he eventually persuaded them. Of course, with various miscellaneous items and the Empress's heart-shaped bento, he had a big bag. However, for Luffy's stamina, this wasn't much. The most important guiding markers and supplementary items for the membrane were tightly wrapped around his waist. These two items were very important. The guiding markers were made by Usopp, simulating the eternal pointer, with one placed on the Going Merry and one with Luffy. Each had a very small needle that pointed at each other regardless of the distance. So Luffy wouldn't have trouble finding the Going Merry after obtaining a piece of iron from the Bagua technique, which was also the key reason Nami and the others felt at ease letting Luffy set off on his own adventure. As for the supplementary items for the membrane, Luffy brought 3 in total because the membrane's endurance on him wasn't infinite, it also had a limit. So after Franky's day and night efforts, 3 small objects that could instantly form a new membrane layer on Luffy's body were made, and Franky had also warned Luffy that once the last membrane was used, he must return immediately. Luffy was a devil fruit user. If his body came into contact with seawater in this 10,000-meter ocean, the only outcome would be death. Gently patting the life-saving gadget around his waist, Luffy smiled slightly and dove deeper into the ocean. Unbeknownst to Luffy, after he left the Going Merry and began to follow the faint sensation transmitted to his chest, Zoro and Sanji also set off, starting their own training in this ocean. Soon after, Franky chose a location in a huge underwater mountain range, dug a massive pit, and brought the Going Merry inside. After some modifications, this pit became a huge base, an underwater base, casually covering it with some seaweed for camouflage, and placing several sea prism stones at the entrance to prevent sea monsters from coming that way. At this moment, the others on the Going Merry also began their underwater adventures after wearing the guiding markers and supplementary membrane items. Die Shoot wildly. Luffy didn't hesitate at all and unleashed a furious attack with both hands, instantly obliterating the piranhas that surrounded him. Are these all little guys? Luffy looked a bit displeased at the piranha group he had just taken down with one blow. He then used a fishman karate technique to leave his position, passing through a small mountain range that blocked his path, only to find more rugged terrain ahead. The ground was covered with a large amount of seaweed, which had a very vibrant life force, making it dense and providing hiding spots for small fish. As Luffy swam through, those small deep-sea fish, less than 20 centimeters long, suddenly attacked him, trying to tear apart his body and devour his flesh and blood. However, these fish were no match for Luffy's strike, easily dealt with in one blow. Once was fine, but Luffy had already encountered no less than a dozen groups of small piranhas in a short time, which made him very displeased. He couldn't help but hit a bit harder. The limitations of observation haki underwater were too great. Luffy activated his observation haki again, wanting to monitor the seaweed in the area directly to avoid further disturbances from those small fish, which were truly bothersome. Suddenly, Luffy seemed to discover something, his mouth involuntarily curling upwards as he laughed out loud. It turns out it could be like this. The range of observation haki suddenly expanded a little bit, which excited Luffy greatly, and in an instant, he realized an astonishing piece of information. Observation haki is continuously adapting to the pressure and obstacles of the 10. 0.000-meter deep sea, constantly expanding the range of detection, and there's a vague feeling of growth. Luffy instinctively activated his observation haki once again and carefully sensed the changes in it, which made him even more delighted. Because the observation haki not only adapted better to the underwater environment, but also had some growth, and Luffy felt a strange change in haki. This change was not about the range, but rather about the way information was collected from the areas he had already scanned. When Luffy first learned to use observation haki, he could only vaguely sense some indistinct changes around him. After continuous training, he could clearly feel all movements around him. Recently, Luffy's observation haki had even formed some faint sensations, allowing him to have a clear understanding of both moving and stationary objects beyond his visual range, even enabling him to simulate the appearance of movers based on his memories. Now, that feeling has intensified. It seemed as if the areas covered by observation haki could be clearly seen by Luffy's vision. Luffy also felt as if he could create a sense of pressure focused on a specific point just by concentrating on the observation haki. While observation haki is a sense of breath, at this level, it surprisingly possessed some offensive capabilities, which astonished Luffy. After several more experiments, Luffy's mastery of observation haki improved further. Initially, he made a few mistakes during the experimental phase, allowing a group of small piranhas hidden in the seaweed to launch group attacks on him a few times. However, Luffy's observation haki became so proficient that he could sense the movements of those small piranhas in advance, allowing him to easily evade their attacks each time, significantly reducing unnecessary trouble, which made Luffy exclaim with joy. At the same time, he paid more attention to observation haki, but he still couldn't find anything new. Chapter 207, Galbaha, the giant sea python. It seems that the growth speed of observation haki is indeed quite slow. After passing through the mountainous area without incident, Luffy couldn't help but sigh. He then stopped focusing on the growth of observation haki, using it instinctively more often, and each time maximizing its coverage range. The underwater time was marvelous, filled with all sorts of strange sea creatures, various new plants, and a rich variety of terrains. At this moment, Luffy stared in astonishment at the barrel-like mountains before him, not because of their size, but because it was a volcano. The thick magma, occasionally seeping out, made the seawater at the volcano's mouth bubble vigorously, and getting a little closer brought a wave of heat that contrasted sharply with the deep sea's cold, giving Luffy a feeling of ice and fire. Robin had said that if they encountered a volcano in the deep sea, they must first observe if it was still spewing magma, to determine if it was an active or dormant volcano. If it was spewing magma, it indicated an active volcano, and they must leave immediately. According to rumors, a giant serpent known as the sky pillar python lived near active volcanoes in the deep sea. This giant python possessed terrifying strength at the seabed, capable of breaking mountains and shattering stones with its tail. After years of enduring the volcano's heat, it developed a body as tough as copper and iron, with incredible defense. This sky pillar python fed on the magma from volcanoes, swallowing some of it periodically and then falling into a deep sleep. The deep-sea python had a strong sense of territory, not allowing any other creatures to approach its resting place. Therefore, whenever they saw an active volcano in the deep sea, they had to remember not to come within 500 meters of it, or else the deep-sea python would awaken from its slumber. Robin's words echoed in Luffy's mind just in time, and as he looked up at the nearby active volcano, he realized he was only about 70 to 80 meters away from it, yet the rumored deep-sea python had not appeared at all. Luffy couldn't help but wonder if Robin's information was incorrect. Then let's collect some fire essence. It should be a necessary material for forging the glazed heart. And it seems that this fire essence can only be collected at the volcano in the deep sea. This opportunity cannot be missed. Fortunately, he had secretly brought a few bottles when he set out, and Luffy cheerfully took out several uniquely patterned bottles from his backpack. These bottles were not ordinary glass bottles, but were reinforced with special materials to withstand high temperatures. They were gifts from a gnome during the acquisition of the glazed heart, and it was mentioned that these bottles could be used to hold the extremely high-temperature fire essence. Luffy looked around again, not noticing anything unusual, then selected a few sturdy sticks from the plants growing near the volcano and fitted the bottles onto them, moving closer to the volcano's mouth. He then extended the stick with the bottle towards the volcano, placing the bottle right in the middle of the volcano's mouth, and quickly scooped some of the bubbling magma before swiftly pulling it back. The stick had melted quite a bit, but fortunately, having lived next to the volcano for a long time, it had decent heat resistance, so nothing unexpected happened during Luffy's quick actions. After sealing the bottle, Luffy selected another stick, fitted another bottle, and again reached toward the volcano's mouth. In this way, Luffy gradually filled all the bottles with the fire essence spewing from the volcano, placed them in his bag, and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a strong aura suddenly surged through Luffy's constantly active observation haki, allowing him to clearly sense the speed and force of something rapidly approaching from behind. This is not a good place. I need to move. Feeling that the protective layer enveloping his body was weakening under the volcanic heat, Luffy recognized this was not a good sign. If that layer of protection was compromised, he would have no means of resistance in this deep sea and could easily drown in the rushing water. Without hesitation, he executed the Gum Gum rocket, forcefully pushing against the waves beneath him, propelling his body forward like an arrow, quickly moving away from the volcano. Sensing that whatever was chasing him was getting closer, Luffy let out a cold snort and increased his speed, rapidly moving further away until he was over 400 meters from the volcano. At this point, the pursuing creature finally caught up to Luffy. An escape was no longer an option. Luffy pushed off the water again, bringing himself to a sudden stop, while a layer of haki enveloped his arm with a pop. Gum Gum pistol. Luffy's fist shot towards the incoming sea beast with great force. Bang! Luffy's fist slammed into the sea beast's body, but it showed no sign of injury at all, seemingly unconcerned by Luffy's punch. The Zorowith Deep Sea Python. After a failed punch, Luffy clearly saw the true form of the sea beast that had been following him, which turned out to be exactly as Robin had described. Its massive body was covered in thick whiskers around its cheeks, resembling a human beard, and the sea beast was entirely fire red, which was the most obvious characteristic of the Zorowith Deep Sea Python. However, this python was indeed smaller than the size Robin had described, as its body was only half the size she mentioned. Could it be a juvenile Zorowith python? Luffy looked at the sea beast in front of him with some confusion, remembering how it had not moved when he was so close to the active volcano until he tried to take the fire essence. With this thought, a bold idea suddenly formed in Luffy's mind, and the fear he initially felt when looking at the Zorowith Deep Sea Python was replaced with a hint of greed. Since it's not an adult Zorowith Deep Sea Python, then there's nothing to be afraid of, Luffy whispered softly, then directly activated Gear Second, throwing another punch at the nearby Zorowith, but this punch was even heavier than the first one. Jet Pistol. The juvenile Zorowith Deep Sea Python was taken aback that this little bug-like creature dared to invade its territory and even attack it. Now it was even more enraged to see Luffy acting so recklessly in front of it, and it couldn't help but swing its massive tail toward the little bug. Chapter 208. Taming the Zorowith Deep Sea Python. The Zorowith swung its huge tail with all its might, causing the surrounding sea water to surge violently, forming a current that rushed toward Luffy. Bang! The jet pistol collided fiercely with Zorowith's tail, and this time Luffy was directly knocked back by the immense force of the tail. Looking down at his slightly bruised fist, Luffy couldn't help but mutter that it was indeed as Robin said. The defensive power of this giant sea python was astonishing. But having just defense without power is not enough. After letting out a low shout, Luffy activated the Fishman Karate again, and the haki that originally enveloped his hands formed a sharp cone shape on his fist. Shave! The seawater beneath Luffy's feet rapidly retreated as he kicked out, creating a small vacuum area beneath him. Boom! A short explosive sound rang out as Luffy's body shot through the depths of the sea like a darting fish, landing about 10 meters below the head of Zorowith. He then raised his right hand, delivering a powerful punch to the body of Zorowith. Luffy thought to himself that this juvenile Zorowith, despite being so hard all over, must have some weak spots. For instance, its 7-inch point. However, just as Luffy's punch came down, he saw a hint of mockery in the juvenile Zorowith's innocent eyes, followed by a slight wriggling of its entire body. And a fleshy ball-like object quickly swam from the tail of Zorowith toward the spot where Luffy's fist was about to land. Puff! The punch felt like it hit cotton, and the sharp haki did not cause any harm to Zorowith's body at that moment. Oh! Just as Luffy was about to retract his hand to dodge the incoming tail swipe from Zorowith, a round object shot out from Zorowith's body and slammed into the spot where Luffy's fist had been. Bang! Luffy was completely unprepared for this unexpected move from Zorowith, and in a hurry, he was caught off guard. Looking at the few drops of blood seeping from his hand, Luffy's gaze toward Zorowith became even more intense, but that was not enough. Luffy charged directly toward Zorowith's head again, and with a jet shotgun, his fists rained down on Zorowith's face like cannonballs, making it seem like Zorowith couldn't resist at all. Jet rocket. A powerful strike landed directly on Zorowith's forehead, sending a wave of impact surging into its brain, creating a paralyzing sensation at that moment. Chirp! Gorbahu felt the incredible power coming from Luffy's rocket punch, and the paralyzing sensation quickly formed in its mind. Ugh! Gorbahu's body twisted as it was pulled back about 10 meters, but seeing Luffy closely following behind, that distance would soon disappear again. If Luffy attacked Gorbahu's forehead once more, Gorbahu would have no way to ensure it wouldn't be paralyzed. So without any hesitation, Gorbahu opened its mouth wide, and a thick essence of magma erupted from its mouth. Hiss! The magma essence vaporized the seawater upon contact, forming a fiery column rushing toward Luffy. Indeed, it has this ability. It seems the conditions have been met. Luffy felt a surge of joy as he watched the magma essence spewing from Gorbahu's mouth. But it was clear that this was not the time for Luffy to laugh, as the high temperature of the magma essence was something neither he nor the membrane layer on his body could withstand. Fishman karate. Shave. In a few swift movements, Luffy dodged the juvenile Gorbahu's magma essence attack and looked again at Gorbahu not far away. At this moment, the paralyzing sensation in Gorbahu's mind had completely dissipated, but its originally fire-red body had become slightly dimmer, indicating that the magma essence's eruption was the juvenile Gorbahu's limit. Ha ha! Gorbahu, follow me from now on. Luffy laughed loudly as he rushed toward Gorbahu, completely unconcerned about the massive python tail swinging wildly toward him, as if he didn't even notice it. Oof! With a cold snort, Luffy suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a powerful aura emanated from his body, striking fiercely toward Gorbahu. This was pure intimidation. The Conqueror's Haki, which Luffy had been brewing for a long time, exploded from within him. Little Purple, in the future, when you encounter someone with this kind of ability, just follow them. At the same time that Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a similar force erupted within the Gorbahu Deep Sea Python, clashing against Luffy's Conqueror's Haki as the two forces exploded at that moment. It is obvious that the power erupting from Gorbahu's body is not a force he unleashed on his own, but rather a force that resides within him. Moreover, this power is something that Luffy cannot discern. It can withstand Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, yet it does not feel like Haki at all. With a clash of intimidation and momentum, the two forces collided fiercely at the first moment, eroding towards each other. However, it is clear that neither of them crossed over to the other's body. In less than a minute, these two massive forces completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Luffy, extremely surprised, felt a bit irritated. Just as he was about to unleash a stronger burst of Conqueror's Haki, he noticed that Gorbahu, the deep-sea giant python, seemed to have undergone some changes, losing its initial ferocity and appearing somewhat dazed. What's wrong with you? Seeing Gorbahu in such a state, Luffy could not help but approach, loudly calling out to him, knowing that these underwater giants have an innate ability to recognize human language. With Luffy's low shout, Gorbahu's dazed expression finally showed some signs of life. It began to make sounds in response. Strangely, Luffy seemed to understand the calls of the deep-sea giant python. And from Gorbahu's inquiries, Luffy learned that this juvenile Gorbahu had received an order since childhood to wait for someone who could trigger the hidden aura within him, and to follow that person. When Luffy's Conqueror's Haki erupted, the aura buried within Gorbahu's body for who knows how many years was finally triggered, awakening a memory deep within Gorbahu's mind. Instantly, he fell into a brief state of daze, and the malice in his gaze towards Luffy disappeared, replaced by a sense of happiness as if he had finally found home. I am Xiaoji, and you are the one I have been waiting for. The deep-sea giant python Gorbahu had a very cute name, Xiaoji, which had been etched in his memory since he was born into this world. Hearing that the person before him, who initially wanted to rely on the intimidation of Conqueror's Haki and his own displayed strength to subdue him, was actually the person Xiaoji had been waiting for 100 years, left Luffy astonished. However, upon reflection, he realized that there must be a reason for this deep-sea giant python to follow him, and the two began a friendly conversation from not too far apart. Thus, Luffy not only understood the reason why Gorbahu, the deep-sea giant python, was loyal to him, but he also learned much about this deep-sea giant python called Xiaoji. In Xiaoji's memory, he had been waiting in this deep-sea volcano for over 100 years, having consumed a great deal of magma essence and fire essence. Yet he showed no signs of growth in any aspect. Xiaoji had once thought about exploring the deep sea, but due to his instinctive limitations, he continued to wait for someone who could awaken that peculiar aura within him, preventing him from straying far from this deep-sea volcano. When Luffy arrived at this volcano, Xiaoji had already sensed his presence. However, Not long ago, a massive shark had attacked the volcano, attempting to seize something from the crater, although Xiaoji successfully repelled the invader. Most of the magma essence within him was consumed, requiring a period of recovery to restore himself. At first, he did not emerge, thinking that Luffy would leave under the high temperatures of the volcano. Xiaoji did not expect that Luffy would go for the fire essence, which was Xiaoji's most important source of energy, prompting him to rush out to teach Luffy a lesson. But who would have thought that after their encounter, the human he initially regarded as insignificant was actually the one Xiaoji had been waiting for? After communicating with Xiaoji, Luffy slightly closed his eyes, carefully reflecting on what Xiaoji had said. Moments later, a smile spread across Luffy's face as he walked over to Xiaoji's side, just a few steps away. Luffy's noticeably small hand gently caressed the whisker-like fur on Xiaoji's cheek, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. "Xiaoji, from now on, you are my partner," Luffy said in a soft yet firm voice to Xiaoji. "Gigi." Xiaoji let out a joyful cry, simultaneously waving his gigantic tail fin, creating a massive current of water that brushed gently against Luffy, like a lover's caress. This sensation was not only tender, but also very comfortable, easing the fatigue Luffy had felt since leaving the Mary. All right, Xiaoji, hee. As the water flowed over him, Xiaoji's scales began to rhythmically dance, softly rubbing against Luffy's sensitive spots, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. After a while, as Luffy became more familiar with Xiaoji, he began to express concern for Xiaoji's injuries. The previous hit from the magma essence had caused Xiaoji's body to lose some luster, which needed to be addressed, as did the original injuries Xiaoji had sustained. Under Luffy's persistent urging, Xiaoji slowly swam over to the edge of the volcano, beginning to consume the magma essence and fire essence from there. Seeing the scorching magma and fire essence being devoured by Xiaoji made Luffy's heart skip a beat, greatly impressed by Xiaoji's abilities. At the same time, he felt incredibly happy to have such a deep-sea giant python helping him from 10,000 meters below the sea. Although this deep-sea giant python was still a juvenile, its ability to unleash a burst of magma essence was enough to make it a significant ally for Luffy in this sea. However, one downside remained. Xiaoji's body was too massive, and if this was just a juvenile, what would happen when he matured? His body would undoubtedly grow larger and longer, like an unending mountain range. It would be fine in the deep sea, but what about in shallower waters? What would Xiaoji do? In that moment, Luffy thought of many issues and carefully observed Xiaoji's body as it continued to recover from consuming the essence. However, judging by the speed of recovery, Luffy estimated it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully heal. Forget it. No need to think too much. I'll deal with it when the time comes, Luffy decided, realizing he couldn't just wait here. Perhaps exploring the area where Xiaoji had lived for 100 years would yield some rewards. Luffy immediately made up his mind, then turned around and began to wander around while still keeping an eye on Xiaoji's condition. It was evident that this was an area constantly affected by the underwater volcano, and there were not many kinds of seaweed that could grow here, but each one had remarkable heat resistance. Luffy, curious as ever, found some sturdy plant branches over 2 meters long and discovered many bright red fruits beneath them. The fruit was extremely hard, and even with Luffy's powerful biting ability, he almost broke his teeth on it. However, Luffy didn't discard them, as these rare and peculiar fruits were quite scarce in this area. After counting, he found there were fewer than 20. He took one out of his backpack, wrapped it in a small bag, and set off again, hoping to find even more unique and rare items in this region to collect and later study in detail with Robin, as they might have some special value he wasn't aware of. Next, Luffy continued to search inch by inch in this area for unusual items, but found nothing significant. However, he discovered the powerful utility of the 2-meter-long stick he held in his hand, which made him quite excited. Chapter 210, The Mysterious Pearl. One day, Luffy caught a plump fish and used the newly acquired 2-meter-long stick to skewer it. He placed the fish in a spot not far from Xiaoji, where the temperature was just right, and began to sing a little tune while barbecuing it. The fish roasted over the active volcano was incredibly delicious, satisfying Luffy's playful spirit. After finishing the freshly grilled fish, Luffy prepared to patrol the area again for more unique and rare items, when suddenly a jet of flames erupted from the volcano. Oh no! The rapidly shooting flames caught Luffy off guard, and the layer of membrane surrounding him shattered with a loud crack. At the moment the membrane broke, Luffy's hand instinctively pressed the life-saving object at his waist, and a new layer of membrane instantly formed around his body, just before the seawater could rush in. Second gear. Shave. Without hesitation, he activated second gear and swiftly moved to the periphery. He glanced at Xiaoji, who was swimming freely in the erupting lava, her eyes still tightly shut, seemingly unharmed by the molten rock. Luffy couldn't help but feel relieved. What on earth is going on? Once Luffy reached a safe position, he watched the towering column of lava. Suddenly, Xiaoji opened her eyes wide, frantically spinning as if searching for something. When she saw Luffy watching her with concern from a safe spot, she happily exchanged a few chirps and soared into the air, welcoming the surging lava, seemingly enjoying it. Moreover, the dim glow on her body became even brighter, and her previous injuries appeared to be completely healed. Could it be that Xiaoji is about to evolve? The first thing that came to Luffy's mind upon witnessing this was Xiaoji's evolution, and he became more vigilant about his surroundings. Luffy knew that if Xiaoji evolved at this moment, her abilities would be significantly weakened, making her unable to defend herself. In this deep-sea area, what kind of threats could be lurking, especially with the massive Gorbahu python and the volcano it guarded? As Xiaoji's companion, Luffy felt the responsibility to protect her. However, from the volcanic eruption until now, it seemed that all sea beasts, regardless of size, were fleeing, with almost none heading towards the volcano. Luffy couldn't afford to be careless. He activated observation haki, monitoring all visible positions with a tense demeanor. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and the lava erupting from the volcano surged even faster, with a dazzling light slowly emerging from within. A pearl emitting a strange glow appeared right in front of Luffy, and it seemed to swim up along Xiaoji's body, as if it would soon reach her mouth and enter it. Woo-woo! A loud cry came rushing from not far away. Oh no! At the first sound, Luffy turned around and looked at the approaching figure in the distance. Second gear, although he couldn't clearly see what the figure was, nor did he know what would happen if the mysterious pearl was swallowed by Xiaoji. He knew one thing. He had to block the figure rushing towards Xiaoji to prevent it from disturbing her. It's really this guy. Seeing the creature before him, Luffy couldn't help but take a sharp breath, but then he activated third gear. The tiger shark was indeed enormous, far larger than a high-rise building. Without thinking much, Luffy swung his right leg. In a swift motion, his right leg transformed into a giant axe, and the armament haki surged to his right foot. At that moment, Luffy felt an unprecedented sensation at his right foot. The transparent liquid that usually flowed within his body had begun to accumulate there, and the armament haki, which typically enveloped his body, seemed to connect with the liquid at his right foot. Whoosh! The armament haki instantly penetrated into the tiny crevices of his right foot, quickly filling the entire enlarged axe-like foot, which now appeared slightly darkened. Hardened, realizing the change in his right foot, Luffy felt a surge of excitement. It seemed like his armament haki had grown, similar to his observation haki. Moreover, after hardening, the strength of his attack would significantly increase, which was exactly what Luffy wanted at the moment. After all, facing such a massive tiger shark, Luffy had no confidence in being able to hold it back. If he couldn't inflict some damage in one hit, it would undoubtedly advance recklessly with its colossal body, and he couldn't get too close to the erupting volcano. Otherwise, the membrane on his body would break again, which would be a serious issue for Luffy. Ziz! With a tremor, Luffy violently swung his giant right leg, enhanced by second and third gear, delivering a massive axe strike towards the oncoming tiger shark. Woo-woo! The tiger shark seemed to sense Luffy's movement, but didn't seem to care at all. Instead, it was anxiously rushing towards the pearl, glowing with strange light that was about to be swallowed by the deep-sea python. Stop right there, giant battle axe! With a loud shout, Luffy swung the hardened battle axe directly at the tiger shark, striking it squarely on the terrifying forehead. Chapter 2:11. The Life Pearl That Devours the Tiger Shark Pudong. The hardened third gear was indeed monstrous. With one strike, it sent the massive tiger shark flying. The extent of the damage to its forehead clearly indicated how immense the harm Luffy had inflicted upon the tiger shark was. However, after this strike, Luffy clearly felt how terrifying the consumption of this move was for his own body. Although Luffy no longer experienced the side effect of shrinking after using Gear Third, the pressure on his body was much greater than before. Now, combined with the instantaneous terrifying output of the armament haki, the burden on Luffy's body had increased even more, and he was not only short of breath. You want to get past here? Then come on, Luffy shouted loudly at the tiger shark in front of him. If it weren't for being 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, if it weren't for the active volcano not far behind him, with temperatures too high for the membrane layer on his body to withstand, and if it weren't for Little Purple being in a critical moment, Luffy really wanted to let loose and have a grand battle with this largest creature he had ever faced in his life. Moreover, Luffy was confident that he could win in such a battle. But the situation was not like that now. Luffy could only stand there, allowing the tiger shark to launch surprise attacks from different positions, because he couldn't get too close to the active volcano, nor could he stray too far away. Luffy couldn't be sure if there were other creatures besides the tiger shark in front of him, eyeing Little Purple, who was in a critical moment. And the strange glowing bead. Woo woo woo. Who? The tiger shark swayed its massive body, seemingly regaining some sanity from the previous violent attack. It immediately glared angrily at Luffy's frail figure not far away, then crazily swung its tail fin, and its enormous shark mouth opened wide, revealing terrifying fangs. Charging at Luffy with sheer force, without any technique, simply relying on its massive body to collide with Luffy. Gear second, gear third. Seeing the approaching tiger shark, Luffy did not hesitate and activated gear second and gear third once again. However, at the moment he activated gear third, Luffy's body momentarily lost control. Although it was a very brief loss of control, it fully illustrated Luffy's current physical condition. Giant battle axe. The same move, the same armament haki hardening, the same full force slash, struck the tiger shark's forehead. But unlike the first time, when the tiger shark did not target Luffy, this time he was launching an attack aimed directly at the tiger shark, with all his attention focused on Luffy. Therefore, although this giant battle axe still incorporated some techniques to amplify its power, the force it unleashed was still astonishing. This time, the tiger shark was pushed back less than 100 meters and fell into a brief daze. Meanwhile, Luffy felt a sweet taste in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Ha! Ha! At this moment, Luffy actually laughed. Watching his bloodstains spread through the membrane layer in the 10,000-meter deep ocean, gradually forming a faint mark. Luffy completely released his anger at this moment, and his gaze towards the tiger shark was filled with a deadly resolve. Little Purple, you need to hurry up. After Luffy muttered this to himself, he stepped on the splashing waves, stood up straight again, and, with a surge of power, prepared to unleash a big move, this time without any reservations. His enormous fist spun rapidly behind him, filled with a layer of armament haki, hardening and forming a fast-rotating cone shape on its surface. Then Luffy crouched down, readying everything, and recklessly charged at the nearby tiger shark. Tunnel drill. His right hand, resembling a cone, fiercely struck towards the tiger shark's forehead, directly piercing through it and drilling inside. Amidst a flurry of brain matter, Luffy's tunnel drill unleashed its full power without holding back. The tiger shark, just regaining consciousness from its daze, was struck with such a heavy blow, a life-threatening hit, and without any reaction, it was directly drilled into its head, spinning wildly. No matter how resilient the tiger shark's life was at this moment, it had to accept the fate of death. Roar. Suddenly, the tiger shark, which was supposed to be dead, rolled its entire body and shook off Luffy, then recklessly charged at Luffy's body. Paper drawing. Luffy used his last ounce of strength to keep his body changing direction with the surging water, but still collided more than a dozen times against the tiger shark's massive body. Whoosh! A huge figure suddenly zipped past Luffy's side. Luffy glanced at it without reacting and was swallowed by the figure's mouth, plunging into darkness. Luffy was tired, so he fell into a deep sleep. After completing all this, the enormous figure did not stop but twisted its body, elongating and then wrapped around the tiger shark, tightly constricting its body, quietly waiting for the shark's life force to deplete. Suddenly, the large figure saw a golden, giant round object appear inside the tiger shark's head, which held great allure for it. Whoosh! The large figure drilled into the exposed head of the tiger shark, opened its mouth wide, and bit down on the golden giant round object, swallowing it whole, then let out a loud burp in surprise. At this moment, the powerful tiger shark finally died due to the consumption of the golden giant round object, which contained a massive life force. Seeing that the tiger shark was completely dead, the large figure erupted with a scorching airflow that instantly enveloped the shark's body, vaporizing it without leaving a trace. The large figure turned again and appeared near the active volcano, allowing the scorching magma to wash over its body. Then it opened its mouth, and Luffy's body, which had been swallowed, appeared not far away, lying down. Although the membrane layer was slightly damaged, it was not enough to break. The large figure was, of course, Little Purple, who had been spewing from the active volcano. After consuming the glowing bead, Little Purple slowly opened its eyes and saw Luffy's adventurous strike, as well as the tiger shark's final counterattack. In anger, Little Purple unleashed the power of the magical bead, instantly rushing to the tiger shark's side, swallowing Luffy into a safe space, and then wrapping around the tiger shark's body, consuming the shark's life force, and finally vaporizing it. At that moment, Little Purple also sensed the immense power contained within the tiger shark's life force, which perfectly aided in the fusion with the magical bead. Chapter 212. Part 3. Haki Fusion 2-in-1. The tiger shark's life force provided Little Purple with a large amount of life energy, speeding up its absorption of the active volcano's energy, while also greatly facilitating the successful fusion with the glowing bead that had just been swallowed. Thus, Little Purple absorbed energy from the active volcano for 3 whole days. On this day, Luffy had just strolled around and once again discovered several bright red fruits. After collecting them, suddenly, a very calm volcano that had been erupting with lava suddenly ceased its activity, becoming strangely quiet. As the amount of erupting lava decreased, the volcano appeared to be gradually withering, like a once blood-red flower that, after blooming with all its beauty, had become wilted in the cold depths of the sea. Without the support of a fire source, even the highest temperatures would cool down in an instant. The volcano was like this. Before the changes above the volcano's crater were finished, it had already completed its historical mission. After releasing all its energy, it finally transformed into a dormant volcano that would never erupt again. At this moment, it seemed that Little Purple had finally completed the refinement of the mysterious bead, and with the help of the tiger shark's life essence, she had absorbed and gained control over the mysterious bead. Her entire body had grown significantly, much larger than at the beginning. Watching the volcano that had accompanied her for a century wither like this, she couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. "All right, Little Purple, we should leave now. Since you have completed the absorption of the mysterious bead and your overall abilities have grown, it's time to go." As Luffy got closer to the direction indicated by the mark on his chest, he felt the mark moving continuously, as if shifting toward a certain direction. They needed to hurry, otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Little Purple, feeling very sad, obediently flew to Luffy's side, letting out a low whine like a child. "Little Purple, your stage will be vast in the future. Some things are better off self-destructing, otherwise they will only become obstacles to progress," Luffy said, deep in thought, before directly climbing onto Little Purple's head and pointing in a direction. Little Purple's speed in the deep sea was something Luffy could not match, especially after absorbing the mysterious bead, volcanic lava, and the tiger shark's life essence, which had greatly enhanced her abilities. With her enormous body, she also had a certain deterrent effect in the deep sea, and, along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks from fish or sea creatures like Luffy did when he acted alone. However, Luffy remained vigilant, constantly using his observation haki and expanding the range of his scouting to the maximum extent. He was also continuously honing his increasingly powerful armament haki, strengthening his control over it. Now, Luffy could even shape his armament haki into the form of a bow and arrow with just one hand, using a thread of armament haki as the arrow and employing observation haki to capture the fat deep-sea creatures he had his eye on. On this day, Luffy wanted to change and combine his armament haki into a new form once again, but while he was calling upon the armament haki, the dormant Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted a bit and seamlessly fused into the spear formed by the armament haki. The originally calm armament spear began to tremble violently after incorporating the Conqueror's haki. With a low shout, Luffy's armament haki surged out, surrounding the thread of Conqueror's haki. It seemed as if he wanted to fuse this thread of Conqueror's haki into the armament haki. At that moment, the Conqueror's haki was wildly thrashing about, and the place in Luffy's body where the Conqueror's haki was gathered also seemed to be eager to break free from Luffy's control and join the fray. However, Luffy firmly controlled the Conqueror's haki, preventing it from breaking out while once again amplifying the output of his armament haki. Suddenly, the previously chaotic Conqueror's haki calmed down, and Luffy sensed that the thread of Conqueror's haki had even weakened slightly. The originally calm and joyful look on Luffy's face turned pale. He knew that if this thread of Conqueror's haki simply dissipated without being fused with the armament haki, it would be a tremendous loss for him. This thread of Conqueror's haki was not the same as what Luffy usually released. It was one of the primal forms of Conqueror's haki. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow it to dissipate under the pressure of the armament haki. However, Luffy also did not want to miss this rare opportunity to fuse armament haki and Conqueror's haki. Such a chance was incredibly hard to come by. Luffy fell into a brief contemplation, and after a while, the anxious look on his face became calm. A breath of energy suddenly shot through the gap created by Luffy's temporarily opened armament haki, entering the realm of the Conqueror's haki. This time, Luffy was taking a complete gamble, merging observation haki, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki together in an instant. Luffy knew very well that the fusion of armament haki and Conqueror's haki was so difficult, and adding observation haki made it even more challenging. However, Luffy did not hesitate to do this because he did not want to miss such an opportunity. If he was going to gamble, he would go all in. What unfolded before him filled Luffy with joy. After adding observation haki, it surprisingly dove into the Conqueror's haki in an instant, completing the fusion. The fused Conquerors and observation haki were no longer as wild. Instead, they gradually absorbed the threads of armament haki within the space enveloped by it, although they did not merge as seamlessly as the observation haki had. Seeing this, Luffy seemed to have thought of something. He directed a thread of armament haki into this fused haki. Just like with observation haki, this thread of primal armament haki quickly merged into the Conqueror's haki, ultimately forming a very calm, yet incredibly powerful haki, which then surged into the depths of Luffy's mind. However, this fused haki was too small. Following the earlier method, first forming a space with armament haki, then injecting a thread of primal Conqueror's haki, directly infusing it with the primal observation haki, and finally adding the primal armament haki. Following this sequence, the entire fusion process surprisingly went smoothly without any obstruction, resulting in a new type of fused haki. With a shout, Luffy clenched his fist and unleashed this thread of haki, instantly punching in the direction of the sea. The punch created a very distinct hole in the water, and this hole surprisingly remained for several seconds in the deep sea. Seeing the power of this fused haki, Luffy couldn't help but show a delighted expression. He then experimented with the effects of this fused haki, and after this trial, Luffy was even more speechless. This fused haki did not require observation haki for scouting, did not input armament haki for defense, and surpassed Conqueror's haki in deterrent power. Its might was greater than any of the 3 types of haki, and its attack power was even stronger than that of all 3 types combined, which made Luffy feel ecstatic. He then intensified the fusion of haki. However, after fusing 7 or 8 threads, Luffy discovered a very serious problem. The method of fusion consumed too much of his mental energy. He could only fuse about 10 threads in a day, and completing the full fusion of the 3 types of haki was not an easy task. However, Luffy did not push for it. Little Purple kept swimming quickly in the direction Luffy pointed, and Luffy had plenty of time to do this. Moreover, during their leisure time, Luffy learned through communication with Little Purple that the benefits she gained during this series of events seemed to be no less than the haki fusion that Luffy was mastering at that moment. The magma erupting from the volcano was stronger and more persistent than any eruption in the past century, and it provided a very good effect for the tempering of Little Purple's body. Her defensive abilities had increased more than twice compared to the beginning. Little Purple even teased Luffy, saying that if she were hit on the forehead by Luffy's rocket launcher now, it wouldn't cause the same dizzying effect as before. However, after witnessing Luffy's new haki fusion abilities, Little Purple sensibly kept her mouth shut. After all, being able to punch in the deep sea and create a cavity that could not heal for several seconds was not something she could easily withstand. The mysterious pearl that Little Purple absorbed, which emitted a strange glow, was even more enigmatic. That pearl was the fundamental target of the tiger shark's attack on Little Purple, and according to her description, the pearl could autonomously produce a bright red magma, which was even purer than the magma formed at the volcanic vent, providing far greater benefits to Little Purple than the volcanic eruption did. This amazed Luffy, and then he inquired about the tiger shark. From Little Purple, he learned that the tiger shark was vaporized by the enraged Little Purple using her skills, and that she had devoured its life orb. Luffy couldn't help but grin widely, and he took out a mysterious fruit from his belt to let Little Purple try and see if she could digest it. Little Purple had seen this rare and unique red fruit before, but since she had tried to eat it the first time and couldn't bite through it with her teeth, nor could she digest it once it was in her stomach, she had never paid it much attention. However, under Luffy's persistent urging, she swallowed one. After the red fruit went into Little Purple's stomach, the strange pearl that had been quiet within her body suddenly erupted with a strong light, then swiftly moved to the side of the red fruit, and in a flash the red fruit was directly absorbed by the mysterious pearl. Chirp, chirp. Seeing this, Little Purple anxiously called out to Luffy, "Hey, don't worry, there's more." When Little Purple hurriedly asked if there were more of these red fruits, Luffy took out all the red fruits from his bag for her to swallow. Since Luffy didn't know what use these fruits had, and they were beneficial for Little Purple, he certainly didn't hold back. After swallowing more than 20 red fruits, the mysterious pearl began to absorb them with all its might, and during the absorption process, the strange light it emitted continuously changed Little Purple's internal structure, seemingly making her inner abdomen, which was much weaker than the surface, more solid. At the same time, some pure magma liquid was released, greatly benefiting Little Purple, causing her entire body to tremble and grow a bit larger. She seemed to have taken a step closer to adulthood, which delighted Luffy even more. He took out the wooden stick he had been playing with, but this time, no matter what Luffy said or how he tempted her, Little Purple refused to swallow the stick. Thus, after Luffy completed the Haki fusion each day, he observed Little Purple's changes, and although Little Purple was constantly changing, she never stopped moving closer to the direction Luffy pointed out. 2 months after leaving the active volcano, Luffy could finally clearly feel the fluctuations of the mark on his chest, and he was getting closer to the destination he aimed for. One day, after finishing his fixed Haki fusion and a day of resting practice for the Bagua technique, Luffy observed Little Purple's body changes when suddenly a massive black figure appeared not far away. This black figure seemed to be much larger than the tiger shark, but Luffy no longer had the concerns he had at that time. A desire to engage in battle arose within him. The enormous black figure also noticed Little Purple's rapidly swimming body, and an intense territorial desire erupted. It gently waved its chaotic tentacles and charged towards Luffy and Little Purple. Chapter 214. The Battle with the Kraken, Combined. Octopus Paw? Upon seeing the appearance of this giant figure, Luffy instantly thought of this name in his mind. However, it didn't seem like a good time for Luffy to stop and ponder why he thought of such a name, as the enraged octopus was wildly swinging its tentacles towards Little Purple with a heavy punch coming their way. Chirp chirp. Little Purple, who had not had a chance to showcase her abilities after her baptism, certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away, especially since Luffy had already left the tiger shark with just its life orb. She immediately stopped her body, and with a flick of her tail fin, her entire body gathered a strong force, then directly pushed towards her head along her spine, ramming it into the octopus's punch. Bang! The violent collision caused Luffy, who was sitting on Little Purple's head, to shake violently, but he didn't complain at all and instead charged directly at the octopus. During this process, a mass of energy gathered in Luffy's fist. Take this. As Luffy's fist swung, the energy enveloping it shot out in the direction of his hand, smashing directly towards the octopus. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, Little Purple behind him called out loudly towards Luffy, while quickly swimming towards him. However, just as there was a bang, a slender tentacle instantly reached Luffy's side and struck his body with an unimaginable speed, sending him flying. Chirp chirp. Seeing her close partner being knocked away by the giant in front of her, Little Purple furiously unleashed a thick pillar of flame formed from the essence of magma towards the octopus. Puff! The octopus that had just knocked Luffy away was first pierced through its body by Luffy's terrifying punch, followed by being roasted by Little Purple's intense flames. Letting out a painful howl while crazily launching indiscriminate heavy punches towards Little Purple. Little Purple's sturdy body defense was fully displayed at this moment. Each punch that struck her body felt like a tickle and couldn't inflict any direct damage. However, every thrust and every release of the magma essence fire pillar had unparalleled, terrifying power against the octopus. Damn, the deep sea is truly a bizarre place. Even a random octopus I encounter has such great strength. Fortunately, this kind of attack doesn't affect me much. Otherwise, just this one hit would be tough to handle. Not far from the battle circle, a boy wearing a straw hat and a membrane layer stood up a bit frustrated, looking at the huge octopus-like sea monster not far away. However, the power of my fused Haki did not disappoint me. Looking at the small but penetrating hole in the octopus's body, Luffy couldn't help but smile. But as he watched Little Purple continue to fight the octopus, Luffy suddenly moved and charged straight towards the position of the octopus. He couldn't let Little Purple handle alone. With a chirp, Luffy joined the battle circle without any issues, and Little Purple happily called out, attacking even more fiercely, as if competing with Luffy to see who had stronger combat power. Hey, compared to Little Purple, let's get started. Luffy and Little Purple had played this kind of game several times along the way, but the opponents back then were too weak. Even a casual hit from either Luffy or Little Purple was enough to defeat them. Since they decided to compete, Luffy naturally held nothing back, moving right in front of the octopus, fully activating his Haki. This time, Luffy wouldn't give the octopus any chance to escape. After preparing his defense, Luffy directly launched a series of punches at the octopus from a distance, with dozens of punch shadows rushing towards it. Oh! Just after the punch shadows were launched, Luffy noticed a serious problem. There was a very small gap between the moment the shadows were released and when they reached the target, allowing the octopus to quickly dodge or avoid the attack on its vital parts. The octopus managed to evade most of Luffy's punches with just a few quick movements. Although it did take some damage, it was nothing significant for the octopus. In contrast, Little Purple's occasional thrusts, tail swipes, and fire bursts caused far more damage than Luffy's attacks. Moreover, Luffy's fused haki couldn't be used endlessly without preparation. During this brief competition, Luffy had already fallen behind Little Purple significantly. It seems like it's not the time to play anymore. I need to get serious. Luffy, who had an indomitable spirit, had never backed down against anyone, be it an enemy or a friend. The advancement of his sea walk technique was another speed-focused movement he created in the deep sea. With a few quick movements, Luffy rapidly closed the distance to the octopus. Suddenly, the octopus opened its huge mouth, and a thick, pitch-black liquid was spewed out without warning, catching Luffy off guard as he rushed towards it. Breaking through. After entering Gear 3rd, Luffy's fist smashed into the pitch-black area in front of him, directly breaking through the polluted seawater tainted by the octopus's dark liquid. And Luffy nimbly landed on the other side of the octopus's body. Rubber bullet with his fused haki, Luffy's fist struck the massive body of the octopus, creating a clear, fist-sized hole as his punch penetrated into the octopus's body. Sizzle. A strong corrosive sound emanated from Luffy's arm as the octopus activated the liquid hidden within its body to launch an attack on Luffy's arm that had invaded its body, using the toxins from the liquid to corrode it. Luffy quickly retracted his arm, and a vivid image flashed in his mind, one that was clear even in his current state. It was that person who saved him from the huge Sea King, who used one hand to save his life. It was he who inspired Luffy's dream of exploring the sea. At that moment, Luffy was completely enraged by the octopus. He shook off the liquid on his retracted arm, which was easily removed due to his haki, and Luffy had already activated Gear 2nd. Jet Pistol, Jet Shogun, Jet Rocket Launcher. Without any pause, and without wrapping his fused haki, he simply used his unmerged haki to cover his arm and unleashed countless attacks on the octopus. During the attacks, he sometimes released a tremoring power that stacked up, while at other times he gathered all his strength into a single wave. Exploding at the moment he focused on the octopus. The octopus had already been beaten to a pulp by Luffy's relentless punches, and even Little Purple looked shocked as he watched Luffy. Woo-woo. Finally, under Luffy's heavy jet volcano attack, the octopus let out a painful roar and, exhausted, stopped fighting back, allowing Luffy to vent his anger on its chest. However, the octopus, being cute, surprisingly sent a distress signal to Little Purple, who had been battling it for a long time. Little Purple struggled, and, seeing that Luffy seemed a bit off, hesitated for a moment before swimming in front of Luffy, using his hard body to shield the octopus from Luffy's punch. Little Purple, get out of the way. Luffy's voice, like it came from hell, was surprisingly cold. Little Purple did not move according to Luffy's words. Instead, he got even closer to Luffy, and his not-so-gentle body slowly approached Luffy, emanating a faint reddish hue that warmed the area around Luffy. Little Purple wanted to use this ordinary method to bring Luffy back to his normal state. Although he did not understand human emotions, he was very certain that Luffy was definitely not himself at that moment. A sudden chill caused Luffy's body to shudder. In the warm area created by Little Purple, he unexpectedly shivered, finally awakening from the initial memory of the scene where Shanks lost his arm. Little Purple. Luffy looked at Little Purple in front of him and the injured octopus not far away, finally realizing that his recent actions had been a bit excessive, and he looked at Little Purple with gratitude. Sure, Luffy returned to normal, and Little Purple joyfully circled around him. But his massive head was dozens of times larger than Luffy's body, making the circling feel eerie. Then Little Purple chattered to Luffy about the octopus nearby, seeming to imply that the octopus had been subdued during Luffy's brief moment of distraction. No matter what, it wanted to follow Luffy and be his little brother. And Little Purple was immensely happy about this, as it meant he had gained another companion. Luffy looked at the octopus's smiling face and couldn't help but feel speechless. The issue of Little Purple's massive body hadn't been resolved, and now another, even bigger guy had come along. Was he destined to just hang out in this deep sea from now on? Although feeling speechless, Luffy ultimately decided to accept the octopus as his little brother, and he learned the octopus's name, Kraken. The name doesn't sound good. How about this? Since she is called Little Purple, You can be called Little Black from now on, because you sprayed that disgusting black juice everywhere. After careful thought, Luffy finally gave this terrifying kraken in the deep sea a very powerful name. Little Black. Little Purple. Little Black, we've come up with names. Luffy stood on top of Little Purple's head, speaking loudly to the octopus Little Black beside Little Purple. Chirp chirp. Little Purple swam happily, and Little Black followed suit, grinning as if trying to please. Thus, Luffy, with Little Purple and Little Black, continued to advance in the direction indicated by the mark on his chest for 3 months. During these 3 months, Luffy, Little Purple, and Little Black became very familiar with each other, and when they saw those massive tiger sharks, they charged in without hesitation to fight, searching for what Little Purple called life balls among the tiger shark corpses. However, after intercepting 10 or so tiger sharks without finding a single life ball, Luffy and the others stopped focusing on fighting the tiger sharks and instead concentrated on their journey, while also looking for strange objects in the deep sea. In this regard, Little Black fully showcased his treasure hunting abilities, continuously finding fruits formed entirely from rich deep sea droplets and several kinds of deep sea plants that were very rare even in the deep sea, exuding a fragrant aroma. Luffy collected everything without letting anything go to waste. Just because he had no use for these items didn't mean they lacked value. Some things would have unexpected uses in the hands of those who understood them, just like the Amiwa mushroom, which, despite being highly toxic, could be turned into an effective meat porridge under Chopper's adjustments. During this process, Luffy and the others encountered another octopus that looked exactly like Little Black. After a skirmish, they initially planned to subdue it like Little Black, but found it lacked any spirit. Little Purple's earnest attempts to persuade it were ignored, and instead, the octopus sprayed Little Purple with its black juice. However, under Little Purple's terrifyingly high temperature, the juice had no effect on her, and the octopus could not escape the fate of being vaporized by Little Purple. Finally, amidst Luffy and Little Purple's confusion, Little Black explained to them that not all octopuses, especially giant octopuses, were like him. Only those with royal blood among octopuses qualified to be called krakens, and in this sea area, Little Black had yet to encounter another octopus with that qualification. In this vast, deep sea, other giant sea beasts were the same. There could only be one with royal blood, and sea creatures with royal blood all had their inherent names, such as Little Purple's Galbaha and Little Black's Kraken. At this moment, Luffy suddenly thought of a question. Was the tiger shark he killed, which Little Purple had devoured for its life ball, also one with royal blood? Of course, that tiger shark could not come back to life to tell Luffy. Chapter 116 to 117. The corpse of a giant sea beast combined, under Little Black's guidance. Luffy gradually understood that not all giant sea beast bodies contained life balls, which greatly enhanced their capabilities. Therefore, during the following journey, Luffy no longer charged at every giant sea beast they encountered. Instead, he sought battles with giant sea beasts to test the techniques he had in mind, having gained new insights into merging haki. Meanwhile, Little Black and Little Purple harmoniously searched for strange deep-sea plants under Luffy's direction. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the small mark on Luffy's chest emitted a hot reaction, making him tense up. After all, the mark's reaction was crucial for finding the iron piece of the Bagwazang technique, which was hidden somewhere unknown. Little Purple, Little Black, stop searching. I can feel it. It's right here. Come out now. Luffy waved at Little Black and Little Purple, who were focused on finding fragrant deep-sea plants not far away, indicating a direction. Little Purple twisted her body and swam toward that direction. Boss, has that thing appeared again? Little Purple asked as she quickened her swimming speed. Yes, it has appeared. Hurry, Little Purple, or it will disappear again. Luffy and his companions had been in this place for over a month, but at first, they hadn't realized that the iron piece of the Bagwazang technique was not in a fixed location. Instead, it was moving. When Luffy reached the location indicated by the mark on his chest, he found that the initial sensation had completely vanished without a trace. This situation repeated 4 or 5 times over the month. Every time Luffy arrived at the sense location, that trace of sensation disappeared completely. After being toyed with repeatedly, Luffy felt some annoyance and a growing urgency to find that iron piece. Little Purple, hurry! The sensation is weakening again. The feeling transmitted from his chest made Luffy's expression turn cold again as he urged Little Purple beneath him. Swish, swish. Little Purple swam at full speed, moving incredibly fast, while Little Black had already been left far behind. However, in the deep sea, Little Black's vision was not obstructed like Luffy's. Instead, he and Little Purple had enhanced visibility without any reduction. For them, the real reliance was not on sight, but on smell. Little Black's sensitivity to scents prevented him from falling behind. There it is right there, Little Purple exclaimed, her speed increasing. Suddenly, a strange light appeared not far from Luffy's line of sight, and the reaction of the mark on his chest clearly indicated that was where Luffy needed to go. Little Purple, wait here for me. Gear second. Seeing that the strange light seemed about to dissipate again, Luffy activated Gear second and charged toward the light with Little Purple's furious momentum. Whoosh! Just as the light was about to vanish, Luffy reached that spot. And at that moment, the mark on his chest emitted a strange beam of light that resonated with the unusual light point below him. Clang! With a sound, Luffy's body suddenly vanished with the flickering of this strange light, and the original light point completely dissipated when Luffy's body disappeared. At that moment, Little Purple happened to stop at that spot. Watching Luffy's disappearing figure, she looked worried but could do nothing to change it. She could only obediently wait there as Luffy instructed, hoping that at some moment, the area would emit that strange light again, and Luffy would reappear before her as that light flickered. Looking at the world before him, Luffy felt a very familiar sensation, as if he had just arrived in the world of One Piece for the first time. However, the speed at which Luffy was moving now was much slower than what he had experienced before, and it was also much shorter. Before long, Luffy landed in an empty clearing. In front of him, apart from a gigantic mountain range in the distance, there was nothing else around. Moreover, there was not a single drop of seawater here. It resembled a land area with abundant air. Turning around, he looked at the light point not far away, which seemed to be the same point he had entered from. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that there was a vast ocean on the other side of this light point. Looking again, he noticed two enormous figures restlessly swimming around. Ha! Xiao Zi and Xiao Hei are worried about me. Luffy muttered to himself. But it wasn't time to go out yet. That thing must be here, so you guys wait for me for a bit. Luffy said, then ran toward the gigantic mountain range without caring about anything else. Without the constraint of seawater, Luffy suddenly found that his speed had increased significantly, and he felt much lighter, although there was still a membrane layer on him, compared to the immense pressure of the deep sea that constantly oppressed him. This membrane's weight was nothing. The mountain range was vast and endless, resembling the body of a giant sea creature. At one end of the mountain range, Luffy found an entrance with a layer of sharp white rocks above and below, resembling the fangs of an animal. However, Luffy couldn't care less at this moment and charged straight into the entrance, activating his observation haki. Everything around him slowly formed a clear image in his mind. Even though there was no light in this passage, it didn't affect Luffy at all. The passage was indeed long. Luffy flew at high speed, and even after running for a quarter of an hour, he still hadn't reached the end of the passage. As for the sensation of the imprint, it was getting closer and stronger, but it had yet to truly appear within Luffy's line of sight. However, after this distance, Luffy was really certain of one thing. This mountain range was indeed formed from the corpse of a gigantic sea creature, because what he felt in the passage was essentially no different from the insides of those sea beasts. Finally, a faint light appeared ahead in the passage, and Luffy accelerated slightly. The light not far away should be the iron plate of the Bagua technique, but he didn't expect this iron plate to be buried in such a strange place. Hey! The light finally appeared before him, but the imprint on Luffy's chest still indicated that there was a layer of distance from the iron plate. Let's see what this is first. After hesitating for a moment, Luffy didn't take a step forward. Instead, he focused on the shining strange light below him. In front of Luffy were 3 brocade boxes with rotting surfaces. He carefully opened one of them, and as soon as he opened it, the contents made Luffy's previously serious expression break into a grin. Inside the brocade box was a bead similar to the strange bead that Xiao Zi had devoured. But this bead emitted a rich blue aura, like a droplet of water compressed thousands of times. This thing must be very useful for Xiao Zi. Good stuff. Luffy directly put away the blue bead, then proceeded to open the second brocade box. Upon opening it, Luffy was once again stunned. Luffy did not immediately reach in to see what was inside the box, but instead looked up at the distant sky, where it seemed as if a single eye was watching him. Otherwise, it felt as if everything here was tailor-made for him. Because inside the second brocade box was also a bead, but this bead was pitch black, exactly like Xiao Hei's liquid, which would definitely be a great help for Xiao Hei. Oh heavens, I hope the third box doesn't contain a huge chunk of silver marrow. After putting away the pitch-black bead from the second brocade box, Luffy was about to open the third box when he suddenly shouted loudly at the dark void above him. No surprise could be greater than silver marrow, so when opening the third box, Luffy was not as excited as before, but casually opened it. Stunned, absolutely stunned. Luffy was left speechless, thinking, see, I told you not to come, and you really didn't come. But what good is this rag? Luffy looked at the rag in his hand and the unfamiliar characters written on it, then couldn't help but give the sky the middle finger. This should be ancient text. Robin should understand it. I hope it will be useful. Luffy somewhat speechlessly put away the rag, but he also stored it carefully. Who knows what kind of information it might contain? After collecting everything, Luffy no longer hesitated, as the key was to get that iron plate of the Bagua technique. After all, the main purpose of this voyage was to acquire the Bagua technique. After passing through layers of strange passages, Luffy felt as if he was going in circles. The sensation of the iron plate of the Bagua technique was clearly not nearby, but when he arrived, he found that the place he had reached was separated from the location of the Bagua technique by a wall. And this wall was incredibly hard. Even with Luffy's tremendous attacking power, he couldn't cause any damage to it. So, he had to use the simplest method, testing each of the strange passages one by one. It couldn't be hidden in a place that couldn't be accessed, right? If that's the case, Luffy wouldn't mind drilling a tunnel directly through the wall. Finally, after passing a huge pile of black, foul-smelling dirt, Luffy clearly felt a deep imprint fluctuation coming from not far underground. This is it. After standing still and confirming, Luffy finally pinpointed the location of the iron plate of the Bagua technique. It seemed he would have to use the drill again. Otherwise, it looked like he wouldn't be able to retrieve the iron plate. Luffy bent down to take out the tools he had prepared long ago to dig up the layer of soil covering the iron plate of the Bagua technique. But he found that this layer of soil was as hard as the wall. Second gear, rotate, hockey entwined, high-speed rotation, With a loud shout, Luffy's fist smashed directly into the soil. The high-speed rotating drill continuously split the soil apart, and finally, a golden iron plate appeared before Luffy, while the drill showed no reaction at all. I found it. Seeing this scene, Luffy finally understood that he had found the target of this solo voyage, the iron plate of the Bagua technique. However, calling it an iron plate was a bit inaccurate, as what Luffy was holding in his hand was clearly a golden block. It was engraved with a set of strange movements, very similar to those on other iron plates, but it also included movements that were not present on any other iron plate. After checking the soil again and feeling whether there were more of these golden block-like Bagua technique records beneath the soil, he found nothing else. It seemed there was only this one. Holding the golden block in his hand, Luffy slowly memorized the movements described on it in his mind, then seriously thought it through in his mind, gradually connecting it with the original technique. Just at that moment, the golden block suddenly moved and attached itself to the imprint on Luffy's chest, instantly vanishing into his body. At this moment, a clear roadmap appeared in Luffy's mind. Featuring the iron piece found beneath Mocha's castle, the bronze iron piece obtained from the God of the Bell in Shimi Village, and the golden block-like recording found within the body of a giant sea beast in the strange space 1,000 meters deep in the sea. Luffy could easily sketch them together, creating a navigational map for setting sail to the Grand Line and then to the New World. It was a testament to Luffy's journey since he determined his purpose. It seemed it was time to refine his skills. Just a moment ago, Luffy felt as if he had grasped something important, which was crucial for his Bagua technique. Thus, he wanted to demonstrate the routines of the Bagua technique here to ensure that inspiration wouldn't slip away. As he contemplated the Bagua technique, Luffy seemed to return to that pitch-black space, practicing each move like a martial artist following rigid routines, yet these moves were surprisingly ordinary, as if an average person with no martial arts background could easily manipulate them. However, when these simple moves were strung together, Luffy could clearly feel their power. It was merely an artistic conception, without fixed moves, only the essence of the technique. While practicing, Luffy swung his fist, striking the void beside him. A shadow darker than the pitch-black void emerged alongside Luffy's punch, and with another punch, a brilliant white light burst forth from his fist. Chapter 218. Returned 2-in-1. Time passed unknowingly, and after a month in the mountains, Luffy had finally mastered the routines recorded in the golden block-like Bagua technique. Moreover, the awkwardness he initially felt had mostly dissipated. Suddenly, a light flashed at Luffy's chest, and the mark on his chest abruptly came into view. Then, the initial iron piece, bronze, and the recently acquired gold all fused together, forming a shape that was half black and half white, which then directly sank into Luffy's chest and faded away. At this moment, Luffy's subconscious seemed to realize something. He had acquired all the routines of the Bagua technique, and now he just needed to experience its profoundness and apply it more powerfully in constant real combat. Without lingering any longer, Luffy glanced at his now deflated backpack, which was empty of food, leaving only some strange items he had collected along the way. Whoosh! Luffy's figure suddenly flickered in the clearing, and he dashed toward the place he had initially come from. This time, Luffy quickly burst out of the mountain's exit, with a glowing point was still visible not far away. Outside, Xiao Zi and Xiao Hei were still wandering around, and from Luffy's perspective, he could clearly see their worries, as they never stopped watching the place where Luffy had disappeared. Luffy smiled slightly, and then instantly vanished into the light. The initial scene happened once again to Luffy. As the light flashed, he appeared beside Xiao Zi and Xiao Hei. Chirp! Woo! Upon seeing Luffy, Xiao Zi and Xiao Hei were suddenly startled, then joyfully surrounded Luffy, like children around a long-lost mother. Hee, all right, Xiao Zi. Xiao Hei, this time I brought you good stuff. Here, Xiao Hei, this is yours. Eat it, and see what effect it has. Luffy took out a pitch-black bead from his bag and tossed it toward Xiao Hei, then eagerly sat on Xiao Zi's head. Woo! Without hesitation, Xiao Hei opened his mouth and swallowed the pitch-black bead Luffy had thrown. Instantly, a thick black aura surged around Xiao Hei's body, causing a drastic change. Xiao Hei's massive body swelled up once again. Xiao Zi, do you think Xiao Hei will be okay? Luffy asked Xiao Zi with some concern. Boss, Xiao Hei will be fine. I don't know what it swallowed, but it's definitely similar to that mysterious bead I swallowed. Now, it just depends on how much energy Xiao Hei can absorb from that bead, Xiao Zi explained. After pondering for a moment, Luffy continued, Xiao Zi, how much did you absorb from that mysterious bead? With the continuous assistance of the magma, I only absorbed about 1/10. If I absorb more than half, I might. Forget it. That possibility is too small, Xiao Zi said, gazing longingly at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei's body, already enormous, began to swell further, and the thick black aura surrounding its body became increasingly viscous. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's constantly expanding body began to deflate like a punctured balloon, shrinking rapidly. Xiao Zi. Just as Luffy was about to ask Xiao Zi if something was wrong with Xiao Hei, he noticed that Xiao Zi, who had been calm, was now staring with wide eyes and an open mouth at the changes in Xiao Hei's body, her gaze filled with intense envy and a hint of greed. With a faint sound, the thick black aura around Xiao Hei completely dissipated, revealing a small octopus about 1 meter tall in front of Luffy. Xiao Hei, what happened to you? Luffy was somewhat speechless, as his once gigantic companion had now turned into such a mini version, or rather, had transformed from a true battle pet into a cute, miniature ornamental pet. Boss, I can now freely control the size of my body. Thanks to that pitch-black bead you gave me, I didn't expect to absorb it all instantly after swallowing it. Then my body kept being transformed, and now I can control my size. Xiao Hei excitedly exclaimed to Luffy, completely unaware of a massive figure suddenly opening its huge fangs and preparing to devour him. Xiao Zi, what are you trying to do? Just as Luffy was about to rush forward to stop her, Xiao Hei's miniature form suddenly exploded in size, with its tentacles matching Xiao Zi's body, while calmly staring at Xiao Zi, who was opening her mouth wide. I want to smack. Just as Xiao Zi's expression turned ferocious, Luffy finally reached Xiao Zi and delivered a heavy punch to her face, creating a black circle with his fist. Boss! Xiao Hei watched as Luffy struck Xiao Zi, causing her to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Unable to bear it, Xiao Hei rushed forward. Want to stop Luffy. Xiao Hei, let go. I need to make Xiao Zi understand a lesson. Otherwise, he won't be my companion anymore. Luffy's words carried an unyielding certainty, and Xiao Hei was stunned by Luffy's statement about abandoning Xiao Zi as a partner. Along the way, Xiao Hei could clearly sense the bond between Xiao Zi and Luffy, knowing how Luffy treated Xiao Zi. And now Luffy had actually spoken about not wanting Xiao Zi as a partner. Of course, Luffy's words were clearly heard by Little Purple. At this moment, Little Purple, who had originally felt a bit jealous and impulsive due to Little Black's advancement, finally calmed down a bit. Slap, slap. Luffy continued to strike Little Purple's body relentlessly, and the intense pain made Little Purple unable to suppress his groans of anguish. Luffy ignored Little Purple's painful moans and continued to hit him with all his strength, showing no mercy at all. Boss! Little Purple's weak voice slowly emerged. At this moment, he seemed to finally realize the mistake of his earlier thoughts, which Luffy had noticed long ago but chose not to remind him of, especially with the current situation of hitting him. Boss, I understand my mistake. Little Black is my partner, and I shouldn't have any other thoughts about him. I was wrong. Little Purple faced Luffy's fists and took a heavy blow to the head, then shouted loudly at Luffy and Little Black. Tears of regret forming at the corners of his eyes, indicating how much he regretted and suffered inside. Hee hee, that's more like it. Here, this is yours. Little Purple finally heard the words he most wanted to hear, as Luffy slid over to Little Black's side, exchanged a smile with him, and then threw a deep blue orb in the direction of Little Purple. Boss, looking at the deep blue orb, the fiery red orb inside Little Purple, which he had absorbed less than 1/10 of, suddenly became heated. Without hesitation, Little Purple opened his mouth wide and swallowed the deep blue orb. As soon as the deep blue orb was swallowed, the fiery red orb that he had obtained from the volcano rushed to the side of the deep blue orb, attempting to devour it. However, a violent force erupted from the fiery red orb, matching its intensity, and collided fiercely with it. The two orbs began to compete within Little Purple's body, causing his body to alternate between a vibrant fiery red and a deep-sea blue color. Unlike Little Black, whose body expanded and shrank in an instant, Little Purple's body remained at its initial size. As the fiery red and deep blue orbs consumed each other, a large amount of energy was released, which Little Purple absorbed, gradually forming a new orb within him. This orb had both fiery red and deep blue colors, which were continuously merging and dissolving. Clang! Finally, when the power of the two orbs dissipated after their competition, the orb formed within Little Purple's body suddenly grew larger, emitting an aura that immobilized both the fiery red and deep blue orbs. Then, a massive force enveloped these two energies, pulling them into the orb that had naturally formed within Little Purple's body. After the orb absorbed the fiery red and deep blue orbs, it gradually took shape. Then, as if teleporting, it traversed Little Purple's body, strengthening him along the way. Moreover, some changes began to occur on Little Purple's body. The surface that had only been tempered by lava now grew faint scales, which were more than 10 times harder than his previous scales, making his outer defense truly terrifying. However, compared to other parts of Little Purple's body, this was nothing, as even more drastic changes occurred internally. The once weaker internal structure now had a defensive strength comparable to the scales on Little Purple's surface. What surprised Luffy the most was that two very small horns had actually grown on Little Purple's forehead. These horns left Luffy in shock. Even with the power of Haki, he could not resist the pressure emanating from them. At this moment, the orb inside Little Purple's body finally stabilized, accurately stopping at the heart area, with thick flames continuously emerging from it, seemingly ready for Little Purple to use at any time. Next to the thick flames was a deep blue mist that contrasted sharply with the flames. After merging with the deep blue orb, he gained the ability to control the mist, which was far beyond Little Purple's expectations. However, what Little Purple wanted the most at this moment was not these abilities. After spending time with Luffy, he understood Luffy's identity. If he wanted to follow Luffy on adventures, his and Little Black's large bodies were the biggest obstacles. Little Black had already mastered the ability to control his size, but Little Purple had yet to test whether he had the ability to control his body after completely swallowing two of those glowing orbs. It was important to note that he had completely absorbed two orbs, not just 1/10 of two orbs. The strange power that sea beasts inherently possessed was immediately utilized by Little Purple throughout his body, causing him to compress rapidly without any hindrance. Soon a small snake, less than 50 centimeters long and even smaller than Little Black, appeared in front of Luffy. However, even after shrinking, the two small horns on Little Purple's forehead showed no change. They stood straight up. The newly transformed Little Purple, now a small snake, happily called out to Luffy and began to play around in his arms, making Luffy laugh heartily. At this moment, Little Black also happily circled around Luffy, showing no dissatisfaction with Little Purple's ability to shrink. When Little Purple had just swallowed the deep blue orb, a pressure emanated from his body, making Little Black feel an impulse to worship him immediately. Little Purple, all right, since you can shrink now, and I've achieved my purpose for coming out this time, only this last membrane remains. We need to head back now. It's been over 2 years since we last met. I wonder how those guys are doing. Luffy said to Little Purple, looking in the distance. Okay, boss, you and Little Black can hop on. I'll pull you. My speed is very fast now. Little Purple said with a mysterious smile, then transformed into a length of about 20 meters, appearing in front of Luffy. Let's go. Luffy and Little Black sat on Little Purple's head, and the two horns didn't give Luffy any unpleasant feeling. Instead, they provided a good handhold for him. However, Little Black dared not get too close to the small horns and settled down a short distance behind Luffy. With a whoosh, Little Purple's figure was already hundreds of meters away. The 4th volume New World ends here. Next, let's enjoy the final volume of the Peak Battle in One Piece. Peak Battle. Chapters 220 and 221. The Dragon's Decision combined. Ivankov. Now we have the West Sea. Next up is the South Sea and North Sea, said a man with a strange mark on his face, looking towards the east and speaking to a giant-faced person beside him. Drag, have you really made up your mind? You should know that those guys' plans are nearing completion. Besides the East Sea, there is nothing left in these 4 seas that they care about. We must seize the East Sea quickly, or else once their plan succeeds, what good will it do even if we control the West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, and all the associated lands? Ivankov voiced his doubts to the man in front of him, whose thoughts were always inscrutable. Ivankov, you should know that we, the D family, have a mission to enlighten all of humanity, to return to a world free from ignorance, rather than living a life of lies under the control of those people. Therefore, my historical mission must first be to awaken the people's consciousness, to let everyone know the truths that the world government wants to hide, and then we can address other matters. But what about their plans? You know that even someone as strong as the 5 elders has gone somewhere else now. Otherwise, we couldn't have taken the West Sea so quickly. Can we really rely solely on the deployments left by Roger to stop their plans? Ivankov still wanted to argue, believing that awakening the people's consciousness and revealing the truths hidden by the world government could be done even after stopping their plans. Ivankov, do you know that I have a son named Monkey D. Luffy? He is a more suitable candidate than Roger. That is why Roger chose to give up stopping the 5 elders from reviving that person at the last moment. Instead, he was nearly obliterated by the power he unleashed. All of this was to completely eliminate that threat. Otherwise, the crisis facing our land could never be resolved. Then we should help your son deal with those people at this moment. Shun Tiwi? Ivankov seemed to understand something. Ha ha. Sons have their own paths, and fathers have theirs. Regardless, we must first take the South Sea and North Sea, then launch a full-scale attack on the East Sea, gather the intelligence that Kuma has acquired over the years, and resolve the Vegapunk situation. That is what we must do. Don't you agree? Dragon turned to Ivankov and smiled. Well, since you've made up your mind, count me in. At that moment, Ivankov stood resolutely behind Dragon. Behind them stretched an endless sea of soldiers, all formidable warriors draped in pristine white cloaks, emblazoned with the word justice. However, unlike the justice depicted on the cloaks of the world government, these words were pure white, even whiter than the cloaks themselves, appearing exceptionally clear from a distance. This unambiguous justice was the lifelong dream of Dragon, and today he finally had the strength to realize it. Partners, let us set out. Suddenly, Dragon shouted to the vast crowd behind him, and he stepped forward to embark on yet another journey. Soon after, the South Sea was conquered by Dragon, and the world government began to retreat step by step, causing Dragon's momentum to soar, and he swiftly took the North Sea. At this point, only the East Sea remained under the control of the world government, and their resistance was becoming increasingly fierce, with many powerful armed forces gathering in the East Sea. The rebellion army, led by Dragon, began to engage in a head-on confrontation with the world government. The situation in the East Sea, the weakest of the 4 seas, fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, in the New World, the atmosphere was chaotic. Led by Scan, a massive new force emerged, gradually taking control of a corner of the New World near the northwest, becoming a dominant power. At this moment, more than 2 years had passed since Whitebeard was killed in the major incident, and one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, finally made her presence known to the world. The newly risen Blackbeard pirates invaded the sea where Big Mom operated, breaking through all her defenses and successfully taking down this mysterious figure known in the New World. News from the Blackbeard pirates was shocking. One of the 4 emperors turned out to be just a shell. When Blackbeard stormed into her palace, Big Mom, who had dominated this place for countless years, didn't even have the courage to resist and knelt before Blackbeard. After being examined by Blackbeard, it was confirmed that she was indeed Big Mom without any substitute, and she was killed on the spot. After that, there are no more news about the 4 emperors in this sea. Only Scan, Blackbeard, and the world government as a temporary base in the New World remained, where the long-standing 5 elders had also arrived. At this time, even Scan and others dared not make any major moves, as the strength of the 5 elders was indeed terrifying, leaving the sea relatively quiet for a while. However, everyone living in this sea understood one thing. It was too quiet now, and after such silence, an explosion was bound to follow. Just then, a ship that had sunk to the depths of the sea 10,000 meters below slowly surfaced. When the pirate flag with the straw hat was once again illuminated by the sun, a brilliant light reflected off the flag, becoming extraordinarily dazzling. Finally seeing the sun again. On the figurehead of the Mary, Luffy joyfully shouted at the distant sun, and beside him, a graceful and beautiful woman, with an alluring figure, was holding a tempting snack while watching the dazzling light with Luffy. At this moment, the Empress had long been free from her lovesickness, and after crazily honing herself in the depths of the sea, she had undergone a complete transformation. Her already noble demeanor now had an extra layer of depth, and her beauty was not only dazzling, but also carried a unique deep-sea charm. Chirp! A small snake gradually turned a fire-blue color, leaping around the Mary, coming into view of Luffy, while a small octopus also jumped into Luffy's sight, joyfully experiencing this world they had never seen before. Xiao Hei from now on. You should maintain this form unless I instruct you otherwise. Soon, Frankie will tailor rooms just for you, and then you can join us, Luffy said to the deep-sea giant python and kraken still swimming in the water. Chirp! Seeing Xiao Zi and Xiao Hei so happy made Luffy very pleased. He didn't expect that the initial discomfort of leaving the deep sea would be instantly resolved by the two of them, which was much better than when they first ascended into the 10,000-meter deep sea. Zoro, don't you plan to tell us about your eye? Luffy raised his head and loudly asked Zoro, who was still tirelessly honing his body not far away. No. When Luffy first saw Zoro, the clear scar over his left eye surprised him, but Zoro merely downplayed it, saying it was nothing, which made Luffy anxious. However, due to Zoro's repeated insistence, Luffy didn't feel it was right to force him to speak, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In contrast, the others had all undergone certain changes. Chopper had grown a bit larger than before, and his hands had become more agile. It was evident from Chopper's continuous experiments in the lab over the past 3 years that he had made many gains. Luffy could vaguely sense that Chopper's improvements weren't limited to medicinal knowledge. Rather, he had made significant progress in his own strength as well. Robin's hairstyle had become more feminine and alluring, and the aura she exuded when she moved her hands showed that she had mastered the powers of the Hana no Mi, to its fullest. Moreover, there was a subtle sense of power emanating from Robin's limbs, making it clear that she was stronger now than she had been before. Of course, the most significant changes belonged to Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Brook. Nami's climb attack had once again been upgraded by Usopp, and when she waved her hands, a burst of observation haki erupted as if it were tangible. It was clear that Nami had undergone a dramatic transformation over the past 3 years. Usopp had changed the least. Aside from being more muscular than before, the only notable difference was that his ammo pouch was fuller. As for Brook, his whole body had become translucent, and what was once just a skeletal frame now seemed to have an unusual quality, as if it had been enhanced by soaking in some other liquid. Sanji was still the same as ever, rushing to flirt with beautiful women. But he was even more enthusiastic than before, having changed his hairstyle again, with his left eye concealed once more. It seemed that Sanji's gaze had been used again during his deep-sea adventures over the past 3 years. His light stubble made him appear more masculine than before and added a touch of unique charm. The most eye-catching change was Sanji's feet, as he wore a pair of peculiar black riding boots that no one had seen him wear before. It was evident that these boots were a treasure he had acquired in the deep sea. Additionally, there was one more thing to mention. Nami, Robin, and Hancock had gradually developed some understanding through their adventures over the past 3 years, even practicing several combinations of techniques, which were quite powerful. Everyone, dinner is ready. Sanji suddenly shouted towards Luffy while dashing to Hancock's side, speaking to her gently. Miss Hancock, it's time to eat. Please follow me. Sanji then gentlemanly led Hancock away, while Luffy waved to his small companions, Little Purple and Little Black, who jumped onto his shoulders. Holding Little Purple and Little Black, Luffy bounced over to the dining table on the Mary, where Frankie had already prepared 2 large pools. Luffy placed Little Purple and Little Black in one of the pools. In front of them was a giant portion of the dish that Sanji had specially prepared for them. Nami, what's our next target? Luffy asked while sitting in his seat, eating a portion of roast meat that was no smaller than Little Purple and Little Black's. I discussed it with Robin. And next we need to forge the glass heart as soon as possible. The fire spirit you collected and the silver essence Zoro found have already far exceeded the amount needed for forging the glass heart. Our next destination is the city of craftsmen, Craft City. We also need to understand what kind of environment this sea has been like during our 2 years of lurking in the deep sea. Nami elegantly explained while enjoying the dish made by Sanji, which included a sauce he had recently developed. Craft City? Is that where the man with the Thunder God's hammer, the craftsman, is? Zoro asked hesitantly when he heard Nami mention the craftsman. Yes, that's the one, Robin confirmed, smiling at Sanji. This dish is indeed at a higher level than before. It seems there's hope for the autumn water, Zoro muttered to himself, but the heavy sword autumn water, entrusted to him by Ryuma, remained sheathed at his waist, never drawn. Moreover, there was a hint of melancholy in Zoro's expression, as if he couldn't concentrate. All right, now that we confirmed our goal, let's eat quickly. Later, I'll demonstrate the last layer of the Bagua technique a few times for you. Once you understand the final layer of the Bagua technique, you'll feel its power, Luffy said with a sly smile. Chapter 222, T-Beard combined. In a corner of the New World, there was a city that didn't belong to any power. It belonged to a single person. A man known as the Craftsman. A Thunder God's hammer and a city of craftsmen. That was all he had. Inside Craft City, there were more blacksmith shops than anywhere else, and each shop had a craftsman in residence. Some of the more prestigious shops even had disciples of the craftsman present, and every disciple had produced renowned weapons in the New World. The former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division, Firesword Vista, wielded a double-edged black sword that could withstand Mihawk's attacks, forged by one of the Thunder God's disciples, named Lei Baijun. However, such renowned weapons were only available once a year in Craft City for outsiders, while the rest were kept in the city's armory, which could only be accessed with the craftsman's approval. Thus, Craft City could maintain its uniqueness amidst the turbulent New World because they had provided fitting weapons for many formidable beings. One day, a group of people arrived in Craft City, led by a young boy wearing straw hat. In the New World today, such straw hats have become quite common. As 3 years ago, a story about a boy with a straw hat began to circulate. This is the Baijun blacksmith shop, Luffy said as he looked up at the sign, clearly displaying the 5 characters, and walked in that direction. It was a very lavishly decorated blacksmith shop. Upon entering, Luffy felt as if he had stepped into a grand hall rather than a weapon shop. Quick, call Master Layout. This time we must obtain that glass fragment gun. A bearded man shouted loudly at a worker in the blacksmith shop. T-Beard, you need to understand something. This is Craft City, not one of those islands you occupy. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. This is Craft City, the territory of the craftsman. A burly man with his back exposed came out from a back room, his voice booming as he addressed the bearded man. It's Master Lei. This time T-Beard, am absolutely not here to cause trouble. I'm purely here for your glass fragment gun. What do you think? T-Beard stepped forward a few steps and whispered to Lei Baijun when he saw him appear. T-Huzi, you shouldn't be a newcomer in the Craft City anymore. You should know the rules here. If you want to obtain that Lyusa gun, just wait for the opening hall 3 months later. At that time, whether you can get it will depend entirely on your own abilities, Lei Baijun said, seemingly already familiar with this T-Huzi, casually dismissing him without a second glance. At that moment, Lei Baijun also noticed the arrival of Luffy and his group and directly walked up to them. Welcome to Baijun's blacksmith shop. What kind of weapons do you need? All the weapons here are handcrafted by me. Although they aren't top-tier weapons, they're still quite handy. Lei Baijun shouted to Luffy and the others like a savvy worker who understands all human affairs, with no airs about him. He led Luffy and the others to a large weapon rack, preparing to introduce them one by one. Just then, Lei Baijun caught a glimpse of the 3 swords hanging at Zoro's waist and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. May I see the swords at your waist? Don't worry, I just feel an extremely familiar aura from them, Lei Baijun said, pointing at Zoro's wad Ikemanji. Of course, Zoro, who originally had a request, directly unsheathed the sword that held life significance for him and handed it to the burly man in front of him. This sword, Lei Baijun held the wad Ikemanji, carefully observing its sheath's patterns and designs, as if he could detect some very important information from them. The fact that this sword could attract such attention from Lei Baijun indicated it was quite extraordinary. Thinking of this, T-Huzi, not far away, couldn't help but feel a little scheming as he watched Lei Baijun carefully examine one of the swords carried by this unexpected group. Please follow me to the inner room. I have some very important matters to discuss with you, Lei Baijun suddenly said to Luffy and the others with great seriousness, then took the lead toward an inner room within the shop. Master Lei, don't you want to know what I can offer in exchange for that Lyusa gun? When Lei Baijun suggested a private conversation with Luffy and the others, T-Huzi finally realized that he had been completely ignored from the start and couldn't help but shout loudly at Lei Baijun. The Glazed Heart has reappeared, and its location is near Craft City. I have received news that the world government will be involved, and this time Craft City may face significant trouble, T-Huzi said. With these words, Lei Baijun finally stopped in his tracks. After all, this was indeed a very serious matter for Craft City. Even though Lei Baijun had lived in Craft City for years, he had heard about the world government's increasing interest in the Glazed Heart that had appeared in recent years. Where did you get this information? Lei Baijun suddenly moved quickly in front of T-Huzi, glaring at him menacingly. You know my abilities. I've set up countless din mushi on my island. This information was naturally detected by them, T-Huzi said, feeling more confident as he realized his intel was finally being taken seriously. You know the rules of Craft City. If you attempt to deceive with false information, you should know the consequences, Lei Bai Jun hinted with a slight threat. Of course I know. If you give me the Lyusu gun now, I will give you a piece of information for free. Although this information isn't crucial for Craft City, it will definitely stir up some waves in the new world, T-Huzi said, seeming quite certain of himself, standing tall. After staring at T-Huzi for 3 seconds, Lei Bai Jun suddenly shouted to a nearby worker, "Afu, get the Lyusu gun." In a short while, a long spear shimmering with a glazed light and featuring spiral patterns was brought out by the worker, Afu, and respectfully handed to Lei Bai Jun T-Huzi. Here you go. This spear is yours now. Lei Bai Jun casually tossed the spear, which was one of his proudest creations in recent years, to T-Huzi. Oh. Just as T-Huzi grasped the spear, he felt its weight and almost dropped it. However, he managed to steady it, showing he had some skill. He carefully examined the spear from top to bottom, not missing any detail, and finally a happy smile spread across his face. With a loud shout, "Good spear," he moved his body, and the spear twirled beautifully in his hands. T-Huzi, stop embarrassing yourself. With your skills, using this Lyusu gun would be a pure waste. Hurry and tell me that mouth-watering piece of information, and maybe I can help you cover up that eye-catching glow of the Lyusu gun. Lei Bai Jun thought as he watched T-Huzi, whose slightly overweight body was waving the Lyusu gun in front of everyone, especially in front of its creator, Lei Bai Jun, making him feel as if a good weapon was being trampled on. Of course, it's because the martial art competition is about to start. I've heard that this time, the competition has attracted quite a few people. Even the likes of Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords, and Bista from the Whitebeard Pirates have participated. It seems that the flower sword in Bista's hand is Master Lei's most proud work, but I wonder how it compares to this Lyusu, T-Huzi said lightly. But his words stunned Lei Bai Jun and Luffy's group, especially Zoro at that moment. The once towering figure suddenly appeared before Zoro, wielding a massive black sword. Under its swing, he felt no resistance at all, and now, perhaps he could fight against it. A strong battle intent suddenly erupted from Zoro's eyes. A martial arts competition? The title of the world's #1 swordsmanship? I didn't expect powerful swordsmen like Hawkeye and Bista would fight for such an empty title. Lei Bai Jun sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Here, take this and apply it to the Lyusu gun. That layer of glazed light will naturally disappear. T-Huzi received the small bottle tossed by Lei Bai Jun and poured out some strange powder, sprinkling it on the spear. Sure enough, the originally dazzling glazed light was completely covered, and it looked like an ordinary spiral-patterned steel spear from the outside. By the way, I heard that the first prize of this martial arts competition is provided by the world government, and it seems to be a sword called his. T-Huzi, holding the Lyusu gun he got, swayed as he walked out, casually throwing out that half-hearted statement. His. In an instant, Lei Bai Jun, Robin, Frankie, and Zoro were all shocked because that was the his, a weapon comparable to ancient weapons or even surpassing them, crafted 50 years ago by Leiwan Hammer, known as the God of Crafts, who controlled the Thunder God's hammer. Seeing the looks from Luffy and the others, Robin then explained, I didn't expect that sword, which was once given to a close friend by my teacher, would appear in this chaotic world. I wonder what impact the appearance of his will have on this turbulent new world, Lei Bai Jun said with a hint of emotion, and then stepped into the inner room first. Sanji, Usopp, Luffy said softly to those not far behind him, then stepped into the inner room as well. In a small house 500 meters away from the 100 Goods blacksmith shop, a bearded man was sitting, his face soaked in sweat. It wasn't the weight of the shattered gun in his hand that made him sweat, but the information on a stack of documents before him. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by the formidable Monkey D. Luffy, alongside Roronoa Zoro, the 3-sword-style swordsman wielding the ancient weapon Shadow Blade, and Sanji, the Blackleg. These were the very people the world government had been frantically pursuing for 3 years, and they had appeared in Artisan City. Could it be? Suddenly, a strange light flashed through T-Huzi's mind, as if he had finally noticed something significant. The Glass Heart had never been reported to have appeared there, and the world government had not detected its presence. Unexpectedly, just as the Glass Heart was detected near Artisan City, the Straw Hat Pirates showed up. Indeed, the Glass Heart was obtained by them, T-Huzi thought, his face showing some uncertainty. It seems that this time, I'm going to make a fortune. After a moment of careful contemplation, T-Huzi couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. After laughing for a while, he slowly calmed down, carefully sorting through the entire situation, and eventually broke out in a cold sweat. I must leave here immediately. As for whether to sell this information or return to base to work on it, if they catch me, it will be over. The Straw Hat Pirates, like a star that suddenly rose to fame overnight, have become the focus of the New World. To say they were without any power would be nonsense. Moreover, T-Hoozy had just revealed his abilities in front of those people when he exchanged information for the Shatter Gun with Lei Bai Jun. If those people paid a bit of attention to them, T-Hoozy didn't know what kind of trouble he would encounter. Although he had obtained a weapon like the Shatter Gun, he was not arrogant enough to think he could fight against a group like the Straw Hat Pirates who dared to confront Marine Admirals. Having thought this through, T-Hoozy no longer hesitated, quickly putting away some documents related to this secret base, preparing to leave Artisan City and return to his secret base. Suddenly, a slightly lewd voice came from the direction of the magical algae, and a huge green blob exploded in front of T-Hoozy, with strands of green algae-like vegetation surging up and wrapping around his location. Shadowy figures began to kick wildly toward the person within the magical algae. T-Hoozy, where do you think you're going? After the attack, two figures gradually became clear in T-Hoozy's hideout, one of whom, a man with slightly curly hair, said blandly. Chapter 224. Artisan God Lei Wanchue combined. Suddenly, a slightly low voice came from the magical algae. Then, amidst the flash of gunfire, the magical algae that had entangled T-Hoozy was instantly reduced to dust, and his figure appeared in front of Sanji and Usopp. You really came. T-Hoozy glanced at the two who stood by and did not block his escape, unable to help but sigh. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, and after exhaling the smoke until it dissipated, he said to T-Hoozy, "Where do you want to go, or what do you want?" His voice was flat, but the looks exchanged between Usopp and Sanji gave T-Hoozy a chilling feeling. After all, T-Hoozy was someone who could survive in the New World specializing in intelligence. Comparing the combat power of the two before him, he immediately felt there was no need to continue fighting since he would definitely lose. However, although he felt uneasy, T-Hoozy could still think calmly about a strategy to escape. Looking at Sanji and the long-nosed man, T-Hoozy realized he couldn't come up with a good plan to escape from Sharpshooter and a close combat fighter. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and he mysteriously asked Sanji and the others, "I, T-Hoozy, swear by the name of the T-Hoozy pirates that I will not actively leak the information about your appearance in Artisan City. At the same time, I will tell you a piece of information that, if disclosed, would easily lead to my destruction, even if I, T-Hoozy, have great use for it. Therefore, I hope that you, having learned this information, do not spread it, or I, T-Hoozy, will have to think twice." His words carried a certain boldness. "Let us hear it." Sanji and Usopp stepped closer, forming an encirclement around T-Hoozy. This speed only strengthened T-Hoozy's resolve to not engage them in combat. "So, where did you get this sword from?" Lei Bai Jun, having sensed the absence of two people from his group, didn't pursue the matter, but seriously asked Zoro about the origin of the sword he carried, which resembled the legendary sword, Wado Ikamanji. "This sword was inherited from my lifelong confidant." Zoro responded somewhat lowly, but that low tone was only momentary, as he soon exhibited a firm conviction, the aspiration to become the world's greatest swordsman. Not just in name, but the world's most revered swordsman. "Is it?" Lei Bai Jun leaned closer and whispered a name in Zoro's ear, as if it needed to be kept secret even from his companions. "Yes, this sword was indeed passed down to me by my master's daughter, who is my lifelong confidant," Zoro declared loudly, without any more concealment. "All right, please follow me to meet my master. I believe your purpose here is to meet my master as well, right?" "Monkey D." Luffy, Lei Bai Jun said, turning to smile at Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat. "Yes, please lead the way," Luffy replied without any intention of hiding, and a small spherical object appeared in his hand for a moment. "Follow me. I believe your two companions should be back by now," Lei Bai Jun simply said, then glanced at Sanji and Usopp, who had just arrived, before pressing a very concealed switch at a corner of the inner room. Suddenly, a passage appeared before Luffy and the others. Lei Bai Jun jumped down first, not caring whether Luffy and the others followed, and continued down the path. The underground passage was large, and Luffy and the others followed behind Lei Bai Jun, walking for over an hour without reaching the end. After inquiring, they learned that they had covered less than half the distance. Thus, Lei Bai Jun led the way, with Luffy and the others closely following. An hour passed, and although they still saw no end, they could vaguely hear the sound of clanging. This was the sound of hammers striking steel. They were getting closer to where Lei Bai Jun's master, the artisan god, was located. As the sound drew closer, Luffy and the others couldn't help but quicken their pace. After a quarter of an hour, a massive forging pool appeared before them. In this forging pool, there were nearly 100 forging stations, each accompanied by a burly man vigorously wielding a giant hammer, repeatedly performing a simple action, lifting the hammer and then striking down with all their might onto the blazing red iron blocks on the forging stations. The incredibly hard iron blocks morphed into various different shapes under the relentless hammering of the burly men as they bent the metal to their will. Not far from the forging pool was a cold, eerie pool into which various completed weapons or parts of weapons were continuously thrown, all crafted by these burly men. This was the core of our craft city, where all the apprentice craftsmen honed their forging skills. When they one day managed to forge a weapon with a hint of spirit, they would qualify to become disciples of the craft god. Only then would they be eligible to enter the Craft God Pavilion, and their works would qualify to be included in the Equipment Pavilion, and also be selected for a master during the annual opening hall ceremony to supply the blacksmith shops and earn berries. However, all the works they forged here would never see the light of day, as they were all merely unqualified defective products. Lei Baijun explained to Luffy and the others who were not far behind. He then took a big step and walked along a small path beside the forging pool, while the burly men inside the pool never lifted their heads, seemingly immersed in the joy of forging, ignoring everything else. As they passed through the forging pool, Luffy and the others suddenly realized that the path ahead continued downward, as if the Craft God Pavilion was buried deep underground. Continuing to step downward for about 500 meters, the familiar thudding sound echoed again. But this time it was deeper and more rhythmic than the chaotic sounds from the forging pool. Forging is done hammer by hammer, with no shortcuts. To take the thunder hammer from me, Lei Wanchue, you must swing your hammer seriously every day until I'm satisfied, a coarse voice rang out, louder than the sound of the hammers, making Luffy and the others' eardrums ache. Finally, upon hearing that coarse voice, Lei Baijun, who had remained calm, couldn't help but feel excited. After all, the opportunity to personally receive the teachings of his master had decreased as he was responsible for the Baijun blacksmith shop outside for many years. Although his fellow apprentices envied Lei Baijun's freedom to roam the craft city, they did not understand the pain in his heart. From the moment he was assigned to be in charge of external affairs, Lei Baijun realized that he would never reach his master's level. Instead of spending his life swinging hammers in vain, it was better to earn some living expenses for the craft city and the Craft God Pavilion while he still had some fame. Yet, deep in Lei Baijun's heart, there had always been a dream that one day he would have the opportunity to wield the heavy thunder hammer and forge the divine weapons of his heart. However, that dream had been shattered the moment he forged the flower sword. He knew he would never realize it because, after forging the flower sword, he had made no progress in forging at all. Baijun is here. Just as Lei Baijun fell into deep thought, an old, coarse voice came from not far underground. Baijun is here. Every time Lei Baijun approached Lei Wanchue, the latter would always kindly say, Baijun is here, which deeply moved Lei Baijun, as he knew that in his master's heart, he was the one who cared the most and favored him to inherit his legacy. There are a few guests as well. Bring them over. Lei Wanchue's coarse voice came again. After acknowledging, Lei Baijun led Luffy and the others up a staircase into the most famous Craft God Pavilion in Craft City. As soon as they stepped into the Craft God Pavilion, the most profound feeling was not the grandeur of the pavilion like the notable majestic figure of the Craft God, but the wave of heat that greeted them. Luffy had experienced this heat before in the depths of the sea at 10,000 meters. It was the temperature of a volcano, but the temperature here was much higher than that of the underwater volcano. After slightly adapting to the temperature of the Craft God Pavilion, Luffy and the others couldn't help but start to take in their surroundings. The underground cavern was even larger than the forging pool surrounding a volcanic vent. At the vent, there was a massive forging station laid out, but at that moment, no one was hammering away. Surrounding the volcano were more than 20 forging stations, each manned by a burly giant over 2 meters tall, who swung their hammers at incredible speeds. Within 10 seconds, Luffy saw a man nearby strike more than 30 blows. The Craft God Pavilion was not as beautiful and luxurious as they had imagined. Instead, it leaned toward a practical simplicity. Not far from the volcanic vent, there was a pool of thick white liquid, in which 2 short swords were inserted, completely enveloped by the viscous liquid without a hint of smoke escaping. Close to the white pool was a giant storage cabinet made of fine steel, inside which lay dozens of weapons that exuded a clear sense of spirit at a glance. At the very top of the cabinet were 2 elegantly written characters, Equipment Pavilion. Luffy and the others were astonished. They never expected the highly revered Equipment Pavilion to look like this. After their surprise, their gaze finally fixed on an old man not far away. The old man held a gourd-shaped wine flask in one hand and wandered drunkenly among the burly giants, occasionally striking them on the head with his flask when he saw they weren't hammering quickly enough. Without needing to observe closely, Luffy and the others knew that this disheveled old man was the craft god, Lei Wanchue, who possessed the Thunder Hammer. Master, that tea-bearded man detected some news that the world government is preparing to... Don't say anything. The glass heart has already arrived at Craft City. It would be strange if the world government didn't come, right? What do you think, Straw Hat? The craft god smiled slyly at Luffy and the others. Hee craft god. This time we hope you can personally forge the glass heart for us. I don't think you'll refuse such a request, right? Luffy took out the glass heart, which was glowing with colorful light from his pocket, with a look that said he had it all figured out, and addressed craft god Lei Wanchue. Ha ha ha. You are indeed as interesting as that old coot said. All right, forging this glass heart must be done by me. Lei Wanchue laughed heartily, directly taking the glass heart from Luffy's hand to carefully feel its intricate patterns. Old coot, are you talking about Rayleigh? At this moment, Luffy felt an immense shock in his heart because he suddenly had a strange feeling that every step he took was being monitored by Rayleigh and that Rayleigh was clearing the path ahead for him. Yes, it's Rayleigh. However, Straw Hat friend, I know what you're thinking, but this is the end of the road for me. From here on, neither Rayleigh nor we can help you. You'll have to rely on yourself. After saying this, Lei Wanchue no longer paid attention to Luffy and the others, but placed the glass heart against his chest, carefully feeling the waves of energy transmitted from it, which would be extremely helpful for the forging process later on. After a while, Lei Wanchue seemed to have completely understood the glass heart and waved a Lei by June not far away. After whispering a few words in his ear, he sent him out. Seeing Lei by June's unsteady steps, Luffy and the others seemed to vaguely understand what Lei Wanchue had instructed him about. They couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards this scruffy old man, alleviating their previous worries about the forging of the glass heart. Chapter 226 to 227. Autumn Water Without Trace Combined. Qinshuan, you stay here. Let your junior brothers take those people from the forging pool aboard the Maya. Bai Jun will be waiting for you there. Lei Wanchue turned to a bald man not far away and said. He then turned and walked to the area around the volcano's mouth. The bald man did not ask further, seemingly prepared for Luffy and the others' arrival. More than 20 people, led by a bearded man, left through the passage where Luffy and the others had come from, leaving only the bald man named Qinshuan, who stood beside Lei Wanchue, holding a pitch-black iron hammer. Teacher, do we have to leave all the weapons in the weapon pavilion? Qinshuan glanced at the weapon pavilion not far away, where the weapons were cherished by everyone in the artisan god pavilion. Leave them. These things are just inanimate objects. As long as there are still people, they don't mean much. Besides, the real treasures are in that young man's hands. Lei Wanchue casually pointed at Zoro, who was holding the sword and the legendary sword Wado Ikamanji in one hand. Due to Lei Bai Jun's instructions, he didn't have a chance to mention the sword's uniqueness. But it seemed that for those who truly understood forging, good works didn't need others to introduce them. They could recognize them at a glance. Can I take a look at the sword in your hand? Qinshuan hesitantly approached Zoro and asked with a slightly trembling voice, as if he had seen an astonishing weapon. Zoro naturally did not stop him, and moreover, he had been carrying a matter in his heart that, if not resolved, would never let him find peace. He couldn't help but grip the slightly heavy great sword, the black blade, Autumn Water. Teacher, as soon as he held Wado Ikamanji, Qinshuan turned to his teacher in surprise, asking in astonishment because he sensed a very familiar aura from the sword. Lei Wanchue responded softly, Come help, Hyangsun. Perhaps I can wait for that day to come. Qinshuan solemnly handed the sword to Zoro and deeply bowed to him, saying in a voice only he and Zoro could hear, Please take care of this sword. This sword is my life. Although he didn't know why both Lei Bai Jun and now Qinshuan were so interested in the Wado Ikamanji in his hands, in Zoro's heart, Wado Ikamanji was his life. As long as he was alive, the sword was alive. Holding a huge black iron hammer, Qinshuan slowly walked up to Lei Wanchue, igniting the fire to begin tempering the glass heart, which was radiating with colorful light. Straw Hat friend, take out your design. Don't make it too difficult, otherwise. This old bone of mine can't handle it, Lei Wanchue said. With Qinshuan's help, the two soon fixed the somewhat restless glass heart on the forging platform and then extended their hands towards Luffy. Senior, this is the design of an ancient weapon we found Robin took out a very old piece of gauze paper from her waist pouch and handed it to Lei Wanchue. She then took out a tattered cloth with some strange ancient characters written on it. This is a rune we discovered from 10,000 meters deep in the sea. We hope you can engrave it on the forged weapon, Robin said, handing over the worthless piece of cloth that Luffy had found from the corpse of a giant sea beast. Lei Wanchue casually took the tattered cloth without paying much attention to it, but carefully examined the design diagram that Robin had initially handed over. The complex, yet simple designs made Lei Wanchue completely engrossed, and he occasionally moved his lips, feeling a sense of clarity as if many tangled questions had been resolved through this design. This made Lei Wanchue very pleased, and he couldn't help but study the design in his hand more seriously. After about a quarter of an hour, Lei Wanchue finally finished studying the design and handed it to Qinshuan beside him. He then picked up the tattered cloth, which Robin referred to as a rune. Lei Wanchue understood ancient characters, so the moment he laid eyes on the cloth, apart from the few large characters at the top, he couldn't recognize the rest because they were not letters but a symbol, a rune. The only 4 words that could be understood were all spirits sealed. But these simple 4 words stunned Lei Wanchue because he had heard of this rune before. According to legend, once this rune was engraved onto a weapon, it would only have 3 chances to activate. After using it 3 times, regardless of success or failure, the rune would seal the weapon into the user's body, using that person's soul to suppress what was sealed. Are you really sure you want to engrave this rune onto the weapon? Lei Wanchue asked Robin and the others again, not fully confident. Old Senior, yes, we've decided. Luffy stepped forward at this moment, looking at Lei Wanchue with bright, untainted eyes. From Luffy's eyes, Lei Wanchue felt his determination, so he no longer asked, Old Senior, these are the auxiliary materials we've prepared. Please take a look. Nami handed over several small bottles and a large piece of silver essence from a huge package behind Frankie. Fire essence, silver essence, you actually managed to get these, huh? It seems I underestimated you, Lei Wanchue said after fiddling with the materials Nami handed over. It seems my prepared fire essence and iron essence will be of no use. However, I haven't forged so seriously in many years, so I might be a bit rusty. That green-haired guy, bring me your broken sword. I'll fix it for you. Don't worry, even if I'm a bit rusty, my foundation is still there. After mumbling to himself for a while, Lei Wanchue suddenly looked up at Zoro, who was anxiously looking over here, and spoke. Thank you, Senior, Zoro said with great joy, deeply bowing to Lei Wanchue. He then unfastened the sword that pained him deeply. The black blade, Autumn Water. Throughout the 3 years of training, Zoro had encountered many perilous battles, but each time, with the combined efforts of Shurien, Wado, Ikamanji, and Autumn Water, he had managed to successfully avoid danger. However, on the way back, he encountered a strangely shaped sea pig, which was enormous. Even the enlarged version of Little Black was not as big as the sea pig. However, this sea pig is very peculiar, as it can actually transform into a slender, elongated shape while fleeing through the sea, much like a pike, darting forward at high speed. It was during that moment that Zoro's sword, the Autumn Water, was completely shattered by the sea pig's direct impact. However, the broken Autumn Water surprised Zoro, as from the crack, a phantom surged forth in an instant, and a blurred blade of light cleaved through the gap, directly striking the sea pig's body and splitting the originally hard sea pig in half. But this was not enough to quell the anger from the break of Autumn Water. Zoro immediately drew the Shadow Sword, which was also held in his mouth like the sword Dowie, and began to slash at the sea pig, eventually chopping it into chunks of meat. Zoro brought back the most delicious-looking piece of meat and the uncut inner core. It was only from Sanji that he learned that this sea pig was actually the famous sea-fleeing pig. And since neither Xiao Zi nor Xiao Hei could fuse with the inner core, it was ultimately developed by Sanji into a unique sauce. However, with the meat of the sea pig, Sanji naturally would not miss the opportunity to show off his skills. But none of them knew that night, Zoro drank twice as much alcohol as usual. A soul had actually attached itself to the sword. Kid, you really have potential. But I wonder if you can snatch that sword, the Shurs, from Hawkeye's hands. That sword is very important for you. Lei Wanchue quietly reminded Zoro before he began to melt the broken Autumn Water in the volcano's mouth, while his right hand reached to the side, tightly gripping a huge golden handle. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, a Thor's hammer, 3 times the size of Lei Wanchue's body, was effortlessly lifted. He then crazily smashed it down onto the black knife, Autumn Water, without caring whether Autumn Water could withstand the blows of the Thor's hammer. Shinsun, bring over the soul-melting juice. After a short while, Lei Wanchue shouted loudly to his disciple nearby, and without waiting to see if it had been brought over, he raised the Thor's hammer above his head, while one hand tossed a piece of black iron essence and a small piece of silver marrow directly into the crack of Autumn Water's blade. At that moment, a foul-smelling liquid was splashed onto the blade of Autumn Water by Qian Sun. As the liquid splashed onto the blade, a phantom shadow instantly surged forth, seemingly trying to struggle free from the Autumn Water. However, Lei Wanchue, being a legendary craftsman, would not allow this to happen. As he swung the Thor's hammer at high speed, it carried strands of lightning and smashed that phantom shadow into the blade, all while a peculiar melody accompanied the relentless strikes against the Autumn Water. The violent soul was finally completely fused into Autumn Water, and the iron essence and silver marrow added by Lei Wanchue began to bond with Autumn Water, becoming part of it. Remarkably, the break in Autumn Water gradually healed, as if it had never been broken at all. However, at this moment, Lei Wanchue showed no signs of stopping. The Thor's hammer continued to slam down heavily onto Autumn Water. For Lei Wanchue, the essence of 1,000 forges was crucial. Once he swung the Thor's hammer, the number of strikes had to reach 1,000. Whether it was 1,000 or 2,000, it must exactly hit the 1,000 mark. 3,000. With a loud shout, Lei Wanchue placed the Thor's hammer back where it was first taken out. Then, a calloused hand, without any protection, directly grasped Autumn Water, showing no concern for the high temperature, and quickly plunged it into a nearby thick white pool. Immediately, the thick white liquid began to crawl up the blade of Autumn Water, completely covering it. Qian Sun, my wine. Lei Wanchue extended his hand, slightly out of breath, and at that moment, Qian Sun skillfully handed over his treasured wine flask. He tilted his head back and gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of spicy liquor. As the alcohol went down his throat, Lei Wanchue satisfiedly burped and then looked down at the Autumn Water now covered in the thick liquid, feeling a bit dazed, as in that instant. It seemed he returned to that moment when his Thor's hammer obediently pounded a massive meteorite, and finally, through the continuous hammering, all impurities were removed. On a stormy night, he combined the thunder and lightning from the heavens and forged his renowned masterpiece, Shurs. Thinking of this, Lei Wanchue turned to glance at Zoro, who had a sword hanging from his waist that left a deep impression on him. Suddenly, Lei Wanchue seemed to sense something, concentrating his attention once again, looking at the seemingly ordinary sword that they had all overlooked. Upon closer inspection, as those people had said, this kid named Zoro indeed held an ancient weapon in his hand, the legendary Sword Ching Ing, truly extraordinary. Lei Wanchue slightly closed his eyes, pondering in his mind. A quarter of an hour passed, and the thick droplets of water clinging to Autumn Water gradually fell off, showing no signs of evaporating at all. One layer of water is indeed the best coolant. Lei Wanchue sighed, then took out the Autumn Water he had forged and examined it carefully. Autumn Water. This name really suits it. But from today on, this sword will no longer be called the Black Blade Autumn Water, but rather the unmarked Autumn Water, like a deep well with no ripples. Lei Wanchue remarked while holding the long sword. Here, kid, feel it. Lei Wanchue shook his hand, tossing the Autumn Water directly to Zoro. The moment Autumn Water entered Zoro's hand, his entire aura changed. He leaped up with the sword in hand and fiercely slashed at the void. Thank you, senior. Zoro felt the Autumn Water after it had been tempered by Lei Wanchue, and the feeling was amazing. Chapter 228, Chapter 9, Ten Fist Sword combined. The current Autumn Water was heavier than before it broke, but with just a few swings. Zoro clearly felt that Autumn Water was more resilient than before, and it also had some functionalities he had yet to explore. Straw Hat friend, it's your turn now. But this gauntlet is too complex in design, so I need the entire manufacturing process to be undisturbed. So, you all just watch from the side, and no matter what happens, do not come within 10 meters of me. Qian Sun said, then it will trouble you, senior. Luffy and the others retreated several meters and stood firm as Lei Wanchue spoke. At this time, the glazed heart was also slightly melting from the flames spewing from the volcano. Lei Wanchue did not wait long, but directly opened the small bottle containing the essence of fire he received from Luffy and poured it over the glazed heart, causing the softened surface to come alive. At that moment, Lei Wanchue swiftly reached out with his bare hands and grabbed the still bubbling hot glazed heart, placing it on the nearby forging table. With a mighty hand, the enormous Thor's hammer was raised, and under Lei Wanchue's full force, the Thor's hammer directly struck down onto the glazed heart. Clang! The Lioli heart was struck hard by the Thunder God hammer, yet it showed no signs of being dented. However, Lei Wanshui didn't mind. Instead, he slightly raised his foot and leaned forward towards the forging platform, his body slightly tilted back. Then, with both hands, he wrapped around the Thunder God hammer, and a strange melody completely unfolded with the motion of swinging the hammer. Throughout the hammering process, the Thunder God hammer emitted hissing sounds from time to time, accompanied by strands of lightning power striking the Lioli heart. The chaotic cloak hammer technique. Who would have thought that after 50 years, he could again witness his master perform this ultimate skill? A fervent look appeared in Qinshuan's eyes as he watched Lei Wanshui use this hammer technique, which would greatly aid his own practice of it. With this rhythm, Lei Wanshui hammered the Lioli heart 1,000 times without pause. At that moment, he threw out 2 small bottles containing fire essence. This time, Lei Wanshui directly hammered the fire essence onto the surface of the Lioli heart, and surprisingly, it emitted a tiny cracking sound. The outer layer of the Lioli heart was finally breached, which was the primary challenge in forging it, and now it was accomplished under Lei Wanshui's chaotic cloak hammer technique. Lei Wanshui did not stop because the outer layer of the Lioli heart had broken. Instead, he hammered even harder with the Thunder God hammer, and the small gap gradually widened. Finally, with a powerful strike, the gap was completely pried open. Without hesitation, Lei Wanshui set the Thunder God hammer aside and directly attached a strand of silver marrow to the pried open outer layer of the Lioli heart, quickly wrapping it up. Then a very lightweight pair of tweezers appeared in Lei Wanshui's hands. With great dexterity, the tweezers in Lei Wanshui's hands removed the outer layer wrapped in silver marrow, revealing a small bead with miraculous power before everyone. This bead had no colorful hues. It was only a faint Lioli color, not very bright but somewhat dim. Yet, this bead was the most crucial object for creating the entire fist glove. After completing all this, Lei Wanshui once again grasped the massive Thunder God hammer. But this time the target was not the small bead, but the outer membrane of the Lioli heart that had been stripped away. Now that the outer membranes had been removed, it was significantly easier to forge them. In no time, Lei Wanshui had forged all the outer membranes. Next was the melting process, where the forged outer membranes and the small bead were placed in the volcanic vent to continue heating and melting. Lei Wanshui took a square mold less than 10 centimeters from a nearby, small pool filled with water. At that moment, a carving knife appeared in Lei Wanshui's hand. And the artisan god, Lei Wanshui began to shape the latest weapon. The carving knife moved effortlessly along Lei Wanshui's fingers, and soon a simple fist glove shape emerged. This was sufficient because the molded fist glove could not be completely made relying solely on this mold. The only function of a mold was to create a blank, while other components needed to be slowly embedded and sculpted. A large block of silver marrow had already been completely melted into a silver liquid marrow juice, which was poured directly into the mold once it formed. In just a quarter of an hour, Lei Wanshui opened the mold, and the mold, which had been covered with layers of water, had lost its shape and turned to powder. The layers of water had already been thoroughly absorbed during the cooling process of the silver liquid marrow juice. Next came the key part, as Lei Wanshui would begin to meticulously shape the entire structure of the fist glove according to the design blueprint provided by Robin. First, the outer membranes began to be applied piece by piece onto the fist glove in Lei Wanshui's hands, and after special reinforcement from him, the outer membranes completely enveloped the entire fist glove made of silver marrow, leaving not a single gap. At this point, Lei Wanshui started to gradually apply the fire essence onto the formed fist glove. With sizzling sounds, the fire essence began to merge into the glove, becoming part of it. By this step, Lei Wanshui's forehead was already drenched in sweat, but he showed no signs of stopping to rest, as there were still 2 challenges left to complete the entire forging process. A glance revealed that the volcanic vent was still occasionally emitting bursts of intense fiery energy. Under the continuous heating of this fiery energy, the small bead became even more radiant, as if the fiery energy was not meant to melt it, but rather to provide it with energy. At that moment, the previously calm volcanic vent erupted again, showering a wisp of fiery energy onto the small bead. As the fiery energy cascaded over it, an exceptionally brilliant light exploded from the bead in all directions. In that instant, Lei Wanshui's hand, now encased in the fist glove, reached out and grabbed the small bead. Then, without hesitation, he enveloped the bead in a pre-prepared hole in his fist. Pouring the last bit of silver liquid marrow juice over the fist glove and the small bead, the once radiant bead began to dim slowly, seemingly integrating into the glove. At this critical moment, a very sharp small cone appeared in Lei Wanshui's hand. The cone quickly inscribed unique runes on the small bead as it still radiated light. With the final touch from Lei Wanshui, the entire set of runes was completed, and at that instant, the light from the small bead completely faded. The layer of silver liquid marrow juice smoothly covered the surface of the small bead. However, the entire forging process was not yet complete. Lei Wanshui carefully secured the fist glove onto a stand, while once again picking up the massive Thunder God hammer. At that moment, Lei Wanshui recalled the origin of the Thunder God hammer. The Thunder God hammer was forged during his youth while traveling the world. On a night of heavy rain, as he forged his first 10,000 weapons, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the hammer he held high. The divine lightning did not penetrate the hammer. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the hammer's immense power. Since then, Lei Wanshui's hammer would occasionally emit strands of lightning power. After officially possessing the Thunder God hammer, he made greater strides in forging, eventually establishing Artisan City in this chaotic new world, becoming a giant in the new world. In Lei Wanshui's heart, the importance of the Thunder God hammer surpassed his life. However, for the old man's words and his wishes, Lei Wanshui tightly gripped the Thunder God hammer, and a vivid bloodstream sprayed out, staining the Thunder God hammer. Instantly, an astonishing lightning power began to form and fuse with the blood's essence, ultimately creating a massive lightning sphere. The lightning ball shot directly towards the fixed gauntlet, causing waves to ripple across its surface. Suddenly, another lightning ball formed on the Thunder God hammer. 1-2, as the seventh mouthful of blood was spewed from Lei Wanshui. The Thunder God hammer became completely dim as it gathered the 14th lightning ball. The once dazzling appearance of the Electropython was gone, and at that moment, the Thunder God hammer transformed from a miraculous forging tool into an ordinary iron hammer. However, the gauntlet, due to the continuous tempering from these 14 lightning balls, had become something entirely different. It was now naturally formed, and it still emitted faint flashes of the Electropython, as if the lightning power from the Thunder God hammer had directly transferred to the gauntlet at that moment. This scene provided some comfort to Lei Wanshui, whose heart had been heavy with pain. After all, the lightning power had not dissipated but merely shifted to another vessel. However, the Thunder God hammer, which had accompanied him for most of his life, no longer held any lightning power. In the future, during forging, he could no longer rely on that lightning power to enhance his creations. Nonetheless, with Lei Wanshui's forging skills, he didn't need the lightning power to create weapons of this level. His technique, combined with the unmatched forging method created by Tang San, the Wandering Cloak Hammer method, could still produce top-tier weapons. As the lightning fully merged into the gauntlet, the entire forging process came to an end, which took Lei Wanshui a whole day without any slack. He was entirely focused on the forging process. At this moment, he could finally take a good rest. Lei Wanshui, not caring about his image, plopped down on the ground, the sweat on his forehead slowly evaporating due to the high temperature. "Senior, are you all right?" Seeing that Lei Wanshui had finally completed the entire forging process, Luffy and the others hurried over. They were shocked by the sight of Lei Wanshui spitting blood and couldn't help but express their concern. "Haha, don't worry, I'm fine. Stauhat. That gauntlet on the stand is my proudest creation in this lifetime. Quickly, before the gauntlet cools down, drip a drop of blood on it and wear it." Lei Wanshui took the wine flask from Qianchuan's hand and directly spoke to Luffy, tilting his head back and taking a large gulp of wine, feeling incredibly refreshed. "Thank you, Senior." Luffy bowed deeply to Lei Wanshui. He understood that Lei Wanshui was willing to forge this gauntlet for him, even transferring the lightning power from his beloved Thunder God hammer, largely because of Rayleigh. Nevertheless, Luffy felt very grateful in his heart. He walked to the place where the gauntlet was fixed, slightly pricking his thumb to let a drop of blood emerge, which immediately melted into the gauntlet. Without hesitation, he thrust his right hand into the still hot gauntlet. The skin burned and an unpleasant smell wafted, but Luffy gritted his teeth and showed no intention of withdrawing his hand. At that moment, the gauntlet suddenly began to merge with Luffy's skin as the burning sensation spread. The blood in Luffy's hand made contact with the gauntlet, and the drop of blood that had melted into the gauntlet was triggered at that instant. Whoosh! The gauntlet vanished from the surface of Luffy's right fist. Luffy exerted force once again, and as he thought about it, the gauntlet reappeared as if by magic. So this is the divine Artifact 10 Fist Sword. It really is extraordinary. Luffy felt a powerful aura emanating from the gauntlet the moment it integrated into his fist, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 231, Completion of the PX series, 2-in-1, just as Luffy and the others were marveling at Lei Wanshui's forging skills. A rumbling sound came from afar, and Lei Wanshui, who had been sitting on the ground drinking, slowly stood up. Here it comes again. Lei Wanshui mater elplisri. Holding the Thunder God Hammer, which no longer had lightning power. Straw Hat, you and Qinshuan should evacuate through that passage. I still have some small matters to attend to. Frankie, ignoring Lei Wanshui's words, stepped out from the crowd, pulling a small button-like device from his pack, and directly took the Thunder God Hammer from Lei Wanshui's hands. He then installed the small button-like device just below the hammerhead of the Thunder God Hammer and attached a tiny button to the handle. Old Senior, I prepared this for you while you were forging. It's called the Current Collector. When there's thunderstorm weather, you can place it outside and push this switch towards the hammerhead. This way, the lightning will be collected by this controller and stored in that small box. When you need lightning during forging, just press this small switch downward, and a bolt of lightning will surge out from the small box under the hammerhead, allowing you to control it with your Thunder God Hammer. However, there's a downside. The amount of lightning stored in this small box isn't much. Based on your recent usage, it definitely won't be enough. At most only half of what you just used. Frankie's words made Lei Wanshui's previously gloomy face brighten up, and he couldn't help but glance at the group of people in front of him. Next, Old Senior, you and Master Qinshuan should leave through this passage first. The hard work of your life in the Craft City isn't just about destroying it. Usopp has already discovered that the Craft City has been targeted. It's no longer as it was when Luffy and the others first arrived. It's now in ruins everywhere. In such a short time, it has been transformed like this, and the only force capable of doing this in these seas is the world government. Stauhut, do you think I would listen to you? Just as Lei Wanshui was speaking, Luffy suddenly used a shave and appeared behind Lei Wanshui, delivering a punch to the back of his neck, causing a dizzying sensation to wash over the master craftsman who had stood in the New World for decades. Master Qinshuan, please. Supporting Lei Wanshui's body, Luffy slowly walked over to Qinshuan, handing Lei Wanshui's body over to him. Don't worry, even if it costs me my life. I will definitely get the master to a safe place, Qinshuan said as he took Lei Wanshui from Luffy's hands and shot off toward the nearby passage. Another loud rumble shook the ground, and the tremors grew closer to Luffy and the others. Partners, it's our turn. Usopp, inform Little Black and Little Purple to destroy all their ships for me. I want to let a single one of them escape. The scene of Lei Wanshui spitting blood and gathering lightning to create the 10-fist sword was still flashing in Luffy's mind. The Craft City was Lei Wanshui's hard work, and Luffy had no intention of letting those who destroyed it go free. Since he had chosen the path of slaughter in the realm of the God of Bells, then let it be. If he didn't kill now, it will be too late. From Luffy's several appearances, there are traces left by Rayleigh, and as Rayleigh himself said, he can no longer help them. Everything still relies on their own strength. It seems that Rayleigh and the others are preparing for something, and Sanji and Usopp have obtained some information from T-Beard, indicating that Luffy and the others seem to know something about the world government. The world government and the 5 elders have gathered most of their forces in this chaotic new world, all concentrated in one place to guard something. The entire continental area of the world is only under the control of the world government in the region close to the East China Sea, while other areas have long been occupied by the Revolutionary Army. All of this indicates that the current world is not peaceful. Some major events seem to be about to happen. At this moment, Luffy and the others are completely unaware of this, which makes them, who carry a mission, feel a sense of unease. The best way to resolve this unease is to unleash their fists and let themselves ride the wave of uncertainty that could lead them anywhere. Let us start this wave from this artisan city. As Luffy watched Chihiro and Ray Wan Chue disappear from view, he slowly turned around, his eyes sharply gazing at the rumbling ground above, and then he dashed forward, bursting out from the ventilation opening of the Artisan Pavilion. At this time, in the corridor of the Artisan Pavilion, Chihiro and Ray Wan Chue, who were supposed to have vanished, were sitting quietly on one side. When they sensed that Luffy and the others had all exited the Artisan Pavilion, Ray Wan Chue stood up and said to Chihiro, "It's our turn." In no time, the two arrived once again at the Artisan Pavilion, stopping in front of the platform where Ray Wan Chue had just completed forging. He raised the Thunder God Hammer high and struck down with all his might on a corner of the sturdy forging platform. At that moment, the hard forging platform slowly cracked open, revealing a small opening of a volcano that had been covered up. "Teacher, are we really going to explode this volcano? If it causes a volcanic eruption, Luffy and the others will be in danger," Chihiro asked Ray Wan Chue with concern. Don't worry. This is an explosion system I set up myself. Although it will explode in less than 15 minutes after activation, I believe that with the Straw Hat crew's abilities, it won't be difficult for them to dodge this volcanic eruption. Moreover, if this place is not completely destroyed, regardless of whether the Straw Hats can eliminate those people, it cannot escape the pursuit of the world government. At that time, the method I use to cover up the aura of the glazed heart with silver marrow will be meaningless, because the aura left by the 10-fist sword is too strong. After that pervert Vegapunk was imprisoned by the world government, he has to provide a research result every 10 years. However, this time his result is too powerful. It only needs a trace of the glazed heart's aura to detect its location. Who knows if he can trace the location of the 10-fist sword with just a trace of aura? Reiwan Chue explained, quickly completing all the settings. Let us go. We need to leave here quickly. The world government has already activated their plan, and Rayleigh and the others have started preparing. We must provide them with more excellent weapons, Reiwan Chue said quietly to Chihiro. Then holding the Thunder God hammer, he walked briskly towards the corridor. Just as Luffy and the others burst out from the artisan pavilion, they were immediately targeted. A series of laser beams locked onto them, and with the sound of slicing air, explosions erupted at the spots where Luffy and the others had just stopped, creating deep pits. Unexpectedly, they encountered old acquaintances. Looking up at the attacking entities, Luffy couldn't help but mutter. It was the PX series. In a few flashes, he was ready to launch a fierce attack on one of the PX units targeting him. But just then, the PX that was still in the aiming phase suddenly unleashed a series of laser beams towards Luffy. At this moment, several more PX units charged towards them. Luffy unleashed his haki, and the aura spread out instantly, completely enveloping a 1-kilometer area centered around him. There are so many, and new PX units keep rushing towards me from places that can't be detected. Why are these PX units so agile? They are countless times more agile than the PX I encountered in the K3 base of Shine's castle. Have they become this powerful? Luffy muttered as he skillfully dodged the laser attacks. Fragrant kick. Just as Luffy dodged several laser beams, a beautiful voice suddenly shouted in the air, and a long leg kick towards one of the PX units. If it had been 3 years ago, even without the restraint of lovesickness, the former Empress would not have been able to kick the PX this easily. But now, the Empress was 3 years later. The Empress who had been refined through hardships 1,000 meters deep in the sea. Enemy detected, targeting confirmed, group attack. A somewhat mechanical voice echoed. And then 10 or so PX units immediately aimed at the Empress. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Luffy was startled and prepared to rush over. If he didn't hurry, once the PX unleashed their laser beams, the Empress wouldn't be able to dodge them all, no matter how fast she was. Weather stick, mirage, shift. In this moment, a devilish woman shouted, and with a few shakes of her weather stick, the Empress's body instantly dispersed, revealing countless images of the Empress. Although Luffy could instantly identify the real body of the Empress through his haki, the PX units could not detect it because each of these Empress figures looked exactly like her original body. Thus, the PX units' original targeting was disrupted, and their prepared attacks were randomly fired at the cluster of Empress images in sight. Blooming flowers. In this chaotic scene, a small hand formed, wrapping around the Empress's body, and in a few moments, they disappeared from the PX's line of sight. The entire process had no flaws, and the coordination was seamless, astonishing Luffy and the others. At this moment, the Empress moved again, landing another fragrant kick on one of the PX units, causing it to petrify once more. Although the PX could still move, it had lost its scanning and targeting capabilities, posing little threat to Luffy and the others. This time, although the PX quickly launched laser attacks at the Empress, with the cooperation of the enchanting Nami and the calm Robin, the Empress once again perfectly dodged. Hancock, Nami, and Robin witnessed this scene, and Luffy finally couldn't help but shout loudly at these 3 stunning women. Nice. He smiled at them, giving a thumbs up, then charged directly at the 3 PX units ahead, raising his right hand suddenly. A white light circle formed in Luffy's hand, and then violently struck the area where the 3 PX units were located, sending a violent tremor through the white light circle towards the 3 PX units. Without any resistance, the 3 PX that were hit were directly blasted away, and from their falling appearance combined with their torn bodies, one could feel the power of Luffy's single punch. They weren't turned to dust right away. It seemed my training wasn't enough. Luffy glanced at the 3 PX not far away and muttered to himself, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Deadly move, giant magic seaweed. At that moment, a lewd voice came from behind. It was Usopp. A huge black egg was shot out, instantly enveloping nearly 10px in front of them, with a feeling of continuous contraction. Originally, there were less than 20px that had arrived here, but now 4 had directly lost all combat capability, and 10 were wrapped up in the giant magic seaweed shot by Usopp. It would take some time for them to struggle out, so Luffy and the others were now only facing 5px. This number caused Zoro and Sanji, who were originally ready to strike, to lose interest. However, not everyone was indifferent. At least there was the panty man, a cute boy, and a skeleton. Frankie held a thin bone in his hand and threw it with all his might. The thrown bone unexpectedly spread its arms in an instant, and with the swing of the cane sword in its hand, it directly hit one of the remaining PX, piercing its most crucial energy system. Meanwhile, the huge cannon that the panty man was holding had already emitted thick black smoke. The prepared wind cannon swept forward and beside it. The cute reindeer also completed its transformation in that instant, a gigantic figure appearing before everyone. Chapter 232, Section 3, War Peach Maru combined, after growing larger. Chopper was comparable in size to half of the Mary, and he slapped at the PX not far away, instantly sending those completed PX, which were several times stronger than the K3 base, flying. Although they didn't drop dead immediately, it broke the small encirclement temporarily formed by the PX. The remaining few PX were not enough for the Straw Hats to show off, and they were quickly dealt with by Luffy and the others. At that moment, Chopper's body shrank back down, turning into the cute reindeer of about half a meter. At this time, Luffy and the others, who had scattered, began to converge in the same direction. However, unlike the relaxed feelings of others, Luffy looked back with some worry, as it seemed there was indeed a very strong opponent coming towards them, along with a large number of PX. Be careful, they're coming again. But this time it seems a bit tricky in terms of numbers, Luffy said, glancing at the recently gathered group. Then, with a frown as if sensing something, he shot directly toward the direction not far behind him. TCH, you got ahead of me again. After Luffy shot over, Zoro and Sanji, who were getting ready to rush up, both said in exasperation, then drew their swords towards the PX that were rushing in. This number is indeed a bit terrifying. Looking ahead at the PX that looked like an army, Zoro licked his lips and drew the newly forged autumn water, rushing towards the PX ahead. The PX number seemed to be close to 200, and each group laser attack came at the Straw Hats in a sweeping manner. However, from the looks of Zoro and Sanji rushing at full speed towards the PX, it seemed that such a level of attack speed posed no threat to them at present. However, those PX seemed to be synchronizing their attack directions and positions, continuously closing in, and their attacks became even more rapid, as if a general was commanding them from behind. A formation of highly skilled soldiers already had formidable combat power. But when such a formation was commanded by someone with a deep understanding of these skilled fighters, their combat power could be described as terrifying. So even though Zoro and the others had super strong combat power and could hold off large numbers of PX alone, they were still temporarily trapped by this group of formidable soldiers commanded by an excellent commander, even causing several effective impacts against the Straw Hats and creating some trouble for Zoro and the others. Jet pistol. Feeling the shadow finally found by Luffy, he launched a full-powered punch without any hesitation. Footless Wanderer. The shadow directly extended a hand towards Luffy's incoming punch, unleashing a powerful wave of air, showcasing the full power of armament hockey. Va Peach Maru. The memory of this person's shadow remained, and when the PX appeared in large numbers, Luffy suspected it was War Peach Maru, but without confirmation before, he didn't dare to be certain. However, upon seeing this man wearing a belly band and holding a giant axe, Luffy couldn't help but shout out while a white circle formed over his fist. A more powerful momentum than War Peach Maru's hockey erupted from Luffy's body, surging towards War Peach Maru. War Peach Maru felt that Luffy's hockey pressure seemed to surpass his own, and his Footless Wanderer felt like it was being directly broken through. He couldn't help but increase his output again, and at that moment, their fists clashed, creating a wave of air. Luffy was momentarily pushed back by War Peach Maru's strike, halting his forward momentum, and playfully looked at War Peach Maru, who had been knocked back a few steps and nearly stumbled. Indeed, it's you, Monkey D. Luffy. Hand over the Liuli heart. Or, I might spare your lives, he said, pushing off the ground behind him to stop his retreat while glancing back. I refuse. For some reason, Luffy suddenly felt like he wanted to have some fun with War Peach Maru, and he made a silly face while firmly rejecting him. Do you really think you could defeat the world's strongest man? War Peach Maru? Footless Wanderer double. Before his words hit the ground, War Peach Maru launched another armament hockey attack at Luffy, but this time the force was more than double that of the previous attack. Whoosh shave. Luffy easily dodged War Peach Maru's sudden attack, while lightly laughing. You really think you can do it while multitasking? Luffy's words stunned War Peach Maru, who exclaimed that it was bad for him to have his covert commander PX form effective attacks, discovered by this kid in front of him. TCH. PX1. Command authority transferred. From now on you take command. Hold out for half an hour at all costs. War Peach Maru muttered to a very small black dot on his shoulder while taking down the giant axe from his back. It seems you've already made considerable achievements in hockey, but next, it's not just about hockey. My Annihilation Axe is not so easy to dodge. Here it comes. The giant axe wrapped in armament hockey surged towards Luffy, ready to strike. Annihilation Axe, huh? Luffy maintained a faint smile throughout, even when the terrifying axe from War Peach Maru was swung towards him. At this critical moment, he did not resist at all. Instead, he gently closed his eyes. When War Peach Maru's axe was only a few dozen centimeters away, a powerful aura erupted from the corners of Luffy's eyes. As the combined hockey was completely blocked by Luffy, the overwhelming aura burst forth like a hurricane, blowing towards War Peach Maru. His strong body could not help but take a few steps back, and he sat down on the ground. At that moment, the axe that was about to strike also retreated a few steps along with War Peach Maru. It was indeed Conqueror's hockey, but why did it look so strange? Struggling to keep his consciousness from being shattered by the moment's intimidation, War Peach Maru took several steps back the moment he fell, standing up again. However, the way he looked at Luffy had completely changed. As expected, just as Grandpa said. But, Grandpa, for your freedom, I can only exchange it for the glazed heart in this person's hands, so I'm sorry. The overwhelming Conqueror's hockey that erupted from Luffy did not directly shatter War Peach Maru's confidence. It only caused his originally proud head to bow slightly, muttering in a voice only he could hear. When War Peach Maru lifted his head again, there was a hint of blood red in his eyes, and he tightly gripped the axe that had gathered power. The Windstorm 36 axes, accompanied by a faint explosive sound, made War Peach Maru's axe turn blood red at that moment. It seemed as if he had fused with the axe, and a massive aura erupted from this combined form. This aura even surprised Luffy a little, as its intensity made him secretly astonished. He immediately became serious. This level of aura was not something to be taken lightly. If it didn't go all out, being struck by that blood-red axe would not be a good thing. The axe, carrying a hint of blood-red aura, swung towards Luffy with all of War Peach Maru's strength. And on the axe, strands of compressed armament hockey swirled in a peculiar spiral as it shot towards Luffy. Luffy crouched down to dodge War Peach Maru's axe swing. But the armament hockey shooting from the demon axe could not be blocked. Just as it was about to hit Luffy, a strange aura suddenly escaped from his body, forming a peculiar colored armor on the surface of his body. The blood-red armament hockey was absorbed by the strange colored armor when it hit Luffy's body, and at that moment, Luffy's fist condensed, directly smashing towards the opening exposed by War Peach Maru. The punch, which seemed destined to hit, was surprisingly blocked by the giant axe in War Peach Maru's hand. However, even so, the hidden power within that punch still pushed War Peach Maru back a few steps. After a brief pause, War Peach Maru swung his giant axe again, but this time the movements were very agile, and each swing added to the power of the previous one. Ultimately, War Peach Maru created a swirling hurricane with the swinging giant axe as he charged towards Luffy. Jet gunfire. When War Peach Maru's eyes turned blood red and his giant axe also turned blood red, Luffy put away his playful attitude and fully committed to the battle. At the moment War Peach Maru unleashed the full power of the Windstorm 36 axes, Luffy activated his combined hockey along with his martial arts abilities. The combined hockey wrapped around his arm to prevent injury from the axe's sharp edge upon impact, while also enhancing the power of his punch. The martial arts were directly applied to his fist, still being Luffy's more familiar Yang fist. Luffy's fist, carrying most of his abilities, struck wildly at the whirlwind-like War Peach Maru, who was clearly not weak either. Each axe swing came with a fierce momentum, colliding with Luffy's incoming punches. In this clash of hard hits, the battle between the two escalated continuously, and the confrontation grew increasingly intense. Whoosh! A sword cleaved through a PX in front of him, splitting it in half. The power of the sword swung by Zoro was also increasing, and the entire process was incredibly graceful. Not far away, Sanji also kicked aside a PX blocking his path, joining forces with Zoro. Without War Peach Maru's direct command, the effectiveness of these PX units had significantly decreased, naturally unable to stop Zoro and the others' attacks. In an instant, Zoro and the others, who had been somewhat suppressed by the PX, began to counterattack fiercely. One by one, the PX units continued to decrease. However, in this Sky Island, a wave of intense heat began to emerge from underground not far away. Zoro, Sanji, hurry up, that volcano is about to erupt. At this moment, Nami, Robin, and Hancock finally rushed over, charging towards the nearby PX units again. Their skilled coordination once again proved effective, and the PX units were easily dealt with one after another. Nami's warning made Zoro and Sanji frown. An eruption of a volcano was not like in the deep sea. While the power of a deep-sea volcanic eruption was great, its coverage area was limited, as the seawater below could quickly cool it down. However, if the volcano erupted here, the ash and smoke would surely surge towards Luffy and the others, causing another round of trouble. Therefore, Zoro and Sanji increased their attack frequency and moved towards the area where Luffy was fighting Warpeach Maru. Seeing the scene before him, Zoro's overwhelming fighting spirit surged forth. Luffy, if you don't take care of that guy. Zoro couldn't help but shout at Luffy, who was not far away, while aiming his giant stag beetle at the battlefield. Have you taken care of everything? Zoro asked slightly. Yes, there's still one being disassembled by Frankie and being studied. Usopp replied briefly before putting away his giant stag beetle. The number of PX he had taken down was also considerable. It seemed that Luffy's side was about to end the originally evenly matched confrontation. After Usopp shouted, the balance of battle began to tilt towards Luffy. Chapter 234, The Eruption of the Volcano Combined. Usopp's sneaky voice made Luffy's heart tremble. He glanced at Zoro, whose eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit, and thought, we can't delay any longer. After absorbing the strange moves from the last layer of golden blocks of the 8 Trigrams martial arts, Luffy's own 8 Trigrams gradually fused, ultimately forming 2 extreme fist techniques. One was Yang Fist, and the other was In Fist. In the application of the Yang Fist, Luffy has mastered a lot through countless experiments and is able to use it in continuous battles. However, no matter how much Luffy practices or demonstrates the In Fist, he has never fully mastered it. Nevertheless, from the overwhelming aura that faintly erupts, the power of the In Fist should far exceed that of the Yang Fist. At this moment, Luffy continuously uses his fruit abilities combined with Haki, primarily to wrap around his arms while utilizing the power of the Yang Fist to combat Wanziyuan. However, Wanziyuan's Whirlwind 36 Axes is not just a name. Each strike becomes more troublesome than the last. Although Luffy can resist this increasingly aggressive technique, relying solely on the Yang Fist to win would take a considerable amount of time, and right now, what he lacks most is time. After all, in the 10,000 meters deep sea, there are not many opportunities to fight against someone who truly understands the techniques. Therefore, Zoro is also very eager to fight Wanziyuan, who is using the Whirlwind 36 Axes. However, since Luffy took the initiative first, he refrains from intervening and suppresses the fighting spirit within him. Yet, how long he can endure this fighting spirit is something Zoro cannot control, nor can Luffy foresee. It is important to note that Zoro is simply a martial arts fanatic, and the attraction of this battle far exceeds the battle itself for him. I just have to try that technique, Luffy thought to himself, then launched a full-power rocket bazooka at Wanziyuan, stepping back a bit to create some distance. At that moment, the Haki that was originally enveloping his body erupted completely and surged towards Wanziyuan. However, Wanziyuan had already experienced Luffy's Haki attack once, and the second time didn't have much effect. Wanziyuan merely trembled slightly and then raised the blood-red destruction axe in his hand towards Luffy, transforming Yang into In. In an open area under the sun, the moment Luffy tightened his fist, he began to absorb the sunlight around him like a swirling vortex. This pure Yang energy, after passing through the vortex of Luffy's body, surprisingly brought a chilling sensation. A thick layer of suffocating cold surrounded his fist as Luffy, disregarding the incoming destruction axe, raised his fist and struck hard at Wanziyuan. At the moment Luffy's fist made contact with Wanziyuan, a faint circle with a black aura formed in front of Luffy's fist, slamming towards Wanziyuan in a circular manner. At that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. The cold aura directly invaded Wanziyuan's vicinity, exerting an extreme chill. Even though he activated the Whirlwind 36 Axes and the destruction skill on the destruction axe, Wanziyuan still fell under Luffy's strike, as if he had been struck in an unknown part of his body and fainted. Boom! Just as Luffy was about to cheer for finally demonstrating the In Fist in a real battle, a huge sound accompanied by a rumbling noise and a strong heat wave rushed towards him. Luffy, run! The volcano has erupted. Usopp shouted loudly at the somewhat dazed Luffy, then took the lead to run with the main group toward the distance. At the same time, Usopp had a small transponder snail in his hand, whispering something. Luffy knew Usopp was telling the others to drag the Mary to the front. After a slight daze, Luffy did not retreat in fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the roaring volcano not far away, and his mind began to swirl with thoughts. A glance revealed that the once bustling craft city now showed no signs of panic. It seemed as if the thriving city had disappeared overnight. At the moment when he and the others began to battle Wanziyuan, the volcano that had been suppressed for so many years suddenly erupted. Was this also part of the uncle's plan? Luffy suddenly felt a sensation. He felt that many people had high hopes for him, and this expectation gave him a very special feeling, one that was indescribable but understandable. Because of this feeling, Luffy's intense desire to eliminate that unknown demon became even stronger. "Uncle, I won't let you down," Luffy thought to himself while watching the increasingly fierce volcanic eruption, the thick smoke billowing from the volcano. Without a second thought, he lifted the unconscious Wanziyuan onto his shoulder and grabbed the formidable destruction axe, rushing in the direction where Nami and the others were. The eruption of the Craft City volcano lasted a whole week, and after this week passed, the once flourishing Craft City had completely turned into a wasteland washed over by volcanic lava. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others had long since left this Craft City. However, the small horn on the forehead of the previously less prominent Little Purple had grown a bit larger after the volcanic eruption, even showing some faint edges. "Luffy, that big guy seems to have woken up." Chopper jumped out excitedly, addressing Luffy, who was sitting on the sheep's head of the Mary. He then ran to where Robin and the others were, enjoying afternoon tea brewed by Sanji. "Oh!" After responding happily, Luffy jumped down from the sheep's head and walked into the room specially prepared for Wanziyuan. When Luffy brought Wanziyuan back, facing Nami and the others' questions, he simply explained that during the battle with Wanziyuan, he felt that Wanziyuan's fighting spirit was not strong, meaning that this battle was not what Wanziyuan truly wanted but was forced upon him. That is why Luffy brought Wanziyuan back. He wanted to understand the reason behind this coercion. "Ah, you're awake," Luffy said as he approached Wanziyuan, happily greeting him. Just as Luffy charged in, a shadow of an axe fiercely slashed towards him. Luffy raised his hand, a powerful haki wrapping around it, and caught the blade of the destruction axe with bare hands. "Treating your savior like this is unacceptable," Luffy said, holding the destruction axe with one hand while smiling at the simple-minded man not far away. "As expected, you are a man with three-color haki, and you have fused it as well, just as Grandpa said." Wanziyuan slowly put away the destruction axe, once again resting it on his back, and then spoke to Luffy in a subdued voice, his eyes dim and lacking luster. "Can you let me see the weapon that has fused with the Liuli Heart? My spirit detector can no longer locate the Liuli Heart's position. It must have been forged into the weapon by the craft god, Grandpa Lay," Wanziyuan asked Luffy, and from his words, it was clear he understood the purpose of Luffy and the others' journey. "So, does that mean you're on the same side as Uncle Rayleigh?" Luffy did not answer Wanziyuan's question, but instead asked in return, "On Uncle Rayleigh's side?" "Oh no, we are on the side of humanity." Wanziyuan's words left Luffy and Nami, who was listening outside the room, momentarily stunned. It can be said that everyone, including you, is acting according to that person's design. And now we are also implementing that person's plan. Otherwise, 6 months later, the place we rely on for survival will be completely occupied by that thing. And at that time, no human will exist anymore. Whether it's Rayleigh, Shanks, or my grandfather Vegapunk, Wano, or Carp, they all know that person's plan, which is why they've been preparing all these years, getting ready to seal him again with all their might when that thing is resurrected. Only then will we have time to continue searching for a way to completely eliminate him. However, under that person's arrangement, we also know that there is one person who can completely eliminate that thing. And that person is you, Monkey D. Luffy, wearing a straw hat. Sengoku Maru looked at Luffy and revealed an astonishing piece of news. Although Luffy and the others were already prepared, there was still a bit of shock when this news was spoken by Sengoku Maru. "Are you afraid?" Sengoku Maru's voice turned cold at that moment, inquiring lightly. "Afraid? Never." After a moment of daze, a surge of boldness arose in Luffy, and he couldn't help but respond to Sengoku Maru's inquiry while looking at the pure white and blue sky in the distance. Even so, it can be forgiven that grandfather is completely imprisoned by those beasts, Sengoku Maru suddenly said to Luffy. "Your grandfather is?" Vegapunk? Robin, who had entered without anyone noticing, followed Sengoku Maru's words and asked. "Yes, My grandfather was originally the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but he was captured by a secret army sent by the world government during an accidental outing. Although my grandfather's intellect is at least 1,000 years ahead of this world, he is very poor in other aspects, even worse than ordinary people. 1,000 years? I remember the records say it should be 500 years. Robin wondered aloud, then whispered, "This is also the world government's conspiracy." Who is that person? Luffy, who had been pondering Sengoku Maru's words, suddenly asked. The Pirate King, Gold? Roger. As expected, it's him. By the way, Sengoku Maru, you know the location where that thing will be resurrected in 6 months, right? I know the approximate direction, and it seems that place cannot be found directly. It requires some special methods. I think we should go meet up with Uncle Rayleigh. And only after the Revolutionary Army's dragon completely conquers the East Sea to the New World can we use the positioning device secretly researched by my grandfather over the years to find that location. Sengoku Maru took out a specially made map from his pocket and told Luffy the approximate location of that thing's resurrection. Nami, move quickly according to this direction. Luffy's voice was very determined. After saying this, Luffy directly left the room where Sengoku Maru was recuperating and walked again to the figurehead of the Mary, looking towards the distant sky, abandoning his days. I don't want to wait anymore. Solve it quickly and go back. I don't belong to this world. Although I like this world, I like her even more. Are you thinking about that person again? Suddenly, a faint voice rang in Luffy's mind. Yes. After all this is over, I will go back. At that time, this body will still be yours. Everything I have experienced and gained over the years will all be open to you. When the time comes, even if I go back, you won't feel any strangeness. Luffy spoke to the soul in his mind that was growing day by day. Originally, after the battle in Simi Village against Honda Geddon, his soul and the original soul of this body had shown signs of fusion. However, for some reason, during his continuous strengthening process, the soul in his mind also kept strengthening, eventually completely separating from his fusion and becoming an independent existence again. Occasionally, it would come out to chat with him when Luffy was in a daze. As for the time Luffy had traveled over, he gradually accepted it during the long years of testing and also realized that in Luffy's heart, there's always been a deep concern. A concern that came from the depths of his heart and soul, a deeply ingrained attachment. Thank you for bearing the burdens that I should have borne, the faint soul in his mind said softly, and then stopped speaking, knowing that Luffy was currently lost in a strange contemplation. Deep within Luffy's mind, he could clearly sense that this contemplation was allowing the soul in Luffy's mind to grow at a very, very slow pace, which was crucial for Luffy's ability to exert his power. Chapter 236, Facing Akainu, 2-in-1. Following the direction provided by Sengoku Maru, the Mary sailed forward into increasingly harsh weather. Their target this time was a sea area called Polves, which is very peculiar, as there is no change in water flow in that sea area. It purely relies on sea breezes for navigation. Of course, this is not a big problem for the Straw Hat Pirates, who have both Little Purple and Little Black. Although the surface salinity of that sea area is too high for some aquatic creatures to survive, there are still many aquatic creatures living in the deep sea of Polves. If Little Purple and Little Black experience any discomfort, they can dive deep into the sea area of Polves and resurface after their bodies recover. Of course, the intervals between times they feel discomfort are not constant, and they can also change their body size to come up to the Mary. However, if they do that, they cannot absorb the rich microorganisms from the seawater to replenish the essential nutrients in their bodies. Of course, all of this is just Robin's analysis based on the information she found in some ancient books, and they still have a distance to cover before reaching that sea area. Little Black, has your ink already developed this ability? Luffy, who was riding on the protruding horn on top of Little Purple's head, exclaimed at the sight of a stream of black liquid pouring out from Little Black not far away, forming a condensed ink gun in front of him. Luffy-san, do you really think only your Little Purple can keep growing? Our Little Black can grow too. At this moment, 3 people were sitting on top of Little Black, Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie. Ha! Little Purple surpassed them. Luffy laughed heartily and then signaled Little Purple, pointing to a very small island not far ahead, and shouted loudly. When he first brought Little Purple and Little Black back, Usopp and the others had pestered him, and with their continuous teasing towards Little Black, as well as Little Black's initial fondness for the long-nosed, lecherous man, they finally lured Little Black away from Luffy's side. However, Little Purple had always firmly stood by Luffy's side and remained unmoved by any temptation from others. Wow! Just as they crossed the small island, an unexpected scene appeared on the sea surface not far away. causing Luffy to pause in surprise and look into the distance. Little Purple, let's go over there. He signaled Little Purple to swim towards the place where thick black smoke was rising. They had seen many small islands erupting with volcanoes on this journey, and each time Little Purple would go up to absorb the essence that erupted from the volcano and integrate it into its body. Each time it absorbed, Little Purple would grow a little, and the horn on its forehead would grow a bit as well. Big fire. As Luffy and Xiaozi approached, a somewhat weathered and angry voice suddenly came from the thick black smoke, and then a huge pillar of fire rushed directly towards Luffy and Xiaozi. Xiaozi lightly patted Luffy's forehead, and Luffy crouched down, hiding behind Xiaozi's body. Immediately, Xiaozi opened a huge mouth, and the massive fire pillar was swallowed directly into Xiaozi's body, followed by a not-too-big burp, accompanied by a puff of thick black smoke. In the midst of the black smoke, a light gasp was heard, seemingly incredulous that this massive Sea King could easily devour the fire emitted. At that moment, another voice emerged from the black smoke, Akainu, saying, "How about I take care of this one? You go handle the others." A somewhat sarcastic voice coldly transmitted from the black smoke. "Jocks, this one is mine. You go deal with the others. You should know that this time you're just my assistant. Either go handle the others or stand aside." "I can handle this alone," the weathered voice echoed again. Then, a colossal flaming rock flew out from the black smoke, and a figure stood atop this flaming rock, appearing effortlessly in front of Luffy and Xiaozi. TCH. The person referred to as Jocks by Akainu was left speechless by being called merely an assistant. He then looked up at the people who were daring to approach from distance. Perhaps those people's strength didn't match the Straw Hat Kid, but a warm-up should be suitable. The person named Jocks muttered softly, then stepped onto a rock that had already been soaked by seawater and swiftly flew towards the area not far behind Luffy. "Where are you going?" Luffy unleashed his haki the moment the thick black smoke appeared, and at this moment he naturally wouldn't let this man wielding a giant sword easily pass by him. That would be like serving Zoro a side dish. Luffy felt exhilarated at the thought of Zoro's pent-up frustration and certainly wouldn't let him release it easily. After all, the longer you hold it in, the more pure the release will be. Luffy launched a jet pistol directly at the figure, but at that instant, Akainu, who had already appeared nearby, unleashed a massive fire breath towards Luffy. Xiaozi swayed slightly to avoid letting this fire hit Luffy, causing Luffy's punch to just miss Jocks. When Luffy regained his senses, Jocks had already distanced himself by over 100 meters. It seemed his plan to stop both of them had failed, so he decided to vent his anger on this former admiral of the Marine headquarters, now a lapdog of the world government. Luffy exerted a slight force with his feet, and instantly, he shot forward like a rocket towards Akainu jet rocket cannon. Hiss! Lava flames. A flame erupted directly from Akainu's body, charging towards Luffy's incoming fist. Haki coiling. The Wykin focuses on harnessing all energies that can provide yang energy, like the sun's rays, or the red-hot lava flames before him, which can be utilized by the Wykin. Thus, this strike of Luffy's was fiercer than the usual Wykin he used. With a bang, it collided with the flames erupting from Akainu's body, but that layer of flames was immediately broken apart at the moment Luffy's fist struck, sending Luffy's fist straight towards Akainu's body. Flame transformation. As one of the Logia-type devil fruits, the magma fruit, Akainu immediately transformed his body the moment his lava flame defense failed to hold. Before being caught by the Busashoka Haki, he created an afterimage to block Luffy's attack, while his real body quietly positioned itself not far away, ready to strike Luffy when he was off guard. However, he clearly underestimated Luffy, because Luffy not only had Busashoka Haki to counter the Logia-type abilities transformation, but he also practiced a Bagua technique that, at a certain level, could directly ignore the Logia-type transformation and inflict damage. At this moment, Luffy's Wykan was precisely executing one of the highest techniques of the Bagua. So, when Akainu was just about to transform, he had already slightly trembled. The transformed Akainu was directly locked by the technique, and then with a roar, the Wykan rocket cannon crashed into Akainu's body, knocking him back several meters. Just then, an excited and fervent voice came from behind Luffy. "Ha ha ha, sword in hand, Sanji. Nami, it seems you all will have to wait obediently this time. Leave this one to me." A figure jumped down from the Going Merry with 3 sharp blades, landing on Xiaohei's body. Although the newcomer immediately drew the autumn water, a swift lion song was unleashed. "That idiot Zoro looks like he's really pent up too long," Luffy thought as he caught a glimpse of Zoro's clear situation. "Kid, you still have the heart to care about other places while fighting me? Looks like you're indeed a bit too arrogant." After being hit by Luffy, Akainu soared into the air again, and several flaming magma rocks formed beneath him, dragging his aging body. Hellhound! As Akainu spoke, his hands transformed into two dog heads, then unleashed an even more terrifying jet of fire towards the massive Sea King beneath Luffy, and then his whole being charged towards Luffy, with the dog heads in front opening their large mouths, revealing their huge fangs, rushing towards Luffy. Xiao Zi continued to absorb the power from that flame. This one is enough for me to handle. After Xiao Zi absorbed the first jet of fire from Akainu, Luffy had been asking Xiao Zi to absorb the massive fire every time. Although this meant Xiao Zi couldn't participate in the battle against Akainu, it was indeed crucial for Xiao Zi's growth. At the moment Akainu unleashed the Hellhound, Luffy sensed Xiao Zi's eagerness to fight and couldn't help but say. And then a surge of momentum flowed through Luffy's body from an unknown liquid, forming a strange armor around him. I don't want to get my tender skin burned by that high temperature. Completing all this, Luffy slightly raised his head and kicked towards Akainu's jaw with a jet volcano. Who? Akainu didn't change his attack route based on Luffy's strike. Instead, he formed another dog head beneath him to block Luffy's kick aimed at his jaw. Oomph. Luffy snorted slightly, retracting his leg, and instantly performed an air walk, propelling himself several meters to directly charge at Akainu's back. Then he brought his feet together and smashed a jet spear into Akainu's back. Seemingly aware of the situation behind him, Akainu's body changed once more at that moment. And then three peculiar dog heads appeared on Akainu's back, while at that moment, several dog heads replaced his other leg, head, and chest. Luffy's attack unexpectedly struck the forehead of the dog-headed figure, causing it to shatter with a sound. However, this powerful blow from Luffy also fell short, as the shattered dog head, which had withstood Luffy's attack, returned to its original state with a tremor from the magma flames on Akainu's body. The 10,000 Dogs Flame. Akainu, who had just defended against Luffy's attack, absorbed the impact of the blow, spinning in the air before facing Luffy. The massive hellhounds in front of Akainu opened their huge mouths in response to his low shout, and a thick magma liquid erupted from inside, shooting out like sparks, merging strangely just 1 meter in front of Akainu. The thick magma liquid bubbled and fizzled as it formed, and each time a bubble burst, a massive wave of scorching heat surged toward Luffy. During this process, the concentrated magma liquid that had erupted from all the hellhounds on Akainu's body finally formed a round fireball in front of him. The fireball was not large, about the size of 3 fists, but as it spun continuously, it emitted a smaller fireball. Once the smaller fireball escaped, it immediately broke free from the larger fireball's restraint and shot directly toward Luffy. Is it this move again? Focused on Akainu's every move while merging Haki, Luffy was monitoring all of Akainu's actions. When a fireball shot toward Luffy, he clenched his right fist and threw a punch forward. With a pop, the fireball shattered upon impact, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. However, Luffy, having experienced the fireball firsthand, gasped in surprise as he dispersed the air currents within his body, making the strange armor clinging to him even more robust. The shattered fireball attached itself to Luffy's arm, eroding into his body as a protective energy. Swish, swish, swish. The large fireball in front of Akainu seemed to accelerate after releasing the first small fireball, and a series of small fireballs rapidly formed in front of Akainu, once again shooting toward Luffy. Chapter 238, 9. Transforming into a dragon. Combined, the exploding fireballs were covered in thick magma, which was even hotter than the flames Akainu spewed. This intense heat was able to penetrate Luffy's thick protective barrier and directly invade the surface of his body. As Akainu shot more small fireballs at Luffy, the speed of the magma's invasion increased, and Luffy found he could not use his powers to shake it off. Slightly closing his eyes, he then suddenly opened them, unleashing a massive aura that combined with the strange armor on his body, directed at Akainu. The magma that had originally been restrained by the defensive armor surged toward Akainu with this explosive aura, merging the 3 colors of Haki. This was the first time Luffy had focused all his Haki abilities into the power of intimidation, resulting in a level of intimidation greater than ever before. This immediately affected Akainu, who had just prepared to use the 10,000 Dogs Flame to trap Luffy and unleash his ultimate move, Meteor Volcano, causing him to freeze momentarily. Sun Fist. In that instant when Akainu was stunned, Luffy wasted no time. He sprang forward, creating a white circle in front of his fist, which he then slightly compressed before driving his fist directly into Akainu's chest. With no resistance, Akainu was knocked down by Luffy's punch. At that moment, the small purple creature, having just absorbed the large fire breath, saw a massive magma essence ball appear before him. Unable to resist, he opened his huge mouth and swallowed the now-promoted Admiral Akainu in one gulp, making a gurgling sound as he consumed him. As Akainu was devoured, he unleashed the full power of the magma fruit, but within the small purple creature's body. The fused blue and red beads erupted with a strange light that enveloped Akainu's body, directly consuming the extraordinarily beautiful red magma rock hidden within him. At that moment, the small purple creature suddenly became extremely stiff, and then its entire body straightened up. In this unknown sea, the massive body of the small purple creature stood upright, surprising Luffy and the others, igniting a fire in their hearts. After a peculiar small horn grew on the small purple creature's forehead, Luffy had Robin help him research the origin of this feature. To their surprise, they uncovered the creature's lineage. It was said that beneath the ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters, a gigantic python existed. At the end of its life, to prevent its offspring from repeating its path, it swallowed scorching magma and used its body as a test subject, continuously altering itself until it successfully adapted to the magma. The python then passed its life essence to its child with the help of a person, promising that the child would bear a seal within its body, which could only be unlocked by someone who met the condition set by that person. Previously, this had only been a myth, sung as a tale of the great sea hero Galbaho. Since then, any giant python living near active volcanoes in the deep sea was given a human name, Galbaho the deep sea python. Most importantly, the descendants of this python, after inheriting their mother's life essence, possessed a unique ability, which was the reason why the python desperately sought to adapt to consuming magma, the ability to transform a serpent into a dragon. A dragon, as the apex of the food chain among all animals in the world, was an unreachable existence, and no one had ever discovered a true dragon. At this moment, the small purple creature stood tall, and waves of astonishing fire attribute energy erupted from its body. In the sea surrounding it, rich water attribute abilities also merged into the small purple creature. After a short while, the small purple creature suddenly opened its massive mouth, expelling a bead that combined the deep blue and fiery red beads, along with all the fire energy contained within Akainu's body. In the sky above the small purple creature's position, strange changes occurred. Dark clouds quickly formed above its head, and arcs of electricity emerged, rapidly coalescing into a massive thundercloud. This thundercloud was even more terrifying than the ones created by Nami's weather stick, for within it, there was a hint of the power of nature. And the crackling lightning quickly gathered within the thundercloud, culminating in a colossal lightning bolt. After the thunder column formed, it immediately struck the bead spat out by Xiaoji without a moment's pause. As the thunder column hit the bead, a strange aura emanated from it, surprisingly giving off a faint fragrance, which astonished Luffy. After the thunder column disappeared, Xiaoji did not immediately absorb the bead into her body. Instead, she straightened her body once again and shouted at the terrifying thunderclouds in the sky, as if to say, "Come on, you won't knock me down." The rumblings seemed to respond to Xiaoji's words, and a thicker thunder column roared down from the thunderclouds towards the bead on Xiaoji's head. This time, the thunder column not only struck the bead but also hit Xiaoji's body, causing her strong physique to emit crackling sounds from the electricity. This thunder column caused significant injuries to Xiaoji's body. Although these injuries made her want to lie down and rest while letting Luffy pat her body and Chopper apply some strange potions, Xiaoji knew that in order to transform from a giant python into a dragon, she had to endure 3 thunder attacks formed between heaven and earth. If she could withstand them, she would transform into a dragon. If not, her soul would perish. Judging by the attacks of the first 2 thunder columns, the third attack would definitely be very powerful, as each thunder column's attack was 10 times stronger than the last. Although Xiaoji had barely managed to dodge the second thunder column's attack, she had no confidence that she could dodge the third one. Determination could be seen in Xiaoji's resolute gaze. After learning from Robin about her background and realizing that the current situation was created by her mother exhausting her life essence, Xiaoji did not want to give up, nor could she, even if it meant death. Boom! The third thunder column attacked with immense power from heaven and earth, heading straight for Xiaoji. At that moment, a faint chuckle echoed, and a figure flashed across a distance of over 100 meters, stopping right above the bead on Xiaoji's head. At that moment, the massive thunder column hit this figure's body, passing through it and then striking the bead. Although the power of the thunder column was still enormous after being weakened by the figure, it was no longer enough to annihilate Xiaoji's soul, and with all her strength. She finally managed to hold on. In that instant, the bead on her head erupted with a powerful energy wave, enveloping Xiaoji's body. A force from heaven and earth transmitted from the thunderclouds, and at that moment, Xiaoji's body underwent miraculous changes, gradually forming a dragon-like conical shape. Just a little longer, and Xiaoji's transformation would be complete, after which she would become a true dragon, possessing all the powers of a dragon. However, at that moment, Xiaoji did not persist. Instead, she moved towards a falling figure beside her, which happened to be Luffy, her admired captain. Although Luffy, with the power of the gum-gum fruit, was unharmed by the lightning. The overwhelming aura of heaven and earth within the lightning was an immense deterrent, far more terrifying than the intimidation released by Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, Luffy was directly intimidated by this power and would not wake up for a while. Xiaoji, having caught Luffy, placed him in her mouth, twisted her body, and flew up into the massive thundercloud in the sky. Although this caused great harm to herself, Xiaoji had no choice. At the final stage of her transformation, she did not want to give up. Have you seen enough? From a distance, after Luffy defeated Akainu and Xiaoji devoured him to begin her advancement, the battle stopped. As this miraculous event was something none of them, including Jocks or the Straw Hat Pirates, had ever witnessed. Naturally, everyone's attention was focused on Xiaoji's transformation. However, when Luffy charged up to block the powerful lightning strike for Xiaoji, and she soared in the massive thundercloud, everyone returned to their respective situations. At that moment, Zoro gripped his sword tighter and looked at Jocks, who had just been so arrogant. Jocks felt great regret at this moment, wondering why he hadn't escaped when that damned giant python was struck by the thundercloud, instead of staying here to watch. Now he found it impossible to slip away, because not far in front of Jocks, the man with 3 swords showed no intention of letting him go, filling Jocks with deep remorse. He had initially thought it would be an easy task, but who knew that in just a few exchanges, that guy Akainu would be devoured without resistance, even indirectly aiding that damned giant python's advancement. It seemed you all want to keep me here? Jocks forced himself to remain calm as he spoke to the Straw Hat Pirates not far away, then drew a long sword from behind him. 3-sword style ultimate, 3,000 worlds. Zoro showed no intention of responding to Jocks' words. With the tacit cooperation of his swords, he swung fiercely towards Jocks' direction, creating several extremely fragmented spaces in this small area as he charged forward. Is this the best you can do? Jocks looked down at the fragmented spaces approaching him, and the slight fear in his heart dissipated completely. Meanwhile, his belief that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, except for Monkey D. Luffy, was incompetent, only grew stronger. One word blade slash. Jocks swung his long sword towards Zoro's incoming attack, believing that this strike would be enough to shatter the flashy attack before him. 3,000 worlds had seen significant growth in both power and technique compared to a few years ago. However, Zoro did not believe that such a move could slay someone on par with Akainu, so 3,000 worlds was not the endpoint of his technique, but merely an introduction. Zoro's current technique needed 3,000 worlds as a catalyst to unleash its full power. As Zoro swung his sword, the fragmented space surprisingly gathered towards the point where his 3 swords converged, forming a heavenly-like shape that sliced towards Jocks. The whole process was not fast, but Jocks felt that no matter what, he could not evade such an attack. As the 3 swords in Zoro's hands changed, Jocks found himself unable to move, as if he were bound and at the mercy of others. This feeling was something Jocks had only experienced with those 5 legendary figures, who represented the strongest in his heart. With a swoosh, without any unnecessary movements, the space formed by the 3 swords cleanly bisected Jocks' body in half. At that moment, the sword Autumn Water in Zoro's hand suddenly released a faint spiritual energy that dashed into Jocks' body, and after a moment of stirring, it returned to Autumn Water. Zoro could clearly sense that Autumn Water had become stronger as it entered. Longma silently muttered to the Autumn Water in his hand, thanking Zoro. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he discarded Cho'Gazz's body into the sea, believing that it wouldn't be long before the creatures in the ocean would devour his remains. Chapter 240-241 Ritual Kick Combined. Lai felt that the aura tokens left by Lord Akainu and Lord Cho'Gazz were very weak, as if they were trapped in some predicament. Not far from the Borvis Sea, a massive warship was hidden in the inner bay of a small island. On the enormous warship, a man was pondering the urgent report that just came from his subordinates. Lord Shio sent us 3 to this island to intercept that Blackbeard guy. I didn't expect that Akainu and Cho'Gazz would fight over such trivial matters, and it seems they have run into some trouble. Check their location quickly. Lai felt an unknown sense of panic in his heart, as if something big was about to happen. Before long, a soldier hurried over. My lord. The mark left by Lord Akainu can no longer be tracked, and Lord Chokas is on the other side of the Red River Sea. Prepare the warship. I will be back soon. Lai felt a surge of anger in his heart and took a small token from the soldier's hand, then directly left the warship. He lightly tapped the sea surface with his foot, and his whole body flew across the vast ocean. After a short while, the small token left by Chokas in Lai's hand suddenly shattered with a snap, turning into powder. Chokas, could it be that they both encountered someone not to be underestimated? Could it be Blackbeard? Lai lowered his head to look at the shattered token in his hand, and once again increased his speed towards the direction indicated by the token. Even if it is Blackbeard, this time you will die. As a golden envoy under that lord, everyone possesses super strong power. Akainu and Chokas have only just reached the level of golden envoys, while Lai has remained at this level for decades, his strength far surpassing theirs. Boom! Suddenly, a strange thundercloud in the sky not far away rumbled, and a figure could be vaguely seen moving within the thundercloud, seemingly crazily absorbing the lightning and the might of heaven and earth. What is that? Were Akainu and Chokas defeated by this thing? Lai continued to fly rapidly toward the front, while quickly thinking in his mind. Roar! The giant creature in the thundercloud suddenly raised its massive head, breaking free from the slight constraints of the thundercloud, and let out a pained howl towards the distance, seemingly injured by the thundercloud. Seeing the scene, Lai's heart moved involuntarily because the giant head that emerged just now resembled the dragon from that place perfectly. Moreover, it was a rare dragon that had undergone the baptism of the might of heaven and earth's lightning. Even among dragons, it was a kingly existence. If he could take advantage of this dragon's weakened state after being tempered in the thundercloud and kill it to obtain its dragon pill, that lord might grant him a special reward. In that case, I might even become an existence like Lord Shio. Thinking of this, Lai's intense desire for the status of a golden envoy completely occupied his remaining rationality, and he slowly approached the location of the thundercloud. Beside a small island near the Borvis Sea, a burly man spoke to a figure sitting in a small boat holding a huge black knife in his hand. The man had eagle-like eyes. I don't want to go against you. The figure holding the black knife was ready to strike at any moment, but he didn't move, seemingly waiting for the other's response. Then leave that hiss behind. You already have the big black knife. Just give his to me, and I can exchange it for a natural-type devil fruit, Blackbeard said, exposing his toothy grin, holding a peculiar fruit with 7 leaves. Impossible. Hiss is useful to me, so I can't give it to you. Eagle, I had no intention of negotiating and directly rejected Blackbeard's request. Then he slightly withdrew the big black knife. If you don't back off, my big black knife will show no mercy. Ha ha, Eagle Eye. Do you really think that just because you are the world's #1 swordsman, you are the strongest? There are too many powerful beings hidden in these seas that you don't know about. Their strength is beyond your imagination. Why not join us? I will show you the crazy side of this world. Blackbeard disregarded Eagle Eye's slightly threatening words and spoke seriously to him. Swish! The big black knife followed the movement of Eagle Eye's hands and slashed towards the nearby Blackbeard pirate ship, targeting the newly rebuilt pirate ship. Eagle Eye, huh? Let's see. A massive figure jumped over from the other side of the pirate ship, directly blocking the slash from Eagle Eye's big black knife. The strange head charged toward the slash, believing that the hardness of its head could withstand any strike from a blade. Countless battles had given it a special trust in the hardness of its own head. Clang! The huge slash made a loud sound as it struck the head of the beast, and at that moment, the beast's head pushed forward with all its might. Damn it! Just as Blackbeard behind the beast was shocked and thought it was bad, the beast's head seemed to finally be unable to withstand Eagle Eye's slash and shattered. Swordsman, last time a Shiryu was taken down, and now this time, the beast you found has also been taken down. So my captain-level task has returned to square one? Blackbeard glanced around, realizing that apart from the initial followers like Lafitte, others he had gathered from Impel Down had gradually been eliminated during these years of adventure, returning to the starting point once again. However, this did not matter much to Blackbeard, as long as his cherished companions were safe. Of course, Eagle Eye's sudden attack, taking down the beast, couldn't just be brushed aside. Blackbeard's body transformed again, activating the power of the dark fruit. Let me handle it. Lafitte stepped forward, very interested in Eagle Eye. I'll join too. Burgess also took a step forward, speaking to Lafitte. Of course, let's work together. The two did not wait for Blackbeard to speak and charged towards Eagle Eye. On the other side, sitting on a small boat, Usopp, who was watching the little purple still trapped in the thundercloud, couldn't help but take out his specialized telescope to scout the surroundings. He soon spotted a very small shadow hiding in a narrow corner of Small Island, greedily watching the little purple howling in the thundercloud. "Nami-san, Robin-chan, Hancock-san, look at me." A man dressed in a very neat suit said softly to Nami and the others not far away. He then jumped off the Mary and rushed towards the small island, lightly stepping, gliding across the distance of the sea like a dragonfly touching the water. Have you seen enough? The sea walk indeed allowed Sanji to glide over the water. He had secretly practiced this move many times, just to show off in front of Nami and the others. Without looking back, Sanji could feel the stir he had caused just from the faint gasps around him. "Who are you?" Sanji's sudden voice made Lee instinctively stand up, while also becoming vigilant. "Huh, you're not." Suddenly, Sanji's slightly curled eyebrows reminded Lee of something, and he fell into a slight frenzy. Whether it was the Celestial Dragon incident, the Mackenzie affair, or the Glass Heart incident on Glass Island, the Straw Hat Pirates had been haunting their matters, and it had long been established in Lee's heart that any member of the Straw Hat Pirates must be killed on sight. "Since you're here," Lee suddenly said, then charged directly at Sanji and kicked out without any fancy moves, just a simple, powerful kick aimed at Sanji. "Oomph." Sanji looked at Lee's kick, smiled slightly, and said, "Even if you're an enemy, since you have come to where the Straw Hat Pirates are, you are also a guest. So take this a courtesy kick." Sanji's foot bizarrely kicked at the bend of Lee's leg, and both of them engaged in their first exchange without any excessive flair, competing only in speed, accuracy, and ferocity. With a thud, the two separated, neither side gaining an advantage. Even though Sanji had used the seventh form of the courtesy kick, it ended in a draw with Lee. Indeed, the Straw Hat Pirates and Blackleg Sanji were not just empty titles. However, it wouldn't be that easy from here on. As Lee's words fell, a faint layer of armament haki wrapped around his leg, and at that moment, a tiny pinhole appeared on Lee's left hand, a faint wave of light flashing through it. "Armament haki? I can do that too." Although Sanji had not awakened the Conqueror's haki, he had continuously honed his armament haki, which he regarded as a priority. After Lee wrapped his leg with armament haki, he immediately displayed his own haki abilities, lightly tapping his feet together, the Devil's Wind foot flashing, a double enhancement. Take another courtesy kick, the third form of the courtesy kick, although its power was considerably less than the reception kick. Under the dual enhancement of armament haki and the Devil's Wind foot, it was no less powerful than the previous reception kick. Once again, the collision did not determine a winner. However, during that brief exchange, Sanji seemed to sense a very dangerous feeling in Lee's hands. Moreover, during the previous close encounters, he vaguely felt the flicker of light that occasionally flashed from Lee's hands. In the ensuing battle, Sanji used the first 7 forms of the courtesy kick to counter Lee while constantly paying attention to Lee's movements, always on guard against Lee's small actions. "Do you look down on me?" As he sensed the frequency of that strong leg technique from before diminishing, Lee shouted loudly and unleashed a series of kicks at Sanji, while simultaneously throwing a punch toward Sanji's face. Not good. Feeling that Lee's hand was getting closer, Sanji inwardly cursed and suddenly dove towards the ground, bracing himself with his hands and spinning his legs wildly towards Lee. The crazy SBSHOU set of kicks startled Lee, who was originally prepared to release the mechanism in his palm when Sanji defended against his punch. After blocking Sanji's frenzied kick with one leg, he used the momentum to retreat a considerable distance while unleashing a wave of light from his palm, releasing a wave of energy. "Since I can't sneak attack, then I'll attack directly. With the speed of the light wave, can you dodge?" Lee thought with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The impact of this wave of light was terrifying, and if not avoided, it could potentially lead to a fatal strike. Although Sanji had long sensed Lee's small movements, he had no way to avoid the damage from the light wave and could only minimize the harm it caused. The armament haki quickly covered the area where the light wave was about to converge, but it was still broken through, and Sanji was hit by 2 waves of light at his waist, causing a painful sensation to surge from the injured area, making him grit his teeth. "Is this your reliance?" Sanji pondered, noticing that Lee did not launch another wave of light attack, as if it needed time to cool down. A slight smirk appeared on Sanji's face, thinking that he wouldn't have to worry about using a high-level courtesy kick and being unable to control his body to prevent Lee's prepared light wave. Courtesy kick, travel audience. Gift. Sanji unleashed the 8th, 9th, and 10th forms of the courtesy kick in one go, crazily kicking at Lee 3 times. Although each strike was barely blocked by Lee, it was evident that the cost of such blocking left Lee's ankles feeling slightly numb. 11th form, celebration. Without any pause, the intense pain from his waist and abdomen urged Sanji to fully exert his right leg towards Lee with the 11th form of the courtesy kick, celebration, which was the second most powerful leg technique in the courtesy kick. Sanji's leg, like a rushing river, swept directly towards Lee's waist and abdomen with unmatched might. Even as Lee frantically attempted to block during the onslaught, he finally showed some panic at this moment. Home, school, society, gatherings, going out, visiting, reception, travel, audience, gift, celebration. The first 11 forms of the courtesy kick appeared like phantoms before Lee's eyes under Sanji's continuous assault. At that moment, Sanji pushed off the ground for leverage and unleashed the final move of the courtesy kick with the accumulated power from the first 11 forms. However, what kind of courtesy is it? In the end, it's just a greeting, a consideration for people and matters. And the 12th form of the courtesy kick is the official salute. As a gentleman, Sanji rarely made such loud calls, but at this moment, he shouted loudly, and his swinging foot struck Lee's body with an unparalleled speed, sending Lee flying like a cannonball from Sanji's thunderous strike. With a soft sound of a blast, Sanji followed the trajectory of Lee being sent flying, appearing at the necessary point in Lee's flight path. Under the strongest move of the courtesy kick, no life had ever survived. Luffy, like looking at a pile of very delicious cooking materials, stomped down with his foot, directly smashing on Lee's head, cracking it open. A slight groan escaped, seemingly a sound of finally being liberated, but by now, Lee had completely lost his life under Sanji's thunderous blow. Such a troublesome opponent. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Sanji's calf. The side effects of using the final move of the courtesy kick were unavoidable. Enduring the pain coming from his calf, Sanji leaped a few times and appeared in the Going Merry, landing casually in front of Nami and the others. Nami-san, Robin-chan, Hancock-san, did you see my heroic posture just now? Sanji struck a pose he considered super cool, elegantly presenting himself before the three beauties. Look, Xiaoji seems to be starting to fight back. Usopp shouted loudly when he suddenly saw Xiaoji, who had been enveloped by the thunderclouds, finally beginning to devour those clouds, completely ignoring Sanji's murderous glare. It seems that Xiaoji has also defeated a formidable opponent. Nami looked happily at Xiaoji in the distance, who could already be considered a dragon. After worrying for so long, was it finally coming to an end? In the sky, Xiaoji finally withstood the strongest moment of the thunder power accumulated in the thunderclouds and began a complete counterattack, continuously devouring those clouds while absorbing most of the heavenly might from the thunder power. As a result, the electrical power emanating from Xiaoji's body became even more terrifying. Roar, 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 roar. A terrifying howl erupted from Xiaoji's mouth, this time not a cry of pain and suffering, but a howl of excitement and release. One must understand how many deep-sea giant pythons can, like Xiaoji, devour volcanic magma and absorb the essence of volcanoes, encounter heavenly tribulations, and after the tribulation, not immediately absorb the heavenly might released, but instead save Luffy, who was about to fall into the sea, and then use the most dangerous method to enter the thunderclouds to absorb the lacking heavenly might. After an extremely dangerous contest, Xiaoji finally triumphed over the most incredible forces in the world, thus truly evolving into a real dragon. After a round of devouring, Xiaoji finally swallowed all the thunderclouds into its belly. Then, it opened its massive mouth and violently spewed a burst of intense flames towards an unknown place in the sky. The moment the dragon flame appeared, Nami and the others could clearly feel the change in temperature around them. This temperature change was even more pronounced than that of Akainu when he unleashed his massive flames. Moreover, they could faintly sense a subtle sense of oppression from the dragon flames, and this was without Xiaoji directing the dragon flames at them. If the flames had been aimed at them, no defense would have been effective, as the dragon flames seemed capable of melting everything. Xiaoji has become so strong. I wonder if I can fight him now. Zoro licked his lips, looking at Xiaoji's massive body, a surge of battle intent rising within him. Whoosh! Xiaoji twisted its body and flew directly to the Merry, opening its huge mouth. Inside its mouth was a person it was protecting very well, who was slightly frowning. Then, a trace of flame left in Xiaoji's mouth suddenly caused the sleeping Luffy to jump up. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Luffy was patting the back of his pants, which had a slightly burnt smell due to the high temperature, while loudly calling out. Then, he jumped on a Merry from Xiaoji's open mouth without any issues. The heavenly might seemed to have only given Luffy a brief nap. Thank you. Suddenly, A very unfamiliar voice sounded, instantly surprising the few who were about to tease Luffy, turning their heads to look at the giant dragon head. Xiaoji, you can talk now? Nami was very surprised. And after hearing what Xiaoji had just said, she still couldn't believe it. Oh, Xiaoji could always talk. Luffy seemed unaware of the difference between what Xiaoji said now and what it used to say, as in Luffy's mind. The sound Xiaoji made every time it opened its mouth was exactly the same as now. Get away, freak. Usopp, holding back a black line on his forehead, kicked Luffy away while looking at Xiaoji with admiration, waiting for Xiaoji to clear up their confusion. It's me, Xiaoji. Surprisingly, the giant dragon head showed a shy expression. Although a giant dragon head couldn't display such delicate emotions, it happily explained to Nami. At the same time, as it shrank, Xiaoji's body rapidly decreased in size at a speed invisible to the naked eye, finally becoming about the size of Frankie, with human-like arms and legs. The only difference being a mini dragon head on top of its head. This was Xiaoji's current form. No way, Xiaoji, you could transform into this? Nami and the others looked at Xiaoji in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief at the scene before them. Wow, Xiaoji, do you have to be this cool? At this moment, Luffy, who had been kicked away by Usopp, finally managed to get up from the ground. It seemed that the heavenly might had some effect on Luffy's body. Otherwise, he would have bounced right back up from Usopp's attack. Boss, I can play with you all in the future. Xiaoji happily ran towards Luffy, while Usopp, Chopper, and the others followed suit. The two of them, one being a human-dragon hybrid and the other a reindeer, formed a strange combination dancing to a tune composed by Usopp. Meanwhile, Xiaoji explained to Nami and the others about the ability that allowed it to transform into this form. Primarily, after evolving from a serpent to a dragon, many strange spells suddenly appeared in Xiaoji's mind. Xiaoji only needed to slightly focus its attention on them, and then the dragon essence within its body would naturally respond to Xiaoji's request, unleashing a peculiar energy. The spell Xiaoji was currently casting was merely a transformation unique to dragons. Can Xiaobai use it? Suddenly, while dancing, Luffy asked Xiaoji if Xiaobai could also use it. That would be amazing. Luffy really wanted to see Xiaobai's appearance after transforming into a human octopus hybrid. No, that's a unique technique of the dragon race. Xiaobai's clan should have something similar, but if you want Xiaobai to level up again, there might be a way to try. Xiaoji suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Luffy and the others. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, who had been enviously watching Xiaoji play with Luffy and the others, couldn't help but pop its head out of the specially prepared seat, a big barrel, just right for Xiaobai to sit in after shrinking. It also wanted to play with Luffy, Usopp, and the others. Just like me, if you devour a person who possesses a devil fruit ability that matches Xiaobai's attributes, it should work, Xiaoji said seriously. Are you serious? Luffy and the others looked at Xiaoji in shock, while continuously pondering the possibility of what Xiaoji had said in their minds. They really hoped Xiaobai could become stronger. After all, Luffy and the others were already incredibly powerful, and their partner Xiaobai couldn't just keep working like a laborer pulling their ship. Yes, I'm serious. Isn't there such a fruit ability user? Xiaoji was very confident in this suggestion, as it had absorbed the magma fruit ability of a Kainu, and then absorbed the water attribute energy from the sea to suddenly erupt and successfully enter the serpent transformation state. It seems that this time, even if we don't want to take revenge, we have no choice, Zoro said with a strange smile on his face, then slightly drew the sword from its sheath and sighed inwardly. Both Lei Baijun and Lei Wanchue said that his Kitetsu sword was a very special sword. Now, after the enhancement of Chioshui and coupled with Chungying, Kitetsu has become the least impressive sword in Zoro's hands, greatly hindering Zoro's ability to unleash his power. If it weren't for the special significance of Kitetsu, Zoro might have already considered whether to snatch a suitable blade from somewhere. Blackbeard? Ha ha ha, Xiaozi. If Little Black also devours that dark-tinged Blackbeard, he should have that kind of ability too. For Little Black, it seems we still need to find that guy who made us suffer a great loss. When it came to Blackbeard, the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly fell into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. You see, their partner, Perona, fell into a deep sleep because she was hurt while trying to save Zoro, who had forcibly activated Chungying. This pain has never faded from Luffy and the others' hearts. Zoro, this time, I will take revenge for Perona. Luffy looked at a room on the Mary where Perona's sleeping brocade box was stored. This time, I won't let any of them go, Zoro said in a very calm voice, as he sheathed his 3 swords once again, and a wave of overwhelming aura shot straight towards the unknown void ahead, following Zoro's gaze. According to the information we received, Blackbeard's current area of activity is near our destination, so let's head there first. Robin seemed to be infected by the sudden display of spirit from Luffy and Zoro, directly sharing the intelligence she knew. Nami, let us set sail to the Borvis Sea. Luffy's figure was somewhat cold, and in an instant, he leaped onto the ram of the Mary, staring ahead. In Luffy's heart, there was a strong killing intent. This killing intent had appeared before, but back then, he didn't have the strength to kill that person. Now, Luffy believes that he can defeat that once invincible man using his own means. Blackbeard, wait for me. With the mention of Blackbeard, the Straw Hat Pirates instantly fell into a very heavy atmosphere, causing Xiaozi to helplessly spin around on the deck. Don't worry, Xiaozi. This kind of atmosphere will not exist once we kill that person. At some point, Nami appeared next to Xiaozi, ignoring Xiaozi's dignity as a dragon and directly touched the horns on Xiaozi's head. This time, the Mary seemed to sense the urgency in Luffy and the others' hearts. Under Frankie's skilled maneuvering, it swiftly crossed through a stretch of sea and finally appeared beside the Borvis Sea on the morning of the third day. The Borvis Sea was distinctly different from other seas, as it was filled with floating debris of unknown origin, and occasionally, gigantic sea kings would leap up, opening their massive fangs and roaring loudly to vent their pent-up frustration. This is why Luffy and the others could clearly feel that they had arrived at Borvis. Chapter 244, The Battle of the World's Greatest Swordsman, Part 2. Hoo. Breathing heavily, looking at the figures of the few people ahead, Mihawk once again raised the black blade in his hand, and in rhythm with his breath, he struck towards Raftel. The agile Raftel finally fell after 2 days and nights of battle. Now, only 2 people remained in front of Mihawk: Blackbeard, Marshal D, Teach, and the Death God, Poison Q, who could collapse at any moment. Q, do you have confidence in reviving them? Blackbeard slowly walked a few steps forward, blocking Mihawk's path, while asking Poison Q, who was not far behind. No problem, but it will take some time. A gust of wind blew, and it was hard for Poison Q to hold on, but this was the person Blackbeard trusted completely. If it weren't for his presence, Blackbeard wouldn't have been able to watch one companion after another rush forward, being cut down by Mihawk without doing anything, until Raftel could no longer hold on, and only he and Poison Q were left in the Blackbeard Pirates. Mihawk, it seems you have thoroughly angered me this time. A shadow flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and his hands rapidly changed form. Then a pitch-black dark water was conjured by Blackbeard. Without waiting for Mihawk to respond, he directly shot a stream of dark water at him. Is this how it ends? Looking at the dark water rushing towards him, Mihawk thought. For nearly 3 days, Blackbeard had been attacking Mihawk in a wheel-like fashion. Although each attack was directly cut down by Mihawk's black blade, at this moment, Mihawk had little strength left to fight against this extraordinarily powerful opponent. However, I must deliver that thing. Mihawk glanced behind him. Then his black blade was swung up once again, and a sword blade was produced, striking towards the dark water shot by Blackbeard. The two collided violently, then disappeared about 10 meters in front of Mihawk. Mihawk was already exhausted, and it was only a matter of time before Blackbeard took him down. Jet shooting Sun Arrow. Just as Blackbeard was about to intensify his dark water attack, a very discordant voice suddenly rang out not far behind him. Then a misty arrow, formed by hands infused with haki, shot directly at Blackbeard's abdomen. The familiar sound made Blackbeard instinctively make the right decision. The ability fused with Whitebeard's fruit was activated through the transformation ability of the dark fruit within his body, creating a shockwave that perfectly blocked Luffy's long-prepared strike. As this confrontation ended, a not-so-large ship emerged from the waves of the Borvis Sea, where the salinity exceeded all other seas, along with a giant octopus that surfaced with the ship. After a few sound from the ship, the Straw Hat Pirates instantly revived Poison Q, who was fully committed to the Blackbeard Pirates and saw the arrival of the Straw Hat crew, causing Mihawk to faint immediately. However, Zoro caught him with all his strength to prevent him from drifting aimlessly in the Borvis Sea. It's you again. It seems the last whirlpool didn't kill you? Blackbeard grinned, looking unexpectedly at the Straw Hat crew appearing before him. Jet Battle Axe Luffy had no intention of answering any of Blackbeard's questions, directly charging at him with another thunderous strike. At the moment Luffy launched his attack, Blackbeard suddenly became a bit strange. A thick blackness emanated from his feet, creating an independent space at the bottom of the calm sea. Within that space, a somewhat blurry figure appeared. It was Blackbeard. The moment the jet battleship's war axe was blocked by Blackbeard above the sea, Luffy activated Gear 3rd with both hands and unleashed another massive attack aimed directly at Blackbeard's head. As this attack commenced, the combined haki still wrapped around Luffy's Gear 3rd battleship. Splash! as a wave erupted from the immense force of Luffy's attack, striking Blackbeard's body. He was directly smashed to the bottom of the water. Huff! Luffy looked at the splashing water caused by Blackbeard and let out a deep breath, releasing a wave of anger from his chest, fully activating his haki and sensing Blackbeard's location hidden beneath the waves. "Blackbeard, take this." Luffy suddenly punched towards the empty space behind him, compressing a round white circle on his fist into a smaller white circle, which he then hurled into the void. With this punch, Blackbeard's body, which had been prepared for a sneak attack, was pierced through by Luffy's haki-imbued fist. However, strangely, instead of blood, a thick black liquid flowed out from the wound created by Luffy's punch. At that moment, another Blackbeard's body suddenly rose from not far behind Luffy, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, while his hands quickly transformed, creating a rapidly spinning vortex with immense suction power anchored to Blackbeard's body. Hiss! As the vortex's power grew stronger, the double created by Luffy's punch shattered into a pool of dark water that clung to Luffy's body, trying to envelop him. Hiss! A terrifying suction enveloped Luffy, causing his body to sway slightly as he was pulled several steps forward by the immense force, while a stream of thick black liquid suddenly surged towards him from the vortex. "Is this your trump card?" Luffy asked calmly, showing no fear at the unexpected attack, seemingly unimpressed by Blackbeard's struggles and schemes. "Xiao Zi, tell Xiao Hei to prepare. We act in 10 seconds, Luffy said with a slight movement of his mouth, sending a wave of sound crashing into the calm sea beneath his feet, while a tremendous force expanded from his body. Want to break free from the dark water's restraints? Although Luffy's words made Blackbeard feel a twinge of annoyance, seeing Luffy's immense power during the escape made Blackbeard cautious, fully controlling the black water's attraction to Luffy, while the surging dark water rushed towards him. After struggling for a while, Luffy, sensing the immense binding force of the dark water, suddenly abandoned his escape and charged directly towards Blackbeard, following the pull of the vortex, forming his hands into a discus shape to smash against the oncoming dark water. Although some of the dark water would still cling to Luffy's body, it was much better than being completely enveloped by it. After delivering this blow, Luffy slightly closed his eyes, silently calculating in his mind, planning to use that move again. Seeing Luffy's expression, Blackbeard knew this guy was definitely going to use his Conqueror's haki again. If honed well, that move could be a significant deterrent to people like them. However, the technique Blackbeard was currently using required his full concentration, without any mental pause. Oof. After a slight cold snort from Blackbeard, a dark energy wave with a hissing sound formed on the surface of his body, incorporating all the powers of the Tremor fruit absorbed from Whitebeard into his defense at once. Roar! Suddenly, a massive dragon's roar echoed from the calm, seen not far below Blackbeard, and at first he sensed nothing unusual. But soon after, a series of powerful draconic pressures surged towards him, the innate deterrent of the dragon's might, especially from a transformed Xiao Zi, was amplified after enduring the baptism of heaven and earth's thunder. The might of heaven and earth was even more immense, and the dragon's might unleashed by Xiao Zi was mysteriously controlled into a beam of light directed at Blackbeard's body. Huff! At that moment, Luffy, who had his eyes slightly closed, suddenly opened them wide, unleashing a terrifying aura comparable to Xiao Zi's dragon might, targeting Blackbeard. No matter how strong Blackbeard's dual defense from the Tremor and Dark fruits was, the result at this moment was singular. He was directly subdued by the combined pressure released by Xiao Zi and Luffy, momentarily falling into a state of daze. While the vortex that continuously attracted Luffy strangely stopped at that instant, Luffy raised one hand, and a white circle quickly formed on his fist, then compressed madly until it was the size of a basketball. This time, Luffy also utilized the not-so-familiar Een fist, forming a black circle on his fist, which was slightly smaller than the white circle of the Yang fist after compression. Without hesitation, Luffy brought his fist together, and suddenly, a dazzling light flashed as the Yang fist erupted with an enormous demand for energy, continuously absorbing the surrounding auras. Strangely, the Een fist did not absorb any external aura. Instead, it cleaned out the countless auras compressed within the Yang fist. The Yin-Yang Bagua Feast. The constantly rotating Bagua pattern on Luffy's fist moved wildly, and with a powerful strike, he aimed directly at Blackbeard's dazed head, holding nothing back. Puff! This was Luffy's first time using the Yin-Yang Bagua fist, so he had no idea just how formidable this technique was, as it directly shook off the haki he had been using, then smashed into Blackbeard's head. Although he no longer had the assistance of Haki, the unique nature of the technique rendered Blackbeard, a Logia-type fruit user, completely unresponsive, severely injured by the blow. Xiaohei, hurry up. He is not dead yet. Looking down at the barely conscious Blackbeard, Luffy thought of nothing else but how this scoundrel was the key factor in Xiaohei's potential growth. Guzong, Guzong. Little Black's huge body swam over in an instant, then opened its mouth wide, absorbing not only Blackbeard's body but also the black aura released by it into its mouth. This was enough to make its powerful stomach, or rather the magical pearl that Luffy gave him, completely finish Blackbeard off before he could wake up. Perona, revenge is served. Next, it's time to find someone to help you reshape your body, Luffy said faintly to the unknown sky, while glancing at Zoro, not far away, as if he had been watching every detail of Luffy's battles all along. 3 days later, on Jabba's island, on a subsidiary island, Little Black, like Little Purple, could also transform into a human and laughed heartily. However, Little Purple felt frustrated that Little Black could actually turn into a human without having to look like a half-beast all day. Mihawk. After standing still for a long time, Zoro seemed to have finally made a decision, picked up the sword in his hand, and walked out. In that familiar room, Zoro stood firm and said calmly to Mihawk, I'm going to take the position of the world's #1 swordsman from you. Chapter 246, New Wad Ikamanji Combined. I'm going to take the position of the world's #1 swordsman from you, Zoro said emphatically to Hawkeye, slowly drawing out the 3 swords from his waist, waiting for the world-renowned #1 swordsman, who had rested for 3 days and regained his vitality. It seems that you have grown quite a bit over the years. Mihawk's eagle-like eyes gazed at Zoro with a hint of murderous intent as he spoke the challenge. But despite the ominous aura radiating from Hawkeye, Zoro remained completely unaffected. All right, I accept your challenge, but the method will be decided by me, Mihawk said seriously to Zoro after some thought, then turned and returned to his room. At 3 in the afternoon, Hawkeye left with a faint remark, disappearing from Zoro's line of sight. I can't push hard. I still need him for the road ahead. It seems this time I have to use that. Hawkeye thought for a while, slowly taking out a pocket-sized sword from his chest and muttering to himself. As the sun gradually grew hotter and then cooler, Zoro stood in an open space on the northern slope, waiting for Hawkeye's arrival. You're really early, a slightly lazy voice came from below the northern slope, and a man carrying a huge black sword appeared before Zoro. Method, speak, Zoro said without any hesitation, his eyes blazing with battle intent at that moment. Since you're in such a hurry, I won't delay either. Hawkeye immediately took off the huge black sword from his back and placed it aside, while taking out a pocket-sized sword from his chest. This is it, Hawkeye said seriously to Zoro, raising the pocket-sized sword in his hand, while slowly drawing the brand new small sword from its sheath. The small sword was entirely black, without a single flaw, but because of this, Zoro felt a sense of discomfort upon seeing it, as if a layer of sticky dirt had been smeared over something magnificent and perfect. This small sword is called Hiss, a legendary sword forged from the essence of craftsmanship by the god of crafts, Lei Wan, and is a blade far surpassing ancient weapons. Although it isn't as powerful as the legendary 10 ancient famous swords, it is still not far off, Hawkeye explained while showcasing the sword. However, the greatest function of this sword is to form a sword array by relying on the main sword in the swordsman's hand. The higher the fusion degree between Hiss and the main sword, the greater the power of the sword array. As Hawkeye spoke, he walked to the side of the huge black sword, and with Hiss, he directly struck the black sword. Upon contact, Hiss bounced off, but a miraculous scene began at that moment. Hiss astonishingly did not fall due to the impact. Instead, it traced a series of very clear phantoms along the black sword, making it impossible for Zoro to perceive the exact location of the small sword, as his eyes couldn't keep up with its speed. Whoosh! Hawkeye took up the black sword, and the small sword clung to it. Let's begin. If you can withstand a quarter of an hour under this sword array, you win. I believe you know what a sword array means, Hawkeye said, quietly waiting for Zoro's answer. I can't accept that. Although the sword array is powerful, it is only part of the swordsman. If I can't break through the constraints of the sword array, then I lose. Let's begin, Zoro said as he drew Wad Ikamanji from his waist and bit down hard on the blade that held deep memories for him. Goena, Zoro silently said to himself, then jumped into the sword array formed by the black sword and Hiss. Then don't mind if I do. Sword array, black blade sleeve formation. Hawkeye smiled slightly. He had anticipated Zoro's choice, so he stopped talking and directly started the fight, with a slight force of the black sword in his hand. Hiss immediately darted along with it, and a series of phantoms appeared around the black sword, making Zoro feel a strange surge of energy. Three-sword style. Heaven's punishment path. The three swords in Zoro's hand formed a strange shape and slashed directly at Hawkeye, who had already completed the sword array. "You've indeed become much stronger, Roronoa Zoro." Hawkeye laughed upon sensing the terrifying aura in Zoro's sword, then with a twist of the black sword in his hand, executed another strange move, causing the sword array to change in that instant. Crack, crack, crack. The three sword blades did not miss at all. In a moment, Zoro suddenly changed. They struck Hiss directly. After a flash, sparks flew, and a bit of the dirt-like substance was cleaved off by Zoro's sword. The Heaven's Punishment Path was one of the strongest moves Zoro gained from his enlightenment deep beneath the ocean, and every time he used such a move, it wasn't easy to dodge in one go. This time, Zoro wouldn't let it be so. The moment the three swords blocked, Zoro's three swords followed the rebounding force and slashed again at Hawkeye's hands holding the black sword. Oof. The same move against the black blade sleeve formation won't work. Hawkeye smiled slightly, moving his body in response to Zoro's attack. The hiss on the black sword accelerated even more, and the phantoms became denser, to the point where Zoro's three swords couldn't strike Hiss or the black sword with full force, as if Hiss was directly following the trajectory of Zoro's sword blades. However, when the two collided, the continuous hissing sound caused the dirt-like black substance on Hiss to gradually fall away. The three-sword style, but at this moment in actual combat. This move that required the full cooperation of all three blades couldn't reach its maximum due to the slightly fragile Wad Ikamanji. Breakthrough. The sword in Zoro's hand, Chungying, finally unleashed its full power, gaining the strength boost from Chioshui and Wad Ikamanji, and slashed directly at Hiss. Bang! The expected breakthrough did not occur. Instead, the Chungying sword was directly rebounded by the Hiss, as if the power on the Chungying sword had no effect on the Hiss within the sword formation. Moreover, not even a speck of black dirt was scraped off during the collision. Just then, Zoro inadvertently let the weakest sword, the Wado Ikamanji, strike against the Hiss, and a piece of black dirt was directly scraped off by the Wado Ikamanji. This action was completely unintentional on Zoro's part, and he didn't use much force at all. Zoro was completely stunned, simultaneously looking at the Wado Ikamanji in his hand, while a series of images flashed continuously in his mind, including Kuna, his teacher. The expressions of Lei Baijun upon seeing the Wado Ikamanji and the kind demeanor of Lei Wanche. He also recalled the countless times he faced danger when the Wado Ikamanji appeared to save him. It was this sword that made him realize that everything has its own breath, and that he could harmonize with the breath of all things to deliver the most terrifying strikes. Thinking of this, Zoro once again looked at the small sword that had part of its black dirt wiped away by the Wado Ikamanji, and suddenly something came to his mind. He then flicked his wrist and began to attack the position of the small sword with all his strength, using the Wado Ikamanji as the main weapon, while Chioshui blocked the various changes of the big black sword, giving the Wado Ikamanji the opportunity to strike the small sword. One by one, the dirt on the Hiss was gradually stripped away by the Wado Ikamanji. At this moment, Zoro's heart was in turmoil, rolling like a bottle turned upside down, with a strange thought continuously presenting itself very clearly in his mind. Finally, he arrived at a conclusion. The Hiss was related to the Wado Ikamanji, and the connection was very close. After making this decision, Zoro exerted even more effort to make contact between the Wado Ikamanji and the Hiss, trying to prolong the contact time as much as possible each time. Finally, during another contact, the last piece of dirt was removed by the Wado Ikamanji, and at that moment, the Hiss's originally phantom-like blade suddenly stopped, directly adhering to the Wado Ikamanji. In that instant, a strange fusion began between the two. The contest to determine who was the world's #1 sword master was temporarily paralyzed due to the Hiss's sudden defection, and according to the strategy proposed by Mihawk beforehand, this match could be considered a win for Zoro. However, at this moment, no one cared about such matters. Instead, they focused intently on the fusion between the Wado Ikamanji and the Hiss. Two swords, both incredibly sharp and resilient, merging was something that seemed impossible. However, at the moment they adhered to each other, a massive surge of lightning power erupted from the Hiss's hilt, and in that instant, the hilt of the Hiss was obliterated, leaving only a small segment of the blade, which was still moving. The moment the lightning erupted, the Wado Ikamanji seemed to respond to some stimulus, opening a tiny gap along the edge of the blade. At that critical moment, the Hiss darted into the gap, completely merging into the Wado Ikamanji, becoming a part of it. After the Hiss merged into the Wado Ikamanji, it did not make contact, for at that moment, the lightning power that erupted from the hilt exploded completely, The Wado Ikemanji, under this baptism of lightning, began to display various strange patterns on its blade, and the previously somewhat fragile blade now exuded a crystal-clear feeling. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed down from the sky, following the pull of the lightning power, striking the Wado Ikemanji. The fusion of the Wado Ikemanji and the hiss was finally complete. Zoro held the Wado Ikemanji tightly. Even when the lightning struck it, he did not let go. When the Wado Ikemanji settled back into calmness, Zoro's hand had already turned a deep black color. Gently shaking it, all the fine dust on his hand and the blade was instantly shaken off, revealing a Wado Ikemanji with 9 distinct patterns. From that shake, Zoro could clearly feel the power of the Wado Ikemanji. At this moment, it finally allowed him to unleash all the capabilities of the three-sword style. As he focused on the 9 patterns, he suddenly felt a very familiar sensation, akin to the hiss, which was constantly swirling around the big black sword, producing one illusion after another. At that moment, Zoro suddenly had a feeling that if he wished, these 9 patterns could once again manifest illusions, and together with the Wado Ikemanji, form a brand new sword formation. Immerse your thoughts into the sword to comprehend the essence of the sword. Perhaps then you might be able to sense something. The silent Mihawk, who had been watching everything, suddenly spoke as if guiding Zoro. Thank you. At this moment, Zoro had no time to discuss other matters. After hearing Mihawk's words, he expressed his gratitude and instantly immersed all his thoughts into the Wado Ikemanji. Immediately, clear auras began to emerge along the 9 patterns, flashing in Zoro's mind. At this moment, Zoro also began to practice this sword formation that belonged to him, following the patterns in his mind. It seems that the greatest work of the God of Crafts is indeed very powerful. Seeing Zoro quickly forming the sword formation, and it appeared to be even stronger than the black blade sleeve formation that Mihawk himself developed, he couldn't help but sigh. Afterwards, he shouldered his own big black sword and left the place. No, no, no. Repeatedly denying himself. Zoro felt that the sword formation he sensed was not something he had executed, and he had been tirelessly studying the 9 patterns on the Wado Ikemanji. Try to discover something from it. Could it be like this? Suddenly, a bright light flashed through Zoro's mind. Chapter 248, Part 9, Rest 2 in 1. As the spark of inspiration flashed in Zoro's mind, the Wado Ikemanji immediately assumed a strange posture. At that moment, 6 small swords appeared around the Wado Ikemanji, intertwining around it. Chungying and Chioshui simultaneously drew their 2 blades from their waists, instantly presenting the sword shadows around the Wado Ikemanji, forming the 9-sword flowing star formation. As the sword formation was successfully set up, the name of this formation appeared in Zoro's mind. Withdrawing the blade in hand, the 6 sword energies dancing around the Wado Ikemanji and the sword shadows attached to Chioshui and Chungying quickly returned to the blade of the Wado Ikemanji, once again becoming the inconspicuous 9 patterns. Zoro, it's time to come out. The destination has appeared. At this moment, Chopper, running over quickly, shouted loudly. Zoro followed him back to the Mary, while Mihawk had already said his goodbyes and left, as it was said that the others needed him. Kuina, the promise I made to you has finally been fulfilled. Looking at the note left by Mihawk, which clearly stated, I lost, Zoro silently spoke to Ka in his heart. Next, I'm going to fight for another woman, Guyaina. Forgive me. I clasped my hands together and prayed into the void. And then Zoro once again returned to the team. Nami, are you sure it's over there? Luffy sat atop the sheep's head, holding 2 circles, one white and one black, focusing on what he was doing while asking Nami, who was not far away. Don't worry, we're almost there. It must be that place. After glancing at the information Robin had collected, her eyes were very certain as she looked ahead, and under her command, Frankie skillfully piloted the Going Merry forward quickly. In the center of the Borvis Sea area was a huge whirlpool, and any ship passing through here would be directly swallowed by it, with most ending in destruction and loss of life. At this moment, a ship was approaching the enormous whirlpool as if it had not noticed its power, heading straight for it without any resistance, as if it were deliberately going to its demise. After a whirl, the ship completely disappeared into the surface of the whirlpool. Frankie, activate the wind cannon. We need to charge up to that cliff over there. Just as they entered the great whirlpool, Nami spotted a steep cliff with a dark hole. Boom! The power of the wind cannon was fully unleashed at this moment. With a loud bang, the Going Merry propelled itself into that hole before being shredded at the bottom of the whirlpool. Then a massive ship membrane was fully opened at that moment. Open the outer wheel and charge through this section of the countercurrent. as the power system of the Going Merry transformed instantly. A huge outer wheel appeared on both sides of the ship, and the sound of rushing water propelled the Going Merry directly into that giant hole, plunging into a pitch-black world. After sailing through the dark countercurrent for about a meal's time, a flash of light appeared, and the Going Merry emerged into a man-made membrane layer. From the moment Luffy and the others entered the great whirlpool, he could clearly feel a sense of being spied on, like a beautiful movie star worrying about being watched while using the restroom in a rural village. He could not see the peeper, but the feeling of being spied upon was incredibly accurate. Watch out, it seems we are indeed being observed. As the Going Merry passed through the hole and entered a more open area, the distant flickering light came into view for Luffy and the others. I didn't expect you to be the prophesied ones. I didn't expect Hook to notice before me. A somewhat aged man in a cloak, dressed in a long dark outfit, wearing a low hat and leaning on what seemed to be a thin cane, had bright eyes that revealed nothing, besides the absent General Hook. Hayu's attire had not changed at all. This time, he was accompanied by a group of high-ranking subordinates adorned with the characters for justice. As a high-ranking golden envoy with dozens of quasi-golden envoys blocking your newly famous supernovas, do you think you still have a chance? Hayu mockingly said to Luffy and the others, lightly lifting the low, dark gray brim of his hat. You are blocking my way. Luffy, sitting atop the sheep's head, had not lifted his head the entire time, his hands still playing with the two circles, one white and one black. Luffy, they're the golden envoys, the main force under that person. Although they can't compare to the diamond envoys, they're still very powerful and should not be underestimated. Robin, knowing that Hayu had said so much while Luffy was completely unaware, explained briefly. His strength poses no threat to me. You are blocking our way. Move aside. I don't want to fight here. Luffy remained unfazed and uttered a line that would make Hayu spit blood. Humph, you little brat, seeking death. Hayu, who had not been angered for many years, was genuinely enraged this time. He whipped out a soft sword from his thin cane and lightly leaped, closing the distance between himself and Luffy, raising his cane sword to deliver a fierce slash at Luffy. Whoosh, whoosh, two sounds of something slicing through the air erupted, and in that instant, Zoro drew his three swords, directly blocking Hayu's cane sword aimed at Luffy. Hayu's seemingly certain strike was blocked by Zoro. As a golden envoy, Hayu certainly could not be easily defeated. He kicked his right foot towards Luffy, and at that moment, Sanji, arriving late, naturally would not fall behind Zoro, executing a ceremonial kick to meet him. Where do you think you're running? Their battle, shouldn't we watch? Just as the quasi-golden envoys, following Hayu, were about to rush toward Luffy to support him, Brook and the others moved out, except for Frankie and Nami, who needed to control the Going Merry and manage the currents. Everyone else stood in front of the quasi-golden envoys. However, even so, Brook and their numbers were still vastly outnumbered compared to the quasi-golden envoys. Your attacks can't reach me. Luffy remained motionless, knowing that even if he didn't move, the current person's strength could not reach him. It wasn't that Hayu's abilities were lacking. It was that Luffy understood that with the current Zoro and Sanji, who were once figures he could only look up to, they were already sufficient. Is it not time for Luffy to act? Though it was merely a feeling. Since entering the great whirlpool, Luffy had not made a move because he had a vague sense that he could not act yet. He needed to conserve all his strength. A grand life and death battle awaited him, and he had to reserve his power for that moment. Unless it was a life or death situation, Luffy absolutely would not act again. However, this was perfect for the battle-hungry Zoro. Boy, after I deal with these two brats, I'll let you know what it means to have heaven beyond heaven, and people beyond people. Hayu shouted loudly at Luffy before focusing on dealing with Zoro and Sanji surrounding him. Little Purple, Little Black. Go take care of those guys at the bottom of the sea, then support Brook and the others. Luffy said to Little Purple and Little Black, who were sitting not far behind him, and then began to seriously feel the changes in the black and white circles in his hands again. Yes, boss. Little Purple and Little Black replied, then jumped off the Going Merry, diving down. After reaching a certain depth, they shook, revealing their true forms. And what appeared before them was the giant underwater circus Luffy had mentioned. Lionhead fish gods, sea beasts resembling giraffes, and bizarre creatures launched an attack toward the Going Merry. Being very careful not to disturb the water flow, they aimed to ambush Luffy and the others aboard the Going Merry and destroy it. You guys can die for offending the boss. Regardless of who the opponent is, in Little Purple and Little Black's view, this was the gravest of crimes and deserved the utmost punishment. Therefore, Little Purple immediately unleashed the dragon roar against those bizarre sea beasts, sending waves of dragon might toward them. The power of Long Wei underwater is 30% higher than on land. Under the intimidation of Xiaozi's Long Wei, those sea beasts suddenly collapsed. Xiaozi and Xiaohei rushed forward without hesitation to devour those with some strength and inner Dan, then destroyed all the useless sea beasts before transforming again, their bodies becoming very small, moving on the water surface without being detected at all. This time, Xiaohei and Xiaozi's target was the dozens of quasi-golden messengers, aiming to take out half of them by surprise, which was the minimum requirement set by Xiaozi for herself and Xiaohei. Get out of the way. I can handle him alone. Zoro finally couldn't help but speak up as he blocked another sword light from Ryu with his 3 swords, addressing Sanji, who was constantly making jokes nearby. A brilliant glimmer flashed in Sanji's eyes. His gaze was always ready to say, "Get out of the way. I can handle this by myself." "You ignorant little brat. You're all just talking big without fear of hurting your tongues." Ryu was thoroughly speechless in front of this group. The reality of Luffy looking down on him. And now, these two who were originally not on the same level were actually dealing with him alone. Was he that easy to handle? Fueled by anger, Ryu unleashed all his power. Streams of energy surged and flowed madly across the surface of his skin. In no time, a massive aura was displayed in the sword staff he held. "Die, you frauds at the bottom of the well." The sword staff in Ryu's hand finally erupted with a skyward momentum, dense enough to completely envelop it. The thick-armed color hockey was fully displayed at this moment, which was the most outstanding use of armed color hockey that Luffy and the others had encountered on their journey. Being called a red gold messenger, Ryu truly lived up to his reputation. A grand aura surged from Ryu's sword staff directly towards Zoro and Sanji. This time, Zoro couldn't block the staff sword, nor could Sanji. It wasn't because they couldn't stop it, but because the two of them were still arguing about who would take on the challenge at such a critical moment. "Sanji, I just learned a new move. Let me test it out. If it doesn't work, then I'll leave it to you," Zoro said in a low voice during the process of being pushed back. "Give me a moment," Sanji replied lightly, and then suddenly accelerated, retreating dozens of meters. Thus, Ryu's next sword strike fell entirely on Zoro. Ignorant child. Ryu watched as the two who were originally supposed to respond suddenly retreated a few steps, leaving only the guy with 3 swords. Ryu's anger increased several degrees. Let's see the real skills. Ignoring Ryu's noise, Zoro displayed a stance with his 3 swords, and with a surge of energy. A world that was constantly being crushed appeared before him, charging directly towards Ryu. 3 sword style, 3,000 worlds. It had been a long time since Zoro used such a move. Although its power was considerably reduced, it was still a large area attack and could serve as a bait for the enemy, as Zoro's next move required some preparation time. With a whoosh, Zoro launched a surprise attack directly at Ryu's body, merging into the 3,000 worlds and becoming one. "Is that all you've got?" Ryu mocked as he swung his staff sword, and with a single strike, completely shattered the overlapping sword shadows coming towards him. Again, 108 troubling winds. Zoro didn't feel any urge to increase the power of his technique just because it was easily broken by Ryu. Instead, he launched a very ordinary attack towards Ryu again. Is this never-ending? Ryu finally couldn't hold back. With a strong grip, the staff sword suddenly enlarged, and wisps of white, snowflake-like powder floated around, resembling a dancing snow princess. Chapter 351. Ace 2-in-1. After being ignored repeatedly, Ryu, this legendary figure, could no longer hold back and erupted with overwhelming power, wanting to directly eliminate those who had desecrated him. After the staff sword erupted, the flowing white snowflakes danced toward Zoro as if thousands of hidden weapons were being launched at him. Only now do you realize? Zoro muttered to himself. Then the sword Wado Ikamanji was raised with all his strength, while his other swords, Shusui and Enma, worked in unison. The 9 patterns on Wado Ikamanji instantly attached to Shusui and Enma, and a blade point was also attached to Wado Ikamanji, with 6 small sword shadows surrounding it. 9 sword flow, star formation, activate. Zoro's voice wasn't loud, but Ryu, who had activated his big move, could hear it clearly and was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself. So, it's a sword formation, and a legendary 9-headed sword formation. As the sword formation was fully activated, strands of sword shadows flickered past the snowflakes, enveloping all of them, including Ryu. 1 blade, 1 sword, 1 star, 1 moon, 1 flow, 1 stagnation, as Zoro murmured. The flying sword formation began to restrain those fluttering, snowflake-like entities. Impossible, impossible. Seeing this scene, even Ryu couldn't help but shout. He had seen sword formations before, but he had never seen one that could overpower the released Snow Princess. However, this was happening right before his eyes. The sword formation intertwined and gradually pushed the Snow Princess back, not allowing her to escape again. In no time, the dancing steps were disrupted, and the once explosive Snow Princess transformed back into a slender staff sword in Ryu's hand. Impossible. Ryu once again muttered in disbelief, unable to trust his eyes at that moment. Mentally, he experienced a moment of daze, but making such a mistake at this time was no joke. The already fully operational 9-sword flow star formation seized this rare opportunity, and a bright light shot towards Ryu in an instant. Aya, after defeating several quasi-golden messengers, Brook and the others suddenly heard a huge roar from beneath them, and then 2 massive shadows rushed out. A giant octopus with countless tentacles directly sprayed a large pool of viscous black liquid at them. Retreat, that thing is not easy to deal with. Brook and the others skillfully retreated a few steps to avoid being contaminated by the liquid sprayed by Xiaohei. After devouring a powerhouse like Blackbeard, they knew just how terrifying Xiaohei's black liquid had become. The quasi-golden messengers, who originally thought their abilities were enough to withstand such a massive sea king-like attack, were shocked to find that the viscous black liquid began to corrode their bodies upon contact, causing immense pain as if their flesh was being slowly dissolved. Phew! Before the feeling of the skin being eroded could dissipate, a massive column of fire suddenly surged towards them. During the process of this fire column spraying over, it actually attracted the black liquid shot out by the little black earlier, and the intensity of the fire erupted completely at that moment. Charred, burnt, and crispy. Even as a barbecue, the majority of the quasi-golden messengers dealt with by Little Black and Little Purple could not be considered as such, because at this moment, they had all turned into blackened coal-like existences. Just as we did not wait for Little Black and Little Purple to unleash their power again, several shadows flashed by, and those quasi-golden messengers who had evaded the combined attack of Little Purple and Little Black were instantly dealt with by Brook and others who rushed over, thus bringing this battlefield to a temporary conclusion. Turning around to glance at the dancing Snow Princess not far away, who was being pushed back step by Zoro, everyone felt overjoyed. With the sword shadows slicing through, clear bloodstains were left behind, and the pain instantly awakened Shio. He glanced at the subordinates who had been completely resolved not far away, as well as his current position. The sword formation starting with 9 was already considered a peak version among sword formations. Unless his strength surged to double, it would be impossible to defeat this sword formation. However, Shio was not one to simply admit defeat. After living for so many years, the word defeat had never appeared in his life. Only life and death. Nami, inform Usopp to scout ahead. There's a very interesting place up ahead. Luffy slightly opened his eyes, glanced at the battlefield, and said to Nami, then once again focused entirely on mastering the final moves of the 8 Trigrams technique. Although Luffy's sudden transformation from his usual playful and carefree self to a calm and composed demeanor was indeed difficult to accept, Nami and the others understood that if Luffy was desperately enhancing his strength at this moment, it was to ensure that he wouldn't be instantly killed in the frenzied battle. 1 knife, 1 sword, 1 star, 1 moon, 1 flow, 1 stagnation, complete kill, falling meteor. No matter how Shio struggled, that moment of distraction had already sealed his fate. It was precisely that moment of distraction that allowed Zoro's 9-sword meteor formation to erupt with a powerful momentum, crashing towards Shio's body like a meteor. The continuous booming sounds made Shio's resistance seem so powerless. Finally, when the cane sword Snow Princess in his hand was directly broken by a flying sword shadow after numerous impacts, he could no longer withstand the meteoric attacks. Even if Shio possessed the most robust armament haki, he could not endure the meteor-like impact of the attacks enhanced by the sword formation after several hits. Blood holes continuously appeared on Shio's body, each one being directly pierced by the passing phantoms, and blood flowed out in large amounts. Without a shred of sympathy, Zoro retracted the sword formation, revealing 3 swords, which then slashed directly across Shio's chest. At that moment, Shio's body completely lost its life force. Yet in that final moment, a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, because Shio was also a swordsman, possessing a swordsman's dignity. Being able to receive a swordsman's farewell at the end of his life was the most glorious funeral for a swordsman. Without much hesitation, after dealing with Shio, Zoro returned to the deck of the Mary and immediately sat down to recover some stamina. Although he had won this battle in this unfamiliar setting, he did not know when the next battle would erupt, so he had to maintain his best condition at all times, ensuring he would not be exhausted in the face of a sudden fight. Usopp and the others are waiting for us ahead. There are indeed some things he can't be sure of, and we need Robin to take a look. Following Luffy's suggestion, the ship set sail. After sailing for a while, Nami suddenly received a message from Usopp and the others who were scouting ahead. Frankie, accelerate. Nami urged Frankie, who was controlling the Mary, from not far behind. About a quarter of an hour later, Usopp and the others, aboard the mini Mary, along with a huge, shining entity ahead, were momentarily stunned. Robin immediately formed a gigantic pair of wings made entirely of flowers on her shoulders, embracing Nami, as she and the others first arrived at Usopp's location to carefully and seriously probe this glowing entity. According to the information I have, there is only a brief mention of this in the historical texts, as this is an existence that our current world cannot comprehend. This is a teleportation array, but from this style, it seems to be a short-distance teleportation array. It appears our target this time is definitely here. After all, that place has yet to be discovered. It must be hidden in another concealed space, which explains why there exists a short-distance teleportation array within such a large vortex. As Robin explained, she seriously contemplated how to activate this massive short-distance teleportation array. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Robin seemed to discover something and waved to Luffy and the others, who had just arrived, causing a group of them to directly dive into the Mary. At which point Usopp had several flawless diamonds in his hands. Whoosh! The Mary did not linger and directly entered the massive teleportation array. And in a moment the ship began to enter the light circle. Usopp shot the flawless diamonds towards the designated location Robin had set. Phew! As the diamonds fell into it, a massive airflow surged through the light circle, directly rushing into the void, and at that moment, the Mary disappeared. Dr. Vegapunk, you've suffered. A man with strange symbols on his face slowly walked up to a man just under 1 meter tall and deeply bowed to him. Dragon, we should set off. That kid seems to have acted ahead of schedule and has already entered that place. Vegapunk ignored Dragon's greeting and suddenly glanced at a watch hanging on his wrist, which displayed a small tower-like shape with a very discordant red dot appearing on it. It was the appearance of this that prompted Vegapunk to stop thinking about other matters. Yes, Dragon responded softly, and then the group, leaving some people behind to stabilize the East Blue, followed Dragon and Vegapunk onto an unknown mechanical vehicle capable of flying in the sky, heading towards the direction indicated by the small tower on Vegapunk's watch. Red-haired, Buggy, it seems that kid didn't listen to us. The plan has been advanced. We must reach that place now. After Dragon and the others arrive, we'll set off towards there. Rayleigh said to the red-haired and Buggy beside him with a speechless expression as a massive pirate ship filled with powerful individuals began heading towards a small island. Marco, inform them that Rayleigh is coming soon, and all plans should be moved forward. Also, remember to call that alchemist. With her help, the chances of success will be greater. A frail old voice said to the immortal bird Marco, who was not far away, honing his body through training. Don't worry, when that esteemed person says she will come, she will definitely come. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared beside us in the first place. Marco replied confidently, as if recalling some old matters. Captain, I heard the plan has been moved up. Can I participate this time? Hujin Bista, with an excited expression, fiddled with his exaggerated mustache and spoke to a young man. Of course, although there is a limit to the number of participants, our second division has 10 spots available. Even if you don't want to go, I will drag you along, a freckled man said with a grin while teasing Bista. However, I heard that the swordsman from the EC Legend will also participate. It seems he is Eagle Eye's master, the freckled man said seriously to Bista, showing great interest in the participants of this plan. Haha, Teacher Gung Shiro is also my teacher. He is a very talented swordsmanship genius. In my impression, no swordsmanship master has surpassed him. Even the current Eagle, I cannot guarantee to last 100 rounds against him. Bista fell into memories after listening to a few words from the freckled man. I heard that teacher has taken in some disciples over the years, one of whom seems to be very famous and even surpassed Eagle Eye recently to become the New World's #1 great swordsman. A piece of news that Bista learned not long ago suddenly appeared in his mind. He was stunned for a long time and found that this news had no false elements during his search. I heard he is also a very powerful swordsman on my brother's ship. Chapter 352, Miss Irwin's Sealing Tower combined. Ace, what will happen if we fail this time? Although Bista has a very loud reputation in this new world, there are some things he doesn't know. But Ace must know because he's also a member of the D family. If we fail, everyone will be enslaved by that thing. Right now, we can only succeed, not fail, Ace said after a moment of silence, then fell into silence himself. 3 days later, when Rayleigh and the others were all gathered together, under the leadership of Vegapunk who has the most developed brain in the world, they boarded a very mysterious iron ship and directly submerged into the deep sea, sailing towards a specific direction. We have arrived. After the light circle shone, Luffy and the others landed in front of a gigantic tower, which seemed to have been built directly from the depths of the sea, as the surrounding area was all stained with black water. Be careful. Suddenly, countless small black bugs appeared around the tower, not far away. While the Straw Hats were still adapting to the new environment, they suddenly burst forth, flapping their wings rapidly and charging towards Luffy and the others. Although there was a certain distance, Luffy and the others could clearly see that the bugs had deep green mouths, indicating they were highly poisonous flying insects. Leave it to me. Deadly Strike, Green Star. Magic Silver Flower. Usopp took out a flower-like bullet from his ammunition bag and shot it directly at the oncoming terrifying bugs. The small flower continuously blossomed from its petals as it was shot out, and with the blooming of the magic silver flower, a faintly fragrant aura wafted out from the center of the flower, heading toward the terrifying number of bugs. When the two met, a strange scene occurred. The released fragrance was continuously devoured by the bugs, and with each scent consumed, the bugs grew larger, their mouth corners deepening in color. Oof. Seeing those bugs devouring the fragrance of the magic silver flower, Usopp snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to this side, instead signaling Frankie and the others to move forward, as they could vaguely see some beautifully written characters on the doorplate at the front of the distant giant tower. Okay, Mary, let's go. Seeing Usopp so confident, Frankie asked no more questions, instead lightly patted the Mary, activating the ship's energy source, and began to sail towards the swarming bugs. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. When the Mary was still 10 meters away from the flying bugs, suddenly, countless buzzing bugs stopped in unison and fell directly into the sea, not a single one floating. Instead, they sank like stones. The fragrance emitted by the magic silver flower itself has a petrifying ability, and with the continuous entanglement of the Empress with Usopp during this time and Luffy's support, Usopp's petrifying ability has been enhanced to a new level. Moreover, since those bugs had directly consumed the fragrance of the magic silver flower, they were naturally petrified by the ability that came with it. Although this petrification can only last less than an hour, in that Black Sea, how many of those bugs could avoid drowning and be poisoned to death? The 5 powerful characters Miss Serwin, Sealing Tower, appeared before Luffy and the others, giving one a feeling as if a large stone was pressing down on their chest, very eerie. Robin, there should be a way to open this door, right? Nami looked at Robin, who took out a strangely shaped pendant from her room. The pendant was dark gray and very ordinary, but at this moment, Robin's hand trembled slightly as she held it. Put this in a ring on the door 3 inches up, then twist it down 3 times, and the Sealing Tower's door should open directly, Robin said, handing the strange pendant to Sanji, indicating that he should do it. The Black Sea made Sanji reluctant to use the sky walk to cross the surface, so he directly used Moonwalk to arrive in front of the Miss Serwin Sealing Tower, inserting the pendant into the not very obvious but clearly visible notch, and then twisting it down 3 times as Robin said. Creak! At this moment, the huge stone door slowly opened a crack with the twist of Sanji's hand. Sanji, come back, Robin shouted, then directly signaled Nami to assist Frankie in bringing the Mary into the Sealing Tower, because at the moment the door opened, there would be a huge current forming at the Mary's position. If the ship was not well controlled at the moment the door opened, the Mary could be swept away by that current, and the pendant could only open the door once, and the duration would not exceed 15 minutes. If Luffy and the others could not pass through the flowing sea currents into the tower in this moment, they would not be able to enter the tower, and naturally, they would not be able to complete their mission, and the strange thing that Rayleigh mentioned would be something they could not touch. Frankie, 3 o'clock direction. Full speed with the wind cannon. Although the tower door had only opened halfway, the impact of the current on the Mary was already terrifying. After carefully observing the changes in the current, Nami made a decision immediately and shouted at Frankie. At 6 o'clock, the dual wind cannon released all at once as the opening of the tower gate grew larger. Nami seized the opportunity and shouted again, while Frankie, who had coordinated with Nami countless times, immediately steered the ship with all his might in the direction she indicated. All the stored cola energy was completely released in that moment, and the Mary exploded with an unmatched impact, rushing through the gap of the just-opened tower gate. This unmatched force even produced a residual burst when the Mary entered the tower, allowing it to completely break free from the pull of the current created by the opening of the tower gate. After escaping the current generated by the opening of the tower gate, Nami and the others looked at the gate with lingering fear, feeling like sheep entering a wolf's den. However, at that moment, the tower gate began to close slowly, making it impossible for them to exit even if they wanted to. Once the fear caused by the tower gate subsided, Nami and the others steadied themselves and carefully observed the situation inside the tower. In the tower where Luffy and the others were located, they couldn't see the end at a glance. It seemed they were in a vast sea. This sea was so large that even Chopper and Brook couldn't detect its boundaries in a short time. However, the only thing that made Nami and the others realize they were inside the tower was the thick layer of clouds high above, 200 meters away, clearly inscribed with the words first floor. Inside the tower's first floor, this was merely the first level of the Miser Van ceiling tower, which meant there were many more floors. Nami and the others pondered while slowly maneuvering the Mary towards a distant island. On the island, there were people present, and suddenly Luffy, who was focused on the black and white circles in his palms, spoke up, then fell back into deep thought. "It's my turn this time. Don't steal it from me," Frankie exclaimed, looking very hurt, ready to jump into the sea and swim to a solitary island a few nautical miles away. Fearing he would once again miss out on all the action, with Zoro and the others handling all the battles. "I'll let you have this one. I'm not interested," Zoro said without looking up, tightly gripping the sword in his hand and sensing the aura emanating from the 9 stripes. "All right, go ahead." Sanji and the others didn't compete with Frankie, knowing that after coming out of the deep sea, apart from Frankie and Nami, almost everyone had participated in various battles to showcase their training results, which left the normally attention-seeking Frankie feeling quite hurt. "Super, Jet." After everyone agreed, Frankie, regardless of the distance to the small island, clapped his arms together, and a strong pillar of fire shot out from a very hidden spot on his body, propelling him upwards. A strange propeller appeared at the front of Frankie's arms, quickly stirring and taking him to the small island. "Super Chrysanthemum," with a loud shout from Frankie. A large number of chrysanthemums suddenly appeared from the area where the fire pillar erupted, then shot towards the small island he had reached. Following a thunderous explosion, the once peaceful island turned into a sea of flames, and the inhabitants who were living there peacefully suddenly emerged, looking fierce. They wore the same bronze-colored clothing, and when they were blown out by the explosion, they spotted Frankie not far away and immediately launched a thunderous attack against him. As the guardians of the first floor of the Miser Van ceiling tower, they were the bronze messengers under the legendary figure. And seeing this strangely dressed man with no signs indicating he was a higher-level messenger, they had no reservations and attacked directly. "Humph, you little fish think you can fight me?" From their attacking stance, Frankie understood why Zoro, the battle maniac, would directly say to let him take on the fight. These people's combat power was simply too weak. He didn't want to waste time with them, so he launched a powerful attack against the 10 or so bronze-clad individuals. Under Frankie's full-strength strike, those bronze messengers who had initially looked fierce were almost wiped out, leaving only one that Frankie purposely spared. "Usopp, this one is for you." At that moment, the Mary also arrived, and Frankie activated a function in his legs, jumping onto the Mary while handing over a nearly lifeless bronze messenger to Usopp, who was the most skilled at interrogation. Then, feeling somewhat displeased, he stayed in the control room of the Mary. Naturally, Zoro and the others laughed at Frankie's showy actions, but then their attention turned to Usopp, who was now very interested in the bronze messenger living on the first floor of the Miser Van ceiling tower. "All right, give me a quarter of an hour," Usopp said as he took the bronze messenger thrown over by Frankie and entered a specially designed room for interrogation, beginning his Usopp-style torture. After a meal and a smoke, time passed aimlessly on the Mary, and Usopp did not disappoint everyone. Emerging with a corpse that no longer had a trace of life, a smug expression on his face that made people want to hit him. But Usopp generally managed to extract valuable information. "Go feed the fish." Usopp forcefully threw the bronze messenger into the sea, then sat down and began telling Nami and the others the information he obtained from the bronze messenger's mouth. The information mainly included 3 points. The first was that they were indeed on the first floor of the Miser Van ceiling tower, and the guardians that Frankie had just wiped out were the entire protective force of this first floor. The second point was that the Miser Van ceiling tower seemed to have many levels, each with different guardians. However, as far as this person knew, it was a gradually strengthening area. Of course, these first floor guardians had no idea what the levels above the first floor were like. As for the third point, it was that the entrance to the second floor was in the extreme north of the first floor, where there was a glowing ring. But attempting to teleport to the higher level from there would result in very terrifying attacks, likely leading to immediate defeat from those attacks. After finishing, Although the information was sparse, they finally had some general understanding. Shrugging, Usopp indicated he was done and casually sat down beside them. All right, although it's not much, we need to hurry to the second floor. Since this level can be guarded, there is probably nothing of value here. Let's head off directly, but Chopper or Brook, you two need to go through the seabed this time to see if there are any strange things beneath. Nami quickly made a decision, then went to the bow of the ship to glance at the unchanging layer of clouds in the sky, and then she and Frankie executed the sailing plan. In the first floor, they sailed to Mary for a full day and night before finally arriving at the place described by the bronze messenger, where the glowing ring was located. Robin, is this different from the one we initially used? Nami asked Robin, who was not far away. No, but this time we can't use diamonds. We need crystal stones. Nami, I remember you seem to have some. Robin said with a smile while looking at Nami. Well. Nami touched the back of her head a bit shyly and then took out 3 crystal stones from her chest. This is all I have. The rest I made into accessories. That's enough. 3 is sufficient, Robin said cheerfully as she took the 3 strange-colored crystal stones from Nami's hand without mercy. Chapter 354, World Combined. This is it. A flash of light passed by, and a huge silver ship appeared at the center of the massive whirlpool of Polvies, officially gathering Rayleigh, Shanks, Dragon, and Ace with their group. After passing through the whirlpool and emerging from that dark hole, they soon arrived at a place with a white light circle. This is an ancient teleportation array. I didn't expect such a thing to still exist. A man dressed in ancient clothing stepped out, glanced at the inscription above the light circle, and prepared to activate the teleportation array to send them to the next level. Kashi, we can't go through here. A short-statured man from the silver ship slowly stepped forward and said to the ancient man, "What does that doctor think?" Upon hearing Vegapunk speak, Kashi showed no displeasure and instead asked him with some anticipation, seeming curious about why Vegapunk didn't need to decipher this teleporter. If we go through here, there won't be enough time. From the way we came, even the red gold envoy Commander Shio, who was supposed to guard this place, has already disappeared. From the faintly visible wreckage, they should have already entered from there, and that guy's plan will also advance with them. We must avoid obstacles and go directly to the 5th level of the Miser Van Seal Tower to buy time for that guy. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, Rayleigh said as he walked out from the lookout of the silver ship. So, we must take the risk to activate the Starry Sky teleportation. Old Man Ray, Shanks, Buggy, Whitebeard, Little Row, Dragon, we need your cooperation. Vegapunk concluded Rayleigh's words and then shouted loudly to the people on the silver ship. However, when he called out to Whitebeard, most of the people on the ship trembled. They had all heard of Whitebeard's demise, but at this moment, there is no time to explain more about Whitebeard. But I believe everyone knows that there is a miraculous alchemist in the Whitebeard pirates. Ace suddenly jumped out from the ship and smiled at the puzzled crowd, a strange flame streaking across. Then, several others walked out one after another from the ship, including Sengoku the Buddha, Hero Carp, and the once feared Admiral Kong. I believe everyone knows what that guy is up to. We have been fighting against them all along. Although our positions are somewhat different, I believe this time we can have a friendly cooperation. The voice of the last one to come out, Crane, was a bit low, and then she stood silently around the ship. Marco Jaws, it's our turn, Ace shouted to the people on the ship, and then rushed directly to the position beside Carp. Grandpa, this time we're comrades. Next, all the captain-level figures of the Whitebeard pirates lined up around the silver ship. Following them were Mihawk, Gung Siro, Jinbei, and some pirates who had gained great fame in the New World but had since gone into hiding. They all tightly gripped their weapons and stood at the edge of the silver ship, completely protecting it. And at this moment, Vegapunk finally completed the inscription of the runes. Kashi, it's up to you to preside over the entire array next. Although Vegapunk possessed profound and advanced wisdom, he himself had little capability. Of course, if you think you can easily bully him, then you'll be the one in trouble, because he is a super genius whose wisdom surpasses that of humanity by 800 years. Reality. Old Man Ray, following the inscribed runes, began to hammer crazily, ensuring that each rune embedded deeply into the starry sky disk so that our position would not deviate after teleportation. Whitebeard and Dragon were responsible for maintaining the spatial fluctuations during the teleportation process to ensure our ship would not be shattered by the spatial atmosphere. As for Shanks, Buggy, Little Row, you should know your roles, right? Upon saying this, Vegapunk couldn't help but give a deep look at the one-armed man, knowing that many had urged him to take the medicine prepared by that miraculous alchemist to regrow his arm, but he remained stubbornly unwilling. Although this would have a certain impact on his combat power, his ability to listen to everything was irreplaceable. Therefore, This time, the starry sky teleportation relied on him to locate and control the direction. As for that clown-like figure and that little guy who just emerged, Vegapunk was even more speechless. One could directly ignore the spatial atmosphere and freely traverse the shattered space, able to break through the broken space at critical moments to restore the ship's direction to the correct position. And this little Ro naturally also possessed the ability to move in space. He and Buggy's cooperation increased the success rate of this starry sky teleportation by 30%. Everyone, although I have been preparing for this starry sky teleportation for 100 years, and this preparation is also very thorough. There are 2 points I need to emphasize once again. As Vegapunk walked into the ship's control room, he loudly spoke into a loudspeaker inside. The first point is that when the starry sky teleportation begins, we will activate all the defense systems of the purple-silver ship. However, for those people at our teleportation destination, this level of defense does not mean much. So I hope everyone will be fully alert and exert all their abilities to protect the control area of our purple-silver ship, which is where I am located. There is something very important here that is crucial to whether we can ultimately defeat that thing. After a slight pause, Vegapunk continued. The second point is that our success rate for the starry sky teleportation is only 80%. So, if any accidents occur, please make sure to take that prepare medicine and then try your best to get close to me. Now we are about to start. After Vegapunk's words fell, Kashi finally completed all preparations and discussions with Dragon, Sabo, and the others, then shouted loudly. Strange runes began to flash with colorful lights, immediately wrapping Kashi inside, followed by Buggy, Shanks, and finally the entire purple-silver ship. Whoosh! A faint sound rang out, and the purple-silver ship strangely disappeared from its location. Doctor, are you ready? A very cute voice came from a room below the control center, and then a girl holding a strange box walked out. Little girl, I have lived for over 300 years. As a member of the D family, my lifelong wish has been to completely eradicate that thing, so that our descendants can live well. As for the other old guys, I can't care too much. I originally thought I would never be able to create my life's most perfect work, but unexpectedly, this time, that old white-bearded guy found a treasure like you. Vegapunk jokingly took the brocade box from the girl and took out a purple golden pill from it, swallowing it without hesitation. Whitebeard is a good man. My Master S family said that Whitebeard once saved his life, which is why he brought out the soul-reviving elixir he had worked so hard to refine. Combined with the ability of the red-haired captain to listen to all things, he naturally could bring both Whitebeard and Ace back from the gates of hell in one go. However, I just don't understand why the red-haired captain is always reluctant to let me tell everyone. He was the one who brought me to the Whitebeard pirates in the first place. Perhaps this is his principle, the girl summarized. However, little girl, this time it's not just a simple order from the master, right? Vegapunk naturally knew some things about this girl with magical alchemical abilities, and Woon T missed the chance to joke. Of course, because among those chosen this time is the person I love. The girl thought of that figure and couldn't help but show a heartfelt joy. That person is the most important person in her life. However, Doctor, it seems you are not worried at all about this starry sky transmission. Suddenly, the girl seemed to realize that she was currently in a strange space transmission track. Of course, we must succeed this time. We cannot fail. Vegapunk smiled and then went into his dedicated workspace. After preparing, Robin carefully observed the layer of white light surrounding the Mary and reminded, after all, that the bronze messenger said that passing through this light would result in a very violent attack. It was very likely to lead to death directly. Whoosh! The white light suddenly dissipated from the edge of the ship, and the Mary appeared in a strange sea area. It was a very calm sea without a ripple, and surrounding the Mary were some very peaceful trees and some very ordinary birds, which gave a sense of being attacked. Damn, that guy actually dared to lie. Usopp, feeling deceived, couldn't help but curse angrily. Not necessarily, Robin said. If we hadn't discovered that the transmission light circle required a crystal to control, and instead used diamonds, perhaps the transmission point wouldn't be here. This is... Suddenly, Nami, who had been silent, widened her eyes and shouted in surprise. Windmill Village. Frankie, let the Mary move forward. Nami shouted excitedly, and quickly ran to her workspace, taking out a thick stack of drawings, which depicted a series of very complex nautical charts. The Mary slowly sailed forward along the edge of this calm sea, and the scenery around the Mary changed continuously with the nautical charts that Nami was flipping through. Windmill Village, West Rob Village, Baratai, Kokoyasi Village, Twin Cape. These places appeared very clearly according to the sailing routes recorded by Nami, and for those not on Nami's charts. She quickly took out a blank sheet of paper and began to draw. This is very likely a shrunken world, Nami thought joyfully, and then started working frantically without caring about anything else, while Frankie cooperated by steering the Mary forward at the speed of Nami's drawings. As for Sanji and the others, they were also very interested in the whole world and watched carefully. There were many places that Nami had never seen with her own eyes. Ever since she obtained information from that Team Mustache Man, Nami knew that she and her friends needed to come here for the final battle. As for her own dream, perhaps if she could survive, there would be opportunities to realize it. If she died, the partners who survived should be able to help fulfill it. In Nami's heart, there was a hint of disappointment because achieving dreams on one's own is ultimately the most joyful thing. Ever since entering the Borvis Sea, Nami had pushed her dream to the back of her mind, no longer thinking about it, because she knew that in such high-intensity battles, even a slight distraction could lead to failure. Nami didn't want to fail, and she certainly didn't want to affect her partner's fates due to her lack of focus. However, this time, on the second layer of the Miservan Tower, although she knew it was an enemy building, having such a magical shrunken world was undoubtedly like a mini version of her dream realized before the life-and-death battle. For Nami, this was a very happy thing. Here is. Looking at the land suddenly appearing above a layer of mist, Nami seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "This is Skypiea in the sky," Robin explained, also carefully observing this magical island. There must be a reason for it to exist in the sky. Although Robin had some understanding of this place from the data, she had never been here herself. "Can we stand on this cloud layer? It looks like cotton candy." Chopper, with a mini swimming ring, jumped down directly and happily played on the floating clouds with some buoyancy, pulling off a small tuft of cloud, tasting it as if it were cotton candy. "If only there were people here, I wonder what the girls living on Skypiea look like," Sanji said with a silly smile, while unknowingly thinking of some inappropriate images. Chapter 256, Mirage 2-in-1. Following this shrunken map, Nami and the others visited all the places they had impressions of in their minds. East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, Red Line, Unknown Blue Sea, Yellow Sea, and the dangerous place, Gels. However, the only regret was that there was not a single person in any of these places. Ultimately, it was just a miniaturized world created by humans. Although this was enough for Nami, because even if it was man-made, with her rich nautical knowledge, Nami naturally knew that what was presented was not randomly placed, but the most real nautical map, the thing she most desperately wanted to draw with her pen. After going around in a complete circle, Nami and the others returned to the starting point on the Mary Windmill Village, where a giant sea king had once leaped towards Luffy, resulting in Chaochu losing an arm. Whoosh! The calm sea suddenly blew a strong sea wind, making Nami and the others feel as if they were cut by the wind. Rumble! Just as the sea wind passed, the originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, rolling up violently, and then a giant sea king suddenly revealed a brown head, like the massive python that took Chaochu's arm. "Xiao Zi, Xiao Hei, take him down." The enormous python approaching the Mary made Nami and the others feel a sense of oppression, which reminded them of the moment they entered the second layer when they instructed Xiao Hei and Xiao Zi to submerge into the sea and follow them. However, despite Nami's loud shouts, there was no response whatsoever. "Let me handle it." Frankie, who was already frustrated because the opponent in the first layer was just a bronze messenger and posed no challenge, saw that Xiao Hei and Xiao Zi still hadn't responded, and couldn't help but charge forward, directing his massive cannon at the oncoming giant python. Super compressing frame cannon. Waves of air continuously filled Frankie's gigantic hand until it reached its limit, and then, accompanied by Frankie's lewd voice, a huge compressed air projectile was launched at the giant python. Sizzle. The perfectly compressed air projectile hit the giant python with only a faint sound before dissipating, causing not a scratch on the massive creature. Impossible. Frankie, staring in disbelief at the scene before him, couldn't believe that the flashy shot he had prepared for so long had ended up like this. This couldn't be the fate of Superman. It was impossible. Compressed laser cannon, compressed air cannon. In his anger, Frankie frantically launched a series of attacks at the giant python, but no matter how he attacked, his efforts didn't budge the giant python one bit. They merely fizzled out with a hissing sound. No. Suddenly, Nami covered her head. A sharp pain surged from deep within her mind, and after a dizzying moment, she felt her head was not so painful and slowly lifted it. However, this time what came into view was no longer the sunny scene, but an incredibly filthy sea, desolate and devoid of any life. Pulling her gaze closer, she saw the others not far away. Aside from Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were still seated. The rest showed expressions and actions of extreme terror and agitation. Huh? Where's Nami? After firing off another round of attacks, Frankie suddenly noticed that Nami, who had been by his side, had vanished. A quick glance around revealed that Nami was not the only one missing. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were all gone too. This phenomenon continued to escalate, and soon Robin, Hancock, and even more Peach, who had said little since boarding with Luffy, disappeared one after another, leaving only Frankie, Usopp, and Chopper. At this moment, the giant python was alarmingly close to the Mary. Nami, let them face it themselves. Just as Nami was about to wake up Frankie and the others trapped in the illusion, Sanji, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Sanji, what exactly are we? As Robin and the others gradually regained consciousness, they felt confused about their situation. Meanwhile, Luffy was still deep in thought, caught between the white circle and the black circle, while Zoro had fully immersed himself in the 9 lines above the Dowie character. Naturally, the first to wake up besides them was only Sanji. I just woke up too, but according to that idiot Zoro, we were swallowed by a giant monster. And right now, Xiao Zi and Xiao Hei are attacking as per Luffy's orders. It should be fine soon. But if we forcibly wake them from the illusion now, it would cause significant harm to their bodies. Sanji was quite displeased because when he realized he was lost in the illusion, he quietly focused and woke up. But the first face he saw was Zoro's, who seemed completely unfazed, which made Sanji feel frustrated again. He initially thought his 3 years of hellish training had closed the gap between him and that green algae head. But everything before him told Sanji that the distance had not shrunk. I've trained. Don't get lost so easily, Zoro teased lightly, then ignored Sanji's frantic expression, closed his eyes, and once again entered his own training. Frankie, as one by one his companions vanished into thin air, Usopp suddenly became aware of something. However, as a cowardly and jealous character, Usopp couldn't entirely rely on his subconscious to return to normal. So at the moment when the giant python was almost upon them, Usopp made a decision. A massive hammer marked with 5 tons appeared in his frail arms. Boom! A massive rumble sounded, and Frankie felt a burst of stars before his eyes, a wave of dizziness washing over him. This sudden feeling jolted Frankie awake, and when he opened his eyes, what appeared before him was indeed the same as when Nami and the others had woken up. So it is like this. Have we entered an illusion? Looking at the extremely anxious Chopper, Usopp smiled slightly, walked up behind Chopper, patted his cute little shoulder, and then pulled up his long nose with one hand, forming a silly grin. Ah! A scream escaped. Chopper was so startled by Usopp's funny face that he fainted, immediately breaking free from the illusion's grasp and waking up. Next is my turn, right? After successfully waking Frankie and Chopper from that cursed illusion, Usopp let out a huge sigh of relief. After all, Usopp had many methods to release himself from this illusion, but he wouldn't let himself go first. According to Usopp's mysterious calculations, a crucial question arose. Since Nami and the others had exited, why hadn't they actively come to wake them up? There must be a reason preventing outsiders from forcibly waking those trapped in the illusion. As for the reason, Usopp actually wanted to say he wasn't quite sure. Ultimate move, Stinky Egg Star. A row of extremely foul-smelling rotten eggs was launched directly at Usopp's nose. Since he could so clearly feel the giant python, the sunny weather, and the existence of the entire world, then the stinking egg must also have some effect. Usopp thought to himself, I guess I'm quite clever. Looking at the group of people before him and the barren, somewhat corroded environment around them, Usopp grinned widely. However, the few rotten eggs emitted an extreme stench, with strings of egg whites hanging from the corners of his mouth. The illusion had indeed clouded Usopp's consciousness, but his attacks were real. Thus, Usopp, who originally thought it was just some simulated foul odor, found himself in an exceptionally embarrassing situation due to the rotten eggs. Although I was played, I'm quite happy this time. Nami picked up a stack of navigational charts beside her and laughed foolishly. Suddenly, a group of moving waves rushed in, and a massive dragon head with a few horns appeared in Nami and the others' line of sight. Xiao Zi, how's it going? I'm taking you out. Xiao Zi directly wrapped around the Mary, unceremoniously pulling the ship to a strange location for teleportation. Not long after, Xiao Zi brought the Mary into a strange passageway. The passageway was not huge. In fact, it was somewhat narrow, but fortunately, it was wide enough for the Mary to pass through. However, this passageway made Nami and the others feel a wave of foul odor, which was even more intense than the stench of Usopp's face. Xiao Zi, where is this? Nami, covering her mouth, couldn't help but ask. Roar, roar, roar. Without answering Nami's question, Xiao Zi let out a huge roar, seemingly venting her immense grievances. Soon, under Xiao Zi's guidance, they finally caught up with the little black thing ahead. However, in front of the little black thing, there was a layer of black substance about 10 meters thick, emanating a terrifying stench. Break it for me. Little Black slammed a huge fist onto the black substance above, and immediately, a bright light appeared. Following this opening, Little Black's body expanded again, pushing up a huge hole for the Mary. Whoosh! Xiaozi wasted no time and directly led the Mary out. Shortly after, Little Black also emerged strangely. But at that moment, the hole slowly and eerily closed up. From a distance, Usopp could clearly see a massive shape resembling a chrysanthemum. Damn, we just crawled out from that giant hands, Usopp said with a wave of nausea. However, as he said this, he noticed pairs of malicious eyes fixated on him. Roar, roar, roar. After emerging from a huge monster's body with the Mary, Xiao Zi and Little Black immediately maximized their bodies, looking imposing. However, at this moment, their massive bodies could only be considered small compared to the monster before them. It's a SHN. Seeing the unimaginably large monster in front of her, Robin couldn't help but exclaim, instantly realizing some things, such as why they had fallen into an illusion and why Sanji said not to wake those trapped in the illusion. It was because they were facing the SHN, which possessed the strongest illusions. In Legends, the SHN could grow as large as a sea, having magical abilities that could transport people into a fantastical environment. To escape this illusion, one could only rely on gradually waking up and restoring normal consciousness, as external forces could awaken those trapped in the illusion. If external forces were involved, the SHN could directly absorb the souls of those trapped in the illusion, which was its greatest offensive ability. Of course, if one could wake up from the illusion created by the SHN, there would be no need to fear its bizarre abilities, because at that point, the SHN would have no other abilities apart from its eyes. However, it cannot be killed by human strength, and the appearance of the SHN was completely ethereal. Nothing could control its actions. As for Nami and the others being trapped by the SHN, it could only be said that they were unlucky, with no other explanation. However, going through the SHN's illusion would naturally lead to some growth of their souls. Xiao Zi, Little Black, come back. We need to move on. We don't have much time to waste here, and who knows if the recorded information is entirely accurate. Who knows if this guy will suddenly use some particularly perverse ability to take us out. Usopp initially shouted at the distant Xiao Zi and Little Black, but as he spoke, his voice grew smaller until it was barely audible. Although they were reluctant, Xiao Zi and Little Black still shouted and returned. After all, who knew how to deal with such a massive monster? Xiao Zi and Little Black had attacked for so long without leaving any marks on the SHN, which was the main reason they ultimately chose to give up. Chapter 258, Perverse Abilities Combined. Just as Nami and the others were about to retreat, Luffy, who had been quietly immersed in his own world, suddenly leaped up and charged towards the SHN, which was too vast to see in its entirety. Activate. A layer of strange-colored protective shield appeared around Luffy's body, and then streams of energy began to swirl chaotically around him. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the swirling energy seemed to contain some peculiar pattern, making the energy flow around Luffy's surface tighter without any gaps. As Luffy shouted, the 10-fist sword, which had already merged into his skin, reappeared on his fist. The unique runes etched onto it by Thunder One began to change continuously along Luffy's body surface. Following this energy, Luffy raised the 10-fist sword and struck directly at the SHN, which was too enormous to see the edges of. The All-Spirits Sealing Rune, crafted by using weapons inscribed with this rune, can only be used 3 times in a lifetime. Once those 3 uses are exhausted, it signifies the complete sealing of a user's soul, and this sealing cannot be undone. At this moment, Luffy, without hesitation, activated this seal, which could only be used 3 times against the immense SHN. In Luffy's heart, there was a feeling that the SHN was an essential part of the All-Spirits sealing technique. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe that inscribing a rune could produce such terrifying power. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, when Luffy's fist made contact with the SHN, a strange light burst forth from the 10-fist sword in his hand, completely enveloping the terrifying body of the SHN and continuously absorbing its energy. At this moment, the terrifying beast showed no reaction, as if it were allowing the 10-fist sword to absorb it. Whoosh whoosh. After a few strikes, the terrifying body of the SHN actually began to shrink, eventually diving directly into the small 10-fist sword in Luffy's hand. At that moment, the 10-fist sword emitted a whistling sound, and the runes began to close at a visibly fast speed, as if they were fully sealing the SHN's body and soul. This feeling gave Luffy a sense of comfort, as if part of the weight on his heart had finally found support, although he still couldn't fully merge the Bagua techniques he wanted to rely on most, leading to some regret that he couldn't create the strongest strike. This new ability gave Luffy some means to deal with formidable opponents. Let's go. Ignoring the gazes of Nami and the others, who looked at him as if he were a monster, Luffy directly landed lightly on the Mary and said to Nami and the others. Then, he once again fell into a deep contemplation, even eating the snacks that Hancock brought over without any extra actions. The second layer, compared to the first layer, left Nami and the others with the strongest impression of a deathly silence. It seemed as if there were no guardian beings present here. Although this reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble for Nami and the others, it also increased their urgency to find a way into the third layer. After all, if they could locate a guardian, they would be able to ascertain a general direction in the shortest time possible, sparing them from wandering around like headless flies. Nami, there seems to be light ahead. It looks like someone is standing on a lookout platform observing the situation in front of the injectors. Usopp suddenly shouted to Nami and the others on the deck. Frankie, close the distance. Maybe we have finally found the guardian in this second layer. Nami exclaimed excitedly to Frankie, almost wishing she could sprout wings and fly over immediately. After all, anyone who had sailed for so long in such a lifeless sea would feel somewhat stifled, so escaping this environment as soon as possible was naturally the best choice. Before long, the Mary approached the light that Usopp had spotted. It was a lighthouse on a small island, so Nami found a relatively inconspicuous place to dock the Mary, and then called Frankie, Usopp, and the others to head toward the center of the island. The island was not large, about 1 to 2 miles in diameter, but as Nami and the others ventured deeper, they discovered that the island was filled with numerous strange entities, such as morning glories as big as houses that would suddenly open their massive mouths and swallow you whole. Shoes and all, if you weren't paying attention. After cutting through one thorny path after another that Nami and the others had never seen before, they finally emerged into a small area that appeared to be bursting with flowers. The lighthouse was indeed the one Usopp had seen, and right beneath it was a very conspicuous castle, surrounded by some ordinary buildings. However, at this moment, Nami and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock, as they saw that the enormous plants had completely surrounded this area, their trunks reaching directly into the houses, as if they had just completed a counterattack against humans. Boom! Just as Nami and the others were still in shock, the terrifying plants that had been motionless in those houses suddenly erupted into action, violently attacking Nami and the others outside. Looking for death, are we? Nami snorted softly, and the weather staff in her hand quickly transformed, with arcs of electricity flashing at the tip, ready to erupt at any moment. Let me handle this. Frankie stubbornly stood in front of Nami, blocking her attack direction, and calmly said to her, ignoring whether she was willing or not. He brought his hands together, and a strange flame erupted along his arms, shooting toward the gigantic mutated plants not far ahead. The sizzling heat of the flames burning the trees made Nami, who was behind Frankie, feel waves of heat on her skin, causing her to take a few steps back. Glancing over, she couldn't help but feel delighted, as under Frankie's strange flame scorching, those enormous plants that had seemed difficult to deal with were reduced to ashes one by one. As the giant plants were continuously burned to nothing, shriveled corpses were pulled out alongside them, all of which appeared dry and devoid of color. Through the exposed eyes of the corpses, it seemed evident that they had been trapped in a state of extreme stupor before being devoured by those vicious plants. Additionally, through Nami's careful observation, it was not difficult to find small scraps of golden fabric beside those corpses, as if these corpses had once worn garments embedded with strands of gold. Golden messengers? Nami whispered to herself, then focused intently on the surroundings. This attention brought forth strange scenes in her mind. A group of individuals dressed in garments adorned with golden threads, stationed in the Miservan Tower, had been quietly and peacefully patrolling around the Holy Lamp for what seemed like a century. This was the place they had to protect, even though they didn't know why they had to guard it. During their guardianship, they occasionally disturbed the peculiar tribes that had always surrounded them, sometimes chopping down a few crooked trees they found unsightly or playing with the blooming sensitive plants. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange sound resonated, passing through the entire third layer and vibrating in their heads, and a peculiar consciousness flashed in their minds, plunging them into a very warm feeling. Without the constraints of the lighthouse, without the daily patrol tasks, and without various bizarre restrictions, in a place resembling a sunny beach, they found themselves embracing beautiful women in bikinis, their hands involuntarily playing with their voluptuous figures. A cappuccino was held in one hand, occasionally brought to their lips for a sip. This life was warm and happy, the greatest aspiration for them living in the second layer. Not only did the golden messengers dwell near the lighthouse, but their families did as well. They were not comparable to the bronze messengers of the first layer, as their guardianship as golden messengers was not something earned through strange assessments, but rather a hereditary title. Thus, in their hearts, they longed to break free from the lighthouse's restrictions and breathe the free air in the open sky, living a life of champagne and beautiful women. It was precisely because of this mindset that after the strange buzzing sound, they were plunged into another world, an extraordinary and immensely satisfying one. Hiss! Like a viper spitting venom. The bizarre plants that had been suppressed by the Golden Messenger family for over 100 years realized that the Golden Messengers had collectively fallen into a strange stupor. After initial testing, they finally unleashed their most ferocious attacks. This time, they vowed to remove the mountain that had been pressing down on them. And the best way to accomplish that was to destroy and kill them. With their peculiar growth trajectories, the plants, under the influence of the collective consciousness induced by the sudden arrival of the mirage, instantly overturned the power distribution near the lighthouse. Having completely defeated the Golden Messengers, they began to siphon the life essence from the bodies of the Golden Messengers to replenish the energy they had expended during battle. However, just as they finished feeding, preparing for a good sleep, a strange life force appeared once again within their range of perception. This time, they could clearly sense that the power coefficient of the newcomer was evidently on par with, or even superior to that of the Golden Messengers. So the plants dared not act rashly and waited for the situation to develop. As those unfamiliar humans drew closer and closer to the lighthouse, which the plant tribe relied on for survival, the newly victorious plant tribe suddenly launched a swift offensive without hesitation. Whoosh! Flames erupted, and that peculiar fire swept through, instantly turning the originally hard plants to ash. The strange plants, which had initially been frightened and prepared to retreat, were unable to escape in time and were directly reduced to powder by the bizarre flames. Frankie, it seems you have slaughtered many innocent lives this time. The images flashing in Nami's mind made her feel a bit displeased with Frankie's reckless strike that burned a large batch of the long-standing resistors, those golden messenger plants. However, Nami didn't blame Frankie too much since she wasn't aware of these matters beforehand. She could only sigh helplessly. No one can know what kind of stance or background a person they encounter in the future holds, so whatever one does, as long as it stands firmly on their own position and context at that moment, it cannot be easily denied. It seems we need to check out that lighthouse. I want to know what kind of lighthouse could cause such mutations in the surrounding plants. Usopp looked at the towering lighthouse with curiosity, eager to approach it. All right, let's go. Frankie's actions stunned the plants that were continuously gathering towards Nami and her crew, and soon, a few of them stepped forward, moving towards the nearby lighthouse. Before long, Nami and the others arrived at the front of the lighthouse. A staircase about 100 meters long appeared in their line of sight, and an inexplicable aura continuously called out to Usopp, who was following behind Nami. Chapter 260. Nami and Usopp's Devil Fruits after crossing the 100-meter-long staircase. The tower door, exuding a hint of mystery, appeared before Nami and the others. A gentle push opened the door, and they stepped inside. Inside the lighthouse, besides a wick extending to the top of the lighthouse, the only thing that caught Nami and the others' attention was the neatly arranged ancient equipment, which resembled the gear left behind by those terrifying plants that had drained the life essence of others outside. Hey, Frankie, bring that box over here. Nami called out to Frankie, pointing at a dark-colored box at the top of the lighthouse's wick. Can it be opened? The box sat before Nami and the others, completely sealed with no lock even. If it weren't for the sound of something rolling inside, they might have thought it was just a dark iron lump. Watch my magic hand. After a sudden change, Frankie's hand displayed a sawtooth that sliced along the edge of the dark box. After a clanging sound, a gap opened at the edge of the box, revealing two strange, round fruits before their eyes. Des fruits. Nami and the others were no longer newcomers to the sea and had some understanding of the forms of devil fruits. But they couldn't determine what kind of fruits these two were. After searching carefully in the lighthouse, they finally confirmed that the most important items in the lighthouse had been obtained by them. Let's go back and let Robin check what these two devil fruits are. Nami smiled slightly, holding the two devil fruits as she prepared to leave the lighthouse and return to the Mary. Wait, Usopp, who had been quietly observing the lighthouse, suddenly shouted loudly. He then pulled out a strange projectile from his ammo pouch and shot it towards the wick at the top of the lighthouse. Instantly, a peculiar vine connected to the top of the lighthouse, and Usopp climbed up along this vine to the top. After some tinkering, a strange branch appeared in everyone's view, and from its position, the dark box had also emerged from this strange branch. Nami, check the bottom of that box, Usopp excitedly called down to Nami, looking at a node on the branch in his hand. After carefully inspecting the bottom of the box, a very small hole indeed appeared in front of Nami and the others. Sure enough, this was a branch of the devil tree. No wonder there were so many strange plants around this lighthouse. Usopp seemed to have realized something and immediately followed the path of this branch, hoping to find the rumored devil tree. Oh no, this branch is broken here. As Usopp continued to search along the emerging branch, he could no longer find the extension point of the branch at the wick. Suddenly, a strange light point shot out in one direction, and Usopp and the others hurried to the lighthouse window to look out. They saw the light point land on the sea surface not far away, and a peculiar light flashed, revealing a strange ring. Upon closer inspection, this ring was the same as the teleportation rings they had encountered twice before. Is that the way to the third level? Usopp, hurry down. We need to get back, Nami shouted loudly, and without caring whether Usopp could keep up, she tightly gripped the items in her hands and dashed towards the distance. Although it was a bit regrettable not to find the devil tree, finding the teleportation array leading to the third level was still great. Usopp mumbled with some regret. But the possibility of the devil tree being in this Miservan tower was already very high. After murmuring a few words, Usopp didn't say much more. Leaping down from the lighthouse and rushing towards the Mary, thinking of the two devil fruits in Nami's hands, which might suit him, he needed to hurry. Nami, just now. The crew, who had been anxiously pacing on the Mary, shouted loudly when they saw Nami and Frankie finally return. They had just seen a strange light point shoot out from that peculiar lighthouse and land not far from them. Frankie, head 1 o'clock, full speed. Robin, check these two things, Nami said, focusing on Frankie and combining the information she had just observed in the lighthouse. She took out the two strange fruits from her chest and tossed them to Robin, signaling her to study them. Divi fui? Do we still need a guide for these? But this one is a Paramecia type and a Logia type. It shouldn't be bad, Robin replied after receiving the two devil fruits from Nami, taking a careful look before casually saying that and returning to her room to fetch a large thick book. This is the most comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia. Almost all the devil fruits are included in it, so these two will definitely have descriptions, Robin said as she opened the book and immersed herself in research. Sanji, is Luffy and Zoro still deep in thought? From Robin's demeanor, it seemed that the research would take a while to yield results, so Nami glanced at Luffy and Zoro, who still had their eyes slightly closed, and couldn't help but ask Sanji beside her. Well, I have never opened my eyes, but occasionally the 10-fist sword on Luffy's fist reveals its presence. It seems that the terrifying monster, the Shurchin, has not digested it yet, Sanji joked. Then he felt a sour feeling in his heart. Luffy and Zoro were constantly improving, while he still had some trump cards. But he didn't possess the almost monstrous progress capability that Luffy and Zoro had. Nami, Usopp, it seems this devil fruit belongs to both of you. Nami smiled slightly and said to Nami and Usopp, who were not far behind. Chapter 261. The 3,000 Earth Fiends formation originally. Robin and the others thought the third layer would be a sea area connected piece by piece like the first two layers of the Missile Wanfeng Tower. However, at the moment the Mary surged up with strong momentum, what appeared before them was a vast expanse of clouds, like cotton candy. Due to the influence of the Shurchin on the second layer, none of the Straw Hat Pirates dared to easily believe that this beautiful sight before them was as they saw it. Don't worry. The Shurchin is a unique existence and has already been absorbed by Luffy, so there won't be a second Shurchin appearing in the short term. Robin smiled slightly, signaling to Chopper, who was eager yet afraid of being caught in the illusion, to jump down from the Mary and play in the cotton candy area. Robin, what do you think is guarding this third layer? When faced with such a professional question, Nami always liked to ask Robin because as a great archaeologist, Robin had considerable knowledge on how to solve the problems they were currently facing. Robin did not answer Nami's question, instead smiling and picking up the cup of fragrant tea snacks from the plate Sanji had sent over. Chopper, have you had enough fun? After savoring Sanji's tea snacks for about 15 minutes, before Nami could ask again, Robin spoke up, calling out to Chopper, who was still rolling around. Let's go. The third layer poses no threat to us. Robin walked to the bow of the Mary, looked at the boundless floating clouds ahead, and a faint smile appeared on her lips again. It seemed the Shurchin was indeed not something they could keep, and everything before them allowed Robin to finally set her mind at ease. It should be known that even someone as knowledgeable as Robin could not make a definitive conclusion about an existence like the Shurchin. Encountering the Shurchin in the second layer made Robin very worried about their next journey, even if that mysterious lighthouse appeared in the end. And those guards might have already been harmed by mutated plants. Robin still couldn't completely relax until they stepped onto the third layer, at which point her heart finally settled. Because Robin saw through all the key points of the third layer at first glance, as well as the hidden killing intent not far behind the beautiful floating clouds. Everything was clear to her. Robin did not speak, and Nami naturally did not insist on probing further. As long as she hid her curiosity and skillfully followed the navigation chart Robin provided, they moved quickly forward. As the Mary continued to delve deeper into the originally beautiful and nourishing floating clouds, they gradually became dim and dark, eventually taking on a trend of becoming a terrifying, hellish existence. Robin, are we encountering that guy called Shurchin again? Nami stepped forward to Robin's side, finally unable to hold back her question. No, the Shurchin is unique. Robin glanced at the distant, glimmering light of a blade and said, it seems they are getting a bit impatient to ignore all the killing intent of the 3,000 Earth Fiends formation. Should we take action ourselves? However, your strength really isn't enough. Understanding this, Robin was completely relieved. As long as the Mary continued to move forward according to the navigation chart she provided, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if those people charged out, it would just be a death sentence for them. After all, even the Golden Messenger Hayu had died at the hands of this group. So what were these Golden-level messengers worth? The 3,000 Earth Fiends formation requires 3,000 living human blood sacrifices to summon the 3,000 Earth Fiends needed to form the formation's power source. And those who can control the 3,000 Earth Fiends formation must have slaughtered over 100 people, because there is too much bloodthirst gathered in the formation. Without sufficient killing intent to protect oneself, one cannot survive even if they know the structure of the formation. Among the top 10 curse formations, the 8th ranked formation should be infinitely majestic, but unfortunately, this formation is as familiar to me as it could be. Robin smiled slightly and explained to Nami and the others beside her. Just as Sanji finished cleaning up the dishes used for afternoon tea and slowly walked out of the kitchen, his skin suddenly twitched twice. Although it was very subtle, it made Sanji instantly sensitive. A killing intent passed through the air that brushed against his body, and Sanji immediately sensed that faint killing intent. Although it had been masked by the formation and the killer's self-restraint, such a thick killing intent could not escape Sanji's sixth sense. With a slight push off his toes, Sanji pointed toward a spot not far away, and with a whoosh, a brilliant light pierced through the dark cotton candy-like clouds ahead. After a cry of pain, the cloud layer suddenly changed, transforming from its previous dim and colorless state to a blood-red hue. Sanji, don't pay any attention to them. We're about to get out. Robin also noticed the situation on Sanji's side, and, based on her understanding of the 3,000 Earth Fiends formation, knew that as long as Sanji didn't completely break away from the formation he had chosen, there wouldn't be any major issues. He could teach those impatient ones who attempted to forcibly attack them a lesson. The environment ahead also changed with Sanji's attack, as waves of cloud mountains surged toward the Mary, seemingly trying to crush the Straw Hat crew with a momentum like Mount Tai. Oomph. Robin let out a soft snort. Her hands crossed in a dance, and magical petals appeared before the Mary, transforming into a giant spear made entirely of hand-formed flowers before the mountain-like clouds could crash into them. 10,000 petals bloomed giant spear. With a low shout, the enormous spear shot straight into the mountain-like clouds, and the originally magnificent clouds suddenly echoed with mournful cries, accompanied by wisps of blood. Frankie, accelerate. These people will only delay our speed and pose no threat to us. Don't waste time here. As they delved deeper, Luffy, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. The 10-fizz sword sealing the Shurchin still flickered faintly, but at this moment, Luffy was much better than when he was initially absorbing the Shurchin. At the very least, his innocent yet somewhat competitive demeanor had not changed at all. Dear Luffy-kun, you finally woke up? I will prepare a sumptuous meal for you right away." The Empress, who had been looking weary beside Luffy, immediately perked up as soon as Luffy spoke, her slightly haggard appearance disappearing, and the little purple and little black beside her also quickly regained their spirits and came over. "Is that enough?" Zoro, who had been keeping his eyes slightly closed, suddenly spoke to Luffy in a faint tone, as if he had realized something that made Luffy want to desperately enhance his strength, even risking it all to absorb the ancient beast known as the mirage that exists between heaven and earth. It was still a bit lacking, but at least there was still some control. Luffy lightly replied, and their seemingly nonsensical conversation left Sanji and the others speechless, especially Sanji. From these two simple sentences, Sanji seemed to understand something. Luffy and Zoro seemed to sense a dangerous presence, and they had initially entered their meditative state with their eyes closed to confront that danger. But why was he completely unaware of it? Sanji felt a deep discomfort in his heart, one that hurt immensely. He looked down at the plate in his hand, the one he had just used to serve tea and snacks to Nami and the other girls. "I'm not just a chef. I'm also one of the three great powers of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blackleg Sanji," he silently reminded himself. But why were their strengths increasing so rapidly? Why? "Sanji, it's almost time for you to show what you can do," Luffy said, his warm gaze sweeping over to Sanji, smiling as he spoke. Luffy's smile had somehow begun to possess the ability to influence their emotions. With Luffy's smile, all of Sanji's gloom was instantly swept away, and a flash of light unexpectedly shone in Sanji's mind. Of course, Sanji responded to Luffy's smile with certainty, while deep inside, he was eagerly anticipating what the fourth level contained. Luffy said it was time for him to show what he could do. Could it be? Thinking of this, Sanji felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although he knew Luffy couldn't possibly know what he was thinking, Sanji was very sure that what Luffy referred to as showing what he could do was precisely what he had in mind. "All right, enough talk. Let us get to the fourth level first," Sanji said, and just as Luffy and the others woke up, they began conversing with Sanji and the others, which made Nami quite unhappy, prompting her to interject directly. "Robin, that's the entrance to the fourth level up ahead, right? It seems like there are many enemies waiting for us there," Luffy said, glancing towards the front of the Mary and reminding Robin, who was still observing the entire formation ahead. He then signaled Usopp, not far behind, to handle it. Deadly Flower, although what appeared before them was merely an empty space resembling a radiant teleportation array, since Luffy had spoken and Robin hadn't voiced any objections. Usopp naturally didn't think much of it and directly fired a newly developed star ammunition toward the teleportation point. Deadly Flower, the flower of stench. And after Usopp added all sorts of bizarre ingredients, the original foul odor became exponentially stronger, forming a unique lethality. Whoosh! As Usopp unleashed this attack, a strange glass-like aura enveloped Luffy's body, merging with his haki. "Usopp, you idiot! Don't you know we're going there too?" Luffy jumped up immediately after covering the Mary and pointed at Usopp, scolding him loudly. I forgot," Usopp replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Just as Usopp's voice faded, the massive stench from the Deadly Flower, now turned into mist, approached the Mary as it continued moving forward. Thankfully, Luffy's merged haki proved useful, blocking the thick mist of foul odor. However, the golden messengers lurking at the teleportation point were not so fortunate. The terrifying stench made them want to run far away immediately. The overwhelming stench also made them forget their location. They were in the middle of the 3,000 Earth Fiends formation, where they couldn't move recklessly. The 3,000 Earth Fiends formation, which had displayed its power against the Straw Hat Pirates, now unleashed its full strength as the golden messengers, disgusted by the stench, were devoured directly by the formation. Accompanied by the mournful screams of the golden messengers, the Mary suddenly flashed in the teleportation array of the third level and disappeared with a whoosh. At that moment in the starry sky, a massive silver ship was gliding through the cosmos, appearing at the starry sky wall of the fifth level of the Miser Van Seal Tower. Strange beams of light shot from a silver ship toward the starry sky wall, while at that moment, a man whose body split into countless pieces, including a giant red nose, continuously spun around the silver ship, sealing off the areas that were about to burst due to the pressure of the starry sky. At the same time, gentle beams of light flowed from a swordsman on the silver ship, sweeping across the entire vessel. The man who had split into countless pieces and the slightly damaged ship seemed to be invigorated as if stimulated by the best rejuvenating medicine in the world, becoming more resilient. Red-haired, hurry up. If you don't speed up, I'm going to die. Oh no, my nose. A mournful scream echoed as Buggy's nose was finally lost, sliced in half by spatial airflow once again. Senior Kashi, do you think the time is ripe? Even the red-haired, one of the four emperors, didn't he act arrogantly at this moment and asked Kashi, who was sitting steadily not far away on the carved starry sky teleportation array. In his hand, he had already grasped the world-renowned sword, with layers of solidified haki wrapping around the blade. This haki, while slightly different in color, had a very familiar feeling, reminiscent of Luffy's three-color merge haki. Though Kashi's merge haki seemed to lack a certain harmony and didn't he possess the unique glass-like color of Luffy's three-color merge haki. Chapter 262. The Dance of Dragons. As the strange beams of light from the silver ship struck the starry sky wall, the once incredibly hard starry sky wall trembled momentarily. At that instant, Kashi, who had been ignoring the red-haired, suddenly opened his previously squinted eyes and shouted loudly now. We have to seize the time. Those guys want to give us a second chance. Kashi's sword, responding to his loud call, charged toward the slightly trembling starry sky wall along the path of the strongest beam of light. The combined might of the merged haki and Kashi's sword exploded in an instant, and at that moment, on the previously silent silver battleship, attacks infused with spatial power surged toward that one point with all their might. Sizzle. A faint sizzle was heard as a minuscule hole, only a millionth of a nanometer in size, was created by the immense spatial power, collapsing momentarily. Whoosh! At that very moment, Kashi suddenly spat out a mouthful of rich blood onto the starry sky teleportation array, and the enormous silver ship vanished through that tiny hole into the perilous spatial path. Little Purple, it seems we've arrived at your hometown. The Mary appeared amidst a burst of dazzling colors on the fourth level of the Miservan Tower. What caught the eye were the massive bodies that loomed around, all resembling Little Purple after transforming into a dragon, and not just one, but a whole group. A horde of fierce dragons surrounding the Mary, ready to overturn Luffy and the others at any moment. They were indeed dragons, which suggests a high possibility of obtaining dragon birth. Sanji, who was behind Luffy and Zoro, felt ecstatic the moment he saw the group of dragons approaching. The thing he had dreamed of was truly appearing. Unable to contain himself, Sanji clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many dragons, and that acting rashly would bring trouble to Luffy and the others, he would have charged in alone. For Sanji, the dragon birth was the best thing ever, as it would allow him to create that legendary dish that had a special effect on him. Unexpectedly, dragons that had long disappeared would appear in this place. However, they didn't seem to be pure dragons, as he couldn't sense the aura of a bloodline from them. It was like a group of puppets devoid of a bloodline. After pondering for a moment, Little Purple voiced the doubts lingering in her heart. But just as Little Purple expressed her doubts, the originally passive dragons suddenly erupted, launching an attack directly at the Mary. Waves of scorching dragon flames surged towards the Mary, and if they got too close, the Mary wouldn't be able to withstand it. Little Purple let out a low growl, leaping into the air and transforming into a massive dragon, with fiery scales, magnificent horns, and a body several times larger than the surrounding dragons. She wrapped around the Mary, and the dragon flames that spewed forth from the dragons didn't spark a single ember on her body. They were absorbed directly into her. Sanji, seemingly worried that Little Purple would eliminate all the dragons in one move, sprang on her back and charged into the midst of the dragons. Seeing this scene, Luffy couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed Sanji could no longer hold back. Zoro, you stay here. Let me handle this, he said, watching as Zoro squinted his eyes in contemplation, then fixed his gaze on a direction, preparing to draw his sword when Luffy stopped him. Without questioning why, nor shouting for the captain to let him go, as soon as Luffy spoke, Zoro sheathed his sword and stepped aside, saying nothing more. Instead, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates began to follow Sanji's lead, rushing towards the group of dragons, knowing that if they helped Sanji, they might soon enjoy some delicious dragon meat dishes, and they believed Little Purple wouldn't oppose it. On the deck, the moment Chopper charged in, Luffy could no longer hold back. He crouched slightly and then lunged toward the direction wrapped by the dragons, his speed exceeding 180 miles per hour, astonishingly breaking through the encirclement of the dragons and appearing on a small island not far behind them. Come out, I know those dragons are under your control, Luffy said, not intending to admire the beautiful surroundings of the small island, but speaking directly to a small pile of rocks in the center of the island. The Straw Hat Pirates are indeed impressive. No wonder even that guy, H, died at your hands. The person in the small pile of rocks seemed to have no intention of hiding any longer. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, they slowly walked out from the pile, carefully scrutinizing Luffy standing a short distance away. Flattery. So, are you asking me to take action, or to end it myself? At first glance, Luffy thought this person seemed annoying. After a second glance, he decided this person truly was annoying, and by the third glance, he didn't think any further and directly moved to attack. You little brat, who told you to run around aimlessly? You've grown up looking like this. Barely a meter tall, with such a big square face taking up half your body. They sure have a big mouth, but I never leave any survivors under my command. Take this, kid. Luffy's disdainful gaze made Jennifer very unhappy. Among the dwarves, she considered herself quite pretty, but compared to these detestable normal humans, she felt extremely displeased deep down, as she was even more of a frog dinosaur than the frog dinosaurs among humans. However, due to that person, she had no choice but to leave her territory and guard this checkpoint for him. With less than half a year left, she would successfully complete her mission. And naturally Woon T continued to stay in this world where she felt inferior every moment. Of course, regardless of how clear she was about her own situation, Jennifer didn't want others to speak of it. Anyone who dared to mention it would be controlled by her with the most cruel methods and then tortured to death. This was her forbidden zone, and touching it meant certain death. Jennifer's ability was extremely perverse. She only needed to touch someone's forehead to control them through a wisp of their soul's aura. Thus, every time she fought, she would charge forward with her frail body to engage in close combat, and this time was no exception. Bang, the first encounter ended with Luffy relying solely on his physical strength, delivering a merciless heavy punch to Jennifer's body. While Jennifer's fierce punch was still searching for its target, it was only the length of their arms. Luffy hadn't used his devil fruit abilities. Yet Jennifer still couldn't dodge Luffy's punch. How fast the two words flashed through Jennifer's mind just as her body was violently knocked back. The small island barely provided her a safe place to land. Cough, she spat out a mouthful of rich blood, slowly getting up from the ground, her eyes turning blood red. This time, it wasn't just the verbal insult. Her momentary carelessness allowed that guy to land a heavy punch on her ample chest, leaving her disappointed in Luffy's complete lack of gentleness. From Jennifer's mouth came a series of incantations that Luffy couldn't understand, her speed increasing rapidly. In the end, Luffy could only vaguely hear a faint sound coming from Jennifer's mouth, but he completely didn't understand its meaning. As the incantation from Jennifer's mouth echoed, her body shrank once more, and not far behind her, a massive dragon head with horns slowly emerged from the ocean. Finally, a dragon even larger than Little Purple appeared before Luffy. But that wasn't all. As soon as this dragon emerged, another massive pig-headed creature with peculiar horns appeared before Luffy. A sea pig? Jennifer summoned a giant dragon, a seemingly oversized sea pig, and a ferocious shark kid. Now let's see if you still want to die. Go, children. Jennifer pointed a finger at Luffy, simultaneously whispering an incantation, a faint aura enveloping these giant sea beasts, which then erupted fiercely, charging directly at Luffy, ready to fight him to the death. Is this all you've got? Watching Jennifer show off his pets like a clown in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. If these giant hands had their own consciousness, they could certainly cause Luffy some trouble, but at this moment, they were merely puppets for Jennifer, requiring his distraction to control them, which meant they couldn't fully unleash their capabilities. Moreover, summoning so many king-level beasts in a fit of rage would certainly limit his control, further hindering their abilities. This combination posed no threat to Luffy. Without even activating his haki, he instantly switched to Gear Second, significantly increasing his speed, and Luffy directly bypassed the approaching giants, charging towards Jennifer's body. You fell for it, kid. You're still too young, Jennifer thought with a slight smirk as he observed Luffy's actions. Feeling more satisfied with his plan, it's time. The moment Luffy's body glided past the dragon, a vein appeared on Jennifer's massive forehead. At that instant, a flash of light shot out from the dragon's horn, directly aimed at Luffy's body. Simultaneously, the oversized sea pig and the vicious shark unleashed their strongest attacks. Beneath the dragon's scales, a tiny, transparent trace with a hint of blood also began to move. It needed a moment, the moment when Luffy was entangled by the dragon, the sea pig, and the vicious shark to unleash its power. Surrounded by the three beasts, Luffy initially thought Jennifer couldn't utilize their abilities, but suddenly, all three beasts attacked him like they were in heat, throwing him into a frenzy. After narrowly dodging the dragon's attack, the sea pig's strike followed closely, with a vicious shark lurking behind. The more he dodged, the more anxious Luffy became, as he sensed that while the initial attacks might seem chaotic, they didn't pose a significant threat later on. But why did he feel such unease? This made Luffy more cautious as he dodged, and he quickened his pace towards Jennifer's position. From their earlier clash, Luffy realized that the defense in Jennifer's chest area was quite weak. He just needed to land 2 more punches, and this battle would likely come to an end. Whoosh! Just as Luffy was lost in thought, the tiny transparent trace hidden within the dragon's scales moved, darting straight towards Luffy's body without leaving any trace. Slap! A faint sound echoed as the transparent creature landed on Luffy's body. At that moment, Jennifer finally felt a sense of victory. Although he couldn't directly control Luffy, after using his trump card, as long as Luffy didn't want to die, he would have to obediently let Jennifer take control. Stop! After commanding his 3 giant beasts, Jennifer turned to look at Luffy, his eyes revealing a hint of regret. It was a pity that this arduous journey was about to fall into his hands, although he would eventually have to hand him over to that person. Thinking of that person's promise made Jennifer smile with joy. What? Do you think your 3 big bugs are done for? Luffy joked with a smile, but at that moment, he suddenly clutched his stomach, pointing at Jennifer and saying, Luffy's reaction seemed somewhat slow to Jennifer. Typically, those afflicted by the heart-piercing red would feel something unusual immediately, yet Luffy had only just realized it. How about it? My heart-piercing red isn't bad, right? Jennifer said with a smile. Chapter 263, Dragon King Heart-Piercing Red, a completely transparent type of snake, typically exists in an egg-like form. It is particularly sensitive to liquids and living beings, especially blood. Once a creature is invaded by it, its blood will be drained until death. While heart-piercing red exists in the bloodstream, there is no way to separate it. However, it has one major flaw. It cannot leave the liquid medium. Once it does, it dies immediately. Although the heart-piercing red Jennifer used shared the same name, it was very different from the ordinary heart-piercing red. This was Jennifer's trump card, a last resort, a king among the heart-piercing reds. Unlike the greatest flaw of other heart-piercing reds, it did not possess that weakness. Instead, it could penetrate the body's surface defenses and enter the organism to cause harm. Even a dragon with tough, fire-blooded scales had its defenses broken, demonstrating its power. You're too cunning to use such a dirty trick. Luffy pressed his hands firmly against his abdomen, feeling like a meat grinder was viciously shredding him in that area, causing him to grimace in pain. Even Luffy couldn't help but frown, looking at Jennifer with a bit of resentment in his eyes. Jennifer was very satisfied with Luffy's performance. This series of plans had been executed many times before, and many powerful creatures initially couldn't be touched by Jennifer to be controlled. However, once he used this trick, everything proceeded smoothly. This time was no exception. For a moment, Jennifer felt a transcendent sense, as if everything could be controlled by him. Even that person who had always been above might not escape the penetration of the heart-piercing red. Thinking of this, Jennifer turned his gaze back to Luffy. Is this the person that individual urgently needs? He's not as formidable as he claims to be. That old guy actually fell to such an opponent. Forget it. For the sake of an old friend, I'll give you a little revenge. That person only told me to bring him alive. But he didn't say I couldn't hurt him a bit. If you don't want to die, just come over and let me touch your forehead. Jennifer waved his finger at Luffy, who was already collapsed on the ground in pain. Hearing Jennifer's words, the completely incapacitated Luffy seemed to gain some strength, slowly moving his entire body towards Jennifer's direction. 3 meters, 2 meters. Suddenly, the ominous presence that had appeared vanished. Luffy, who had been tense and ready to respond, relaxed. Although it was just a brief moment, Luffy's perceptive ability sensed a familiar aura from a very small opening at the top. The appearance of that aura, which had been watching him since he punched Jennifer, made Luffy feel a slight sense of danger, but it finally disappeared, and the small opening closed at that moment. Luffy was unable to discern what that familiar aura truly was. Save us. I'll tell you how to defeat her. Just as Luffy's body completely relaxed and he continued to move towards Jennifer, a faint voice came from nearby. It was the dragon's voice. Luffy felt a familiar aura of intimidation lingering in that voice, and after paying a little attention, he discovered its source. So all I need to do is defeat that vile woman? Luffy skillfully transmitted his voice as a thin thread into the giant dragon's mind. Ha ha ha, kid. Now you know what it means that there are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people, right? Jennifer said, revealing her slightly stained teeth, while her somewhat dark hands slowly reached towards Luffy's forehead, as if caressing him like an old lover. Eek! With a cold shiver, Luffy jumped up and, without waiting for any reaction from Jennifer, threw a heavy punch directly at her abdomen. This time, Luffy held nothing back, wrapping his fist in a chill, cold energy, an icy punch. The prey that had lost all ability to resist suddenly launched an attack against her, which left Jennifer unable to react. However, having earned the trust to guard the fourth layer, she was no ordinary opponent. She met Luffy's punch with both hands, feeling the cold energy from his fist pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Bang! There was no technique involved. Their attacks collided at such close range. As soon as they made contact, Jennifer's expression changed drastically because the cold energy from Luffy's punch penetrated her body, causing her to stiffen slightly. Swoosh! The icy punch broke through Jennifer's defenses and struck hard against her chest, showing no mercy. Luffy wanted to eliminate Jennifer without delay, hoping to seriously injure her and see if he could save the giant dragon and the others. Stalhakit, don't hesitate any longer. If you don't hurry, my kin will be wiped out by your companions. Suddenly, the giant dragon, who had been cautiously transmitting information to Luffy, urged him loudly, showing no fear of Jennifer, who had already controlled his life. Dragon King, it's you. I want you dead. Jennifer glared at the giant dragon in the distance with malice while narrowing her eyes. She intended to use her controlled soul power to kill the Dragon King. Die, old hag. Feeling Jennifer's movements, Luffy could no longer hesitate. He transformed both hands into spikes and struck hard at Jennifer's chest. A series of extremely sensual sounds escaped from the throat of the old woman Jennifer, reminiscent of moans from an erotic film. Just listening to the sound was a delightful experience, but at that moment, Luffy's mind was mostly occupied by this ugly woman, and the sweeter the sound, the more it tortured him. As Jennifer cried out, strands of soul energy surged out from her forehead like shadows released by Moria, flying towards the foreheads of the ordinary dragon beasts nearby. No matter how hard Jennifer tried to suppress her pleasure, once she felt it, she would scream, and when she screamed, the soul strand she controlled would escape her body. At that moment, many soul strands were escaping from her, including the one she referred to as the Dragon King. Roar! An angry and somewhat liberated roar erupted from the Dragon King, who had just freed himself from control. His anger transformed into action. He wanted to eliminate the one who had controlled him for nearly 10 years. For the past decade, the Dragon King had continually suppressed himself, but he had never had the chance to break free. Now that he was finally free, he wanted to release all the resentment he had built up over those years, and Jennifer was the perfect target for that release. Dragon King, I know you want to handle this yourself, but I think using this is the best choice against her. Luffy drew a transparent little snake wrapped in a glass-colored energy ball from his waist, which was Jennifer's greatest trump card, Heart-Piercing Red. Seeing the heart-piercing red that Luffy had taken out, the Dragon King was momentarily stunned. Even someone as powerful as him had been unable to escape the threat of this little thing, and he had been forced to be controlled by the old witch Jennifer for 10 long years. Meanwhile, this young boy, seemingly unbothered, was able to control Jennifer's most important treasure. Could it be that Roger's prophecy of a man who would replace him and complete his unfinished journey is about him? In an instant, countless thoughts surged in the Dragon King's mind, and after these thoughts emerged, it seemed that he had finally made a decision deep within. Then I'll leave it to you, Straw Hat Kid. After the Dragon King said this, he straightened his body once more and let out a fierce roar. The giant dragons, having regained their autonomy, struggled for a moment and then fiercely threw off the humans who had killed many of their kin, even though they knew they had attacked first. Sanji, stop. When the evil dragons stopped attacking, the Straw Hat Pirates also ceased their attacks. But one person did not. Sanji. He needed dragon eggs and, up to that point, had killed 2 evil dragons and severely injured 5, but the dragon eggs he had collected were still far from enough. Nami shouted at Sanji, and together with Robin and Boa Hancock, they surrounded him, slowly dissipating his violent killing intent. Sanji gradually halted his rising desire for slaughter, although his eyes still glowed blood red. Jennifer, I'll return your thing. Looking at the old woman lying on the ground, completely consumed by pleasure, Luffy thrust the heart-piercing red, wrapped in a glass-colored energy ball, into Jennifer's body, finally stopping at the spot on her chest where Luffy had smashed a small opening. Swoosh! The glass-colored energy ball burst open, and the heart-piercing red, commanded by Jennifer, began to devour the blood that was spilling out, consuming it into its tiny body. This abomination should not exist. Little Purple, eliminated. Little Purple, shaking its head and glancing at the distant Dragon King, pointed at the heart-piercing red that was continuously feeding on Jennifer's blood. Okay, leave it to me. In response to the boss's command, Little Purple aimed its massive dragon head at the spot where Jennifer was located and unleashed a rich, blood-red dragon flame towards Jennifer and the heart-piercing red. With the intensity of Little Purple's dragon flame, it took a full 15 minutes to completely vaporize both Jennifer and the heart-piercing red, which were both despised entities. Little Purple, go there. Luffy lightly leaped onto Little Purple's forehead and pointed at the Dragon King not far away. Believing that the Dragon King must know some important points for Little Purple to be aware of in its transformation from a serpent to a dragon, especially the half-beast form of Xiaoji after transformation. Some ancient books learned from Robin describe that all dragons after transformation exist in human form, like Xiaohong. Xiaoji's anomaly is definitely closely related to the last Thunder Tribulation. Although Xiaoji never speaks about it, Luffy knows that there are certainly still some serious problems with Xiaoji's body, and this issue will become a fatal flaw in the upcoming 5th layer. From the moment just now when he was being watched and had to pretend to be in great pain after being hit by Jennifer's heart-piercing red, it is clear that the 5th layer cannot be dealt with as easily as the previous ones. Therefore, before that, Luffy needs to resolve all the problems that need to be solved. Straw Hat Kid, this time I must thank you for saving our Dragon Clan. As a token of gratitude, I will not hold you accountable for the death of my children. What do you think? The Dragon King lowered his head, seemingly still mourning for those dragon offspring who perished at Sanji's hands. Not good enough. At the very least, the Dragon King needs to tell me what exactly is wrong with my partner's body, and your dragon offspring's deaths cannot be blamed on us, Luffy said, staring blankly at the Dragon King and giving his answer. Chapter 264. 3 conditions are you talking about, this deep-sea little python? The Dragon King glanced at Xiaoji under Luffy's feet, speaking in a tone that seemed indifferent and dismissive. At the moment the Dragon King said this, Xiaoji also raised her head to meet the Dragon King's gaze, and at that instant, Xiaoji felt a pressure from the bloodline aura. The previous confidence was now gone, replaced by a slight trembling fear of not daring to resist anything from the Dragon King. Luffy naturally noticed Xiaoji's unusual behavior and furrowed his brows, looking towards the distant Dragon King. Dragon King, please help my partner. I can accept any conditions. Can you tell me how you got that straw hat? The Dragon King did not answer Luffy's question, but instead asked, having seen the hat before and knowing how important it was to Roger. Moreover, the Dragon King needed to be sure that this boy before him was the one chosen by Roger, because there were some things the Dragon King must confirm before he could tell him. Sankus entrusted me with it, Luffy said, holding the straw hat in one hand, staring blankly at it before speaking. The hat, which he had exchanged for a single word back then, had unknowingly helped him many times. Sankus? That in turn on Roger's ship? Luffy added, now Sankus has already become one of the 4 king-level figures on this sea. Haha, I didn't expect that the kid who was so highly regarded by Roger back then has really gained such formidable strength. However, he handed the key to you, which means that, in Sankus's eyes, you're the more suitable candidate. Kid, what's your name? When Luffy mentioned Sankus's name, the Dragon King could basically confirm the authenticity of the young man's identity, as Roger had given that hat to an intern named Sankus. Munki de Luffy, Luffy replied as he put the straw hat back on, looking earnestly at the Dragon King, needing to learn some reasons about Xiaoji's body from him. Indeed, still one of the D clan. All right, kid, follow me, the Dragon King said with a slight sigh, and without waiting for Luffy to continue speaking, turned around and led the dragon offspring toward the center of the 4th layer. Xiaoji, keep up, Luffy called out softly, while notifying Nami and the others behind him to hurry up. Although somewhat reluctant, Sanji knew that he no longer had plans to continue slaughtering dragons to obtain the source dragon birth. The little bit he had in his hands could only serve as a cooking ingredient. If he failed, he would completely be reduced to a mere supporting role. However, there was a glimmer of hope, so he thought about it, and slowly walked back to his own kitchen to start his advancement plan. Under the guidance of the Dragon King, Luffy soon arrived at the entrance of a very hidden small cave. Upon entering, it led to a vast area belonging to the Dragon Clan, with the words Dragon Palace prominently displayed before Luffy and the others. This is the Dragon Palace. I really didn't expect it, Robin exclaimed with joy as she looked around, filled with the eagerness unique to archaeologists. After entering the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King and the dragon offspring all transformed into human forms. Unlike Xiaoji, who became a half-beast, they walked fondly through the Dragon Palace. rummaging through some small places to find deeply buried items to play with. Meanwhile, the Dragon King led Luffy and Xiaoji further ahead, passing through the Dragon King's hall and entering a small secret chamber. After searching for a while, the Dragon King took out a small bottle from a box, containing a liquid with a fiery color, deeper than the fire essence that Luffy had collected. Little Python, swallow this. After you swallow this, you can completely become part of the Dragon King clan. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are or how many thunder tribulations you have experienced, you will never become even the most ordinary dragon because the blood flowing in your body is not dragon blood. The Dragon King handed over the blood bottle, and Xiaoji respectfully accepted it, swallowing it directly without checking. It was scalding hot, having already experienced the fire essence and the baptism of heaven and earth lightning. Xiaoji could only describe the feeling of swallowing the fiery liquid in that small bottle with 2 words, scalding hot. Luffy, right? Come with me. The blood evolution will take some time. This blood essence is the most precious thing in our Dragon King clan. Although it may be a little uncomfortable at first, it won't be dangerous, so don't worry, the Dragon King explained as if he knew Luffy's concerns, and then left the small secret chamber, returning to the Dragon King's hall. At this time, Luffy also followed out and found that Nami and the others had already arrived there. What are your goals? Completing Roger's unfinished mission? The Dragon King asked directly, although he had lived a life of being controlled for the past 10 years. The original Dragon Majesty had not been lost at all. Of course, otherwise, we wouldn't have come here, Luffy replied confidently. All right, the next thing I'm about to say, you must be very careful about. Otherwise, you will only repeat Roger's fate, the Dragon King seriously reminded, and then began to narrate. The Miser Van Sealing Tower is actually a massive sealing formation, mainly to seal an existence in the 5th layer. Over 10 years ago, the seal began to loosen, and those people attempted to unlock it and release that person. Roger appeared and reinforced the Miser Van Sealing Tower with all his abilities, while also placing a unique seal on that person in the 5th layer called the Yin-Yang Chaos Seal. However, over the years, the power attached to that person has been continuously seeking various opportunities to destroy the seal. By now, the seal has become increasingly unstable, and I believe it won't be long before those forces can completely break the seal and release that person. At that time, it will be a nightmare for all of humanity. I remember that after Roger's last stand, he gradually lost his vitality, but before that, he came to my Dragon Palace and told me a secret, which is the 3 conditions needed to completely slay that person. The first condition is that a non-devil fruit user is required. From his point of view, you seem to not meet the requirement. The Dragon King glanced at Luffy, who was listening intently to what he was saying, and reminded him. However, seeing Luffy's indifferent expression, he no longer inquired about it, and began to speak about the second condition. The second condition seemed to require obtaining the blessing of the ancient Bell God to withstand the black aura released by that person, so as not to lose their life because of it. The third condition was to possess the combined 3-color haki and to master the 3 types of haki to their utmost to completely slay the enemy. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Kid, after hearing these 3 conditions, do you still want to go to the 5th level? If you don't want to, I'll make an exception and activate the Starry Sky transmission once more for you, considering Roger's face. After all, there are already many humans on the 5th level bleeding and sacrificing themselves to stop that person from breaking the seal, the Dragon King said, raising his head to glance at the ceiling, as if his eyes could penetrate the confines of space and directly observe the situation on the 5th level. What did you say? The Dragon King's subsequent words caused a stir among the Straw Hats, and Luffy felt somewhat dazed. It seemed they were indeed ahead of them. Dragon King, we want to give up. We have to go to the 5th level. It's our mission, so we must do it well, Luffy replied without hesitation, while glancing at the small chamber behind the Dragon King. Little Purple had been consuming the Dragon King's blood essence for a while, yet Luffy still sensed nothing about her. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you meet the requirements, kid. Take your straw hat and go activate the mechanism. There is something left for you by Roger. The Dragon King suddenly laughed after staring at Luffy for a moment, finally pointing to a wall not far away, telling Luffy that there was a secret room with something Roger left for him. As Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, Luffy slowly walked over to the wall. After observing it for a while, he took off his hat and pressed it against a hat-shaped spot on the wall. With a clang, Luffy's straw hat suddenly emitted a ring of golden light, and a more magnificent aura erupted directly from the hat, flooding into Luffy's body. A layer of golden light immediately enveloped Luffy's body, and various changes began to occur within him. Some previously difficult problems seemed to become simple after being bathed in this golden light. Moreover, Luffy could clearly feel that his soul's aura was continuously surging, as if it could transform at any moment. Once again, two colored energy spheres, one yin and one yang, appeared around his hands, continuously intertwining and merging. This fusion no longer had the previous awkwardness and rejection. Instead, it gradually formed a brand new power. After about 15 minutes, the golden light dissipated, and Luffy's body returned to its previous state. On the surface, there was no sign of change, but Luffy knew that his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. In terms of power alone, it had increased to at least 3 times that of the beginning. Moreover, Luffy's change was not only reflected in physical strength. "Kid, are you satisfied?" The Dragon King looked at Luffy with a smile, teasingly, his eyes slightly glancing at the little girl with a pouting mouth nearby. It seemed that she wouldn't be satisfied unless it was something like gems or gold. The Dragon King thought about whether he should satisfy this cute little girl. "The best gift." Luffy smiled slightly and confidently said. Just at that moment, the previously closed secret room finally opened, and a handsome man with slightly fiery red hair walked out, smiling brightly at Luffy and the others, exuding charm. "Boss, I've finally become a member of the Dragon King clan." The handsome man suddenly shouted at Luffy and was about to rush forward, but seemed to remember something and turned his head to give a 90-degree bow to the Dragon King, sitting at the top. "Thank you, Grandpa." The activation of the blood essence had made Little Purple aware of many things she previously didn't know, and the Dragon King before him was his own grandfather, who was once a powerful Gorbahu deep-sea python. After transforming, he became a pseudo-Dragon clan member and went deep into the sea to find the Dragon Palace, obtaining blood essence to advance and become a member of the Dragon King clan. The Dragon King clan, a mid-tier existence among the Dragon clan, primarily relies on the Dragon King clan for inheritance. Among ordinary dragons, only 1 in 100 might produce a Dragon King with bifurcated horns, and those who evolve into the Dragon King clan are even rarer. It is indeed rare for Little Purple and the Dragon King, who is now the leader of the Dragon clan, to advance directly from the ancient Gorbahu deep-sea python to become members of the Dragon King clan. This is just your fortune. Do you still want to stick to your choice and follow him to the 5th level? You should know that the mid-tier existence among our Dragon clan does not exceed 5 fingers. If you stay, you can help me suppress the Dragon Palace from being affected by the Miservan Seal Tower. Sooner or later, the position of the Dragon King will become yours. But if you follow him to the 5th level, the chance of survival is not great, even though your strength has greatly increased by consuming the blood essence. The Dragon King seemed to be reluctant for Little Purple to leave him and follow Luffy to the 5th level. Grandpa knows that the survival rate of consuming the blood essence is only 1/4, yet still wants me to consume it because he wants me to succeed, to break free from constraints and become a true dragon. Following the boss to the 5th level for training is naturally to protect countless races like us living on this planet. Although it may be a life or death situation, I believe this is the spirit that a man should have, as well as the spirit that the Dragon King clan should embody. Don't you think so? Little Purple boldly spoke, seemingly transforming into a superhero who fights small monsters and occasionally saves children. "Forget it. Since you've chosen this, I 1T-force you. Longley, take them to the Starry Sky transmission array. Let them figure it out on their own. Who knows when they LL arrive." The Dragon King said to the Dragon Prince serving him by his side, then stood up and left. "Come with me." Longley took the lead and stepped forward, guiding Luffy and the others towards the Starry Sky transmission array mentioned by the Dragon King. Chapter 265, Conclusion Beloved, Finale, using Xiangku's fused hockey slash as the vanguard. The other partners on the Silver Ship provided pseudo-support with powerful strikes that directly hit the Starry Sky barrier, instantly creating a very small crack. The Mary immediately passed through it. When the light faded, Luffy and the others appeared on the 5th level of the Miservan Seal Tower, where Xiangku and the already deceased Whitebeard, Ace, and others were battling against the strongest forces of the world government, the 5 Elders. At the back of the battlefield stood a tree 10 meters wide and 50 meters tall, laden with various peculiar fruits. Divid fruit? Oh no, that's the devil tree. What's on that devil tree must be what they want to resurrect. Robin couldn't help but shout loudly. "Oomph. Little Black, it's our turn." Usopp gently patted Little Black beside him, then disregarded everything and charged straight towards the devil tree. At that moment, Usopp closed his eyes slightly, and his body began to undergo subtle changes. At this critical moment, a delicate shout came from not far away. A robot resembling a transformer suddenly broke free from its opponent's entanglement and quickly rushed to Usopp's side, blocking him just as he was momentarily stunned by the shout. "Usopp, I finally found you." A cute girl burst out from the transformer and directly embraced Usopp, who was standing on top of Little Black's head. It was Kaya. The person he had missed day and night suddenly appeared at the last moment. The newcomer was indeed Kaya, along with Vegapunk, who possessed a brain that transcended this era and his transformer. This was a transformer, model G93, a mechanical Frankie that only existed in legends, excitedly approached. "Grandpa Vegapunk, I think you should hand him over to this young man. That way, your body might still be able to withstand it." Kaya turned to Vegapunk with an expectant look. "All right, this old body of mine can't take it anymore." The transformer was then taken over by Frankie, and under Frankie's control, the transformer exhibited unprecedented combat power. After all, Vegapunk needed to take pills to have the strength to control the transformer. Frankie's addition quickly stabilized the slightly imbalanced battlefield. "Usopp, I know your abilities, but now is not the time. This is just a clone, and it has already been revived. Hold on for now. There will be an opportunity soon." As Kaya and Vegapunk explained, the thing on the demon tree slowly began to break free from its cocoon. It was Blackbeard, who had already absorbed the essence by Little Black. "I'll handle this." Sanji slowly stepped forward, and at the same time, the demon eye activated fully, turning the demon wind foot blood red. With the full activation of Sanji, he charged directly into the battlefield and began to grapple with the revived Blackbeard. Although slightly inferior, he was still able to hold him down. "Let's go. Your mission is not here. Kashi, come over here." Vegapunk shouted at a man not far away, while also calling Luffy and his group to move toward the center of the 5th level. After breaking through several obstacles, Luffy and the others finally arrived at a location where a gray coffin was located. The coffin had slightly loosened, and the speed of its opening and closing was continuously accelerating, as if it could be revived at any moment. "You really are seeking death. King, you finally appeared." Vegapunk smiled slightly at the newly appeared figure. "Leave it to me." Zoro stepped forward, and instantly the shadow and the Dowie text, along with the autumn water, were drawn out, presenting a sword formation. The king also wielded an ancient sword, the Panga sword. The king's sword was sharp and had profound depth, while Zoro relied on the continuously increasing power of the sword formation, gradually shifting from a passive to an active stance. Although unable to kill the king for the time being, he managed to prevent the king from escaping. "Kashi, it's up to you," Vegapunk said to the man beside him. Kashi continuously took out some peculiar powders from his special packaging, lightly sprinkling them, which instantly floated beside the coffin, while Kashi began some strange chanting. As the chanting accelerated, the opening and closing speed of the coffin once again increased, and the deeper colors of the contents inside did not appear again. A rich spray of blood was expelled by Kashi, and at that moment, the coffin opened wide. "It's him." Looking at the demon that appeared before him, Luffy was incredulous, having searched for him countless times. Panda Man, still not fully awakened. This is the only chance. "Luffy, hurry!" Vegapunk shouted at Luffy and the others. Immediately, the detailed plan devised by Vegapunk was put into action. Nami waved the weather stick in her hand, and a red circle completely enveloped her, slowly extending to Robin, Chopper, and the Empress, all members of the Straw Hat crew with devil fruit abilities, except for Luffy. "Merge, gather," Nami thought slightly, and without any resistance from Robin and the others, waves of fruit abilities, rich in practical experience, were continuously drawn into the red circle surrounding Nami's body. When all the powers gathered, Nami directly fused this blood-red energy into Luffy's body, instantly filling him with a massive amount of energy. And the glass-like hockey erupted forth without waiting for its call. A series of strange sounds were muttered from Usopp's mouth, and the characteristics that originally came with Nami's devil fruit, the merged and gathered fruit abilities, began to be drawn away from Luffy's body. The devil fruit ability was slowly abandoned. This was Usopp's devil fruit ability. By abandoning his own devil fruit ability and sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan, he could make a person not resist and thus relinquish the devil fruit's power. After discarding the devil fruit ability, Luffy slightly clenched his fist, and the 10-fist sword immediately appeared, while the spell of the all-spirits ceiling also completely manifested at this moment. Bang! With a strange sound, Luffy's fist directly struck Panda Man's heart, and a peculiar rune instantly wrapped around Panda Man. However, just as the rune enveloped Panda Man, his soul revived, and Luffy's separated soul could no longer be suppressed. "Shin, come out." At Luffy's call, the immensely powerful Shin suddenly appeared opposite Panda Man, and the two formidable entities began a life-and-death struggle of soul force. Simply relying on Shin cannot completely seal the peak power of the demon Panda Man before it is restored. Brother, thank you for these days. Now, this body is mine. It's my turn. Little Purple, lend me a hand. Little Purple's strange dragon breath immediately coiled around Luffy's body, while the soul of Wang Haotian, which had been controlling Luffy's body, directly followed this dragon breath into the Ten-Fist Sword. The soul, having undergone the baptism of the righteous aura between heaven and earth, displayed unparalleled power at this moment, and the three were completely refined together at that instant. Brother, coming over here, my biggest regret is not being able to be with a few girls. Of course, the most painful is Perona. I believe Kaya will be able to save her. As Wang Haotian's last thought reached Luffy's original soul, the ultimate skill of the Ten-Fist Sword was unleashed, shattering both the sealed soul within the All-Spirits sealing and the Ten-Fist Sword itself. The most terrifying demon's soul also disintegrated into powder at that moment. In the boundless starry sky, an old man sat quietly, holding a fan in his hand, gently shaking it twice. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Not bad, kid, actually disregarding your life for the sake of friendship. However, given that you helped Xiao Zhong a bit, I'll save you. The old man waved his fan, and Wang Haotian's soul aura quickly began to heal, while continuously retreating as time and space distorted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The old-fashioned ringtone of the phone rang, and Wang Haotian jolted awake with a shiver. Hello, dear. Oh, I'll be there soon. This was the 5th day since Wang Haotian returned to reality. It turned out that while he had experienced such a long time in the world of One Piece, only one night had passed in the real world. However, after this journey, Wang Haotian discovered that he possessed a special ability, which was the Lioli-colored Haki, and it had not disappeared just because he returned. With this special ability, Wang Haotian found many things to be very convenient, and he lived his life particularly happily. Of course, the most important thing was seeing his longed-for girlfriend and his parents who raised him. Thus, Wang Haotian began his legendary life on Earth. The battle at the peak of One Piece has come to an end. In the last chapter, many details were not well written. There simply wasn't enough time, and I didn't want to keep dragging it out, nor did I want to leave it unfinished, so I apologize. Synopsis: transcend to the world of One Piece and achieve the peak battle of the Pirate King.